The Hound of the Baskerville clan was known for his loyalty. His name was Beecher Van Baskerville. The demise of the hunting dog was loyal to his clan and his father. He was brought before the guillotine, a grim sentence hanging over him. The accusation against him was false, a lie about colluding with demons. The blade fell, a swift and brutal end. While on the guillotine, he swore to himself, if he had another chance at life, never again would he live the life of a dog that's killed after the rabbit hunt is over. A dog's face, eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Bubbles rise, a sign of something stirring beneath the surface. Crimson droplets fell, suspended in the inky blackness. The droplets coalesced, forming a crown of blood. A dim room, lit by faint moonlight, revealed a simple wooden crib. A sudden, sharp intake of breath echoed in the stillness. He cried, a newborn's wail filling the otherwise silent room, confused. He wondered, his tiny mind struggling to grasp his surroundings. Where am I? His thoughts swirled, a strange sensation overwhelming him. His body felt heavy, and there was so much noise around him. Could this be? Wide, crimson eyes stared up at the shadowed ceiling, filled with dawning horror. A realization crashed down upon him. Hell. Elsewhere, a Gothic castle stood silhouetted against a stormy sky. The cacophony of infant cries filled the chamber, each tiny voice a shrill note of distress. His crimson eyes narrowed. The man sneered at the source of the noise. Damn lowly things. The man, Hugo Le Baskerville, head of the Baskerville clan, stood tall, his expression a mask of disdain. The woman surveyed the rows of cribs, her voice dripping with contempt. It seems that it's a gathering of trash this time around. Hugo's gaze swept across the room, his lips pursing slightly. His eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he peered down at the infants. He focused on one baby in particular, his voice laced with cold calculation. There appears to be at least one slightly less noisy piece of trash. Hugo loomed over the crib, his dark hair shadowing his face as he observed the infant. Turning to his subordinates, Hugo issued a chilling order. Move the babies to the cradle of swords. The baby's eye glowed crimson, a silent scream echoing in his mind. The main culprit behind the false pretense that got me executed dash. The name echoed in the infant's mind. Hugo Le Baskerville. Hugo's gaze remained fixed, his expression a chilling blend of calculation and contempt. This young appearance of Hugo, Beecher was finally certain of it. He knew this child was destined for greatness. Beecher Van Baskerville had regressed to when he was just a newborn baby. His life had taken an unexpected turn. His previous life was that of a hunting hound. He had lived a life of servitude and violence. The reason for his loyalty was simple. Hugo was the key to everything he desired. Born as an illegitimate child of the clan, Beecher was trained in a harsh environment. He knew nothing but struggle. A hound has to be loyal and dedicated to his mission. Beecher understood this implicitly, his purpose defined by service. He took care of all sorts of dirty deeds. Assassination, espionage, ambush, blackmail, and more were all in a day's work. The reason for his loyalty was simple. He wanted to be acknowledged by Hugo and the clan. He wanted to be acknowledged by Hugo and the clan. It was his deepest desire. 10 years after the gate to the demon world had opened, the long war against the demons ended in the humans' victory. And the reward for the hunting dog, with its lifelong loyalty, kill the dog after the hunt, is over. An ancient Asian proverb that means to throw away something once it is no longer useful, commonly used in the context of betrayal. His execution had been the result of the hound learning too much. He seethed, wanting vengeance, but there was nothing he could do as a baby. Other newborns lay nearby, their tiny bodies a stark contrast to his burning desire. Being moved to the cradle of swords was a good opportunity to grow stronger, he thought, resolving to become stronger. The cradle of swords loomed, a labyrinth of sharpened steel and crimson intent. It was one of the trials a child born to the Baskerville clan must face, thrown into a labyrinth of swords. The newborns were tested on their potential as they headed towards the river Styx across it. The Styx River was a legendary river that could strengthen a baby's body like steel, but there was a limit to the number of babies that could receive its effect. In order to be the first one to reach the river Styx, he needed to move in a straight line through the walls of swords. He lay prone, blood staining the ground beneath him. The cradle of swords had already taken its toll. Beecher recalled his past life. He hadn't been able to receive the river's blessing then, pushed aside by his siblings. Hugo's crimson eye burned with ambition. He would not be denied this time. The man with the sharp jawline declared that things would be different this time around. His cohorts watched with anticipation. Meanwhile, the suited figures stood in silent agreement, their intentions aligned. They would ensure Hugo's success. Hugo's thoughts echoed with greed. He intended to monopolize the blessing of the Styx River for as long as possible. The waters of the Styx swirled, a chaotic mix of power and mystery. The river beckoned, promising strength and transformation to those who dared to immerse themselves. Beecher plunged into the depths, bubbles rising around him as he descended further into the unknown. The river water seeped through his wounds, altering even his bones. A painful but necessary transformation began. He thought that having a good start alone could make such a huge difference, but the trials were far from over. Beecher knew he needed to last as long as he could. Survival was paramount. He endures the pain, pushing through the agony that racks his body. The men watching him know he's reaching his limit. They warn that he will die if he stays submerged any longer. Hugo laughs, confident in his plans for the river Styx. His eyes glow with malevolent glee as he watches Beecher suffer. John Barrymore is asked how long it has been since he entered the river. He replies that it has been about 7 minutes. The title card identifies the head butler as John Barrymore of the Baskerville clan. The men watching him worry that he might die if he stays in the river much longer. Someone urges him to come up now, calling him my son. The men stand on the precipice, watching him struggle in the water below. He thinks to himself that he won't come up that easily. He resolves to absorb as much as he can until the very end. He coughs, continuing to struggle in the depths. He flails in the water, his face contorted in a silent scream as he continues to sink. The boy's eyes widen, desperation etched on his face. He needs to endure, he tells himself, over and over. Bubbles rise around him, illuminated by faint light filtering down from above. The pressure mounts. The water grows darker, the surface a distant memory as he plummets further into the depths. His foot cramps, a sharp pain shooting up his leg as the river test is resolved. Hugo, watching from above, smirks. Would you look at him? He muses, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The man's expression darkens. Not only did he plunge into the river Styx, he even drank it, Hugo thinks. The child's mouth opens wide, new teeth erupting as he endures the Styx's torment. Meanwhile, a man with white hair asks, his face obscured by shadow, what is this child's name? Hugo replies, his gaze fixed on the struggling child. That is young Master Beecher Van Baskerville. A sinister smile spreads across Hugo's face, his red eyes gleaming with dark amusement. The child hangs upside down, water pouring from his mouth. It appears that a very greedy son has been born, Hugo thinks. He hangs suspended, the Styx's waters clinging to him like a shroud. Sweat beads on Hugo's brow as he calls out, a cruel smile twisting his lips. The beast prepares, its fangs glinting with deadly intent. The unseen predator declares that when the time comes, it will take its master's head. Hugo's face is juxtaposed with Beecher's, as he proclaims that he will fade away from history. A voice declares that it will be by the hands of Beecher Van Baskerville. This is the story of Hugo Loop Baskerville's illegitimate child. And this is the story of Beecher Van Baskerville. At 8 years old, he possessed a talent that could make him be called a genius by the world, but inside his clan, it was just average. At 20, he received missions that were usually assassinations, gathering intelligence, or subjugations. To the talent of the main house, he felt the limit to his swordsmanship. At 30, the gate that connected to the demon world opened, and the invasion of the demons began. At 35, he survived in the era of ruination and killed demons upon demons. At 39, after the Long War, it finally ended with humanity's victory. And at 40, he was able to receive rewards for his loyalty as a hunting dog. Those rewards: clang, slander and false charges, and the blade of the guillotine. A figure lay in the darkness, the events that had transpired weighing heavily. Beecher Van Baskerville, a babe in arms, possessed a gaze far older than his years. The room was a nursery, but it felt more like a prison cell. That meant something profound was about to happen. He had succeeded in absorbing the river Styx, a feat that should have been impossible. With this power, he would have a better starting point than before, a chance to change his destiny. A chest, ornate and glowing with an inner light, was carefully placed. Why would she tell someone to put this in young Master Beecher's cradle? The figure looked down, questioning the order. There shouldn't be anyone that'd give a gift to an illegitimate child like him, a cruel jest or a genuine act of kindness. The silence hung heavy, broken only by the faintest whisper of magic. A chest sits open, its contents obscured by shadow. He sits in his crib, as a dark shape slithers in. The baby recognizes the threat. A bloody mamba? The snake rears back, ready to strike. He thinks, incredulous, that too rare, poisonous snakes are here to assassinate him. He considers that there aren't many people called Madam in Baskerville. She's probably behind this. The snake lunges, fangs bared. 2 snakes now coil above him, their red eyes gleaming. He realizes even the other children of the nursery could be massacred. The snakes strike with blinding speed. A strange sound emanates from the snake's throat. His eyes glow red as expected of Baskerville. A voice booms with murderous intent, promising to end someone with their own 2 hands. Serpentine forms writhe, their movements unnatural and menacing. A strange energy crackles around the crib, the air thick with an unseen force. The wooden bars of the crib stand as silent witnesses to the night's horrors. The next day, the sun rises on a scene of unspeakable horror. The staff of Baskerville Manor look on in shock, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. The people of Baskerville were horrified by what they saw. He slept peacefully, surrounded by the corpses of snakes, seemingly unharmed. That day, the nannies tasked with night watch were tortured and then executed. And in the end, the reason for the snake corpses wasn't discovered. Only one young hunting dog had seen the truth. A crimson eye, burning with an unsettling knowledge, pierces the darkness. After that, 8 years later, the world had changed. He stood among the other students, listening intently to the lecture. The instructor used a pointer to emphasize key points on the whiteboard, guiding the students through the stages. The instructor, with his glasses perched on his nose, continued to elaborate on the intricacies of sword mastery. The lecture continued. We will be learning about the stages of A. The stages were described. If they cannot imbue mana within their sword, they are a sword beginner. When the mana on their swords flows out in an aura, they are called a sword graduate. Finally, when the aura can solidify and can change form based on the will of the swordsman. The instructor stated that the best of Baskerville, Sir Hugo, is also a sword master. The students listened with rapt attention, their expressions a mix of awe and determination. He thought to himself that he had to recover all his strength from before he regressed before the coming-of-age ceremony. The instructor observed, young Master Beecher is deep in thought again. With the strength and body he obtained after being submerged in the river Styx for 7 minutes, and his incredible mind that can parse together 100 from one, he sat, legs crossed, lost in thought, his expression unreadable as he considered his path. How many years would it take, he wondered, to finally have the strength to kill Hugo? Elsewhere, 3 figures with blonde hair grinned, their red eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation. One of them moved with sudden force, striking out with a word. The blonde figures surrounded their target, a strange rumor hanging in the air. They spoke of a submersion in the river Styx, a trial survived against all odds. Another figure, shrouded in shadow, considered the situation, claiming to know these guys very well. The figure with red eyes recalled false accusations and betrayals, fueling a burning desire for revenge. Hugo Le Baskerville, they said, was nicknamed Trident. Highbrow Le Baskerville, Midbrow Le Baskerville, and Lowbrow Le Baskerville all shout the same threat, their faces contorted with malice. The 3 young Baskervilles continue their taunts, their expressions unwavering in their dislike. A disembodied voice muses on the future challenges these children will pose, suggesting a preemptive strike. He stares intently at the blade offered to him, his expression unreadable as he considers its edge. Lowbrow explains that prolonged exposure to the river Styx hardens the body, rendering it impervious to blades. The boy with the knife is asked if he understands that he won't die if stabbed, his hand gripping the knife tightly. Lowbrow calls out, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he anticipates the coming conflict. Lowbrow's expression is one of manic glee as he watches the dark-haired boy, a question mark hanging in the air. He is told that he lasted 7 minutes in the Styx, and is challenged to survive for at least 3. The dark-haired boy's eyes glow red, a sign of his growing power and resolve as he prepares for the trial. 1 minute later, one of the Baskerville triplets thinks that he will play along for a bit, not believing the legend is real. 3 minutes later, the Baskerville triplets are surprised that he is still holding strong. 10 minutes later, the Baskerville triplets' initial confidence begins to waver, their eyes wide with apprehension. Doubt creeps into their expressions as they stare, their mouths agape in a silent display of growing unease. One of the triplets clutches at Beecher, his voice trembling as he asks if what they are seeing is real. The triplets plead with Beecher, their bravado replaced by a desperate desire to escape the situation. Let him go, one begs. The sound of bones crunching echoes as the triplets' fear intensifies, their pleas becoming more frantic. One of the blonde triplets' eyes widen in terror as he witnesses something horrific, his face contorted in a silent scream. A piercing scream erupts as one of the triplets falls to the ground, overwhelmed by the unfolding horror. The remaining triplets stumble backward, their voices filled with disbelief and terror as they question what Beecher has become. Beecher's eyes glow with an ominous red light, his expression twisted into a chilling question. Why? A dark promise hangs in the air, a chilling reminder of a previous boast. Didn't you say you'd eat your hand? Despite their fear, the triplets attempt to maintain a facade of bravery, but their trembling voices betray their terror. The Baskerville triplets, cornered, felt a primal fear grip their hearts. One of them screamed in agony, clutching at the stump where his finger had been. The others try to calm him, suggesting they seek help to reattach the severed digit. A voice, laced with chilling authority, cut through their panicked retreat. The injured triplet, eyes blazing with fury, cursed his attacker. He spat out a taunt, reminding Beecher Van Baskerville that they were older. A glint of metal flashed as a knife clattered to the ground. Terror widened the eyes of the blonde triplet. Beecher's gaze was cold, his expression unreadable. Beecher declared that strength and talent made age irrelevant, proclaiming himself a Baskerville. The injured triplet screamed again, fear consuming him. A sinister smile spread across Beecher's face, his eyes glowing red as he invited them to play. The boy declared this to be the Baskerville clan. As long as one had the strength and talent, age didn't matter. Lobro Luke Baskerville is on the ground, screaming. A blade is pointed at him. Beecher Van Baskerville's eyes glowed red, his expression murderous. The young man's hand is shown, as he says, "Let's keep playing." Lobro's eyes widened in terror. The rumors were true. The blow lands, a brutal strike against the side of Lobro's face. The force of the punch sends Lobro flying backwards. The speed of the attack blurred the air. Mid-bro Luke Baskerville and another man stared in shock at Lobro, who lay bleeding on the ground. Monster! Lobro's face is shown in close-up, his eyes wide with fear. Beecher Van Baskerville stood, fists clenched, ready for more. He stood over Lobro, the fallen brother defeated at his feet. High-bro and mid-bro could only watch in terror, their faces contorted in fear. Beecher Van Baskerville told them not to be scared, that they could heal if treated in time. But he wasn't going to let them leave this room. The hunter's foot rested on his sword, the blade glinting ominously. Beecher offered to be generous and let one of them go. The brothers stammered, desperate to know which one would be spared. Their faces were bloodied and bruised, their eyes wide with terror. The young man stated that it was for them to decide. The sword clattered against the floor, a silent threat. Beecher's eyes glowed red as he told them not to wait too long to decide quickly. At least one of them should live, shouldn't they? The sound of a struggle echoes through the halls. The remaining Baskerville brothers are horrified, blood dripping from their faces. Their expressions are twisted in a mix of fear and pain. He stands victorious, his dark hair a stark contrast to the scene. And with that, the Baskervilles' trident crumbled among itself. Meanwhile, a report is being delivered in a dimly lit room. The clan head is informed of another clash with the Moore clan at the Ruby Mine. The Baskerville clan head butler, John Barrymore, learns that the Moore clan is claiming the Ruby Mine is within their territory. John Barrymore is told that there will be an opportunity to discuss it with them soon, and that the Moore clan will reach out first. John Barrymore is then asked if he has anything else to report, specifically about the midterm assessment at the Children's Castle. Hugo Le Baskerville sits in his chair, listening intently. He wonders if what he is hearing is true. The advisor asks when the practical exams are. Hugo replies that they start in 5 days. The advisor continues, stating that the Children's Castle Guardian Knights are on a trip to prepare for it, implying the castle is empty. The advisor states that there is something he must say about the Children's Castle. The advisor must say something about the Children's Castle. Hugo sits, listening to the advisor. The advisor mentions there was a rather big fight between the young masters recently. The advisor asks how many died. He clarifies that no one died, but young Master Highbro's teeth are completely damaged. Young Master Midbro's jaws have sunk in, a testament to the brutal fight. Master Lowbro's left index finger has been cut off, a permanent injury. The advisor explains that they have received treatment and recovered, but they have taken a lot of mental damage. He adds that it's because the person who turned those 3 brothers into that state was their younger brother. The person who turned those 3 brothers into that state was their younger brother. Of 1 year, the young master who placed 1 first in the written exam I just mentioned, young, he sat, hands clasped, considering the implications of the news. Beecher Van Baskerville listened intently, a slight smile playing on his lips. The clan head greeted Beecher, noting how much he had grown. Beecher confirmed that he was, indeed, the clan head. Beecher had heard that he crippled the triplets in the advanced class. The clan head clarified that he wasn't talking about their physical states, but how Beecher crippled their hearts. Since that day, the triplets had started eating separately and stopped talking to each other. Their 3-way combination attack was a work of art. Beecher simply smiled, saying nothing. The clan head asked Beecher if he thought he did something wrong. Beecher questioned what he did wrong. The accusation hung in the air as Hugo leaned forward, his gaze intense. Didn't you turn your older brothers into total wrecks? Beecher's eyes glowed red, a surge of power coursing through him. He thought to himself, but I'm stronger than them. A question echoed in his mind, a challenge to his own actions. How could someone who's strong make a mistake? Hugo stood with an older man, the man's words laced with a strange generosity. Your brothers came here before you arrived and generously forgave you. He pressed. Do you still feel no guilt? Beecher's expression softened, a flicker of vulnerability in his eyes. He asked, almost pleading, forgave me? A memory surfaced, a time before the regression. Beecher's mind drifted back, seeking answers in the past. The last child of a clan that had perished to the Baskerville clan came to meet Hugo directly. She, who had become a nun after all those years. She came to tell him that she forgave him. And after hearing that, Hugo responded by saying, the silhouette of the woman loomed, a symbol of forgiveness or perhaps something more sinister. Beecher's red eyes burned with conviction. He thought, I believe that forgiveness is nothing more than the sorry excuse of the weak who can't get revenge. The scene was bathed in red, a close-up of Beecher's face revealing a chilling determination. Hugo's face contorted into a cruel smile, his eyes gleaming with malice. He responded with a single, chilling word, honorable. He stood before the elder, the words echoing in his mind. Strength is justice. The clan head reminded him that it also meant being weak was a sin, calling him Barrymore. Hugo Le Baskerville confirmed that he understood the Baskerville clan's family motto well. The clan head instructed him to go to the food warehouse and give him whatever snacks he wanted. Hugo warned him not to get too greedy, only giving him as much as he could carry. Beecher, with a bright smile, asked if he could eat chocolate then, thanking the clan head. The boy turned and walked away, Hugo watching him go. He continued down the hall, his footsteps echoing. Hugo sat at his desk, thinking about the upcoming midterm assessment. Beecher's red eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. Hugo warned him not to lose to anyone in the main house. A sinister aura emanated from him, his eyes burning. The clan head's words hung in the air, a reminder of duty. A long hallway stretched into the distance, lined with shelves. The text described a chocolate for the young girls of the Moore clan. It was the highest quality product they had acquired. Hugo Le Baskerville stated that he didn't need anything processed this time, acquired with great difficulty. The chefs looked on, confused. He declared that he wanted cacao beans, a kind with a very strong flavor. One of the chefs asked if he was talking about the unprocessed beans, a question mark floating above his head. The man in the suit stood with a file in his hands, flanked by the chefs. A close-up revealed a cluster of dark red, almost bloody-looking beans. The text described these as bloody beans, a kind of cacao bean with an extremely strong flavor. He was told that just one bean would be enough to make 100 liters of chocolate. He ate the bitter beans raw, much to Hugo's disbelief. Hugo couldn't believe he was eating those bitter beans raw. Young Master Beecher held a small sack, a few beans already missing. He was taking the clan head's words into account by taking only as much as he could carry. So he came up with a method to eat as much chocolate as he could within those parameters. A chef asked if they should take the beans to his room after processing them. Beecher replied, "You don't." Beecher thought to himself that they needed to process them, just give them to him as is. Hugo wondered if Beecher just had a unique personality. Beecher didn't want the chocolates because he wanted to eat them. The purpose of these bloody beans would soon come up in a practical exam in 5 days. Beecher's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Meanwhile, on that day, a manic grin stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. The Baskerville clan, known throughout the world as the Berserker clan, held a fearsome reputation. Children born into the clan were subjected to a rigorous education program, designed to forge them into formidable warriors. Even after barely learning to walk, they were forced to climb steep mountains, a brutal exercise to build basic stamina. Rest was forbidden outside of designated times, pushing the young hounds to their absolute limits of endurance. At bedtime, they were forced to sleep alongside the corpses of demonic creatures, or even with living demonic infants. This was all to adapt them to the harsh environment they would face. This was the reason the Baskerville clan started being called the Berserker clan, a practical assessment, a survival exam. Once they turned 8 years old, the young hounds would face assessments with gruesome difficulties. The young hounds gathered at Mt. Loup Rouge, Et Le Noir, a mountain filled with demonic creatures captured at the borders of their territory. The young Baskerville hounds have arrived at their territory for a brutal assessment. The young masters stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the trials ahead. The contents of the practical assessment are simple, the instructor explains. The Baskerville clan instructor and guide dog is Pavlov Van Baskerville. The instructor's voice echoes, explaining that they must survive here for a month. They need to keep 2 things in mind, the instructor warns. Saving someone's life earns 30 points, but only if done without being heavily injured. Hunting down a demonic creature and surviving earns 70 points, the instructor continues. Meeting all the conditions stated beforehand will earn them 90 points. In addition, a badge has been handed to each person, the instructor notes. 0 points are awarded if they die, and there are no ways to get 100 points. The instructor advises that they do not leave the restricted area, lest they face immediate death. Pavlov and Baskerville advised the young hounds to remain within the zone containing the demonic creatures they had subjugated. Mt. Loup Rouge, Et Le Noir had many dangerous areas yet to be explored. Guide dogs, also known as guardian knights, would secretly score them during the exam period. Another student wondered if Beecher Van Baskerville was the one who remained submerged in the river Styx for 7 minutes. Rumors also swirled that he choked 2 venomous snakes to death in his cradle. It was also said that Beecher got full marks on his written test. Beecher Van Baskerville wondered if he would perform well in the practical assessment. He had to prove himself. Beecher hadn't been here in a while. The forest was dark and ominous. Beecher stood with the other young hounds, waiting for the signal to begin. Tension hung heavy in the air. Pavlov held a small bell. The bell would indicate the start of the assessment. Success was the only option. The bell hung, gleaming, ready to signal the start. A lone student ran through the forest, eager to get a head start. A monstrous presence lurked in the shadows, waiting for its prey. He knew he needed to find a strong position. The survival assessment had begun, and advantages would be key. Another student suggested a location from the previous year's exam. There were no rules stating that they had to survive alone. Two other students planned to follow someone, hoping to steal points. They launched themselves into the air. A blonde-haired student insisted on securing an area first. He snapped at another student not to order him around. Beecher declared that he would do well on his own. He told the blonde-haired student to focus on himself. Pavlov, standing amidst the trees, wondered if the exam had already begun. The forest was silent and still. A scarred character observed that the exam didn't encourage killing others. The rules seemed to favor a more strategic approach. It wasn't forbidden, but simply not encouraged. Since there were point deductions for killing, everyone would try their best to avoid killing others with their own hands. A student stood in a dark cavern, accompanied by two guide dogs. The dogs seemed alert, scanning the surroundings. Pavlov mused that the guide dogs, overlooking things, would probably ensure a certain level of safety. He seemed confident in their abilities. The authorities wanted deaths kept to a minimum. The exam was about survival and strategy, not outright elimination. A cloaked figure stood silently, observing the events unfold. Their intentions remained unknown. He noted that this area was near unexplored territory, as a cloaked figure watched from the shadows. The narration box described him as a genius, one who had shown excellent skills from infancy. Beecher Van Baskerville looked forward to what he would show him, a slight smile playing on his lips. He wondered if it was around here, the location he sought. The forest loomed, ancient trees reaching towards the sky. He thought this ground should be soft enough, suitable for his needs. Now that he decided where he'd be staying for the time being, he could proceed. The cloaked figure wondered if it was time for him to enjoy his vacation, as he watched Beecher Van Baskerville from afar. The cloaked figure's expression shifted, a hint of surprise in his eyes at the thought of a vacation. Beecher Van Baskerville carried a bundle of wood, perhaps for a fire. A flashback showed him in a fierce sword fight, blades clashing in a shower of sparks. He fought with a ferocity that belied his youth, his small frame a whirlwind of motion against the monstrous bear. The boy lay back, exhausted, the forest canopy a dizzying array of stars above him. A figure watched from the shadows, face obscured by a dark hood and a crimson mask. The cloaked figure observed, noting that all he's been doing is sleeping and digging a hole for several days, hunting for food and gathering firewood. The observer wondered if he was just planning on hiding here and killing time, the crackling fire a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. The cloaked figure considered if the rumors of him being a genius were just that, mere rumors. The figure decided there's probably no need for him to watch over him, if he's just going to hide. The young Beecher's expression shifted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Camping is a bit nostalgic, he thought, the flames dancing in his eyes. Two figures discussed the best way to remove gamey smells from meat, one insisting that cacao beans, especially concentrated bloody beans, were the key. He stares ahead, a faint glow reflecting in his red eyes. A distant explosion rocks the area, sending debris flying through the air. The hindrance is gone, a voice echoes in the aftermath. His preparations now complete, he stands amidst the aftermath of the explosion. He wonders if he should begin his hunt, the forest floor illuminated by a flickering light. The path ahead is treacherous, lined with sharp, jagged rocks. A few days later, a sign warns of danger, a skull and crossbones marking the entrance to a restricted area. Within an unexplored area, the air hangs heavy with an unnatural stillness. The hunter walks forward, his sword gleaming in the dim light of the forest. He thinks that beyond this point lies an area that hasn't been explored yet, though these parts were basically his backyard when he was a scout. A scorching scent stings his nose, the smell of dead, burnt roots filling the air as he continues deeper. He is sure that the thing's habitat is somewhere around here, the forest silent and still. He glanced upward, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. A pile of burning excrement blazed in the darkness, casting strange shadows. Only one demonic creature in these parts could produce such a thing. A clawed paw slammed down, the sound echoing through the trees. Beecher admitted he'd grown tired of them during his scout days, but seeing one now felt welcome. The demonic creature loomed, wreathed in hellfire. Hellhound! He stood his ground, facing the fiery beast. The hellhound roared, a sound that promised only death and destruction. Its eyes burned with infernal light, a terrifying visage of pure malice. The hellhound, a dog that carries hell in its mouth, brings disaster and certain death. The demonic creatures that consumed the hellfires of oil hell. Hellhounds. Before he regressed, he was only able to fight one by himself after he turned 18. He knew a head-on fight would be too much for his current 8-year-old self. However, he knew of a method that lets even children defeat a hellhound. He moved. The first weakness of a hellhound. The hellhound lunged. He prepared to strike. The hellhound lunges, bound by its inherent limitations. The demonic beast struggles to adapt to sudden shifts in direction. The hellhound's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise in its burning gaze. Beecher Van Baskerville knows the second weakness of a hellhound. Demonic creatures cannot cross water, no matter how little there is. He unleashes a torrent, exploiting their weakness. The hellhounds scatter, recoiling from the unexpected assault. They will approach, exposing their fatal weakness, their open mouths. A guttural growl echoes as the hellhound prepares to strike. Beecher Van Baskerville knows they open their mouths when they run. He prepares to exploit this opening. The hellhound lunges, and Beecher Van Baskerville is ready. His hand glows with power as he prepares to strike again. The hellhound rides, engulfed in searing flames. Its monstrous face contorts in agony, teeth bared in a silent scream. Confusion and pain register in the hellhound's burning eyes. He watches as the beast emits a pained whimper. The hellhound collapses, its body dissolving into a pool of viscous liquid. He realizes the hunting dog from hell can't beat chocolate. He draws his sword, the blade gleaming in the firelight. He stands over the fallen beast, knowing the place to target is somewhere weakened but not protected by the ribcage. That spot is its kidneys, and he strikes with deadly precision. It whimpered, a sound of defeat escaping the demonic creature's maw. His red eyes narrowed, focused on the task at hand. The blade gleamed, reflecting the light of the battlefield. With a final thrust, the sword pierced the creature's thick hide. A surge of energy erupted from the wound, a final, desperate cry. Killing a demonic creature bestows upon your body experience, or karma. Beecher stood, feeling the surge of power. That leads to the strengthening of your body, a tangible reward for his efforts. The short sword felt lighter now, an extension of his own will. He could feel the power coursing through him, invigorating and revitalizing. At this pace, he'd be able to regain the strength he once had before he became an adult. Beecher wondered what kind of face Hugo would make. When Hugo finds out an 8-year-old child hunted a demonic creature with a danger rating of B+. This should get him first place in the practical exam, Beecher thought with a smug grin. He had already decided on what reward he would ask for. Something he could only have dreamed about before he regressed. He would monopolize the object that nobody in this era knows the true value of. The massive creature took a step, its claws scraping against the stone floor. Beecher tilted his head, a flicker of curiosity in his red eyes. The demonic dog snarled, its teeth bared in a terrifying display. A guttural growl echoed through the chamber, vibrating with raw power. Because they heard this thing's screams, the demonic dogs descended. One of the demonic dogs spoke. "Are you guys going to avenge your colleague, or something?" The demonic dog's head tilted, its expression almost mocking. "How thoughtful of you." He braced himself, the air crackling with anticipation as the demonic dogs prepared to attack. Beecher gripped his sword, his red eyes gleaming with determination. "I had no intention of only hunting one in the first place. Come at me, I still have a lot." The remnants of the previous battle lingered, but something else was coming. 3 heads, wreathed in hellfire, emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. The boy's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Even the hellhounds seemed intimidated by the killing intent radiating from the mere child. Normally, hellhounds would rather die than submit to their prey, but these were different. Unless, Beecher stood his ground, facing the pack of hellhounds and a new threat. The silhouette of the 3-headed beast loomed, a dark omen against the purple-tinged sky. The sound of claws scraping against the stone echoed, a prelude to the coming battle. The Cerberus, a monstrous guardian, stood ready to defend its territory. A Cerberus? The thought echoed in the boy's mind, a realization of the danger he faced. A Cerberus is a demonic creature with a danger rating of A+. He knew this would be a difficult fight. Why is a creature that should be in the 7/4 ridge in the 1/1? He wondered how this could be possible. He paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he took in the scene. The Cerberus, a demonic beast of immense power, was bleeding. Looking closer, he noticed the arrow wounds covering the creature's body. Someone had been hunting the A+ ranked demonic creature, inflicting fatal wounds. Beecher realized the other side of the mountain was the barbarian tribe's area. The barbarian tribe must have chased it down all the way here. Beecher saw this as an opportunity. He knew he had to take it down, even if it meant using everything he had. Hiding his skills within the Baskerville clan, his mastery over the sword reached the stage of a high sword expert, and his mastery of the Baskerville 3/3 Fawn was unmatched. Beecher had already reached a level that other hounds would only reach during adulthood. He prepared to strike. He focuses his energy, a swirling vortex of power gathering around his blade. The Cerberus looms, its 3 heads a nightmarish visage of teeth and shadow. He tenses, muscles coiled, ready to unleash the pent-up force. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power as he prepares to strike. The Cerberus remains in his sights, the wounded beast a tempting target. He moves with purpose, the swirling energy a testament to his resolve. The Cerberus, massive and wounded, awaits the coming blow. Beecher steels himself, determination burning in his red eyes. I can do this. He knows it's possible to win, especially against an injured Cerberus. Before regressing, throughout the war against the demons, Beecher's sword techniques had been polished to the point where there were no unnecessary movements when killing the opponent. On top of that, he had a body that had been strengthened by the river Styx. The weapons Beecher had were more than enough to deal damage to the injured Cerberus. The Cerberus lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. No! The air crackles with unseen force. He raises his guard, bracing for the inevitable impact. A moment's carelessness led to a window the Cerberus capitalized on to use its claws. The Cerberus's claws tear through the air, a blur of motion and deadly intent. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. He cries out, the impact jarring him to his core. The sound of the attack echoes. Blood splatters from his mouth, a grim testament to the Cerberus's power. Cerberus, danger level A+. Nicknamed Hell's Watchdog, it resides in the deepest part of Dill Hell. A monstrous, three-headed dog, wreathed in dark energy, stood ready to strike. He was sent flying, the force of the blow staggering. A strangled cry escaped his lips as the world spun. Okay. Blood dribbled from his mouth, a grim testament to the brutal attack. Vision fading, he struggled to maintain consciousness. His eyes widened in pain and shock. Darkness closed in. He lost consciousness. The three-headed dog loomed over him, the last thing he saw before oblivion. His entire left arm throbbed with pain, a searing ache that threatened to overwhelm him. Had the limb been torn off completely? He wondered, fear creeping in his thoughts. He glanced down at his arm, the sleeve of his uniform torn away to reveal a bloody mess. The Cerberus, though wounded, still posed a significant threat, the hunter realized with grim acceptance. The three-headed beast radiated power, crackling with dark energy from the river Styx. The power of the Styx was undeniable, a force to be reckoned with, even for a seasoned warrior. He steeled himself, preparing for another onslaught from the monstrous hound. Despite the damage he had sustained, Beecher's eyes burned with determination. He would not fall here. The situation was dire, the odds stacked against him, but the veteran hunter refused to yield. Even in such a desperate situation, a veteran hunter always looked for the best course forward, he reminded himself. The Cerberus glared, its multiple eyes burning with malevolent intent, ready to strike again. He knew the 36 stratagem was his only option, retreat. The Cerberus loomed, a monstrous obstacle in his path. Adrenaline surged as he pushed himself forward, every step a desperate attempt to widen the gap. The Cerberus remained in pursuit. If not for the injury on its side, it would have already caught and torn him apart. He thought he would need to thank the barbarians from over the mountains. Beyond the steel fence was outside the boundary. The sound of the Cerberus's approach echoed behind him, spurring him to move faster. He knew he would succeed if he could only reach that place he had prepared. The thought fueled his desperate flight. The Cerberus was getting closer. If he was caught before reaching his destination, he knew he was dead. The thought echoed in his mind. I'm dead. The Cerberus was closing in, its presence a suffocating weight. The Cerberus's multiple heads snarled, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger as it gained ground. He pushed onward, the sound of the Cerberus's pursuit a constant reminder of the danger nipping at his heels. The environment blurred as he sprinted, his focus solely on reaching his destination, his sanctuary. Where is it? He thought. It should be near here. Desperation clawed at him as he scanned the surroundings. He pressed on, his breath ragged as he sprinted through the darkness. The destination was in sight, a clearing amidst the dense, gnarled trees. He grit his teeth, urging himself forward with every ounce of his will. His hand trembled as he reached out, needing to go just a little further. The Cerberus loomed closer, its shadowy form a terrifying presence behind him. He pushed himself, legs burning, lungs screaming for air, to reach his goal. Now, he stomped down, activating the trap he had prepared. The Cerberus lunged, its jaws crackling with dark energy. The ground gave way beneath him, sending him tumbling downwards. A deafening roar echoed as the trap sprung, but it was too late. He looked up, his eyes widening in terror as the Cerberus descended upon him. Massive claws crashed down, obliterating the ground where he had stood moments before. He is met with a monstrous surprise. A three-headed Cerberus appears, crackling with ominous energy. The impact sent a shockwave through the cradle of swords, the force of the blow immense. The force of the Cerberus's attack sends Beecher flying backwards, crashing against the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Beecher struggles to regain his composure, sweat beading on his brow. The Cerberus's voice booms, echoing through the chamber. Welcome to the cradle of swords, Cerberus, it proclaims. Its massive paw slams down, shaking the very foundations of the Cradle of Swords. Beecher wonders who could have known that the trap he prepared to use against the Hellhound pack would be needed here. He reflects on the irony that his carefully laid plans to catch Cerberus might actually be put to the test. Beecher recalls the bloody bean extract he coated on the spearheads, hoping it will act as a potent poison. The Cerberus snarls, its multiple jaws dripping with a viscous, green substance. Clutching his spear, Beecher realizes that this is still a high-ranking demonic creature, as it's not going down in one hit. Another strike sends him hurtling through the air once more, the battle far from over. The monstrous form hurtles forward, a blur of claws and teeth against the night. Its massive paws pound the earth, each step a tremor in the shadowed arena. A guttural roar rips through the air, promising violence and destruction. From below, a voice echoes, counting down the inevitable moment. He steels his resolve, his red eyes fixed on the approaching horror. The monster looms, its shadow falling over him as he continues the countdown. Its claws drip with a dark substance, ready to tear through flesh and bone. The countdown continues, each number a step closer to the unknown. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth eager to rend and devour. He faces the beast head-on, his voice unwavering despite the impending danger. The monster lunges, its attack imminent as the final number is uttered. He grits his teeth, the battle having clearly taken its toll. 7 steps away from the beast, Beecher confirms the rumors were true. The Cerberus lies still, its massive form now lifeless. A spear lies discarded near the corpse, glinting faintly in the dim light. The text explains that it's difficult to walk 7 steps when bitten once by a spear tipped with Bloody Mamba's poisoned fawn. He recalls stashing the spear away when he was younger. He senses the energy of Cerberus, noting that all 3 heads finally died. Beecher's hand glows with power as he considers his next move. He wonders how he's going to take the Cerberus with him. The cause of Cerberus's death will be clear, and the Guardian Knight will testify for him. Before that, Beecher realizes he has something he needs to do, as Cerberus is a gatekeeper type. The text explains that the monster has a habit of protecting its territory, and there is definitely a dungeon near here that it was defending. A strange space, promising treasure, yet haunted by demonic creatures. He considers the high probability that the dungeon is empty. If he covers himself with Cerberus's scent, he might avoid confrontation. Dry earth, decaying leaves, and damp roots mark the path. He resolves to follow these traces back to the Cerberus's lair. The path descends, leading deeper into the unknown. Footsteps echo in the silence as he continues onward. A voice echoes, confirming that this is the dungeon. Cerberus was indeed within this place. He remembers coming here before he regressed, recalling that it would be discovered in 10 years. But now, something feels different about this place. Covered by the smell of decay, he can sense the scent of mana. The dungeon air hung thick and heavy, untouched for an age. He observed the depths, realizing this place was far more extensive than he initially believed. Beecher's red eyes glowed with anticipation, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The support looked forward to whatever treasure awaited him in the depths of the dungeon. The path ahead stretched into the darkness, promising both danger and reward. The entrance loomed, a dark maw in the earth, promising unknown dangers within. He stepped across the threshold, leaving the familiar world behind. Ruby veins pulsed along the walls, hinting at a connection to the Red Fong Mountain. A sudden, intense light flooded the cavern, catching him completely off guard. The source, a blinding crimson glow emanating from deep within the dungeon's heart. He shielded his eyes, the sheer brilliance threatening to overwhelm him. The light seemed to press in, a tangible force against his very being. The intensity proved too much. He collapsed, vision swimming. At the center of the dungeon, a massive ruby pulsed with raw magical energy. It was a contraption, he realized, absorbing mana and converting it into pure light. He stood before a large ruby, its facets catching the light. He scanned the chamber, his red eyes reflecting the gem's glow. A skeleton sat slumped against a wall, its bones scattered amongst debris. Examining the remains, he noted the injuries, hacked away by a wildly swung knife. The blood had long since dried brown. It seemed quite some time had passed since the skeleton met its end. The skeleton's empty eye sockets stared blankly ahead, a silent testament to a violent death. A nearby inscription declared that his name didn't matter, so he would call himself Cain. He held a pure, white sheet of paper, stating he saw no reason to stain it with his real name. The penmanship had been handed down in the Baskerville clan for generations. Did that mean this guy was also a Baskerville? A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes seemed to be recording a message for those who came after, warning them not to make the same mistakes. Household legends said this place was an ancient dungeon, a place of trials and tribulations. The shadowy figure continued, explaining that his younger brother, Abel, stumbled upon it, and together they overcame trials as they raided the dungeon. Having slain countless monsters to reach this stone chamber, they had encountered the ultimate riddle. And this riddle had kept them trapped here for what felt like an eternity. Whole years had passed, 3 years to be exact, since they first encountered the riddle. He surmised that they must have coveted the treasures within that badly. Beecher realized this ultimate riddle must be somewhere within this stone chamber. Is this it? He wondered, gazing at the glowing object ahead. The source of the glow was a large, multifaceted crystal resting on a pedestal. An inscription nearby read, "What entered was once one, but within has become two. Only as one may they leave." With this dismal riddle standing between his younger brother and himself, they pondered for a long time. At a single conclusion, they realized they were twins, conceived in their mother's womb. They were once one, but by the time they were born, they had been split in two. Hence, to leave this dungeon with what they wished for, they must both become one again. That meant, he stood in the chamber, the echoes of a past decision reverberating around him. Two swords lay poised, reflecting the stark reality of a battle fought long ago. Only one could leave with what they coveted, a prize stained with blood. The crimson stain spread, a visual testament to the irreversible act. In the end, after a long and intense battle, the brothers clashed in a deadly embrace. That of the battle, he killed his brother. Now only one person remains in the stone chamber. But even now, nothing has changed within this chamber, the weight of his actions still present. The two of them have now definitely been made one. In the end, after a long and intense battle, he still can't obtain anything. He lamented, "I killed my younger brother. I murdered him." A lone figure walked away, leaving the chamber behind. After an eternity of regret, he decided to leave this place, hoping to impart a warning to any brave descendants who might come here. A chilling warning echoes through the stone chamber. Leave this place immediately. The inscription speaks of madness and greed, claiming there is nothing to gain in this demonic cave. Beecher wonders if overcoming everything to get here was for naught, if there's no reward to be found. He considers that even though he is not a twin, the riddle might still hold a clue. The same riddle persists, leading him to believe Cain and Abel misinterpreted its meaning. The riddle speaks of something entering as one, becoming two within, and leaving only as one. What could it mean? A chilling thought surfaces. A dungeon that cannot be raided does not exist. Skeletal remains litter the dungeon, a silent testament to those who came before. Beecher, surrounded by skeletons, voices his confusion, seeking clarity in the cryptic messages. The skeletal face seems to mock him, a grim reminder of the dungeon's deadly nature. Bones and debris form the very structure of this place, a macabre architecture of death. Beecher realizes the truth, a sinister understanding dawning in his eyes. So that's what it was. Cain and Abel, the text declared, were destined for misfortune as brothers. Because there were two of them, they were stuck in their fate, the inscription seemed to imply. He observed that the dark tunnel contrasted sharply with the bright stone chamber. The answer to the riddle, it seemed, was within the dungeon itself. When they entered, they were one within the pitch-black tunnel, the text explained. So, the text continued, if it becomes dark again. The ruby shattered, its fragments scattering like crimson rain. The final stage of the stone chamber, the inscription declared, should be unlocked. He realized the answer was a shadow. The ruby continued to break apart, its essence fading. The shattered pieces fell, revealing a deeper, darker space below. A resonant hum filled the chamber. A strange, red energy pulsed through the chamber. The source remained unseen, hidden in the depths. He grinned, a realization dawning on his face. So this was it. The text above spoke of brothers killing each other over something. A demonic relic stood on a pedestal, bathed in the crimson light. The relic resembled a sword, its blade adorned with sinister designs. Runes glowed, declaring that only the Baskerville clan could draw Beelzebub. More of the glowing runes covered the walls of the chamber. Beecher exclaimed, recognizing the weapon. That's Beelzebub. He remembered seeing it in an illustration from his past life. The fly of gluttony, Beelzebub, was now before him. In ancient myths, unprecedented great demons invaded the continent, bringing chaos and destruction. These were the tales of the demons who threatened to consume all. Among them, terrible constellations of demonic power emerged, each a calamity unto itself. There were the 7 calamities, the demon constellations, each a unique horror. To stop the 7 calamities, the leaders of the 7 great clans stepped up, facing each demon constellation. At that time, the demon that the Baskerville clans had faced was a being of immense power. The fly of gluttony, Beelzebub, a name whispered in terror. And the demonic energy that Beelzebub spewed forth was a harbinger of destruction. This demonic presence caused the monsters to gather, drawn to its immense power. Or at least, that was how the legend went, but no one currently believes it. However, that legend was actually true. And in the future, This sword falls into the hands of the demons, bringing death to innumerable humans on the battlefield. He declares that won't happen, his red eyes burning with resolve. The power surges, a crimson light engulfing the wielder's hand. He thinks this power will be his. He stands amidst this swirling energy, the sword's presence palpable. The air crackles with unseen force. The energy intensifies, the very ground seeming to vibrate with the sword's dark power. The air grows heavy. A pained grunt escapes him as the sword's energy courses through his body. It is a struggle to maintain control. Tendrils of dark energy erupt from the sword, reaching out like grasping claws. The power threatens to overwhelm him. The sword's power manifests violently, tearing at his hand. Dark energy seeps into his flesh, a painful intrusion. The wound on his hand deepens, the dark energy spreading like a creeping vine. He grits his teeth against the agony. His face contorts in pain, eyes wide with the effort to control the demonic blade. The struggle is immense. The dark energy intensifies, swirling around him like a malevolent aura. The sword pulses with raw power. He notes that the sword is made from the remains of a demon constellation. The implications of such a weapon are vast. He realizes that obtaining Beelzebub was quite the unexpected windfall. The sword's power is immense and terrifying. He wonders how much stronger he can become in this life. The sword's power offers a tantalizing glimpse of potential. He grips the demonic sword, its crimson energy pulsing around him. His red eyes glow with newfound power. The blade hums with dark energy, a promise of destruction etched into its very form. He smirks, a dangerous glint in his eye. He is looking forward to what comes next. He considered his options, finding nothing more of value in his current location. Should he turn back now, or press onward into the unknown? He paused, his back to the unseen path ahead. A strange feeling began to creep into his awareness, a subtle shift in his perception. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and his body was beginning to react. He stood, rigid, as an unfamiliar pressure built within him. His senses strained, trying to pinpoint the source of the growing unease. A low grumble emanated from his stomach, a primal sound that echoed the turmoil within. His body demanded something, and it demanded it now. He stumbled, his vision blurring as dizziness washed over him. Was this merely fatigue, or something far more sinister? No, this was hunger. A buzzing sensation erupted in his hands, veins pulsing with an unnatural light. The hunger intensified, a ravenous beast clawing at his insides. A voice echoed in his mind, alien and demanding. Was it the sword, urging him to feed it something, anything, to quell its insatiable appetite? He looked around, desperate, his gaze falling upon the dark, overgrown tunnel. The air thrummed with an unseen energy, a promise of sustenance. The insane appetite made his stomach feel like it was tearing apart. Every fiber of his being screamed for release, for satisfaction, for anything to end the torment. His sense of smell heightened, becoming almost unbearable. Something in the air, something nearby, smelled delicious, drawing him in with irresistible force. He stopped, a sudden jolt of awareness shooting through him. A strange energy pulsed around him, a crimson haze in the air. His hand glowed with the same red light. Beecher wondered, "Are you telling me there's something to eat over there?" Lying before him was a massive, lifeless form. Isn't this the Hellhound? The Hellhound's corpse seemed familiar. Had he killed it before? The red energy intensified around his hand, almost eagerly. A strange sensation washed over him. The blood coming in through Beelzebub makes it feel. Beecher stared at the corpse, a grim realization dawning. I guess it starved for a long time. The text spoke of withering trees and dry land, all caused by Beelzebub's insane hunger. He gazed into the dark forest, a chilling thought forming. How much would he have to feed it to sate it? The red energy around his hand buzzed, a palpable hunger emanating from it. A wave of crimson energy exploded outward. Beelzebub's gluttonous fly had one slot filled, hemorrhage, taken from the Hellhound. He wondered if this was Beelzebub's unique skill, the one he had heard so much about. The power seemed to emanate from his very being, a dark energy swirling around him. The ability could turn opponents' power into his own, or so he had been told. It could absorb a limitless amount of skills, but those who had their abilities absorbed were utterly destroyed. Since it was a corpse, he guessed 3 was the maximum amount of skills he could absorb. The Hellhound's hemorrhage skill was already in place. He realized he could steal skills, a dangerous and tempting prospect. His eyes widened at the possibilities, a mix of fear and excitement swirling within him. The dead Hellhound lay before him, its power now a potential tool in his arsenal. A sudden surge of energy coursed through him, a warning he couldn't ignore. He felt the power building, a dangerous force ready to be unleashed. He knew he couldn't let it eat everything. Explaining the damage would be difficult. The demonic creature, Cerberus, loomed, its jaws ready to devour whatever lay before it. The boy's expression hardened, a resolve forming in his red eyes. He shouted, commanding the beast to halt its ravenous consumption. Energy crackled around his wrist, a sign of the power he now wielded. A mental buzz confirmed the skills available: Incinerate Cerberus, Hemorrhage Hellhound, and Rapid Regeneration. He wondered if the creature possessed rapid regeneration. Had Cerberus also consumed the brown rat corpse hidden beneath it? Beecher smiled, holding the small Cerberus corpse, knowing the Incinerate skill was a huge harvest. He considered that being burned alive was one of the worst ways to die, far fouler than a Hellhound's hemorrhage. He had already finished preparing the demonic creature for the practical exam. He wondered if he should just relax until the assessment was over. The young hounds of Baskerville returned, their practical assessment now complete, the trials having forged them anew. Meanwhile, the evaluation followed, the spoils of the hunt laid bare for all to see, a testament to their skills. And the corpses of those demonic creatures that the young hounds caught were about to be repurposed. One of those demonic creature corpses that a young hound brought during his exam shocked the Baskervilles who were there, the implications of the hunt rippling through the clan. A man with long dark hair and a trimmed beard leaned forward, his brow furrowed with concern. Who caught what? Young Master Beecher Van Baskerville, who is 8 years old, accidentally crossed into the unexplored area. During his exam, the man with glasses oversaw the proceedings, his expression unreadable as he watched Beecher. The man with long dark hair asked, "Are you talking about the same Cerberus that's a high-rating demonic creature?" He continued, "I was notified that it had already been injured from the barbarian tribes and had been poisoned." The man with glasses turned away, his voice laced with concern. What kind of poison is strong enough to take down a Cerberus? And where the hell did he get that? He listens as the older man with glasses explains that he tried to ask the young master something. The man with long hair thinks to himself that the brat is already so sly, chuckling softly. The older man believes that knowledge is power, and power is one's worth, surprising the man with long hair. The older man states that he can't believe such talent came from a young master with a Van name, not La. The man with long hair says he is different from the previous clan heads and doesn't care about bloodline when he raises a hunting dog. The man with long hair continues, saying it doesn't matter to him whether it's from a royal family or a prostitute. The older man says that even weaklings can come from good bloodlines, asking if the other man understands. The older man wonders if he is being conscious of his second son in secluded training, as a tear falls from his eye. A close-up shows the older man's glasses, reflecting the light. The older man thinks it's fine, but he needs something to lift his mood. Elsewhere, the older man decides that he shall call young Master Beecher. Beecher stands, a slight smile playing on his lips. He is informed that he killed a Cerberus during the practical exam. The man with the beard looks on, awaiting an explanation. When asked how he managed it, he matter-of-factly states that he fed it chocolate. The older man with glasses confirms that chocolate is practically a deadly poison to dog-type demonic creatures. He asks if that's why he requested chocolate. The man with the beard wonders what a talk between a father and son should look like. The older man with glasses points out that he didn't answer properly when asked about the specifics of his hunt. He retorts that it was because the man with the beard isn't his master. He continues, stating that since he is a member of the clan head is his master, so who else could it be? The man with the beard says that he has learned something. As a reward, he will receive the corpse of the demonic creature. He is told that his catch will be given solely to him, and since he placed first in the practical exam, he will be granted a wish. He gazed upward, a steely glint in his red eyes. Beecher had been waiting for this moment. With this opportunity, he thought he would finally be able to obtain everything he desired. Two men stood before a grand staircase, discussing the library. One expressed his desire to enter the 10,000-book library. The 10,000-book library, a massive collection nestled deep within the Baskerville clan's main castle. This library, it was said, was one of the largest and most comprehensive in the entire empire. A man's crimson eyes narrowed, a thought crossing his mind. Only the clan head and vice-clan head were permitted entry. Beecher considered the implications. If it was something forbidden, he would simply give up on it. But then he thought there was no other choice but to sneak in. He would find a way. A woman's voice echoed, stating that he could enter. Her tone was laced with intrigue. The man continued, explaining that in the deepest parts of the 10,000-book library, he wanted him to read Baskerville Swordsmanship, 6th 4th Fong. The words hung in the air. Baskerville Swordsmanship, 6th 4th Fong? The implications were significant. The man questioned Hugo's decision. Was he truly permitting an illegitimate child to read the 6th 4th Fong? He considers the implications, knowing there has never been an illegitimate child of Van to read beyond the 4/4 Fong. He tries to remain calm, reminding himself that it's only the 6th 4th Fong, while Hugo is currently only at the 7/4. Before his regression, the sword loomed large in his life, a symbol of power and destiny. The memory of the scorn he received as an illegitimate child still stings, fueling his ambition. He vows that in this life, he will surpass Hugo, no matter the cost or the obstacles in his path. The swordsmanship scripture, containing Baskerville's true, pure essence, was discovered later in his past life. He wonders who will be the one to give that swordsmanship scripture to him, setting the stage for future events. Hugo Le Baskerville, with a sinister smile, declares that he will be the one handing it over, looking forward to it. A voice wishes him good luck, adding a layer of mystery and anticipation to the unfolding events. The bowl-cut boy's red eyes glow with determination, a silent promise of the challenges to come. Two guards stood silently before the massive doors, their expressions unreadable as they watched the approaching figure. The polished stone floor reflected the dim light, each step echoing softly in the vast space. He gazed up at the chandelier, its intricate design a testament to the wealth and power of the Baskerville clan. This was the first time he was seeing it in person. The library stretched before him, rows upon rows of ancient tomes promising forbidden knowledge. His fingers traced the spines of the books, each title a whisper of forgotten lore. Severing incisor swordsmanship, crushing molar swordsmanship, stabbing canine swordsmanship. He recalled the clan's policy. In the Baskerville clan, no matter how much mana an illegitimate child has, they're not allowed to learn a swordsmanship above 4/4 fawn. The pawns meant to become hunting dogs can't bare their fangs to direct descendants that will become the masters. A chain box sat on a pedestal, its contents a mystery. Was this it? He thought that Hugo would suggest a 6/4 fawn swordsmanship to him. Beecher Van Baskerville realized he could never have dreamed of it in a million years prior to his regression. Well, he was sure that Hugo allowed it. The heavy lock on the chain box gleamed, a testament to its importance. It was secure because someone thought it'd be impossible for an 8-year-old to memorize it in a day. Hugo Le Baskerville reflected on his past. Before his regression, he had studied the theory behind the 1st to 4th fawn swordsmanship like a madman. It had reached the point that he started to correctly guess the theory behind the 5th fawn, which he was never taught. After drawing the 4th fawn, he had to snap the flow of mana once. Baskerville swordsmanship, a legacy etched in crimson and steel, defined by fangs. Every level is defined by fangs, so level 1 is 1 fawn, level 2 is 2 fangs. It's characterized by the crimson sword aura expelled while you draw the fangs. Hugo Le Baskerville smirked, declaring that he didn't care about the 6th fawn. He had a different goal for coming here today, a purpose beyond the clan's expectations. What he desired was an even higher level. One of the Baskerville clan members questioned, Young Master Beecher? The other clan member asked if he was already leaving. The swordsmanship scriptures were deeper in. If he was leaving to go grab something he forgot, they'd go get it for him. Beecher Van Baskerville stated that he was done with his business here. The clan members were surprised. They told him that he could read more before leaving. He announced his intention to skim through other scriptures before leaving. The others could ignore him and get to work. Beecher turned and walked away, deeper into the library's winding stacks. The clan members whispered amongst themselves. One thought there should be nothing but miscellaneous scriptures over there. The other would be reading the scriptures deep inside, if it were him. Beecher considered their words, lost in thought as he continued his search. Hugo responded to Beecher's departure with a dismissive, "Whatever you guys want." A voice echoed in Beecher's mind, stating there was no way he would know. He recalled the words, that between these dusty, miscellaneous scriptures, a treasure was hidden. Beecher continued his search through the library, determined to find what he was looking for. He paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he looked at the books. A triumphant declaration. Found it. Before him lay a document covered in strange symbols, bearing the words lurking embedded teeth. Beecher was sure of it, embedded teeth. He held the scripture, its pages worn and thin, a relic of a forgotten age within the Baskerville library. It was a basic scripture for the 1/1 fawn, deemed too simple even for the Baskerville children, its true value lost to time. Classified as part of the lowly miscellaneous category, it was easily overlooked, but he knew the true value of this book. A strange light flickered in his eyes, a hint of understanding, or perhaps a touch of madness. Before his regression, the Hound unit he was a part of found a strange relic inside the dungeon. The dungeon was on the border of Mt. Loup Rouge et Lenoir, and the relic was a piece of swordsmanship. A single, torn-out page, a fragment of forgotten knowledge, lay within the ancient scripture. The page was from a swordsmanship scripture, written in Baskerville handwriting, a testament to the clan's martial prowess. Noticing that something seemed off about this, Hugo had people search through the entirety of the 10,000-book library. He continued to read this scripture, unaware of the turmoil it was about to unleash. The scripture, personally written by an ancestral Baskerville, detailed the method on how to reach Baskerville 10/4 fawn. Losing his mind over the thought of the 10/4 fawn, Hugo unleashed the hounds, his fury knowing no bounds. He was searching for the whereabouts of the remaining 6 pages, surrounded by shadowy figures. After countless hounds were sacrificed, he continued his grim work, undeterred by the cost. The remaining pages had been offered to Hugo, fueling his ascent. An old man with glowing red eyes gives a simple acknowledgement. Good job. The old man's face is weathered, his gaze intense and unwavering. Meanwhile, Beecher Van Baskerville, red-eyed and frustrated, thinks to himself, what a stupid life. The reason he never got to see the source text was now irrelevant. The first step of the 10th Fong was similar in essence to the first. He mused, reading the text. Most would see this book as nonsense. But the moment the torn pages were put in their rightful place, something would happen. Hugo's eyes widened, a spark of understanding igniting within them. The content, seemingly pretentious fabrications, turned into a puzzle depicting an epic painting. Before his regression, he was at the level of 4/4 Fong. He would become as strong as he was before his regression, before he turned 15. Outside, the sky was dark, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. The window offered a glimpse of the night, a silent observer to his ambition. The staircase stretched upwards, a path to greater power. Hugo continued to read, his brow furrowed in concentration as he absorbed the ancient knowledge. He closed the book with a soft thud. That should be enough. He looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Did he focus all day? He had memorized the book so thoroughly that he could recite it backwards. The antagonist stood in the library, a sense of unease washing over him. Hugo didn't sense the presence of the Guardian Knights. Hugo mused that he might be unable to draw 10 fangs with the body of a child, but he might be able to reach the 5th Fong now. It was something he couldn't reach in his past life. A spectral figure stood before him, bathed in ethereal light. Power began to surge around Hugo, the air crackling with energy. Crimson energy emanated from his hand, a sign of the power he was about to unleash. The energy intensified, forming a visible aura around him. The surge of power distorted the air around Hugo as he began to draw on his abilities. A voice echoed, declaring, Baskerville 1, 1st Fong. The manifestation continued, the voice proclaiming, 2, 2nd Fong. The power reached a crescendo as the voice announced, 3, 3rd Fong. The words 4, 4th Fong materialize amidst a surge of raw power. He is enveloped in a blinding aura, his form barely visible within the light. Hugo's eyes glow with an intense, crimson light, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He reflects on his previous life, a life he considered shabby and undesirable. He recalls obtaining the highest-ranked graduate aura after years of relentless effort. Hugo remembers being looked down upon by the main house, unable to learn a swordsmanship fit for him. The only reason he couldn't reach the 5/4 Fong or higher, he thinks, is because he was an illegitimate child. Hugo vehemently rejects the idea of living such a life over again, his eyes burning with determination. A spectral figure materializes, its form radiating a powerful, ethereal glow. The glowing figure stands tall, its expression unreadable, as if observing Hugo's transformation. Elsewhere, an older man with piercing eyes watches with a stern, knowing gaze. The older man's expression remains unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. An aged face, etched with lines of experience, is bisected by crimson energy. Power crackles, the air thick with unseen forces. The crimson energy intensifies, coalescing into a tangible presence. Red light flares in his eyes, a manic energy coursing through him. His hand, bathed in crimson light, clenches into a fist. Hugo strides forward, leaving a trail of crimson energy in his wake. He pauses, considering his power. It's a bit lacking, he thinks. He examines his hand, flexing his fingers. Hugo managed to draw the 5th Fong. A surge of power emanates from Hugo, his expression a mix of determination and frustration. A warm feeling rose from Beecher's heart, making him almost choke. He wanted to cry tears of joy at Hugo reaching the 5th Fong. Hugo looks around the room, his eyes scanning the shelves. Are there no swords nearby? In the entire history of Baskerville, this moment was unique. The young hound's fangs were growing at an alarming rate, far surpassing anyone else's, and they were all aimed directly at his master's throat. The power level of swordsmanship was directly correlated to the number of fangs a Baskerville possessed. A First Circle magician was a low-rank sword expert and possessed the Baskerville 1st Fong. He succeeded in drawing the 5th Fong, a significant milestone in his training. The protagonist's mana is growing steadily, fueled by a whole dimension through enlightenment. The level he reached when he was 30 before regressing, he can now reach at only age 8. As the gaseous aura turns into liquid form, the protagonist's power intensifies. He has also obtained a swordsmanship greater than the one he wielded before he regressed. The protagonist reflects on how the knowledge he learned before would allow him to become stronger faster. Compared to the lurking embedded teeth, he felt a surge of confidence. It was a perfect swordsmanship, fusing both offense and defense, with no limit to its growth. Hugo Le Baskerville considered his odds. He'd have a 100% chance of success if it was an assassination. The problem, Hugo mused, came with how much he should reveal to Hugo Le Baskerville. The antagonist sat at his desk, a smug expression on his face as he plotted his next move. Hugo would have to plant a sufficient level of expectation in him, he thought, his hand reaching into his pocket. So that he could continue to drain benefits from him. Hugo reasoned, his eyes gleaming with ambition. A faint glow emanated from a stone tablet, the air thick with anticipation. Meanwhile, Hugo grinned, his red eyes gleaming with a sinister intent. With this, the chance that Hugo would succeed was all but assured. And his hunting dogs reaching 10th tooth were gone for good, except for him, that is. A character recoiled, exclaiming, what is this smell? He stood in the hallway, illuminated by the window behind him, as two servants approached. Young Master Beecher looked distraught. He admitted he'd been careless with a magnifying glass, burning a book. Beecher declared that if he needed to report the incident, he would tell the butler himself. One of the servants reassured Beecher that it was their fault for not taking better care of him. The servant expressed relief that it was just random books that had burned. The other servant agreed, stating that they were all miscellaneous items anyway. One of the servants wondered if they should be paying attention to such a small problem, given the conflict with the Moore clan over the ruby mine. He considered that this one might be different. One of the servants suggested they treat it as if it never happened, if the young master could look past it. The other servant agreed, suggesting they keep it a secret between them and apologize for taking up his time. The servants bowed as Beecher walked away, agreeing with each other. One of the servants remarked that young Master Beecher was a good person, considering his servants' perspectives. A voice mused about the young man, considering him respectable. Beecher's expression was unreadable, his red eyes gleaming. He remained silent, his uniform pristine. The hallway stretched long and empty, lit by a warm glow. The man with glasses inquired, curious if he had an enlightenment. Beecher stood before them, listening intently. The man with long hair smirked, answering that he had, a little bit. The man with glasses pressed him, asking what he felt and realized inside the library. He paused, considering the question. Something warm. He elaborated, describing it as sharp, soft, and wave-like. The man with glasses listened intently, while the man with long hair seemed to consider something. He wondered if it could be aura. Aura, proof that one has truly entered the world of the sword. Even prodigies who train without rest had to be at least 15 years old to enter. The realm of low-rank sword expert. Beecher wondered what he was thinking. Hugo thought to himself that he's only an 8-year-old child. Beecher, smiling, asked if he could show his father what that is. He seemed confident. A sprawling structure dominated the landscape. The buildings stretched into the distance. A group of people murmured amongst themselves. Beecher stood ready, his eyes glowing red. The sound of steel echoed as a sword was drawn. Two men discussed how to test the young master's skill. A guttural growl echoes through the chamber, hinting at something monstrous. The unseen captor admits to starving the beast, making it more sensitive. He stands alone in the arena, sword in hand, awaiting his trial. Bound in heavy chains, a hulking orc is dragged into the light. The beast strains against its bonds, a terrifying sound ripping through the air. The orc's red eyes glow with malice, its danger rating a star C. Two men watch with concern, questioning if an orc is too much for the young master. One observer notes that one needs to be at least 15 to face such a foe. Hugo stands beside the chained orc, while another man assures that the guardian knights will intervene if needed. The young master stands ready, as the hand gestures to begin the test. The chains lie on the ground, a testament to the orc's imminent release. The orc's head fills the frame, its rage palpable as it prepares to attack. The hulking orc's eyes glow with malevolent intent, its breath misting in the air. With a deafening roar, the orc lunges forward, ready to crush its opponent. He stands his ground, drawing his sword as the monstrous figure approaches. The orc's massive form fills the space, a looming shadow of brute force. Beecher Van Baskerville's expression hardens, his red eyes focused on the approaching threat. The orc's fist hurtles toward him, a devastating blow about to land. A surge of blue energy emanates from the blade as he prepares to meet the attack. Two students watch with wide eyes, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. The orc cries out as blood splatters, the attack somehow faltering. With a determined gaze, Beecher Van Baskerville counters, his sword a blur of motion. The orc's foot slams down, missing its target by a hair's breadth. A spray of blood erupts as the orc's foot is struck, the attack clearly having landed. He struck true, his blade finding purchase against the monstrous orc's thick hide. Blood welled from the wound, a crimson testament to the blade's keen edge. The orc roared, a sound of pain and fury. Had it never felt the sting of its own blood before? The hunter knew the unique skill of the orc, rapid regeneration, wouldn't have activated because of his blade. There was no way a C-rank demonic beast could stop a B+ rank like the Hellhound's hemorrhage, slotted into his blade. Meanwhile, from afar, the observers were astonished. One remarked that the boy was only 8 years old, wondering how he could do that with his body. A man with a goatee watched with a calculating gaze, his expression unreadable. The boy thought to himself, he's saying that he still hadn't shown him what he unlocked in the library. Someone walked forward, thinking that he would show it to the other, just as he wished. A man's eyes glowed red, his face set in a grim expression. An old man with glasses gasped, realizing what was about to happen. Beecher prepared to unleash his aura blade, a surge of power coursing through him. The crimson aura blade pulsed with menacing energy, ready to strike. Its razor-sharp edge shimmered, promising swift and brutal devastation. The wounded orc, groaning in pain, struggled to rise from the bloodied ground. His red eyes burned with fury, a desperate snarl contorting his monstrous face. The aura blade crackled, its power intensifying as it prepared to deliver the final blow. The blade's crimson energy seemed to mirror the burning rage in the orc's eyes. Meanwhile, Hugo Luke Baskerville sat calmly, observing the unfolding events with a knowing gaze. His expression remained unreadable, betraying nothing of his thoughts or intentions. The aura blade continued to glow, a beacon of destructive potential. Luke Baskerville's companion remarked that it was a low-rank sword expert's aura, congratulating him on the appearance of a genius in their clan. Even amongst, the man with glasses declared that among all the clans of the Empire, there would never be a genius like this, ordering someone to stop there. Looking at the fallen orc, Beecher found something a little odd. He paused, tilting his head slightly, and asked for clarification. The narrator observed that the specialty of orcs was their incredible regeneration, but this one's bleeding hadn't stopped. Hugo's companion stated that he had only won because the orc had been weakened a lot. He added that the young man couldn't be honest with himself and be happy. From below, Beecher looked up at Hugo and the man with glasses. The man with glasses continued to speak. Beecher wondered if there was anything stronger than the orc. The text box showed the word orc and an exclamation mark. Beecher Van Baskerville gazes upward, a silent question hanging in the air as he looks toward the figures above. A disembodied voice echoes, posing a challenge. Is there anything stronger than the orc? Beecher's eyes widen, a visible question mark etched across his face as he considers the implications. A low murmur ripples through the assembled students, their faces a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The boy resolves to reveal a sufficient amount of his strength, a calculated risk to prove his worth. Above, the man with long hair hopes that recognition of his achievements will grant him a chance to separate from Hugo Le Baskerville. Hugo considers dispatching him into the wild or enrolling him in the academy, weighing his options with a calculating gaze. Hugo remarks that the orc they captured from faraway lands isn't enough to satiate his son's hunger. The man in suit with glasses senses that what Beecher said makes sense, adding that he's at an age where he needs to experience real combat. The man with long hair confirms that there's exactly one individual left from the barbarian subjugation they captured to experiment on some time ago. It was likely to be very sensitive, the narration stated, unfed for some time. A monstrous voice echoed from the darkness, demanding that it be brought here. Two students watched with wide eyes, fear etched on their faces as the situation unfolded. Beecher gasped, his eyes widening as he took in the scene before him. It was a troll, bound by heavy chains, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He stood before the chained beast, his back to the onlookers, a sword glinting in his hand. Hugo was ready. The heavy chains rattled, a sound that echoed through the chamber. The troll's face, a grotesque mask of rage, revealed its glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Beecher asked Hugo if he could start right away, receiving a simple affirmation in return. The chains strained, the troll eager to be unleashed upon its prey. The troll roared, its voice a guttural wave of pure aggression. He moved with surprising speed, a silver blade flashing in his hand. The troll's fist swung down, a massive stone hammer aimed at the hunter. The air cracked as the troll's fist connected with the ground. The troll pressed its attack, a relentless barrage of brute force. The ground exploded as the troll's attack pulverized the earth. The hunter was sent flying, knocked away by the sheer power of the blow. Beecher clicked his tongue, frustration etched on his face. The troll paused, a flicker of confusion in its red eyes. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring his bones. So close. That was an opening, but why didn't he attack? The observers watched with growing concern, questioning his strategy. He knew he had a decision to make, the weight of it settling in. Elsewhere, Hugo Luke Baskerville watched with a knowing, smug expression. The troll's regenerative ability was proving to be exceptional, requiring a strategy to overcome. That's why strategy was required if you wanted to hunt a troll, the text explained. He narrowly dodged another attack, the air crackling with displaced energy. The troll's massive fist slammed into the ground where he had just been standing. The observers wondered if Beecher Van Baskerville was trying to tire the troll out with his evasive maneuvers. His red eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in their depths. He thought to himself that it was really slow, so he wasn't feeling very pressured, but he needed to keep up the act. He mused that he'd be able to easily kill something like a troll if he revealed his true strength. But that would complicate things. He thought he needed to kill it as naturally as possible. A good method would be using the troll's strength against it when it charges at him, he considered. He moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur against the troll's massive form. Elsewhere, Hugo adjusted his sleeve, his expression unreadable as he watched the fight unfold. The troll towered over Beecher, the slash marks already beginning to close. A guttural roar ripped from the troll's throat, a sound of pain and fury. Despite the seemingly deep wound, the troll's regeneration was already taking effect. Hugo watched with two other figures, noting the limitations of the Baskerville swordsmanship. Beecher considered using Beelzebub's hemorrhage ability, but dismissed the idea as meaningless. Hugo, observing the fight, muttered that he was close to achieving his goal. Beecher thought he might be able to realize something if he fought a bit longer. His red eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he focused on the troll. Hugo Le Baskerville looked up, a grim resolve hardening his features. If his next attack failed, he would abandon the fight. Silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant roars of the troll. He remained quiet, lost in thought. The troll continued its rampage, a guttural roar tearing through the battlefield, shaking the very ground. Elsewhere, a figure with dark hair and piercing red eyes considered their options. How much power should they reveal? The answer, it seemed, was already decided. Their grip tightened on the hilt of the blade, ready to unleash its potential. The figure intended to orchestrate a spectacle, a carefully constructed illusion of enlightenment gained in the heat of battle, a display of newfound power. The troll's roar echoed once more, a primal scream of rage and destruction, a challenge to any who dared oppose it. The blade was drawn, a flash of steel in the crimson light, a promise of power about to be unleashed upon the world. The troll's maw opened wide, a cavernous abyss filled with jagged teeth, a symbol of the raw, untamed power it possessed. The figure with red eyes and dark hair smirked, anticipating the chaos to come. They were looking forward to Hugo's reaction. The sword gleamed, a vortex of energy swirling around it, a weapon poised to strike a decisive blow against the monstrous foe. The troll's eyes glowed with malevolent intent, its gaze fixed on the approaching threat, ready to meet force with overwhelming force. The troll's maw gaped open, its jagged teeth a testament to its ferocity. A figure, wreathed in crimson energy, lunged forward, sword in hand, ready to strike. The air crackled with power as the figure prepared to unleash their attack. Beecher Van Baskerville watched with a mixture of concern and anticipation, his expression unreadable. The group of younger onlookers gasped, their faces etched with surprise and apprehension. Within the Baskerville swordsman clan of blood and iron, a person's life is based upon a formula. Around age 15 is when one can imbue mana into a sword and exude an aura. At that point, most hunting dogs. But for the first time in Baskerville clan history, a young man with dark hair and red eyes smiled, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. The 2-second fawn that his brothers would reach at age 18 was achieved by an 8-year-old. An irregular was born. The young man's smile widened, a hint of mischief in his eyes. A man with a beard watched intently, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. The crowd was left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the sheer power they had just witnessed. The colossal stone golem lay defeated, a testament to the young irregular's overwhelming strength. 1 week later, the aftermath of the battle faded into memory as life within the Baskerville estate returned to a semblance of normalcy. The long dining table was once again filled with members of the clan, each partaking in their meals with varying degrees of enthusiasm. A spoonful of the random meat stew was lifted from the bowl, its contents a mystery to the uninitiated. Beecher Van Baskerville stared at the stew, a familiar yet unwelcome sight. He thought, no matter how much he ate, he couldn't get used to it. The sounds of hushed whispers filled the air as clan members subtly avoided eye contact with the young master. Beecher sat alone, observing the subtle shifts in behavior around him. He murmured to himself, a quiet, escaping his lips. He reflected on the change, realizing they'd been keeping their distance since that day. Beecher mused that was natural in Baskerville, where strength was everything. The memory of Hugo's flustered expression surfaced in his mind, a rare and amusing sight to behold. A smug grin spread across Beecher's face as he overheard the frantic whispers. The clan head was looking for him, having heard that the young master had returned to his room. The power he revealed to the public was Baskerville's 2-second fawn, the strength of a medium-ranked sword expert, a force to be reckoned with. He knew his true strength was that of a weak Baskerville 5th fawn. Even that was only the approximate strength of a low-rank graduate, but the troll's ultra-regeneration was active. Beecher thought his appetite had definitely increased after getting Beelzebub. He paused, spoon halfway to his mouth, as he heard someone approach. The 3 figures looked startled, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and surprise. His eye glowed red, a silent warning to those who might underestimate him. One of the figures spoke, asking if he had gone too easy on them back then, as the others nervously added, Another figure wanted to tell him how cool it was that he killed Cerberus and the troll. Beecher's expression hardened, his gaze intense as he considered their words. The figures, their faces etched with concern, repeatedly asked if he was okay. He wondered if they were trying to play both sides, or if they were trying to trick him. Getting goosebumps didn't feel that good, and he considered punching them until they begged for mercy. A voice echoes with a violent promise. Punch first, think later. The butler, Hugo Le Baskerville, addresses the young master, Beecher Van Baskerville. Hugo Le Baskerville's sudden address startles Beecher, who questions the butler. Hugo Le Baskerville adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable. The butler instructs Beecher. He needs to quickly visit the clan head. Beecher's red eyes widen, a question forming on his lips. A while, the wind howled, carrying whispers of change and uncertainty through the air. A grand estate stood in silent vigil, its ancient stones bearing witness to generations of secrets. Sunlight streamed through the arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A banner bearing a complex crest hung proudly, a symbol of power and lineage. Hugo crossed his arms, his expression unreadable as he waited for news. The plush cushions of the sofa offered little comfort amidst the growing tension. Adolphe Morgue sat across from him, his gaze steady. He stated, "I see that Sir Hugo is the same as ever." Hugo hoped this year's annual event would end without much issue. Adolphe added that the joint training all ended without much happening so far, and asked if there weren't some issues last year. The question hung in the air. Severely injured people from both clans? If that isn't an issue, then what is? Adolphe Morgue dismisses the idea of severe injuries, suggesting the Morgue clan is being overdramatic. He counters that the Morgue clan's prestige and class might be the reason for their sensitivity. Adolphe Morgue's expression remains smug as he continues to speak about the differences between the clans. The prestigious Magic clan, the Morgue clan, and the swordsman clan of Blood and Iron, the Baskerville clan, are shown facing each other. These two clans didn't always clash from the beginning, a stark contrast to their current relationship. Magic and swords are complementary existences. The words of the Emperor 2 generations prior echo in the history. From these words, the Baskerville and Morgue clans began to proceed with joint training, a time of cooperation. Only the children between ages 8 and 15 were to attend, and the clan's annual event began with a very good atmosphere. But at some point, a conflict emerged, casting a shadow over the once harmonious relationship. In the territory between the Baskervilles and the Morgues, a ruby mine ownership issue had arisen. But because of the Emperor's orders, the joint training had to continue, despite the growing tension. Therefore, someone who wasn't the Morgue clan head, his younger brother, Adolphe, began to visit the Baskervilles as his agent. Adolphe remarks that he heard a rising star has appeared among the Baskervilles, his expression hinting at something more. He muses that a genius from the Baskerville clan is a great fortune to the Empire. Adolphe finds it unusual that the lizard-like bastard would react to compliments about his child. He supposes they can call this a double fortune, as a genius has also appeared in the Morgue clan. Adolphe calls for Camus to come in and give her greetings. A young woman with long red hair and a serious expression stands ready. The sound of footsteps echoes as she approaches. Her boots click against the floor as she walks forward. The young woman's eyes are downcast, her expression unreadable. Adolphe watches with his arms crossed, a slight smile playing on his lips. The young woman is the daughter of Adolphe's elder sister, the clan head Raspain. She's named Camus, the next generation of the Morgue clan. Adolphe asks Camus if she should greet the clan head. She directly accused someone of theft, demanding to know if they stole their ruby mine. Camus' red eyes narrowed, her expression hardening with fierce determination. Adolphe Morgue crossed his arms, his face etched with concern as he listened to the accusation. A hand clenched, the fingers tightening into a fist unseen by the others. Hugo's red eye glowed ominously, a silent warning simmering beneath the surface. Camus, undeterred, confronted Adolphe directly. "Why, you punk? What are you suddenly saying?" she demanded, reminding him of his earlier statement about the pathetic bearded man. Adolphe denied ever saying such a thing, questioning when he would have made such a claim. Hugo's expression remained unreadable, his gaze intense and unwavering. Hugo thought to himself, dismissing the accusation. What would a day-old pup know? Camus pressed on, dismissing any excuses about the Morgue clan's education policies and demanding the return of her rubies. Adolphe, seemingly alarmed by her outburst, called her name, trying to de-escalate the situation. The command echoed, a silent but forceful directive to stop the escalating conflict. He glowered, his red eyes burning with intensity as he stared down at his opponents. Adolphe Morgue stood beside Camus, questioning what she was saying to the child. Hugo wondered if the Empire's sword saint was planning to oppress a mere 8-year-old girl. The smug man clicked his tongue, a sign of his displeasure with the current situation. He scoffed, implying that the Morgue clan didn't teach their children not to covet what belongs to others. The tension in the room was palpable as the accusation hung in the air, the sound of it echoing. Hugo stood tall, his back to the viewer, radiating an aura of silent command. A voice announced that clan head Adolphe had escorted young Master Beecher to the scene. Hugo's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles white with suppressed anger. Adolphe Mord's expression remained stoic, betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. The clan head sat regally, his gaze fixed on the unfolding drama before him. Beecher Van Baskerville, having just arrived, questioned what Camus had said. He looked at Camus, concern etched on his face as he spoke her name. Camus, however, seemed less than pleased with his concern. She demanded to know what was with his moronic face. A disembodied voice mused about the Morgue clan's steel-blooded empress, questioning if this was Camus Morgue as a child. The voice continued, stating that she was someone called the genius of all geniuses. During her heyday, she subjugated all the monsters and barbarians of MT, Rouge, E.T., Le Noir herself. Not to mention, her beautiful appearance enraptured the socialite world, the voice added. She was enough to manipulate the Imperials such that she was called the avatar of authority. The voice concluded that right now, she's but an 8-year-old youngster. Camus questioned why this was the case. Elsewhere, a booming voice declared, "Ruby mine yours. It's ours." Camus retorted that he must have worked hard, traveling all the way here just to throw a tantrum. Adolphe Morgue spoke with another man, his expression serious. The scene shifted to a table, the details obscured. He remarks that she is throwing a tantrum. Camus retorts, asking if he's just saying that. Camus declares that she will teach him why the ruby mine belongs to the Morgues. The red-haired woman prepares to explain it in a way that his dog's-hit brain can understand. Beecher listens to Camus, a slight smile playing on his lips as he anticipates her explanation. The young man stands tall, his uniform immaculate as he awaits the lesson. A voice declares that this seems fun. The air crackles with energy. Before them, an intricate model of the city begins to take shape, crafted entirely from ice. Meanwhile, Adolphe Morgue stands with two seated figures, observing the unfolding events with a measured expression. The ice city gleams, a testament to Camus' power and precision. Camus declares that she will make it, so that even someone as ignorant as he can understand. Beecher thinks to himself that it's a model made of ice, and he thought they would be fighting or something. She gestures towards the ice model, highlighting the borders between the Morgues and the Baskervilles. The mine, also known as the Joint Security Area, is where the high-quality rubies originate. Meanwhile, Camus explains that the mine's entrance is in Morgue territory, but the underground portion lies within Baskerville territory. Adolphe Morgue declares that the ruby mine should belong to the Morgue clan. Adolphe Morgue adds that they are rejecting the offer to pay lease for the relevant territory. He finds Camus' words to be very smart. The mineral called ruby is indeed often used as a magical ingredient, but there definitely isn't a need. Camus stands with arms crossed, listening to the conversation between Adolphe Morgue and Beecher Van Baskerville. Camus questions the idea of a lease of territory, implying that the Baskerville clan's biggest tragedy is their lack of intelligence. Beecher Van Baskerville looks surprised by Camus' statement, questioning what she means. Adolphe Morgue states that the Baskervilles have no real interest in rubies, and they only care about the territory. That's why they are being told not to enter. Camus retorts that the only ones upset about not having the rubies are Adolphe Morgue and his people. Camus stares intently, her expression suggesting she is about to make a significant point. She declares that she will show them why the rights to the rubies belong to her. The land is divided, one side belonging to her opponent, the other to her. A hand hovers over a miniature, crystalline city, a representation of the contested territory. Camus asks whose arm is reaching into whose territory, her expression intense. Her hand extends further, encroaching upon the other's domain. The young man asks if she is questioning whose arm it is when her arm has already crossed into their territory. His hand firmly grasps her wrist, stopping her advance. His hand tightens its grip, asserting control. The young man states that what is hers is now his, a smug look on his face. His fingers tighten around her wrist, a silent declaration of dominance. Camus' eyes widen, a flicker of surprise and perhaps fear crossing her face. She questions what he is saying, her voice laced with disbelief and a hint of panic. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with a mocking tone. "Why am I yours now? You're so silly." She stares, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. The red-haired girl can only manage a soft, "Huh." Steel glints as a hand swiftly unsheaths a blade. The movement is precise, deliberate, and menacing. The older men exchange a look of stunned disbelief. Something unexpected has clearly occurred. A voice declares, possessive and cold, "I'm saying that your arm is mine." Crimson eyes gleam with malicious intent. The young man's smile is a promise of violence. Her red eye reflects a growing dread. The situation has taken a dark turn. A soft voice whispers in disbelief, "What?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The older man's gaze hardens, his expression a mask of grim determination. He is ready for what comes next. Three figures stood amidst the fiery aftermath, the scene bathed in an ominous orange glow. The man with spiky hair looked on in disbelief. "How can this be? Lord Camus!" he exclaimed. The man with the beard echoed his shock. "No, Lord Camus is..." he cried out, his face contorted in disbelief. The name echoed through the scene, a stark declaration of the impossible. The man with spiky hair's face was a mask of fury and disbelief, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The air crackled with residual energy, the aftermath of a powerful magical assault. A voice echoed, laced with confusion and desperation. This voice, uncle? What do I do? Kemu's eyes glowed with residual power, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. I was able to block the damage with protection magic. Her voice trembled, revealing the extent of the damage. But the fire magic burnt all my clothes. Kemu sat amidst the wreckage, her school uniform torn and scorched, a testament to the fierce magical assault she had endured. She knew if the smoke cleared, she would be exposed. The thought of being seen in this state filled her with dread. She would definitely be humiliated. Clutching at her torn clothes, she tried to cover herself, but it was no use. Tears welled in her eyes as she desperately called out, "Anyone, please help me." Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked up, tears streaming down her face. Beecher Van Baskerville stood before her, shirtless and looking equally surprised. "Why you are?" He extended his hand, offering her his jacket. "Wear this at least." From the shadows, a voice questioned, "Are you being nice to your enemy?" Kemu, now wearing Beecher Van Baskerville's jacket, looked at him, confused. He stated, "I'll take it back if you don't want it." Beecher Van Baskerville continued, "I don't care about something like that." She thought, what is with this guy? A single tear rolled down Kemu's cheek, overwhelmed by his unexpected kindness. She notices the blood. He's bleeding, and it's coming from his arm. A scratch on a body strengthened by sticks. Did that idiot knight's sword fragment still have some aura left on it? Two figures stand in the distance, observing the aftermath of the battle. The young Baskerville stands shirtless, his red eyes piercing. Kemu remains on the ground, watching him. The camera focuses on Kemu's prone form and Beecher's stance. The man in the blue uniform speaks, his expression grave. The other man listens intently. The man in the blue uniform continues, "The one who's on the ground is the daughter of Morg, but the one who's bleeding is young Baskerville." The man in the white shirt responds, "We can't tell if he lost or won against the daughter of Morg. More than that, he's well built for someone so young. It's probably from the blessing of River Styx. Considering those muscles, he's probably training diligently as well. An incredible amount of talent for an 8-year-old. Kemu inquired about the duel against the young daughter of the Morg clan as they walked. Adolf Morg's words echoed in Beecher's mind. The meaning of the event, once again. A duel against a magician was quite different. Beecher wondered if it was an attack. He admitted to only hesitating a little, as he had never fought against a magician. Adolf Morg's grip tightened on Beecher's arm, a reminder that hesitation in battle leads to injury. The silver-haired man's fist clenched, telling him to take that wound as a lesson. Beecher wondered if Hugo was worrying about him, his red eyes reflecting concern. He didn't really remember what Hugo Le Baskerville was like during his childhood. He was always just a cold, strict, and brutal entity. Rumor had it that the reason Hugo's personality became so vicious was because he lost his first wife and his eldest daughter in a bitter way. Kemu asked what he thought of the matter, but Beecher admitted he didn't really know. He suggests that it would be better to simply give the ruby mine away. Adolf asks about abandoning the right to mine the ruby mine, seeking the correct answer. The task of the Baskerville clan is to develop the wilds and widen the border, specifically at the Red Fong Mountain. Ruby veins flow downstream from Mt. Loup Rouge et Le Noir, but the demonic creatures and barbarian clans there are their problems. Adolf believes that if they use the Moor clan well, they'll be able to minimize the damage they'll take for the development. That means they just need to steer the demonic creatures and barbarians to that side, and they'll be able to deal with all the problems in the first place. Troublesome things in one place looks like the movements of Morg. Adolf states that the ruby will be reddened by the blood of Morg to a new height. After obtaining the ruby mine, Beecher's strategy matched 90% of Adolf's plan. Adolf was the one who was tasked with dragging the demonic beasts and barbarians towards the Morgs. Adolf assures Beecher that he doesn't have to worry about that, as the number of hunting dogs they've sent to infiltrate them has steadily increased. He stood before the man with dark hair, who seemed to be questioning him. The man with silver hair was dressed in a blue and gold uniform. The man with dark hair acknowledged Adolf Morg's presence, calling him clan head. The two men stood face to face. The man with dark hair asked if they could have a conversation before Adolf Morg returned. A girl with red hair peeked from behind the man with silver hair. The scene was set in a grand hall with ornate windows. Light streamed through the windows. The man with dark hair asked Adolf Morg, representative of the Morg clan head, if he had something to say. Adolf Morg had contemplated thoroughly how to resolve the ruby mine problem as amicably as possible, and the territory rent was just one of the many items on the agenda. The man with dark hair asked what he would gain by opening his territory. Adolf Morg proposed a betrothal. He gestured, proposing to link the Morg and Baskerville families. The red-haired girl sat beside the dark-haired young man, listening intently. Which two did he have in mind? Adolphe suggested the eldest son of Baskerville and his niece, the eldest daughter of Morgue. Camus looked up at her uncle, a question mark floating in her thoughts. He might be speaking as her uncle, but she was an incredible child. From her looks to her intelligence, she lacked no quality. Adolphe was sure she would be a great partner for the successor of the Baskerville clan, who was called the Small Son. The young man remained silent as Adolphe explained that his eldest son was 25 this year. The age difference was quite large. 8 years old and 25 years old. Wasn't that only a 17-year difference? That much was manageable, she thought, her hand clenching slightly. The young man listened, as Camus declared she would not marry someone weaker than her mother. Adolphe countered, stating that if Camus wanted to marry someone stronger than her mother, she would be unmarried for the rest of her life. Adolphe, with a knowing smile, stated he was looking at their potential. The man with black hair scowled, revealing his displeasure. He wanted someone closer to his own age. Another man, his face partially obscured, spoke with a low growl. "Child, this is not a buffet." Camus retorted, her expression fierce. She made it clear that she doesn't have a habit of eating whatever is given. The person in the black and red outfit remained silent, their thoughts unreadable. Camus' expression softened, a hint of vulnerability in her eyes as she considered something. Adolphe Morgue, standing beside another man, voiced his curiosity. He questioned. A young boy with brown hair looked up, a question forming in his mind. The person in black and red remained still, perhaps contemplating the situation. Adolphe's face showed concern as he listened intently to the conversation. Adolphe whispered to Camus, revealing a secret. He spoke of someone being a half-breed dragon and an illegitimate son. The man with black hair's eyes glowed red with fury. His words enraged me, he thought. The person in black and red considered the importance of the individual's thoughts in a betrothal. He speaks, his expression serious as he addresses Beecher Van Baskerville directly. Adolphe Morgue's words hang heavy in the air, the weight of their meaning yet unknown. Camus' cheeks flush crimson, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and embarrassment. The revelation has clearly struck a nerve, leaving her flustered and speechless. The words hit close to home, judging by the visible reaction. His eyes narrow, a flicker of something dark passing through them. He struggles to find the words, the implications of what he's heard clearly weighing on him. His jaw tightens, a visible sign of the internal turmoil brewing within. Camus remains seated, her expression a mix of shock and concern as she glances at Adolphe Morgue. The weight of the revelation settles heavily between them. The shock is palpable, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Adolphe Morgue's face contorts with anger, his eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. The man's patience has clearly reached its limit. The man sitting on the couch crossed his arms, listening intently. The other man wondered if the thoughts of the individual were important in a betrothal. Adolphe Morgue, seated above, looked down at the red-haired girl. He asked what she thought. Her heart pounded in her chest. Her eyes widened, a blush rising on her cheeks as her heart raced. The standing man's expression remained unreadable. He began to speak, hesitant. The girl looked up at Adolphe Morgue, listening. He stated that he would do it if that's what he ordered. The girl's expression was unreadable as Adolphe Morgue looked down at her. Adolphe Morgue's face twisted in anger. He wondered what the brat had said. Adolphe Morgue's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He thought that he'll do it if he's ordered. The red-haired girl wonders if he secretly likes her, or if he is just shy. Lineage means nothing in Baskerville. Sometimes, the Luff family will produce someone superior. Adolphe Morgue states that inferior children in Van will produce someone superior. He wonders if the head of the clan is really that talented. Adolphe Morgue hums, considering something. Adolphe Morgue stands close to the young man with dark hair. The young man is named Adolphe. A 6/4 circle master, Adolphe Morgue is an extremely strong man in the upper echelons of the Morgue clan. He is also known as a stupidly doting uncle to his niece. Adolphe Morgue tells the younger Adolphe that he isn't saying this to him per se, but being somewhat talented is nowhere near good enough to be Camus' husband. The arranged marriage was a proposal from within the clan and not. Personally, Adolphe Morgue doesn't find even the legitimate children of Baskerville enough for Camus. Adolphe Morgue asks the younger Adolphe why he isn't answering and if he is listening to him. The younger Adolphe retorts, stating he stopped listening because he was told to do so. Adolphe fumes internally, questioning how he dares to speak so boldly before his uncle. Camus watches the exchange, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she observes the unfolding drama. Adolphe Morgue's expression hardens, his lips curling into a thin, disapproving line. Adolphe Morgue addresses Sir Baskerville, requesting a private conversation with the child. The man wonders if the Empire's great magician is truly planning to interrogate an 8-year-old. Adolphe Morgue clarifies that he is asking this favor not as a representative of the Morgue clan. He continues, stating he asks as a girl's uncle, prompting Camus to deny any impropriety. Adolphe Morgue tells his niece to stay quiet. He adds that sometimes things like this are in order. Adolphe Morgue awaits a response, his expression unreadable as he looks at Sir Baskerville. Adolphe replies that if he insists, he will allow it. Adolphe Morgue's expression was unreadable as he turned away, his fist clenched. Elsewhere, a towering structure loomed in the distance, its architecture both imposing and intricate. Figures stood on a distant platform, their purpose unknown but their presence undeniable. Adolphe Morgue stood with Camus, his expression still unreadable as he looked off into the distance. Adolphe Morgue's voice echoed, a challenge hanging in the air. "Oh, child of Baskerville, I will be testing what you are made of, so show me every dash." Adolphe stood with Betrayal, the weight of the challenge settling upon them. Adolphe's expression was resolute, his eyes fixed on the task ahead. "Yes, I understand." Adolphe Morgue's thoughts drifted, a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath the surface. "You'd faint if I showed you everything." Adolphe Morgue extended his hand, energy crackling around him. "Allow me to give you a handicap." A surge of power erupted, the landscape warping under its influence. A jar sits suspended, glowing with the combined power of fire, earth, and water. The onlookers realize that he's creating a jar, perfectly harmonizing fire, earth, and water magic. Camus watches with a sharp gaze, her expression unreadable as she observes the unfolding events. The jar is filled with swirling water, its surface rippling with contained energy. Adolphe Morgue declares that he will duel with a full jar of water balanced on his head. The silver-haired man challenges his opponent. "If you can make me spill even a single drop, it will be your victory." A single drop, it will be your victory. He recognizes that Adolphe Morgue is a strong man he couldn't even hope to approach prior to his regression. Adolphe is sure Hugo allowed it, thinking the same thing, as Beecher sees this as a great opportunity to experience a portion of his powers. What would be his odds of winning if he faced him with his full strength pre-regression? Adolphe Morgue invites him to come at him, believing assassination through ambush would have a 50% chance. Beecher thinks there's no need for him to fight with his all, maybe 10% for a head-on fight. He took a step forward, thinking he just needed to show enough to make Hugo content. It was time to check the skills of a great magician, as the figure fell through the air, sword in hand. Adolphe Morgue was sent tumbling backwards, completely off balance from the attack. Camus watched with wide eyes, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnessed the unfolding battle. The figure prepared to run head-on into Uncle, ready to strike with full force. Adolphe's eyes widened in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realized the danger. The figure continued to fall, the blade of their sword glinting in the light as they descended. Adolphe Morgue was still falling backwards, desperately trying to regain his footing and defend himself. Adolphe Morgue wondered if his dear niece was watching, as he prepared to shield magic. Adolphe thought that this shield should be hard to pierce without exceptional aura. The figure with the sword landed, a soft tissage escaping their lips as they prepared to strike. A burst of energy erupted, signaling the start of a powerful clash. He prepares himself, a question hanging in the air. Is it time for him? The unseen attack continues, a flurry of chaotic energy. A figure is sent flying amidst the magical onslaught. Adolphe expresses his shock, noting that the attacker has never used such magic, even in sparring. Camus looks on, concerned. Adolphe Morgue demands to know whose side Camus is on. Adolphe Morgue vows not to forgive the attacker, realizing the speed of the assault is barely dodgeable. Camus steels herself, thinking that she will see what the young hound will show against the great magician. Camus wonders if this is the full extent of his skills. Adolphe considers using the fact that he is an 8-year-old regressor, coupled with his pre-regression experience. Adolphe Morgue prepares to bait the attacker into letting his guard down. Camus believes she might even be able to kill him. Her red eyes glow with determination. A figure lunges, their blade crackling with raw energy. The swordsman falls through the air, weapon aimed downward. The attack collides with an unseen barrier, unleashing a burst of power. Adolphe grits his teeth, pushing through the resistance. The energy surges, a testament to the force of his assault. A voice echoes, declaring that repeated attempts will not change the outcome. Adolphe Morgue states with a smug grin that the sword cannot break through his shield. The shield shimmers, deflecting the relentless strikes. The swordsman's expression is hidden, but his determination is clear. He plants his feet, preparing for another assault. The shield continues to hold, unwavering in its defense. Energy explodes as the battle rages on, a clash of wills and power. He has been accurately attacking the same spot over and over again. The swordsmanship and focus of Adolphe certainly deserves recognition. Adolphe grips his sword tightly, preparing to strike again with force. The sword clashes against the shield, the impact echoing loudly. Cracks spiderweb across the blade as it meets the unyielding defense. Adolphe Morgue observes the attack, noting that it's like throwing eggs. He continues, stating that Adolphe should have taken the durability of his shield and sword into account. Camus gasps, witnessing the clash between the two men. Adolphe Morgue states that Adolphe has talent, but is still greatly lacking to be betrothed to his niece. The sword shatters against the shield, pieces flying in all directions. Adolf Morg is surprised, exclaiming, "Wah!" as the sword breaks. A piece of the sword broke through the jar. The disembodied voice questioned if enough had been spilled from the jar. Hugo Le Baskerville watched with a knowing, smug expression. Camus' eyes widened, a soft thwong echoing in the air. Her hands came up to her mouth, her face flushed with surprise. Camus considered a coincidence that Adolphe beat her uncle, wondering if it meant marriage. Adolphe Morg's brow furrowed, considering the situation. Coincidence? Hugo Le Baskerville mused if the broken piece of the sword conveniently hit the jar. The young man's name was Beecher Van Baskerville. Beecher thought he might be raising a much more sly hunting dog than he originally thought. 7 years passed. Meanwhile, a grand castle stood tall, its stone walls weathered by time and conflict. A monstrous beast, wreathed in shadow, emitted a guttural growl. The creature's roar echoed, a sound of pure, unbridled rage. 3 figures stood together, their faces grim as they prepared for battle. They drew their swords, the steel glinting in the dim light as they readied themselves. The 3 warriors braced themselves, their resolve etched on their faces. The monster roared once more, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Its massive paw crashed down, threatening to crush all beneath it. The battle began, the 3 figures leaping into action against the monstrous foe. A hulking monster with massive horns looms, its form wreathed in shadow. Hugo Le Baskerville leaps into action, his sword a blur of motion against the beast. The monster roars, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy as it prepares to strike. Hugo parries the monster's attack, sparks flying as steel meets claw in a shower of light. The monster's massive paw crashes down, forcing Hugo to evade with a desperate roll. Hugo, narrowly avoiding the blow, mutters to himself, assessing the situation. Adolphe Morg stands observing the fight, a grim expression on his face. Baskerville clan guide dog, Staffordshire Baskerville. Adolphe continues, his voice laced with a hint of cynicism. When you're forced to face a stronger opponent, your best course of action is to run away. Adolphe warns, his gaze fixed on the battle. Don't get greedy for their vitals. The monster unleashes a devastating attack, its power shaking the very foundations of the area. Hugo is sent flying backward, the force of the blow evident in his strained posture. The monster stands triumphant, energy crackling around it as it prepares for another assault. He is sent flying backwards, a crimson energy blade having struck him. The hunter tumbles through the air, completely at the mercy of the attack. Adolphe Morg watches the unfolding battle, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The monster looms, its aura thick and ripe, as Adolphe observes its performance. He thinks to himself, as expected from young masters highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. Adolphe continues, dark red color, just as they should be. The monster's glowing red eyes burn with savage intent, its fangs bared. Hugo, now back on his feet, faces the monster, his expression a mask of grim determination. The monster's face is contorted in a savage snarl, its red eyes burning into Hugo's soul. Blood splatters across the floor, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Adolphe claps his hands together slowly, a gesture of detached amusement. The culmination of their rigorous training had arrived, a moment of collective achievement. The young warriors stood in formation, their 7-year journey now complete. Adolphe Morg observed, noting the difference between these warriors and others he had known. He mused that even he would struggle against the strong, aged ox-bear. The warriors stood stoically, aware that death was always a possibility. They were told to overcome any obstacle with their talented blood. The warriors were instructed to build up experience to survive at all costs. Adolphe congratulated them on their graduation, offering a crisp salute. Graduation marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. The young warriors saluted, ready to face the battles ahead. One of the warriors looked down, perhaps contemplating the future. One warrior asked another which knight order they had applied to. Adolphe states that he and the man with the bowl cut don't have anything in common. He expresses his desire to join the Wolfhound Knights himself, as 7 knight orders exist within the Baskerville clan. Each order was created with a different objective in mind. Those objectives being guarding, investigating, protecting, assassinating, suppressing, direct confrontations, and more. By the way, Adolphe asks where the man with the bowl cut thinks he'll go. Adolphe wonders who he's talking about. The man with the bowl cut says he's obviously talking about someone. The man with the spiky hair reveals he's talking about Beecher Van Baskerville. The corpse of a large, bloodied ox-bear lies in the dirt. Adolphe seems surprised. It is said that Beecher killed an ox-bear bigger than theirs on his own, and that he's a high-rank sword expert. Someone heard that he's reached the 3/3 Fong, putting him on the same level as the guide dogs. He thought to himself that it took longer than he planned. In truth, Beecher was currently a medium-rank sword graduate and also at the 5/4 Fong. It took 7 years to rise to medium-rank sword graduate from low-rank sword graduate. Adolf Morg addressed the young master, Beecher. Adolf Morg called him Barrymore. Adolf Morg informed Beecher that the clan head was looking for him, young master. Adolf Morg stated that it seemed his post had been decided. Beecher's red eyes narrowed slightly, his expression unreadable. Beecher stated that he understood. The ornate doors seemed to glow in the soft light. Adolf Morg stated that it had been a long time. The two men stood in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. He clasped his hands, inquiring after Beecher's well-being. Adolf Morg asked if he had been well, addressing him as clan head. Beecher's expression shifted, a subtle furrow appearing on his brow as he listened to Adolf Morg. Adolf Morg's gaze intensified, his eyes focusing on a particular spot on Beecher's face. He questioned what the scar on his nose was. The clan head closed his eyes briefly, his expression unreadable as he recalled the memory of how he was facing. The memory surfaced. The barbarian tribe on Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. He had been attacked by a barbarian skilled with the bow. The barbarian stood tall, bow drawn, ready to strike. Beecher recalled that he didn't die, but managed to scar that barbarian's face. Adolf Morg stated that it was the same manner. Regardless, he congratulated Beecher on finishing his education. Beecher's brow furrowed further, wondering if Adolf Morg was about to tell him about his post. He knew it was going to be more difficult from now on. At that point in his previous life, he became an apprentice knight for the Pitbull Knights. He was sent to Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir for 21 months to face countless life-or-death situations. 3 figures stood silhouetted against a snowy landscape, like a useless mutt, facing the harsh conditions. Meant to be tossed away, he was also immediately sent into actual battles. The children of the... In battle, the elites learn about politics and administrative roles. After countless real battle experiences, the experienced expendables start assisting the elites, and the elites start growing. What exists serves to bridge the gap between the elites and the battle-hardened expendables. It is Baskerville's swordsmanship, 5/4 Fong. That's why his swordsmanship stood still at the 4/4 Fong in his previous life. Adolf Morg called out to Beecher, his expression unreadable as he considered the young man before him. The silver-haired man wanted him to try being a congressman. Beecher's eyes widened slightly, a silent question forming on his face. Adolf explained that a congressman administers and legislates within a clan. The role attracts business to the territories and does desk work. To put it simply, he'd be in charge of both big and small affairs within. Beecher thought to himself that Hugo was letting him, an illegitimate child, take the elite course. Adolf continued, stating that the things Beecher had achieved put him at least a decade ahead of the other geniuses. That's why Adolf was giving him appropriate treatment. He would be the vice-consul of a city called Underdog. Adolf explained that currently, both the consul and vice-consul positions were open there, and asked if he would accept the offer. Beecher responded that he would follow his will. Before that, though, Beecher wished to say something. It was about the ruby mine situation that happened with the Morg clan. He listens as Adolf Morg is asked if he's talking about how he got one in on Adolf Morg. Beecher recalls that Adolf promised him a reward, wondering if he's trying to ask for that reward now. Adolf Morg asks if he can borrow something, his expression suggesting a hint of surprise. Adolf states that if it's too difficult of a request, Beecher doesn't need to grant it. Adolf's back is turned as he prepares to fulfill the request. The sound of a stamp echoes as Adolf declares that it's not difficult at all. Adolf Morg trusts that he won't do anything ridiculous. The stamp presses firmly onto the document. Beecher assures him that he won't do anything to cause him worry. No matter how many times he hears it, Beecher still can't get used to Hugo calling him son. Beecher reflects that in his previous life, he would have never imagined something like this happening. As Hugo said, he would grant his request. They walked down the hall, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the space. Adolf Morg addressed Beecher, referring to him as young master, as Beecher looked on with a stoic expression. Adolf continued, noting that the clan head treasures the young master a lot. Adolf Morg's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. Adolf Morg stated that he practically gave Beecher the position of consul, and that this was essentially a lesson for rulers. Adolf Morg's face was partially obscured by shadow as he spoke, his expression unreadable. Adolf Morg thought to himself that it was better this way, and that if he used his new authority as a vice-consul well, he'd be able to increase his own skills to a greater extent more safely. Meanwhile, a figure, shrouded in darkness, declared that they didn't care about their current work at all. The figure mused that it's not like that would make their memories go away. The figure remembered the feeling of their head being chopped off at the guillotine. The figure vowed to have someone experience the same feeling as well. The figure's face was revealed, his red eyes glowing with murderous intent. Hugo Le Baskerville. The sun beat down on the Baskerville estate, a silent witness to the day's unfolding events. The fountain stood still, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. The older man's face contorted with urgency, as he barked out orders. He emphasized the importance of the task at hand, his fist clenched for emphasis. The older man stressed that the new vice-consul was coming from the main castle, demanding special attention from his subordinates. One of the younger men wondered aloud what the new vice-consul would be like. The other hoped that the new vice-consul would at least be experienced in business, showing his concern. News spread that the new vice-consul was only 15 years old, causing shock and disbelief. The two men expressed their dismay, realizing that they were likely in trouble once again. The news left one of them speechless, his face a mask of disbelief. One of the men wonders who the child is, speculating if another employee brought them. A voice booms, demanding that someone let go of that hand immediately. The man with black hair, eyes glowing red, grips someone's wrist tightly. The man with brown hair is startled by the display of power. The man's grip tightens on a document, the contents of which are yet to be revealed. The man with brown hair stammers, acknowledging the vice-consul's early arrival as the other wonders why he came a day early. Hugo Le Baskerville points, ordering someone to prepare alcohol and women immediately. Hugo Le Baskerville turns away, declaring that he'll need to throw a party. Hugo Le Baskerville strides forward, his cane tapping against the steps. The two men watch Hugo Le Baskerville leave, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension. A lavish spread of food and drink sits untouched, a silent testament to the unfolding chaos. Murmurs ripple through the assembled guests, a wave of unease spreading through the room. A woman laughs nervously, the sound brittle against the rising tide of tension. The office manager of Chihuahua Baskerville stares, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. He can't believe Hugo is having a drinking party on his first day. An outrageous person was appointed. The party continues around them, oblivious to the brewing storm of disapproval. The guests were already having a rough time with the previous consul being dismissed for accepting bribes. But to have a drinking party at the sacred workplace, the office manager's anger begins to simmer. How much of a wreck is that little bastard? Yeah, wreck it all up. I bet the entire city will have to be destroyed before he comes. To his senses, a question forms. Are you the office manager? The office manager's eyes glow red with fury, his face contorted in rage as he prepares to confront Hugo. Adolph Morg's eyes widened in disbelief. "The vice-consul!" he exclaimed, wondering when he had arrived. Beecher Van Baskerville approached, his presence commanding attention as he announced, "I am the newly appointed vice-consul, Beecher Van Baskerville." Beecher mused, Chihuahua Baskerville. As he considered the name, he continued, his tone implying a challenge, "So you don't have a middle." Adolph's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he listened to the newly appointed vice-consul. Beecher explained the significance of a middle name. If someone doesn't have a middle name, it means they're from outside the clan. The vice-consul's red eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he stared down at Adolph. Beecher grabbed Adolph's tie, pulling him closer. He said, his voice laced with menace. Adolph's eye twitched, his pupil dilating as he looked up at the vice-consul in shock. Adolph stammered, "W." Beecher revealed that he had seen Adolph's personal information and knew he was from this city. Beecher continued, stating that he knew about the hard work the people active on the scene put in. Adolph's eyes widened, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. What? Is this some new way of harassing someone? He wondered. He's questioned about his presence after the party. Someone is reading a book. Adolph Morg explains that there aren't any problems with the federal law. However, he admits there are a few strange points in the judicial system. The unseen character is told that the problem with Underdog is that there are various black market businesses at play. The unseen character continues to elaborate on the situation. The unseen character states that the problem won't be solved just by stopping their operations. They believe they'll have to remove the core leaders. Adolph Morg is surprised to hear that the unseen character read about the underground market. The unseen character explains that the vice-consul's role is to create law and enforce them. They also have to respect the laws created before them. Adolph is told that a new law will be added to those existing laws. The unseen character asks if Adolph is going to legislate a new law, stating that it'll completely dry up that underground market within a week. Adolph is told that if he wants to create a new law and enforce it, he needs a reason. The unseen character questions why he would need a reason when they're doing something illegal. The unseen character reflects on being young and still a newbie who's being appointed tomorrow. The elite gathered, unaware of the machinations brewing just outside their gilded cage. Hugo Le Baskerville, peering through the bars, knew that to convince them, he'd need a performance. He would lay out some bait to attract the flies. The details of his suit were immaculate, down to the gleaming gold button. Elsewhere, Adolph Morg looked up, muttering in disbelief at what he was seeing. The question hung in the air, what was he planning? The next day, the stage was set. The town bustled with anticipation, unaware of the darkness lurking beneath the surface. Underdog's main street was packed, the crowd eager for whatever spectacle was about to unfold. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of excitement and apprehension. Hugo stood before a poster, his gaze intense, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His cane, a silent sentinel, rested firmly in his grasp as he surveyed the scene. Whispers spread. What was the vice consul planning, standing there since early dawn? How can anyone know? The crowd had indeed gathered, their numbers significant enough to draw attention. Stepping forward, Hugo Luke Baskerville announced himself as the newly appointed vice consul. A voice questioned his youth, a sentiment shared by some in the growing audience. Another voice chimed in, finding the new vice consul to be cute, a stark contrast to the previous comment. Doubt crept in as someone wondered what a brat like that was going to do. Hugo assured the crowd that they had all read the public notice, reminding them that the laws in place remained unchanged. Despite the change in vice consul, the autonomous laws of the Baskerville clan were still in effect. The laws were listed, detailing punishments ranging from death for human trafficking to tongue removal for illegal drug use, and kneecap busting for tax evasion. Some doubted the laws would be upheld at all, believing those in power did more than them. An old man questioned if they had forgotten who was in charge of their safety, reminding them that Hugo was from the Baskerville clan's main castle. Someone sarcastically asked if he needed to put a sword next to their necks for them to recover their senses, suggesting they should stop if Chihuahua was the one saying it. It would have been better if Chihuahua was the vice consul, someone thought, wondering how a brat like that was going to enforce the laws. He gripped the staff tightly, knuckles white against the worn wood. His grip tightened further, preparing to unleash its power. Hugo Luke Baskerville's red eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within them. The staff descended, a blur of motion and contained force. Nearby onlookers could only utter a confused, huh, as the ground began to tremble. The air crackled with energy as the staff made contact. A shockwave erupted, sending tremors through the very foundations of the city. The force of the impact threw people off their feet. Panic spread as the ground bucked beneath them, their faces etched with terror. The man with blue hair was sent tumbling, his eyes wide with shock. Even those in positions of power could only watch in stunned silence. The staff stood embedded in the shattered earth, a testament to Hugo Luke Baskerville's might. With his authority as vice consul, he declared a new, special law. The announcement reverberated, the staff planted firmly into the ground. The new law was named Betrayal Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 1. Hugo, eyes glowing red, announced a reward. He would give 100 million. The crowd murmured, the weight of the announcement settling over them. The people looked on, stunned by the sudden declaration and the immense sum offered. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. The news spread like wildfire, the promise of wealth electrifying the air. The crowd exclaimed, 100 million gold. 100 million? The crowd murmured, realizing such a sum was worth 4 years of an average person's wage. One voice questioned who would give out 100 million for pulling out some stick. The two men in suits looked on, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief at the sum being offered. Hugo Le Baskerville, arms outstretched, asked who would take the 100 million. The post stood firm, planted in the cracked earth. If that's the case, Hugo thought, then he had no choice. The scroll detailed the Betrayal Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 1. He declared that the one who pulls out this post will be given 1 billion gold. Still no one. Hugo's expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Meanwhile, Adolphe Morgue stands with his arms crossed, surrounded by onlookers. He finds the situation ridiculous. Someone in the crowd is clearly making fun of the situation. Beecher Van Baskerville, visibly annoyed, tells him to stop the prank and go back to sleep. The crowd continues to murmur, their voices rising in a chorus of disbelief. It's not like 1 billion gold is some chicken feed. Adolphe Morgue appears embarrassed by the spectacle. He wonders why they're the ones feeling this way. Beecher asks if nobody is going to come forward to take on the challenge. The crowd's expressions shift from amusement to shock, their eyes wide with surprise. Adolphe Morgue stands firm, a woman behind him looking equally surprised by the unfolding events. The scroll details the Beecher Special Law, Paragraph 3, Article 1, promising 10 billion G to whoever pulls out the post. Beecher stands with his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he surveys the crowd. Beecher's red eyes gleam in the dim light as he wonders if nobody will step up. Two men watch the scene unfold, their faces etched with concern. They wondered what was happening. The crowd murmured, a low hum of apprehension rippling through the onlookers. Someone considered stepping forward. A voice warned of the potential consequences. Are you crazy? Who knows what would happen to you? The glint of a sword at someone's waist caught the light. The crowd whispered about the potential for swift, brutal justice. Someone observed the tilting post, speculating on its immense weight. It seemed to be leaning more than before. Another onlooker suggested caution, sensing hidden motives. It was best not to step forward at times like this. Adolphe Morgue stood beside Hugo Le Baskerville. Hugo remarked that still no one had stepped forward, despite the money on offer. A hand tentatively reached up, a silent offer of assistance hanging in the air. A young girl with braided blonde hair spoke up, her voice clear and unafraid. May I give it a try? The girl's small sandals stood on the dusty ground, a basket of vibrant flowers hanging from her arm. An older man scolded the girl, Judy, the flower-selling girl. He questioned her judgment in stepping forward so readily. Judy clutched her flowers, explaining her desperate need. Her mother was sick, and she had to do something. She beams, a hopeful smile gracing her face as she looks ahead. A silent plea echoes in someone's mind. If something happens, take care of my mom. An older man watches with worry etched deeply into his weathered face. The sound of metal scraping against stone fills the air as she strains. The sword remains stubbornly lodged, unmoving despite her efforts. Doubt creeps in. Would he really kill me if I fail this task? Judy steals her resolve, thinking that she'll become a laughingstock if Hugo doesn't at least give her a few coins. She hopes to at least get as much as a single flower basket is worth. Hugo Le Baskerville watches Judy, his expression unreadable as she struggles. A voice commands her to pull it out, the pressure mounting. Judy grits her teeth, putting all her strength into pulling the sword. The sword remains firmly planted, resisting her desperate efforts. She strains against the unyielding resistance, her small hands gripping the sword's hilt with desperate strength. A collective gasp rises from the crowd as the impossible occurs. She did it. She pulled it out. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the onlookers. They remark that she actually did it. She did it in the end. Judy stares at the sword in disbelief. It was so easy to pull out. A wave of realization washes over her. No way. Meanwhile, Hugo Le Baskerville stands silhouetted against the crimson sky, his expression unreadable. A chilling thought echoes in the mind of someone unseen. I'm going to be executed. Judy's face is etched with worry, sweat beading on her brow as the weight of the situation settles upon her. Dark thoughts plague her. Would the reason for execution be an offense against a noble? If I die, who'll take care of my mom? A silent plea escapes her mind. Mom, I'm sorry. A small bag of coins is thrust into Judy's hand. The sound of the gold is stark contrast to her inner turmoil. Hugo offers the bag. Take it, he says. First, 100 million gold. She remained kneeling on the shattered ground, looking up at Hugo Le Baskerville, who held a heavy sack. Tears welled in Judy's eyes as she stared up, the crowd behind her watching with bated breath. The sack bulged, its contents promising untold riches, held securely in Hugo's grasp. Hugo spoke, his offer hanging in the air. Where is your house? 10 billion gold will be too heavy, so I will deliver it to your house. I will also provide guards. A hand gently rested on Judy's head, a gesture of comfort, or perhaps something more calculated. A voice echoed in someone's mind, a dark reflection on the situation. This is what law is like. It must be kept. Hugo held the sack of gold, the weight of the offer palpable, the implications heavy. A man's eyes widened in disbelief, the sheer magnitude of the sum offered causing visible shock. A shout erupted from the crowd, a raw expression of the collective astonishment. The crowd's faces mirrored a shared sense of awe and disbelief, their expressions a testament to the enormity of the offer. The air crackled with unspoken questions and stunned silence, the weight of the moment punctuated by the visual exclamation. The sack overflowed with gold coins, a tangible representation of the life-altering sum offered to Judy. This example served as an opportunity for the Betrayal special law to become more popular. The simple concept moved the hearts of citizens. The man with brown hair remarked that the new vice-consul was different. His companion agreed, having heard the same. It's a society where Vice-Consul Beecher keeps his word, no matter what. Since the announcement of the Beecher special law, illegal acts noticeably diminished. It was a society of principles. The sign read, Belief in Moving Trees. It meant that politicians make their subjects trust them by moving trees. The office manager, Chihuahua, wiped his brow relieved. He had been asked to write something, and Beecher had liked it. Chihuahua didn't expect such an unconventional performance. He was in his 20s at the time. Years as office manager, he had never been so touched. They couldn't just. Beecher crossed his arms, a calm expression on his face. Chihuahua contemplated how he could attract attention and leave a strong impression. He would follow Beecher for the rest of his life. The vice-consul remained calm. All of this is actually something Camus Moore did quite later in life. When Camus became the head of clan, the crime rate was close to 0%. He stood with Beecher, the red-eyed man reflecting on his past. Because she led politics with fear, Camus was not liked by the people. The problem starts now, he thought, a smirk playing on his lips. He was ready to tackle the challenges ahead. His hand hovered over a detailed map, fingers tracing routes and marking locations. Since they gave out 10 billion gold as he planned to crack down on these places. These were places illegal organizations were currently hiding or would hide in the future. His goal was clear, find these places and confiscate their black money. But how did he know where these illegal places of business were? The man with silver hair held the document, his expression knowing. He could smell it, he thought, confident in his ability. Camus touched his face, a nostalgic look in his red eyes. Of course, he knew since these areas were places he patrolled and cracked down on like crazy before he regressed. Chihuahua wondered how far he did investigate. Beecher knew he was always on the ball, a reliable vice consul. A request for an interview had come from the Teenage Self-Government Committee. The gears of bureaucracy were already turning. Beecher and Chihuahua stood before Camu, listening intently. The weight of the city rested on their shoulders. As expected, Camu thought, a smile playing on his lips. He was ready for whatever came next, with Beecher and Chihuahua by his side. So the nobles who only break wind in the community are asking to see him, the vice consul thought. He was a man in demand. Adolph Morg explains that it's a group created by the 2 second and 3 third generations of the Baskerville Territory's indigenous families. It seems like the young masters there have something to say. Camu Morg listens intently, regarding Beecher's special law. Adolph Morg continues, suggesting that the flies have started smelling the dung. A close-up reveals the collar of Camu's suit, his expression unreadable. Camu's eyes glow red as he proposes eradicating the pests that chew away at the city in earnest. The camera focuses on hands clasped together, a silent agreement hanging in the air. Deep within the club, a VVIP room awaited those who could afford its exorbitant price. 10 million gold for 6 hours bought entry to a raging party, a testament to the city's extravagance. The participants, the core 7 of the Teenage Self-Governing Committee, were ready to party the night away again. They were the children of the 7 native clans within Baskerville territory, celebrating their status. The pyramid made of Don Quixote Perignon 666 was complete, each bottle worth 100 million gold. Hugo Le Baskerville gestured grandly, inviting the party attendees to drink what had spilled onto the table. The party attendees thanked him, eager to taste the valuable drink, promising to serve him wholeheartedly. He leaned back, a smug look on his face. It was all thanks to Baskerville. He declared that they could live like this. The slave trade continued to grow, and the capture continued. The Baskervilles were only caring about expanding their borders. The antagonist raised his glass, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It was all thanks to them, he mused, savoring the thought. And with no eyes of the imperial family around, it was a perfect playground. The Baskervilles only cared about expanding their borders. Not to mention, the Baskervilles are protecting them, the man in the dark suit said. Look at how safe they were. The antagonist's face filled the frame, his expression one of cruel amusement. Baskervilles, he thought, were all sword-obsessed morons. Just look at what happened with Mesmedrano, the text bubble declared, hinting at a dark event. Not knowing that they framed them, the text continued. Baskerville personally slaughtered the Mesmedrano clan. The loyalist of the 8 clans, the text proclaimed. Thanks to that, the 8 clans became 7. That's what they get for getting in the way of their fun. By the way, did they hear the news about the new vice consul? He had already put in a request for an audience. He's apparently an illegitimate van, the text revealed, setting the stage for a meeting. The antagonist mused that he thought his name was Beecher. Had the other man ever heard of him? The man replied that he had not. He sat back, feet propped up, as the others discussed the young Beecher's arrival and supposed party-throwing prowess. One of them suggested they tease him a bit, asserting their dominance over the newcomer. Hugo smirked, considering the possibilities of such a game. He proposed throwing a big party for Beecher, with premium wine and women, but planned to stick him with the bill afterward. The others seemed to find the idea amusing, wondering where a 15-year-old civil servant would get the money. The plan was that Beecher wouldn't even be able to submit a report to his clan for fear of being scolded. They would then claim it was all a joke and pay the bill, further humiliating him. Hugo grinned, confident that Beecher would never be able to talk back to them ever again. A man announced the arrival of the girls, signaling the next phase of their plan. One of them questioned why they came again after all that had happened, but the response was to send her out, as she was dampening the mood. The girls were called over, summoned to sit closer this time. Hugo watched, a sinister glint in his eyes, as the trap was set for the young Beecher. Whispers spread as the newcomer approached. Was he a guest, or had someone requested a male escort? One man interjected, claiming the newcomer was an acquaintance. Hugo and another man watched the scene unfold. Hugo seemed unconcerned, but the other man appeared nervous, unsure of what was about to happen. The man thought it wasn't odd because of how boldly he entered the party. He seemed to be making a statement with his presence. Suddenly, a man grabbed the newcomer's hair, berating him. He demanded to know where the newcomer thought he was. The newcomer's eye glowed with an ominous red light, hinting at a hidden power or a building rage. The man in the background looked on in shock, realizing the situation was escalating rapidly. Hugo, however, maintained his smug composure. Nearby, a woman and a man with blonde hair watched with wide eyes, surprised by the sudden confrontation. The tension in the room was palpable. The man continued to grab the newcomer's hair, his expression one of anger and dominance. He seemed determined to assert his authority. The newcomer's hands were clasped behind his back, suggesting a calm restraint despite the provocation. He was biding his time. The man in the background and Hugo were both taken aback by the newcomer's reaction, or lack thereof. They exchanged worried glances. The man grabbing his hair exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and anger. He was clearly losing control of the situation. With a defiant gaze, the newcomer finally spoke, declaring, "The name's Beecher Van Baskerville." The man's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Hugo Le Baskerville demanded to know what brought him here to this place. A figure in a suit responded, stating that they had been summoned. The vice-consul chuckled, impressed by someone's performance. A question arose: should they train the newbie right away? The vice-consul agreed, suggesting they stick the booze bill on him. A hand slammed down on the table with a resounding crack. The force of the impact reverberated through the room. A woman with auburn hair looked up, startled by the sudden noise. The vice-consul and others looked on in shock, their faces etched with surprise. Wine glasses shattered, sending shards of glass and crimson liquid flying. The remnants of the shattered glasses rained down upon the table. A tower of champagne glasses stood tall, a testament to celebration. Suddenly, a burst of crimson energy erupted from the delicate structure. The force of the blast showered those nearby with shards and spilled champagne. The room filled with a collective gasp of shock and disbelief. Eyes widened as the guests struggled to comprehend the sudden destruction. The man with blonde hair exclaimed, questioning if the tower was broken with mana resonance. He wondered aloud what such a feat could possibly signify. A young man's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, prompting a hushed question, "Graduate?" A hand rested on the table, the source of the destructive power now revealed. Hugo Le Baskerville argued with the blonde man, who was shocked to learn the boy was more than just a 15-year-old brat. The man with dark hair gasped, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and astonishment. The man with red hair swore they were going to pay for the alcohol. Hugo Le Baskerville reminded him that, of course, he should pay for what he drank. Someone realized they accidentally spilled the beans, intending to leave him holding the bag after enjoying the party. The crowd wondered who would do such a despicable thing. The man declared that they would never dare do that to a member of the Baskerville clan. Hugo Le Baskerville was told that they just wanted to test him as the vice-consul, as Underdog City has fallen quite a bit. Someone stated that he indeed has the merit to lead them, and they will follow him, sir. A fist began to move as he wants. The fist connected with a resounding crack. The impact blurred the vision. However, the opposite does not stand true. A dog is not allowed to test the master no matter what. Hugo Le Baskerville laughed maniacally, his red eyes gleaming. He spoke with a chilling calmness, his red eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light. A wave of fear washed over the onlookers, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief. Hugo Le Baskerville turned, his expression hardening as he prepared to make an example. A sickening thud echoed through the room as a fist connected with its target. Beecher Van Baskerville watched with a furrowed brow, concern etched on his youthful face. The victim lay sprawled on the floor, blood pooling around his head as the impact reverberated. One man spoke, suggesting that those who don't understand the situation deserve the same fate. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats and simmering resentment. Close up, the brutal aftermath of the attack was visible, blood and sweat mingling on the floor. Hugo Le Baskerville stood tall, his posture radiating dominance and a chilling lack of remorse. The man with blonde hair shouted, calling Hugo a bastard, his face a mask of fury. The crowd erupted in outrage, questioning if Hugo thought he could get away with this display of violence. He loomed over Beecher, face contorted with rage, demanding if he understood the situation. A voice, filled with suppressed terror, whispered of kidnapping and illegal slave trafficking, revealing the depths of their crimes. Three men stood together, their faces etched with fear as one declared their contempt for the Baskerville clan and the multitude of dirty deeds they had committed. Hugo's voice dripped with malice as he declared that one cannot tame an animal without teaching a lesson. A hand was seized with brutal force, the sound of pain echoing in the air. Hugo Le Baskerville's face was a mask of cruel satisfaction, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The scene shifts to Underdog City, a place somewhere on the outskirts. A large circus tent stood ready, promising dark entertainment within its secluded grounds. High-ranking carriages began to gather around the tent, hinting at the wealth and status of those attending. Today was the day of the slave auction, an illegal event kept secret from Baskerville. Kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and commoners were being traded as goods, their lives reduced to mere commodities. A clown, face painted with a sinister smile, welcomed each attendee to the circus. The clown greeted a man, recognizing his family. He noted that the signature on his certificate was patented to the Mablink family. The attendees were gathered, their backs turned to the viewer as they awaited the start of the auction. From reading the certificate, it seemed the man's purpose of visit was to sell. The certificate was held up, its ornate design and official-looking script hinting at its importance. The man with glasses confirmed that they were indeed there to sell, his words laced with a hint of anticipation. The speaker notes the Mablin family's reputation as outstanding customers, inquiring about their satisfaction with previous purchases. A figure in a clown-like outfit stands beside a man in a suit, the latter dismissing the inquiry with a simple, "Not at all." A voice declares that the black hair and red eyes make for a rare specimen, suggesting a high value for the individual. The character with striking red eyes vows to be sold for a good price, hinting at a desperate situation. The speaker hopes they have a wonderful time at the circus, addressing Mr. Chihuahua Mablink directly. Behind bars, the red-eyed character appears trapped, their expression unreadable. A large circus tent looms, promising spectacle and perhaps something more sinister. A figure stands on a raised platform, surrounded by a crowd, ready for the auction to begin. The speaker mentions a trend of displaying slaves that look strange, suggesting a shift in demand. One masked figure dismisses the trend, stating that slaves should just be pretty or handsome. Another masked figure expresses interest in the grim history of their slaves, hinting at a darker curiosity. The clownish auctioneer, ever the showman, hoped for many usable goods to be presented this day. The first product was announced, something the knights of the Baskerville clan embezzled from those they hunted. 19 hearts beat within the creature presented, a specimen called Murcielago. The help, Buffalo Murcielago, a type of cow that lives in the oil hell, deep inside hell, was described in detail. The auctioneer declared that no part of the Murcielago would go to waste, not meat, bones, or organs. Bids flew through the air as the auction began, reaching 140 million. The auctioneer asked if anyone had a higher bid than 250 million before declaring the item sold. Meanwhile, a figure stood in the shadows, the price of 200 million echoing in the air. The numbers on the auction paddles rose higher and higher, reaching 60 million. The auctioneer announced the next item to be sold. A chained individual was presented, their fate hanging in the balance. The chained individual resigned themselves to their fate, stating they would try to sell, but not to blame them if it didn't work. A rare item, brought from deep within the jungle, was about to be presented by the slave traders. The Balit Barbarian, a battle tribe member from the jungle of Mt. Loup Rouge et Lenoir, was displayed. Chained and bound, the barbarian's bare feet were visible, a testament to his captivity. The barbarian's sharp eyes narrowed, a savage slave to be tamed anew, a chance for someone. The auctioneer presented the chained barbarian, ready to announce the starting bid this time. The masked spectators watched with anticipation, wondering if there was no one interested in this slave. The auctioneer, Support Chihuahua, exclaimed that he would take a cut and only ask for 1 million. The masked spectators yawned, seemingly bored with the proceedings. Two masked spectators whispered to each other, discussing the lack of interest. Support Chihuahua stated that it was done for, and this wasn't getting sold, only offering goods that are guaranteed to sell. He reaches out, desperation etched on his face as the unseen force pulls him away. Chains bind his wrists, the cold metal a stark contrast to his pale skin. A figure in a dark hood strikes, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The impact resonates, a brutal display of power and dominance. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. The hooded figure stands tall, a silent enforcer in this macabre spectacle. A clownish figure grins, announcing a slight incident with unsettling cheerfulness. Everyone, there seems to have been a slight incident. The chained man hangs limp, a disturbing display of what's to come. As a show of good faith, we'll start the bidding on the best item we have for you today. A bare foot rests on the ground, a symbol of vulnerability and captivity. A masked woman gasps, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and intrigue. Oh my! The chained man stands, his long black hair and red eyes a striking contrast against his pale skin. The announcer presents the new offering. It's a special good with the rare black hair and red eyes. The clownish auctioneer kept a hand on Beecher Van Baskerville's shoulder, boasting of the merchandise. The auctioneer's voice boomed, promising a great session due to the product's high quality. The clownish auctioneer grinned, his painted smile wide as he surveyed the crowd of potential buyers. A bidder exclaimed that the auction hadn't even started, yet the price was already at 600 million. Another bidder, outraged, questioned what being a man had to do with his 800 million. A masked bidder declared it was none of anyone's business, intending to use the auction man as a sword slave, raising the bid to 900 million. A paddle was raised, displaying a bid of 6 billion, a staggering sum that silenced the room. The clownish auctioneer's eyes widened behind his mask, hardly believing the 6 billion bid. Beecher Van Baskerville stood, his expression unreadable as the bids escalated to unbelievable heights. The crowd buzzed with excitement at the 6 billion bid, wondering if anyone would dare to counter such an offer. A voice whispered that the bidder was none other than Baron Gambino from the granary. Baron Gambino, surrounded by his territory, was pleased with himself, a big spender indeed. The man's financial power was definitely impressive, having absorbed some underground funds recently. The Baron's associate questioned if this was too much of an expenditure, addressing him as Lord Baron. Baron Gambino mused that with a beautiful slave like that, he'd receive a greater sum if he were to sell it at the capital. The associate wondered if it wouldn't only be a gain if that slave's body remained pure when they sold it, but the Baron told her to shut up. Baron Gambino exclaimed to Cinderwendy that he accepted her when she had nowhere to go. The associate looked down, seemingly affected by the Baron's words. A disembodied voice declared that it will be sold to customer 99. Baron Gambino questioned how Cinderwendy dared raise her arrogance over him. The associate made a noise, seemingly surprised by the Baron's words. Baron Gambino thought that now that he looked at it closer, it was better than he thought. He assures the shirtless Beecher Van Baskerville that he is not a bad person. The Baron tells him not to worry too much. The man with the mask smirks, revealing that he has thought of many ways to play with Beecher. Baron Gambino is already looking forward to it, his expression one of cruel anticipation. The Baron holds Beecher's chained hands, a disturbing smile plastered across his face as he towers over the captive. Beecher asks if he's being asked to release his cuffs, a subtle challenge in his tone. The chains glint ominously, a symbol of Beecher's captivity and the Baron's control. Baron Gambino states that Beecher doesn't need to do that, his eyes gleaming with a sinister intent. The chains begin to strain, a subtle indication of the immense power contained within Beecher. Cinderwendy's eyes widen behind her glasses, a mix of shock and concern etched on her face. Play, that sounds fun. Beecher's feet are planted firmly on the ground, a silent promise of the force about to be unleashed. Cinderwendy gasps, her expression shifting to one of utter surprise as the events unfold before her. With a burst of power, Beecher shatters his chains, the force of his liberation sending debris flying in all directions. The long-haired man stands tall, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the next move. A resounding impact echoes, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the immediate area. A hand presses down firmly, the topic of this deadly game being shields and spears, a contest of defense and offense. A voice booms, declaring, "I am the spear. If you as the shield survive, you win." The glowing-eyed character smiles, a sinister glint in their eyes as they prepare to strike. Cinderwendy screams, her voice filled with terror as the situation spirals out of control. Her desperate plea echoes, "Cindy, TH the guards," as she calls for help. The attack leaves Cinderwendy bloodied, her glasses askew as she reels from the assault. Baron Gambino has fainted, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure of the unfolding events. Tears stream down a face, the unspoken words conveying a sense of grim determination. Then I win this game. The long-haired man stands beside Cinderwendy, his presence a stark contrast to her injured state as she exclaims, "Why you are?" The man is revealed to be Beecher Van Baskerville, his name echoing with a renewed sense of purpose. He cradled the limp form, a chilling question echoing in the air. Whispers spread, questioning if it was Beecher, the vice-consul of Underdog City. Why would a hound of Baskerville be present? Baron Gambino, masked and seated, is told that he is doing something big. A voice mused that circus was a fitting name for the occasion, again. Beecher stood amidst a crowd of masked figures, his expression unreadable. A disembodied voice declared a message for every single person present. Glowing red eyes burned with intensity, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A young man with dark hair and piercing red eyes smirks confidently, his bare chest hinting at hidden strength. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with suppressed power. A man with blue hair and a grotesque clown mask stares ahead, his expression a mix of fear and manic anticipation. The vice-consul finds himself surrounded, his enemies closing in. He doesn't even have a weapon, one sneers. Figures leap through the air, blades glinting in the dim light as they descend. The shirtless man stands with his back to the viewer, a silent promise of violence radiating from his stance. A hand glows with crimson energy, a weapon forming from pure will. A crimson blade cuts through the air, striking down those who dare to approach. Crimson energy crackled around the shirtless man, the air shimmering with raw power. Baron Gambino, hidden behind his clown mask, sensed the shift. Red and sticky aura, he thought. The Baron's eyes widened behind the mask, a bead of sweat trickling down his painted face. No way. Elsewhere, a hooded figure moved with unnatural speed, their eyes gleaming from the shadows. The shirtless man's muscles bulged as the crimson energy intensified, veins pulsing with light. A manic grin stretched across his face, his red eyes burning with newfound power. The hooded figure's gaze intensified, their expression unreadable behind the dark fabric. Meanwhile, chains fell from the sky, each link representing the military might of a country. The shirtless man stood amidst the chaos, radiating an almost blinding light. The word echoed in the air, resonating with the man's transformation. Graduate. Even if he's a Baskerville, he's a graduate at that age? Baron Gambino watched with growing dread. "We can't win against him," he exclaimed as the man with glasses added. "I didn't expect the vice-consul's swordsmanship skill." The situation was proving to be irregular, indeed. Baron Gambino, masked and wary, seemed to be weighing his options. A henchman sneered, holding Beecher Van Baskerville at sword point. Huh, look here, Vice Consul. The henchman kept Beecher pinned, his face obscured. A clownish figure, knife in hand, pressed his advantage. Drop your weapon and surrender now. The clown threatened. If you don't, I'll kill this companion of yours. Surrounded, Beecher Van Baskerville was urged to hurry up and listen. The Baron's expression hardened, a glint of steel reflecting in his mask. Beecher, bloodied but defiant, called out, I'm fine. Please be careful. The clown's face contorted in rage. You insane bastard, what are you doing? Let go. The Baron was seized, the knife pressing against his throat as he began to choke. The Baron declared, Compromise aren't in my dictionary. Rather than hold back the Vice-Consul, I'd rather die. The slim man's face contorts with anger, questioning how someone could speak with such a treacherous expression. The sound of slashing fills the air. Chihuahua is addressed, his loyalty being acknowledged by an unseen speaker. A hidden card was received from the clan head when leaving the Baskerville house, offering some form of assurance. A voice cries out, questioning what someone is trying to do, dismissing it as a flu. Chihuahua, standing over a fallen figure, prepares to use a whistle. Beecher, covered in blood, brings the whistle to his lips, ready to signal. The piercing sound of the whistle cuts through the air, a high-pitched shriek that promises change. The whistle's effect is immediate, causing those nearby to collapse to the ground. The sound of the whistle causes a woman in the audience to cover her ears and scream in pain. Chihuahua watches with a concerned expression as the whistle's effects spread. Beecher lowers the whistle, his expression unreadable as he assesses the situation. The whistle sound has cleared the immediate area, leaving Beecher standing amidst the fallen, a sword-wielding figure approaching. The aftermath of the battle lay scattered around him, bodies strewn about. Beecher Van Baskerville, still in his clown makeup, felt a presence behind him. Chihuahua stood close, a masked expression on his face. Nothing happened. Chihuahua questioned if it was all just a scare. The clown makeup man's expression shifted, a flicker of unease in his eyes. The masked man's grip tightened on the knife, his knuckles white with tension. Even as a graduate, at this distance, Beecher felt the blade pierce him. His eyes widened in disbelief, the shock of the attack registering on his face. Blood splattered as the blade found its mark, a brutal and sudden violation. A figure emerged, a sword glinting in the dim light, poised to strike again. Huh. Chihuahua recoiled, fear etched on his masked face as the sword-wielding man approached. Beecher lay on the ground, defeated, the clown makeup smeared with blood. The sword-wielding man swung his blade, fury radiating from him. Who are you, you bastard? The sword-wielding man stood triumphant, his eyes burning with rage as he prepared for another strike. He was engulfed in a surge of crimson energy, fighting back. The cloaked figure stood over him, sword dripping with blood. The onlookers gasped, their faces etched with horror at the sight. The sound of the attack echoed in the air. Beecher smirked, blood smeared across his face and chest. A group of cloaked figures advanced, their footsteps barely audible. The cloaked figures stood in formation, their presence ominous. The sound of a sword being drawn cut through the silence. The cloaked figures surrounded the area, their intentions unclear. Swords were raised, glinting in the dim light, ready for battle. The air crackled with anticipation of the coming conflict. The cloaked figures stood menacingly, their eyes glowing with intent. The two men looked on in disbelief, fear etched across their faces. They knew who they were dealing with. The woman with glasses recalled the telltale sign, teeth mark insignia on their chests. Cinderwendy had heard of them before, her expression grave. The Night Order was known as the most violent in the entire empire, the cleanup professionals. The Night Order, where all 100 of them are graduates. Cinderwendy knew they were facing the Pitbull Night Order of the Baskerville clan. A cloaked figure stood behind her. The woman with glasses was in disbelief. Cinderwendy's eyes widened, a tear forming as she thought, I can't die here. Beecher stood beside her, shirtless and scarred. Cinderwendy stated that this one is fine. The cloaked figure stood ready, his stance menacing. The cloaked figure lunged forward, his weapon aimed at Beecher's feet. The cloaked figure was ordered to kill the rest of them, without a trace, as Beecher and Cinderwendy stood side by side. The order rings out, spare those who stay down quietly. But any movement, any resistance, is to be met without mercy. The command is received, the silent acknowledgement sealing their grim task. Hugo Luke Baskerville reflects on the sensitivity surrounding the army's might. He finds relief in the arrival of the Pitbull squad, his son's safety secured. Chaos erupts as someone cries out, desperately pleading to be saved from the onslaught. The man is overwhelmed, wishing only to lie down and fade away into the quiet. A figure emerges, a chilling heat, cutting through the din of battle. A voice muses about taking the handcuffs, a sinister intent hanging in the air. The speaker's expression is one of cruel anticipation, relishing the coming torment. The hooded figure declares that they do not carry handcuffs with them. A brutal strike lands, the crimson energy of violence unleashed. A figure is sent flying, a crimson arc following the trajectory of the blow. A brutal strike lands squarely on its target, eliciting a cry of pain. A disembodied voice muses on the utility of limbs, questioning how it feels to face his pitbull night order. The young man, shirtless and wounded, declares his satisfaction to his Uncle Boston Terrier. A man with sunglasses offers his assistance, should it be needed again. The text identifies the man with the fur coat as Night Captain Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, as Beecher realizes why Hugo is paying him so much attention. Beecher reflects on the brutal nature expected of a 15-year-old. Boston Terrier Le Baskerville suggests Beecher join his pitbull night order, promising to teach him well, just like his uncle. Beecher states that he has something urgent to do now, so Boston Terrier Le Baskerville watches as Beecher walks away. The man with the fur coat fumes, offended that he is being ignored, wanting Beecher more and more. Someone thinks to themselves that they can't deal with him. He walked through the warehouse, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Beecher continued deeper into the warehouse, thinking to himself, it should be around here somewhere. His eyes landed on a large safe. This looks like the safe holding the money the nobles paid with. Since it'll all be retrieved, tax shouldn't be an issue. Beecher stood before the safe, lost in thought. But that's not important right now. He refocused, remembering, that's not the reason I came to the warehouse. The camera panned down to a cage. Beecher's expression shifted, a flicker of concern in his red eyes. He groaned softly, a sound of discomfort escaping his lips. The camera focused on the cage. Inside, a woman lay slumped against the bars, her body bruised and battered. He choked back a sob, tears freely flowing. Something had clearly shaken Beecher Van Baskerville to his core. He sat beside the woman, who lay still, bound by thick ropes. The scene spoke of recent suffering. The woman appeared to have been punished before being dragged away. Bruises marred her skin. Her body was battered, a testament to the brutality she had endured. She remained unconscious. Beecher's expression hardened as he observed her injuries. His red eyes narrowed with concern. Beecher held a vial, its contents glowing with a faint, magical light. He spoke softly, explaining its purpose. The woman was from a night order, a detail that added another layer to her plight. Gently, Beecher poured the glowing liquid into her mouth, hoping to heal her wounds. The woman's battered body remained still, awaiting the effects of the potion. A soft, pink light emanated from her, indicating the potion was taking effect. Her eyes snapped open, a flash of gold within them, as she regained consciousness. The woman in the cage speaks rapidly, her expression a mix of fear and desperation. The cage rattles as she speaks, the sound echoing in the dimly lit space. What are you so surprised about? The sound of the cage rattling fills the air. The woman looks up, her eyes wide with a question. Beecher stands before the cage, a look of shock on his face. Run. The woman sits in the cage, bloodstains visible on the floor around her. Her expression is strained, her eyes narrowed with a mixture of fear and determination. Beecher recalls his past, remembering that he picked up a few words of the barbarian's language. The woman's words echo in his mind. Run away. The woman continues to speak in the foreign tongue, her voice urgent. Beecher realizes, although he's not that fluent, he understands. The woman's face is etched with worry as she looks towards Beecher. Her tattered dress and bare feet speak of her captivity. The woman speaks in a language foreign to most, but understood by Beecher. Well, he guesses she is thankful. The woman is thankful. Beecher decides it is time to get what he came for. A sheet is pulled back, revealing something underneath. Beecher smiles, seemingly pleased with what he has found. He holds up the sheet, announcing that he has found it. It is the corpse of Murcielago. Fortunately, they haven't dismantled it yet, Beecher thinks. Red energy crackles around his hand. Beecher holds out his hand, the red energy buzzing around it. He speaks to the energy, revealing its name, Beelzebub. He will let it eat the corpse to calm down. The creature lays still, its life extinguished with a final, buzzing sigh. Elsewhere, the new vice-consul had dealt with the criminal organization in an instant. As day broke, rumors spread like wildfire. The nobles who attended the illegal slave auction and those running the show were sent to Underdog prison. Their arms and legs were cut off, and on that day, the huge demonic cave of Underdog City burned. The burning suspension burned away with their club and disappeared, its fate already set. The heads of the VIPs of the club were put on display. It was all done to etch the severity of the crime in the people's hearts. Written protests were sent to the consulate, as many had lost their children. For sinners who have committed the act of illegal slave trade banned by the nation, justice was swift. The decree was absolute. Death is the only ending for their crimes. The words of the 7 sinners, their written accounts, had all been acquired. The statement of their money flow had also been acquired, as the Baskerville clan properly investigated the incident. After that, the protests from the 7 clans completely stopped. The arrogant clan heads personally came to the consulate, their pride shattered. They even bowed their heads and begged the man who killed their children, their pleas echoing in the halls. However, Beecher's answer was simple, his decision unyielding in the face of their desperation. You 7 clans violated the Baskerville Autonomy Law. The judgment rang out, sealing their fate. And thus, their property would be seized, the consequences of their treachery unfolding. To pay for their crime of treachery, all members within 3 extensions of their family would be executed. Under the rule of the new vice-consul, the floors of the execution grounds never dried of blood for several days. The blood of the disgusting vermin that had been gnawing away at the city stained the ground. Positions in government and related jobs needed personnel after the crackdown. With taxes seized from the illegal underground economy, citizens celebrated the city's newfound welfare. Underdog City's welfare was secured, and Beecher's approval rate went up day by day. The vice-consul arrived, announcing that he had brought coffee. The man with silver hair smiled, holding the cup of coffee. Focus on your job as office manager, Chihuahua said. You don't have to bring me coffee. This is my personal show of thanks. The vice-consul reminded him that he saved him from getting cut by that lunatic last time. Chihuahua held up 2 fingers, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked at Beecher. Beecher asked if his writing and penmanship training was going well. He held out a letter, asking Chihuahua to check it for him. Chihuahua noted that it hadn't been long since he learned how to write, but he could already write like this. Chihuahua thought to himself that there was still a long way to go if he wanted to match him. Thinking Beecher was incredible to create new laws even with just the things he learned. He considered the situation, realizing the gravity of the choices before him. Beecher's red eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. If the vice-consul continued to remain, he paused in his writing, the quill hovering over the parchment as he contemplated the future of Underdog City. His thoughts drifted to the potential benefits. Wouldn't they be able to develop Underdog City even further? The city sprawled before him, a testament to his efforts and a symbol of his ambition. Meanwhile, a dark sky stretched above, the stars like distant eyes watching the events unfold below. A torch flickered, casting long shadows across the stone walls of a prison cell. Chains bound a prisoner's wrists, a grim reminder of their captivity. Beecher apologized, explaining that he couldn't come sooner because he'd been busy for a few reasons recently. The prisoner remained unseen, a blindfold obscuring their face as they awaited their fate. The question hangs in the air. Did he hear correctly? Did she say her name was Cindawindy's son Rose? Her arms are bound, a blindfold covers her eyes, yet Cindawindy asks why she was allowed to live. The answer is simple, or so it seems. He had a few questions for her. Beecher's expression is unreadable as he states that he has questions for her. Cindawindy coughs, her face contorted in pain as she is held roughly. Questions. That is what is keeping her alive for now. Her green eyes narrow, a spark of defiance in them. Why keep her alive? Beecher continues, explaining that Baron Gambino's rise was due to her. He asks if that's right. From their research, her ability to earn money is quite good, he says. If Cindawindy were able to bloom that talent outside the underworld, she would have become a good merchant or financier. Beecher promises that if she answers his questions, he will let her go from here. Cindawindy's expression is unreadable as she listens to the veiled threat. The man's words hang heavy in the air, a promise of future regret. She bites her lip, a flicker of anxiety crossing her face. He leans forward, a predatory glint in his red eyes. He will answer to the best of his abilities. He asks Cindawindy what she thinks, if she believes he is operating well. He demands an answer, and he demands it now. Cindawindy's brow furrows, her green eyes pleading. She can't keep her promise if he isn't honest with her. He believes she is handling things wrong, his expression cold. His hands grip the chair, knuckles white with suppressed anger. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face. The air crackles with tension as he looms over Cindawindy, the threat palpable. He moves closer, his intentions unclear but undoubtedly menacing. His hand descended, a silent threat hanging in the air. A sharp sound echoed, the tension reaching a breaking point. He seized Cindawindy's chin, his red eyes boring into hers, demanding answers. Cindawindy's breath hitched, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance. The dark-haired man's face contorted in a snarl as he pinned Cindawindy, his eyes burning with fury. He loomed over her, his expression a mask of barely controlled rage. His hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with tension. A surge of power crackled in the air, the threat palpable. Cindawindy stared back, her green eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance as she met his gaze. His grip tightened, the air thick with unspoken accusations. Her voice trembled as she asked, "The reasons?" A red glare filled his eyes, a storm brewing within. His gaze intensified, the red in his eyes burning brighter. Cindawindy flinched, her expression a mixture of fear and anticipation. Her eyes wide, Cindawindy listened intently, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. The speaker declared that they would hear her out, their tone unreadable. Cindawindy stood, listening to the unseen figure, her expression unreadable. The speaker criticized her actions, pointing out how she was doing things wrong. Her teeth gritted. Cinderwendy's expression hardened as she listened to the critique. The speaker continued, explaining that in the disciplines of kingship, the speaker stated that the virtues seen as most important for a consul were good deeds. The speaker elaborated, saying that by using brutal laws, she raised the people's respect. The speaker warned that in the future, these laws would hurt and kill many citizens. The speaker continued, saying that the Baskervilles won't like her holding more power. The speaker then asked what she thought they should do going forward. Cinderwendy was told that she must hand over all her authority to Baskerville. The words hung in the air, a veiled suggestion cloaked in polite terms. A distant academy, a place for polishing skills, stood as a silent testament to the speaker's intent. The clan head of Baskerville, it was said, would receive the criticism meant for her. The words dripped with a subtle threat, barely concealed beneath the surface of civility. A deafening clang echoed, a symbolic representation of the constraints binding her. It was like telling a hunting dog to rip off its own master's neck. The hunting dog's master, his back turned, seemed unfazed by the implication. His eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity, a hint of the darkness within. The weight of the accusation pressed down, a visible burden. Cinderwendy's gaze hardened, her expression a mask of defiance and suppressed anger. As that hunting dog, this was the only way for her to evade that anger. The hunter's green eyes glinted with a strange satisfaction. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville held a key, a smug expression on his face. He mused, that was good advice. It aligns mostly with what I think. The sound of metal echoed as the blonde woman's shackles fell away. I'll free you, the man had said. The woman looked up at him, her expression a mix of confusion and hope. Are you really letting me go? She asked. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville stood tall, his back to Cinderwendy. I always keep my promises, he stated, his tone unwavering. Then, the hunter and the freed woman walked together down the corridor. The hunter thought to himself, I hope the day I'll regret today will never come. Cinderwendy looked back at Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, who asked, Do you know of the Mesmadrano clan? The text described the 7 clans of Underdog City, including a mercantile clan among those that settled there. They were the 8th clan, known as the Mesmadrano clan. However, this clan faced a very unfortunate incident. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville seemed to react to something. The time was the youngest son of the clan head of Mesmadrano. During his birthday banquet, was showing off the swordsmanship skills he learned. As the demonstration began, the members of Baskerville in the audience couldn't hide their disbelief. This was because of the swordsmanship skill the young child showed. The Baskerville swordsmanship skill was kept secret to everyone outside the clan. The conclusion was that a top military secret had been leaked, and Baskerville unleashed their hunting dogs. And on that day, the Mesmadrano clan became extinct. However, the ones who instigated this incident were somewhere else. The young demons of the 7 clans had stolen the swordsmanship manual from the Baskerville clan, and they were the ones who taught the child from Mesmadrano. The blonde-haired character inquired about the story of the 8th clan, a question hanging in the air. The question was met with a cold response. What did the fate of some fallen clan have to do with him? However, the dark-haired character explained there was one survivor of the Mesmadrano clan. The reason? A 1-year-old girl had been stolen. Due to the child's excellent appearance, the blonde-haired character was told they had to undergo all sorts of brutal and shameful torture. The dark-haired character grimaced. It was difficult to even say what they were out loud, the things that happened to her. The blonde-haired character, face contorted in anger, declared that he wouldn't hear more of this. He turned and walked away, the story clearly disturbing him. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville, however, seemed unfazed. He remarked that this story had a sequel. Meanwhile, after a long time passed, the city received a new vice-consul, a figure shrouded in mystery and anticipation. That vice-consul, a man of action, dragged out all the old evils, exposing the city's dark underbelly. He punished them, the trigger of this incident being the 7 ruffians who had terrorized the city. The new vice-consul tortured the 7 ruffians harshly, forcing them to confess to all their sins, even as they were dying. And then he heard there. The words hung in the air, a chilling prelude to what was to come. Tears streamed down Cinderwendy's face, her expression a mask of anguish and fury. Her voice cracked as she demanded to know who they dared apologize to. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville watched her outburst with a disturbing smirk. The words echoed in her mind, a cruel reminder of her stolen identity. Cinderwendy, the sole survivor of the Mesmadrano clan, was consumed by grief. She challenged him, questioning how she could possibly trust his words. His voice dripped with malice as he described torturing them and forcing their apologies. The hunter's eyes gleamed with cruel amusement as he faced her fury. He offered a chilling invitation to verify his claims with her own eyes. The torchlight cast long, dancing shadows across the cold stone walls. He gestured towards a grim scene, urging her to look and see the truth for herself. The room stretched into the distance, the air thick with unspoken dread. Her eye widened, reflecting a scene of unimaginable horror. Cinderwindy stood before a barred window, the scene beyond a nightmare made real. She took a step forward, the full scope of the carnage slowly revealing itself. The silence was deafening, broken only by the echo of her own ragged breath. Scrawled in blood, a confession. We were the ones who destroyed the Mesmadrano clan. Please forgive us. The bloody handprints seemed to reach out, begging for absolution that would never come. The walls were covered in desperate pleas, a chorus of guilt and terror echoing in the confined space. I'm sorry, I'm scared. A chilling final message, stark and simple. I don't want to die. Cinderwindy gasped, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a scream, tears streaming down her face. The air hung heavy with the stench of death and despair. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville stood over the prone form of Beecher Van Baskerville, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Uek! Though they suffered as they died, the revenge of the Mesmadrano clan has not yet ended. Footsteps echo in the darkness. There is still one clan left. Resent the Baskerville clan, Cinderwindy, son Mesmadrano. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville stands tall, his expression unreadable. He hears the words spoken to him. Beecher Van Baskerville, tears welling in his eyes, asks why he's being helped, given that he is a Baskerville. That's a foolish question. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville's lips curve into a sinister smile. The blond man looks down. Beecher Van Baskerville, kneeling on the ground, says he understands what the other man means. Beecher Van Baskerville. He vows to repay the debt, no matter what he does in this life. Bathed in the warm glow of the hall, Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville made a promise. A sinister smile played on his lips as he savored the moment. Those words, Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville vowed, would not be forgotten. A cheerful voice echoed through the halls as a man poked his head through the doorway. The sleepy vice consul, Huack, seemed eager to start the day. Huack greeted someone, addressing them as manager. A man, covered in blood, slowly opened his eyes, his expression clouded with confusion. He stared at the corpses surrounding him, a chilling realization dawning on his face. He didn't remember. The silver-haired man walked alongside Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville. Huack wondered if that joke wasn't funny, or if there was a problem with the joke. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville noted that there were a ton of flies buzzing around him these days. Huack listened intently, his expression unreadable as he processed the information. The man with messy black hair had endured 2 attempts with poisonous arrows and 4 attempts with poison drinks. He had been splashed with sulfuric acid, sniped at, and targeted by arson. The attempts on his life were numerous and varied. Hit by a carriage, and so on, Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville had endured a lot of things. Huack remarked that this must mean he was getting a lot of attention. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville was quite shameless, really. The skill he obtained from that A-rank danger rating held Buffalo from the illegal auction was the Tenacious Life skill. Cerberus, A+. Tenacious Life held Buffalo, A, and Hemorrhage Hellhound, Very Happy Face, were all effective. With his skin strengthened by both Tenacious Life and the Styx River, he was becoming increasingly resilient. Not even assassins at the graduate level could hurt Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville, even with an ambush. He was still bothered, Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville thought, resolving to uncover the one behind the attempts on his life. A carriage approached the Baskerville estate, its presence prompting a moment of contemplation. The horses pulled the ornate carriage across the grounds, kicking up dust as they went. The flag on the carriage bore a familiar crest, prompting a question. That mark on the flag, Baskerville? The Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville and Huack watched as the carriage approached. Someone from the main house is here. The 2 men stood side by side, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension as they watched the carriage draw closer. The carriage approached the estate's entrance. The carriage, gleaming in the sunlight, came to a halt before the estate. A footman lowered the steps of the carriage, preparing for the arrival of its occupant. Huack's eyes widened in surprise, his face betraying his shock at the sight of the person about to emerge. The Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville and Huack stood together, the tension palpable as they awaited the arrival of the mysterious guest. A figure emerged from the carriage, their identity obscured by the shadows, but their presence sending a shock through the observers. This person is... The man in uniform looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The blonde triplets question the motives of those around them, their faces betraying a hint of confusion. The blonde man with red eyes smirks, promising retribution for the academy recommendation, telling Beecher to leave it to them. The man in uniform realizes the situation is related to the academy, his expression hardening with resolve. The triplets are described as future murder machines, their potential for violence lurking beneath their youthful appearance. Despite their perceived stupidity, the triplets are capable of perfectly executing missions assigned to them. The man with glasses expresses his trust in the triplets, acknowledging their usefulness under his care. The triplets are dismissed as idiots who only know how to move as a unit of three. The triplets are called idiots, their expressions a mix of anger and determination. The triplets, their expression smug, deliver a coordinated insult, each raising a middle finger. Their target, unseen, is deemed an insolent dog, soon to be taught a lesson. The triplets stand shoulder to shoulder, their faces contorted in anger, ready to educate their target. Meanwhile, the man in uniform recalls a time before he returned, before the more triplets were known as magicians who could use the water. The triplets prepare to cast a spell using earth and grass attributes. The triplet focuses, a blue aura surrounding her as she begins the incantation. The triplet's hands glow as she channels the earth and grass magic. The magic circle intensifies, glowing with power as the triplet prepares to unleash the spell. The combination of three synergistic attributes creates a potent magical force. Their individual spells are amplified tenfold, increasing the destructive potential. The ground trembles as the spell reaches its peak, ready to be unleashed. The earth erupts, a monstrous plant-like creature rising from the ground, ready to attack. The morgue's three flowers stood together, surrounded by the enemy's plant-like tendrils. A voice taunted them, calling them stupid mutts of Baskerville, questioning if they could break through. It's not even. The Morgue triplet with blonde hair narrowed his red eyes, holding two swords. What are you trying to do with sticks? Baskerville's swordsmanship, 1 first form. The swordsman moved with blinding speed. Oh ho, a clean 1 first form. Elsewhere, a man in a military uniform stood beside a man in a suit, observing the scene. The Morgue triplet with blonde hair focused intently, his red eyes glowing. He unleashed his swordsmanship. Kook, the plant tendrils were cut apart. His hero. The Morgue triplets stood their ground, confident in their power. One of them sneered, declaring that no trash sword could ever touch them. The plant tendrils writhed, a mass of thorny vines ready to strike. The Morgue triplets' eyes glowed with an eerie red light, their expressions hardening into cold determination. A figure remained shrouded in shadow, their intentions unclear. Two figures on horseback observed the scene. One of them questioned if this wasn't entertaining, his tone laced with amusement. A magic circle glowed intensely, a sword positioned at its center. The age-old debate of magic versus swordsmanship resurfaced. Magic uses mana to control elemental power. Swordsmanship improves the self's mana and life force to increase its explosiveness. A figure, surrounded by swirling energy, was pleased to witness the talents and potentials on display. The figure plummeted downwards, engulfed in a torrent of magical energy. The figure stood amidst the chaos, a sword held firmly in hand. They were one of the young saplings destined to lead the clans of sword and magic in the future. With a powerful strike, the figure unleashed a wave of energy, shattering the earth around them. Beecher retorts to the man beside him, stating that he, too, is a sapling. The man in the military uniform speaks to someone out of view, saying that they're already far above playing around at their level, young master. Beecher thinks to himself that he wishes they would all just die, and that this is a waste of time, so let's move past them. Someone says that they already have a million things they need to discuss with the fortresses. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man stands his ground, as the earth trembles beneath him. He demands to know what they are doing in front of his area. The blonde-haired man holds a ball of fire in his hand. The blonde-haired man looks menacing as he prepares to attack. The blonde-haired man stands ready. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen as he prepares to unleash his power. The blonde-haired man unleashes a wave of fire. As someone asks, huh? The wave of fire intensifies. A burst of fire magic erupts, consuming everything in its wake. The force of the blast sends tremors through the air as the two men reel. The man with the beard thinks, the realization of the destruction weighing heavily on him. They all died. The three scared people are being watched by a man in uniform, who clicks his tongue. Someone demands to know what they think they're doing, exclaiming that they almost... The three scared people are being watched by the man in uniform, who thinks they all got burnt to death. The three scared people are terrified, thinking they were going to die, and that they would have if they dodged just a little slower. A woman with red hair is shown, her expression unreadable. The woman with red hair asks what is going on here. Beecher, his red eyes narrowed, wonders what is going on. The man with brown hair looks up at a silhouette standing atop a wall. The woman with red hair stands tall, a flame flickering in her hand. The woman with red hair is not forgiving of those who trespass. Camu's sisters attempted to stop the intruders, but failed. The soldiers complain that those things messed with them first. One of the soldiers calls the woman with red hair Camu. The woman with red hair is also known as Heek, vice fortress captain. Heek warns to be careful, lest they become like them. A soldier screams an apology. Heek's red eyes narrow, her expression unreadable. Her gaze is intense, focused on something unseen. A soldier on horseback stands at attention. The sound of approaching hooves echoes. Heek notes it has been a while since she has seen Beecher Van Baskerville, perhaps 7 years. The ornate, gold epaulets of a military uniform gleam in the dim light. It has been a while, Camus Morgue, the man in uniform uses. Her baby fat disappeared. It's starting to show. So this is the beauty of Camus Morgue, a text box proclaims, that captured the hearts of all the men in high society. The curve of her chest is visible beneath the ornate trim of her jacket, a testament to her captivating allure. The men were all within her grasp, the text continues, and involved in many scandals. 3 figures cloaked in shadow whisper amongst themselves. But why haven't there been rumors like that in this life? Open the gates. Those triplets weren't listening to me, the man on horseback thinks. Camus looks up at him, surprised. WH what? We haven't seen each other in a long time, and that's all you have to say? Her red eyes blazing. Camus's expression hardens into a furious scowl. Then what else needs to be said? The man in uniform asks, his expression unreadable. What? Continuing from the battle between the triplets, now it's the battle between the rising stars of the 2 clans. The man in uniform thinks, as the man with the beard looks on. She points a finger, declaring 0 points. The man on horseback, wearing a dark military uniform, receives the harsh judgment. Camus's voice booms with indignation. What kind of attitude is that to your future wife? She demands, her anger palpable. Her finger remains extended, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. You're 0, she repeats, emphasizing her displeasure. The crowd of onlookers murmurs, their faces a mix of amusement and concern. The scoreboard reads, points out of 100. Beecher, still mounted, exchanges a puzzled glance with a man standing beside him. He wonders what she means. Camus huffs, clearly unimpressed by his lack of understanding. Her frustration simmers beneath the surface. A faint blush creeps across Camus's cheeks, a hint of embarrassment mixing with her anger. She crosses her arms. The word wife hangs in the air, encapsulating Beecher's confusion. The title of the series is displayed. Under a blood-red sky, several figures toiled in the dirt, their movements slow and weary. Riding horseback, Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville inquired, so, do the Baskervilles know much about the barbarians? Camus scoffed. Of course, we fight them all the time. We probably know them better than you. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes, asking, then why did you only bring weaklings? They're all young and rookie hunting dogs. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville retorted, we've already told Mord that the main army would be ready on the other side of the mountain. Camus smirked, I'm just checking if you know or not. I'm the leader of this delegation, of course I know. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville replied, you might just be a throwaway used by the clan. It seems the clan trusts you a lot. Camus asked, then here's a problem. Do you know which tribe amongst the barbarians is the most annoying to deal with? Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville sighed. She's just been questioning me since before. The text revealed the warrior tribe, Balak, and the shaman tribe, Rococo. The Balak clan's bow techniques, especially, are on an entirely different level from the Empire's in terms of strength. The techniques aren't known to us either. She declares that she will give him something. Camus questions why Beecher's score is like that for a smart man, adding that she doesn't like her man being smart. She asks why she gave him points when he answered correctly. Beecher is told it is because he answered correctly. He wonders what the point of all of this is. Camus states that it's fun to have a traditionally stupid male around. Camus continues to evaluate him. Beecher receives 6 points for his horse riding skills. He wonders if it is because he is shorter than her and riding a horse that's too big. Camus gives 4 points for fashion, noting his clothes are too dark, and subtracts 1 point for manners, as he isn't replying. She gives him 99 points for his face. Camus smiles. She subtracts 1 point because he can't control his expressions, and Beecher tells her to stop this useless evaluation. Camus notes that's a grand total of 114 points out of 500 for Beecher. Beecher asks why it is useless. Camus replies that he is her future husband, so she should be stern in her marking. He asks why he is her future husband. She recalled the past, questioning why he had passed her uncle's test the last time. The memory showed her uncle balancing a full jar of water on his head, declaring the terms of the duel. The uncle looked surprised as the water spilled, failing his own challenge. Camus watched the scene unfold. Camus internally raged, wondering how her uncle could test her future husband with such a crude method. She thought about the promise that practically married them, wondering what she could do, even though she hated it. Beecher stood beside her, as Camus internally acknowledged him as an outstanding fire magician. She resolved to forget about what happened then, pushing the memory aside. Camus decided she would treat it as if it didn't happen, trying to move forward. Her face flushed with anger, remembering the events that transpired. A monstrous figure appeared, expressing outrage at the idea of treating the past as if it didn't happen. Camus attacked, her movements swift and powerful, driven by her frustration. Elsewhere, Beecher watched as she threw something at him, wondering what it was. The images flash before her eyes, as Camus reflects on the past. A muscular man, bare-chested, offers a piece of cloth, urging someone to at least wear that. Camus, standing beside the man with black hair, dismisses the situation. She scoffs, calling it nonsense. Her eyes widen slightly, and Camus thinks to herself that she doesn't believe it was washed. Two horses stand patiently, their reins ready for a journey. The report comes in. Barbarians have raided the ruby mines, stealing crops and slaves, intending to sell them elsewhere. The castle walls stand tall, a testament to the earth, and steel attribute magicians who created them in a single month. Camus and the man with black hair walk toward the castle, their horses following closely behind. Camus acknowledges the work of Morg's magicians, impressed that they completed a task that would normally take 100 people over a year in just a month. The man with black hair simply acknowledges the statement with a hem. The text reveals that the arrow marks on the ground were left by Balak. Camus confirms that the arrows they fire contain a powerful aura. Countless people have fallen victim to snipers during their night watch. An arrow pierced through shield magic and an arcanist, injuring him badly. Thankfully, he was fine, but his pride has been damaged. The clan head told of a similar experience. He heard that he was wounded on his nose. It seems there is an outstanding individual amongst the swordsmen. It was thought to be a woman, but they always wear that black paint on their face, so it's hard to distinguish them. The woman with red hair seems to be in thought. We need you here, urgently. The search party has captured the barbarian scouts. The woman with red hair is surprised by the news. Meanwhile, the tents stand tall against the red sky. A bound individual awaits their fate. Bandaged feet rest on the cracked earth, the prisoner unmoving. She observed the bound man. One of her companions noted that he seemed to be from the shaman tribe of Rococo. They wondered if any information had been extracted. Camus inquired if any mental spells had been used on the prisoner. She was informed that they don't work, perhaps because of strong shamanic magic. It's impossible to read his memories. Camus asked if they remembered how they ambushed the Morg clan's fortress and kidnapped a few people. The bound figure remained silent. One of them was a daughter of the Morg clan. Camus learned her name is Rose, her second cousin. The man's face contorted in anger as he was asked what he did to her. The woman with blue hair asked for the barbarian's words to be translated, demanding to know where the barbarian defector was. They were all killed or kidnapped when they ambushed us last time. Then is there no one who can translate what this man is saying right now? Camus was informed that is the case currently. A voice declared they knew how to speak a bit of Rococo. She stood beside the man, the bound barbarian kneeling before them. The man spoke, "I'm not fluent, but I know basic phrases." The man continued, instructing the barbarian to reveal the location of Camus's cousin. She had been kidnapped previously, described as a 12-year-old child with red hair, red eyes, and white skin. The man's expression was serious as he awaited the barbarian's response. He prepared to translate the Rococo phrases. The barbarian grinned, speaking in his native tongue. His words were foreign and unintelligible to Camus. The man responded in the barbarian's language, his brow furrowed in concentration as he deciphered the reply. The barbarian's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with a sinister amusement at the situation. The man listened intently, his expression unreadable as he processed the barbarian's words. The air crackled with tension. The man turned to Camus, his voice grave. He says she's dead. A wave of palpable tension washed over the scene, the air thick with unspoken dread. Camus's eyes widened, her face contorted with rage and disbelief at the barbarian's cruel pronouncement. Currently, the High Representative of the Life Court was healing people, while the High Representative of the Death Court inspected another territory. The highest authority here was the Vice Fortress leader. The medium representative, Camus Morg, awaited the final verdict, her expression a mask of barely contained fury. His eyes widen, a silent scream building in his throat. The words hang heavy in the air. Summary, execution. His scream finally erupts as fiery spikes pierce his body. The flames engulf him, a searing inferno of pain. His agony echoes through the fiery landscape. The spikes burn hotter, intensifying his torment. Camus watches the spectacle, unmoved by his suffering. She tells him to scream as much as he wants. Camus states that after this war is over, things will change. Her expression is cold, her eyes filled with cruel intent. She declares his words will only be used in hell. 3 more prisoners await their fate in the fiery depths. A voice cuts through the air, commanding action amidst the flickering firelight. The red-haired woman's eyes glow with an eerie light, flanked by 2 figures in the shadows. Boots stride forward, the wearer's purpose unknown but clearly defined. A young man stares ahead, his red eyes reflecting a somber resolve. Peeking from behind a curtain, Beecher Van Baskerville watches with a wary expression. Meanwhile, the sky burns with a fiery sunset, mirroring the turmoil within Camus's heart. Camus stands alone, the castle walls looming behind her as she sighs, lost in thought. Even if she acts strong, she's still just a 15-year-old, Beecher thinks, watching her wipe away tears. A memory surfaces. She followed me everywhere, Camus recalls, a wistful smile gracing her lips. A good and innocent child that didn't fit with the brutal world of the Morg clan. Don't be too sad. She went peacefully, Camus thinks, though her expression betrays her inner turmoil. Do you think I'm an idiot? Speak it. I can understand a little. Tell me the truth. Did I? He looks down, lost in thought, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy. She noticed something, a realization dawning as the words of that bastard echoed in her mind. A grotesque face, etched with malice, surfaces from the depths of a haunting memory. A stark, brutal truth splatters across her mind. Her. Tears begin to well, tracing paths down her face as the memory intensifies. A gasp escapes her lips, a silent scream trapped within the confines of her grief. Her expression contorts in anguish, a mask of sorrow etched upon her features. The weight of the past crushes her, each tear a testament to the pain she still carries. Her hands clench at her chest, a futile attempt to contain the storm raging within. The memory burns, an indelible scar upon her soul, a constant reminder of what was lost. A voice whispers from the past, a haunting echo of regret. I'm sorry. He watches Camus, his face etched with concern, as she grapples with the resurfaced trauma, muttering, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, sister. She barely manages to choke out a sound as a hand roughly grabs her hair. The grip tightens, pulling her head back as she cries out in pain. Beecher stands over Camus, who is now on the ground, her face contorted in agony as she screams. Kneeling before the castle gates, Camus lowered her head, the weight of recent events pressing down on her. Her shoulders shook as she struggled to contain her grief. With a sniffle, Camus wiped her eyes, trying to regain her composure. The man in the black turtleneck spoke, his tone laced with a strange mix of comfort and threat. That wasn't bad. He continued, his red eyes piercing. If you tried to awkwardly comfort me, I would have killed you. Camus' expression hardened, her grief momentarily overshadowed by a flicker of resolve. We don't have time to stay sad. Her voice resonated with newfound purpose. We need to pull ourselves together and take revenge as quickly as we can. The man in the black turtleneck extended his hand, a silent offer of support. I guess heroes are different. His open palm awaited her touch, a symbol of their shared determination. Camus looked up, her red eyes burning with a fierce resolve, ready to face the challenges ahead. A hand reaches out, as a high-pitched ringing pierces the air. The ringing echoes around Camus and Beecher. She wonders what the sound means. Beecher explains that the ringing is a signal. Barbarians are attacking them. Elsewhere, a distant castle stands tall, a silent sentinel against the encroaching threat. The forest floor, littered with fallen leaves and dry grass, awaits the coming storm. Sunlight filters through the canopy, casting an ethereal glow on the undergrowth. Delicate white flowers bloom amidst the tall grass, oblivious to the impending danger. A massive paw, claws extended, presses down on the soft earth. The sound of battle echoes as the wolf approaches, warriors engaged in combat nearby. A wolf with glowing eyes and an armored back strides forward, ready for war. She narrowed her eyes, a flicker of determination crossing her face. Camus gripped the hilt of her dagger, a faint blue light emanating from the blade. A figure astride a massive wolf unleashed a torrent of blue energy. The energy crackled, a tangible force of destruction. The blue energy surged towards the castle, an unstoppable wave. Beecher and Camus, cloaked in shadow, exchanged a look of stunned disbelief. The blue energy continued its descent. The castle walls buckled under the force of the impact. The energy exploded outwards, shattering stone and earth. Camus' expression hardened, her resolve solidifying. The figure on the wolf prepared for battle, a sword raised high, ready to strike. The wolf advanced, its massive paws pounding the ground. She and the wolf charged forward, the beast's fangs bared in a savage snarl. The monstrous wolf continues its headlong rush toward the besieged castle. A man lies prone on the ground, clutching at his throat as if struggling to breathe. The wolf and its rider approach the castle walls, leaving destruction in their wake. A blade scrapes against stone, the sound echoing in the aftermath of the attack. A man stands tall, surveying the scene with a grim expression. I arrived too quickly compared to the rest. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent threat hanging in the balance. A noose hangs suspended, a grim symbol of despair and finality. The sound of splintering wood echoes through the air, a sign of destruction. Two women stand ready, bows drawn, as the man from before approaches them. The man's face is grim, a rope now encircling his neck, a silent promise of what's to come. The two women grin, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Good man catch. Our husband hunting this time is good. The text indicates a translation note, followed by a question about husband hunting. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville's expression hardens, his red eyes narrowed in thought. The question lingers, do the barbarian tribes hunt for husbands and wives for better offspring, or was something else entirely? The captured Beecher Van Baskerville is suspended upside down as Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville declares he cannot be her husband. A hand grips a thick rope, the tension palpable as the situation unfolds. Beecher Van Baskerville is caught in a net, suspended above the ground, as he thinks that he may already be engaged. Two warriors stand guard, one shouting, "An enemy," as they spot an approaching threat. Archers prepare to unleash a volley of arrows, their bows drawn taut, ready to strike. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville, sword in hand, recalls Hugo telling him something several times. The unseen advisor's words echo, to not face them in combat before meeting up with the main force. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville's red eyes glow, a patient resolve hardening his gaze as he decides to wait for the main force. Arrows are deflected by an unseen force, energy crackling as the attack is thwarted. A figure stands amidst a swirl of crimson energy, sword at the ready. An unseen assailant's spear finds its mark. The victim cries out, "Unbelievable!" Two bound figures, arrows protruding from their backs, stare in wide-eyed shock. A hand gathers raw power, shaping it into a sphere of crackling red energy. A voice booms from the fiery depths, demanding, "Why are you not killing them?" The air crackles with intense heat, the very atmosphere saturated with crimson energy. The figure stands silhouetted against the inferno, a sword held low. The bound figures scream in terror as the red energy intensifies around them. The crimson energy surges, threatening to consume everything in its path. Camus stands amidst the chaos, her hand glowing with power. A close-up reveals the figure's burning red eyes, filled with determination. Camus' eyes glow with murderous intent as she snarls, "Die, barbarian bastards." Red energy crackled, coalescing into a destructive force. The entire area transformed into a sea of fire. Camus and Beecher stood amidst the inferno. She noted his use of liquid aura. The red-haired woman smiled. Camus acknowledged Beecher as a graduate, the only man she could accept. A voice echoed, calling for the main force to rise. Surrounded by magical circles, Camus declared that the Baskervilles could step back. The red energy intensified. She would deal with all of them. Camus gazed down, the destructive aura radiating from her. The red energy surged, an unstoppable tide. The force of the blast was immense, shaking the very ground. Tents were obliterated, consumed by the fiery onslaught. Beecher observed the scene, noting that everything was incinerated. She had definitely become stronger. The red-haired woman's face contorts in rage, her eyes burning with fury as she shouts. Camus' hands ignite with swirling energy, ready to unleash another devastating attack. Elsewhere, a shirtless man with a flute wrapped in bandages prepares to strike, his expression intense. A small dart pierces Camus' neck. She gasps, a look of surprise washing over her face. Aboard a massive white wolf, the man with the flute rides swiftly through the battlefield. The red-haired woman collapses, paralyzed. Beecher watches her fall, thinking she is a high-maintenance girl. The shirtless man continues his assault, his eyes narrowed with determination as he advances. A rope flies through the air, aimed with deadly precision. Beecher catches the falling Camus, securing her with the rope. Beecher resolves to retreat for now, thinking about the farmland and the aid. Camus, still paralyzed, urges Beecher to avoid fighting the main force of Baskerville before meeting up with the hostages. The red-haired woman shouts, her face contorted in rage as she faces her foe. She vows to avenge her cousin, her voice filled with a burning desire for retribution. He urges himself to make a logical decision, his expression a mask of determination. The bowl-cut man glances back, his red eyes reflecting the danger he faces. A wave of destructive energy surges forth, crackling with raw power. Beecher leaps away, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the attack as it slams into the ground. Camus stands amidst the swirling energy, a question mark hanging in the air. He casts another worried glance over his shoulder, his brow furrowed with concern. The destructive force looms large, its power the very thing Camus had warned him about. A sword is drawn, ready to strike with deadly precision. Camus grits her teeth, her eyes burning with determination as she prepares to attack. Beecher is called out to as he rides away on a large, white wolf. So it was like this in the end, an incident in the original timeline. The memory surfaced. Camus Morgue, kidnapped by barbarians during her teenage years. Of course, she returned not long after, having destroyed the barbarian clan. She was called the Queen of Lou Rouge, et Le Noir. Beecher watched as Camus swung with her bow, a blue energy emanating from her weapon. The air crackled with power as the blue energy intensified around the red-haired woman. The energy surged, a visible shockwave rippling outwards from the point of impact. She swung with her bow, the force of the blow creating a visible distortion in the air. The force of the attack sent Beecher flying backwards, the impact resonating through the air. The air vibrated as the energy from Camus' attack continued to dissipate. He grunted, struggling to regain his footing after the powerful blow. Her long, red hair flowed behind her as she prepared for another attack. Beecher realized this brat, her movement is different from the others, wanting to go all out. A crimson eye stares intently, the pupil constricted with focused intensity. The red-haired woman points a finger, her expression challenging. Beecher faces her, a grim resolve etched on his face as Camus says, Yumi. Dust swirls around armored legs, a promise hanging in the air. We'll meet again. A face contorts into a sinister grin, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The words hang in the air, a challenge issued, a gauntlet thrown. The speaker's face is obscured, but the intent is clear. Beecher Van Baskerville stands opposite a woman with red hair, her expression unreadable. A third figure watches from side, their presence adding to the tension. A promise echoes, a vow made in the face of adversity. The words are heavy with meaning, hinting at a future encounter. Glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a sinister smile spreading across the face. This figure exudes an aura of malice and power. Beecher's expression is one of shock and disbelief. He seems to be processing some unexpected information. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of curtains, their silver hair catching the light. They seem to be waiting, watching. Camus and Beecher face each other, the tension palpable. The words spoken hint at a complex relationship and a desire for retribution. A declaration of servitude and revenge fills the air. The speaker's loyalty is clear, their intentions set on retribution. The scene focuses on a bandaged foot resting on a white wolf. The details suggest a recent injury and a close bond between the two. The command is given, a call to action. The speaker seeks to inflict the same pain they once suffered, demanding the capture of their target. A voice demanded compliance, threatening to reveal power if necessary. Camus's face contorted in rage as he shouted a name. Adolphe Morgue had arrived, drawn by news of the ambush. The man with white hair, eyes blazing, dared to challenge. He unleashed a torrent of energy, demanding the return of his niece. Blasts of power ripped through the air, illuminating the battlefield. A figure astride a massive white wolf charged into the fray. The wolf's eyes glowed with fierce determination. The earth shattered under the force of the attacks. Debris rained down as the battle intensified. The ground was scarred and broken, a testament to the power unleashed. A figure was sent flying amidst the chaos, a distant castle visible. He cursed under his breath, the imposing castle looming in the background. The enemy forces advanced, their presence shattering the earth beneath them. The red-haired man grimaced, recalling the recent battle. Baroque's forces completed the raid in a mere 3 minutes. The situation worsened due to Camus's inexperience. They retreated to the unexplored area of Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. Adolphe Morgue listened intently as the red-haired man spoke of Mt. Le Rouge. Adolphe Morgue considered the dangers. The unexplored area was a place they didn't fully understand. The red-haired man urged them to follow at night, his thoughts consumed by his kidnapped niece. He wondered if there was anything he could do. Adolphe Morgue listened, concern etched on his face as he considered the implications of their next move. The red-haired man revealed that he had ventured into the unexplored area when he was younger. The red-haired man explained that his experience investigating and subjugating that area had given him unique insight. Before he regressed, the red-haired man knew the general outline of the territory. Adolphe Morgue questioned the red-haired man, demanding to know if what he said was true. The man in the blue and white uniform gripped the other man's collar tightly. Adolphe Morgue warned the younger man that going into Mt. Le Rouge at night was suicide. The man was considered abnormal. The man in the blue and white uniform gripped the other man's shoulders. He could only trust in his words. A desperate plea echoed, "Save my niece." Moonlight pierced through the dark sky. A fenced-off area warned of danger with a skull and crossbones. The location was near the Baskerville territory, the dense forest of Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. The forest was filled with mosquitoes that sucked out bones and thorny vines that held deadly poison. Spiders moved in silence, adding to the dangerous factors. A normal person wouldn't last an hour in this place. Meanwhile, the place was known as the Life-Eating Forest, a name that hinted at its dangers. A massive tree trunk, scarred and gnarled, stood as a silent sentinel within the forest depths. A group of figures clad in blue moved through the dense forest, their forms blurred by speed and distance. The forest's depths were shrouded in shadow, the only light filtering through the dense canopy above. From the shadows, hooded figures wondered if all the young lads of Baskerville were like him. Adolphe Morgue, standing with another figure, stated firmly, "Not at all." Giant, wasp-like creatures buzzed through the air, their stingers poised and ready. A voice declared that the young master was just special, as a figure prepared for battle. Energy crackled through the air as the wasp-like creatures attacked, their stingers glowing with power. The figure with red eyes, sword drawn, prepared to face the onslaught, his gaze intense. A surge of red energy emanated from the figure, a visible manifestation of his power. The hooded figures watched with rapt attention, their expressions a mixture of awe and concern. He peered out from behind the dense foliage, his red eyes scanning the area. Adolphe Morgue watched him, a question hanging in the air between them as they moved cautiously through the forest. The unseen pursuers, it seemed, were not far behind. A voice echoed, relaying a rumor. Baroque hunters were spreading dry leaves around. Adolphe warned that they must be more careful from this point forward. He prepared a spell, a glowing circle of arcane energy forming in his hands. The spell, Adolphe explained, would prevent them from making sound while walking. Adolphe told him that he would leave it to him from here and that he would never forget this favor. Nephew-in-law. Nephew-in-law? He wondered, the term echoing in his thoughts. The campfire crackled, casting dancing shadows in the night. Around the blaze, figures stood, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. The group watched over their captive, a red-haired woman bound tightly with rope. The captive, Camus, glared, her eyes burning with hatred. Bitches, I'll burn you all to death when I get out of here. She promised them fiery end. I will show you the might of my fireball. You better be ready. Two of the captors spoke amongst themselves. One admitted, I liked that kid before. The other replied, I think I'm not. Camus, straining against her bonds, continued her tirade. You barbarian, these guys, they aren't even listening to me. She wondered aloud if they were discussing her fate. I think they've been talking about husband hunting and wife hunting or something. Was that the reason they ambushed us? The camera focused on her bound feet. One of the captors mused, since I caught such an excellent female. Camus, her face contorted with disgust, spat at her captor. All the men of the tribe are going to be. The captor, unfazed, responded to her outburst. You pervert, what are you thinking of doing to me? Just kill me. I don't know what. Camus's face was held roughly, but I can tell that she's a rebellious one. He sneered, his glowing eyes fixed on the captive. It seemed he would need to educate this arrogant slave. Her face was gripped roughly. Camus remained defiant, her gaze unwavering despite the blatant threat. Another voice cut through the tension, demanding the release of their slave with a sharp tone. The tattooed woman stood tall, a silent observer as the argument unfolded before her. The tension was palpable. A muscular figure interjected, stating that Captain Ian had been the one to capture her. The power dynamic shifted slightly. One voice snapped back, silencing the other's claim. Another character insisted that they were the one who darted and netted her. The pointed-ear figure challenged the statement, demanding to know who made that possible. They claimed to have stopped the sword boy. The question hung in the air, followed by another. Was this woman their property? The response was a curt, obviously. Camus's crimson eyes narrowed, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Was there an internal conflict brewing amongst her captors? The focus shifted to the tattooed woman, the one who had remained silent. That girl seemed to be the leader, and her name was Ian. A challenge was thrown, laced with condescension. But you're a girl. The response was simple, defiant. So what? The assessment was made. She's skilled enough to face Betrayal, who's a graduate, head-on. The stakes were being raised. Camus's crimson eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She knew she needed to deal with the situation if she wanted to escape. Elsewhere, Ian stood firm, her voice sharp as she confronted the man with tribal tattoos. She wouldn't let him be stubborn just because he was the captain. Ian's gaze intensified, her words carrying a clear challenge. She stated that he could challenge her whenever he didn't like it. Her hand glowed with power, a swirling vortex of energy crackling around her palm. The air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation. A sudden brutal force slammed into an unseen target. The impact echoed, promising to turn someone to pulp. The face contorted in a grimace of pain, eyes wide with shock and fear. Sweat beaded on the brow, reflecting the harsh light. Ian stood her ground, unfazed by the man's surrender. She questioned if he didn't like it, as he gave up, telling her to do whatever she wanted. A voice declared that the girl won. Camus was bound, kneeling before Ian, who stood tall, her expression unreadable. The man with tribal tattoos stood nearby, his bare feet planted firmly on the ground. He watched the scene unfold with a mixture of concern and resignation. Camus's face was partially obscured, but her eyes gleamed with defiance. Someone thought she had a good look in her eyes, a good body, and an excellent bloodline, making her Morg's next leader. A close-up revealed Camus's chest, her expression hidden. A question mark hung in the air, hinting at uncertainty. Camus was struck by a sudden, intense blow. She had been captured and sold as a slave by the Morg before, and now she was being attacked again. A lone figure stood in a grand hall, reflecting on a past act of kindness. That kindness allowed Camus to escape a fate as a slave, a memory haunting her present. A monstrous figure declared that such kindness would not be given to others. The figure's tattooed body radiated a cold, merciless aura. The monster-like figure threatened to take their bones and soul, promising only an explosion for their daily life. The figure continued with a disturbing threat, promising to lick their toes with their tongue. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, consuming everything in its path. The monster-like figure's face was illuminated by the intense light of the blast. Two women watched in horror, questioning if it was an explosion. The explosion engulfed the area, leaving a scene of devastation and chaos. Only the lower half of a figure remained amidst the inferno. The aftermath of the explosion left a trail of destruction, with flames consuming the surroundings. A figure plummets through the air amidst a raging inferno, shouting a curse. A hulking, muscular figure bellows, declaring he has come to repay a debt from before. She smiles, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across Camu's face. Another man, his long silver hair flowing, roars with fury, a ball of fire crackling in his palm. The pair of tattooed figures reacted in unison, their expressions mirroring shock and disbelief. The elf-like creatures stood their ground, a silent question hanging in the air between them. The hooded figure clashed against their opponent, the red glow of their blade illuminating the scene. The sword sang as it cut through the air, a deadly dance of steel and desperation. Perched high in the branches, a lone figure observed the unfolding chaos below. The forest floor became a stage for a desperate struggle, the leaves scattered by unseen forces. Something felt amiss to Beecher Van Baskerville, a sense of unease settling over him. The text box read, "Why are the members of Baroque's hunting party, who ambushed us so strategically?" The battle raged on. The figure with the sword asked, "So panicked like this?" as they prepared to strike. "These idiots," one of the figures exclaimed, perched atop a massive wolf. Their noise threatened to expose their location within the forest. From fiery background, a figure commanded, "They're running away. Don't let a single one leave alive." Two figures, cloaked and hooded, dashed through the forest, their movements swift and purposeful. Camu's eyes widened in shock, her expression a mixture of surprise and dawning horror. Camu, her voice laced with venom, declared, "You're done for, you barbarians." Her defiance was short-lived, as she found herself bound, ropes digging into her skin. Camu's gaze lifted, a flicker of hope igniting within her red eyes. A figure emerged from the shadows, silencing Camu with a stern shoo. From the depths of the forest, a voice echoed, calling out, "Beecher!" The ropes that bound Camu's hands tightened, a stark reminder of her captivity. Camu, looking at the figure, exclaimed, "To save me!" The figure responded, "Didn't you see me gesture for you to stay quiet?" The figure, towering over Camu, thought, "I knew you'd come, sword boy." A strong body is needed to traverse this long distance the mental fortitude to pierce through the dense forest in the dark, the hot, pure love to put your life on the line for your woman. Camu stands with her hands on her hips, a confident smirk on her face. Beecher's brow furrows, his expression questioning. He wonders what he passed. Camu and another woman face each other, tension crackling between them. It'll be difficult to fight her while holding. Beecher embraces Camu, a concerned look on his face. A voice wonders if she's the one who put the scar on Hugo's nose. The woman with the scar is identified as the archer of Baroque, Fox of the Night. Then, is she part of that bloodline? She is held protectively, but Camu's expression betrays a sudden shock. The details of their clothing are highlighted, the scene awash in a fiery glow. A figure with pointed ears is taken aback. How'd he know? She wonders. Beecher lifts Camu higher, the situation escalating rapidly. The focus shifts to Beecher's sturdy boots. Things got more difficult, he thinks. Beecher tells her to hold on, promising to deliver her to her uncle. Camu agrees. Seeing as how she's being polite, it looks like the poison hasn't worn off yet, someone thinks. Elsewhere, the figure with pointed ears stands amidst a forest, a question hanging in the air. A hooded figure smiles knowingly, their expression hinting at a hidden agenda. The hooded figure admits that they try to take her away, quietly. Beecher and Camu are close together. She asks if he's burning up, and he thinks he might be. The figure with pointed ears is shown again, seemingly preparing for action. A woman with pointed ears draws back a glowing, spectral bow. Camu cries out as a barrage of energy projectiles hurtles toward her and Beecher. The woman's face is partially obscured, but her intent is clear. The spectral arrow is ready to be loosed. The woman with pointed ears prepares to fire. The tip of the arrow glows with intense blue energy. The woman with pointed ears declares she'll deal with Morg's bitch first. The arrow is released, streaking through the air. The arrow flies with incredible speed. The sky is a pale blue. The arrow pierces through the air, leaving a trail of energy. Beecher and Camu are together, bracing for impact. He lay prone, the impact of the previous attack still resonating. Camu's red eyes burned with murderous intent as she prepared her next strike. The air crackled with energy as she focused her power. A beam of pure energy emanated from her, aimed directly at Beecher. The energy surged forward, a deadly projectile of raw power. The attack intensified, the air shimmering with its force. Camu watched with cold satisfaction as her attack hurtled towards its target. Elsewhere, a figure appeared in a burst of speed, moving to intercept the blast. The energy attack collided with an unseen barrier, creating a cascade of light and force. A man's voice boomed out, filled with concern. "You okay?" The intervening figure reached out, calling urgently, "Uncle." A hand glowed with power, ready to unleash its strength. A severe paralysis poison courses through their veins, making it difficult to extract all at once. The silver-haired man suggests visiting the sacred clan Quo Vadis. The silver-haired man holds the red-haired woman, his expression grave. He tells her to return. The red-haired woman struggles in the silver-haired man's grasp. She demands to be let go, calling him uncle. Beecher is embraced by the red-haired woman. He exclaims that he was saved again. The silver-haired man shouts the red-haired woman's name, Camu. The silver-haired man says that her uncle tried his best as well. Camu confronts the silver-haired man, demanding to know why he came now, calling him uncle. Camu declares that she is going to tell her mom. Beecher is now bound by a rope around his neck, his expression one of shock. A new figure, with pointed ears and tribal markings, drags Beecher away with the rope. Beecher's eyes widen as he is pulled along, a look of alarm on his face. The new figure remarks on Beecher's unexpected strength, saying it will be better for him to get caught obediently, as they don't have much time. Camu's rage was palpable as she confronted someone unseen. "You again," she spat, her red hair swaying with her fury. A man held a thick rope, his expression unreadable. "Don't have much time?" he asked, his voice low and even. A voice echoed in the darkness, questioning the urgency. "Is there a reason the Baroque are in a rush?" Flash. Two glowing orbs pulsed with an ominous energy, their light casting strange shadows. A fiery image flickered, hinting at a destructive force gathering in the distance. Silhouettes of planes cut through the night sky, their presence foreboding. An elf-like woman with pointed ears looked up, her expression filled with dread. "Noticed us in the end." Her patterned legs moved quickly across the forest floor, bare feet padding softly on the earth. The man's arm was covered in blood, a sign of a struggle. He looked up, his eyes narrowed. A voice echoed in his mind. "Beelzebub, while in my veins, is violently sending me warning signals." The veins in his hand glowed with a crimson light. "Something's coming this way." A voice echoes, declaring that she has arrived, her presence now imminent. Beecher Van Baskerville looks up, a sense of unease washing over him as he hears the announcement. The speaker's face is contorted with fear as they shout, "Madam Eight Legs." A surge of energy pulses through the air, a palpable sign of immense power. From the depths of the forest, a towering pillar of violet light begins to materialize. Beecher Van Baskerville and a woman with long white hair turn towards the growing light, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and dread. The small woman with the wolf repeats the warning, her voice laced with urgency. "It's Madam. Madam is here." Beecher Van Baskerville stares at the pillar, questioning what he is seeing. The woman with red hair gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief, whispering, "No way." The pillar of energy continues to rise, its form becoming more defined and menacing. The air crackles with power as the pillar solidifies, its presence dominating the landscape. The pillar stands complete, an ominous symbol of the approaching threat. A surge of energy crackled through the air, the atmosphere growing heavy. The energy intensified, the air shimmering with an ominous purple glow. He stared eyes wide. The woman with red hair gasped, "That's impossible." The man with white hair looked on, muttering, "A monster like that was hidden in the dense forest." Beecher's expression hardened. "I didn't expect to meet this guy here." A sinister smile crept across a shadowed face, a sense of dark anticipation building. Two glowing red eyes pierced the darkness, a malevolent presence taking form. The energy coalesced, forming a dark, ominous shape in the air. A monstrous spider-like figure emerged, its presence radiating immense power. Has an S-rank danger rating. "Madam Eight Legs." The air crackled with anticipation, the arrival of the powerful entity imminent. Madam Eight Legs descended, her form a terrifying silhouette against the swirling energy. The woman with red hair and the man with white hair watched in horror as the monstrous entity fully materialized. He stood amidst the swirling purple energy, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. Behind him, the red-haired woman watched with an unreadable expression. The situation had taken an impossible turn, Beecher thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. Camus stood beside him, equally stunned by whatever they were witnessing. Adolph Moore's expression mirrored their own. A monster like that, hidden in the dense forest, it defied all logic. Beecher hadn't expected to meet this guy here, his brow furrowed in concern. The air grew heavy with anticipation. His red eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The gravity of the situation was becoming clear. Two crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, a sinister grin forming beneath them. An ominous presence filled the air. A surge of unseen energy crackled through the space, the air shimmering with an unnatural light. A monstrous form began to materialize, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. The creature was unlike anything they had faced before. If his memory served him right, this one had an S-rank danger rating. Madam Eight Legs, the text proclaimed. The air vibrated with raw power, the very ground trembling beneath the weight of the approaching threat. The spider-like monster fully revealed itself, its massive form radiating an aura of pure dread. It was a creature of nightmares made real. Beecher, Camus, and Adolf stared up at the colossal beast, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination. The battle was about to begin. A strange, purple energy crackled in the air, an ominous sign. They ventured deeper into the forest, the air growing heavy with an unknown dread. Camus gasped, her eyes wide with alarm. Adolf quickly covered her mouth, warning her to stay silent. A monstrous spider descended from the shadows, its massive form casting a pall over the forest. An old man's visage appeared, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of ages. Afterward, the name of Madame Eight Legs was written, a horror that dwelled deep within the dense forest. The forest floor crunched underfoot, the party unknowingly venturing deeper into the monster's domain. The Empire's Monster Encyclopedia, completed over multiple editions, held little comfort now. A massive, clawed hand slammed down, the sound echoing through the trees. The monstrous appendage dripped with an unnatural, viscous fluid. The creature's maw opened wide, revealing rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. A sickly green energy pulsed within its throat, promising a swift and gruesome end. A piercing shriek tore through the air, a sound that promised only death and destruction. The forest seemed to recoil in terror. The monster's form became clearer, a grotesque fusion of flesh and bone dominated by a glowing green orb. It was a being of immense and terrifying power. The text declared the monster's danger rating, S-rank. A kingdom destroyer, capable of ending a nation with its power, stood before them. The trees themselves began to weep with a strange, green fluid. The very environment seemed to be corrupted by the monster's presence. Another figure was struck by the monster's attack, the force of the blow sending them crashing through the undergrowth. Camus and Adolf Moore were caught in the blast, the green energy searing their flesh. Adolf cried out in pain as the attack landed. Adolf's eyes widened in abject terror, the full horror of the situation crashing down upon him. He knew they were outmatched. Adolf screamed, his face contorted in agony. The monster's power was overwhelming. An escape seemed impossible. Another figure screamed, their body racked with pain as the green energy consumed them. The forest had become a scene of utter devastation. The S-rank monster's power emanated, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Its massive form continued to loom, a terrifying display of raw, untamed strength. The antagonist, Camus, berated someone. "Stupid idiot," you shouted in front of Madame. The man gasped for air, muttering a curse under his breath in response to the berating. Camus' expression hardened, her eyes narrowed with fury at the man's insolence. The antagonist threatened, "If you weren't the shaman's grandson, you would have died by my hands." Camus stood, her back to the viewer, a spiked collar glinting in the dim light. She turned her head slightly, her expression unreadable in the shadows. In the background, a group of figures fled, one shouting, "We're running away as well." An older man held a red-haired woman protectively, his face etched with worry. The S-rank monster loomed closer, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Its massive claws scraped against the ground, sending tremors through the battlefield. She had forced them to split up. The Baroque clan scattered, while the Baskervilles and Morgue stayed together. This slight difference in their retreat would determine who the group Madame would chase. The decision had already been made. The group Madame would give chase to Adolf and his companions. The S-rank monster loomed, its massive form a terrifying sight. Adolf, carrying Camus, ran with Beecher at his side. "Damn it, why is it coming this way?" he exclaimed. Beecher, preparing an attack, called out, "To me, Sir Adolf, an insect-type monster's weakness is fire." The young man unleashed a torrent of flames, aiming directly at the approaching monster. The fire roared, a swirling vortex of intense heat and destructive energy. The flames exploded outward, engulfing everything in a blinding inferno. The fire slammed into the S-rank monster, its form momentarily obscured by the intense blaze. Beecher watched the inferno, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Work," he muttered. He launched his attack, hoping to deal significant damage to the monster. The flames engulfed the massive creature, but the impact seemed minimal. The monster remained unfazed, the fire barely leaving a mark on its tough hide. Adolf's eyes widened, a trickle of blood running down his face. His expression shifted to disbelief as he stared at the unscathed monster. Adolf muttered in disbelief, "Ha." No damage was dealt. The monster stood tall, its massive form radiating power. Its armored hide seemed impenetrable, deflecting the flames with ease. Camus, watching from afar, exclaimed, "My goodness, just what in the world is that?" Adolf's gaze remained fixed on the monster, a sense of dread creeping in. He was lost in thought, contemplating the creature's immense power. She watches as the young mage prepares to act, a swirl of energy around him. He drops to a knee, his hand outstretched as a territory is established. An exclamation punctuates the sudden shift in the atmosphere. A man calls out, questioning the young master's actions, fearing annihilation. Beecher's red eyes gleam with resolve. He declares his intent. Adolf Morg explains that keeping the monster here is the best option in this situation. He is determined to stop it, whatever the cost. The young mage grips the hilt of his sword, preparing for battle. Camu's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Adolf's face contorts in a grimace, a guttural sound escaping his lips. Beecher will not let his nephew-in-law's sacrifice be in vain. The group cries out in protest as Beecher moves to act. The urgency in the air was palpable as Beecher pleaded for someone to return. Camu, however, was told to stay put, the situation clearly volatile. A hand tightened around the hilt of a sword, the grip firm and resolute, ready for whatever may come. Energy crackled around the hand, a visible manifestation of power, surging and preparing to be unleashed. The man with red eyes considered the situation, dismissing any interest in destroying the Baskerville territory, his thoughts drifting to a certain madam. Though not fully grown, the combined forces could be defeated, but this was a great opportunity for him. Adolf Morg, having faked his death to escape Hugo's web of surveillance, believed he could buy time to progress. Through to the 10th Fong, he thought, when he became skilled enough not to lose to Hugo, or at least until he could fully conceal his strength and control it, that's when he'd return to the clan. A hand crackled with intense, red energy, the power almost palpable as it gathered and swirled. The man with red eyes looked up, his gaze intense and focused, as if sensing a shift in the unfolding events. The hand holding the sword pulsed with red energy, the weapon now a conduit for immense power. A voice declared that he would die here if he didn't go all out, a desperate resolve hanging in the air. Meanwhile, a lone figure stood silhouetted against a forest backdrop, the red glow of their power illuminating the scene. Mana increased, flowing through him with the blessing of the river Styx. A greatly refined aura was created through high-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship. The magic sword Beelzebub was on top of it all, empowering him. Red energy crackled around his feet as he stood firm on the ground. His red eyes glowed intensely as the power surged through him. The red energy coalesced around his hand, forming the shape of a blade. The energy crackled and sparked, a sign of the immense power being unleashed. The air vibrated with the force of the gathering energy. The power intensified, creating a visible distortion in the air. A beam of energy shot down from the sky, connecting with him. He stood poised, the energy swirling around him as he prepared to strike. The red energy crackled, ready to be unleashed. Before him, the giant spider lurked, its multiple eyes glowing menacingly. He stood ready, a crimson aura enveloping his form, the blade in his hand pulsing with power. The air crackled with energy as the mana gathered, ready to be unleashed. The giant spider reared back, sensing the imminent threat. Beecher's eyes burned with determination, his focus absolute. Muscles coiled, ready to spring, he prepared to strike with lethal force. A blinding flash erupted as he unleashed his power. The force of the blow distorted the very air around him. The world blurred into streaks of light and motion. Speed lines marked the path of his devastating attack. The air screamed as the blade found its mark. A burst of crimson energy signified the impact. Red streaks of energy converged, a prelude to devastating force. The energy intensified, gathering into a concentrated point. The air crackled with power, a tangible sign of the impending strike. The attack slammed into the giant spider, a burst of raw energy. The force of the impact reverberated outwards, shaking the very ground. Energy surged, a maelstrom of destruction unleashed upon the target. His red eyes burned with intensity, fueled by the power he wielded. The spider's legs splintered, unable to withstand the concentrated assault. The force continued to tear through the spider's defenses. The spider's body began to break apart, overwhelmed by the attack. The energy exploded outwards, a final burst of destructive power. The spider was obliterated, reduced to fragments by the overwhelming force. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent prelude to devastation. Then, a surge of crimson power erupted, tearing through the landscape. The red energy intensified, a blinding beacon of destructive force. The blast ripped through the air, a shockwave of pure, raw power. The crimson energy cascaded down, bathing the world in its ominous glow. The force of the blast sent tremors through the ground, shaking everything. Camu's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of shock and horror. Her breath hitched, her body frozen as the wave of energy washed over her. A desperate denial escaped her lips, a whisper against the inevitable. Tears welled in her red eyes, reflecting the crimson light of the attack. The light intensified, engulfing her completely as the attack reached its peak. The world dissolved into a blinding white, the aftermath unknown. The red energy surged, accompanied by a deafening roar. The cold steel of the guillotine loomed, a grim promise hanging in the air. The prisoner's hair, matted and damp, lay spread upon the wooden block. His face, etched with weariness, betrayed no fear, only a haunting resignation. A single, bloodshot eye stared upward, reflecting the cold, uncaring sky. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the stage was set for a grim spectacle. Before a silent, waiting crowd, a lone figure stood, awaiting his fate. The darkness held its breath, anticipating the inevitable. But from the shadows, a figure emerged, his crimson eyes burning with an ancient power. His gaze, piercing and intense, promised a reckoning of untold proportions. A sinister smile played upon his lips, a harbinger of chaos to come. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent promise of power unleashed. Camus strides forward, her red eyes gleaming as she passes through the crowd. Dark energy swirls, a prelude to the chaos she brings. The crowd parts before Camus, their faces obscured by shadow and fear. She moves with purpose, a predator stalking its prey through a darkened forest. The air grows heavy, saturated with the scent of blood and anticipation. Camus's white hair flows behind her, a stark contrast to the crimson shadows. A desperate vow echoes in the darkness. "Hugo, I will definitely." A single red eye, burning with resolve, pierces the gloom. Above, the rough-hewn timbers of a cage loom, a prison built to contain. Hugo lies prone, his face pale against the rough ground, awaiting his fate. He awoke to unfamiliar surroundings, his head throbbing with a dull ache. Yesterday? No, it might have been a few days now, he thought, recalling his battle against Madame Eight Legs. Hugo knew that if Madame hadn't flinched at the light that exploded in the final moment, he would be dead. The light had saved him, but the battle had taken its toll. He knew he really could have died. Muscles, veins, bones, none of them are intact, Hugo thought, reflecting on the damage. After going all out like this, he only managed to surprise her. He lay there, bandaged and battered, trying to piece together what had happened. Underestimating Madame's combat capabilities has cost him, he realized. The neck pain he felt during the combat against Madame was from this snake. Hugo looked at the rope around his neck, thinking he survived thanks to this snake. Looks like a surprise thing. Elsewhere, three figures stood together, plotting their next move. Hugo thought to himself, I guess I can't consider this going according to plan. To escape Hugo's web of surveillance. And there were also many witnesses besides Adolphe and Camus, so there should be no worries about proving my death. He adjusted the rope around his neck, a grim smile playing on his lips. The village bustled with activity, the inhabitants going about their daily lives. The rough texture of the rope chafed against his skin. The Baroque tribe's village, a place of unfamiliar customs and unknown dangers. The Baroque tribesmen watched the procession with cold, assessing eyes. He thought to himself, so he was captured in the end. Beecher knew that his broken body would make escape nearly impossible. The slave driver barked, threatening the captives with being fed to the wolves if they didn't move faster. The other slaves trudged forward, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair. Standing in the middle of the Baskerville clan's old enemy's territory, he realized they were slaves. The faces of his fellow captives were grim, their spirits broken by captivity. He wondered why he wasn't being dragged around like that. A voice echoed, informing him that he was awake. The elf-like man's expression is smug as he asks if he can speak Baroque. He remains silent, his face still covered in bandages, his red eyes staring blankly. The elf-like man is surprised that he knows about the guy from that time, questioning how he knew. The elf-like man tells him to be thankful he's not like them. A disembodied voice taunts him, asking how it feels to watch as his comrades walk to their deaths. The red-haired man looms over him, sneering that he must be filled with despair, unable to do anything. The disembodied voice continues, stating that he can't do anything with his ruined body. The red-faced man threatens that if he weren't the leader's pet, he would have already roasted him alive. The red-faced man's grin widens, revealing a disturbing level of malice. His red eye reflects the despair that the red-faced man wants him to feel. The red-faced man's hands are covered in chains, a symbol of his power and Beecher's imprisonment. The chains tighten, a visual representation of the inescapable trap he is in. He is bound by heavy chains, his red eyes burning with fury. The man's face contorts in rage, spittle flying as he screams his defiance. A disembodied voice wonders what is up with those eyes. A looming figure stands behind a smaller one, both bathed in an ominous red glow. The angry man unleashes a furious punch, connecting with brutal force. The shirtless man barks orders, demanding that the others find their master at the end of the snare. The support is bound tightly with rope, his face pressed against the dirt. He grits his teeth, vowing to repay this debt in full once he recovers. His leg is bruised and dirty, a testament to his suffering. Two teepees stand in the forest, connected by a thick rope snare. A lone figure walks through the forest, wondering how a rope could be this long. He had been walking for a while, but the end was still nowhere in sight. Was his master at the end of this rope? The rope suddenly tightened, a sharp tug that reverberated through his weary body. The sudden jerk on the rope caused him to pause, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. His red eye narrowed, trying to pierce through the forest and discern the source of the sudden pull. The rope stretched taut, leading towards a pool fed by a distant waterfall, where a figure waded in the water. Emerging from the water, the figure's identity became clear. It was Camus, her expression unreadable. The rope, now submerged, continued its path from Camus's hands back towards the bandaged man. He stood at the edge of the water, his expression unreadable as he stared at the figure in the water. A faint smile played on Camus's lips, a hint of cruel amusement in her eyes. Camus's voice cut through the air, a cold command directed at the bandaged man. Get down. The rope tightened again, pulling him forcefully towards the water. His teeth gritted, the bandaged man braced himself against the relentless pull, his face contorted in pain. He is dragged through the water, the rope biting into his skin. The water churns around him as he's pulled along, helpless against the current and her strength. A sharp thwack echoes through the air. An arrow pierces the rock face, lodging itself deep within the stone. Camus, standing on the shore, raises a fist. You brats, go practice somewhere else, she shouts. Beecher lies on the ground, bound by rope. His eyes are open, but unfocused. Camus looks down at him, her expression unreadable. She recalls a past debt. I'm thankful that you freed me from the slave auction. We repay our favors twofold, and revenge tenfold. You saved me once, so I saved you twice. He sits on the ground, looking up at her. Twice, he asks, confused. Camus explains, if I didn't go back to check on you, just in case, you would have died. Be thankful for my stubbornness. So you put. Camus stares intently at Beecher. Why did you save me? She asks. She observed that he looked like he held a high position in his group. The woman wondered how much they would pay to buy him from them. Camus held the rope taut, her expression unreadable as she looked down at him. Beecher, his face partially obscured by bandages, realized this was a problem. He knew if these guys even initiated a hostage negotiation with the Baskerville clan, his plan of evading Hugo's attention would fall to ruin. He wondered what he could do in this situation. A sinister smile crept across her face as she asked how that felt, if he felt some hope. Camus stated that, unfortunately for him, he wouldn't be able to return to them. With a swift motion, she drew a short sword, the steel glinting in the light. Beecher exhaled, trying to calm himself in the face of the immediate threat. Camus suggested they establish their titles first, a predatory glint in her eyes. The woman held the sword out, the point aimed directly at him. She commanded him to call her master. She gazes down at Beecher, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she observes his defiance. Camus finds his rebellious spirit amusing. She declares that she will enjoy taming him. She states they must move, as they have a destination to reach. Beecher, ever the captive, asks where they're going. Her response drips with sarcasm. Camus implies the destination should be obvious to him. The hunter's lean physique is on display, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a sign warns that if you're on someone else's land, you should greet them. A tribal village sits nestled in the forest. The path to the village is dark and overgrown, hinting at dangers unseen. The head of this village is the tribe leader, a monstrous crocodile. The village is populated by monstrous creatures, including a massive bear and the crocodile leader. An elf-like woman stands among them, a black panther at her side, arrows piercing the other beasts. Her legs are wrapped in bandages and fur, ready for the hunt. A hand, wrapped in bandages, reached into a dark, earthen pot. The hand emerged, now coated in thick, black charcoal. The Baroque shaman spoke, his voice booming, calling the hunters to gather for the initiation ritual. The Baroque shaman, Ahiman, held out his hand, coated in charcoal. Ahiman offered his blessing, warning that those who refused would face hardship. The hunters gathered, awaiting the shaman's blessing. One hunter commented that the hunters of Baroque feel guilt when killing their prey. Another hunter explained that they put charcoal on their faces to hide from the god of death before hunting. One hunter remarked that Ahiman was going off again with his annoying nonsense, while another said that the shaman needs to maintain his position as well. The hunters discussed that the shaman's fortunes have been missing the mark too often these days. He gently touches the face of the hunter, his expression warm and reassuring. The reason he's been giving them earrings for their ears and nose rings for their noses recently becomes clear. It seems like things are similar wherever people live, no matter the world. The hunter with charcoal smeared on their face stares ahead, waiting for the next instruction. One of the hunters points out that the other has something on their face. The hunter retorts, telling them to shut up and that they have a bad relationship with the shaman. The hunter holds out a spiked dog collar, telling the other to just put it on. The hunter questions if it's a dog collar and is told it's so they don't get their neck bitten off by the prey. The hunter puts on a spiked dog collar, preparing for the ritual. The hunters stand together, now all wearing the spiked dog collars. It seemed best for Beecher Van Baskerville to assimilate with the tribe while staying here. The wolf's breath hung heavy in the air, its tongue lolling out. Camus, perched atop the massive wolf, told him to grab her waist, asking if he was okay. He insisted that he was fine, and Camus declared that they were going. The spiked collar chafed against the skin as Beecher lay prone, his chest wrapped in bandages. Camus's expression remained unreadable, her gaze distant as she looked away. Camus reminded him that was why she told him to grab her waist, warning that he would fall off if he held on so lightly. The massive wolf towered over Beecher, who lay helpless on the ground. He thought to himself that he couldn't even do this with his body's current state. The wolf stood alert, its eyes gleaming with predatory intensity as Camus stood beside it. Beecher's vision blurred as he stared up at the sky, his body aching with pain. Camus called out to a Hun, her expression unreadable as the wolf loomed behind her. The elf-like hunter's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. The hunter with the spiked collar sneered, his words dripping with condescension. Seeing as how you are playing around with your slave. It looks like you've got time to spare. Beecher, his face partially covered, declared his intentions. I'll bring in a bigger hunt than you this time, and I'll become the leader of the next group hunt. The elf-like hunter spoke with conviction. I'll put my grandpa's honor on the line. The hunter with the spiked collar questioned his decision, wondering why he would risk his honor when all Beecher can do is sorcery. Beecher's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he heard the other hunter's words. The hunter with the spiked collar scoffed, while the elf-like hunter looked back at him with a surprised expression. A fist, belonging to the hunter with the spiked collar, slammed into someone's face. The elf-like hunter cried out, staggering back from the force of the blow. You bastard! What are you doing? The hunter with the spiked collar spoke with disdain. A slave dares to wear a hunter's neck protector. The hunter with the spiked collar continued, questioning the leader's judgment. How are you planning on using this broken male as a hunting support? Wake up! Leader, he'll only drag you down. The hunter with the spiked collar smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. The elf-like hunter, now sporting a bruise, looked shocked and enraged. You should say that after you've checked your belt. What? He stood, sword drawn, ready to strike again, his eyes narrowed in fury. The hunter's expression was cold, her gaze fixed on her target. He knelt, bandaged and bruised, offering a strange piece of advice. You need to treat your weapon like your lover. His words seemed to have no effect, the hunter's eyes still narrowed. The hunter, poised to strike, heard the other person's desperate plea. Don't let it get stolen. Camus, enraged, spat out an insult. Why, you arrogant slave bastard? Beecher lay sprawled on the ground, vulnerable, as Camus prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, Ahiman's voice cut through the tension. Stop there. Ahiman challenged Camus, his tone sharp. Who are you to discipline someone else's slave? Camus stood, bow drawn, her expression a mix of anger and surprise. Camus's inner thoughts revealed her disdain. That brat is a slave. He dared to insult a warrior of Baroque. Ahiman retorted, his eyes blazing. You gave a pathetic showing first. The man loomed over Beecher, declaring him a slave. He demanded to know why he was being protected so much. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Camus tilted her head, a cold expression on her face. She wondered if there were feelings for the slave or something. Another voice chimed in, agreeing that the slave should be punished for his wrongdoings. The man reiterated his point, confirming that was what he was saying. Beecher, bandaged and weary, questioned why he didn't have the authority to give out the punishment. He stated that Beecher was a slave. The sound of something breaking echoed. Camus's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening as she looked down at Beecher. Blood splattered across the grass. The sound of something crunching filled the air. A character with white hair looked on in shock, his eyes wide with surprise. Beecher's legs were visible, suggesting he was on the ground. He lay prone, the impact of the blow still echoing through his body. Camus, standing over him, watched with cold satisfaction. Are you satisfied? She asked, her voice dripping with disdain. Her hand rested on the hilt of her blade, the threat implicit in her stance. Blood dripped from her hand, a testament to her brutal efficiency. Camus's words were laced with venom. Camus continued, her eyes burning with malice. But know that if you mess with my slave, I'll beat you to death. Her crimson gaze intensified, promising unimaginable pain for any transgression. The observer watched, their expression unreadable as Camus demanded, Got it? A bead of sweat trickled down the observer's face, betraying a hint of fear. He remained still, the sunlight filtering through the trees above. The forest stood silent, a witness to the brutal exchange. The observer's gaze remained fixed on the scene, their thoughts hidden behind a mask of neutrality. He stared up at the sky, his expression unreadable as he processed the events that had just unfolded. He bore the marks of a recent fight, his face obscured. Ahiman, carrying him, asked if it hurt, if he was angry. Ahiman reasoned that it couldn't be helped, as Beecher was tricky and stubborn. He had to stop him from pulling out cheap tricks later. The man with white hair pressed him, asking why he wasn't answering. Beecher's eye, bloodshot, betrayed the pain he was enduring. The white-haired man continued to carry him, the sound of their footsteps echoing. The burden of his weight seemed to strain Ahiman. Ahiman inquired about the severity of his injuries, asking how much it hurt and if it was serious. The man with black hair was asked if he thought his life was in danger. Beecher, cradled in Ahiman's arms, admitted that it just hurt to talk. He began to speak, stating that he'd had injuries like this before. His face was close to Ahiman's, the sound of their breathing filling the air. A faint rustling sound echoed through the dense forest. The Baroque warrior stood, her expression unreadable. He watched her, his red eye narrowed slightly as Camus looked at him expectantly. Beecher thought to himself that she had potential for an empire brat. The woman wondered if barbarians usually licked each other's wounds, noting the risk of infection. Camus asked if he wanted anything from her, just one thing. The Baroque warrior offered anything he wanted within her power. The Baroque warrior wouldn't go back on her word. He paused, lost in thought, his fingers touching his chin. Camus wondered what he was thinking so hard for, and waited. He considered her offer, weighing the possibilities of what he could ask for. The pressure of the moment seemed to weigh heavily on Camus, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Camus looked at Beecher, her expression determined. She requested, "Teach me how to use a bow." Beecher considered her request. He agreed, thinking to himself that bows were a good choice. He added that her training would begin tomorrow. Meanwhile, Camus, atop a white horse, rode through the forest, the sunlight dappling through the trees as she confirmed that she was ready. Arrows strike the tree with force. The arrows find their mark, embedding themselves deep within the wood. Camus sighs, unimpressed. She states that her slave has no talent with the bow, and reminds him to hit the previous arrow. Beecher focuses, drawing back the bowstring, his brow furrowed in concentration. He wonders if this is really the... Camus, bow in hand, asks if this is the right way to teach him. Beecher's bare feet are wrapped in bandages, a testament to his rigorous training. Camus asks if he wasn't the one who asked her to teach him. All young warriors of Baroque learn like this. Camus states that he won't be able to use his sword with his broken body, so he should learn the bow well. She adds that he'll need to catch something big if he wants to stop being a slave. Beecher strains, his joints at their limit as he attempts to hold the position. He is being carried, the sound of rustling leaves filling the air. Above them, a wolf-like creature surveys the surroundings. A branch snaps underfoot. Camus asks if Bakira found what she asked for. The wolf-like creature, Bakira, runs through the forest, letting out a loud bark. Camus's expression hardens, her red eyes narrowed with anger. She commands someone to stand up. Camus's face is shown again, her expression determined. She states that they need to move fast. Camus stands tall, Bakira at her side, both figures alert and ready for what comes next. Elsewhere, a rushing river cuts through the landscape, its waters churning and cascading over rocks. Camus explains that this is the area where the river meets the sea, her expression serious. He sits, listening intently as Camus continues, explaining that the sea water and ocean creatures are here as well. A disembodied voice recalls a memory, stating that his grandma told him something. They say these salmon will evolve into a huge beast. The salmon fight against the current, driven by instinct. But many will fail to make the climb. The waterfall proves too strong for some. Most salmon fail to climb the waterfall and fall to the bottom. That fall will be their last. The jaws of a predator await. Meanwhile, they become food for the oxbear. The oxbear feasts on the fallen salmon. The river runs red with the salmon's sacrifice. Is that an oxbear? It's an entirely different beast from the ones I've seen. That's not an ordinary oxbear. It's a being born of a superior bloodline, a predator among predators. One that has survived through countless carnage, a testament to its power. From behind the foliage, Camus asks Beecher if he is asking her to kill that. Beecher replies, "No way." The prey is unaware, its massive paw stepping forward with deadly intent. Are the males here to court the female? The oxbear continues its hunt. The oxbear moves through the water, its eyes glowing with predatory focus. The oxbear's face, marked with an X-shaped scar, shows its deadly intent. The oxbear lunges forward, its power unleashed. The oxbear's attack is swift and brutal, as Beecher watches in shock. The oxbear's claws strike with devastating force. The impact of the oxbear's attack sends shockwaves through the water. The aftermath of the attack is unseen. She observed the oxbear, noting the female's continued rejection of the male's mating calls. Just how strong of a male was she looking for? Beecher wondered if they were going about this the wrong way. That female wasn't looking for a strong male, according to Camus. The ox bear stood in the river, a pinkish, smaller bear nearby. The ox bear's eyes glowed red. The two ox bears touched noses. Beecher wondered if she chose the weakest one. She wanted a mate she could control. There are cases where if the strong males get too excited, they may try to kill their mating partner, so they're not popular in the ox bear world. Thus, the females desire the small and weak mates. Weak mates. The way Baroque's warriors choose their mates is also similar to the ox bears. Do you know which type is the most popular? He stares off, bandages covering his torso and face. The male, he thinks, must have incredible seed and be weakened by injury. Camu's voice echoes, explaining that the female just wants a seed, and that's all. Two ox bears walk down a forest path. Camu continues, stating that they have to wait, then the female will drain the male's strength for them. The sky stretches out, a canvas of white clouds against a pale blue backdrop. The forest canopy spreads out, a sea of green stretching as far as the eye can see from the high vantage point. A sudden crack echoes through the trees. Sunlight pierces through the dense canopy as the sound of cracking would reverberates through the forest. Beecher throws his head back, letting out a deafening roar. The roar echoes through the forest. Beecher stands before a dark cave entrance, his expression unreadable. A disembodied voice laments having listened to a bear groan for 3 days already and not knowing what to do anymore. A feast of fish, apples, and grapes lies spread out on a bed of leaves. Camu wondered if Beecher had left the ox bear's food there. Beecher stood silently in the forest, bandages wrapped around his torso. For the past 3 days, Camu had been supplying the two bears with food, a white wolf resting nearby. The goal was to ensure they could continue to mate without getting hungry, as this berry increases strength for a short period. Over a period of time, Camu held out a berry. She warned that it would gnaw away at his life force in the end, so it's bad for his body. The intelligent female should know of their intentions, Camu thought. The male would also know, but he will have no choice but to eat it to satiate the female's hunger. Now he understood why she chose the big and strong one, the bandaged man realized. She wanted to hunt a male that would definitely be drained, with the female as her trailing target. Here, 2 bowls of food sat waiting. Camu told him to eat lots, that it'll help in his recovery as the bandaged man ate. More than that, they are really going at it. He brought the bowl to his lips, the liquid sloshing as he tilted it back. Camu coughed, explaining that the men of Baroque all do at least that much. She wondered if that was the case for Empire boys. She mused that for a nation of dweebs, it made sense. He lowered the bowl, asking if she could do it like that. Camu smiled, kneeling in the forest. A guttural roar echoed through the trees. Beecher looked up, startled by a cracking sound nearby. Camu drew her bow, telling him to get ready. It seemed the female succeeded in her conception. A massive ox bear lumbered into view. The beast's eyes glowed with menacing red light. A monstrous roar echoes through the forest, shaking the very trees. The massive ox bear stands its ground, a hulking presence in the woods. Camu wonders why the ox bear chased the male away, musing that after mating, the male is just another competitor. The ox bear's face looms, warning that it will not come back again, protecting its territory. Since the ox bear has been doing his best for the last 3 days without even sleeping, it'll want to lay down. The eyes of Camu and Beecher reflect the gravity of the situation, their expressions a mix of determination and concern. They know it will move somewhere cozy that is safe for him to sleep, so they will quietly follow its trail now. The moment it starts sleeping, the hunt will begin, and a spear is readied. Camu and Beecher prepare themselves, their faces grim as they ready for the hunt. The pair know that's when their hunt will begin. Meanwhile, the landscape stretches out before them, a vast expanse of wilderness. Massive paw prints marred the snow, evidence of a large creature. The path ahead stretched between towering walls of ice and snow. Camu surmised that the ox bear must be tired, but it was moving quite far. She added that it was likely looking for somewhere far from the dangers of the forest. It was cold, Camu thought, so there shouldn't be anything that could harm it. Beecher wondered if the ox bears knew that when they came here. Camu smiled, listening to his question. Camu explained that ox bears are pretty intelligent. She added that it's safe to say this is learned behavior rather than instinct. Beecher shivered, feeling the chill despite his wraps. He cursed, wondering if it was because of his condition, but he was feeling cold. Camu asked if he was cold, telling him to stick close to her if he was. Camu warned that his body would slow down if he got too cold. If he froze up, it'll be a hindrance to their hunt. She asked if he wanted to get in her way. Beecher thought that he didn't expect her to have a reasonable point. The response hangs in the air, a reluctant agreement to the unspoken request. He is embraced from behind, the warmth a temporary shield against the biting cold. Camu sighs, her breath misting in the frigid air as she considers his well-being. Her cheeks flush, a subtle blush betraying her concern for the one she calls her slave. A white wolf's gaze pierces the distance, its yellow eyes sharp and focused. The wolf, Bakira, snarls, its breath frosting the air as Camu calls out its name. An exclamation punctuates the silence, a sudden realization cutting through the cold. Massive paw prints are visible on the icy ground, a sign of something large and powerful. He rides atop Bakura, the dire realization hitting him hard. The oxbear trail has vanished. Camu's eyes widen, a flicker of fear in her gaze as she wonders where the creature is gone. The air crackles with tension as they both sense an unseen presence lurking nearby. Camu prepares her bow, ready to face whatever threat has obscured their path. Her eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpricks as antagonist Camu stared in disbelief. Something had caught her completely off guard. A monstrous form began to materialize, wreathed in shadow. Glowing red eyes pierced the gloom, hinting at the beast within. The shadowy figure loomed, its form indistinct but undeniably menacing. A primal roar echoed through the forest. Protagonist Beecher Van Baskerville craned his neck, staring up at the source of the disturbance. His expression was one of apprehension. The villagers reacted with surprise, their eyes widening at the sight before them. The group marveled at the massive boar, clearly impressed by the size of the beast. The villagers gathered around the cart, examining the boar that would feed the tribe. One villager commented on the amount of meat, noting that the entire tribe would be able to eat until they were full. Another admitted to only catching 3 rabbits. The villagers stated that their boar would probably be the best catch this hunt. The muscular hunter, a Hun, stood proudly, his expression unreadable. A villager wondered if this meant a Hun was the next hunting leader. The villager stated that was how the rule goes, no matter how good a leader. The villager questioned if the other didn't. A Hun wondered if she would take a slave with her, believing that slave would be her downfall. The villagers stated to wait and see. She won't even be able to bring back a rabbit. The air itself cracks, a prelude to the coming devastation. A monstrous form, wreathed in dark energy, prepares to strike. The air shimmers as the beast's power intensifies. The hunter armor strains against the unseen force. A sweeping blow descends, aimed with lethal intent. Beecher's eyes widen in shock as the attack rushes toward him. The monster's claws rake across his chest, tearing through his defenses. The force of the impact sends him flying backward. He is tossed through the air, a ragdoll against the monster's might. His vision blurs as he struggles to comprehend the sudden assault. Blood trickles from his lip, a testament to the brutal power he faces. The horned beast stands over him, ready to deliver the final blow. The air crackled with unseen energy as the battle continued elsewhere. A guttural growl tore through the silence, emanating from the white wolf. The wolf lunged forward, its fangs bared in a ferocious roar. The massive, red bear-like creature snarled, its eyes burning with fury. Nearby, the woman with tribal markings asked, concern etched on her face, "You okay?" The woman's arms wrapped around him. Beecher heard her say, "You saved me." From a distance, a voice mused, "Looks like he was the one who was baiting us." The white wolf and the bear-like creature clashed, a brutal dance of tooth and claw, more intelligent than the average life form. The woman with tribal markings thought, "Now I get why that fussy female chose this one." Bandaged and bruised, Beecher thought, "I ended up getting saved." A disembodied voice echoed, "By my slave, at this rate, my authority as the master will." His face obscured by bandages, the voice commanded Beecher, "Slave, go rest in the back." A disembodied voice echoes, making it clear who is in charge. Camu declares that she will show her strength. The antagonist prepares to fire an arrow. Beecher is told to not rest, because a slave is not supposed to rest while the master is working. The man's eyes widen as he hears the command. Camu notes that the slavery in Baroque is quite unique as she shoots arrows at the bear-like creature. A white wolf charges forward, its fur flowing in the wind. Arrows strike the bear-like creature, piercing its thick fur. The bear-like creature rumbles, its red eyes glowing with fury. Camu declares that the bear-like creature is making her look disgraceful in front of her slave. A hulking, bear-like creature seeks refuge behind a massive, icy outcropping. She draws back the bowstring, her eyes narrowed with deadly intent. Camu's voice echoes, laced with arrogance. "Did you think you could escape by hiding behind an obstacle?" The bowstring sings as she releases, the arrow a blur of deadly force. The white-furred creature seems to speak, but its words are inaudible. The arrow strikes the icy cover with a resounding ping. The arrow continues its path, piercing through the ice. The arrow's trajectory is true, aimed directly at its target. The sound of impact, a deafening pang, reverberates through the cavern. The arrow finds its mark, striking the bear-like creature with brutal force. A pained cough erupts from the creature as blood splatters from its mouth. Beecher observes, a question forming in his mind. The oxbear was hit while behind cover. He could only watch as the aura held within the arrow perfectly passed through the obstacle. The arrow pierced only the target, finding its mark with deadly precision. Camu possessed a skill with archery that could only be called mythical. Her archery was combined with hunting techniques that could completely strangle the prey's options. The character with yellow eyes grinned, a sinister glint in their gaze. You see that, slave? Considering just her talent, she might be even beyond Camumorg. Blood dripped from the wound, a dark ichor staining the ground. The oxbear roared in pain, its massive jaws snapping shut. With a burst of speed, the oxbear dashed forward, a blur of fur and rage. Its eyes glowed with a menacing red light, a sign of its fury. A deafening crack echoed through the air. The oxbear was struck, its body reeling from the force of the blow. She wonders if the oxbear thought it could withstand her arrows. The oxbear roars in pain, the arrows piercing its thick hide. Camu prepares another arrow, declaring it a serious one. She boasts that it can break even walls. The arrow glows with intense blue energy, ready to be launched. With a whoosh, the arrow is released, a streak of pure power. The arrow hurtles forward, a blinding trail of light in its wake. The oxbear is struck, the force of the impact evident in its pained expression. A flash of light obscures the oxbear as the arrow finds its mark. With a resounding crack, something shatters, the air filled with debris. The oxbear reels, the devastating power of the arrow clearly taking its toll. She watched as her arrow found its mark. The oxbear reeled from the impact. The force of the blow sent it flying. It crashed through the air. The beast landed hard. Her eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. A beast's senses heighten when near death. The huntress knew it could detect even a human's killing intent. She thought to herself that she had let her guard down, thinking she had it cornered. Camu realized she had been too honest with her last arrow. The wounded oxbear, its fur matted and torn, glares with a furious, singular red eye. She watches the beast, her expression unreadable as she assesses the situation. The oxbear's maw opens wide, revealing rows of jagged, menacing teeth. A deafening roar erupts from the beast, shaking the very air around them. Damn it, he thinks, his brow furrowed in concentration as he steels himself. A voice echoes, questioning if the display of power is complete. With a surge of energy, Beecher's eyes glow with an eerie yellow light, markings appearing on his face. His hand clenches into a fist, ready to unleash his own strength. He explodes forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the enraged oxbear. Camu remains still, observing Beecher's sudden burst of speed. His face contorted with determination, Beecher declares that it is his turn. Power surges as he unleashes his attack. A blinding light tears through the darkness, slicing through everything in its path. The attack plunges directly into the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the creature's body, visible through its bandages. The creature's massive feet struggle for purchase as it is forced backward. The bandages around the creature's torso strain against the impact, threatening to tear apart. Another blinding strike descends, aimed directly at the heart of the beast. The air crackles with energy as the attack intensifies, the sound echoing through the battlefield. A figure is sent flying through the air, a victim of the overwhelming force. The attack engulfs its target in flames, incinerating everything in its path. Camu is surrounded by flames, her expression a mixture of shock and determination. The ground trembles as the attack reaches its climax, a deafening roar echoing through the air. The monstrous face of the oxbear emerges from the inferno, its eyes burning with rage. The air crackled with residual heat, the aftermath of the oxbear's fiery assault. Debris floated in the scorched air, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The intensity of the flames had left its mark, even on the distant observers. The heat radiated outwards, a palpable wave of destructive energy. Scorched earth and shattered remnants were all that remained of the battlefield. She felt the heat flush her face, a physical manifestation of the raw power she witnessed. Sweat beaded on his brow, the aftermath of the battle taking its toll. He grimaced, the pain of his injuries a constant reminder of the recent conflict. He thought to himself, assessing his condition, as I thought. Camu's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed as she observed the scene before her. He continued his internal assessment, realizing, in my state is too much. Two figures plummeted downwards, their expressions a mix of shock and desperation. A monstrous form looms, scales catching the light like 1,000 tiny blades. A voice cries out in disbelief, recognizing the beast. Beecher! Beneath the sky dusted with stars, the village nestled in the valley prepared for the coming day. Huts clustered together, a small civilization readying itself for the hunt. Around a large cooking pot, villagers bustled, preparing a meal for the hunters. The village celebrated, their movements a blur of anticipation and excitement for the hunt's success. The pot bubbled, its contents promising strength and sustenance for the trials ahead. One of the villagers served food, his expression a mix of pride and hope for the hunter's safe return. The hunter who caught the biggest prey would receive the respect, admiration, and gratitude of the entire village. A fearsome mask, perhaps worn by the hunting hero, watched over the preparations. One villager wondered how it felt to become the hunting hero, while another admitted they didn't care much. The villagers discussed the ox bears, noting that they weren't just strong and savage, but smart as well. The ox bear, a very honorable hunting target, was why they were selected as the heroes of this hunt. The meat was different from the dumb, and the woman with white hair smiles, a hint of amusement in her golden eyes. The man with green hair questions, "Isn't that right, Ahiman?" Ahiman seems to be enjoying the meal. A hand offers a bowl of meat, stating, "Here, it's yours, slave." The meat sizzles in the bowl, releasing a savory aroma. Someone asks, "What is this?" "What? You got a problem, slave? Why is my meat portion so small?" The response is, "Because your honor is that high." The woman with white hair looks down at the man with green hair, a smug expression on her face. Someone exclaims, "Damn it, I wanted your meat portion to be massive as well." The woman with white hair giggles, "Kakik that Ahiman serves." The man with green hair thinks, "Well, the true reward for the hunt this time isn't the meat, but the weight amplification that was inscribed within Beelzebub after killing the ox bear." The hand glows, displaying the power slots, Incinerate Cerberus and weight amplification ox bear. Another slot is revealed, Tenacious Life Murcielago, granting the ability to increase weight by up to 600 kilograms while holding one's breath. Beecher Van Baskerville eats from a bowl, remarking that he has recovered quite a bit. Camu calls him a slave as she offers him more food. He looks at the food with a questioning expression, as if unsure if it's enough. Camu holds the bowl out to him, urging him to eat quickly. Beecher Van Baskerville states that he has already eaten a chunk of meat, a jar of blood, and part of the organs. Camu insists that he needs to eat more of it. A disembodied voice explains that if your eyes are bad, you eat the prey's eyes. If your heart is bad, you eat the prey's heart. And if your arms or legs are bad, you need to eat the legs to heal. Beecher Van Baskerville asks if he looks sick, wondering if it's an intestine he's eating. The women gossip about Camu, saying she's only caring about her thing and questioning why she's giving a slave that. One woman claims she can tell what Camu is thinking. Someone yells for them to shut up. She had been feeding him, but Beecher's expression was one of confusion. Camu stood close, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Camu smiled, stating that he would now be able to do his job. Beecher wondered what more she wanted from him, thinking he'd done his duties during the hunt. Elsewhere, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the landscape, and a lone tent pitched in the field. A lone figure stood before a massive, hollowed-out tree stump, the last rays of sunlight illuminating their back. Smoke rose from the center of the stump, hinting at some hidden activity within. What she said yesterday was true, he thought, standing near the tree stump. The offering of good quality meat was placed here for a reason. Beecher recalled that the village was supposedly having a food shortage problem. It was an offering, he realized, an offering to Madame Eight Legs. Camu stated that they were receiving permission to live in the dense forest. Madame Eight Legs, the terror of the dense forest, where one wouldn't survive an encounter with her. Seeing the attitude the Baroque have towards Madame, Beecher now felt how reckless his actions were back then. What an infuriating demonic creature, he thought, looking up at the sky. Beecher stood shirtless, reflecting on the offering and the power of Madame Eight Legs. A village hut stands silhouetted against the sun, a silent witness to the events unfolding. He stands before a line of villagers, their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension. What awaits him? Whispers ripple through the line. Some wonder if there is another ritual to be performed. The villagers express relief at being at the front of the line, while others lament their sleepless night. The villagers speculate that, given his successful hunt, he will be relieved of his slave status and choose a wife from the village. Two women discuss the hunter's strength, impressed that he brought back an ox bear. One of the villagers expresses her annoyance at the other's eagerness. Another villager complains about giving him stew the previous day, only for others to try and snatch him up. A woman with white hair and arrows expresses her possessiveness, declaring that what's hers will be hers at the end. The camera focuses on a woman's midriff, emphasizing her physical attractiveness. One villager suggests using him first and then handing him over, while another accuses the leader of cheating by keeping him all to herself. A villager suggests that if others feel it's unfair, they can go out with snares and catch one themselves, noting that they've gone out multiple times already. She declared that no one like him exists, not even at the Empire's edge. Camu considered that there might be some in hell, then, as figures fled in the background. She mused that snakes might try to take him away while she waited for him to heal. Camu stood with a hand to her head, the shirtless man visible in the background. Since she had fed him the ox bear's essence, Camu thought she would need him to do his job as a man. She wondered aloud if he had seen something. Beecher, his expression dark, thought back to what he had eaten yesterday. The shirtless man told Camu that he heard Mother call the elders for a meeting last night. Camu walked, thinking she would be able to request one thing from Mother as an honorable hunter of the hunt. A blush crept across her face. Someone had already thought about what she should request when mother calls for her. Beecher's eyes widened as he was told what she should request for. Deep within the forest, a tribal structure stood as a testament to ancient traditions. A worn path, carved by countless feet, led towards the heart of the tribal settlement. Within the settlement, 3 tribal elders stood as silent guardians of their people's heritage. 2 tribal members, their expressions unreadable, observed the proceedings with keen interest. Inside the tribal meeting hall, a figure knelt before the assembled members, awaiting judgment. The kneeling man lowered his head, his posture conveying a mix of humility and apprehension. He greeted the tribe leader, his voice barely a whisper in the vast hall. The tribal leader sat upon a throne adorned with furs and bone, a symbol of authority and power. A voice echoed through the hall, inquiring about a recent hunt. "I heard you caught an ox bear this time?" The kneeling man remained prostrate before the leader, listening to the words spoken from above. "Thanks to that, we were able to enjoy delicious meat." Camu watched the scene unfold, a subtle smile playing on her lips. There's no need to be modest, she thought. He found the situation interesting, not expecting it to progress so quickly. It was by someone's grace, a sensation he had felt before. The text refers to Aquila, Fox of the Night, the genius archer who made the Empire fear the Baroque tribe that numbers only 300. He seems pleased with himself. The woman had a presence like Hugo's, but it was warm and soft. Her midriff was exposed, showing off her toned abs. The tribe leader stated that he would need to give him a reward for his hunt. With his achievement yesterday in mind, his status as a slave was released. He knelt on the ground, his hands resting on the dirt, bandages wrapped around his feet and ankles. Kim, an elder of the tribe, looked down at him, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be contemplating something important. Ian told him the Council of Elders was dissatisfied with the idea of freeing him. He seemed surprised by this revelation. The old man who painted the faces of the hunters with ash before was the shaman of Baroque, Ahiman. He had long gray hair. Ahiman wondered if Ahun was that man's grandson. He looked off into the distance, deep in thought. The woman stood tall, her hands on her hips. Her toned midriff was exposed, and she wore a confident expression. Since he was officially a member of Baroque, she told him to state what he wanted. The woman awaited his answer. Camu states that although Beecher is now part of her family, she didn't give birth to or take care of him until now. So, she will grant a suitable request from him, the antagonist declares, looking down at the boy. Camu offers him beautiful maidens of the village as a wife, or if he doesn't need a wife, she can give him a slave as well. The red-haired woman asks if he didn't forget what she said, her eyes narrowed. Beecher's eyes are closed as he considers his request. Then, there's one thing he wishes to request, the boy thinks to himself. Camu tells him to speak freely. As she leans forward, her expression expectant. She seems to want him to ask for something specific. Beecher is kneeling before her, ready to state his desire. The scene shifts to a golden background. Beecher, eyes glowing red, states his wish. He wishes to soak his body in the hero's spring. The man with long gray hair looks shocked by Beecher's request. He beams, a wide, unsettling smile plastered across his face. The words hang in the air, a simple request for the hero's spring. A single tear traces a path down Camu's cheek, her expression unreadable. A deep voice rumbles, questioning the weight of the request. Do you understand what you're asking for? The tribal council sits in deliberation, the air thick with unspoken tension as they discuss the hero's spring. A tribesman stands, his expression stern as he addresses the others, the debate intensifying. The tribesman's voice booms, his words echoing through the chamber as he emphasizes his point. The argument escalates, the tribesman demanding to know who dares question their traditions. He declares that only the warriors of Baroque, those with great achievements, are worthy of the hero's spring. The tribesman dismisses any dissenting opinions, his face contorted with anger as he refuses to listen. Another voice rises in agreement, reinforcing that only heroes who have proven their strength may enter the hero's spring. Beecher Van Baskerville stands with a woman, his expression unreadable as the argument unfolds. Beecher has. The voice argues that Beecher has already proven his strength, reminding everyone that he brought the ox bear. Beecher's golden eyes narrow slightly, his gaze intense as he listens to the debate surrounding him. The question hangs in the air. Do they truly understand what the hero's spring they ask for truly is? The man with red eyes states his resolve, his gaze intense. The hero's spring, a sacred place for the Baroque tribe, is located at the grave. Only the strongest warriors of Baroque are buried at the grave where the spring resides. The spring can recover all internal and external injuries by dipping your body into it, but it takes a long time for the water to gather. The woman with long hair and pointed ears considers something, as someone told her. The old man with white hair argues that they cannot allow an outsider who was just relieved of his slave status to go to the sacred grounds, but the other old man justifies it. The old man with the hood believes that Beecher is a child with a promising future, and it might not be bad to let him in as a measure to motivate him. Someone questions when the hero's spring became a pond that anyone was allowed in. They also state that Beecher's body isn't anything ordinary, and since he's part of the family now, they'll treat him. The woman with long hair and pointed ears wants to accept his request, but it's true that he is lacking. It's a problem since the shaman and his allies are objecting so vehemently. Beecher's eyes narrow, a subtle shift in his expression. An elaborate structure stands deep within the forest, its purpose unknown. The landscape stretches out, dotted with what appear to be haystacks. The sound of bells echoes through the air, a signal of some kind. Two figures look up, questioning if the sound signifies war. A voice declares that they have guests, wondering who would dare challenge the Baroque first. Camus dismisses the discussion about the hero's spring, telling everyone to leave. A seated figure with white hair observes the unfolding events with a stoic expression. Glowing eyes pierce through the darkness, hinting at immense power. Someone clicks their tongue in annoyance, a subtle display of displeasure. A line of figures stands in anticipation, their purpose yet to be revealed. She wondered if those were the guests they were talking about. The other person confirmed her suspicion. Wagons and horses filled the area, merchants unloading boxes and crates of goods. A man gestured, seemingly directing the unloading of the various fruits and vegetables. The woman with dark hair noted that they bring in goods that can't be found in the deep forest. She added that some in Baroque look forward to these merchants' arrival, recognizing their insignia. The flag of one of the 7 great clans, the merchant clan, fluttered in the breeze. The bourgeois clan, who exist in the empire's capital, had come here. Camus's red eyes narrowed as he considered how they'd need to go through Baskerville or more territories to get here. He realized that the 2 clans would not have allowed this. The man with the mustache declared that they are smuggling. The man in the green vest greeted the people of Baroque, announcing the Fire Day market was here. In Baroque language, the man stated that if you have any goods for trade, please bring them here. The mustached man welcomed the guests, saying he had been waiting for this day. A merchant advertised a glass bead that will let you sleep well if you put it next to your bed, and makeup as well. He noticed the arrival of the grains brought in by the merchants. The merchants had brought daily necessities and food, including leather from beasts they had caught. The merchants offered a sack of grain in exchange for rare materials from the deep forest. They seemed unaware of the true market value. These materials were being traded, but the merchants were using Baroque, unaware of the actual market value of the goods. But this was something Baroque would need to deal with. It would be a problem if he stepped out and got recognized. He paused, a sense of unease washing over him as he watched the unfair trades unfold. A woman with dark hair and a red top held up an ear of corn, declaring the trade unfair. She questioned how it made sense to trade 1 diamond for just 1 corn, her frustration evident. Thankfully, he thought, there was one normal person over here, amidst the chaos of the market. Her eyes widened, her expression turning furious as she focused on the unfair trade. She demanded 2 corn for it, her voice filled with anger and indignation. The woman celebrated, holding up 2 ears of corn, finally satisfied with the trade. He, with a look of intense regret, declares, I take it back. The Baroque warriors celebrate their successful trade, seemingly oblivious to the true value of their goods. Camus's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of anger and disdain. She fumes, thinking that she can't win against the Baroque warriors, but she'll give them more. The Baroque warriors continue their jubilant celebration, reveling in their perceived victory. Their bare feet pound the earth as they dance, their joy palpable in the air. Camus observes the celebrating warriors with contempt, noting their ignorance of the true value of their possessions. The antagonist raises a hand, interjecting with a sarcastic, "Excuse me." A small child approaches, offering something in their hands and asking for a glass. The child smiles innocently, presenting their offering with a hopeful expression. The child explains that it's a sun dung beetle's larva, tasty and good for the body. Camus reacts with disgust, exclaiming, "Bleh." She stares at the offering, a strange lump of something unidentifiable. The girl wonders aloud how she is supposed to eat it. Startled, the girl falls back, landing hard on the dusty ground. She looks up, a gasp escaping her lips. Ahiman observes the girl with a calculating gaze. His expression is unreadable, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He muses to himself that for an empty-headed barbarian, she possesses a certain charm. Her naivete is almost endearing. Tears well in the girl's eyes as she overhears the merchant's thoughts. He considers that she would fetch a good price as a slave, but what a waste. She clutches the small, round object tightly in her hands. It is her only comfort in this strange and frightening situation. A large hand gently pats the girl's head, a gesture that offers little solace. Her eyes remain wide with fear. Her hands are bound tightly together, a stark reminder of her captivity. The rough rope chafes against her skin. Ahiman's face is partially obscured by shadow as he is addressed. He's being called out by someone. A man stands protectively behind the girl, declaring that these trades are invalid. His expression is stern, his eyes blazing with anger. The pair kneel on the ground, their vulnerability evident. The girl's hands are bound, and her feet are wrapped in bandages. Ahiman stands before the girl, his expression unreadable. He remarks that she knows how to speak, a hint of surprise in his voice. He questions the use of imperial, suggesting a misunderstanding is at play. That, however, is not what's important to him. Ahiman demands that all unfair transactions from today be canceled immediately. The man in the brown coat questions what he means by unfair. The man with the mustache observes that Ahiman seems to be the only one who can speak imperial. He wonders if he knows the price of these goods. It is a sacred trade that the shaman of Baroque has allowed in the stead of the god of the forest. Someone is about to interfere. Ahiman states the price of a corn brought is 100 gold each. The man with the mustache retorts that the price of a diamond taken was about 2 million. If you carve the horn of an ox bear into billiard balls. Ahiman says goblin butt mushrooms that are used in potions could even be called priceless. The man with the mustache is shocked that this brat knows the price of the goods perfectly. He held up a glass bead, claiming it would bring good dreams, but only through intoxication. The unseen speaker warned of the drug's proximity. The drug, a pile of white powder, was described as trash that ruins the body with prolonged use. The man with the mustache expressed surprise that the drug was being smuggled, as he thought it was banned. A fist clenches, ready to strike. The hand shatters the glass bead, scattering fragments. The man with the mustache looked on, his expression shifting to concern. Another man, standing behind him, questioned what was happening. Someone realized they had been discovered. An elf-like woman repeated the words drug, body, and ruins, confirming what she had heard. The man with red eyes agreed with her statement. Camus realized that the drug was the reason so many people had been sick recently. A strange energy crackled around the figure's waist. Ahiman clasped his hands together, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He thought he needed to escape. The man's expression twisted into a snarl as the air around him shimmered. The green uniform, adorned with gold buttons, seemed to ripple with unseen power. Ahiman's face contorted with rage, his teeth bared in a silent scream. Meanwhile, a figure screamed, their voice echoing through the forest as they ran. A blade flashed, poised to strike with deadly precision. Elsewhere, one of the men spat out the word, bastards. His companion stood beside him, equally menacing. Ahiman was held captive, his face a mask of fury as his captors restrained him. Someone dared to trick the Baroque, and now they would pay the price. The woman's yellow eyes glowed with malice as she prepared to unleash her fury. Camus's face contorted in rage, a guttural sound escaping her lips. An order barked out, the command to abandon those left behind. A group of figures rode away on horseback, fleeing the scene at speed. Merchants discussed the risks of losing money and the consequences that would follow. Wounding a beast that lives in herds and letting them loose is also a hunting method. Camus's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed with fury. Camus cursed, her voice filled with venomous rage. The figures on horseback continued their flight, while a pot boiled over a campfire. The bandits discovered their goods had been stolen, their anger erupting. The group prepared for battle, their weapons drawn and ready. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, a mountain loomed in the distance. She surveyed the land from above, her eyes narrowed with purpose. The eagle's gaze was sharp, focused on the prey below. A bandaged hand clenched into a fist, ready for battle. The man with dark hair and red eyes spoke with cold fury. They dare to mess with Baroque. A voice declared, promising retribution. There is only one punishment fit for them. Camus, standing tall with an eagle perched on her arm, delivered the sentence. Annihilation. Ahiman looked surprised, as Kim informs him that the Baroque guys stole his goods. The smuggler's face is etched with disbelief at the news. Ahiman questions why he can't trust these barbarians. He insists that they need to be killed and the rest made into slaves, his expression hardening. Ahiman is told that he may not know since it's the first time he's been in the dense forest. But it's not. Kim states that it's easy to defeat the Baroque through combat. He then asks Ahiman if he's so afraid. Why did he bring the mercenaries? Kim flicks open a matchbox, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hat and eye patch. The image shows a close-up of a blade cutting into a surface, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping against metal. Kim asks if, in the event of a pillaging, he should assume that they are all theirs. His expression is predatory as he holds a lit match. The matchbox is held open, revealing a full set of matches ready to be used. Ahiman is silent, his expression thoughtful as he considers Kim's question. He is told to do as he wishes. The man with the mustache wonders if the Baroque are that difficult. The man lighting the cigarette is told not to extinguish the match, as another needs to light his own. The principle is to only use one match to light 2 people's worth, and it is said that you can't pass the match around to 3 people. The man smoking the cigarette simply humps in response to the superstition. The man with glasses, cigarette in mouth, states that he doesn't believe in superstitions like that. An arrow suddenly pierces the neck of the smoking man, blood spraying. The man lies on the ground, riddled with arrows. He recalls taking barbarians and selling them as slaves. The man with the mustache and bandages looks on in shock as the man with the eye patch smokes. The face of the man on the ground is covered in blood, his expression frozen in agony. The hooded figures descend upon the fallen man, swords raised, ready to strike. Kahak, they cry. Ahiman yells that it's the Baroque, demanding that they put out their cigarettes. A hooded archer declares that they won't allow anything to hit anything but their heads. The order rings out. Show them the terror of Baroque. A volley of arrows is prepared. The warriors of Baroque are confident. Each can land their arrows where they want. The enemy can be pinpointed, even from the light of distant cigarettes. One warrior tells another that the requested items are prepared. The other replies that he is freed and no longer a slave. The arrows fly, whistling through the air towards their targets. A commander barks orders, commanding the magicians to form up and block. The order is given to prepare for a counterattack, using the shields to deflect the arrows. A spear is raised, ready to deflect the incoming arrows with a burst of aura. The arrows are blocked, deflected by the protective aura. The arrows strike the barrier, unable to penetrate the magical defense. The magical barrier holds firm, deflecting the arrows away from the defenders. The arrows rain down, but the defense holds, protecting those behind it. Barrels suspended by ropes hung precariously above the battlefield. Ahiman stared upwards, his eyes widening in disbelief. They fired barrels? The ropes creaked under the weight, the barrels threatening to spill their contents. A sudden burst of flame erupted as the barrels were struck. The fire spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. The intense heat radiated outwards, a wave of destruction. The sky glowed orange as the flames reached higher and higher. Someone adjusted a device, seemingly monitoring the unfolding inferno. Panic set in as the enemy realized the Baroque were using fire. Fire, they screamed. The flames engulfed the battlefield, leaving no escape. Ahiman watched the blaze, a bandage visible on his arm. They fired barrels of oil by tying rope to their arrows, he muttered. He looked up, startled by a voice. You! The unseen figure seethed, consumed by hatred for the Baroque bastard. Red eyes glowed with murderous intent, a bow held ready. The man's face contorted in fear, pleading for his life. A trembling hand gripped something tightly, knuckles white with strain. It was an exploration warrant from Underdog City, bearing the seal of the newly appointed vice-consul. The man warned that killing him would bring the wrath of the Baskerville clan. The man with the bow heard the name, Beecher, and confirmed the vice-consul's connection. The red-eyed man's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. The man holding the warrant declared that he did not recall allowing such a thing. He was questioned about the change in his skin color. An arrow pierced the man's head, silencing his protests. The arrow is knocked, ready to be fired with deadly intent. Beecher Van Baskerville prepares to loose his arrow, his expression determined. The consequences for forging the seal of Baskerville are clear: death. A voice shouts, urging the slaves to run, riding atop a massive wolf. The man declares his freedom, refusing the label of slave. Arrows pepper the wall, a silent testament to the intensity of the attack. The swordsman, his face grim, can no longer hear anything amidst the chaos. The Baroque bastards have fled, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. The pursuers note that the use of fire indicates a lack of confidence in their fighting skills as they give chase. A figure is engulfed in purple energy, a silent display of power. The man vows to slaughter the damned barbarians when they are caught. Erupting from the ground, jagged spikes of dark energy tore through the earth. The force of the eruption sent tremors through the surrounding area, a guttural cry echoing. Panic set in as the realization dawned. It was a monster. His eyes widened, reflecting the terror of the moment. The disembodied voice revealed their strategy hinged on expecting Madame to attack with fire. Beecher stood firm, bow in hand, as the white-haired woman clung to him. He muttered, "I feel it every time I see her." The voice declared that this was a calamity. The dark energy spikes continued to rise, piercing the night sky. Elsewhere, a distant landscape was bathed in an ominous orange glow. A voice boomed, promising to allow someone to go to the hero's spring. A smirking man with pointed ears looked on, his expression unreadable. A muscular man stood ready, his powerful physique on display. The tribe lauded him for solving the food crisis by hunting the ox bear. They also praised him for the oil barrel strategy, and for discovering that the warriors of Baroque had been plagued by illness because of the trash drugs. With these accomplishments, they declared that Beecher was undoubtedly a brave warrior. Since tonight was also the night of a full moon, they requested Ian to guide Beecher to the hero's spring. A woman with dark hair watched him, remarking that it served him right. Ahiman sat, defeated, as it was said that he had been saying the warriors were sick because of a curse. It was declared that a curse had befallen them. Due to his actions, it was said that Ahiman's words no longer held power. He listened as it was said that this was a sacred trade that the shaman of Baroque had allowed in the stead of the god of the forest. Curse! The moon hangs heavy in the sky, veiled by thick, swirling clouds. Below, the gnarled branches of ancient trees reach up toward the light. Submerged in the spring, a man's toned torso breaks the water surface. Beecher sighs, the water swirling gently around him. A small rabbit paddles nearby. The water's surface shimmers, reflecting the moonlight above. He muses, feeling his mana becoming clearer, his aching bones and muscles returning to their rightful places. Beecher thinks that with effects like this, Ahiman would want to come here instead. The effects are a bit less than the river Styx flowing in Baskerville, but it's better in the sense that there's no age restriction. A woman with pointy ears emerges from the water, questioning if the spring's effects will be halved if she enters as well. She reminds him that the tribe leader only said he could enter, wondering if that's really that important. From above, Beecher floats in the spring, thinking to himself that he should thank Lord Adonai for discovering this spring. He wonders, Adonai? A voice narrates that he was the only one strong enough to fight Madam in the deep forest in single combat. The strongest warrior is remembered by Baroque as a legend, his strength echoing through the ages. The woman states that since he is also a proper Baroque now, she needs to hold respect for him as well. She will if that legend of him fighting that monster alone is true, and it is true. He sits in the spring with a woman, who finds talking with outsiders frustrating. The woman's expression is one of slight annoyance as she looks at him. Meanwhile, another woman, wrapped in bandages, says that he has been freed and has a good reputation in the village. The woman in the spring continues, stating that if he gets healed enough in the hero's spring to perform his part as a man, he won't be a bad husband candidate. The woman looks forward, a slight blush on her face as she thinks about today. A hand reaches out, the scene obscured by the water and foliage. Beecher stands in the spring, water cascading down his muscular frame. Meanwhile, bathed in an ethereal glow, a secluded pool offered respite from the dangers beyond the forest's edge. Ahiman, submerged to his chest, admitted he knew the merchants were taking advantage of them. Camu confessed she had a feeling, but was glad they managed to strike a blow against them this time. The muscular man admitted he would have wrecked them if she hadn't stepped up. Camu responded with a simple, sure, before Ahiman told her not to laugh, insisting he really knew. The white-haired man stated that he at least knew diamonds were more expensive than corn in the Empire, prompting Camu to ask how much more expensive. The answer came, about 20 times it seemed. Ahiman, now floating on his back, guessed 30, correcting himself, stating the amount of corn you can buy with 1 diamond was wrong. Camu, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed that he could have bought that many. The woman with long green hair insisted it was just that the Empire's common sense was weird, before asking where he would use a rock like that. Beecher, his red eyes gleaming, states that it simply doesn't matter what she wants to be called. Camu, her expression unreadable, poses a question. What does he want to call her? Her name or slave? Tears welling in her eyes, Camu admits that she doesn't really like things being unclear. She continues, her voice soft, wondering what she wants him to call her. A close-up reveals the curve of her neck, glistening with moisture. Beecher stares back, unflinching, as the air crackles with unspoken tension. Camu, standing in the water, declares that he hates things being. Then she'll make it clear? Beecher, a question mark floating above his head, seems unsure of what to expect. Camu states that what she wants to call him isn't slave or Beecher. Her expression is intense as she leans forward, the water droplets clinging to her skin. Camu whispers that she wants to call him. Bubbles rise to the surface of the spring. She stood in the water, a slight blush gracing her cheeks as children splashed nearby. Whoa, it's Captain, one of the children shouted, while another called out, Big Bro Beecher. The children frolicked in the spring, their innocent joy a stark contrast to her growing irritation. Beecher stood waist-deep in the water as one of the children called out to him, asking him to play. Camu wondered what she wanted to be called if not a slave or her name, before exclaiming, You brats. The mystical effects of the drug seemed to swirl around her. The children continued to call Beecher Captain, much to Camu's annoyance, as they noted how stingy he was. It was the tribe leader's order to get the children who were sick due to the mystical effects of the drug. The tribe leader ordered them to dip the children into the hero's spring, as a voice echoed, Mother. Camu, standing next to another woman, felt like someone was messing with her. She stood nearby as Beecher glanced back, a flicker of uncertainty in his red eyes. The water rippled against the rocks, a silent question hanging in the air. Ahiman, towering over a child, offered his thanks. Thank you for saving my sister. A voice echoed, mentioning Kim, followed by a sincere apology for something unknown. Beecher's expression softened, a hint of regret etched on his face. Misunderstanding you all this time. The group stood together in the water, the tension slowly beginning to dissipate. A forceful voice declared, I'm apologizing to you, and that's your answer. Ahiman addressed someone, his tone firm. Ahun, you're too full of anger. Ahiman's expression was serious, his eyes conveying a deep concern. Beecher thought to himself, well, I still have a lot of time. A close-up revealed a face with intense red eyes, a hint of determination in their gaze. Someone extended a warm welcome. I officially welcome you into Baroque. The warrior's face contorted in a mask of pain, his brow furrowed as he braced for the blow. His teeth gritted, the impact reverberated through his skull, a brutal reminder of the fight's intensity. The force of the attack sent him crashing down, the sound of impact echoing through the forest. He lay battered and bleeding, supported by two companions whose expressions mirrored his own pain and concern. His leg, wrapped in bandages, lay limp against the rough ground, a testament to the battle's toll. A voice echoed, laced with disdain, "You're a bigger wimp than I thought." The woman's red eyes narrowed, her expression a mixture of disappointment and cold calculation. A weathered stone bore the inscription, Beecher Van Baskerville, 17 years old. Ahiman calls for one more round of combat training. The others agree that this concludes their training for the day. Beecher turns away, his expression unreadable as he departs from the training grounds. Someone calls out, asking if Beecher is running away from them. The others watch him leave. One comments that he has become an even bigger monster since his body recovered. One of the trainees notes that Beecher's archery skills are on par with Captain Ian's these days. He wonders if he can even compete against Captain Ian. Ahiman boasts that he could make a Hun bleed from his nose if he hit him. One of the trainees asks what. Ahiman states that he didn't get hit. Ahiman's fist is shown, stopping just before hitting the other trainee's face. The trainee says, wait, that. Someone states that he made the trainee bleed with just the pressure from his punch. Beecher pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He felt it, the culmination of his efforts. He could finally do it perfectly. Sixth Fong. He stood before the ancient training grounds, a testament to his progress. He thought to himself that he could now use the sixth Fong completely. The demonic sword Beelzebub hummed with dark energy. He had formed 6 mana circles as well. With this, he should be a high-rank graduate. He could now combine River Styx's blessing, the demonic sword Beelzebub, and the archery and assassination skills he got from Baroque. The power coursed through him, a tangible force. He believed he should be able to face even the highest-ranked graduates. It was already time, he thought, to move on to the next stage. It had been 2 years since he came to the deep forest. The forest stretched before him, a path to an unknown future. A butterfly flits past the face of a large, white wolf. The wolf's yellow eyes scan the forest, its breath misting in the cool air. A hand rests on the rough, stony ground, fingers slightly curled. The wolf howls, and a man with dark hair looks up, as the elf woman states, "Traces of the snake of the deep forest, Mashut." The man kneels, his hand outstretched, as if feeling for something on the ground. The elf woman says, "It's a very old and big entity." She continues, "If we catch this, we'll be able to feed the entire village for at least 3 days." The man with dark hair narrows his red eyes, his expression serious. The man pauses, lost in thought. The elf woman asks, "Ian, are you thinking about something else during the hunt?" The man, Ian, replies, "Right, there was something another hunting group wanted me to ask you." Ian observes, "This girl, she's hiding something." A hand grips a dagger, the blade gleaming in the dim light, as the text reads, "Our hunting party caught a suspicious empire. The person who infiltrated the deep forest took this dagger. He asks if she knows anything about the markings." The dagger's blade gleamed, its intricate design hinting at a deeper significance. The markings are revealed to represent the great clan of deadly poison, Leviathan. The woman with the bow explains that the clan is one of the 7 great clans of the empire. It is the swordsman clan of Blood and Iron Baskerville, but it wasn't connected to the merchant group. One thing that caught their eyes was that in many river reservoirs, they were spreading red liquid held in glass bottles. The man with the dagger learns that their hunting party caught one of them, but they seem to have ingested a poison in their mouths and killed themselves. This dagger is the only thing that was left. And his red eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Ian states that she has something to ask him, her expression serious. Ian asks Beecher if he wants to go back home. Beecher asks why she is suddenly asking him that, and why she is making that weird expression. Ian says that she still doesn't want to hide anything or lie. A figure speaks, their hands bound with thick ropes, explaining their reasoning. The speaker reveals that another person from the Empire has entered the deep forest. Beecher's dark eyes reflect the gravity of the situation as he listens intently. A gasp escapes, the implications of this news hitting hard. A figure with white hair seems to be listening to the conversation. The voice continues, stating that that girl entered the deep forest earlier. The red-haired Camus strides forward, her purpose unknown. The message revealed that another person from the Empire had entered the deep forest. The man with the bowl cut's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realized their goal was likely to find him. He swallowed hard, the revelation sinking in. The message continued, stating that that girl had come to the deep forest earlier. The person with red hair walked through the forest. The message detailed that starting 2 years ago, when he fought against Madame, that girl had been coming into the deep forest with a search team. Ian explained that she's probably looking for traces of him. Ian asked if he was going to follow that girl. He wondered if she would hate him for hiding this from her all this time, or if she would just say she'll leave with that girl. He questioned if he would have to stop her like the rules of the tribe say. A question hangs in the air, a silent consideration of consequence. The man's expression hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes. Beecher stands firm, his voice resolute. He declares that he will not return. The woman's face is partially obscured, her expression unreadable. Beecher pauses by the stream, a question in his voice as he speaks to the white wolf. The woman with pointed ears smiles brightly, her expression cheerful. The white wolf seems determined to stay by Beecher's side, unwilling to leave. He reflects on the past, surprised that the Empire was unaware of his survival. Beecher realizes he must completely conceal his strength before returning. The man is determined to hide his true abilities, even from those with exceptional perception. Cammy wonders if she is the girl Ian was referring to. She wondered if she was merely a tool, or could she still break free? The Baskerville clan allowed Morg's search party into the deep forest. Their alliance must be strong. A bond may have formed between the two clans because of his death. Beecher thought he might need to check the situation outside the deep forest soon. A loud crash echoed through the forest. A massive lungfish burst from water. Beecher turned, hearing the commotion. The sudden appearance startled them. Beecher and Camus stared in shock at the lungfish. The lungfish landed heavily on the ground. Water splashed everywhere as the creature emerged. The lungfish croaked, revealing itself. Beecher observed that a rainy season should be coming soon, an intense one at that. Its size was certainly something to behold. Beecher's red eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. The scene revealed a coffin, an arrow piercing through what lay inside. What's that? The air crackled with an unseen energy. Beecher stood, his gaze fixed on the contents of the coffin. A resounding crash echoed through the area, emphasizing the grim discovery. Inside the coffin lay a skeleton, adorned with remnants of clothing and jewelry. Ian observed. From its clothes, it looks like a Rococo tribesman. There are traces of struggle, and seeing how there's a harpoon embedded. The woman continued. He probably panicked pretty hard after getting eaten. Lungfish are. Beecher waded through the water. Ian remarked. This is an odd situation. He might have been weak enough that the lungfish mistook him for a corpse. Beecher's gaze intensified, his thoughts turning to the tribe's situation. Then why would such a weak guy go hunting? What if the tribe's situation? A sense of foreboding hung in the air, a silent promise of grim discoveries within the deep forest. The dense foliage seemed to whisper warnings, but the path ahead held an irresistible pull. There was no risk in investigating it. Bandaged feet tread carefully, each step measured and deliberate, a silent journey into the unknown. Ian recoiled, a visible wave of disgust washing over her features as she took in the scene before them. Ugh, she exclaimed. The air grew thick with the stench of death, a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. The scene was gruesome. The bodies of the Rococo tribesmen lay scattered around a makeshift camp, a silent tableau of carnage. This might be. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves, a stark contrast to the violence that had unfolded here. Ian's worst fears were confirmed. All the warriors of Rococo were dead, their bodies bearing the marks of a brutal end. The signs of their suffering were evident, traces of vomiting and diarrhea, coupled with strange red marks that marred their skin. Ian's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. Beecher, look over there, she urged, pointing towards the village. It was well past dinner time, yet an unsettling silence hung over the Rococo village. No smoke rose from their hearths, an ominous sign. Sunlight struggles to pierce the dense canopy, casting long shadows below. A grim warning hangs in the air, skulls and bones dangle from the trees. The village lies silent under a pallid sky, the word whistle echoing ominously. Each step deeper into the village feels heavier than the last. Ian, Beecher, and the white wolf enter the village. Something is clearly amiss. It's odd, Beecher says. There isn't a single human presence. Beecher continues, noting the overgrown weeds. The village has been untended for some time. The bowl-cut boy's red eyes dart around, taking in the unsettling scene. It looks like it's been a while since they've been maintained. Ian's sharp yellow eyes narrow, her expression grim. Did those Rococo guys migrate somewhere? She wonders. Flies swarm around Ian, drawn to something unseen. The buzzing intensifies, a palpable sign of decay. A cloaked figure lies motionless, surrounded by the insistent drone of flies. Something is very wrong. She spots a body. Ian calls out to Beecher, alerting him to the grim discovery. The hunter confirms the presence of another corpse, the unsettling silence of the village broken only by their voices. Red marks are the corpses of the villagers, a disturbing pattern emerging in the desolate scene. Ayan recalls a plague from before her return, one that circulated in the deep forest around that time. The plague was named Red Death, a highly contagious disease that decimated the barbarians and humanoids of the deep forest. Red marks appear on the entire body, and it upsets your stomach, a grim symptom of the deadly disease. It was also weirdly infectious and nearly crossed the border into the Empire as well. Panic rises as Ayan insists they need to leave immediately, fearing it's a curse, a god's curse. Beecher tries to reassure her, claiming it's just an infectious disease, attempting to quell her rising fear. The hunter exclaims that it's an even bigger problem if it's infectious, her concern escalating rapidly. He attempts to calm her down, assuring Ayan that they won't get infected that easily, questioning if they're really not going to get cursed. Ayan suggests that Beecher can go back first if he's that scared, and what if he then gets cursed and dies? If she dies, she dies. Beecher is confronted by an unseen force, accused of letting someone die. Ayan declares that the decision of who lives and dies is hers alone. Considering the number of corpses, Ayan observes that the entirety of Rococo did not die here. She believes the villagers left the dead and infected behind, moving elsewhere. Beecher states that he will try and grab things that are useful from the Rococo barracks. Ayan thinks to herself that Beecher is too diligent. A rustling sound catches Ayan's attention, her eyes widening. A figure is seen in the distance. A scream pierces the air. Beecher's expression is one of concern as he questions what is happening. Beecher asks Ayan what is it this time. Ayan identifies the bandaged leg as being afflicted by a curse. Ayan points towards the curse. She points toward the child standing in the distance, declaring there's a cursed child nearby. Ayan kneels on the ground, her expression unreadable as she examines the surrounding area. Beecher urges her to run away, but she insists that he go first. A disembodied voice echoes, promising to come after someone. Beecher winces in pain, clutching his leg as a cramp seizes him. He crouches, face to face with the child, thinking that by her appearance, she doesn't seem to be from Rococo. He estimates that the child should be about 5 years old. Beecher and the child stand near a pile of rocks, the child looking up at him. Someone asks, "Who are you?" Ayan's expression remains stoic, a single tear rolling down her cheek. The child answers, "Rococo." Beecher realizes that she is a maid. A child once lived as a slave in Rococo. Beecher Van Baskerville asked the child her name, seeking to understand her identity. The name echoed in the air, La Baskerville. A distorted face, eyes burning with an unnatural red, appeared. A dark figure loomed, energy crackling around it. Beecher, kneeling, questioned what Pomeranian had just done. A hand gesture, defiant and crude, was displayed. Pomeranian repeated her name, a strange echo in the air. The child's small hand mirrored the gesture, a sign of rebellion. Her eyes widened, now glowing red with an unsettling intensity. Meanwhile, a child with messy black hair and wide red eyes stares upwards, mouth agape. Pomeranian, with a surprised expression, remarks that she is pretty sure there aren't many people in the clan with that middle name. Beecher tells her to look at something. The pendant bears the symbol of the clan. Beecher asks Pomeranian to excuse him, as she exclaims in surprise. A hand with a bandaged wrist reaches out to grasp another's hand. He flinched, a sharp sound cutting through the air as he turned his head. A hand with a bandaged wrist held out a locket, its golden surface gleaming. The locket opened, revealing a picture of a man in military attire, a woman in a pink dress, and a young girl. Beecher Van Baskerville's eyes widened, a look of shock and confusion etched on his face. Why is this guy here? He struggled to understand what he was seeing, his mind racing to make sense of the image. The hand trembled slightly as it held the locket open, the weight of the moment heavy. Beecher's gaze intensified, his red eyes piercing as he asked, "Who are these people in this picture?" A voice, laced with tension, demanded, "How are they related to you?" The young girl hesitated, her expression a mix of concern and uncertainty. "You expect a kid to respond when you ask like that?" He was overwhelmed by the shock of the revelation, unable to contain his emotions. The voice softened, a hint of protectiveness entering the tone. "This child has done nothing wrong." The young girl's red eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the locket. The picture. His red eyes peek out from the darkness, a hint of the turmoil within. A forced smile stretches across his face, a thin mask over deeper emotions. The woman with animal ears stares intently, her expression unreadable as she watches Beecher. A profile shot reveals a woman with dark hair, her gaze distant and thoughtful. The words mom and grandma float in bubbles, fragments of a forgotten past. A young girl calls him grandpa, stirring something deep within Beecher. What Butler Barrymore said could be true. Beecher's eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing his face as he asks, "What?" A voice recounts that the clan head used to have a very loving and gentle personality. The speaker wonders how many people within Baskerville would believe that the clan head loved. The first wife, Lady Roxana, cared for him dearly, though she passed away from illness. That wasn't the reason the clan head's personality changed. It was when the soul bloodline created. Between the clan head and Lady Roxana, there was a bond of some kind. Lady Penelope was taken away by the barbarians. That was the tipping point. The clan head moved swiftly to find Lady Penelope, his expression a mask of fury. Due to this, he requested the emperor move him to the frontier. But no matter how many hunting dogs he sent, he wasn't able to find any traces of Lady Penelope. Without being able to even confirm the life or death of Lady Penelope, the clan head ended up consumed by rage, his eyes burning with a terrible light. After that incident, Hugo's rage against the barbarians neared madness. As time passed, he ignored it because of how absurd it was. A young girl stands, her expression unreadable. Penelope, the daughter of Roxana, was the only woman that Hugo loved, and the daughter of that Penelope is Pomeranian. If his guess is correct, this girl is Hugo's direct granddaughter. If Hugo, who currently treats his own children as tools while raging against the barbarians, saw his granddaughter, who has barbarian blood mixed in her veins, mixed into her, what expression would he make? The memory wondered. A gentle pat offered a silent reassurance. It seems you. The boy was told that they weren't treated well within the Rococo tribe. He was asked to come with her. His red eyes widened, reflecting a mix of fear and curiosity. He wondered if he was smiling correctly. Mom. The woman noted that his hair and eyes were the same. Uncle. A glance. Pomeranian. Coughing, Pomeranian thought if you ever meet someone with red eyes. Meanwhile, a small child stands near a stone structure, calling out for their mother. Beecher looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. A hand reaches out, grabbing onto a piece of fabric. Beecher is approached by a child, who says they will go with him. The child looks up at Beecher, their expression hopeful. Elsewhere, a tent stands amidst a forest, sunlight filtering through the trees. More tents are seen in the distance, suggesting a camp or settlement. A child with a bun asks Beecher where he is going, her eyes wide with concern. The child is told that Beecher needs to go to a meeting, as the tribe leader is calling for him. She wants to go with him. He wondered if she was afraid to be left alone, his brow furrowed with concern. The child clung to him, and he gripped her tighter. It was good she opened up to him. He sighed, realizing it was more tiring than he thought to take care of a kid. It couldn't be helped, he thought, as the child smiled against his shoulder. The sound of footsteps echoed nearby. He knew this girl couldn't be raised within the Baroque village, a place outside of Hugo's vision. He needed to raise her in a place that at least had imperial culture. The child slept soundly. He might need to request help from Chihuahua, he thought, realizing he'd need to leave. He considered going to the deep forest later, and then to the city for once. The path ahead led to a village entrance adorned with tribal decorations. He overheard someone mention that there's a play going around. Elsewhere, a woman with a fur coat stood, arms crossed, a stern expression on her face. He listened as the village elder spoke of the wet season approaching. The elder warned that it would be a problem if the plague continued. The tribe leader, face contorted in anger, declared that it wasn't a plague, but a curse. His voice boomed with conviction. The woman with the fur collar stated that if the curse is broken, it is time to sacrifice an option. The villagers listened intently. He argued that there was no way it was a curse. He insisted that they needed to leave the village now and move somewhere else. The woman with the fur collar looked concerned, her brow furrowed as she considered the implications of leaving their home. She questioned how they could abandon the holy place where their ancestors' remains were buried, emphasizing that moving wasn't an option. The tribe leader reiterated that this was the land of Baroque where they had stayed for generations. He stated definitively that it was a curse. The villagers spoke of the last 200 years, hinting at a long history tied to their current location. Two villagers expressed concern about who would continue their future if they abandoned their ancestral home. The villagers feared that the seeds of the future might disappear because they tried to preserve the remains of their ancestors. The woman with the fur collar warned that they could become like the figure shown, even if they just ate a weird-looking mushroom. The spirits of their ancestors were angry at the carelessness shown to their graves. There was definitely a bug transferring the poison. The tribe leader was asked to make a decision, the weight of the situation heavy on their shoulders. Red Death claimed another victim, its touch leaving a mark of despair and suffering. The Red Death was as deadly as the Black Death, causing irreversible damage to the Empire in the past. This terrible plague spread like crazy and reached even the territories of the Empire, leaving devastation in its wake. The reason the Empire was able to be safe was because Camus of the Moor clan created a wall of fire to stop its spread. And Saintess Dolores, sent by the divine Holy Clan Quo Vadis, stood as a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. She used her abnormally strong holy power to eliminate the plague, but the range of the cure was only within the Empire. Most barbarians living in Mt. Le Rouge, Et. Lenoir, and the deep forest died out, succumbing to the plague's relentless advance. This became favorable for the Baskerville clan, shifting the balance of power in their favor. As soon as the barbarian clans, who had a vital role in the ecosystem of the deep forest, disappeared, the world changed. The lower-ranking demonic creatures proliferated beyond what was previously possible, causing a monster wave that led to many civilian casualties. The Baskerville clan, protectors of the border, were summoned by the Empire. Their mission, to subdue the monstrous threats. Amidst a crimson-tinged battlefield, the clan clashed with grotesque creatures. Steel met flesh in a desperate struggle for survival. Ultimately, the Baskerville clan triumphed, securing the border against the encroaching darkness. Their vigilance held the line. And with each victory, Hugo's political power expanded, his influence rippling through the Empire's halls. Meanwhile, a hand reached out, seeking connection. The woman, adorned with a fur coat, regarded the gesture with uncertainty. The man with bandages, cradling a child, declared that he knew a way to stop the Red Death. Hope flickered in his red eyes. A creature's hand dangles, bound tightly by coarse rope. The rope cinches around its torso, the coarse fibers digging into its green skin. The creature is plunged into a murky pool, the water churning around it. The rope strains against the branch, holding the creature suspended. Hanging upside down, the creature is completely submerged in the contaminated water. Figures stand nearby, observing the scene with detached interest. The creature's face is now stained with blood, a sign of the infection taking hold. It really caught the Red Death. Droplets of blood and water drip from the creature's open mouth, a gruesome testament to its fate. One of the figures explains that Beecher, the goblin, really caught the Red Death when they put it in the contaminated water. The other figure confirms that water is the Red Death's biggest medium. A figure with piercing red eyes observes, noting that there is something else. Boiling the water should solve the problem, they reasoned. Ian tilted her head, inquiring if the water was now safe to drink. A group of goblins were being boiled alive. The goblin screamed as it was lowered into the boiling pot. The goblin died instantly in the boiling water. Beecher Van Baskerville cautioned that they needed to wait for the water to cool down. The boiled goblins were shown. Ian stated that even after time passed, the goblins didn't catch the Red Death. The group realized that water was the answer, so they could keep from getting sick by just boiling the water. The group wondered if they should boil the water before drinking it. Ian said, "Well done." Ian was thanked, and she felt like she could see a way out of this danger. She receives a thank you, but Ian knows they can't let their guard down yet. Beecher stands beside her, looking concerned. Ian warns that the Red Death can enter through the mouth and eyes. She adds that it can also infect through breathing, so they should be wary of the morning fog. A man with tribal markings scoffs, remarking that someone had said this was a curse. An elder with white hair listens intently, his expression unreadable. The elder harumphs, clearly skeptical of the proposed solution. The elder questions if avoiding water will truly save them from the Red Death. He points out that the wet season will soon be upon them. The elder admits that is true, adding that when the rain comes and the rivers overflow, it'll become very humid. That's why. The elder declares that they need to move the village. The man with tribal markings argues that they cannot leave this place where their ancestors rest. He asks if the elder is ignoring the decision of the elder council. The man states that there is a method, a way to move the village without leaving the Baroque territory. He stares ahead, a silent question hanging in the air. The heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. The wet season had arrived, turning the landscape into a swamp. It was a record-breaking rainfall, unseen even by the oldest inhabitants of the deep forest. And so, everything within, the deep forest became submerged beneath the relentless rain. Except the Baroque village. Two figures strain against the elements, their voices echoing through the downpour. They lift the wooden steps, battling the rising waters. One shouts to the other, urging him to secure the structure. The Baroque village stands resilient, a testament to its unique architecture. The deluge continued to batter the village, the water levels alarmingly high. Despite the relentless downpour, the village remained intact. It's raining this much, but the village didn't get swept away, one villager observed. The other villager agreed, attributing their safety to an unnamed benefactor. This is all thanks to that guy. From afar, a grateful villager called out, "Beecher, thanks to you, the village didn't go underwater." Two villagers expressed their gratitude. "Thank you. It was good that we followed you." One villager found solace in the landscape. It's a relief that there are many tall trees within the Baroque tribe's territory. A child's voice pierced through the downpour. "Uncle, stay." The man's red eyes reflected a grim determination. The rain continued to fall, obscuring the world in a veil of water. Two villagers shouted a warning. "You guys, danger!" Through the rain, two glowing eyes emerged, hinting at a looming threat. The mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, its form barely visible in the downpour. A monstrous creature with rows of teeth lunges forward, its form distorted by the heavy rain. The man with bandages and another man stare up in shock at the approaching monster, water cascading around them. The creature descends, its massive jaws open wide, ready to strike. "Bake!" it roars. The creature's maw closes, its teeth like daggers, as it descends upon its prey. An archer's hands grip a bow, pulling back the string with practiced ease, preparing to fire. A glowing arrow pierces through the water, striking the monstrous fish with tremendous force. The arrow flies past a dilapidated wooden structure, the rain continuing to pour down. The woman with dark hair glares, her expression fierce. "Piss off," she snarls. The archer stands firm, bow in hand, ready for another shot. "You damned catfish," he mutters. The man with dark hair looks up, questioning. "That's a Mishusu?" The woman with dark hair stands on a wooden platform, bow drawn. It's the guy who's been acting as king around this area for the past few decades. The scene shifts to a dark, watery environment. We call it QA. The monstrous Mishusu looms, its massive jaws open wide, ready to devour everything in its path. The beast crashes through the village, its immense size dwarfing the surrounding structures as it rampages onward. Villagers are sent flying as the Mishusu's assault continues, their cries of terror echoing through the Baroque village. He grits his teeth, remembering the effort it took to build these houses, now threatened by the rampaging monster. Beecher sprints through the rain-soaked village, his eyes fixed on the monstrous threat before him. Determination hardening his gaze, Beecher vows to teach the Mishusu a lesson it won't soon forget. Crimson energy flares around his hand, a sign of the power he is about to unleash. The red aura intensifies, swirling around him as he prepares for battle. His eyes glow with crimson light, reflecting the raw power coursing through his veins. The blade of his sword crackles with crimson energy, ready to strike. The air vibrates with the force of the Baskerville swordsmanship, a technique ready to be unleashed. The Mishusu, now identified as Sixluan, remains a terrifying threat. He plummets downward, surrounded by a vortex of spinning, embedded teeth. The monstrous Sixluan roars, its maw a cavern of razor-sharp edges. Beecher's expression is grim as he stares down the beast. Sixluan thrashes in the water, creating a churning whirlpool. The monster's attack sends sprays of water high into the air as Beecher watches. Meanwhile, he stands on a submerged tree trunk, the rain plastering his hair to his face. Villagers cheer from a distance, their forms blurred by the heavy rain. One villager shouts, "Beecher, push QA back." Another asks how many times he has saved Baroque. Another villager exclaims that Beecher is the hero of Baroque. Back with Beecher, he holds a small, dark object in his hand, examining it closely. Two villagers watch Beecher, one commenting with a TC sound. Her cheeks flushed with delight. Ayan covered her mouth, eyes gleaming with anticipation for the meal. Rain lashed against the tent, a temporary shelter from the storm outside. A platter overflowed with steaming morsels, each one promising a burst of savory flavor. He savored the taste, his red eyes widening as the flavors danced on his tongue. Ayan closed her eyes, a soften escaping her lips as she relished the delicious aroma. The woman watched the child eat, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she enjoyed his delight. "It's tasty, uncle," he said, looking up at the man with a hopeful expression. The child thought to himself that his uncle is so good at cooking. Ayan retorted that she didn't invite him to her tent, but he couldn't just walk past somewhere that smells this delicious. Ayan crossed her arms, stating that she hadn't prepared his portion yet, her expression smug. Ayan declared that her slave's things are also hers. The man sighed, asking how many times he has to tell her he's not a slave anymore. Ayan clicked her tongue, telling him not to sweat the details and to say out. Silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by unspoken thoughts. Ayan and Beecher stand side by side, as someone remarks that they look like a married couple. A close-up reveals a subtle shift in expression, a hint of something unspoken. Ayan smiles softly, a genuine expression gracing her features. Ayan embraces a child, a boo-boo, showering her with affection and compliments. The embrace tightens, a protective gesture filled with warmth and tenderness. Someone wonders aloud when the two of them got so close. Beecher looks away, a hint of discomfort or perhaps embarrassment in his eyes. He seems lost in thought, a question mark hanging over his head. A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, the scene lit by flickering torchlight. Ayan and Beecher sit together, sharing food in a quiet moment of companionship. Ayan, holding a boo-boo, asks what reason someone has to be here. She stood in the downpour, the rain plastering her hair to her face. Water streamed down a muscular back, the figure seemingly oblivious to the storm. Ayan's voice cracked as she called out, the sound barely audible over the rain. A figure clutched two children, their faces etched with worry as they looked on. Ayan's expression was anguished. She thought that he might be able to do it with how many times he'd saved the village. Tears streamed down Ayan's face as she pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. "Please be sure." A figure lay motionless on the ground, their body limp and vulnerable. A desperate plea echoed, a voice crying out for salvation. "Please save my sister." Blood trickled down a face, the expression one of pain and fear. The girl gasped, sweat beading on her brow as she struggled to breathe. A dark mark marred her neck, a sign of some unknown affliction. The small group gathered around her bedside, their faces etched with worry as they watched over the ailing girl. The man with the ponytail wondered aloud when she had become like this. Beecher Van Baskerville recalled the previous day, when she had gone in the marshlands to gather wood for construction. The man with the ponytail remembered Ahile as a kind child, always helping others, and asked Beecher if there was a solution. The woman with long hair began to say something, her expression grave. The group remained gathered around the girl, their concern palpable as they waited for answers. A voice boomed, reminding someone that they never used to listen to their Gramps' words. An old man with long white hair and a beard stood tall, his expression stern. The man declared that everything comes back to a person based on their behavior. He continued, stating that after being incited by the Empire spy's words, this is what will happen. He stood beside the sick girl, his expression grim. Shot it, he muttered, his concern evident. Elsewhere, the old man raged, calling someone a useless punk. He spat that they were no different from their mother and father. The man who had been speaking earlier looked away, his face a mask of conflicted emotions. Rain poured down, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The old man, standing under an umbrella, reiterated that this was the god's curse. The only answer, he insisted, was to set up the ancestral rites. He warned someone not to be swayed by the Empire's dog. The man declared that he would no longer dirty the name of Baroque. Under the umbrella, the man was told that since things had gone this far, the tribe leader should give her consent. Someone referred to the old man as that senile geezer. Tears streamed down the man's face, his body racked with sobs. He sat near the prone figure. A cure, it seemed, was within reach. The woman with the tribal necklace looked on with concern as the man, with a tear streaking down his face, listened intently. The man with the tear was instructed to disinfect the tools used on the patient in boiling water. The man with the tear was also told to burn mugwort in the bonfire to chase away bugs and bats. The priority was to deal with the bugs and bats. The man with the tear was told that Ahile could fight the illness if they could buy time. The man with the tear, his face etched with worry, was asked if he thought he could do it. The woman with the tribal necklace looked down at Beecher. The woman lying down, concern etched on her face. They needed to create an environment. The woman with the tribal necklace asked if he could really save Ahile, and Beecher confirmed that he could. The woman lying down stated that it was dangerous, so she would need his help, asking him to tell her what he needed. The woman lying down asked for help to leave the dense forest. A single tear traces a path down his cheek, reflecting the inner turmoil. Beecher states that he can obtain the cure to the plague and return, his expression determined. Strange markings adorn the wall, their meaning lost to time and perhaps to understanding. The muscular man is shocked, exclaiming not to say something so ridiculous. The woman with white hair streak shouts that even if they've been acknowledged as a member of Baroque, there are conditions to leave for the outer regions. Beecher argues with the woman with long black hair, stating that there is no way Mother, a supporter of the rules, will agree to this. The man's face shows concern, realizing that there is a high probability that the tribe leader who supports the rules will give up on Ahile. Beecher thinks that if everyone keeps his secret, he can go and come back without anyone knowing. The person in bed lies still, wrapped in bandages and blankets, their fate uncertain. A single red eye stares intently as Beecher asks, "Will you send me out, Ian?" The man's face is filled with fear, his eyes wide with apprehension. The woman with long black hair stands defiantly, her arms crossed, a silent challenge in her posture. Rain lashed down, each drop a tiny hammer against the world. The downpour intensified, blurring the line between the sky and the flooded earth. Water exploded outwards, disturbed by an unseen force. The surface of the water shattered again, the impact sending ripples across the deluge. Even submerged debris couldn't escape the relentless assault of the storm. He stared down into the water, the rain plastering his hair to his face. Bare feet sank into the mud, the cold seeping into his bones. His red eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within him that mirrored the one outside. His bandaged foot pressed into the earth, each step a testament to his endurance. He stands in the downpour, the rain plastering his dark hair to his face. Ian's voice cuts through the storm. The question hangs in the air, heavy with accusation. "Didn't you give me permission?" Ian stands firm, the rain beating on her skin. Her expression is unreadable as she awaits his answer. She recalls his words, a mixture of concern and dismissal. "I want to go together," he had said, only for her to reply, "You'll get in the way." He looks away, unable to meet her gaze. "Then at least tell me where you are going," she demands, but he refuses. "I can't." Ian presses him, questioning why he is taking the Pomeranian with him. Beecher remains silent, his expression troubled. Ian's thoughts drift back to a pivotal moment. When that blade came out of your arm, when you knew a lot about the Red Death. Beecher's voice is low, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. "I didn't ask you about it all." Tears stream down Ian's face, her expression a mixture of sadness and resignation. That's a memory surfaces. A younger Beecher, standing in a Stark room. Ian recalls. I knew it from when we first met. Ian is seen in a flashback, her expression troubled and vulnerable. Ian's thoughts are heavy with a sense of unrequited sacrifice. That my entire life, you would never give me as much as I give you. She held a rope, pulling him along as she smirked. The injured man winced, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Ian stated that, from what she saw, he didn't seem to have any problem hauling light things now, and that he just needed to support her. She asked if he thought his life was in danger, stating that she'd had injuries like this before. The woman told him to use his broken feet and learn the well, because he'd become her slave. The reason why she couldn't ask him anything was because the moment he started sleeping, that was when their hunt would begin, and she asked how much and if it was serious. The man's face was bruised and battered, as he was told that these trades were invalid. The woman stated that her joints were at their limit. It was because she thought he would disappear once she heard his answer. Just tell me one thing. Ian asked if he was coming back, right? She stood in the downpour, the rain plastering her dark hair to her face. Ian, tears mingling with the rain, vowed, I'll be back. Water streamed down her neck, tracing the outline of her simple necklace. Her expression was resolute, despite the sadness etched on her face. A single tear escaped her eye, a testament to the weight of her promise. The rain continued to fall as Ian stood amidst the trees. The downpour carved paths into the ancient stone. A voice echoed, a plea from the past. You must keep your promise. Meanwhile, a storm raged outside, mirroring the turmoil within. The imposing mansion stood against the stormy sky, a silent witness to the passage of time. An older man, his face etched with worry, ran a hand through his silver hair. He wondered aloud, his voice heavy with fatigue. Is the day over already? The paperwork seemed endless, a Sisyphean task with no reward in sight. The city's towering structures stood silent, indifferent to his plight. Beecher Van Baskerville gazed out the window, lost in memories. Those days were great. He recalled a time when the vice-consul's presence made even difficult work enjoyable. The man still couldn't believe it, the weight of the loss heavy on his heart. Beecher thought of the vice-consul, now gone, a void left in his wake. He longed to see the vice-consul again, a desperate wish echoing in his mind. Beecher's expression was a mask of grief, his eyes reflecting the pain of the loss. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, interrupting his thoughts. You call? Beecher looked up, startled by the unexpected arrival and the flippant question. The falling figure hung upside down, a bizarre interruption to the somber mood. The falling figure's face contorted in pain, the sudden stop clearly unpleasant. Sweat beaded on Ian's brow as he stared upwards, his eyes wide with terror. From above, a figure tapped insistently on a glass surface, the sound echoing in the tense silence. Beecher, carrying someone on his back, peered into the distance. He asked, Have you been well, Office Manager Chihuahua? Beecher Van Baskerville listens intently, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. He presses the man before him, recounting the tale of facing a monster and needing barbarian aid. The man with dark hair confirms the story, relaxing on the couch with a small smile. The man with dark hair continues, assuring Beecher that he is not a ghost. Beecher questions if that was the reason he fainted for such a long time. Beecher remarks that he is still the same as ever, calling him Office Manager Chihuahua. Tears well up in Beecher's eyes, overcome with emotion. Beecher expresses his relief that the man with dark hair is alive. Beecher then asks who the child is that seems to closely resemble him. The man with dark hair stands with the child, his expression unreadable. The question hangs in the air. Could the child be his with a woman from the barbarian tribes? He is told that the child resembles him and shares the same bloodline. However, it isn't what he is thinking. The man with gray hair states that it wasn't what he was thinking, expressing his curiosity. He asks if he can take care of this child while he's not here. The child sleeps peacefully. The man with gray hair says her name is Pomeranian, and he should provide her with some basic education. The man with gray hair says it's his first order in a long time, and he should leave this to him. Beecher is asked if it isn't difficult handling all of Underdog City's duties by himself. He is told that if he needs any help, he should go find Cinderwendy's son, Madrano. The man with gray hair asks if by Cinderwendy he means the criminal he released 2 years ago on a plea bargain, vice-consul. The man with gray hair looks surprised by the question. The man with gray hair wonders how he can find that girl. The man with gray hair recalls when he was holding office, and he remembers the girl whom he gave $10 billion to. The blonde woman confirms that he gave it to Judy, who sells flowers. He thinks that she's but a child with nowhere else to go and no backing, so she should be easy to approach. It's most likely that she went to that child. If Cinderwendy won't cooperate, he can reveal to just her that he is still alive. He grins, a sinister glint in his eye as he confirms his acquisition. But a voice echoes, questioning when the vice-consul anticipates returning. The shirtless man cradles a sleeping child, promising to return once his tasks are complete. Elsewhere, The woman with black hair and bandages declares she has a promise to uphold. To swiftly combat the Red Death that has afflicted Ahile, a specific remedy is required. A single drop of the holy water from a particular family is all that is needed to achieve this. A desperate plea rings out as a man, carrying a child, begs the vice-consul for assistance. Then, with a resolute hand placed on the table, the decision becomes clear. The shirtless man's intense gaze pierces through, a silent determination burning in his red eyes. He resolves to seek out the Holy Saint family, known as the Quo Vadis family. Sunlight streams through the high windows of the warehouse. 2 armored guards proceed down the hall, their mission clear. The guard approach their destination, their expressions unreadable behind their helmets. A guard slams the butt of his spear against the stone floor. Clang. The sound echoes through the chamber, a clear signal of their intent. The guards stand before a cart laden with barrels. We will conduct an inspection. One of the guards speaks. I see you are Mr. Joseph, who runs an oil store on the first level. What are the... Mr. Joseph holds up a document. Just as it states in the import permit, it is oil. Things loaded on your cart. The guard replies, his tone firm. May we check the contents? Mr. Joseph chuckles nervously. I always come and go. So, is there really a reason to go out of your way to check every time? Sweat beads on Mr. Joseph's brow as he swallows hard, his eyes wide with apprehension. The guard looms over the barrels, his hand resting on his weapon. Which one should I open? The heavy barrel shifted with a resounding clunk, the sound echoing in the confined space. Mr. Joseph watched as the guard examined the barrel, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. It just happened to be that barrel. The guard peered intently at the barrel, his gaze unwavering as he searched for any sign of tampering. Another barrel was moved, the sound of the latch clicking open, punctuating the tense silence. The guard's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he continued his inspection. The dark liquid within the barrel reflected the dim light, its surface still and undisturbed. There seemed to be no problems. The guard nodded to Mr. Joseph, signaling that the inspection was complete. You may pass through. Meanwhile, a grand city came into view, its towering structures promising a warm welcome to St. Mecca. The city bustled with activity, its streets filled with people going about their daily lives. A bridge spanned a shimmering river, its surface reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. The cobblestone streets gleamed, worn smooth by the passage of countless feet and carts. The cart, laden with barrels, continued its journey through the city, its destination still unknown. He spoke, his voice echoing slightly in the enclosed space. Why, you can come out now. Barrels stood stacked high, their dark wood absorbing the dim light. The tops of the barrels were smooth and worn, hinting at countless journeys. With a resounding boom, the barrel shattered from within. Joseph's face was illuminated by a red light, his expression a mix of anticipation and dread. Splintered wood flew outward as something forced its way through the container. A figure emerged, dripping with a viscous, dark substance that obscured its features. The barrel stood empty, save for the lingering scent of decay and the residue of its former occupant. The dark liquid dripped from the figure, each drop echoing in the silence. The substance clung to the figure's form, obscuring any details beneath its oily sheen. With a wet plop, the figure took its first steps on solid ground. The figure spoke, its voice raspy and low. As promised, I help you enter St. Mecca, so may I go now? A pause. Wait. She stands before the figure, the transaction about to be completed. Joseph gestures, the deal now coming to fruition. Joseph presents the wrapped item. This is the oxbear fawn I promised you, she says, holding it out. The figure accepts the offering, their gloved hands reaching out. A muffled voice replies, thank you. The figure turns and walks away, their footsteps echoing in the narrow alley. They disappear into the distance. Joseph watches them go, a thoughtful expression on her face. She seems to be contemplating the exchange. Meanwhile, the figure reflects on their ability to endure extreme conditions. To think he could stay submerged in the oil for over 2 hours. The figure continues their journey through the city, their destination unknown. They seem lost in thought. The city sprawls beneath them, a maze of buildings and streets. The figure moves with purpose, a shadow among shadows. The figure's masked face is revealed in close-up, their expression hidden. The mask obscures their true identity. The figure recalls another test of endurance. Was he not human, just as was the last time I had to stay submerged for so long? Perched atop a building, the figure surveys the landscape. They stand motionless, a silent observer. Red eyes gleam from beneath the mask. Regardless, I succeeded in infiltrating the Quo Vadis' territory. He wore a dark suit, trimmed with red, the collar high around his neck. The city of St. Mecca sprawled below, a dense collection of buildings and winding streets. This was the Quo Vadis family's central city, a hub of activity with a population of 160,000 souls. For religious reasons, the inhabitants heavily restricted lust and greed, maintaining a strict moral code. Even a gold coin dropped on the floor would remain untouched. Such was the citizens' commitment to law and order. The sound of a bell echoed through the city. Now that he thought about it, when the bell of the bell tower tolls, they have an unusual custom. They stop where they are and offer prayer. Throughout the streets, figures in white robes paused, heads bowed in devotion as the bell tolled. The custom was observed without fail, a testament to their unwavering faith. Their hands clasped in prayer, they stood united in their shared ritual. A figure in a dark coat walked past the praying figures, seemingly unaffected by the tolling bell. The unseen figure muses on the stringent lifestyle of St. Mecca's inhabitants. The city streets are dimly lit, the architecture a mix of old and ominous. A rustling sound accompanies the figure in the plague, Dr. Mask, as they stand on a rooftop. The well stands silent, its depths hidden from view. With a pop, the figure opens a vial filled with a glowing purple liquid. The figure tips the vial, its contents poised to spill. The figure pours the red death, extracted from Ayan's blood, sweat, and tears, into the well. The figure believes every second matters, even if the method is cruel. Since it's the Holy Saint family's territory, the figure believes salvation is possible before death. 3 children notice the figure near the well, one whispering if someone is there. One of the children points out the suspicious person by the well, while another suggests they leave. The figure in the plague, Dr. Mask, looms, inspiring dread in any onlookers. A palpable sense of doom hangs heavy in the air around the well. The plague doctor figure commands attention, his voice echoing with dark intent. Children, listen closely. The children's eyes widen in terror as the figure declares, I've laid a curse on this well. The figure continues, his words a chilling prophecy. Those who drink from it will be unable to avoid death. The plague doctor figure's words hang in the air, a grim pronouncement. Mark my words. The figure's dark attire and ominous presence amplify the dread surrounding the cursed well. The children recoil in horror, one exclaiming, Eek, it's a ghost, as another declares, a demon claims to have cursed the well. One of the terrified children vows, Yuah, I'll never drink from there, as the plague doctor figure watches. The plague doctor figure rolls a large object, perhaps the source of the curse, closer to the well. The figure speaks, his intentions clear. With this, there shouldn't be any children coming near. With a sickening sound, the object is plunged into the well, completing the dark ritual. A sword plunges into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the stone. The dagger left behind belonged to the renowned poison clan, Leviathan. It's certain that the Leviathan clan was the one to release the Red Death in the dense forest. Since the Holy Saint family and the renowned poison clan have always had a terrible relationship. Crimson eyes glow with sinister intent, a smirk playing on the corner of his lips. With this, his groundwork is done, the piece is set for the next phase. Meanwhile, chatter fills the air as a crowd gathers, their voices a low hum of anticipation and speculation. The woman with blonde hair wonders if she should go and meet Saintess Dolores. A servant stood silently by the table. Seated across from him, a woman with long blonde hair enjoyed a quiet moment. The servant paused, his expression unreadable as he considered something. Delicate hands lifted a porcelain cup. A masked figure watched, wondering if she was about 16 right now. The woman was Saintess Dolores Luen Quavades, enjoying a quiet moment. Dolores Luen Quavades brought the cup to her lips, her eyes downcast. In the future, during the war against the demons, she would heal the wounded on the front lines. She would save countless lives, a living embodiment of goodness. Every soldier who lived through the era of ruination respected the Saintess, just like she did. She paused, her gaze distant as she held the teacup. Dolores admitted that she had been under a great deal of stress recently. The masked figure tilted their head, a silent question hanging in the air. Dolores explained that she was attending Colossio, the Imperial Academy. She had paused her studies and clan matters for a break. The masked figure wondered what prompted this sudden, personal turn in the conversation. Dolores continued, stating that nobles and merchants relentlessly sought her out, day and night. The requests were often to cure sexual diseases or the side effects of drugs. She knew that none of them truly suffered from severe illness. Dolores spoke of justice, righteousness, charity, and equality as the will of God. She wondered why people only looked at what was right in front of them. Dolores considered that theology was a method of understanding human nature, so this also could not be helped. The masked figure, surprised, quoted the Old Testament, Book of Asmo, chapter 6, verse 9. He hadn't expected someone to know such an old passage. She waited, the silence hanging heavy as the masked figure considered his next words. The man in the priest outfit spoke, relaying grave news. More importantly, a plague was spreading through the slums of St. Mecca. He asked if the information was reliable. The narration clarified that the tainted water in the waterskin came directly from the well there. Dolores Luen Quavades fixed her gaze upon the man in the priest outfit, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. She questioned if he had spread the plague. Peter Quavades considered her words. thinking that he couldn't escape her suspicion. If he'd spread the plague, why would he come here of his own volition? The masked figure tilted his head slightly, a silent contemplation passing over him. He resolved to use that method. Meanwhile, the man in the priest outfit's face was contorted in alarm, a notice sign visible behind him. He shouted a warning to the saintess, urging her to look behind her as a swoosh sound filled the air. Dolores sat at the table, seemingly unaware of the danger approaching from behind, as a hand reached out towards her. A burst of sparkling light filled the space, obscuring what was happening. The masked figure was partially visible amidst the sparkling light, his intentions unclear. Peter Quavadis' hand was illuminated by the sparkling light, revealing nothing of his plan. The unseen speaker expressed a deep aversion to causing harm through false accusations. Peter, standing beside Dolores, declared that they were in his hometown. A figure, adorned in ornate clothing, seemed to be channeling a powerful energy. Dolores was asked if she was a believer of Lun. A cloaked figure with tentacles inquired if they could be heard out. Dolores recounted seeing suspicious individuals pouring liquid into the slums, identifying them as the culprits. Dolores wondered who would do such a thing, and for what purpose. A cloaked figure spoke of those who wished for the decline of the Quavadis clan, and those who would gain from it. Someone held a rolled-up scroll in their hands. Peter and Dolores stood near a table, a map laid out before them. The map showed the territories of Leviathan and Bourgeois, the clan of wealth. The text described how the clan of Leviathan would exploit the plague to increase their research and sample harvest, mentioning the divine holy power. The fall of the Quavadis clan was inevitable, while Leviathan, with their difficult relationship, would only benefit. Another is the clan of wealth, Bourgeois. Even during a plague, gold and silver do not simply vanish, maintaining their intrinsic value and allure. With the death of laborers, land will be left empty, and these empty factories, farms, and stores will be available. All sorts of real estate will be swallowed up for pennies for them to restart their own business. It's clear that Leviathan was the one who spread the Red Death in the first place, setting the stage for these events. The ones who would cooperate to gain something are the merchants of Bourgeois, seeking to capitalize on the chaos. The natives of the dense forest were just a sacrifice for each other's gains, a harsh reality of their world. Meaning, due to these reasons, it is suspected that those two are connected closely with the plague situation, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. Of course, these are only theories, the man in the plague doctor mask seemed to imply, leaving much room for doubt. The scene is filled with tension as the characters consider the implications of the information they've uncovered, a question hanging in the air. It's definitely plausible, the woman with blonde hair thought, considering the evidence presented before her. How could someone exist who can predict future events with such certainty? She wondered, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. What is your identity? The question hangs heavy, a challenge to the listener and the characters alike. A figure stands amidst a scene of carnage, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. Dolores Lynn Quavadis is informed that Night Hound is an ominous name, and that even the nickname matches his clothing. Dolores Lynn Quavadis considers everything, her expression thoughtful as she rests her chin on her hand. Dolores Lynn Quavadis states that Night Hound holds possibility, and that she needs to go to the slums. The man in the black suit acknowledges Dolores Lynn Quavadis' statement with a simple, understood. Meanwhile, a man with red eyes reflects on his luck in meeting the saintess, believing his work should progress swiftly with this encounter. A close-up shot reveals a table setting with a teapot and teacup, suggesting a moment of respite or contemplation. Dolores Lynn Quavadis, seated, wonders what something is, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. The narration states that the man suppressed the paladins and Sir Peter, hinting at a power dynamic in past events. The scene looks so small and pitiful, a statement that could refer to the situation, the people involved, or both. A close-up on Dolores Lynn Quavadis' face reveals her determined gaze, her eyes reflecting a sense of purpose. Dolores Lynn Quavadis' expression remains resolute, hinting at the challenges she is prepared to face. A single, piercing eye stares out, framed by dark, angular armor. The smell of beasts, blood, and oiled steel drenches his soul, a color of violence, frustration, and wrath. Deep under the whirlpool of emotions, the source remains hidden, churning. In that place, a storm of energy crackles, barely contained. A dark void opens, a silent scream echoing within its depths. Lies fester in intense sorrow, a poisonous bloom spreading through the soul. Two figures sit across from each other at a table, their faces obscured by shadow and distance. Just who is this person? Meanwhile, a chilling wind sweeps through the town, carrying whispers of dread. The town huddles beneath a darkened sky, its windows glowing with an eerie light. A lone church stands silhouetted against the night, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Three hooded figures watch, their expressions hidden, their intentions unknown. Peter Quavadis, clad in white armor, is greeted. "You came, Lady Saintess," a voice booms, acknowledging Dolores Lynn Quavadis. Three hooded figures stand silently, their presence marked only by a shared, unspoken curiosity. A woman kneels, her hands clasped in prayer before a line of the afflicted. Please save us from this terrible plague, she pleads. Peter Quavades observes the scene, his expression unreadable. Houndstead was right, he mutters. Dolores Lynn Quavades covers her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and concern. The man in the plague, doctor outfit, stands silently, his masked face offering no hint of his thoughts. The plague doctor speaks, his voice heavy with regret. I'm sorry, he says, standing before Peter Quavades and Dolores Lynn Quavades. A man lies prone, his face etched with pain. He thinks, I made an excuse because of time, but I dragged in innocent people. The scene reveals more of the afflicted, their bodies bearing the marks of the plague. Fortunately, there are no children here, a voice thinks. Another man lies ill, covered in a blanket. So giving those kids a scare near the well was effective, he thinks. A disembodied voice assesses the situation. It looks to be only the initial stages of the plague, so I'll just leave it to the saintess. Dolores Lynn Quavades kneels beside one of the afflicted, her expression a mixture of pity and determination. Dolores Lynn Quavades looks down, her expression filled with sorrow. Her golden hair cascades down her shoulders, framing her face. She gently holds a hand, offering comfort and reassurance. The light of her life, the flame of her days, she thinks to herself. Dolores clasps her hands together, praying for the afflicted. She feels the weight of responsibility, knowing they are gathered here. A single tear rolls down her cheek, reflecting her deep empathy. The tear drips, a symbol of her sorrow and compassion. Golden light emanates from her hand, rippling across the surface. The golden light spreads, a beacon of hope in the darkness. The light envelopes the afflicted, offering solace and healing. The healing light shines upon the sick, bringing comfort and relief. A surge of energy emanated from the church, shaking the very foundations. Light flooded the interior, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. A man gasped, his lungs struggling to draw in air after a long illness. He rested, his breathing now even, a peaceful expression on his face. The masked figures watched, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and relief. One of the masked figures reacted, a gasp escaping from behind their veil. The masked figures expressed their gratitude. The illness is cured. All these people at once. Oh, saintess, thank you, thank you. The words echoed, a testament to the power that had just been unleashed. Lumen, my savior. Elsewhere, a man with glowing red eyes spoke with conviction. Yeah, that power. Dolores Lynn Quavades prayed, her expression determined. I'll take the miracle of holy water into the deep forest. Dolores Lynn Quavades traces lines on a map, her brow furrowed in concentration. The locations are marked with crosses, each one a potential source of the spreading illness. The woman with blonde hair vows to stop new patients from appearing. She must find the source and contain it before it consumes the city. A candle flickers, illuminating the map and the grim reality. The reason they're constantly having new patients is becoming clearer. The plague festers in a well somewhere in the slums. The infection spreads, unseen, through the city's underbelly. Dolores turns from the map, her gaze drawn to a shelf of test tubes. Each vial holds a piece of the puzzle, a clue to the plague's origin. Based on the body fluid sample, the incubation period is short, but the time until death is very long. The plague is designed for maximum suffering. The test tube glows with an eerie green light. It was created with the intent to make the infected suffer as much as possible for the longest time. The manifestation of malice is clear in the sample. Dolores Lynn Quavades understands the true nature of the plague, a weapon of unimaginable cruelty. She needed to completely uproot the plague at its core. If she could condense holy power into a single drop, Dolores Lynn Quavades knew it was not time to just be sitting here thinking. She needed to be out there curing even one more person. A daze washed over her. Her body flopped down, kneeling on the floor. Anemia threatened to overwhelm her. She recoiled from using the divine power too much. With grit, she steeled herself. If it was to alleviate the patient's suffering even a moment earlier, Dolores Lynn Quavades was the saintess, and she was here. Beecher Van Baskerville and two other men declare their support. A voice assures that there is no need to worry anymore. A group of people arrives, declaring they are there to help the saintess. Dolores's eyes reflect the gravity of the situation and the support she is receiving. The arriving group has brought 3 carts filled with donations and relief supplies, hoping to make it the best day for those in need. A voice questions whether the people are receiving too many privileges, fearing they'll become lazy if given donations. Beecher and his companions stand ready, one declaring that protecting a lady is a gentleman's calling. The armored figure is hailed as saintess by the arriving group. A voice acknowledges that they have received everyone's intentions. Beecher and his companions stand together, ready to act. Dolores, addressing the armored figure, says that she will be in their care. The intricate details of the armored figure's armor are visible. She and Betrayal, along with another man, react with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. The tents stand in stark rows, a temporary shelter against an unseen threat, promising little comfort within their canvas walls. The expressions of horror remain etched on their faces as the gravity of the situation begins to sink in, a shared understanding passing between them. A man lies prone, his body radiating a sickly glow as another figure tends to him, muttering about the filth that surrounds them. Another man steps into the muck, his exclamation of disgust echoing his concern for his expensive shoes, a stark contrast to the suffering around him. Panic rises as a man cries out for a priest, convinced he's been infected, his fear palpable in his desperate plea for help. Another man demands that the trash be cleared away, his urgency fueled by a desire to escape the squalor, while Dolores anticipates the unfolding events. Dolores reflects on the profane act of coming to a place of holy charity with ulterior motives, believing that they should only think of the patients in this place. A scene of care unfolds as someone tends to a patient, embodying absolute goodness and a pure sense of altruism in their actions. The text speaks of the doctrine of self-sacrifice, charity, kindness, and humaneness, acts closest to God's grace and love, highlighting the values at play. Dolores stands with a determined expression, her gaze steady as she faces the challenges ahead, ready to confront the suffering around her. The text reveals that through this place are patients in a much more serious condition, hinting at the grim reality that lies ahead. She walked deeper into the dimly lit area, the air thick with suffering. The ornate hem of her dress trailed behind her as she moved forward. Each step echoed in the cavernous space, the sound amplified by the oppressive silence. Dolores Lunquavades declared that she was here now, her expression determined. Her hands were clasped in front of her, her robes flowing around her. Dolores's eyes widened, a question forming in her mind as she looked ahead. A dark-skinned man carefully made an incision on a patient's chest. Beecher Van Baskerville watched with concern as Dolores wondered how holy power wasn't the only solution. The man had taken care of these patients alone. A thin line of blood trickled from the incision. With a flash, the dark-skinned man applied a glowing substance to the wound. The glowing substance slid across the patient's skin. The blessing wasn't given on top of the skin, but opened the wound to spread. Dolores hears that with this method, one might be able to send down holy power into a more focused point. She is shocked that a method like this could even exist in the first place. Dolores realizes that it must be that person who is performing the procedure. The figure performing the procedure resembles Nighthound. The figure holds a piece of paper over the patient, who lies on the operating table. Dolores is rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before her. She realizes that he's that proficient in the medical arts and controlling holy power. The figure resembling Nighthound places their hands on the patient's chest, a flash of light emanating from the contact. Beecher's eyes widen as he observes the procedure, sweat beading on his brow. The figure resembling Nighthound continues the procedure, their expression intense. The procedure is being performed with holy power. Generally, a believer's prayer must reach the gods for anything to happen. When a prayer reaches the gods, they respond to the request. The gods respond to the request and grant them power to the believer. The amount of holy power is relative to the number of miracles one can perform. With one holy power, you get one miracle, 1 equals 1. With 10 holy power, 10 miracles is the official fact. But something else is known, something that defies the official fact. There's a way to get 10 miracles out of 1 holy power, and even 100 miracles out of 10 holy power. During the era of ruination, the patients piled up in front of the priests. The priests came to the conclusion that they could not stop this calamity with their holy power alone. As the priests became desperate and their faith started to shake, the gods made a hasty decision. A surge of holy power emanates, the energy crackling in the air. The light intensifies, a blinding flash illuminating the landscape. The very equation for miracles had been altered, fundamentally changing their nature. The priests adopted a new mantra: action first, report later. Miracles were to be made first, consequences dealt with after. It was a miraculous scene, where even if holy power needed to be regenerated with interest later, it was worth it. They were able to bring out all the holy power they could at once, unleashing its full potential. People started to call this an advance on holy power, a new era of divine intervention. Since even killing demonic creatures was seen as a religious task at that time, the faithful were emboldened. Even if one wasn't a believer, if they killed demonic creatures, they could get an advance on holy power. And so, because the karma of his past is still engraved in his soul, he could get an advance on holy power. He realizes he can use holy power in sacred places, a revelation dawning on him. A young girl cries out for her mother, the woman lying injured nearby, a stark reminder of the cost of this power. The girl, tears welling in her eyes, pleads for help. She clutches at her mother's side, desperate for a cure. A figure in a plague, Dr. Mask kneels beside the ailing woman. The figure's gloved hand reaches out, offering assistance. He offers the girl money, instructing her to buy food and firewood. The figure hopes this will alleviate some of her suffering. The figure's eyes narrow behind the mask, a hint of frustration flickering across their face. A voice cries out, refusing to provide material help. The situation grows more desperate. The crowd's faces are etched with a mixture of pity and resentment. Their request for money seemed never-ending. The figure realizes that at this rate, he might need to give out all of his money. The weight of responsibility settles heavily. The man in the background questions what he means by never-ending. The figure's burden is becoming apparent. Beecher thinks to himself that there is definitely a limit to how much money is in his bag. It'll end when all that is given out. The bag overflows with gold coins, a stark reminder of the finite resources available to help so many. The girl gasps, her eyes wide with fear or pain. The plague Dr. Mask figure looms over her, a sense of dread filling the air. A simple, stark message fills the screen. I'm sorry. Her expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Dolores Lynn Quavadis' hand clenched slightly at her side, her brow furrowing. Her eyes widened, a question forming in her mind. Did he just say he's sorry? The blonde woman lay prone, seemingly defeated or unconscious. A figure descended, shrouded in shadow, their purpose unknown. Apologizing for what? The question hung in the air, unanswered. A cup of dark liquid sat undisturbed, its surface reflecting the dim light. Theology. The word echoed in the silence, heavy with implication. The mysterious figure sat in stark silhouette, a silent observer of the unfolding events. Dolores's lips parted slightly, her expression unreadable as she considered the situation. Perhaps, for the same reason as me, the figure's form shimmered with an ethereal light, their presence both imposing and enigmatic. A question hangs in the air, because he couldn't cure even more people? A masked figure stands, blood staining their armored hand. Light flares, obscuring the details of the figure within. Her heart pounds, a heavy badump echoing in her ears. She walks forward, bathed in a golden light. The masked figure looms, their gaze fixed on something unseen. A still young and immature 16-year-old girl, Saintess Dolores. Dolores clasps her hands, her expression unreadable. Her knuckles are white as she presses her hands together. Another heavy thud echoes, badump. Saintess Dolores's eyes widen, reflecting a deep inner turmoil. Her heart races, the sound of frantic drum against her ribs, badump, badump. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing the turmoil within. Each pulse was a stark reminder of the path she was now committed to. The plague Dr. Mask looms, its dark lenses reflecting the unseen world beyond. He wipes the sweat from his brow, a silent testament to the unseen struggles he faces. He clambers over the wooden fence, his movements betraying a sense of urgency. His red eye reflects a deep resolve, a burning determination that fuels his actions. He grits his teeth, a physical manifestation of the mental fortitude he musters. He pauses, spotting Dolores in the distance. She stands bathed in sunlight, a beacon of hope. His hand clenches, a silent question hanging in the air as he approaches her. Dolores's eyes shimmer with unshed tears, reflecting the weight of recent events. Dolores asks if he has time to talk, and he agrees. They sit together on the fence. Dolores thanks him for his help, explaining that everyone was cured without any deaths thanks to him. He simply states that he only did what he needed to do, his gaze unwavering. He knew she would say that, the words barely audible above the quiet. Dolores's hands gripped her robes, a strong emotion brewing within her. She felt that someone with more power should have been chosen, admitting she was only lucky. Dolores wondered why God selected someone so weak for this role. She questioned if someone like her could truly be the saintess. Dolores knew there were many others with more faith, even without holy power, and wondered why she was given such a generous title. Beecher stated that her agonizing and apologetic nature was likely one of the reasons she was chosen. The saintess looked at him, her expression a mix of confusion and sadness. The one thing this world needs is someone who can shine brightly even in. Beecher watched her, a slight smile playing on his lips as he listened. Dolores's eyes widened, a glimmer of understanding beginning to dawn. But a single tear escaped, betraying her lingering self-doubt. She stood with Beecher, overlooking the town, the weight of her responsibilities pressing down. Dolores wondered if she could find the words to inspire others, as Beecher had inspired her. He reassured her, his voice gentle. The process to create holy water had been completed successfully, a pure form of holy power. 3 drops of this heavily concentrated holy water were created to be put in reserve, a safeguard against future plagues. The holy water was stored in ornate vials, ready for use when needed. Inside the temple, a sense of peace permeated the air, the light filtering through stained glass. Dolores approached the altar, her blonde hair cascading down her back. She knelt in prayer, seeking guidance and strength. A divine presence seemed to respond, promising that all shall see. The words echo, a lament for the one who holds her only son. The cries resound from night to night, an unending sorrow. It is painful that her heart doesn't follow her, this day her most sorrowful and bitter day. She clasps her hands together, her expression serene despite the sorrowful words. A blinding light shines through the doorway, illuminating the path ahead. She kneels within a circle of light, her head bowed in contemplation. A guard carefully opens a case containing 3 objects, their purpose unknown. The guards are instructed to store the case in the underground safe, its contents entrusted to them. Dolores looks up, a sense of resolve hardening her gaze. Now, then, the architecture looms, a testament to ages past. A statue of an angel stands guard, its stone gaze fixed on the horizon. A statue looms, its details obscured by the angle and light. A rosary hangs from clasped hands, a symbol of faith and devotion. Dolores stands before her father, a towering angel statue behind her, as she reports, "Father, I have come to report something." The cardinal beckons, his voice soft. "Come closer, my fairy, my daughter." Dolores responds with a respectful, "Yes, father." The cardinal praises Dolores, his hand resting gently on hers. "You have accomplished another great consecration." The scene shifts, focusing on an unseen presence. The cardinal smiles, his gaze fixed on Dolores. "As expected of my daughter." The camera focuses on the cardinal's title, Cardinal of the Church of Humbert Luin Quo Dolores looks up at her father, her expression unreadable. She demands, "Overpraise me." Cardinal Humbert outlines his plans. "Firstly, I am planning on using the tear of the saintess to purify all the water flowing under Saint Mecca. Have you found the origin of the plague?" He stood with Dolores, confirming it was an unaccounted well in the slums. The testimony of children spoke of a ghost cursing the well. The well was completely contaminated by the plague. A glass vial, theorized to have carried the plague, was also found. Cardinal Humbert explained that a suspicious item was found while investigating the plague. Dolores questioned where he had acquired the item. The camera focused on the ornate dagger in his hand. It had been dropped near the well. The cardinal believed the cause and effect were lining up perfectly. He suspected the plague structure was artificial. He raged, declaring that these vulgar poisoners and misers dared indulge in blasphemy. The cardinal's anger intensified. Dolores and Cardinal Humbert were caught in the middle of the chaos. The figure declared this would be a holy war. A figure bathed in light stares forward, his expression unreadable. Dolores's brow furrows, her emerald eyes reflecting concern. She remains silent, her thoughts hidden behind a veil of apprehension. Dolores recalls a detail, mentioning, "And that guy called Nighthound." Humbert stands beside Dolores, as she states, "He is definitely suspicious." Dolores's resolve hardens, her thoughts turning to action. "I'll need to grab a hold of him right now and make him spit out everything he knows." The man's gaze intensifies, his expression hardening with determination. Humbert's expression is grim, as he states, "He doesn't have any sin." The scene focuses on Humbert's robes, hinting at his internal conflict. Dolores's eyes widen, her face etched with shock. "My daughter, what did you just—" A flashback reveals someone tending to the sick, a voiceover stating he was someone who diligently cured all those patients. The voice continues, filled with gratitude. "Because of him, that we were able to come out without anyone dying." She couldn't believe it. There was no way someone like him could be wicked. Dolores's hands rested against her chest, her expression troubled. A vision began to form in the darkness, a realization taking shape. Humbert lamented that his daughter, who had never defied him, had come to this. A hand began to rise, as if beckoning something forth. Golden light emanated from the raised hand, a surge of power. Humbert looked up, his expression hardening with resolve. Humbert decided he would have to interrogate him himself. Humbert raised his hand, and Dolores reacted with a startled cry. A beam of golden light descended upon the castle, bathing it in divine energy. Elsewhere, the town lay quiet, unaware of the events unfolding above. A blinding flash of light engulfed the city, signaling a significant shift. A voice echoes, declaring that defiance means nothing. Elsewhere, a group of armored figures advances through the city streets. One of the armored figures declares that the paladins have already been sent after him. The armored figure's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. The sound of footsteps echoes through the halls. The armored figures move with increasing speed, their footsteps pounding against the stone floor. The armored figure comes to a halt, drawing his sword with a metallic screech. The light glints off the polished steel of a drawn sword. The armored figure kicks down a wooden door, splintering it into pieces. The sound of the door crashing open reverberates through the building. The armored figures shout, calling their target a night hound, and accusing him of being a culprit in the Red Death situation. The armored figures enter the room, their eyes widening in surprise at what they find. A frantic voice echoed, urgently seeking the Lord Cardinal's attention. Dolores Lynn Quavades looked up at the man beside her, concern etched on her face. She asked what was happening. The man's eyes widened, his face a mask of terror as he stared ahead. A voice declared that the underground was supposed to be safe. The camera panned across a room filled with stone structures, each holding a precious relic. A closer view revealed a gaping hole in one of the stone containers. Inside the damaged container, only 2 feathered objects remained. Dolores Lynn Quavades' eyes widened in horror as she realized what was missing. One of the tears of the saintess had disappeared. The saintess's white dress shimmered in the light, a stark contrast to the grim discovery. A gasp escaped her lips. Tears welled in the saintess's eyes, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A single devastating word hung in the air. No. He stood atop the tower, a lone figure against the bright sky. A pair of hands carefully cradled his sack, a brilliant light emanating from within. The red-eyed character smirked, declaring, "I'll be taking this." The hands tightened the drawstring on the sack, securing its mysterious contents. With a mighty leap, Beecher Van Baskerville jumped from the tower. The tower stood silent once more, its secrets undisturbed. Her eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow as she gazed upward. The archer readied her weapon. The arrow knocked and aimed towards an unseen threat. A monstrous, 3-headed hound descended, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Jagged rocks and sparse vegetation marked the desolate landscape below. Drawing back the string, the archer focused, her expression a mix of determination and fear. The beast's fangs dripped with saliva as the archer stood her ground, a fragile figure against overwhelming power. Her bare foot, wrapped in worn bandages, stood firm on the rocky ground. A sharp crack echoed as the archer's eyes widened in terror, her breath catching in her throat. The massive paw descended, each claw a deadly threat against the stone. The sound of rushing wind filled the air, a prelude to devastation. The wind intensified, carrying with it the scent of decay and the promise of destruction. Vines twist, their leaves obscuring the light as letters emerge. A deafening boom echoes, shaking the very foundations of the world. The man with glasses adjusts his spectacles, listening intently to the other man's words. The man with glasses continues to speak, his expression serious as he makes his point. A cart laden with barrels winds its way through a dark, overgrown path. A group gathers in a clearing, their attention focused on a central figure amidst scattered debris. A bandaged man's face is etched with worry, his eyes reflecting a deep concern. Sweat beads on his brow, his expression a mixture of fear and determination. A woman stands firm, a sword held ready in her hands, her gaze unwavering. Beecher stood in the center of the ring, facing his opponent as the crowd roared. The bald man with shoulder spikes tensed, muscles bulging as he prepared to strike. A sinister grin stretched across the bald man's face as he locked eyes with Beecher. The bald man lunged forward, his massive fist arcing through the air with explosive force. The bald man's fist connected with a deafening boom, sending shockwaves through the arena. The force of the blow sent the man in the fighting ring staggering backward, barely maintaining his balance. Beecher's eyes widened in shock and pain, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to recover. The bald man roared with laughter, relishing his advantage as he prepared to follow up his attack. A swift counterattack sliced through the air, the sound echoing through the arena. Beecher spun, his blade a blur as he aimed for a vital point on his opponent's body. The blade flashed, a streak of silver against the dark backdrop of the arena. A spray of blood erupted as the blade found its mark, silencing the bald man's laughter. His eyes widened in terror, blood splattering across his face. His hands were bound tightly, the rough rope digging into his skin. He was thrown into the air, his perspective shifting violently. The impact sent him crashing into the jeering crowd. Coughing up blood, he cried out in pain, his face contorted in agony. A chorus of laughter echoed around him, mocking his suffering. Their faces were twisted in glee, reveling in his torment. He lay broken on the ground, the laughter a deafening roar in his ears. The world spun as he crashed against the hard surface. Tears streamed down his face, a testament to his pain and despair. Each drop was a silent scream, a release of his suffering. Meanwhile, a group stood silhouetted against the light, their expressions unreadable. A mass of onlookers pressed against the wooden barricade, their silhouettes a dark wave. A foot, enormous and bare, slammed down onto the dirt floor with a resounding thump. A woman knelt, her head bowed in defeat, a discarded sword lying beside her. Above, 2 men conversed, oblivious to her plight, while below, she rose, gripping the sword once more. A grimy hand reached out, its fingers outstretched towards Beecher, his face marked with strange paint. The crowd watched with morbid fascination, as a man puffed on a pipe and a monstrous face grinned. Tears streamed down Beecher's face, mingling with the blood that trickled from his brow. Behind bars, the woman lay prone, her body a broken silhouette against the harsh light. The cold, unyielding bars stood as a stark reminder of her captivity. Her eyes, wide and vacant, stared up at the unseen sky, reflecting a profound despair. Elsewhere, a group of figures stood silhouetted against the darkness, their intentions unknown. A series of fragmented images cascade down, each a glimpse of a shadowed figure. The world fades to white, a blinding emptiness that offers no solace. A guttural roar echoes, a primal sound of rage and pain reverberating through the void. A test tube, containing a viscous red fluid, hints at a sinister experiment or a stolen life force. An alarm blares, its shrill cry cutting through the silence as the woman lies prone. Dolores Luenquavades, eyes wide with terror, crawls away from the fallen test tube and spilled blood. Trapped behind bars, Dolores clutches at her torn garment, her expression a mix of fear and defiance. The man in the suit stands with his back turned, observing Dolores's confinement with detached interest. Beecher's face is illuminated by an unnatural light, his red eyes burning with newfound power. The man in the suit watches as Dolores cowers in her cell, while Beecher's power intensifies elsewhere. The world fades to black, obscuring the horrors that lurk within the shadows. A surge of energy courses through him, the glowing eyes of Beecher now fully awakened. Tears streamed down her face, each drop a testament to a deep, unseen sorrow. The woman holding Dolores embraced her tightly, a silent promise of protection and comfort. Her voice soft, the woman asked, concerned, if Dolores had suffered a nightmare. The woman noted that Dolores had been calling for Beecher in her sleep, a name whispered in distress. Dolores felt the pain worsening, her chest aching, her body growing hot, and her heart drying up. A sense of dread washed over her as she wondered if this was the Red Death. The memory stung. Dolores regretted being born, the pain almost unbearable. The woman cradled Dolores, whispering the word, child, with a mix of sorrow and affection. A voice echoed, recalling a time when Dolores's father and the woman planted a seed in the ground. The memory continued, detailing how her father planted the seed and her mother watered it every day. The voice recounted how the seed sprouted into a plant, then a beautiful, healthy flower, its essence extracted and smoked. That was the day Dolores was created, but her father was executed by her grandfather for doing something he shouldn't have. She felt the familiar ache return, a dull throb that resonated deep within her bones. My body hurts even more, mother. Dolores's mother stood tall, her expression unreadable as she spoke with a somber tone. You never know what comes next in your life. You can only live in it. The woman continued, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. Wait a little longer. If Beecher, it's Beecher. Beecher's come back. Her mother's hand rested gently on her forehead, a comforting weight against the turmoil within. You don't have to console me. A vision of a dark, rain-soaked forest filled her mind, a place of loss and despair. He will never return. A man's anguished scream echoed through the memory, a raw expression of pain and terror. H.E.'s. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where her mother stood over a figure lying in bed, hope flickering in her eyes. The words blazed across her mind, a declaration of salvation. Return with the cure. Her mother's face, etched with a mixture of sorrow and determination, filled her vision. See this, daughter. The woman stood over her, a silent promise in her gaze. Didn't I tell you? Dolores's expression was unreadable, lost in the depths of her memories. A chilling question echoed in her mind. Was it not the Red Death? Bare feet tapped against the floor, a rhythmic sound in the silence. The tapping continued, echoing in the empty space. Elsewhere, Dolores sat near a fire, her posture conveying a deep sadness. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered a name. Beecher? She confessed to herself that she was honestly really scared at that time. But, UMB. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the dark forest, a sword at their side. A voice echoed, recalling how she stood up against her fear. The forest loomed, a dark and imposing presence. A figure with blue hair reached out, their expression unreadable. The blue-haired figure's face was partially obscured, their intentions unknown. He was silenced, the command delivered with a forceful, ethereal whisper. The world spun, the change taking hold, twisting his very being. The transformation continued, unseen forces at work. A primal roar tore from his throat, the beast within unleashed. He rode the great wolf, a figure of wild power and untamed fury. The wolf surged forward, a blur of white fur and deadly intent. A band of warriors stood ready, their expressions a mix of anticipation and concern. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure watched, his face obscured by shadow. The man's voice was low, a question hanging in the air. You're here? The woman spoke, relaying information. I heard from the other warriors, so you caught the Red Death as well? A rhythmic tapping echoed, a subtle signal in the unfolding drama. He crashes down with brutal force, the impact shaking his very bones. A group surrounds him. Their faces a mixture of concern and apprehension. The sound of the impact still echoes as he lies prone on the ground. A voice calls out Ian, then a question, if he was infected with the Red Death. They ask if he's okay, noting he looked like he was acting sick. His expression is unreadable, but a single tear betrays his inner turmoil. He looks up, a flicker of something unreadable in his red eyes. Meanwhile, a button glows, bearing a simple message. I'm home. A treehouse stood tall, its windows glowing with a warm, inviting light. A crowd gathered, their expressions a mix of anticipation and concern. They watched as a figure knelt beside someone lying on a mat, their fate hanging in the balance. Protagonist Beecher Van Baskerville held a glowing object, its light pulsating with an unknown energy. The person lay still, their face marked with spots, seemingly lifeless. A soft glow enveloped them as the light touched their skin, a faint warmth spreading through their body. The light intensified, focusing on the crystal in protagonist Beecher Van Baskerville's hand. The light bathed their face, a sign of life returning to their features. Tears streamed down the face of a nearby observer as the spots began to fade. The healing continued, a silent testament to the power at work. The crowd murmured in awe. The Red Death disappeared after protagonist Beecher Van Baskerville shone the light he brought on her, one exclaimed. Protagonist Beecher Van Baskerville brought the real cure, another added, amazed. He inquired about the number of patients, learning that they had about 30, including Ahile. A woman asked if they knew how many patients the other tribes had, concern etched on her face. The situation was dire. Some tribes were hopeless, with so many patients that they might collapse. So they were dealing with tens of thousands. Beecher suggested contacting the other tribes to send their patients to them. A voice assured them that they had enough of the cure, so there was no need to worry. The group agreed to be kind to the other tribes this time, even the ones they didn't particularly like. He recalled that they missed the Lord of the Swamp that time, and asked if someone said its name was Qa. A voice declared that they killed it on the way there, so they should use it for food. Before them lay a massive, grotesque creature, its gaping maw filled with rows of teeth. It was amazing. The group stared in disbelief, exclaiming that it was beyond amazing and unbelievable. He looked off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. He clutches his hands, a grim expression on his face. Time is of the essence, and they are running out. The order rings out, a desperate plea to gather everyone at the river's mouth with haste. Elsewhere, the river winds its way through the landscape under the watchful eye of the moon. A sense of urgency grips the tribe as they prepare for what is to come. The tribesmen stand ready, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. The woman's gaze is intense, her muscles taut with anticipation as she awaits the order. The assembled tribesmen stand in the forest, a silent army awaiting their command. A lone figure stands at the river's edge, the water reflecting the light of an unseen source. He holds a glowing object in his hand, its light illuminating his determined face. A vial filled with a shimmering liquid is carefully held, its contents promising a potent effect. A stream of golden liquid descends, shimmering with an otherworldly light. The liquid strikes the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outwards. He stands amidst the radiant glow, the golden light bathing the rocky shore. The golden liquid continues to flow, its power palpable in the air. Golden energy erupts from the ground, illuminating the dark landscape. The golden light intensifies, piercing through the dense forest canopy. Beecher Van Baskerville watches as the golden light spreads, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, declaring that everyone needs to drink this water. A muscular man with a tooth necklace looks on, his expression thoughtful as he listens. A man with a mohawk peers out from a hiding place, his eyes wide with anticipation. A group gathers around a pool of the golden liquid, their faces reflecting its light. Hands cup the golden liquid, ready to partake in its mysterious power. The golden liquid's effects were immediate, eliciting cries of astonishment from those who drank it. Tears streamed down her face, a testament to the relief washing over her and those around her. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices echoing with newfound life in the absence of the Red Death. The woman with long hair noted that the plague should disappear now, since the purification energy was spread out from here. The woman with tribal clothing offered Beecher the title of shaman of their tribe, but he refused the offer. The barefoot stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath the weight of the individual. The man with dark hair was desperate for answers, his voice echoing through the dense forest. His red eyes narrowed, a determined glint in them as he sought the truth. The muscular man with red hair stood firm, his expression unyielding. Each step carried immense power, the earth shattering under the force. He demanded the dense forest answer him, wanting to know the name of the hero who purified it. The man called out Beecher's name, his voice filled with urgency. Bandaged feet tread across the cracked earth as his name echoes through the air. A woman, her expression urgent, demands to know the name of the one who saved their families. Another man, his face etched with concern, asks who brought the light of tomorrow to the dense forest. His name reverberates through the landscape, carried on the wind. The call for him echoes through the dense, shadowed forest. Beecher stands amidst a golden glow, the source of a light unknown. His name is emblazoned across the golden ground, a beacon in the wilderness. Elsewhere, crimson eyes glow with malevolent intent. The evil deed became a boon. Meanwhile, the native people of the mountains, the greatest enemies of the Baskerville clan, gather. A woman considers making them indebted to her, bringing them over to her side. The man with red eyes believes he'll be able to deal a huge blow to Hugo with this opportunity. A sinister laugh escapes the man with red eyes, his expression filled with dark glee. A grand celebration is announced, a magnificent festival to begin today. Dolores Lewin-Quavati states that they still have one thing left to do before the celebration. Humbert Lewin-Quavati wonders if they need to find the culprit who spread the poison through the dense forest. The woman with dark hair wonders if they need to find the culprit who spread the poison through the dense forest in the first place. Meanwhile, a path leads to a dark cave entrance, promising secrets and danger within. A sinister plot begins to unfold, the speaker noting that it has been quiet for a while now. The old man believes they should have all succumbed to the plague by now, and he wouldn't have made a deal with those poisoners of the empire. The man believes this is all because of that empire brat, and if he cures the plague while everyone has fallen into despair. The old man believes everyone in the clan would have no choice but to look at him with respect and honor. The man states that it was good to infect a Heil for this, and no one will suspect him because the old man thinks they'd never think he would infect his own granddaughter with the plague. The old man's face is revealed, his eyes gleaming with a sinister intent as he plots his scheme. The old man emerged from the cave, confident in his perfect plan. Peering from behind a tree, Humbert thought the plan should be working. His gaze drifted down to the beaded necklace around his neck. Humbert watched the villagers bustling around their camp, sounds of activity filling the air. The old man's expression shifted to confusion. Why were they all fine? The villagers seemed healthy and happy. They were all suffering from the Red Death, even before the offerings had been made. Humbert peered through the trees. And that's a Heil over there. A villager stirred a large pot, seemingly unaffected. Just what happened? Humbert's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. That's impossible. He looked towards the river, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. Humbert approached the riverbank, his reflection staring back at him. The river teemed with healthy fish. The river was purified? No, it looks even cleaner than before. A wave of disbelief washes over him, the question echoing in his mind. The old shaman's face is etched with worry, his eyes wide with concern. A figure looms behind the shaman, his red eyes piercing through the shadows. Isn't the water of the dense forest quite clear, shaman? Another young man confronts the shaman, his expression furious. Brat, this kid, just when did he? Someone kneels, unseen, unheard, in the dense forest. The young man stands defiantly before the old shaman, his anger palpable. The shaman's face contorts in confusion, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. Two figures react with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. A voice accuses, revealing a hidden truth. The culprit who unleashed the Red Death within the dense forest. Ahiman, so it really was you. The story of a cruel old man who lived within the dense forest is recalled. He unleashed a plague upon his own tribe because of his desire to become a hero, but he wasn't able to cure them, and most of his tribe members died. A brutal story. The shaman is confronted with his past. So you were the protagonist of that story, Ahiman. The question hangs in the air, the unseen speaker pressing for an answer. Two figures stand near the riverbank, awaiting Ahiman's response. The tension is palpable. From the shadows, a voice demands, have a rites been completed? Ahiman. A woman with dark hair stands with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable as she listens intently. Ahiman replies, oh, of course. The plague will disappear from this place soon. The conversation shifts to the Red Death. It is said that there is a war between clans and the Empire because of it. The plague was created by man and unleashed into the world. The woman with dark hair speaks of clans of the Empire and the dense forest, not understanding why they would spread the plague. The woman wonders why the clans would spread the plague here. Ahiman, sweat beading on his brow, claims to know about the plague. He insists that he has been completing the ancestral rites the entire time. Ahiman states that he is doing it for the health of their tribe members. A close-up on the characters, I reveal suspicion as they ask why Ahiman came here and not to the village. He listened intently as Beecher explained that Ahiman had indeed arrived at the mouth of the river, just as he predicted. A silent question hung in the air as several figures looked on, their expressions unreadable, waiting for what would come next. The elder spoke, his voice raspy with age and suspicion. He declared that they should confirm the truth of Beecher's next statement as well. A nearby figure recoiled, his face a mask of shock and disbelief at the elder's sudden demand. Beecher's expression hardened, a steely glint in his red eyes. He knew what was at stake, and he would see it through. The words hung heavy in the air, the antidote to the Red Death. Hope and desperation rested on finding it. A voice, laced with urgency and command, cut through the tension. Ahiman was addressed directly, his pouch the object of intense scrutiny. Ahiman's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise betraying his composure as the demand echoed around him. The figure braced himself, ready for whatever confrontation might arise from the elder's unexpected request. The woman with dark hair looks at the man with a ponytail, asking if he wants to know about Ahiman's birth. The man replies that it would be good for him to know Ahiman better, as the woman reveals that Ahiman isn't a native Baloch. The woman continues, explaining that Ahiman's birth wasn't revealed, but long ago, he was the existing shaman's slave and came to the Balochs. She says that Ahiman killed the shaman who was plotting a coup d'etat, killed him, and stole his sorcerer powers. Due to his contributions in stopping the coup, Ahiman was promoted from a slave to a shaman, the woman explains. The woman continues, saying that after that, in order to adapt to the Balochs, Ahiman did anything, including cleaning up poop. She adds that he was responsible for all the dirty work within the village, and he was also used as bait for dangerous prey during hunts. The woman explains that Ahiman was acknowledged as a member of their society, despite his past. She says that when Ahiman became old, his hair turned gray. The woman wonders if, now that he's older, Ahiman wants all the privileges that he wasn't entitled to when he was younger. So, the woman concludes, Ahiman overstepped the authority of the matriarch. He had tried to take over the entire forest, but now faced judgment. The woman's voice cut through the air, demanding to see his pouch immediately. Her hand outstretched, the woman awaited Ahiman's compliance with cold expectation. Sweat beaded on Ahiman's brow as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. Ahiman stammered, feigning agreement as he held the pouch. His hands trembled, betraying his inner turmoil. With a gasp, the pouch slipped from his grasp. Nearby, Vikir and the woman watched as the pouch splashed into the river. The pouch sank beneath the surface. The woman glared at Ahiman, who claimed it was an accident due to his tremors. It was just as Vikir had predicted. Ahiman would throw the pouch into the river. Vikir watched with a knowing gaze, while the woman looked on with suspicion. He considers that they can no longer reveal the contents of Ahiman's pouch with the same method. Ahiman's face contorts in rage as he shouts that he had the antidote. The shaman accuses someone of thinking he spread the poison throughout the forest, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. A man demands that the matriarch punish that wicked bastard, claiming Ahiman framed his righteous self and soiled the honor of a shaman. Ahiman lies prone on the ground, while the woman with brown hair looks down at him, her expression unreadable. The man's face is partially obscured, but his eyes are visible as he says that since Ahiman claims innocence, he will help him protect his honor and pride. The man states that even if she's the matriarch, without evidence, she cannot punish him, the shaman, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The woman raises her arm, declaring that she orders an Iliad. The camera focuses on the lower half of a person, their legs wrapped in bandages and adorned with simple footwear. Ahiman's face is shown in extreme close-up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and shock. Two figures stand poised with bows drawn, ready to unleash their arrows. The panel shows the legs of the archers, with a caption stating that when conflicts of opinion cannot be resolved. He stands surrounded by others, the text above them explaining the stakes. The Baloch side with the victor of the Iliad, as the loser is deemed incompetent. The younger man's words hang in the air. He states that tradition is important. Beecher Van Baskerville's expression hardens. He asks them to show how they protect their tradition, the Iliad. Ahiman's face contorts in rage. He calls someone a depraved bastard. The elder's anger is palpable, his eyes wide with fury. Beecher responds with a terse fine. It will happen 4 days from now, during the night of the full moon. The young man officially requests an Iliad, the words booming from the panel. The young man's body is shown, the text indicating that it will happen in 4 days. A voice declares certainty that the one who receives the Iliad request is to decide on the day. Beecher listens intently, his expression unreadable. Ahiman scoffs, retorting that if they're talking about tradition, that is. Beecher thinks to himself that evidence and verification are meaningless to Ahiman, and that cornering him into requesting an Iliad was all part of his plan. He leered down at Ahiman, a sinister smile twisting his features. The Iliad was about to begin. The words hung in the air, a challenge and a promise of violence. Let's do it right now. Meanwhile, the arena awaited, a tiered structure carved into the mountainside, ready to witness the brutal spectacle about to unfold. A woman with a spear declared the start of the Iliad, her voice echoing across the arena. Begin now. A muscular warrior, adorned with a fur mantle, stood ready, his eyes fixed on the coming battle. The warriors were reminded of the rules. The Iliad would proceed within the circle, and cowards would be executed. The crowd roared its approval, eager for the bloodshed to begin. The woman with the spear spoke of the warriors' mountain, where their ancestors' graves resided. A gate stood as a symbolic barrier, as the ancestors watched from above, judging the warriors' actions. The ancestors would judge what was right and wrong, deciding the victor of the Iliad. A Balak warrior leaned against a tree, ready to prove himself in the coming conflict. He stands firm, a warrior's challenge hanging in the air, daring him to prove his worth. Beecher Van Baskerville's face is visible, his expression intense as he hears the challenge, ready to win with a single attack. High above, a figure hangs upside down, silently observing the unfolding confrontation. The figure laments that no one is on their side, feeling isolated amidst the conflict. Ahiman's expression hardens, his fingers steepled as he contemplates the situation with a calculating gaze. Beecher thinks to himself that the others will stop saying his name when he wins. A skull lies on the ground, a silent testament to battles past, weapons being only one way to fight in the Iliad. Skeletons with glowing eyes stand guard, their presence a silent warning of the dangers ahead. Ahiman commands someone to watch his blind spots and notify him when they see the enemy. The hunter states that this is impossible for those who have only been here for 2 years. Ahiman declares that against him, who has spent 7 years in the forest, there's no way they're familiar with the terrain. The veteran hunter promises to shoot an arrow right through anyone who shows themselves. He recalls the skill he obtained from killing the master of the swamp. Ahiman appreciates that the skill silences the surrounding sounds, making it useful for assassins. Ahiman, guess you weren't just a shaman by name, Beecher observes as skeletons rise around him. Seeing how he can let the dead arise, it's clear he might be from Lokoko, a tribe of shamans. Anything, Beecher thinks as he watches the skeletons. Ahiman stands partially hidden behind a tree, a bow in his hand and skeletons at his command. A skeleton stands in the foreground, a silent guardian in the forest. Ahiman remains vigilant, his gaze fixed on an unseen threat, skeletons surrounding him. Red energy crackles around the skeletons as Ahiman maintains his guard. Ahiman smirks, confident in his abilities and the power he commands. Beecher observes, noting that the child is scared and probably hasn't thought of moving. Suddenly, Ahiman coughs up blood, a blade protruding from his chest. He could only manage a strangled, confused question as the pain bloomed in his chest. The attacker had been too silent, too swift. He hadn't even heard him approach through the fallen leaves. Beecher stands over Ahiman, sword dripping crimson, the killing blow already delivered. The hunter's eyes glow red as he surveys the scene, a dark energy swirling around his hand. A woman calls out to Beecher, using a name he has long since abandoned, Vikir. Meanwhile, the shirtless man stands, his expression unreadable, as the group behind him watches the unfolding events. The observers discuss the situation, noting that the victor was decided in an instant and that the ancestors deemed Ahiman unworthy of being listened to. The group stands in the forest, a silent audience to the unfolding tragedy, their faces betraying a mix of shock and resignation. Ahiman lies on the ground, blood pooling around him, his white hair stark against the earth. Pain lances through him, a burning sensation that consumes his very being. He desperately clings to life, the primal fear of death gripping his heart. I don't want to die. His mouth agape, the light fade from Ahiman's eyes as he stares up. In order to survive within the Balaks, he had endured that shameful past. It's unfair if this is my end. Ahiman thinks, his vision blurring. Why can't he have the things that he has? That he has. I won't forgive him, that bastard who took the things that should have been for me. Those Balak bastards who looked down on him too, and the Lokoko tribe that abandoned him. All of them. Beecher is asked what his thoughts are on ending this with his own hands. He replies, no. One man says that if they leave him like that, he'll continuously be in pain. The other responds that he almost lost a Huel because of the Red Death. Even if he's his grandfather, Beecher won't forgive him. It's right for a coward to be in pain, Ahiman thinks as he lies on the ground. The dying Ahiman, bloodied and broken, insists that he is not worth pitying. A hand, stained with dirt, carefully etches a complex magic circle into the earth. The light fades from Ahiman's eyes as his life ebbs away, his expression unreadable. Nearby, a bow and arrow rest against a wall, bathed in an eerie purple glow. A coffin, intricately carved with ancient symbols, awaits its occupant, radiating a faint purple light. The coffin begins to glow with increasing intensity, the purple light pulsing with an unnatural energy. A vortex of purple energy swirls above the coffin, crackling with arcane power. The energy coalesces around a nearby rock formation, causing it to emit the same ominous purple light. What? Meanwhile, two women sense the shift. One with dark hair exclaims that there's an ominous energy coming from the grave. Nearby, a man with pointed ears looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. In the forest, a figure lies prone on the ground, seemingly lifeless, as the purple energy permeates the air. The two women continue to discuss the strange phenomenon, their faces etched with concern. Beecher, looking shocked, insists that he stabbed Ahiman's lungs, while the archers look on. Someone exclaims that Ahiman is doing something, questioning if it's his doing, and declares that he shouldn't mess with the grave. A kneeling figure wonders if the person isn't afraid of the ancestors' wrath. A towering figure with wild, white hair stands tall, emanating an ominous presence. The figure's face looms closer, his eyes glowing with power as he questions who should really be afraid. The text speaks of the ancestors, hinting at a deeper connection to the unfolding events. A figure stands triumphantly over another, who is sprawled on the ground, defeated. Beecher, his face contorted with urgency, declares that they need to kill Ahiman right now. A surge of purple energy crackles ominously, filling the space with an unsettling power. A figure stands before the swirling purple energy, seemingly in control of its immense force. A guttural sound echoes, suggesting a violent impact or a surge of unleashed power. Beecher, his expression filled with dread, wonders if they were too late as a female figure looks on. An arrow, fletched with white feathers, is drawn back, ready to be loosed. Ahiman, with a sinister grin, declares that the decision was left to the ancestors. The words echo, then from now on. A figure stands atop a cliff, bow drawn, silhouetted against the violet sky. A disfigured face proclaims that it's time for the great ancestors' judgment. The archer's arm tenses, the bowstring pulled taut, ready to unleash its deadly payload. A landscape bathed in purple energy looms, the air thick with anticipation. Ahiman's expression hardens as he recalls the agreement. He said to leave the decision to the ancestors. A lone silhouette stands atop a jagged cliff, bathed in the same ethereal purple glow. Then from now on, the disembodied voice booms, declaring that it is time for the great ancestors' judgment. A woman with crimson hair and a partially destroyed face stands defiant, the purple energy swirling around her. Hands grip a wrapped bow, the tension building as the strings are pulled taut. A voice whispers in disbelief, questioning if she is an ancestor. The man with dark hair looks on with a mixture of shock and concern, while the woman with light hair appears frightened. The voice explains that resurrection sorcery was used on a Baloch ancestor, stating that there's no way that's possible for a shaman. An undead figure emerges, surrounded by a dark aura, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The skeleton speaks, revealing that he anticipated such a move, asking if they thought he was a shaman living among the Balochs without any countermeasures. The woman with short dark red hair scowls, unimpressed by whatever is coming. She declares it's too early for surprises. A disembodied voice echoes, revealing that more than just one grave resides on the warrior's mountain. Figures emerge from the shadows, bathed in an ominous purple light, weapons drawn and ready for a fight. The character with braided hair stands firm, bow drawn, facing a massive, fluffy creature. He commands them to do their best fighting against their ancestors. The older character with white hair and horns stands surrounded by skeletons. He shouts, calling someone grandfather. The character with braided hair grits his teeth, his expression hardening. He wonders just how low they are willing to go. A weapon, perhaps a spear or axe, is held ready, its polished surface gleaming in the dim light. The character with braided hair looks up, startled by something unseen. His eyes widen in surprise. The woman with short dark red hair snarls, her face contorted in rage as she prepares to fight. The character with braided hair draws back the string of his bow, aiming with deadly precision. The woman with short dark red hair bares her teeth, a guttural growl escaping her lips as she braces for impact. Meanwhile, a surge of energy erupts from the forest floor, converging on a central point high above the trees. A surge of blue energy erupts, the force of it palpable. An archer, eyes narrowed, takes aim with grim determination. Another archer stands ready, his stance firm as he prepares for what's to come. The call to arms echoes. For battle, a masked figure declares, their voice laced with disdain, that the people before them are mere puppets. The figures stand resolute, ready to send their formalities to their ancestors after dealing with the enemy. The archer's expression hardens, her command ringing out, prioritize survival. The archers prepare to loose their arrows, their focus absolute. A chaotic melee ensues, figures clashing amidst the trees. Archers rain down arrows upon the battlefield, their shots finding their marks. The monstrous figure lunges forward, energy crackling around its massive form. An archer stands poised, arrow knocked, ready to strike from shadows. The archer's grip tightens on the bow, her focus absolute. The monstrous face contorts in a silent roar, a mask of fury and decay. The monstrous figure unleashes a torrent of power, a wave of destructive energy. The archer prepares to meet the onslaught, her stance unwavering. The archer releases her arrow, a streak of light against the encroaching darkness. The monstrous figure's face is illuminated by the approaching arrow. The archer rides through the chaos, firing arrows with deadly accuracy. The arrows rain down, piercing the darkness and striking their targets. He stands with a companion, observing the battle with a grim expression. 1 arrow per death knight. She's killing death knights that are on par with a high-ranked graduator. That's the Night Fox, Aquila, for you. She stands ready, her weapon crackling with energy, a formidable presence against any foe. The rumors of her protecting the forest from the Empire were, in fact, true, a testament to her strength. An archer, bow drawn, declares that if Matriarch Aquila is present, there won't be a problem, urging Ian to follow. A man, hearing the archer's words, looks up, a confused escaping his lips. The decision is made. They're going to go after Ahiman, setting a new course. A figure plummets through the air, a sign of the chaos to come. Ahiman, addressing a skull, states that he needs it to take care of something. The skeleton, now animated, stands ready to fulfill Ahiman's command. Ahiman contemplates, a thoughtful escaping his lips as he considers the situation. Despite resurrecting the ancestors, Ahiman knows he can't act carelessly as long as Aquila is present. The narrative highlights that she's a genius who has been the strongest village head in history, a force to be reckoned with. The man from before reacts to the word genius, questioning it with another confused A wide, sinister smile stretches across a face, teeth bared. The disembodied voice declared that even a genius couldn't handle what was coming. The sky churned with dark clouds, mirroring the brewing storm. Elsewhere, the cliffside stood tall, trees clinging to its steep face. The hunter moved through the forest, her expression grim as she tracked her quarry. Aquila spotted him. She whispered that he was over there. Ahiman chanted within a circle etched into the stone, bathed in purple light. The voice questioned if this was the place he had escaped to, this area with the pillars. Why was he chanting here? Ahiman continued his incantation, his face intense as he focused on his task. The voice declared that they couldn't allow him to act suspiciously any further. Aquila readied her spear, her eyes narrowed with determination. The spear's point gleamed, ready to strike. The declaration hung in the air, a promise of violence to come. She gripped her spear, her eyes burning with golden resolve. A blinding beam of energy erupted from the summoning circle. The light intensified, searing the very air around it. From within the radiant glow, a dark figure began to materialize. Ahiman grinned, a manic glee twisting his features. "I'm done," he declared. More beams of energy converged, solidifying the summoning. The summoned figure stood tall, a spear crackling with power held in its grasp. Its form was shrouded in shadow, a being of immense and unknown power. The ground beneath the creature cracked and splintered, unable to contain its might. Nearby, Beecher and another companion stared in stunned disbelief. Ahiman's face was alight with triumph. "I did it. I successfully summoned it." He grins, revealing rows of sharp teeth, his eyes glowing with unnatural power. Legends speak of one who slumbers deep within the forest, undisturbed. The monstrous figure rises, a crude mask obscuring its face, an arrow piercing its shoulder. The figure declares that someone has finally noticed him. A surge of power emanates from the figure, shaking the very air around it. The air crackles with energy as the summoned being fully materializes. The monstrous figure stands tall, a twisted staff in hand, radiating dark energy. The text proclaims the arrival of the divine archer, Adonai. A close-up reveals Adonai's face, half covered by the skeletal mask, his eyes burning. A voice cries out in disbelief, recognizing the summoned being. "That's Adonai?" Beecher and Aquila look on in shock. If that's Adonai, what hope do they have? The text declares the arrival of the legendary archer of the Balax. He stands, a figure wreathed in dark energy, muscles coiled and ready. Adonai draws back a bow wreathed in the same dark energy, an arrow knocked and ready to fly. The arrow explodes forth, a burst of destructive power unleashed upon the world. The dark energy rips through the landscape, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. Beecher's eyes widen as he witnesses the raw power unleashed by the archer. The dark arrow, fletched with crimson, seems to pulse with a life of its own. Beecher realizes that even deflecting the arrow caused significant damage. Aquila stumbles, a pained expression etched on her face as she clutches her leg. Beecher turns to Aquila, concern etched on his face as he sees her injury. Aquila grits her teeth, the burning sensation in her leg intensifying with each passing moment. She realizes that the wound is poisoned, a result of contact with Adonai's arrow. The legend of Adonai dueling with a monster is recalled, along with the power of the bow he wields. Adonai stands beneath a monstrous spider, its multiple eyes glowing ominously. He raises his hand, the spider looming above him, ready to strike. A voice echoes, revealing the creature is made from the remains of Madame Eight Legs. The spider's legs descend like spears, a deadly rain of purple energy. The air crackles with power as the attack intensifies. The purple energy explodes outwards, devastating the landscape. The ground trembles as the full force of the attack is unleashed. She stumbles, the poison coursing through her veins as the world spins around Aquila. Beecher watches from a distance, the scene unfolding before him. A voice cries out, calling Beecher's name, Vikir. Beecher and Vikir stand together, observing the aftermath of the attack. Aquila, desperate, begs them to stop protecting her and to run away. The masked figure's voice booms, laced with fury. You disgusting bastards. Adonai's face contorts in a grotesque sneer, his eyes burning with malice. Does anyone think he'll let them live? The command rings out, a death sentence hanging in the air. Adonai, please kill them. The antagonist clenches his fist, ready to unleash his power. Energy crackles, a prelude to the impending onslaught. The air distorts as a dark force gathers, promising destruction. The world seems to tilt as the attack begins, a blur of motion and malice. Aquila's eyes widen in terror as the assault descends upon them. The attack manifests as a series of sharp, deadly lines. The hunter and Beecher are caught in the blast, the force of the attack threatening to overwhelm them. The assault intensifies, the figures struggling against the overwhelming power. Dark energy swirls, consuming everything in its path. He stood, chest heaving, the power radiating from his very core. Adonai's face contorted in rage, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A face, marred by injury, was a testament to the sheer force unleashed. The pair watched, expressions of shock etched upon their faces. Dark energy crackled, a prelude to the next devastating blow. The force intensified, a vortex of power ready to be unleashed. The hand pulsed with dark magic, a focal point for destruction. The world seemed to fade, consumed by the encroaching darkness. A figure with long, dark hair emerged, eyes glowing with an eerie light. The fist clenched, ready to deliver a blow of unimaginable power. The impact reverberated, shaking the very foundations of reality. A face with a yellow eye stares intensely, juxtaposed against Adonai's menacing visage. A stark white bubble appears, the words within promising a parley of some sort. Let's have a talk. A monstrous roar tears through the air, a guttural sound of pure rage and destruction. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, striking with brutal force and overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Aquila's brow furrows with concern, her eyes reflecting a deep unease as she senses the shift in the air. The dark energy surges, a chaotic vortex of destruction and malice. The monster's form solidifies, a terrifying visage of glowing eyes and jagged teeth. Its body is wreathed in crackling energy, a testament to its raw, untamed power. The air crackles with anticipation as the monster prepares to unleash its full might. A horrifying grin spreads across its face, promising only pain and annihilation. The monster stands poised, a predator ready to strike with deadly precision. The ground trembles beneath its feet, a prelude to the devastation it is about to unleash. A monstrous figure looms, its glowing eyes piercing the twilight. The demonic entity stands tall amidst the forest. Dwarfed by the colossal beings, a lone figure sprints along a winding forest path. The trees offer little cover from the looming threat. Adonai observes the scene, noting the gathering of S-rank demonic creatures. They have converged because of the commotion of battle. Energy crackles in the air, a prelude to devastation. The atmosphere vibrates with unseen power. The monstrous figure is caught in a surge of energy. The air distorts around the creature. Waves of force emanate outward, obliterating everything in their path. The raw power is palpable. The forest is ripped apart as the energy expands. The demonic creatures are caught in the blast. The force tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction. Adonai's power is undeniable. The monster writhes in agony as the energy consumes it, its glowing eyes dimming. Ahiman's eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He is clearly taken aback by the display. Ahiman exclaims that this is Lord Adonai's true power. The display is overwhelming. Ahiman admits he didn't expect Adonai could destroy those creatures in an instant. The power is truly terrifying. He is commanded to eliminate the woman standing before him. Purple energy crackles, a prelude to the coming assault. Aquila sprints forward, her expression grim. She senses the killing intent behind the volley of arrows. Each glancing blow brings with it the spread of Madame's poison. The hunter knows she must end this quickly. Her feet pound against the earth as she races forward. Aquila draws back her bowstring, preparing to fire. Arrows streak toward her, a deadly hail. She leaps into the air, a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught. Adonai watches, his skeletal mask a terrifying visage. The purple energy intensifies, promising further devastation. He unleashed another volley, the magical arrows streaking toward their target. The arrows, crackling with energy, flew with deadly precision. Each projectile left a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The air crackled with magical energy as the arrows hurtled forward. Adonai's masked face contorted with manic glee, relishing the attack. The magical energy coalesced, forming a vortex of destruction. Aquila's face was etched with pain as one of the arrows found its mark. Beecher watched, his expression hardening as he prepared to intervene. The arrows continued their relentless assault, piercing the air. Each arrow was a concentrated blast of pure, destructive force. Adonai's power surged, the arrows fueled by his malevolent intent. One arrow missed, but the second found its mark as Adonai had planned. The first arrow missed, but it returned to strike her in the back. It was a skill to make the arrow spin, so it would fall back down and pierce the target. Adonai explains that this archery skill was created after hearing of her fights against the Knights of the Empire. The arrow plunges downwards, glowing with an eerie blue light. The undead spirit's power radiates, a menacing aura surrounding him. The force of the blow sends ripples through the air, a testament to its power. Aquila's eyes widen in shock and pain as the arrow pierces her. From a distance, Beecher shouts Aquila's name, his voice filled with concern. Adonai boasts that no matter how strong a warrior she has never faced an undead spirit like him. Adonai declares that he is already dead, and a hole in his neck won't be enough to defeat him. The dark energy binds Aquila, restricting her movements as Adonai stands before her. Explosions of dark energy erupt around the battlefield, the undead spirit's power growing. She walked through the dense forest, unaware of the danger ahead. Beecher's eyes darted around, sensing something was amiss in the forest. Aquila continued her trek, her expression stoic as she scanned the surroundings. The dense forest was quaking, a sign of the impending danger. Beecher could feel something ominous approaching, urging caution. He told Ayin to hide, hoping Beecher could deal with the situation. The order was given, go and kill Ahiman to stop the summoning. The ground shook violently as something approached. It was revealed that Ahiman had an intense fear of Aquila. There was a high likelihood that he'd hide, putting Adonai between himself and Aquila. A red-eye watched, waiting for the opportune moment. A voice echoes through the forest, the words laced with malice. Found you. Beecher in Baskerville slides through the dirt, desperately trying to escape his pursuer. His red eyes widen, fear driving him forward as he sprints through the trees. Ahiman's voice booms, promising death. I'll kill you in one strike. The forest floor blurs beneath Beecher's feet as he pushes himself to his limit. Ahiman's face is twisted in rage, his white hair wild as he gives chase. Suddenly, the attacker appears, launching herself forward with a cry. Beecher's eyes widen in shock as the new threat descends upon him. The attacker's strike comes down with incredible speed. Her power explodes outward, shattering the ground beneath her feet. The force of the blow sends tremors through the earth as Beecher braces for impact. The attacker's foot connects, sending a shockwave through Beecher's body. Ahiman's face contorted in rage, his voice booming as he addressed someone unseen. He called him a damn brat. The white-haired man stood on a tree branch, Aquila beside him, and another figure perched above. He remarked that he had at least expected someone to aim for him. The blonde woman's face was twisted into a feral grin, her grip tightening on the massive blade she wielded. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was caught in a brutal assault. The blonde woman and another figure descended upon Beecher, their attacks relentless and unforgiving. The blonde woman charged forward, her blade a blur of motion as she pursued her unseen target with deadly intent. Her face contorted with fury, the blonde woman's eyes burned with a savage intensity, her expression a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The blonde woman's waist was visible, her clothing torn and revealing her muscular physique as she continued her relentless assault. A single eye, bloodshot and filled with fury, stared out with an intense, burning rage, fueled by an unknown source of anger. An arrow flew through the air, propelled by an unseen archer, its trajectory aimed towards an unknown target amidst the chaos. The blonde woman stood triumphant, her silhouette framed against the forest floor, as she loomed over her defeated opponent. A voice echoed with cruel satisfaction, declaring victory over a fallen foe. They had finally forced their enemy to kneel. Ahiman's expression twisted into a sneer, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. His declaration echoed with cruel ambition. Aquila would die, and he would rule the dense forest. The light in Ahiman's eye intensified, a vortex of dark power swirling within. He vowed to make an example of those tribe members who had dared to look down upon him. A swirling vortex of energy pulsed, a harbinger of the coming storm. A figure cloaked in shadow acknowledged that this ambition would be problematic. A monstrous, wolf-like visage emerged, its eyes burning with savage intensity. Swordsmanship 6/4 Fong, a technique ready to be unleashed. Baskerville's sword, a legacy of power, prepared to strike. The figure drew their sword, the blade gleaming with a crimson light. The tribes of the dense forest would become his support in the future, he declared. Ahiman roared, his face contorted with rage as Beecher stood defeated in the background. The display of power was unbelievable. Those Death Knights, ranked graduates and above, were instantly destroyed. The figure's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Was this brat stronger than a high-rank graduate? The figure with sharp teeth grinned menacingly. He asked, "Did you take your moment to dream all you can, Ahiman?" The glowing eyes narrowed, filled with an ominous power. A booming voice echoed, declaring, "Lord Adonis." A shadowy figure materialized, its form crackling with dark energy. The dark energy intensified, swirling around the figure. The shadowy figure pulsed with power, ready to unleash its might. The air crackled with anticipation as the power surged. A fist, wrapped in dark energy, clenched tight, ready to strike. The figure grimaced, teeth bared, as the power reached its peak. The shadowy figure unleashed its power, a devastating blow about to land. A surge of raw, purple energy erupts, shaking the very foundations. The power coalesces, forming a vortex of destructive potential. The energy intensifies, becoming a concentrated beam of pure force. The beam rips through the air, leaving trails of distorted light. Beecher, eyes glowing red, prepares to intercept the attack. The energy washes over everything, a wave of crimson destruction. The intensity burns, searing the very air with its power. Ahiman cries out, recognizing the power, Adonis. Again, his eyes widen in disbelief as the energy surges toward him. He raises a hand, bracing for the inevitable impact. Ahiman's expression shifts to confusion. The energy washes over him, its purpose unclear. He had taken the brunt of the attack, his body bearing the marks. The force of the blow left the healer gasping, struggling to regain his breath. A pained cry escaped him, laced with disbelief at the sudden assault. His gaze drifted upward, finding Beecher looming above him, a silent question in his eyes. Arrows fly through the air, aimed at a central figure surrounded by trees. The archer's assault continues, their arrows finding their mark on the forest floor. The air crackles with dark energy. A masked figure strikes, their blow aimed at a smaller, elf-like character. The elf-like character cries out, pain etched on their face. The masked figure raises their weapon, preparing for another strike. The elf-like character's body is covered in dirt and sweat. The masked figure lunges forward, their attack relentless. The elf-like character's shoulder is exposed, revealing a thin strap. The elf-like character looks up, their eyes wide with confusion. A group of orc-like figures stands ready, their expressions grim. The monstrous form crashed through the earth, scattering debris in its wake. Tears streamed down her face, her expression a mask of anguish and despair. Adonai stood before the elf-like character, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the scene's desolation. A surge of energy erupted, the air shimmering with unseen force. A shadowy figure emerged, wreathed in dark energy, its presence ominous and foreboding. The earth trembled as the monstrous form continued its rampage, tearing through the landscape. A clawed hand reached out, its touch promising destruction and despair. Adonai faced the elf-like character, the tension between them palpable as the battle raged around them. A voice echoed, a solemn wish for eternal rest. Now, rest easy, great ancestor. A primal scream tore through the air, a raw expression of rage and frustration. Frustration mounted as the unseen speaker lamented, "Damn it, it was right in front of me." The monster's rage intensified, its inner monologue revealing a hunger for destruction. The entire dense forest was going to be within my grasp. Adonai, standing amidst the trees, declares to his unseen foe, calling them child of the empire. The battle's aftermath is grim. A figure lies prone, defeated, their dark hair spread across the ground. A figure with glowing red eyes muses, finding it impressive that someone would turn themselves into an undead. The text speaks of mana and the power required to control dozens of Death Knights, including Adonis. A voice, filled with maniacal laughter, declares that this is not the end, hinting at further conflict. The white-haired figure, eyes burning with purple rage, vows to make someone regret their treatment. The text speaks of a curse, directed at someone named Baroque, even in the face of death. A furious scream tears through the air, a raw expression of pain and defiance. Meanwhile, Beecher, a worried expression etched on his face, stands alongside Ahiman in the forest. A close-up reveals Ahiman's muscular torso, a quiver of arrows strapped to his back, ready for the fight. Ahiman's name is spoken, a quiet acknowledgement of his presence and readiness. Ahiman, sweat glistening on his skin, stares intently, his expression a mix of determination and concern. Beecher apologizes, regret etched on his face. He expresses remorse for not heeding Ahiman's advice earlier. The protagonist's expression is pained as he recalls the events that led to this moment of regret. Ahiman stands back to back with Beecher, stating that it is not his fault. A voice expresses gratitude towards Ahun amidst the aftermath of a battle. A spear lies embedded in the ground, a silent testament to the ferocity of the recent conflict. A group of figures stand together, their expressions unreadable against the fading light. The hunter's gaze is cast downward, his expression unreadable. A suggestion hangs in the air, a return to the village, a place of safety and respite. Meanwhile, the landscape stretches out, a vista of mountains and forests under a darkening sky. Bare feet tread a worn path, each step carrying the weight of past battles and future uncertainties. The path winds through the forest, promising a journey towards an unknown destination. He followed the path, the sounds of the forest growing more distant. The villagers were in a state of panic, their faces etched with fear. Beecher's eyes widened, a sense of dread washing over him. The forest floor was littered with debris, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. The destruction was undeniable. The village had been attacked. The villagers spoke of a single attacker, their voices trembling with fear. The villagers lamented the absence of those who had not accompanied them to the Iliad. A young girl wept, her face stained with tears, overwhelmed by the devastation. A villager confirmed the attacker's identity. "Madam came here." The villagers cried out in disbelief. "Madam came to the village?" The villagers wondered if anyone was hurt. While they were fighting Ahiman, Madam attacked the village. Beecher questioned Madam's motives, wondering why she would attack while remaining silent the entire time. Tears streamed down the young girl's face as she spoke urgently. She told the older woman that they were there. Before Madam came, Grandpa's offering house started to smoke. It offered the house a mouse set with 2 crossed eyes and manure. After that, Madam appeared and seemed angry before doing all this. He burnt leaves that irritate insects. Leaves were scattered across the ground. A villager shouted that there was the corpse of an orangutan. The village was in ruins. Skeletal remains lay scattered among the rocks. Ahiman realized he burnt leaves that irritate insects. He had prepared this much. Ahiman's name was shouted. A hand slammed down on the ground. Ahiman stood, his red eyes narrowed as he looked towards the destruction. Someone called out to the tribe leader, pointing out his wound. The tribe leader's wound was wrapped in bandages, stained with blood. The village was in ruins. The words hung in the air, a promise that what was lost could return. The woman, wrapped in bandages, clenched her fist, determined to save what remained. Tears welled in Bakira's eyes as she spoke, her voice filled with sorrow. The wolf-like creature stood alert, its fur bristling as it watched the scene unfold. The creature's massive paw rested on the ground, its claws sharp and deadly. Bakira wept, apologizing for leaving someone alone in this devastated world. The terror of the dense forest was an undefiable force, the essence of darkness itself. Baroque considered Madam's existence a natural disaster, a force of calamity. He could not even harbor a sense of revenge against her, such was her power. He stood, the back of his head turned away, as if steeling himself. However, the entrance to the cave loomed, a dark maw in a rock face. A campfire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the cave walls. The tribe leader, Aquila, spoke, her expression unreadable. "I have something I want to ask you." The firelight flickered across their faces as Beecher stood before her. "What is it, Beecher?" Aquila asked. Beecher's expression was earnest as he requested, "Please tell me about Madam Eight Legs." Aquila's muscular form was adorned with a necklace of teeth, a symbol of her authority. She looked away, a single bead of sweat trickling down her face. "Tell you about Madam?" Beecher held up a scroll, its ancient origins clear. "This is a record about Madam, discovered in the village of the Rococo tribe." The scroll detailed Madam's poison and records of her battles against other monsters. The ancient text even revealed where she lived, among many other things written about her. Reading the records, a question arose in Beecher Van Baskerville's mind. Aquila explained that the tribes of the dense forest shouldn't have feared Madam Eight Legs. She wondered why all the tribes didn't simply unite to eliminate Madam Eight Legs. The record details Lord Adonis's battle against her, a testament to his strength. The battle between the bow god Adonis and Madam Eight Legs was a legendary conflict. The record states that Lord Adonis pierced Madam's leg with his arrow, a significant blow. However, that single strike marked the beginning of despair for Adonis and his allies. The destroyed leg instantly regenerated, becoming 2 legs in its place. As more and more legs were destroyed, Madam's legs increased infinitely in number. Her legs, the only parts that could be damaged, grew stronger as they were destroyed. The record states that everyone who joined the battle died from Madam's poison instead of her legs. The strength of Madam is evident, especially considering the wound was caused by the remnants of her poison on Lord Adonis's arrow. She cautioned against fighting Madam, expressing a deep reluctance to lose any more of her family, as Madam is an evil god produced by stories. Beecher listened intently, his expression unreadable as the implications of Aquila's words began to sink in. He knew that he still had no chance of winning if he fought against strong individuals like Adonis or Aquila. Although Madam is a rare existence right now, when demonic creatures invade the human world, in the era of ruination, we'll see multiple demonic beasts of Madam's level. A monstrous demonic beast loomed, a symbol of the countless experiences one might have fighting such creatures. No matter how strong Madam is, she's just a demonic beast in the end, Beecher thought, his red eyes gleaming in the darkness. Due to her nature as a demonic beast, she must have habits and weaknesses. A lone figure walked through a dark cave, perhaps searching for those weaknesses. The figure in the hood seemed to embody the madness that comes with hunting demonic beasts. Even the most powerful demonic beasts can be killed. The sky stretches wide, a canvas of pale blue and scattered clouds. Jagged peaks rise sharply, their rocky faces etched with shadow and sparse vegetation. A sharp crack echoes through the air. The mountain looms, a silent witness to the unseen event. Debris explodes outward, scattering fragments across the landscape. The air vibrates with the force of the impact. A monstrous insect-like creature plummets from the sky, surrounded by shockwave. The impact sends tremors through the ground. Dust and debris billow outward, obscuring the point of impact. The insect-like creature crashes through the trees, limbs flailing. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands amidst the trees, observing the destruction. He noted the loud awakening in the morning, his eyes narrowed in thought. After days of careful observation, the hooded figure learned much about the Madam and her lair. He discovered that the Madam ventures out at specific times, driven by the need to hunt for food. Based on her established behavior patterns, he calculated that she would be gone for approximately 2 hours. The figure remained still, his presence unnoticed. A distant impact echoed through the landscape. The sound reverberated, a sign of the Madam's power. He crouched low, his movements precise and silent. The lair was constructed within a series of jagged, imposing rock formations. The hooded figure stood at the entrance, ready to venture inside. This was Madam's lair, a place of unknown dangers. From the outside, it appeared to be a simple stone mountain, but it was hollow within. He gripped the ornate, crimson blade, its edges glowing with malevolent energy. The blade sliced through the thick webbing, clearing a path into the darkness. He moved with practiced ease, the blade a blur against the cavern's gloom. The severed strands fell away, revealing more of the web-choked passage. The hooded figure observed the webs, noting how difficult it was to cut them cleanly, even with a graduate's mana. He thought that with the amount of mana he had, he should be able to descend using just the spider webs. The webs stretched across the cavern, connecting massive, jagged rock formations. Each strand pulsed with a faint, ethereal light, hinting at the creature that spun them. He continued his descent, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of the Madam. He mused that the entrance was just big enough for the Madam to get out, but the internal structure opens up as he goes down. Considering the Madam's size, he thought this should be the best habitat for her. Deeper into the lair he ventured, the webs growing thicker, the air colder. The Madam's prey, defeated, now lay among the webs. The Madam wasn't picky. Monsters and humans alike met their end here. Some are not consumed, left to rot away. She made an example of them, or perhaps she simply took them for fun. She knew her status in the dense forest. There was no time for him to be swept up in his emotions. He needed to gather as much information as possible before the Madam returned. The hooded man paused, a question forming in his mind as he gazed at a cluster of strange objects. They were. The sound of something dripping echoed through the cavern. The dripping sound came from the eggs. Madam's eggs. He realized this was the reason for the abundance of spider demonic creatures. The bowl-cut protagonist thought it would be worth it to take them and research them. The masked figure stood ready, his eyes scanning the cavernous space ahead. The demonic spider lurked, its presence a palpable threat. The demonic spider's eyes glowed ominously in the dim light. The creature's sharp, red appendages scraped against the cavern walls. The demonic spider, a grotesque fusion of arachnid and demon, stood guard. The spider's multiple legs gripped the rocky surface, ready to strike. He descended further into the web-filled abyss, wary of the dangers ahead. He wondered if she detected an intruder using her instincts as a demonic beast. Beecher thought he would have been in big trouble without Mishusu's sound-nullifying skill. A pressing need for haste filled the air, A return beckoned. Meanwhile, life continued in the village, the sounds of labor echoing through the trees as villagers went about their daily tasks. A villager wondered if anyone had heard anything about Beecher. It had been days since Beecher returned to his room, one villager noted. Another claimed to have seen him going to another tribe in the early mornings. A strange smell lingered near his room, another villager pointed out, wondering just what Beecher was doing. The problem was clear, or at least so it seemed. A question arose. Was he not meeting Leader Ian either? The tent stood silent, the figure in the distance offering no answers. A woman stood in the forest, her expression unreadable. She had heard from Mother about what she had asked her about. A figure stands before a tent, the words echoing. Madam is a monster no warrior can stop. The aftermath of a brutal fight is revealed. Bakira's leg had to be amputated yesterday. The wolf-like warrior rests, his expression conveying a deep sadness and resignation. The grim reality settles in. Bakira won't be able to run like before. Aquila's face is etched with concern. She asks if the other is not trying to fight her. The figure responds, their words hanging heavy in the air. If you end up getting hurt as well. Tears well in the eyes of the figure, reflecting the weight of their shared burden. The figure speaks, their voice laced with urgency. I have something to say, come in. The figure stands before a collection of documents, their shadow stretching long across the room. Aquila looks on, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity, as she asks, what's? The figure gestures towards the documents, explaining their records. The records are related to Madam, collected from all the different tribes in the dense forest. Research continues, focusing on spiderwebs, dead skin, and the egg found in Madam's lair. She confronts someone, demanding to know if they went into Madam's lair. Aquila believes the other person is trying to fight Madam. The other person retorts that if they really have to, then let them fight. Aquila stands firm, her expression unreadable. Bakira says that he is still limping from the injury he got in the fight against Adonis, and that he will just get in the way. The scene focuses on the back of someone's head, their hair dark and tousled. The man with black hair looks down, uttering the name, Ian. Aquila states that she will be leaving the dense forest soon. She still has things she needs to do, and needs to return to Baskerville. Aquila's expression is one of determination mixed with worry. She's all ready. Her golden eyes reflected a deep resolve, a decision made. After finishing everything he needed to do, the man stood amidst his plans. He thought it would be nice for him to return to this place. That's why Aquila held the lantern, her gaze steady. The man slammed his fist against the table, determination etched on his face. He was trying to protect the place he wanted to return to, the place he held dear. He noted that she came right as he finished planning his Madam hunt. Aquila reached out, her fingers tracing the markings on the wall. The man vowed to do it for Bakira, too, his voice low. Using the word hunt against Madam, he was told he was a reckless guy. Even when Ahiman caused that incident, the man remained steadfast. Aquila had faced the things he didn't think could be solved. He wrapped his hand, the bandages tight. Beecher muttered, stating that his methods always produced good results. Aquila smiled, her expression warm and encouraging as she looked at the protagonist. Aquila admitted that he made her weirdly look forward to everything he said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. The hand were now fully wrapped, ready for action. A question hung in the air. Could she look forward to this time as well? The lantern glowed softly, casting a warm light. A voice responded, simply stating, of course. Meanwhile, rain lashed down upon the forest floor, each drop creating ripples in the puddles. The storm intensified. A figure raced through the downpour, their form blurred by the heavy rain and the speed of their movement. A monstrous, green reptilian creature emerged from the depths of the forest, its massive form dominating the scene. The creature loomed, its scale-covered body glistening with moisture as it moved further into view. The reptilian creature's yellow eyes narrowed, its gaze intense and predatory as it scanned its surroundings. He stood ready, the air crackling with unseen energy as he prepared for battle. The reptilian creature loomed, its form partially obscured by the rain and shadows. Beecher's red eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he focused on his opponent. The creature's massive form shifted, its movements fluid despite its size. It seemed to be saying, well. The reptilian beast remained submerged, only its head visible above the murky water. The creature mused that it could keep regenerating if its head stayed intact. Beecher stood firm, the rain plastering his dark hair to his forehead as he prepared to strike. He stood in the water, the final piece in the preparation to hunt Madam now in place. Beecher's eyes glowed with power as he declared he would take the ability of Salamander. The air buzzed with energy as he focused his power, ready to unleash his attack. He prepared to use Beelzebub, the gluttonous fly, with slots for Incinerate, Cerberus, Silent Hill Mishisu, and Super Regeneration Muddy Bog Salamander. The man with braided hair lets out a sigh, his expression thoughtful as he considers the task at hand. A small, humble house stands complete, a testament to their hard work and dedication. The villagers stand together, their expressions a mix of pride and relief as they survey their accomplishment. One of the villagers marvels at the house, questioning how it was made so well. The three villagers stand proudly, their bodies showing the marks of labor, but their spirits high. The man with braided hair declares that Beecher is like a brother to him, justifying the effort to build him a house. One of the villagers expresses surprise, recalling a time when the man with braided hair hated Beecher. The village is returning to normal, the houses rebuilt, and the people beginning to heal. Another villager points out that this is all thanks to Beecher, acknowledging his contribution to their recovery. The man with braided hair urges the others to go tell Beecher right now, eager to share the good news. The man with braided hair whispers that Beecher is not here, his expression suggesting a hint of concern. The man with braided hair wondered where Beecher had gone. Another villager admitted he wanted to see Beecher's touched reaction to the house. One of them doubted Beecher would even make such a face. The woman with the bandaged arm declared that today was the day. Meanwhile, the hooded figure walked through the dense forest. The hooded figure pleaded for a blessing. His red eyes glowed beneath the hood. The hooded figure's target should be asleep right now. The hooded figure stood on a precipice, ready to strike. It was going to rain soon. The forest was dark and ominous. The hooded figure thought this was the best time to hunt her. He had considered dozens of scenarios that could occur during his hunt. Salamander had already planned how to deal with each potential outcome. Now, the time had come to enact that plan, whatever it may be. A figure stood amidst a web of energy, poised and ready. The lines of power converged around the figure, awaiting their command. The hunt begins, the text declared, as the pieces were set in motion. A monstrous, spider-like creature lurked in the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Its segmented body and multiple legs suggested a formidable hunter ready to strike. The creature's carapace gleamed with an unnatural sheen, hinting at dark power. Its mandibles dripped with venom, promising a swift and agonizing end. The air crackled with energy as the hunt truly began, the hunter closing in. The monstrous spider descends, its razor-sharp legs poised to strike. His red eyes glowed, reflecting the monstrous form above. The spider's massive form fills the space, a grotesque display of power. The monster lunges, its leg a blur as it aims for Beecher Van Baskerville. The strike lands with tremendous force, sending tremors through the surroundings. The spider's legs move with terrifying speed, a flurry of deadly attacks. Its multiple eyes glow with malevolent intent, focused on its prey. He narrowly dodges the attack, the force of it whipping past him. He thought, just like an Adonis record, the leg that I cut duplicated. The monstrous spider prepares another strike, its form a terrifying spectacle. The spider's leg glows with power, ready to unleash another devastating blow. The spider monster lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut. The air crackled with energy as the beast pressed its attack. His red eyes narrowed. Vakir prepared to execute his plan. He resolved to use Plan 1, whatever that might entail. Another strike, another near miss. The spider monster unleashed a flurry of attacks, its limbs moving with blinding speed. Each strike threatened to crush him, leaving no room to breathe. The monster's multiple eyes glowed with predatory hunger. Its massive legs pounded the ground, shaking the very earth. A burst of green energy erupted from the monster's body. The spider monster staggered, momentarily stunned by the impact. He launched himself forward, propelled by the explosion. The spider monster's poison spread rapidly, tendrils of green energy reaching out. The sickly green substance pulsed with a malevolent energy. He felt the poison coursing through his veins, a burning sensation. The green poison was visible now, crawling up his arm like veins of emerald fire. He cried out, the poison's effects taking hold. The spider monster's venom spread, etching itself into his flesh. He grimaced, fighting against the encroaching darkness. He didn't want to do this. Dark energy erupted from him, a desperate attempt to purge the poison. The dark energy coalesced around him, a protective barrier against the venom. He expelled the poison, a dark, viscous fluid ejected from his body. The expelled poison dissipated, leaving behind a residue of dark energy. The spider monster watched, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. He watched Vakir, the spider monster looming behind the young Baskerville. Vakir's fist clenched, knuckles white against the wrapped leather. The spider monster descended, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Salamander lunged, a blur of motion against the dark background. Vakir twisted, narrowly avoiding the attack, the force of it ripping through the air. The protagonist's eyes burned with determination as he faced his opponent. Salamander pressed his attack, a flurry of blows aimed to overwhelm Vakir. A brutal impact echoed as the two fighters collided, energy erupting from the point of contact. Vakir's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering as he met Salamander's fury. The antagonist's eyes glowed red, blood splattering as he continued his assault. The force of the blows intensified, the air crackling with raw power. Vakir's red eyes narrowed, focused on the battle before him. He grunted, the force of the blow sending a shock through him. Salamander's massive hand ascended, aiming to crush him. The monstrous figure loomed, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He planted his foot, preparing to evade the incoming attack. Salamander pressed his assault, his form a blur of motion. The air crackled with energy as Salamander unleashed another strike. The attack blurred past, a near miss. He braced himself, the force of the wind buffeting him. His eyes glowed red, determination burning within him. Salamander roared, pressing the attack with renewed ferocity. His gaze hardened, resolve etched on his face. He prepared to counter, his body tensed and ready. The scene is obscured, the aftermath of a brutal exchange lingering in the air. Elsewhere, the monster's massive legs crash against the cavern floor, shaking the very ground. His hand, marred with blood and grime, rests on the cold stone, a testament to the battle's toll. The protagonist stands, chest heaving, his red eyes burning with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Bare feet, stained crimson, find purchase on the uneven ground, ready to move again. He grits his teeth, wondering how many times he has been forced to regenerate to survive this fight. He steels himself, acknowledging the stamina drain, but determined to press on regardless of the cost. The monster's grotesque form looms, its multiple legs a horrifying display of power. Salamander duplicates its legs with ease, as if the act of creating more limbs is nothing at all. A flicker of a smile plays across his lips, a sign of his unwavering resolve in the face of overwhelming odds. He leaps forward, a blur of motion against the cavern's gloom, his sword a streak of red. The monster's legs descend, a deadly cage threatening to crush him, but he is already moving. The monstrous spider form of Salamander pulsed with dark energy. Its multiple eyes glowed with malevolent intent, promising a brutal fight. The spider-like legs of the antagonist multiplied, creating a web of potential attacks. The air crackled with the energy of the transformation. The grotesque form of Salamander loomed, a question mark hanging over the hero's chances. Beecher smirked, realizing that he couldn't simply jump up to reach his foe. Salamander's voice echoed, revealing his twisted strategy. Your legs was all part of my plan. Salamander boasted that he could regenerate a lost leg into two, an ability that sounded godlike. The villain explained that duplicating legs on only one side was a curse inhibiting movement. The protagonist stood ready, his red eyes glowing with determination as he prepared to fight. The ground trembled as Salamander prepared his next attack. Salamander revealed that he had already predicted that Beecher would try using his web in this situation. He manipulates the purple flames, a sinister energy radiating from his fingertips. The web, unlike any other, resists the ordinary burn, a testament to its otherworldly nature. Salamander grins, the purple hellfire burning like tinder when it meets the web of the otherworld. The flames intensify, crackling with an unholy energy. The environment is a cavernous space, filled with strange rock formations and ominous shadows. A monstrous creature lies in wait, its form grotesque and menacing. Salamander stands amidst the carnage, declaring that this is the perfect condition to start fire. A corpse, bloated with gas, lies still, a grim testament to the battle. The antagonist's eyes gleam with madness as he taunts, "You've obtained too many trophies after getting drunk off your strength." His gaze intensifies, the promise of retribution hanging heavy in the air. Power gathers, a surge of energy ready to be unleashed. Salamander's face contorts in a crazed grin, ready to strike. The dim light of the room cast long shadows as Beecher stood at the desk, lost in thought. He pondered the events that had led him to this point. His brow furrowed, the gears turning in his mind as he tried to piece together the puzzle before him. During his practical assessments, he recalled meeting Cerberus, the demonic beast chased from its territory. It had raised a question in his mind. Why did the tribe members go out of their way to chase away dangerous monsters from the dense forest? The answer, he realized, was because of expanding territories, a strategic maneuver to control the region. The tribe members had been pushed by Madame all the way to Mt. Rouge et Lenoir, a calculated move to secure her position. This, Beecher finally understood, was Madame's hidden intentions, a grand scheme unfolding before his eyes. In truth, Madame used the tribe members of the dense forest to chase away the demonic beasts of hell, like Cerberus, so that her weakness, hellfire, was pushed further away from her, a protective barrier against her vulnerabilities. He never expected her weakness to be this close, a dangerous proximity that could unravel everything. The glint of steel reflected in the dim light, a silent promise of the battles to come. A surge of power emanates from the sword, bathing the bear-like figure. The blade pulses with crimson light, a malevolent energy radiating outward. The world fades to black, save for the ominous glow above. He is consumed by the energy, his form shifting and contorting. The air crackles with raw power, the transformation accelerating. His body is wrapped in bandages, the power surging through him. The bandages tighten, the transformation reaching its peak intensity. A monstrous roar echoes, the sound of something ancient and terrible. The beast's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A voice booms, promising retribution. It's time for you to take your trophies back. The monstrous energy intensifies, the air shimmering with dark intent. A skull-like visage emerges, the transformation complete, a terrifying new form revealed. The hellfire raged, consuming everything in its path with intense heat. The destructive flames continued to burn, leaving nothing untouched by their wrath. The ground cracked and crumbled under the immense heat of the hellfire. He stood amidst the inferno, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding destruction. After realizing Madam's weakness was hellfire, the only thing to do was stop her from escaping her den filled with her spiderwebs. She wouldn't be able to climb up due to her duplicated legs, and she wouldn't be able to use her webs, either. In that situation, it's impossible for her to escape the hellfire's reach. No matter how strong she is, as long as she is a living creature, her lungs would burn as she tried to breathe the hot air, and her skin and outer carapace would melt from the hellfire. The world will melt from the hellfire, leaving nothing behind. Beecher knew the only thing left to do was wait for Madame to die. After the fire goes out, he'd have to obtain her ability. He steeled himself, preparing to seize the opportunity once the flames subsided. He could only utter a single, stunned exclamation at the sight. The earth trembled as something massive began to stir below. The mountain itself seemed to convulse, the ground glowing with heat. The pressure built, the air crackling with unseen energy. The mountain's peak exploded in a cataclysm of fire and rock. The eruption tore through the earth, a shockwave of destruction rippling outwards. The very stone of the mountain was pulverized, reduced to ash and smoke. A gaping hole remained, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Beecher's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The dust settled, revealing a monstrous form emerging from the depths. A colossal, many-eyed spider-like creature crawled from the ruined mountain. The monstrous spider had broken through the mountain with ease. The giant spider looms, its massive form filling the frame with a sense of dread. The monstrous arachnid's multiple eyes glow ominously, promising destruction and chaos. From its grotesque maw, something terrible is about to be unleashed upon the world. The spider spews forth a torrent of viscous, glowing green liquid, a toxic projectile. The projectile flies through the air, carrying with it an unknown, sinister purpose. The green liquid explodes over the landscape like celebratory fireworks, but with deadly intent. The strange substance rains down, coating the world in an eerie, phosphorescent glow. The forest is bathed in the unnatural light, the trees now dripping with the ominous fluid. Even the branches are not spared, as the glowing green liquid clings to them like a disease. The giant spider looms over the transformed landscape, its presence a constant threat. He wonders if she can't find him, hoping to remain hidden from the looming danger. A hooded figure recalls how fire burned away her eyes and hair, so she can't use them. The cracks spread, a testament to the immense force endured. He gazed up, realizing she had forced her way through the mountain. Cracks appeared on her body as well, but it wasn't over yet. A sharp sound echoed as the fissure deepened. He moved with blinding speed, a crimson blur against the purple sky. Beecher's eyes burned with determination, his focus absolute. He thought, I'll aim for the crack that appeared from charging through the mountain. Power surged, the six-fong technique ready to be unleashed. Baskerville's swordsmanship, a legacy of power and precision. With a fierce cry, Beecher struck, channeling all his energy into the blow. The impact reverberated, a deafening crack splitting the air. He realized, so I can't break it in one hit. He steels himself, preparing to strike the surface once more. The crack's surface looms, its fractured segments barely holding together. The cracks widen, a testament to the force already unleashed upon it. Energy crackles around the surface as the attack connects. The force of the blow reverberates, shaking the very foundations. A woman's face appears, her eyes reflecting an unknown emotion. A surge of power erupts, a visual representation of the unleashed force. The impact sends shockwaves through the surrounding area. The attack continues, a concentrated beam of energy focused on the surface. Debris and fragments scatter as the surface begins to crumble. Dust and smoke fill the air, obscuring the results of the attack. His eye reflects a dawning horror. He realizes, too late, that he has made a mistake. He didn't expect her to molt and regenerate select parts. Both his legs were destroyed. Maybe it's because he's tired, but the regeneration is slower than before. His face is covered in sweat as he struggles to recover from the devastating blow. The sound of the attack still echoes as he tries to regain his composure. The monstrous figure looms over him, a constant reminder of his current predicament. A voice urges him to hurry and get up, pushing him to overcome his exhaustion. The towering figure of the monster casts a long shadow, obscuring the forest floor. Someone questions why he is fighting a monster like that, their tone laced with concern. He should have already left the dense forest to fulfill his goal, a voice reminds him. Lying prone on the ground, he is vulnerable, his mission seemingly impossible. Only taking revenge against Hugo, he thinks, his eyes burning with determination. Only killing Hugo should have been in his mind, he tells himself, steeling his resolve. He stood over his fallen opponent, sword in hand, his red eyes gleaming with determination. A voice echoed, filled with conviction. It was a declaration of purpose, a burning desire made manifest. Beecher's gaze intensified, the burning red in his eyes reflecting a singular, all-consuming obsession. Beecher Van Baskerville lay prone, staring up as his foe loomed over him. The figure demanded to know why he was fighting monsters. Salamander's words hung in the air, laced with a dark purpose. He insisted that only killing Hugo should be on Beecher's mind. The bulky figure stood tall, his armored boots a stark contrast to the prone form of Beecher. Salamander stated that Beecher should have already left the forest. Beecher's red eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of Salamander's words. He could only think of taking revenge against Hugo. The air crackled with tension as Salamander's words echoed in Beecher's mind. Only killing Hugo should have been his focus. Salamander stood over Beecher, his sword glinting in the dim light. He was there to fulfill his goal. His eyes glowed with an eerie light. The figure declared that this was his one wish. Beecher stared up, his expression a mix of pain and confusion. The words of Salamander seemed to pierce his very soul. That wish became duller and fainter after coming to the dense forest. Salamander's face was filled with rage. The angle shifted, focusing on Salamander's face. His expression was one of intense determination. Salamander's face contorted in fury, his red eyes blazing. He screamed for Beecher to remember. A voice echoed, filled with rage and the memory of death. A lone figure stood in a forest, a fallen body at their feet. This was Beecher Van Baskerville, a name whispered in fear. He was raised for a singular purpose, a tool honed for a master's will. His only reason for existence was to fulfill the orders given by his master, no matter the cost. Completing the mission was always more important than his own life. From birth, he was taught to obey, to serve, to be the perfect instrument of destruction. And that made him feel it was natural to do so and the only thing that would give him fulfillment. He believed that to be true, his loyalty absolute and unwavering. That was all he knew, the only truth he had ever been given. Only after his head was decapitated by his master's hand did he realize life, the man with long white hair declared, was vain and useless. Beecher's severed head lay nearby, a grim testament to those words. That was why, the man continued, they must make Hugo feel the exact same way. His eyes burned with a cold, calculated rage. Another figure stood tall, cloaked in shadow. That despair, he thought, that Hugo felt was the key to everything. But the figure thought that despair had been ruined. His face contorted in fury, the muscles in his neck straining. Everything, Beecher's disembodied head seemed to scream, was now lost. His eyes were wide with terror. Killing Hugo, the man with long white hair declared, and destroying Baskerville, was the only path. His red eyes glowed menacingly. Blood dripped, a crimson testament to the violence that had transpired. The scene was awash in red. That, the cloaked figure thought, was the sole reason for Beecher Von Baskerville's existence. He hung upside down, bound by chains. The chains that bound him glinted in the dim light, symbols of his captivity. He was trapped, both physically and mentally. The reason, the man with long white hair declared, for his existence, was to serve. His words echoed with dark purpose. In his previous life, a man with glasses wondered, had he never tried to oppose Hugo, even once? His expression was thoughtful, tinged with regret. No, he had. The memory surfaced, unbidden, in the depths of his mind. The forest loomed around him. He had once considered abandoning the group, a thought that lingered. The forest loomed, and the path ahead was uncertain, yet he remained. He walked with the others, their purpose intertwined, their destinies linked. However, something kept him tethered to this path, a force he couldn't deny. He chose to follow the leash around his neck, accepting his role. Bound by unseen chains, he continued forward, his resolve hardening. The chains stretched, a constant reminder of his commitment. Because he was just one of the well-trained hunting dogs, loyal and obedient. A silent defiance simmered within him. Don't try to bind me. He harbored thoughts of revenge, a burning desire consuming him. He roared, a primal scream against the chains that bound him. He would no longer surrender his will. The memory surfaced, the moment he was executed by Hugo, a betrayal that cut deep. He resolved to never live as a hunting dog, discarded after the chase. He regretted the choices he had made. A monstrous visage materialized, a reflection of the beast within. What he truly wanted? The answer dripped like crimson tears, a haunting truth. He plummeted, a fall from grace echoing with the sting of failure. A vortex of regret swirled around him, pulling him deeper into the abyss. The landscape of his mind twisted, a dark forest of past mistakes. A sharp pain pierced through him, the agony of his choices resurfacing. He lay broken, defeated by the weight of his past. Darkness descended, a final curtain on his regrets. He reached out, his fingers grasping for something that was once freedom. His hand descended, reaching towards the dark, unknown depths below. A surge of power erupted, a violent burst of raw energy. His hand lay amidst the shattered remnants, the aftermath of destruction. He lay broken, defeated, the weight of his past crushing him. But deep within, a single word echoed: revenge. Protecting the place he wanted to return to, a memory flickered. All by his will, he would rise again, his hand gripping the earth. His eyes burned with renewed determination, a fire ignited within. He wanted to live in the way he chose to, his hand clenched in defiance. So get up, a voice commanded, urging him forward. Face and fight her, the monstrous form loomed, a challenge presented. He glared forward, red eyes burning with a newfound resolve. A surge of power emanated from him, a silent vow echoing in the air, so that he will no longer be controlled by anything else. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy. A monstrous spider descended, its form wreathed in crackling energy. The spider monster loomed, a grotesque parody of nature, as Beecher braced himself for the inevitable clash. Blasts of energy slammed into the spider, but the creature seemed unfazed, its many eyes gleaming with malice. The forest canopy blurred as the spider descended rapidly, its massive form blotting out the sky. His gaze narrowed, a flicker of determination in his red eyes. Dust and grime clung to his face, a testament to the battles he had already endured. The spider monster reared back, its fangs dripping with venom, ready to strike. Meanwhile, a woman with a bow and arrow emerged from the shadows, her voice filled with fury. "You spider bastard." The woman drew back her bow, another figure standing behind her, ready to fight. "Don't touch my future husband," a voice declared, filled with conviction. Others echoed, "Beecher, we're here to fight with you." Her expression was fierce, her eyes wide with determination as she prepared for the coming battle. From atop a distant cliff, a new force emerged. "Warriors of Baroque," they announced, their figures silhouetted against the sky. The warriors stood poised, ready to descend and join the fray, their presence a beacon of hope. "Trying to take on everything in secret without telling me. Your sworn brother," one man exclaimed, his face painted for war. The call to action rang out. Assist the hero of the dense forest. The battle was about to begin in earnest. The monstrous spider loomed, its form wreathed in purple energy, a terrifying sight to behold. The air crackled with power as the spider prepared to strike, its presence dominating the battlefield. Its many eyes glowed with malevolent intent, promising destruction and despair to all who opposed it. "Goodness," a voice muttered, the speaker's hand clenched tightly, wrapped in bandages. "She didn't listen to me and came here anyway," he thought, watching the spider monster loom over the battlefield. The battle was joined, the fate of the forest hanging in the balance as the spider monster unleashed its fury. He looks up, bloodied and bruised, but determination burns in his red eyes. A wave of red energy explodes outwards, a sign of the battle to come. The monstrous spider descends, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Suddenly, he is struck by an unseen force, sending him reeling back. The impact is brutal, but he thinks, "I still can't break through." Beecher grits his teeth, his red eyes burning with defiance. "If not once, I'll keep trying." A hand is struck by a blast of purple energy, the force of the blow visible. The purple energy explodes outwards, shards of power flying in all directions. The spider monster descends further, now wreathed in crackling purple energy. A figure shouts a warning, "Be careful." An elf woman, her expression twisted in rage, exclaims, "Madam started to go on a rampage." The elf woman continues, her voice filled with fury. "That's how desperate Beecher has made her." The command rings out, an order not to yield ground. A woman with a bow stands ready, facing the monstrous spider. The elf woman grits her teeth, her expression a mask of determination. The monstrous spider looms, a terrifying presence. They had treated Madamas as a calamity, unable to even think of opposing her. But this young warrior showed them something else entirely, something that defied their very nature. A figure is sent flying, the force of the blow evident. Beecher's face reflects a fierce resistance to the fear that threatens to consume him. A method of facing this calamity is being forged. Whether it causes him to throw up blood or worsen his wounds, he knows what he needs to do. This is for the great warrior who defies the calamity. A surge of power erupts, a plea to open up a way for him. A concentrated blast of energy erupts, tearing through the forest. The energy surges forward, a destructive force unleashed. The monstrous spider is engulfed in a blinding blue light. The forest canopy buckles under the force of the blast. The spider monster recoils, its glowing eyes wide with shock. Its massive jaws are agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He sprints forward, muscles straining with each powerful stride. His red eyes burn with intense focus, unwavering determination etched on his face. Energy crackles around his outstretched hand, ready to strike. A final, devastating blast of energy explodes outward. A beam of crimson energy streaks through the air. The energy intensifies, burning brighter as it flies. The beam crackles, a surge of power building within. The energy explodes outward, a concentrated point of destruction. The blast rips through the air, leaving trails of heat and light. Salamander's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes burning with rage. The world blurs around him, the impact shaking his very core. The force of the attack reverberates, a shockwave rippling outward. The energy explodes on contact, a deafening boom echoing through the area. Salamander struggles against the onslaught, his expression a mask of pain. He grits his teeth, enduring the full brunt of the assault. The technique, Baskerville's swordsmanship Istfong, leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. A crimson energy, the deep stabbing Fong, erupts with violent force. The man with pink hair shouts, exclaiming that Beecher went inside Madame's body. The second Fong, ripping Fong, tears through the air, a scarlet gash against the darkness. The third Fong, slashing Fong, follows, a series of crimson blades cutting through the void. The fourth Fong, shredding Fong, continues the assault, a flurry of red energy. The energy converges, forming a vortex of crimson power. The fifth Fong, swallowing Fong, engulfs the target in a wave of red. The crimson blades intensify, their edges razor-sharp. The energy surges, crackling with destructive potential. He is struck by the attack, purple energy swirling around him as he roars in pain. The impact echoes, a testament to the force unleashed. Chains descend, bathed in a hellish red glow. The glowing-eyed figure, wreathed in red, vows that he will no longer. He is forced to live life like a dog, bound by unseen forces. He is trapped, bound, and helpless in chains. The web of fate tightens around him, a crimson cage of destiny. The technique is unleashed, 6/4 Fong. The chains themselves become weapons, instruments of his rage. Crushing Fong, the technique promises to obliterate all before it. Salamander's eyes burn with insane power, ready to crush his enemies. The chains await their master's command, poised to strike. A monstrous form, wreathed in crackling energy, looms into view, its massive claws poised to strike. The creature's torso, a grotesque mass of muscle and chitin, pulsates with an inner, malevolent light. Its head, a nightmarish visage of spikes and armored plates, seems to glare with predatory hunger. The monster's bulk crashes through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The creature's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear flesh from bone. A man and woman watch with wide eyes, their faces etched with disbelief and dawning horror. The woman's shock turns to outrage. She exclaims, "Beecher came out of Madame's eye." The monster is falling, crashing through the forest canopy as the woman watches on in disbelief. The woman and the man run, their legs pumping as they flee the falling behemoth. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the aftermath of the monster's descent. Lying prone amidst the wreckage, Beecher Van Baskerville is sprawled out on the ground. He felt the insidious presence invading his very being, poison. The poison was not alone, it was mixed with her blood. Lying on the ground, the name echoed in his mind, Madame. A monstrous form loomed, a grotesque guardian of the affliction. His body teetered on the precipice, the very edge of death. He knew he needed to act, and quickly. His red eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in the face of oblivion. His will focused, a desperate command, flush out the poison. He channeled his energy, fighting back against the encroaching darkness. The poison writhed, a desperate battle waged within his veins. He reached out, his fingers straining towards the crimson beam, piercing the darkness. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the very ground seeming to pulse with a malevolent rhythm. A monstrous, spider-like entity descended, its multiple eyes glowing with an eerie, purple light. A sense of dread permeated the air, punctuated by the silent question of what horrors awaited. The spider-like monster loomed closer, its form casting a long, ominous shadow across the landscape. A pulsating, red orb-like creature emerged, its surface covered in thorny protrusions. From the depths, a multi-headed beast arose, each maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The multi-headed beast snarled, its eyes glowing with a malevolent intent, ready to strike. The monstrous heads snapped and writhed, their hunger palpable in the oppressive atmosphere. The multi-headed beast lunged forward, its jaws agape, ready to devour anything in its path. The red orb creature pulsed with increasing intensity, its glowing eyes burning with an unholy light. The spider-like monster prepared to strike, its mandibles clicking together in anticipation of the coming battle. A monstrous face looms, its features distorted by shadow and malevolent intent. A guttural growl echoes through the cavernous space, vibrating in the air. The sound intensifies a raw, animalistic roar that promises violence. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. A warning cuts through the tension. Poison permeates the air, making approach dangerous. A desperate cry rings out, urging someone to release Beecher, who is in danger. A surge of adrenaline, a desperate plea against the inevitable. The urgency escalates, a frantic struggle against encroaching darkness. Ian's name is spoken with concern as he lies injured on the ground, surrounded by allies. He insists he is fine, urging those around him to be quiet, despite his obvious pain. His voice is strained, barely a whisper as he complains about the noise preventing him from resting. Tears well in his eyes, a mixture of pain and frustration evident on his face. A fortress-like structure sits nestled amongst jagged peaks, its purpose unclear in the desolate landscape. A hand grips a dark, ornate weapon, its red gems pulsing with an ominous energy. Meanwhile, two figures rest, one bandaged, the other smiling down with relief. A figure lies prone, while another rests a foot on their head, a playful gesture amidst the aftermath. Two muscular figures, one male and one female, sit atop a large beast, sharing a meal in a moment of respite. A man adorned with a lei looks on with a mixture of concern and contemplation. The festival grounds are visible from afar, a sprawling landscape dotted with tiny figures and remnants of celebration. How many days has it been since the festival started? The tribes of the dense forest clearly enjoy their celebrations, judging by the scene of revelry and relaxation. A wolf pants, its breath visible in the cool air, perhaps exhausted from the festivities. The white wolf pants heavily, its tongue lolling out of its mouth. Bakira, how's your health? A voice asks, concern laced within the question. Beecher stands near the wolf, his expression unreadable as he looks down at the large creature. Bakira is told that he lost his leg, but he beat the other males and got himself a mate. The wolf rests its head on a hand, as Beecher says he made Madam pay for what she did, so don't worry. Beecher's expression is somber, his eyes reflecting a deep resolve. After killing Madam, he is now able to use the 7/4 Fong, albeit not perfectly. The reward he got for the achievement of killing Madam is displayed. His understanding of combat increased through a battle of life and death. But his 7/4 Fong is incomplete, and a frontal assault against Swordmaster Hugo might still be difficult. But compared to before, he's become unbelievably strong. Since he's completed the objective lay within the dense forest, and the time had come. It was time to return to Baskerville. His eyes glowed with an inner power, a burning intensity that reflected the weight of his decision. Meanwhile, a journey began, the path ahead shrouded in mystery, the destination unknown but inevitable. A figure stood at the doorway, a large white wolf beside him, both gazing out at the world beyond. Elsewhere, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating a vast landscape of mountains and valleys, a world waiting to be explored. The man in the cloak walked forward, his destination unknown, but his purpose clear with every step he took. Footsteps echoed on the ground, a journey unfolding with each stride, the path ahead leading to an uncertain future. The woman with the eye patch stood firm, as the man in the cloak thanked her for accepting his departure. She replied, "There's no reason to stop you." A voice echoed, a reminder of the unbreakable bonds. Once a family, always a family. The woman with the eye patch spoke with conviction. "Even if we are apart, our connection as a family will not." Beecher, with a gentle smile, acknowledged the weight of his responsibilities. No matter where you are, you're the hunting leader of Baroque. Do not forget this. Thank you." He noted that she was not present to see him off. The protagonist knew it couldn't be helped as he prepared to leave. Beecher knew she didn't like that he was leaving again. Then, the villagers called out, hoping he would think of them sometimes. The villagers wished for blessings in his future and for him to conquer the empire. The villagers assured Beecher that he was always welcome to return, and they would be waiting for him. The villagers pleaded with Beecher to contact them regularly. The villagers called out to their hero as he walked away. A faint smile touched his lips as he continued on his journey. His footsteps echoed as he walked along the path. The protagonist continued his journey through the forest. He walked through the tall grass, his destination unknown. He walked through the tall grass, the wind rustling around him. The woman stood waiting, bandages wrapped around her arms. Her expression was serious as she held out a large, wrapped object. The woman asked if he was really leaving. The path stretched out before them, lined with tall grass. The woman told him to take the gift with him. The woman's hands were rough, but her grip was firm. He accepted the large, wrapped object from her. The woman stood with her arms crossed, a faint smile on her lips. The woman explained that it was the great bow used by Lord Adonis, and that she had worked on it a little so that he could use it. Beecher realized that was why he hadn't seen her for a while. He looked down at the object in his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. A choker with a broken chain? The woman's words hung in the air. He had collapsed then, mumbling about chains, she recalled, her voice soft. She continued, explaining that she made the great bow for him because of his hunting dog comments. Her words were clear. Beecher was not a hunting dog, she insisted. No hunting dog acts like him, she thought, believing he was a wolf. Beecher listened, never expecting to hear those words from her, his expression softening. The woman leaned in, her gaze intense as she spoke to Beecher. They stood close, the unspoken words hanging heavy between them. The woman's hand gently touched the broken chain around Beecher's neck. The pair stood together, the sky a silent witness to their intimate moment. The woman stood tall, the great bow strapped to her back as she faced Beecher. Their faces drew closer, a silent promise hanging in the air between them. Tears welled in her eyes, a sad smile gracing her lips. He heard that the people of the Empire say goodbye like this. He thought she seemed smaller than before as she walked away. He stammered, "Why you've grown a lot." Beecher watched her go, offering a simple, "Stay safe, and have a safe journey." His cloak swayed slightly as he watched her leave. Beecher never knew the Empire had a custom like that. Ian walked away, saying, "Let's see each other again, Ian." Ian continued down the path, her back to him. She reached up, adjusting the wrap on her arm. Though tears still lingered, Ian smiled brightly. Footsteps echoed on the cracked stone, the sound swallowed by the fortress walls. The fortress loomed, a silent sentinel overlooking the surrounding lands and the town below. A lone figure stood at the edge of the fortress, gazing down at the settlement. Beecher, cloaked and hooded, recognized the location. It had been a while since he'd been to Red Fong Fort. He noted the presence of the Moor clan. It seemed they were still mining rubies in this area. The banners confirmed it. They were still working with the Baskerville clan, a troubling alliance. Elsewhere, a woman with long red hair stood silhouetted against a fiery backdrop. She might still be here, as well. A silent hope echoed in his mind. Beecher paused, lost in thought as he considered the implications of the clan's presence. The wind whipped around him as he stood on the precipice, the fortress a silent witness to his contemplation. The woman with red hair was already growing weary of anticipating their meeting, wondering what she should say. He landed softly on the cobblestone street, the sound echoing in the night. The hooded figure observed the town's architecture, noting the late hour. He thought, "It's late, so I'll have to sleep here." Pulling his hood tighter, he wondered where the inn might be located. His red eyes scanned the area, searching for a place to rest. He paused, spotting a statue in the distance. He wondered if it was a statue. He wondered when a statue was built. He knew that for a statue like this to be built, both clans would need to agree to it. He wondered if Hugo allowed it. Suddenly, a voice called out, demanding to know what he was doing. The voice warned him not to touch the hero's statue, threatening that they wouldn't forgive him if he tried to take the gold from it. The town guard pointed a spear, ordering him not to touch it and only admire it from afar. The guard questioned if he was an outsider, calling him a hero. The guard stops him, clearly taken aback by the question he is about to ask. The guard expresses his disbelief. He didn't think anyone within the Empire could be unaware of this figure. The narration describes the hero as an elite martial artist. He defeated countless barbarians with a single strike when they were ambushed. The hero is also remembered as a chivalrous knight. He ran into danger to save the petite princess of the Moor clan. The hero's holy sacrifice is also remembered. He bravely faced a huge demonic creature alone to buy time for the joint forces to escape. Another image shows the hero's strength. He stands ready to strike a monstrous foe. The guard explains that the hero's story inspires them all. That is why the Moor clan also built the golden statue to show their thanks to him. The hero's story is almost too much to believe. The guard urges him to remember clearly. He must remember the great hero who graced these lands just 2 years ago. The guard's hand rests on the statue's leg. The statue looms. The golden statue stands tall, a monument to the hero's legacy. Meanwhile, the name Beecher Van Baskerville echoes in the air, a declaration of identity. As he thought, a hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, contemplates something. A drink is poured, the sound of liquid filling a wooden mug echoing in the tavern. The woman with braids recalls, "I still can't forget how Lord Beecher made my heart flutter when I first saw him." Her companion agrees, "Right. We just thought he was a cute guy." The woman with short hair adds, "But we could tell the moment we saw him." The woman with braids smiles, remembering he was very charismatic. She recalls being closer, but only seeing him from a distance. The woman with braids continues, though the three mongrels of the Baskerville clan got in our way. She sighs. When I saw his handsome face, I could feel my fatigue disappear. That golden statue built over there, it couldn't reflect anything at all. He thought that the woman possessed even half of his beauty. It would be enough. It seemed the deeds accomplished by Adolphe Morgue and the joint forces that day were attributed to him. He mused that it was true that he faced Madame alone at the end. Thanks to those talkative triplets, he got some useful information, he thought. 2 years ago, after he went missing, the man's eyes glowed with an eerie light. The Morgue clan outwardly presented a certain image to the world. They gave quite a few gifts to the Baskerville clan, but Hugo's rage doesn't seem to have settled down. He considered that it was only natural since he lost a hunting dog he deemed useful. He probably wasn't satisfied with the Morgue clan's gifts. Either, the man thought as he held his drink. One woman exclaimed that if he were alive now, they would have made such a great couple. The other retorted that if he were alive, she would have definitely gotten with him. A voice declared that they shouldn't fight, sisters, and that they could all date him together. The bartender spoke, noting that there was no point in fighting. He added that Beecher was no longer with them, but the hooded man seemed to ignore him. The bartender continued to wipe down the bar, as the hooded figure remained silent, lost in thought, seemingly deaf to the world around him. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the tavern's murmur. She called out to the suspicious-looking figure, demanding his attention from across the room. The woman pointed directly at the hooded man, singling him out from the other tavern patrons. Her expression was accusatory, her tone sharp and challenging. Another woman, seemingly trying to defuse the situation, commented that the barbarians were quiet these days. She wondered why her sister was so on edge, before muttering that she was drunk again. The woman in the foreground ignored the comment. She insisted that her intuition as a woman told her that the hooded man was suspicious, her voice rising with each word. The hooded man, his red eyes gleaming, was finally forced to acknowledge the commotion. He wondered aloud if they couldn't hear him, his tone laced with a hint of annoyance. The woman, her face contorted with rage, screamed that he dared ignore her words. Her anger was palpable, filling the tavern with tension. Suddenly, a hand shot out, attempting to grab the hooded man. The attack was swift and unexpected, catching him off guard. Vines erupted from the floor, lashing out at the hooded man's legs. The tavern floor splintered as the magical assault began. The hooded man was sent flying through the air, the force of the vine attack throwing him backwards. He crashed into a table, sending mugs and chairs scattering. The monstrous vines lashed out, crackling with ominous energy as they sought their prey. 2 young girls with braided orange hair watched with wide, fearful eyes, their faces etched with worry. 2 men in blue and white uniforms shared a look of grim determination, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. A hooded figure lowered their head, obscuring their face in shadow, their presence radiating an unsettling aura. He sprinted across the tavern floor, his boots clattering against the wooden planks as he dodged the incoming attacks. The hooded figure stood amidst the chaos, flanked by the orange-haired girls and a swirling blue spirit, seemingly orchestrating the assault. The vines continued their relentless assault, tearing through the tavern with savage force as the man, running narrowly, avoided their grasp. The hooded figure watched with a calculating gaze, as one of the men in blue uniforms stood nearby, his expression a mixture of concern and resolve. Things are becoming troublesome. A voice echoed in the mind of the hooded figure, revealing their inner thoughts. I'm already on the way to tell the Baskerville clan about my return, so it doesn't really matter. A hand clenched tightly around a chain, the knuckles white with tension, hinting at the inner turmoil of the hooded figure. The orange-haired girls looked up, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity, as they exclaimed, "Oh, oh." A chorus of voices echoed, amplifying the sense of unease and mystery. "Oh, oh, oh." He stood, a figure of striking beauty, as someone silently admired his features. Below, a man's eyes widened, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. A woman and a man stood together, the woman holding a wooden stick, both wearing expressions of confusion. Beecher stood before a statue, its likeness uncanny, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. The group's shock intensified, their faces contorted with a mix of disbelief and fear. Their collective gasp echoed, as they exclaimed Beecher's name in stunned recognition. Meanwhile, a grand building stood under the night sky, its many windows glowing with warm light. Elsewhere, towering mountains pierced the sky, their peaks reaching towards the heavens. A voice echoed from within a stone room, suggesting that someone could have stayed in the guest room. He didn't want to waste money at the inn, preferring to move on. The triplets discussed how Beecher came to find one of them first. Beecher had only requested that they contact the Baskerville clan. One of the triplets thought everyone should know about it, while another considered them annoying creatures. The protagonist insisted that he was fine and that they must be busy. The triplets claimed they were just sleeping because there was nothing to do. One added that she should report the Moore clan's forces aren't doing any work. Now that he thought about it, Beecher realized he wasn't able to meet Camu Morg. Is she well? One of the triplets stated that Camu was in isolated training right now. The triplets worried about getting in trouble with Camu if she found out they were being close with him. From Uncle Adolph's care, she entered Death Court and is fully focused on researching magic. Death Court. He considered what he knew of Camu before the regression, a bad relationship with Snake, the leader of Death Court. The future, too, was something he had changed, though the extent remained to be seen. A message was to be delivered. Tell Camu Morg to meet when she has time, and also tell her to leave. The mention of Death Court hung heavy in the air, a place of grim reputation. Was that all he had to say? Wasn't this supposed to be a heartfelt reunion after 2 years? Meanwhile, a lone figure rode on horseback, the destination unknown, the purpose unclear. The eagle's sword, its wings carrying it across the entire empire, a symbol of freedom and power. Mountains rose in the distance, shrouded in mist, silent witnesses to the unfolding events. Elsewhere, an older man reviewed documents as a child drew nearby, oblivious to the weight of the world. A woman read a letter, a child waving in the background, the contents of the message unknown. A grand door stood closed, hinting at secrets and mysteries hidden within. A lone figure sits hunched in the corner of a stone cell. Elsewhere, a woman with long blonde hair stands on a balcony, overlooking the scene below. A man in a suit stands in a doorway, his expression unreadable in the dim light. An older man with a neatly trimmed mustache observes the scene with a stern gaze. A figure with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes stares intently. The question hangs in the air. Is this true? A young man with dark hair and red eyes looks on, his expression unreadable. The young man is identified as Beecher Van Baskerville. Beecher Van Baskerville rides a horse, bathed in sunlight. Camu Morg sits at his desk, a smug expression on his face as he addresses Beecher. He notes the change in entrance strategy. He remarks that this time, Beecher returned through the front door. Beecher stands by the window, his back to Camu, lost in thought. The protagonist clutches his head, a look of concern etched on his face. Camu continues, referring to someone as the office manager Chihuahua. He wonders aloud why there are so many people outside. A crowd gathers outside the building, their murmurs and excitement palpable. The news of his return has spread throughout the entire empire, the crowd proclaims. The crowd holds signs and banners, their faces beaming with joy at his return. They are all there to welcome him back, the crowd declares. Back inside, Beecher stares out the window, his expression suggesting things have become tiresome. She rushed forward, arms outstretched, calling out to who she thought she saw. The girl realized her mistake, correcting herself with a different, more accurate title. The girl looked up at Camu Morg, her expression expectant as he held something in his hands. Camu Morg chuckled, revealing a small, white mouse nestled in his palm. The hand holding the rodent warned to be careful, despite its cuteness, cautioning about the plague. A voice inquired whether the problems regarding Underdog City had been resolved with office manager Chihuahua. The man sitting at the desk acknowledged the introduction of Cinderwendy, stating that things had been resolved well. It was noted that she was very proficient at her work, but there was one incident not even she could handle. The two men stood near the desk, the air thick with unspoken questions and concerns. A hand rested on an envelope marked if 10, hinting at the sensitive nature of the information contained within. The situation was complicated by the fact that the children's parents weren't reporting, making it difficult to classify as kidnapping. The disappearances were too clean, lacking any trace, and the children were nowhere to be found on the black market. He listened as the man with silver hair spoke, postulating that the incidents shared a common origin, despite the lack of concrete evidence. A letter, sealed with an ornate design, was presented, leaving one to wonder about its contents and the questions it raised. Camu Morg's eyes widened, a look of shock washing over his face as he stared at the documents in his hands. The text ominously spoke of an incident involving the disappearance of numerous children from Underdog City. Elsewhere, a muscular man in chains declared that the situation mirrored a false accusation he had faced in the past. The man's expression was grave as he stated that this event was something that would occur decades in the future. Camu Morg called out to his father and uncle, urging them to look at something he had discovered. The man in the suit, presumably the father, told Pomeranian that his uncle was currently occupied. A young girl exclaimed that the mouse was alive, her eyes wide with surprise and wonder. Both Camu Morg and the silver-hair man looked on with expressions of shock and disbelief. Pomeranian was asked if she had revived the mouse, her expression a mix of excitement and mischief. The girl confirmed that it was indeed corpse reanimation, a voodoo technique using mana with negative energy. He watches the girl, a small mouse perched on her outstretched hand. The boy's expression is one of concern. Beecher leans in, his brow furrowed with curiosity. "When did you learn how to do it?" he asks, his voice soft. The girl looks up, a thoughtful expression on her face. She begins to count on her fingers, considering the question. Her answer is cut off mid-sentence, the implication hanging in the air, unfinished and mysterious. Beecher's eyes widen, his mind racing with possibilities. He recalls the Rococo tribe and their mastery of forbidden arts. A stark contrast is drawn. Even the most gifted children of the Baskerville and Moore clans struggle to sense mana at her age. The girl extends her hand, a faint glow emanating from her palm. She seems unaware of the turmoil within Beecher. Compared to others, this child controls negative mana at just 5 years old. She is a magic genius of Baskerville blood. Meanwhile, a looming question hangs in the air. What kind of reaction would Hugo have if he saw her using such dark magic? The face of antagonist Hugo is revealed, his eyes glowing with an ominous light. He believes she must be executed immediately. It's obvious what that cold-hearted man will do. It might be best for the two not to meet at all. He places a comforting hand on the girl's head, a silent promise to protect her from the darkness that threatens to engulf them. He looked up, startled, a document clutched tightly in his trembling hand. A white bird perched on the edge of a table, seemingly observing the unfolding events. Cammy Morg stood tall, listening to the urgent report. A young girl stood beside him, holding a small object. Beecher Van Baskerville's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the message. Main house, the clan head personally. The man with gray hair extended a finger, attempting to regain control of the situation. I can't understand you, so calm down and talk properly. So, the wheels of a carriage turned, carrying someone important towards their destination. The clan head stood before a grand building, his presence commanding and mysterious. The message was clear. We'll soon arrive at Underdog City. A cup of coffee sat undisturbed, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The coffee's surface reflected the dim light, its warmth a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Beecher Van Baskerville stood with a worried expression, the news of the clan head's arrival weighing heavily on his mind. Cammy Morg stood attentively, his gaze fixed on the man before him. Beecher's red eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. The clan head observed Beecher with a piercing gaze, his expression unreadable. The man with the bowl cut announced his return, his voice echoing slightly in the room. He thought to himself, relieved that the conversation had finally started and grateful for Hugo's sudden arrival. Beecher hoped nothing serious would happen, wondering how they had all been during this time. Beecher reflected on his time adrift in the dense forest, living with the barbarians and focusing on healing his wounds. During that time, he had acted friendly with them to understand their ways and had thought of a way to sweep them up altogether. His hand rested on the arm of the chair, fingers slightly curled. The clan head listened intently, his hands clasped before him as he leaned forward slightly. He knew they used the industrial products of the empire to control the barbarians, treating things such as glass beads, woolen crafts, vegetables, and grains, which could be considered trash in the empire, as treasures. A merchant displays his wares to a barbarian, offering goods in exchange for something far more valuable. The deal is struck, and a scroll is handed over, a tool to control and contain the demonic creatures. Beecher sits across from Camus, explaining his plans to make the barbarians pay by subjugating demonic creatures. He clarifies that this isn't merely trading with them. The barbarians will pay with their blood. Ian's eyes glow red as he envisions his plan coming to fruition, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The clan head strokes his beard, contemplating the prospect of the barbarians subjugating demonic creatures for them. The clan head thinks to himself that this will also increase their territory. His eyes glow with malevolent intent as he laughs, pleased with the unfolding scheme. The clan head thinks to himself that this is as expected of his son. The clan head states that they can make them bleed and that he will leave the trade with the barbarians to Ian. An associate observes that the clan head is smiling, something he hadn't done since Beecher disappeared 2 years prior. Beecher sips his tea, his expression unreadable as the plans unfold around him. The speaker expressed concern, stating that he did not want the Baroque people to get hurt by the Baskerville clan. From Baskerville's perspective, it might seem the tribe members are getting injured fighting with the demonic creatures, but they will only be returning to the land Madam no longer occupies. The speaker declared that he would stop their skirmishes against Baskerville and buy them time to grow their strength. For Hugo, who knows nothing about Madam, he'll just think that the tribe members are cooperating easily with us. He wouldn't even notice the growing strength of the dense forest natives he antagonizes. However, the man with the bowl cut had other plans brewing. Steam rose from a cup of coffee, the aroma filling the air as the conversation continued. A bowl of something savory sat nearby, waiting to be eaten. A figure in shadow declared that with the Rococo tribe, there would be no trade. The speaker vowed to definitely make those barbarians go extinct, so keep this in mind. The man's red eyes glowed with determination as he affirmed, I will. As he thought, Camus still resented the Rococo, giving him even more reason for him not to meet Pomeranian. Elsewhere, a man with long white hair stated that he was meeting his son for the first time in a while, but his father. He listened, the words echoing the sentiment he'd heard before. Barbarians. Beecher's red eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The warning hung in the air, a reminder of his own limits. After saving the daughter of Morg, he had gone missing. Elsewhere, rain lashed against the windows of a grand building, the downpour obscuring the details of the royal palace. Inside, the unknown character heard praises from the royal palace. The emperor declared how great the chivalry of the Baskerville Knights was. The figure considered the words, but for a father who had lost his son, what use was any of that? The character continued, stating that there is no price one could put on the birth and death of a child. So, do not force yourself too much in the future. The unknown character listened intently, their expression unreadable in the dim light. Meanwhile, affection. Before he regressed, that night when he ran while being framed, Beecher lay on the ground, surrounded by cloaked figures, a sword piercing his back. The chill of the sword pierced his back, and the cold eyes of the hunting dogs he shared his life with. He instantly felt in his bones that he had been abandoned by his master. Lightning flashes as a voice declares that affection will not dull their fangs. The words echo with a name. Hugo Le Baskerville. Hugo's red eyes glow with intensity as he listens. He offers thanks for his father's concern. Meanwhile, a man in a suit stands in a doorway, seemingly unconcerned. Hugo's expression shifts to one of shock and anger. The angle focuses on his furrowed brow, highlighting his distress. Elsewhere, a child cries out, terrified by the rain and thunder outside. The man in the suit comforts the scared child, reassuring them that everything is all right. Hugo thinks to himself that he can't let Pomeranian meet with him. His red eye glows ominously, reflecting his determination. He seems confused. Two figures loomed over him, their expressions unreadable from this angle. The man in front radiated an aura of cold authority. Tears welled in the child's eyes, her voice trembling as she managed a single, broken word. A voice filled with rage and disbelief echoed through the room, demanding an explanation for the impossible. The man's face contorted in fury, his red eyes burning with an intense, barely controlled rage. The master of the swordsman clan of blood and iron stood silhouetted, one of the 7 great clans of the great empire of Locke. Hugo Le Baskerville had chased the barbarians far beyond the empire's border, a testament to his strength and resolve. He hunted hundreds of different demonic creature species to extinction, becoming the greatest sword saint of the empire. When he makes a decision, he never looks back, truly known as the man with iron blood in his veins. However, right now, Hugo's emotions began to quake, a rare display of inner turmoil. The man with long white hair stared intently, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Could it be that face? The child cried out for their uncle, terrified by the thunderous sounds and the scary atmosphere. A voice echoed, questioning Penelope. Tears streamed down the child's face as they desperately called for their uncle, overwhelmed by fear. The child's father pleaded with him to calm down, his voice laced with concern and desperation. The man holding the child looked surprised, stating that this was a child he brought to do his personal errands, and he was also surprised by her. He considered the possibility that the girl's red eyes meant she was a member of their clan. Hugo dismissed the thought, deciding there shouldn't be any possibility that she was of their blood. The clan head's expression tightened, a deep frown etched upon his face. Hugo covered his face with his hand, shaking his head. He muttered that there was no possibility. He wondered what Penelope would be like at that age, if she was still alive. A figure lay prone on the floor, unmoving. Hugo stated he was too tired and would return first. The camera panned out, revealing the figure lying in a grand hallway, the scene cast in shadow. Beecher looked up, his red eyes filled with concern. He was asked to have a safe trip. It seemed the soul of a swordmaster had been shaken. There was definitely something more to this, he thought. Hugo turned his head, looking back over his shoulder with a stern expression. Beecher was told to attend the grand banquet tomorrow, a dinner only a few members of the direct family could attend. Just attending was the dream of all low-ranking Baskerville members. He would see his father at dinner tomorrow. Hugo's red eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he considered the situation. He was in the presence of Hugo, the man's face partially obscured. Beecher lay in bed, the soft mattress a stark contrast to his usual accommodations. The warmth and comfort were unsettling. He couldn't sleep, the unfamiliar luxury a barrier to rest. He stared blankly, his mind racing despite the stillness of his body. The warriors of Baroque had been his life for 2 years, and their influence lingered. Now that he thought about it, Hugo's reaction today was outside his expectations. Considering Hugo's earlier reaction, Beecher decided whether he should report regarding Pomeranian and the pendant. He resolved to observe Hugo's behavior after tomorrow's grand banquet. If he could use it right, Pomeranian's existence could deal the final blow to Hugo. In any case, it'll have to be a method that doesn't hurt Pomeranian. The young man drifted towards sleep, his mind still occupied with the events to come. Heavy curtains billowed, obscuring the room beyond. A figure watched Hugo from the shadows, a mask concealing their features. Hugo lay unaware, resting peacefully in his bed. A hooded figure lurked, their intentions hidden. A syringe glinted in the dim light, held in a gloved hand. The figure in the suit moved with purpose, approaching the bed. A voice echoed in the shadows. It hasn't been even a day since I returned. Information sure travels fast. Hugo was thrown from the bed, caught completely off guard. The attacker loomed over him, their intentions now clear. A sharp sound pierced the air. The figure plunged the syringe towards Hugo, a swift and brutal attack. The syringe plunged deep, its contents injected. The hooded figure looms over Beecher, hand outstretched. Wait, the figure demands, eyes narrowed in what could be anger. The hooded figure's arm is tensed, ready to strike. The air crackles with unseen energy. Beecher stares back, his red eyes filled with a mixture of shock and defiance. It's you, he says, voice low. A disembodied voice warns that next time, they should be informed through an official channel before coming here, or it will be bad. The hooded figure's expression hardens, a glint of something dangerous in their visible eye. If I accidentally kill you, they threaten. The hooded figure notes that Beecher disguises the bed with pillows and sleeps on the floor, calling it an odd sleeping habit. The hooded figure's lips curl into a slight, unsettling smile, their gaze intense. A new voice cuts through the tension. It's been a while, Beecher Van Baskerville. Elsewhere, a woman in a sleek, black suit stands confidently, her hands slightly raised. The man with blonde hair asks what's with the grand entrance, calling someone Cinderwendy. The man with dark hair retorts, asking if the blonde man sent office manager Chihuahua after him. The man with blonde hair explains that he took into account Beecher's pattern of going to an investor, increasing their wealth to gain their trust, and draining them of everything in the end. She tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips. Draining them? That's rude, she mused, her eyes gleaming with amusement. A figure stood, obscured by shadow. He was just taking his commission as a financial planner, he stated matter-of-factly. Beecher smiled, recalling a past event. If not for her, Judy would have lost $10 million in a heartbeat. That's why she sent the bodyguards. The voice continued, explaining the strategy. There was no guarantee the bodyguards wouldn't take it themselves. She placed financial experts among the guards. Beecher sat casually on a chaise lounge, while Hugo stood before her. She had commanded them to get rid of scammers, she recalled. Hugo's expression was serious. He had specifically told them to leave, just her alone. He explained, his gaze intense. Beecher's eyes narrowed slightly. So, she had been in his palm this whole time. She realized, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Hugo stood, his hands clasped behind his back. More importantly, what about the documents he requested? Beecher stated that she brought them. Hugo's face was partially obscured, but his expression was clear. Here, he said, presenting the documents. The documents were presented, rolled up tightly. He remarked that she looked like she'd changed quite a bit in 2 years. A disembodied voice spoke, giving instructions. Next time, bring them in a document folder, the voice commanded. Beecher's expression was confident. As promised, she would put him on the trade business with the natives, she stated. He realizes that he needs to contact his boss now, likely to discuss the upcoming event. The young legend reviews information about the people who will attend the grand banquet tomorrow. The documents detail Hugo Luke Baskerville's position as clan head, his noble title of Marquis, and his martial title of Swordmaster. Another attendee's information is displayed, showing a man with white hair and a mustache, holding a document. Beecher sees no reason for him to look at Hugo's information, perhaps already knowing it well. His red eyes narrow as he focuses on the details of the documents before him. The document asks if these guys are also attending, showing Boston Terrier Lou in the image. Another Baskerville's information is displayed, noting his position as captain of the Pitbull Night Order. Great Dane Luke Baskerville's information is shown, detailing his role as captain of the Mastiff Night Order. A woman with blonde hair wonders why they don't usually attend internal events in the clan, questioning what's going on. The text suggests that they want to see the young legend of the Baskerville clan who returned from the dead. He knows they'll try to recruit him to their night orders, realizing that tomorrow is going to be. The document details Osiris Luke Baskerville, a member of the lower house with the noble title of Viscount. He is also the eldest son of Hugo Luke Baskerville. The information confirms that Osiris will be present at the upcoming grand banquet. Hugo notes that Osiris Luke Baskerville, the Baskerville clan's eldest son, is growing well. He is perfectly emulating Hugo's past. Hugo's swordsmanship is nearing that of the 7 counts. It's said that he'll soon reach the level of Swordmaster. Beecher remembers seeing Osiris a few times from a distance, including through subordinates. He never greeted even his younger siblings of the direct line, a cold and silent person. Hugo asks if, excluding the clan head and the 7 counts, he's probably the strongest in the clan. Or is he stronger? He warns someone not to try to sneakily investigate his combat prowess, Cinderwendy. A document is being held, presumably containing information about another individual. Someone remarks that this person was doing closed-doors training. It looks like he comes out once in a while to attend the grand banquet. The document details Set Luke Baskerville, consul of Underdog City and member of the lower house with a noble title of Baron. He is the second son of Hugo Luke Baskerville. The information confirms the identity of Set Luke Baskerville. His talent with the sword was always much lacking compared to his elder brother, and he suffered from illnesses from a young age. His current personality stood in stark contrast to his upbringing as a Baskerville, known for being gentle and kind. He was the only one who shed tears for the hunting dogs dying like trash. He was the sole person within Baskerville whom he respected. To be able to meet him now like this. Next, he shuffled through the cards, his expression unreadable. The woman in the black suit spoke of unexpected names and the difficulty of obtaining information, because he knew these guys too well. The cards displayed faces, each a target in his sights. Goodness, the grand banquet tomorrow. His hand rested on the table, surrounded by the faces of his enemies. A polished shoe strides forward, the sound echoing in the silent hall. He pauses before an imposing doorway, the light from within casting a glow on his face. The doors loom large, their intricate carvings hinting at the grandeur within. 2 guards stand watch, their presence a silent warning to any who would disrupt the peace. The massive doors stand closed, concealing the scene that awaits beyond. He reaches for the handles, the weight of the moment settling upon his shoulders. His red eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. A grand chandelier illuminates the hall, casting a warm glow on the assembled figures below. He stands at the threshold, a lone figure poised to enter the heart of the gathering. A voice announces, Beecher Van Baskerville, by the order of the clan head, has attended the great banquet. 3 figures with blonde hair stand in attendance, their expressions unreadable. At the head of the table, a man with white hair observes the scene. Beside him, another man smirks, adjusting his sunglasses. He offers a polite acknowledgement. Thank you for the invitation. A figure in a suit stands tall, his hand placed firmly over his heart in a gesture of respect. Osiris of Baskerville's eyes glow with an unnatural light as he commands, Come and sit down. The words hang heavy in the air, a possessive claim. My son. The air crackles with tension. A grand chandelier hangs overhead, its light reflecting off the polished surfaces. A knife slices into a perfectly cooked steak, the sound echoing in the silent room. The tension is palpable. The long table stretches out, lined with expectant faces. Beecher sits at the end, facing his father, Osiris of Baskerville. The air vibrates with unspoken words. Guards stand silently, their masked faces betraying nothing as they watch the proceedings. The banquet continued, a silent tension hanging heavy in the air. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, spoke up. Hey, isn't the meat too raw? The offending steak sat on a plate, glistening with an unsettling crimson sheen. Great Dane Lou Baskerville turned to Boston Terrier, his expression unreadable. Boston Terrier, do you not like the steak? Boston Terrier waved off the question. No, I was talking about the meat on the plate next to mine. A hand, adorned with rings, carefully sliced into the rare meat, juices pooling on the plate. Great Dane regarded the scene with a cool, detached gaze. What's the problem? Boston Terrier's red eyes narrowed behind his dark glasses. He wondered if Great Dane was eating it raw. Great Dane acknowledged the comment. I agree that he is lovely, but he is also my nephew. The older man continued, stating that as his uncle, it was natural for him to lead him down the right path. The conversation continued around the table, a subtle power play unfolding as they discussed the best path for Beecher. He mused that they had come to recruit him, just as he expected. The offer, to join one of the 7 Knight Orders that represent Baskerville, either the Pitbull Knight Order or the Mastiff Knight Order. If this had been presented to him before he regressed, he would have been elated at being guaranteed a successful career. But now, Beecher took a bite of his food, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville, lounging in his chair, dismissed the others as just mongrels. The major domo poured wine, noting that seeing Beecher's aloof and haughty younger brothers act with love for the young master had made the clan head glad. Beecher responded to the major domo, calling his interpretations optimistic. The major domo observed that Hugo was just enjoying seeing his brothers fight. Boston Terrier asked how many barbarians and demonic creatures Beecher had killed, wondering if he could even count them. The major domo stated that he worried about Beecher spending time in that dangerous forest. Beecher was also asked about his growth as he continued to eat. The major domo told the others to let the kid eat his food for now and not to nag him too much. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville wonders if his elder brother shares his curiosity. Crimson eyes flash, and a voice booms, demanding an immediate halt. The man with long black hair declares his hatred for repeating himself. A fork is held aloft, the tension at the table thick enough to cut with a knife. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville scoffs, dismissing something as insignificant. The man with black hair at the table states that showing his growth isn't a difficult matter. A man stands behind the table, the sound of something breaking echoing in the room. Great Dane Lou Baskerville wonders if Beecher will be too tired to go to the training grounds, but he says it's fine, addressing the man with silver hair as father. A voice muses that one should be able to show their skills wherever, whenever. A finger points at the table. emphasizing the statement that life is a. The conversation continues about one's training, and someone notes that Uncle Terrier's cup has too much wine in it. Great Dane Le Baskerville observes that Uncle Dane's steak seems to be slightly undercooked. A hand rests on the table, fingers poised, ready to manipulate the very essence of the meal. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville stands, his gaze fixed on the table, a subtle tension radiating from him. With a focused intensity, a finger presses down, channeling mana into the surface. The steak is expertly cut, a testament to the unseen forces at play. Steam rises from the perfectly cooked steak, an offering presented on a silver platter. A glass of red liquid bubbles gently, the mana subtly altering its composition. Great Dane Luke Baskerville eyes the steak with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, fork raised in anticipation. A man with sunglasses throws his head back, a loud laugh escaping his lips as he holds a glass of red liquid. Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville explains, creating mana resonance with your finger on the table to cook the meat and boil the wine. The level of medium-rank graduate, which can only be reached at the age of 33, is subtly displayed. Great Dane Le Baskerville says, "You must be elated, brother. A genius to break all the records has been born." Great Dane Luke Baskerville holds the glass of red liquid, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications of the meal. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was still a little odd. Beecher recalled when his being a medium-rank graduate was revealed in his battle against Madam 2 years ago. But it wasn't made known to anyone, he thought, the memory still vivid. Two men with glowing eyes stood by, their expressions unreadable as they observed the scene. One of the men wondered why they didn't report it, the question hanging in the air. Beecher's expression remained thoughtful, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. Osiris spoke, his voice calm and measured. "Well done. Continue to improve in the future." The words hung in the air, underscored by the title card, Osiris Le Baskerville, first in line to succession. Beecher acknowledged the praise, thanking his eldest brother with a respectful nod. A close-up on a wine glass revealed Beecher's inner thoughts. Osiris praised me. He was the first in line to succeed the Baskerville clan, and the one deemed the most similar to Hugo. Beecher wondered if he was being assessed, the thought accompanied by a self-deprecating chuckle. Haha, for big brother to praise. The glass is held delicately, as a voice notes the surprising situation. Osiris Luke Baskerville's brother admits it's the first time he's seen him praise anyone. The text identifies the speaker as Set Luke Baskerville, second eldest son of the Baskerville clan. Osiris Luke Baskerville's brother asks if he has a poker face like Osiris. He wonders if he's recognized. Set Luke Baskerville states that he knows him well, addressing him as Brother Set. He's glad to be recognized. Set Luke Baskerville smiles, stating that his body is weak, so he is always at. The text mentions the medical castle or close training. Set Luke Baskerville says the place he trains at is very close to the underdog city, where he is a vice-consul. He invites him to share his experience in the deep forest. The eye is uncharacteristically bright for a member of Baskerville, as always. Set Luke Baskerville recalls that during the era of ruination, he had an opportunity to serve Lord Set and be together with him for a time. He was the only person within Baskerville to grieve for the hunting dogs that were dying out in the era. He comforted him even though he was drenched in blood. Even when he was framed, he was the one who spoke up for him until the final moments. He continued to reflect on the past, the weight of his decisions heavy on his mind. Osiris Luke Baskerville smiled faintly, thinking, "I'll be in your care, Beecher." He thought Beecher was the one person he truly wanted to meet during this great banquet. But something was wrong. A primal sense flared in Set, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He noticed there was a disgusting smell that he'd been smelling for some time now. A deeply foul smell, one that only he, who lived through the era of ruination, could detect. The smell of a demon. The source of the smell seemed to emanate from something dark and twisted. "A demon is hiding among us," the text declared, as Set sat at the table. The banquet table stretched out, laden with food and drink, yet the air was thick with suspicion. "Where is it?" The figures wondered, their eyes glowing red. He was surrounded by the others, the source of the foul odor seemingly emanating from somewhere within the room. The disgusting smell was overwhelming, a clear sign of something demonic lurking nearby. The demonic energy seemed to be coalescing, the tension in the room growing thicker with each passing moment. Beecher Van Baskerville's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he tried to pinpoint the source of the demonic presence. Tendrils of dark energy pulsed, a visual manifestation of encroaching evil. The voice echoed in Beecher's mind, a question hanging heavy in the air. "Do you need something, Beecher?" Set Luke Baskerville held a glass of red liquid, his expression unreadable as the demonic energy swirled around him. Beecher sat across from the man with long dark hair, the two of them sharing a quiet moment. The man continued to speak, seemingly trying to ease any potential awkwardness. He even made a point of acknowledging each of the servants who brought them food. Beecher realized that he was speaking to the same person he had met before regressing. But why? The man's words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken questions. The man with long dark hair mentioned that he had taken over as the vice consul of Underdog City in Beecher's absence. He added that the citizens were saying Beecher should be the permanent vice consul. Beecher thought it would be amazing if they could work together when he returned as the consul. The man with long dark hair questioned why Beecher had the stink of demons on him. The two shared a toast, the tension palpable between them. The man with long dark hair awaited the day they could work together. 2 glasses clink, a silent agreement sealed with a promise of care. He examined the wine, a deep crimson swirling within the glass. As he suspected, there was no reflection in the glass. A grim thought crossed his mind. Set could already be dead, replaced by a demon. Why reveal this fact in this place? He wondered, glancing at the long table. No, if he did know, Beecher might need to explain how. For now, he needed to get away and look for more information. What night order was he thinking of joining? More importantly, he couldn't bear this disgusting smell. When he was young, Beecher thought the Doberman Night Order's uniform looked really cool. Set, you are quite talkative even though the meal hasn't ended yet. Don't interrupt your sibling's meal with your inquisition, the man with red eyes commanded, and finish eating. Brother. He was freed from the overwhelming smell, at least for the moment. Osiris Luke Baskerville inquired about the food, his gaze fixed on Beecher. The protagonist replied that it was amazing. Osiris Luke Baskerville seemed relieved, his red eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. Osiris Luke Baskerville stated that he had something to say to Beecher later. He invited him to visit his office while staying at the main house. Beecher acknowledged the message, his expression thoughtful as he considered the invitation. The sound of footsteps echoed as he walked away, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the main house loomed in the distance, a Gothic structure against the night sky. Beecher walked towards the main house, his figure silhouetted against the imposing architecture. The total meal time was 5 hours, a considerable amount of time spent with those people. He clicked his tongue, finding the current situation to be a disgrace. He thought he heard something, but wasn't sure. Beecher reasoned that Hugo probably called him here because of the academy enrollment. Looking up, the protagonist noticed a figure standing on a rooftop in the distance, silhouetted against the night sky. Red energy slashes cut through the air, aimed directly at him. The energy blades continued their descent, closing in on their target. Beecher's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he considered his options. He wondered if he should contest the attack. He thought that the level he revealed was only that of a medium-rank graduate. He couldn't show any more than that, his hand clenching into a fist. The words Baskerville for 4th Fong appeared as the energy intensified. The protagonist was sent flying backward by the force of the attack. The red energy continued to slash through the air, relentless in its assault. The energy blades continued to strike, leaving trails of red in their wake. A man with red hair and eyes declared that he would take the final Fong with the river Styx's blessing and aura. He stood, sword drawn, amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The protagonist paused, his instincts screaming that something was amiss. A man's feet descended the stairs, his laughter echoing through the halls. The man, sporting sunglasses and a fur-lined coat, casually rested a sheathed sword on his shoulder. The man mused that his nephew had grown quite a bit. The man with sunglasses stood his ground, confirming that his instincts were correct, asking Dane if he agreed. An older man with gray hair stated that he never thought Beecher would draw his sword and act like this in the main house. The older man declared that Beecher was no different from the barbarian's terrier. The older man warned that if elder brother learned of this, Beecher would be on probation for at least a few months. The older man told the man with sunglasses not to twist his warm love for his nephew. The man with sunglasses claimed he had already controlled the attack to disappear before it hit him, so there was no way he would have gotten hurt, and told him not to meddle in the business of Pitbull and to go on his way, stating that Beecher is a mastiff. Beecher wondered how he could send his lovely nephew to a lowly group like the Pitbulls. The man with red eyes sneered, informing them that they were big targets. He continued, saying they were so close to the ground they didn't even have a stomach to cut. A man with silver hair stood with a sword, declaring he would do anything for his nephew's future. Beecher, in a suit, thought to himself that they were troublesome people. He considered the previous attack, deciding it wasn't impressive at all. The martial arts level of the 7 counts was that of Baskerville's swordsmanship, 6th 4th Fong, and highest rank graduate, though Beecher had learned the 7th 4th Fong. He walked away, considering his power. He thought that if he added the river Styx's blessing and the power of demonic sword Beelzebub, he'd be able to face any 2 of the 7 counts at once. Beecher smirked, his red eyes gleaming with sinister intent. The sound of footsteps echoed. Beecher stood between 2 figures, a question mark hanging in the air. 3 men with blonde hair stood together, ready this time. They stood on the stone steps, swords held at their sides. One of the men tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. Beecher's red eyes glowed, a silent declaration of his power. He thought they'd understand the difference in their power. He mused that he could only kill these hunting dogs who bared their fangs without knowing anything. The men knelt, their swords held before them in a silent display of fealty. Beecher watched them. A palpable tension hung in the air, thick with unspoken questions. One of the swords was positioned against the kneeling man's foot. Beecher's expression hardened, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A voice echoed, questioning the nature of their commitment. Pledge of the oath? The text explained the position, a position in which if the sword is pressed down, it would cut into the top of their foot. It had the meaning of pledging one's life to the target. Beecher stood before them, an imposing figure overseeing the pledge. The man with blonde hair inspired a life debt. I want to repay my life debt to you. The intensity in his gaze was palpable. The man's devotion was absolute to him. The memory shifts, the speaker recalling a time of fear. After losing to you at age 9, the emotion we had in our hearts for you was fear. The emotion evolved with each challenge. When you returned after hunting Cerberus, that turned into respect. The speaker's always evident. And when you killed a troll, we were in awe. The memory continued, the speaker recalling a demonic encounter. And finally, when you faced off against the huge, demonic creature of the dense forest. 3 figures stood silhouetted against a red glow, their resolve hardening. The speaker's reverence was absolute. What we felt toward you was reverence. After barely escaping with our lives that day, the 3 men made a pact. We 3 came together and made a decision. The speaker's plea was heartfelt. Please become a master we 3 brothers can pledge our lives to as hunting dogs. The dark-haired man's expression was resolute, his loyalty unwavering. The speaker revealed a past betrayal. Before I regressed, these were the guys who framed me and captured me while I was running away. They were called Hugo's Trident, bound by spiked collars and heavy chains, and were known as hunting dogs, who were only following his orders without question. However, that doesn't mean his feelings for them from that time can be changed. He walked past the kneeling man, his expression unreadable in the dim light of the street. Beecher's gaze was distant, lost in memories of a time when loyalty was absolute. He stated that he didn't need a pledge or anything like that from them, his red eyes gleaming. Beecher declared he was tired today, so they would sort out the details later. So, he'll use you guys as much as he wants. Beecher forbade them from talking about their relationship with him, the things that happened before, and things that will happen in the future. The men responded in unison, declaring that they receive his command. He mused that Set having his body stolen by the demons was outside his calculations. The woman with hair in a bun stated that she'll need to request an investigation by Cinderwendy quickly. He held firm to his conviction. Demons must be eliminated, no matter what. The man with glasses, visibly disturbed, demanded to know what was just said. Beecher, standing before the seated man, pressed him to repeat his statement. He then inquired about Lady Penelope, seeking more information about her. A man's face contorted in rage, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. He demanded to know how they knew that name, his voice laced with fury. He stared ahead, his red eyes burning with a cold, unwavering resolve. The chain around his neck glinted in the dim light. A crisp sound echoed as the envelope landed on the desk. A notice had been delivered, its origin the academy. The man with long white hair spoke, reminding Beecher, as promised, he would enroll in the academy. The notice was a recruitment announcement for the Colossio Academy, seeking its 24th student intake. The notice confirmed what Hugo had told him, the large-scale educational facility implemented by the Great Empire Lock, Academy Colossio. Graduates of the academy could find work in the Imperial Palace or other elite organizations. Beecher recalled that time, remembering the scar on his face and the limp in his walk. He had been the target of disdain for the other noble children. Well, bad memories of the academy don't mean much to him right now. The man with long white hair asked if those he wanted to go with still wanted the triplets, and to tell him if there were any other servants he desired. He considered the terms of his reward, one thing standing in his way. The man listened, his expression unreadable as he waited for Beecher to speak. The man considered the request. He wondered what the protagonist wanted to know and why. Beecher took the man's silence as permission to proceed with his inquiry. He wanted to know about Lady Roxana and Lady Penelope, the truth hidden behind those names. The man's composure shattered, his eyes widening in disbelief and dawning horror. The clan head demanded to know what Beecher had just said, his voice trembling. Beecher repeated his question, clarifying that he was referring to the man's first wife, Lady Roxana. He pressed further, asking about Lady Penelope, the daughter born between Lady Roxana and the clan head. The man's rage intensified, his eyes glowing red as he questioned how Beecher knew that name. A demand echoes, laced with barely suppressed fury. He speaks, his tone dripping with thinly veiled hostility. The unseen figure insists, demanding the reason for the clan head's reaction. The clan head seethes, desperate to be believed. Hugo's thoughts turn to the clan head's first wife and eldest daughter. It is necessary for him to know this, to reveal Pomeranian's identity to Hugo. The words he heard from Butler Barrymore had unbelievable fantasies mixed with the truth. He cannot let Hugo meet Pomeranian believing just those words. The clan head's expression is unreadable. The clan head confesses that she is his sole darling. He needs Hugo to confirm it with his own words. He spoke of Penelope, declaring her his most precious treasure, a statement that hung in the air with a palpable sense of surprise. Osiris Luke Baskerville's expression remained unreadable, his gaze steady and unwavering as he continued his recollection. The word darling escaped his lips, a sentiment so unexpected that it seemed to shock even himself. He clasped his hands, revealing that Roxana and he were not in a political marriage. Osiris Luke Baskerville remembered their first meeting clearly, the memory as vivid as the flowers in the image. He could feel in a heartbeat that they loved each other at first sight. Someone observed that he was starting from their first meeting. Osiris Luke Baskerville admitted their love was difficult, as she understood her lowly origins would be a detriment to him and tried to create distance between them. For her, he could give up everything, not just his body but even his soul. Osiris Luke Baskerville thanked his father for the answer, suggesting they move to the next topic, however. The test was to be done once more, as Betrayal Baskerville and another stood before three cloaked figures. He recalled the relentless pursuit of the Baskerville clan, forcing him to fight with all his might to protect her. The path they walked was cursed with thorns, and though they considered giving up, their love for each other gave them determination. Osiris cried out at their merciless fates, remembering the hardships they endured. They married after breaking through their parents' objections, finding happiness despite the odds. Osiris remembered his lovely wife and daughter, a portrait of a happy family. His memories focused on his lovely wife and daughter, a symbol of the happiness he fought so hard to achieve. He wanted to protect the happiness gained after so much hardship, but after giving birth, Roxana's body quickly became weak. And in the end, she left the world after leaving young Penelope behind, a tragedy that haunted him. Thankfully, Penelope grew up to be a bright and cheerful child, inheriting his strong mental fortitude and Roxana's kind heart. She became beloved by all of Baskerville, a testament to her kind nature. Osiris thought only of seeing Penelope live a good life, his greatest wish. However, that incident ended up happening, a dark event that changed everything. Penelope, out for a walk, had been captured by the Rococo tribe, a dire turn of events. He couldn't fathom how the barbarians had penetrated so deeply into Baskerville territory. Nor could he understand why they'd kidnapped Penelope. He simply couldn't know anything. Even now, no hint of Penelope's whereabouts had been discovered, fueling his rage. Under the pretense of expanding the Empire's territory, he searched for Penelope, eliminating the barbarians. He felt limited by his power, so he increased the number of wives through political marriages. Hugo mass-produced children who inherited his martial prowess, growing the clan's influence. Dozens of years later, they became a great clan that none could ignore, even though they were at the border marked the birth of the swordsman clan of blood and iron. His cold-heartedness focused only on the glory of the Empire and it was actually a cover for the wound of losing a family he loved. So what? Every villain has their own circumstances, but their evil actions are still engraved in reality. The man in the suit accuses someone of being a heartless monster. The man continues, stating that he now knows how precious Roxana and Penelope were. The man in the suit declares the story is done and demands to know why Osiris asked about those two. Osiris is presented with something, and the man asks him to look at it. Osiris, seated, is handed a pendant by the man in the suit. The camera focuses on the pendant, revealing its intricate design. Osiris recognizes the pendant with a gasp. Osiris identifies the pendant as the one he created for Roxana. The man reveals that the pendant was around Penelope's neck when a close-up shows the pendant's locket open, revealing a picture inside, as Osiris's eye reflects shock and grief. Osiris looks up, startled, as the man in the suit watches him intently. He stares, speechless, at his attendant. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a silent question echoing his own disbelief. Osiris turns away, the weight of the information pressing down on him. He needed to process this to understand the implications. The attendant's words reverberate. He has a granddaughter. The implications crash down on him with the force of physical blow. A pendant lies discarded on the floor, its significance growing with each new revelation. It is a clue, a link to a past he thought he knew. The revelation distorts his perception, the world around him twisting into a nightmarish reflection of his inner turmoil. Osiris stares at the child in the doorway, a ghost from a time long past. Is Penelope her mother? The child stands beside him, small and seemingly innocent, yet radiating an aura of mystery. She seems to be saying, "Good like you said." The child's words hint at a deeper deception. "Although I lied to you, this is a girl I found on the land of the Rococo tribe during." The disembodied voice echoes, recounting a tale of a stay in the dense forest. The person who gave her the pendant was her mother. Osiris's gaze is drawn back to the pendant, now lying on the floor. The pieces of the puzzle begin to shift, forming a disturbing picture. The pendant displays a family portrait, a silent testament to a hidden history. The child stands beside Osiris, a living echo of that past. A close-up reveals a character's face, eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. Be confused, Hugo. He recalled the twisted words, a cruel mixture of love and hate. Osiris's voice boomed, demanding composure in the face of what he called a Pomeranian. The girl stood silently, her back to him, as Osiris loomed over her, his hand gripping hers tightly. The girl's eyes widened with fear, imagining what would happen if she were discovered in Rococo. Osiris's rage intensified, questioning if she was the child of his daughter and barbarians. His eyes burned with fury as he confirmed his suspicions aloud. Osiris struggled with his inner turmoil, consumed by rage and despair. His hand clenched, testing the limits of his control, wondering if he could break with this. The girl's face was filled with terror as Osiris's hand loomed closer. Her small frame trembled as she was held firmly in place. Osiris's eyes glowed with a sinister light, his thoughts turning to revenge. The chain around his neck seemed to tighten as his resolve hardened. The sky hangs heavy with clouds, a full moon barely visible. A decorative gazebo stands amidst manicured gardens, silent and still. A voice echoes, a question hanging in the air. Is my beard interesting? Elsewhere, three men stand together, their expressions unreadable in the dappled light. The girl tugs at Osiris's beard, her eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Grandpa, were you calling me grandfather? She asks, oblivious to the turmoil within him. He thinks that this is the most surprising moment of his life. The men in suits listen intently as one speaks. I have lived for quite long, but I also feel that way, young master. A close-up reveals Beecher's intense gaze, his red eyes burning with an unknown question. Osiris's face is etched with a deep, troubled expression, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His mind shatters, fragmented thoughts and memories colliding within him. The shards of his past swirl around him, a chaotic storm of emotion. He cradles the girl, his hand covering his face as he whispers, I'm a grandfather. The shattered remains of glass littered the floor, reflecting the figures above. He wept, tears streaming down his aged face, a mixture of sorrow and regret etched into every line. Beecher's voice echoed, a promise hanging heavy in the air. For the day I'm called grandfather to come. The young man's tone was accusatory, laced with an undercurrent of barely restrained fury. Why are you? The words hung in the air, a silent accusation. Making that face. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, the crimson hue reflecting a deep-seated rage. The title card appeared, revealing the protagonist's true name, Hugo Le Baskerville. When Beecher Van Baskerville was 15 years old after his regression, he found himself in a world of impossible choices and deadly enemies. When standing before Osiris Le Baskerville, the man had a thought, a dangerous question forming in his mind. Could he assassinate Osiris Le Baskerville? The thought lingered, a dark temptation in the face of such power. The weight of such a decision pressed down, a suffocating presence that threatened to consume him. The answer, however, was impossible. When someone reaches the level of swordmaster, they obtain a heart of calmness. That was why he couldn't find any opening in Osiris Le Baskerville's daily life. The man's defenses were too strong. And then, years later, after giving up assassinating Hugo, the world changed once again. Beecher met Pomeranian. The young boy looked up at him, stating that he would go with him. The daughter of Penelope, the one whom Osiris Le Baskerville truly loved, was a beacon of light in his life. With the appearance of Pomeranian, the shock to his emotions could be enough to shake the heart of a swordmaster. Refined swordsmanship, Beelzebub, and even Madame's poison, all paled in comparison to the power of love and loss. As time passed, the success rate of his assassinations continued to climb, and today, he was thinking of taking the first steps to assassinate Hugo. But why? Why is Hugo smiling so happily? Why? Why aren't his emotions in turmoil? This child is truly the daughter of Penelope? The little girl is being watched. Penelope, what's the name of your mother? Osiris's expression darkens. Mom. Always wanted to see Mom's dad. So, she always looked at her necklace. A memory surfaces, triggered by an unknown sensation. I remember. A young girl's voice echoes from the past. Grandpa. Her innocent eyes search for recognition. Are you my grandpa? The girl's expression shifts to joy as she calls out, Father. An older man's face appears, etched with sorrow and deep lines of age. His brow furrows in anguish as a younger man whispers a name. Penelope. The scene focuses on the older man's attire, a formal suit with a heavy chain. Tears stream down the old man's face, a mask of grief obscuring his features. He collapses to his knees, overcome by a wave of emotion. Wah! The younger man remains, the name Penelope, hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Osiris congratulates Beecher, his red eyes betraying nothing. Congratulations, young master. Beecher wonders why the clan head can smile so brightly. He wonders if the Pomeranian likes him. The older man offers the young girl a lollipop, a gentle smile on his face. She thinks it's like a dream to see him like this. Beecher stares intently, his red eyes gleaming. He is told that it is all thanks to him, the young master. The older man wonders aloud if it's all thanks to him. The young girl enjoys her lollipop. The older man's face is shown in detail, followed by a profile of Beecher, a slight smile playing on his lips. He clenches his fist, a sense of uncertainty washing over him. I don't know, he thinks. His hand remains clenched, a stark contrast to the scene below. He is in front of Hugo, while he's showing so many openings. 3 figures stand in the distance, as the young girl is embraced. She wonders why she feels so powerless. The imposing building looms in the distance, a silent observer of the unfolding events. He lies sprawled on the bed, seemingly exhausted or unconscious, bathed in the room's dim light. His body is limp, his legs dangling off the edge of the bed, a picture of vulnerability. He is seen from above, his face pale and drawn, a stark contrast to his earlier confidence. He remembered the Hugo of the past, a figure now distant and shrouded in the mists of time. The man with long white hair stood defiant, pleading his innocence to unseen judges. I am innocent. Why do you not believe me? A disembodied voice echoed, questioning the man's motives. Was he truly trying to frame him with the sins of Baskerville? The shirtless man with dark hair, scarred and enraged, refused to listen. He spat. I don't want to hear the words of a sinner. The man with red eyes recalled the accusations leveled against him. It wasn't enough to commune with demons, but to sacrifice innocent children as well. The man yelling, face contorted in anguish, denied the charges. Clanhead, I would never. The shirtless man with dark hair brandished a knife, his eyes burning with righteous fury. The shirtless man stood before the man with long white hair, his silence heavy with unspoken accusations. The man with red eyes seethed, his anger barely contained. Do not speak of me with your wicked tongue. Utter trash. The man with long red hair stared intensely, his gaze filled with a burning hatred. He remembered the man who had placed all the blame on him before his execution, a betrayal that still haunted him. He lay beneath the open sky, questioning his own actions. But why did he hesitate in his revenge? He lay prone, staring up into the darkness, a question hanging in the air. The doorway filled with a figure, her voice laced with impatience. She demanded to know why he looked so defeated. The sound of her boots echoed as she stepped further into the room. Cindawindi stood over him, holding a tablet. She questioned why he was acting like he had lost everything. She reminded him that she had delivered what he wanted, an investigation into Set Le Baskerville. The tablet glowed, casting light on the documents it contained. Cindawindi stated she was busy and would begin talking. Her expression was stern. She explained that, as requested, she had conducted a deep investigation into Set Le Baskerville over the last few days. The investigation revealed that he had donated to many orphanages under the clan's name. He also took care of sponsoring the children's adoptions, the report stated. The report continued, stating that information about the adopters naturally did not exist. The whereabouts of the adopted children couldn't be found either, he read from the report. He considered the implications. If Set truly was a demon, the problems they faced would be immense. Cindawindi's gaze narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek as she considered the possibilities. A document filled with handwritten notes and a photograph lay open, its contents hinting at a deeper conspiracy. The document was held close, as if the reader sought to absorb its secrets through sheer proximity. A chilling thought echoed. If the current Set was a demon, what did that truly mean for everyone involved? It meant the Set he served in his previous life was also a demon, a realization that sent a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, confined behind bars, he recalled the person who told him Hugo was planning to lay all the blame on him to kill him. A voice echoed in the darkness, taunting him with the words, pitiful Beecher. He knew his father was trying to put all the sins of Baskerville on his head, sealing his fate, and wishes to execute him, a grim prospect hanging over his head like a sword. He was truly saddened that there was nothing he could do for him, a feeling of helplessness washing over him. The weight of his impending doom pressed down, suffocating any hope that remained. A crimson glow emanated from the depths of the eye. A strangled cry of denial escaped his lips. The boy's voice trembled as he spoke. And Mr. Sponsor, where are we? The man's hand loomed over him, the words echoing, this is the home you'll live in. He recalled the director's promise. He would be adopted into a good family. But this place, his eyes widened with dawning horror. The boy stammered, is just a cave. Meanwhile, the woman smiled, a sinister glint in her eyes. Ah, it looks like there was some misunderstanding. A jagged scar bisected her face as her smile widened. Her voice dripped with false sympathy. Naturally, this cave isn't your home. Tears welled in Beecher's eyes as he heard the final, chilling pronouncement. This is the place you'll be staying. He looks around, a sense of confusion washing over him as he tries to understand. A strange, pulsating light begins to fill his vision, growing in intensity. The light intensifies, becoming a vortex of red and white energy, overwhelming his senses. The world distorts around him, the strange light now a menacing presence. Tears stream down his face as he cries out for his mother, gripped by terror. A dark, shadowy figure looms before him, a silent specter of dread. The shadow stretches, a distorted silhouette against the ground. Blood stains the ground, splattered around a pair of discarded shoes. A grotesque smile spreads across a blood-soaked face, a horrifying visage. A voice whispers, declaring that young humans taste the best, admitting it cannot stop itself. A man stands holding a lantern, his face and clothes stained with blood, a chilling sight. The entrance to a cave sat nestled between the rocks. Inside, stalactites hung like teeth from the cavern's roof. A figure sat in the depths of the cave, a glass of red liquid in hand. A raven perched on the table beside him, its gaze fixed. The man mused, considering the dwindling supply of humans. He wondered if he should domesticate them into an organization. The sign declared him Andromalius, the 10th corpse demon. Andromalius tilted his head, addressing the raven. What do you think, 8? The raven's eyes glowed as it declared its opposition. The work becoming too large would increase the possibility of humans noticing their presence. The sign declared him the 8th corpse demon. Andromalius was also concerned about the recent trend of eating younger humans. Seated on his throne of skulls, Andromalius bristled at the raven's words. He retorted, warning the bird not to patronize him. The demon explained that he had set up a formation to prevent the Baskerville hounds from entering the cave. He would need to drink human blood for another 12.5 years. He held a glass of red liquid. A raven perched nearby. Andromalius instructed someone not to cause a fuss among the humans, his tone laced with a subtle threat. A close-up revealed Andromalius's piercing red eyes. A voice inquired if there had been any special circumstances within the Baskerville clan recently. Andromalius dismissed the question. He stated that there was nothing much to report, and instructed the other party to pay attention to the Moore clan on their side. A terse acknowledgement echoed back, fine. A monstrous entity with multiple yellow eyes declared that the upper 10 corpses needed only focus on opening the gate between the human and demon worlds. The entity continued, their voice resonating with dark ambition, stating that all of this was for the extinction of humans and the upper 10 corpses. A figure stood silently, their expression unreadable. The viscous liquid shimmered, a special circumstance of the Baskerville clan. The figure, drinking from a glass of red liquid, thought that there was no way they could talk about how Hugo became a fool for his granddaughter. The plan was to weaken the Baskerville who would get in the way. A figure with long white hair and red eyes mused that it would be simpler for Hugo to remain as cold and cruel as before. The figure continued, stating that Hugo needed to treat the lives of the young Baskervilles as expendable, so there wouldn't be any fuss when they eliminated those children. He considered the situation, noting that the plan wasn't completely ruined. Andromalius seethed, blaming everything on Beecher Van Baskerville. His thoughts turned to the troublesome youth. He recalled that the tenacious guy survived even being attacked by snakes as a child. Andromalius was amazed that Beecher went and got himself killed in the dense forest. He never expected him to return alive with Hugo's granddaughter, however, and he wondered how hard he worked to destroy Hugo. As he thought, a plan began to form. Eliminating the cause, he decided, was the best course of action. Footsteps echoed through the halls. The man in the suit walked alongside the man with white hair and a goatee. Their footsteps continued to echo. The man with white hair and a goatee stared intently. He remained silent, a question forming in his mind. It had been 5 minutes since he was summoned, and they had walked in silence. Why had Hugo suddenly called him here? His red eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion flickering within. A posture full of openings, an opportunity that may never return. The older man with long gray hair stood tall, his expression unreadable. This was the perfect opportunity to kill Hugo. He would have had those thoughts if it were the man of the past, but now. Truthfully, Beecher's eyes widened slightly as he stated, I knew that you resented me. The older man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. No way, he sensed his killing intent. The older man thought, I am a fool of a father who called my sons hunting dogs and sent them away to their deaths. He knew his sons harbored resentment towards him, a truth he couldn't ignore. The man acknowledged his harshness, even to those who strive for perfection, believing their hatred was his burden to bear. The man's rage against the barbarians fueled everything, a constant undercurrent to his actions and decisions. Beecher's eyes narrowed, his thoughts racing. There was no way Hugo would talk down about himself. This felt like a test of loyalty. His red eyes glowed, a silent apology hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken regret. The older man offered his thanks, the words laced with a complex mix of gratitude and underlying tension. He had learned of it from Pomeranian, a detail that sparked curiosity and perhaps a hint of suspicion. The older man reflected on Penelope's relatively happy last moments, a stark contrast to the agony his daughter didn't suffer. It was as if he had been saved, a sentiment tinged with both relief and lingering sorrow. A memory surfaced, a black and white image of a family, a stark reminder of what was lost. The older man spoke, his words hanging heavy in the air between them, a silent challenge to be sure. A voice echoes, offering anything the listener could wish for, an open door to desire. The man's expression hardens as he declares this is not a reward for a hunting dog. A question lingered after each regression, a persistent echo in the protagonist's mind. Good luck with a midterm assessment this time. A younger Beecher stands before a man seated at a desk, the scene bathed in somber light. The man's face is etched with a stern warning. Don't lose to the direct descendants. He adds that Beecher can stop there, as anything more can be dangerous. The man's voice is heard saying he is nearly there, and that carelessness in battle leads to injury. A hand grips another's arm tightly, the man commanding him to take that wound as a lesson. The man with long hair expresses his trust that Beecher won't do anything foolish, calling him, my son. The protagonist wonders if the Hugo in front of him was different from the Hugo he knew. The cold-hearted Hugo may not even exist anymore, a peculiarity that occurred after he regressed. However, it was more confusing for him if that was true, a nagging doubt in his mind. Could he, who had lived his last 17 years only thinking of revenge, forgive Hugo? He considered that Hugo may not have been the one who framed him. Still, Hugo didn't trust him and ordered his execution. Revenge or forgiveness? What choice should he make? The decision weighed heavily on him. For now, Andromalius instructed the clan head to raise his head. Andromalius declared that they should finish what he needed to do first. The clan head reminded him that he had promised to grant him anything he wished. Andromalius responded, of course. Meanwhile, Beecher's expression was unreadable. Beecher stood before Andromalius. He could make his decision about Hugo after that. A hand carefully arranges a lock of Pomeranian's hair, a small clip holding it in place. Set asks, as he continues to style her hair, if she is happy in Baskerville. Pomeranian notes that Uncle Beecher, Grandpa, and Uncle OSI are all present, but Set didn't say her name. She asks if he remembers it. Set pauses, then confirms that he does remember her name. Your Uncle Set. Set smiles warmly at Pomeranian, his hand gently resting on her shoulder as she looks up at him. Set explains that he wanted to see his niece's face before he went in, adding that young Master Set hasn't gone into closed training yet. Set continues, explaining that the clan head told them not to allow anyone to approach the young lady. Set assures Pomeranian that it's fine, he'll keep his visit a secret, and she'll keep it a secret as well. He asks if she agrees. A close-up shows Set styling Pomeranian's hair, a small smile gracing her lips. Set comments on how soft Pomeranian's hair is, adding that it reminds him of when he met Sister Penelope. Set is asked if he has met Lady Penelope before, his body tensing slightly at the question. A voice echoed, recalling events from long ago. It spoke of a time before the Pomeranian was even born. Andromalius, his back to the viewer, simply acknowledged the statement. He seemed to be listening intently. The floating eye pulsed with energy. It seemed to be speaking through Andromalius, suggesting that his father was searching for the nanny. A woman's voice demanded to know if someone shouldn't be on their way. Her tone was sharp and impatient. A man's face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He seemed to be in immense pain. The Pomeranian tilted her head, a question forming in her mind. She seemed unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, a man held a young girl, a serene smile gracing his lips. They stood before a grand building, seemingly at peace. A voice announced that Grandma was gone. It seemed the nanny had somewhere to be, or perhaps somewhere she had gone. Set smiled gently, his expression calm and knowing. He seemed to be observing the unfolding events with a quiet understanding. The Pomeranian affirmed her love for Grandpa Hugo. She noted that Grandpa looked like he loved her a lot, as well. The woman's face twisted into a sinister grin, her eyes glowing red. She possessed as much love as his love for his dead daughter and wife combined. She beams, her red eyes shining with an unsettling cheerfulness. A hand hovers, the words echoing a haunting question. So if you die too? The hand clenches, a surge of power radiating from its grasp. The grip tightens, the energy crackling around the fingers. How much more broken will Hugo be this time? The question hangs heavy in the air. A girl with crimson eyes grins, her expression hinting at cruel intentions. Her smile widens as she imagines the suffering of another. She thinks, how broken will Hugo Lou Baskerville be if he die? A hand reaches out, its fingers twitching with anticipation. The hand clenches, the sound echoing in the silence. The hand tightens further, the tension palpable. Elsewhere, heavy boots stand firmly on the ground, their owner unseen. A man with dark hair demands, why are you here? Where's the nanny? A figure with glowing purple eyes stands tall, their expression unreadable. The man's face is stern, his gaze intense. His jaw is clenched, his lips pursed in a thin line. A young girl calls out, "Uncle OSI," as she approaches a man in a white shirt. He noted that the nanny was absent upon his arrival, Brother Osiris. Pomeranian had been alone, so he watched over her. The woman with hair in a bun believed their father would be furious if he learned of this. It would be best to keep a secret. The man in the white shirt agreed that would be for the best, his expression unreadable. The woman with hair in a bun smiled faintly, stating she would be leaving in about a week. A disembodied voice vowed to kill Osiris with his own hands someday, a promise filled with malice. The close-up of the man's face revealed eyes filled with a burning, vengeful intensity. The man with black hair flinched as someone touched his shoulder, a slight tremor running through him. He looked up at the woman with hair in a bun, a mixture of concern and resignation in his red eyes. The man with black hair was told not to push himself too much, and that he could always come to them for help. The man with purple hair embraced someone, his expression unreadable in the shadows. A close-up of a man's mouth revealed a sneer, as he wondered if his elder brother was worried about him. The man with red eyes recalled suffering under their father because he was constantly compared to a genius like the other man. A figure stands hunched over, surrounded by thorny branches, uttering a dark sentiment. He listens intently, his expression unreadable as he faces the speaker. Crimson eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down the face as something unexpected occurs. The remaining memories of Set linger as he excuses himself, standing beside a young girl. A man in a ruffled white shirt declares his departure, his tone laced with finality. Beecher stands silently, his back turned as he listens to the departing figure. The young girl looks up, her red eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern. For the first time, Beecher admits his worry for his brother, his expression etched with concern. As the Vice Clan head, it was only natural that he needed to be like the clan head. A lone figure stands amidst a desolate landscape, a dark suit accentuating his imposing presence. However, if that father of mine could show emotions like that as well. For the day he is called grandfather to come, the older man weeps, his face etched with sorrow. He wondered if he should try displaying the emotions within himself. A gentle hand rested on the child's head, a comforting gesture. A voice echoed, expressing gratitude for someone's arrival at Baskerville. A tall man in a dark uniform walked alongside a young girl, their figures silhouetted against the light. The forest floor was damp and dark, the air heavy with the scent of pine and earth. Heavy boots crunched on the uneven ground, each step deliberate and measured. A voice seethed with anger, the words echoing in the darkness. "I'm pissed." A man sat upon a crude stone throne, his expression a mask of simmering rage. In a flashback, an older man spoke a promise, stating that the Pomeranian would never leave Hugo's side. A voice filled with conflicted emotion declared, "I can't kill Pomeranian because of that bastard." That moment, he thought, had been his chance, ruined only by that damned Osiris. The landscape stretched before him, a dark and silent testament to his ambition. Elsewhere, Set stood amidst a field of bones, his back turned to some unseen threat. The woman with dark hair considered her options. There was plenty of time left until the gate opened. No need to get hasty. Andromalius knew it would be more effective to kill Pomeranian when Hugo loved her even more. The young girl wondered how she would kill Pomeranian when that time came, her eyes gleaming with dark intent. A cruel thought crossed his mind. Should he feed her poison and make it seem like she died of illness like Roxana? The woman's eyes narrowed, remembering how she had dealt with Penelope. Andromalius grinned, contemplating killing Pomeranian with a much more brutal method than those times. Set continued his journey, walking towards a dark cave entrance, his purpose unknown. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. Andromalius's eyes glowed with dark anticipation, his plans taking shape. A surge of power erupts, tearing through the unseen barrier with violent force. Andromalius's eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing his features as he senses the disturbance. A crack has formed in the barrier, a visible sign of the intrusion. The figure stands amidst the debris, the one responsible for the barrier's collapse. The unseen observer notes that someone has entered through the barrier. Andromalius wonders just who it could be that dared to breach his defenses. The figure emerges further into the cave, stepping into the dim light. Andromalius's red eyes narrow, a hint of recognition dawning on his face. He declares that he came to play as promised, addressing someone as brother Set. The man's posture is confident, his hand resting casually in his pocket. The intruder is revealed to be Beecher Van Baskerville, standing defiantly. Andromalius is shocked, questioning how Beecher managed to break through. He had followed him all this way, yet the other man hadn't noticed him at all. A skill activates, as it's revealed that a medium-rank graduate broke through his barrier. Andromalius's red eyes narrowed, his expression a mix of anger and suspicion. More importantly, he realizes Beecher knows his identity. Andromalius speaks, suggesting Beecher's sudden visit weighs heavily on his mind. Beecher stands tall, questioning what Andromalius was doing in such a spooky place. Andromalius is accused of being the demon responsible for the missing children incident in Underdog City. A sinister smile spreads across Andromalius's face, a hint of something wicked. Andromalius's eyes glow with an eerie light, his expression intense as he questions everything. Andromalius, visibly disturbed, demands to know how Beecher knew his name. The demon bastard isn't even trying to hide his presence, Beecher observes. Beecher's red eyes burn with determination, his expression unwavering. Andromalius stands among skulls, questioning if there's any reason to hide. He stood amidst a field of skulls, confident in his declaration. No one else was watching. Andromalius sneered, questioning Beecher's confidence in coming alone and unarmed. The antagonist's eyes glowed with menacing energy. Andromalius declared that everything would end if he killed Beecher. Beecher's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on Andromalius. A surge of power emanated from Andromalius, the air crackling with energy. The crimson energy intensified, a visible threat hanging in the air. A sinister smile spread across Andromalius's face, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. Beecher's red eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in their depths. The sound of impending violence echoed through the chamber. Andromalius questioned what Beecher was smiling about, his hand raised in anticipation of an attack. A woman with purple eyes looked up, confused by the unfolding events. Beecher's arm was now visibly injured, blood staining his white shirt. He exclaims, a dark aura surrounding him as Andromalius holds the crimson blade. The sword pulses with dark energy, its power radiating outwards. Beecher grits his teeth, feeling a pain that transcends the physical. It felt as if his very soul was being cut. He clenches his fist, blood dripping from his hand. Is that weapon the source of his pain? The sword of gluttony, Beelzebub. How does he possess the remains of the ancient demon constellation, gluttonous fly? The blade vibrates intensely. Andromalius muses that Set knows plenty about demons. Andromalius is one of the 10 demon lords who came to the human world to open the gate that connects with the demon world, one of the upper 10 corpses. The antagonist's expression is wild. He asks how Beecher managed to do something. His glowing purple eye narrows, scrutinizing Beecher. Sweat beads on his face as Andromalius continues to stare. Why does a young soul like his have the same bloody scent as their kind? Beecher's silhouette glows with red light, his eyes burning brightly. The question echoes, dripping with a challenge and a history of pain. Those crimson eyes burned with hatred. He was the one who orchestrated Beecher's downfall before his regression. To be deceived by him, to have even considered him a savior, now felt like the ultimate humiliation. Andromalius, cloaked in darkness, had been his executioner. The memory, a fresh wound. A figure emerged from the shadows, consumed by a desire for retribution. The command was issued, a chilling order directed at the demon before him. One eye glowed with malevolent intent, a promise of suffering to come. There would be no peaceful release, only the torment he deserved. His face contorted with a savage grin, fueled by the fires of vengeance. Before the regression, a sense of despair began to permeate their once peaceful world. The everyday lives of ordinary people continued, unaware of the impending doom. A gate connecting the demon and human worlds tore open in the sky, a harbinger of destruction. From that day forward, the demonic invasion began, forever altering the course of history. The gate pulsed with dark energy, a conduit for unimaginable horrors to enter their world. They called it the era of ruination, a time of endless war and suffering. The ones who opened this gate were the 10 high-ranking demons who came to the human world in advance. They were known as the upper 10 corpses, harbingers of death and destruction. During this long war against the demons, he would come into contact with an upper 10 corpse once. The result of that meeting was tragedy. He lay among the fallen, a silent testament to the carnage. Of the 671 combatants who participated in the battle, 666 met their end. Of the 5 survivors, 4 never regained their senses, leaving only one person to truly survive the encounter. The reason a survivor even existed was because the demon wanted it that way. The demon wanted to kill exactly 666 people, a precise and terrible calculation. The overwhelming power of one of the high-ranking upper 10 corpse demons was despair itself. His red eyes reflected the horrors he had witnessed, a stark contrast to his youthful face. He never expected to meet one of those upper 10 corpses right now. About a decade before that, a decision was made that would change everything. The skulls of the fallen lay scattered, a grim reminder of the demon's cruelty. Those skulls, so he ate young children. A chilling laugh echoed through the battlefield, a sign of the demon's twisted amusement. He stared ahead, his red eyes burning with an unquenchable rage. The man with black eyes grinned, his expression filled with malice. Are you filled with rage at seeing the remains of dead children? The man continued, his words dripping with false comfort. Don't worry. The children are alive and breathing inside my stomach. I could revive them if you wish. A child's spirit floated nearby, its voice weak and filled with longing. I want to see Mommy. The rage in his eyes intensified, a storm brewing within him. A swift, brutal attack landed, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. The woman with purple eyes watched, her expression unreadable as the battle unfolded. Beecher stood in a graveyard, the air thick with the stench of death. Don't spout nonsense. There's no way to revive a dead person. The man with black eyes cried out in anguish, his voice filled with despair. My arm! My arms! His scream echoed through the graveyard, a testament to his pain and suffering. The woman with purple eyes smiled, her hands glowing with an ethereal light. Regeneration complete. Beecher stood before the man with black eyes, his gaze intense. Well, I get that you're hiding as many things as me. Even Osiris, a genius, only became a medium-rank graduate around 30 years old. Reaching that level at only 17 years of age, he would become an irregular never seen in history again. And with the corpse of the demon constellation Beelzebub, there's a very high chance he will become a dangerous entity. The woman with blue hair declared that she would need to kill him here. The blade on Beecher's arm pulsed with dark energy, ready for the coming battle. Beecher, eyes glowing red, retorted that his opponent was the one who would be dying. The man's hand rested near the hilt of his sword, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The two figures stood in a cavern littered with skeletons, the scene promising a brutal fight. Red energy exploded outwards. The air crackled with power. Beecher lunged forward, his blade a blur of crimson. The clash of steel echoed through the cavern. Andromalius grinned, a sinister glint in his glowing eyes. He knew the difference between himself and those with the name. The symbol of the Baskerville family loomed, a dark and ominous presence. Chains bound a sealed box, representing the restrictions placed upon those not of the main Baskerville line. The figure recoiled, shocked by the revelation. There was no way he could defeat one who had reached the level of the 6/4 Fawn. Red energy crackled around him, a visual representation of the immense power he faced. The words Baskerville 6/4 Fawn echoed, a declaration of the insurmountable skill of his opponent. His expression hardened, a mixture of disbelief and grim determination etched on his face. The red energy intensified, a palpable threat that seemed to suffocate the very air around him. The weight of the Baskerville name pressed down, a legacy of power and skill he could not hope to match. He realized the truth. His opponent knew of the 6/4 Fawn, a technique beyond his reach. Andromalius's smile widened, a predatory expression that promised pain and defeat. Andromalius had predicted that he had more hiding up his sleeve, a testament to his cunning and foresight. He unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, the force crackling with dark intent. The attack is swift, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. The crimson energy manifests as a blade, poised to strike with deadly precision. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Beecher's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorted in shock and pain. The force of the blow sends the protagonist reeling, the name of the technique echoing. The words 7/4 Fawn hang in the air, a declaration of overwhelming power. The impact explodes in a burst of light, obscuring Beecher from view. He coughs, blood splattering as the force of the attack takes its toll. The protagonist struggles to comprehend the power he just witnessed. The 7/4 Fawn? The text reveals that the 7/4 Fawn is only permitted to the clan head, leaving Beecher in disbelief. Despite the shock, Beecher steels himself, preparing to face the impossible odds. A burst of power erupts, the force of the blow sending shockwaves outward. He is sent hurtling backwards, a trail of displaced air marking his violent trajectory. Blood trickles down Beecher's face, the crimson liquid a stark contrast to his pale skin. Andromalius thinks to himself that there is nothing easier than tricking a confident demon. The antagonist's smug expression is juxtaposed with Beecher's bloodied face, a visual representation of the power imbalance. Beecher, struggling to regain his footing, hears Andromalius speak, More blood splatters across Beecher's face as he grits his teeth in pain. Andromalius reveals his plan to create a connection between the human world and the demon world at this place. He continues, stating that if he kills Beecher and his friends, he could destroy their plan. A dark thought bubbles to the surface. Maybe he'd feel better. His eyes burned with crimson light, the demon's rage palpable. The intensity of his gaze seemed to physically manifest. Blood trickled from the corner of Andromalius's mouth, a sign of his dark power. The antagonist snarled, his teeth bared in a display of pure malice. Andromalius, spittle flying, cursed his opponent. You damned human bastard. A massive spiked sphere of blood materialized, poised to strike. The sphere hurtled towards the ground, crushing bone underfoot. He reached out, bracing himself against the inevitable impact. A voice echoed, questioning the nature of the attack. spikes made of blood. The crimson spikes gleamed menacingly, promising pain and destruction. A pained cry pierced the air. The blood spikes stood as a testament to Andromalius's power. The air crackled with dark energy, a prelude to the horror about to unfold. Andromalius's eyes burned crimson as he spoke, a chilling declaration escaping his lips. I never thought I'd show the figure of Andromalius to a mere human. A surge of power emanated from him, the very air shimmering with malevolent intent. Tada! His transformation began, bones contorting and reforming into a grotesque parody of life. The monstrous figure roared, a declaration of power and a promise of destruction. Witness my body. The transformation twisted his face into a horrifying visage, teeth bared in a predatory grin. Far in the distance, the protagonist watched as Andromalius completed his transformation. Snakes writhed around Andromalius's head, hissing promises of death. But this ends here. The snakes pulsed with dark energy, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He stood defiant, the monstrous form of Andromalius looming over him, a testament to his power. The snakes lunged forward, their fangs bared, ready to strike. The air vibrated with the force of the attack, a symphony of destruction about to begin. The monstrous Andromalius, teeth bared, dares his opponent to cut as he wishes. The transformed antagonist unleashes a flurry of attacks, his serpentine body a blur of motion. The attacks intensify, each strike carrying immense force as he attempts to overwhelm Betrayal. Betrayal's red eyes narrow as he watches the approaching snake, preparing to defend himself. He braces for the impact, his expression a mix of determination and apprehension. The protagonist deflects the incoming attack, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. A horrifying grin spreads across Andromalius's face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The transformed antagonist declares that it is the end, that Betrayal is finished. Betrayal, surrounded by the remnants of battle, questions what Andromalius is talking about, dismissing the wound. The monstrous form of Andromalius looms, ready to strike again with terrifying force. Betrayal's eyes reflect the words infinite leeching, a new threat revealed. The protagonist's gaze hardens, sensing the shift in power as the leeching begins. Tendrils of crimson energy writhed, a malevolent power taking shape. The dark energy coalesced around Andromalius, crackling with ominous intent. The villain grinned, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He declared, his voice dripping with malice, his power over blood. The crimson energy pulsed, a grotesque parody of life itself. A disembodied voice echoed, promising a gruesome demise, to bleed out, shrivel, and die. The taunt continued, the unseen speaker calling out Beecher Van Baskerville's name. The text identified Andromalius as the 10th corpse, an enemy of humanity, incomprehensible and immortal. A monstrous figure looms, its form partially obscured by shadow and tendrils of crimson energy. The creature's maw gapes open, revealing rows of sharp teeth as the crimson tendrils converge towards its center. The monster stands tall, its body a grotesque tapestry of bone and sinew, as it benefits from strange life force. Beecher, with a smirk playing on his lips, watches the monster, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. The protagonist's suit is immaculate, a stark contrast to the gruesome scene unfolding before him. A subtle smile graces Beecher's face, hinting at the satisfaction he derives from the monster's suffering. The monster makes a sound of disgust, its expression contorted in a mixture of pain and fury. Andromalius, enraged, demands to know what Beecher is laughing about, his voice laced with venom. Beecher calmly replies, his hand raised slightly, as he prepares to reveal the reason for his amusement. The protagonist explains that Andromalius is so self-satisfied that he doesn't even realize what he's being drained of. The monster's face is a mask of horror as the realization dawns upon him, blood dripping from his mouth. He stands over the fallen demon, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It's not ordinary blood, Beecher thinks, observing the scene. The protagonist holds out his blade, its crimson patterns pulsing with dark energy. He asks if Andromalius wants to see something funny. Blood continues to spill from the wound, the crimson liquid pooling on the stone floor. The demon recoils, his eyes widening in horror. He realizes the blood is poisonous. That's not all, the protagonist thinks, a dark amusement in his eyes. Beecher presents his hand, the wounds from moments ago already healed. Tada, he says, a smug look on his face. The demon's face contorts in disbelief. How could a human have such regeneration? He wonders. His eyes glow with a malevolent purple light, the veins around them pulsing with dark energy. The narration speaks of blood that can harm even a demon, the kind possessed by cunning spiders and nine-headed snakes. The narration continues, mentioning the massive jellyfish under the Black Sea as another source of potent poison. Andromalius is aghast. How could a random human possess poison at their level? he thinks, his masked face a picture of shock. The demon cries out in pain and frustration, his body racked with agony, as Beecher watches on. He stood, injured, and questioned why Beecher didn't want his blood. Beecher, with a finger to his lips, mused that Madame's poison was working as expected. Beecher knew Madame was angry that Andromalius didn't die from her poison, Beelzebub, as well. Andromalius, his face contorted in pain, struggled against the poison's effects. Beecher declared that this proved his point. The highest-ranked graduate with the Baskerville 7/4 Fong, Beecher possessed the ability. Andromalius, weakened, heard Beecher's declaration that he could defeat the upper 10 corpses. Beecher stood, bathed in red light, his expression determined. The red light intensified, highlighting the power emanating from Beecher. Andromalius's face was marred by blood and pain, his eyes glowing with a dark light. Andromalius realized that Beecher possessed unbelievable power. Beecher, eyes glowing red, wondered how a monster like Andromalius was created. His highest priority was survival, and to alert the other upper 10 corpses. He needed to gather all the mana he had spread out. The mana surged, responding to his will. The power coalesced, a dark tide rising. Andromalius's red eyes narrowed, a cold calculation in their depths. The barrier was undone, its intricate structure collapsing. A command echoed, turn water to blood. The figure stood amidst this swirling energy, a silent conductor of dark magic. The water roiled, transforming into a viscous, crimson liquid. The crimson liquid pulsed, a grotesque parody of life itself. Andromalius observed the transformation, noting the extent of his power. He seemed confident. Even without his full power, he still considered himself a high-ranking demon. Even if one were to mix their blood, they wouldn't be able to transfuse it. The demon declared that trying to mix blood into the water to prevent absorption was useless. The voice boomed, revealing the true purpose. Andromalius didn't change the water to blood to leach it. Andromalius stood amidst the transformed landscape, a silent command hanging in the air. The demon's voice echoed, commanding, "Awaken, Knights of Blood." A surge of power emanated from the demon, resonating with the blood itself. The blood congealed, forming a grotesque crown of crimson. From the depths of the blood, a monstrous figure arose, wreathed in crimson energy. The Knights of Blood materialized, their forms forged from the very essence of the transformed water. He stood amidst the crimson landscape, surrounded by the newly awakened Blood Knights. The air crackled with dark energy, a testament to his power. The towering figures loomed, their red armor gleaming ominously in the dim light. Something had been learned. The voice echoed, declaring that even a user of the 7/4 Fong could not withstand so many 6/4 Fong users at once. The odds were insurmountable. A close-up revealed the menacing visage of one of the Blood Knights, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A chilling declaration filled the air. He would kill his target, and then everyone they loved. The threat hung heavy, a promise of utter annihilation. The Blood Knight stood poised, ready to strike. Andromalius knew that opposing the upper would be regretted without any preparation. The explanation came. Each of these bloody chunks could use the 6/4 Fong. It would definitely be dangerous. A close-up of a suit. Meanwhile, a woman stood before Beecher, the dim light casting long shadows. She reminded him that he said he'd grant her anything she wished. The focus shifted to their feet, the tension palpable. He was about to reveal what he wanted. Beecher's expression was unreadable as he held a small object in his hand. His red eyes narrowed. He stated that since he lived in Baskerville, he should know what. The whistle, Andromalius thinks, is the key to unlocking something terrible. A close-up of a single eye shows the horror of what is about to happen. There is no way, it seems, to stop it. Andromalius grins, holding the whistle to his lips, ready to unleash its power. He finds himself surrounded by a glowing blue circle, the air crackling with energy. The blue circle pulses, a sign of the magic at work. The circle's energy spreads, enveloping the surrounding area. A figure with long, white hair stands silhouetted against a dark, mountainous landscape. Hands grip the hilt of a sword, knuckles white with tension. The monster from before is surrounded by red figures, its plan thwarted. "Damn it," it exclaims. One of the red figures is ordered to kill that guy quickly. Beecher states that he has the authority to use the Night Orders of Baskerville. The red figures close in, as Beecher declares that the black whistle goes one step further. He stands firm, the Night Orders of Baskerville summoned to his aid. Andromalius watches, surrounded by the crimson figures he commands. The red figures surge forward, their crimson energy blades slicing through the air, ready to strike at Beecher. A voice echoes, declaring the entirety of Baskerville's might will be utilized in this battle. Crimson energy streaks through the environment, a sign of the power being unleashed. The unleashed energy continues to spread, impacting the surrounding landscape. Beecher remains focused, his expression grim as he prepares to face the onslaught. Andromalius watches him intently. A monstrous figure emerges, its pale skin and sharp teeth, a terrifying sight amidst the chaos. The red figures stand ready, their weapons drawn, poised to strike at any moment. The energy intensifies, creating a blinding display of power and destruction. The unleashed power continues to reshape the environment, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The monster speaks, its words filled with a sense of dread and foreboding about the cave. A voice expresses disbelief as half the mountain disappears, a testament to the immense power at play. The landscape had been irrevocably changed, the very earth torn asunder by the unleashed power. Boots crunched on the newly formed terrain, the ground littered with debris and strange, glowing particles. Andromalius, flanked by two figures, considered the scene. He wondered what Betrayal was thinking when he asked for the total military might of Baskerville. The reason for such power became clear. It was for demon hunting. Andromalius watched, a hint of satisfaction in his red eyes. As expected of my son, he mused. A grotesque demon emerged from the depths, its skeletal frame and elongated limbs a testament to the power unleashed. Betrayal, standing amidst the skeletal remains of countless victims, felt a surge of energy. He was surprised by the extent of the power. The demon's face contorted into a horrifying grin, its glowing red eyes promising death and destruction. Even the Night Order captains and Vice Clan head Osiris were here. The entirety of Baskerville was now present, a force of immense power ready to be unleashed. Another demon, adorned with horns and flowing hair, stood ready to serve its master. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he prepared to wield the power of Baskerville. Andromalius declared that for the next 6 hours, he would grant one the authority to command the total might of Baskerville. The one granted this authority is the wielder of the whistle, Beecher Van Baskerville. His eyes remain closed, a serene calm before the storm. Then they snap open, burning with crimson light. The command echoes, a decree to all forces. A monstrous figure emerges, its face contorted in a bloodthirsty grin, ready to tear. Blades flash, dripping with crimson, as the unleashed power begins its work. The world is rent asunder, torn apart by the overwhelming force. A forest of blades, each glinting with deadly intent, filled the air. The figures stood cloaked in shadow, their swords raised in unison, a silent promise of violence. The demon's visage, a grotesque mask of bone and blood, promised only pain. The air crackled with unseen energy as the demon prepared to strike. Beecher stood defiant against the encroaching darkness, a lone figure against a legion of shadows. The demon's power was absolute, to drain blood and recover his own mana, an advantage that could turn the tide of battle. The poison lake awaited those who fell, a grim testament to the demon's power. The hunters were mere dogs to the demon, tools to be used and discarded, never allowed to become assets. Beecher's gaze hardened, his resolve unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. The young man declared that they were not allowed to receive a single injury. The decree hung in the air, a desperate plea against the inevitable. The figures in red hoods moved with a singular purpose, swords drawn. They responded in unison, their voices echoing with dark intent. As you command. Andromalius watched, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He mused that he had raised the morale of the knights instantly. Another man, standing beside him, admitted he didn't know his nephew was also adept. The disembodied voice continued, explaining that the man was adept in military strategy. Andromalius's eyes narrowed, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He thought to himself that he wasn't able to realize that his own son had become a demon. A voice declared that this was the true state of Baskerville right now. The snake creature stood amidst a swirl of dark energy, its many tendrils writhing. The snake creature, locked in combat, spat out a curse. You damned mongrels! The blade clashed against the serpentine form, drawing blood. The sound of impact echoed through the air. Silhouetted figures fell defeated. Blood splattered as the snake creature was struck again. Despite knowing his own abilities, Andromalius realizes none of his enemies are backing down. Even if he regenerates, it will only be a waste of mana at this rate, so he needs to find a different method. Silhouetted figures stand on a cliff, observing the ongoing battle below with grim determination. One of the figures makes a noise, perhaps in response to the events unfolding before them. The figure watches with a stern expression, the battle's outcome uncertain. The injured Andromalius, surrounded, pleads, "If you let me leave alive." A voice declares that it will leave Set's body right now. The unseen figure states that they won't abandon the second son of the clan. Andromalius asks if they really thought Baskerville would accept such a negotiation. The figure's expression is unreadable, but their eyes seem to glow with an inner light. A surge of power emanates from the figure, shaking the very ground around them. He sneers, confident that his offer will be rejected outright. He knows his target won't be swayed by simple deals. The name echoes with power, Osiris. The figure of Osiris looms, immense and imposing. A voice echoes, questioning if he will let his brother die. The unseen speaker wonders if he will intervene. Beecher stands, his expression unreadable as he grips his sword. His gaze is intense. The unseen speaker believes that Osiris has the softest heart in Baskerville. A memory shows Beecher being comforted by another figure. The speaker worries that someone is pushing themselves too hard. They offer their help if needed, hoping there's a way to reach his heart. Andromalius declares that this is the last chance to save Set. The stakes are high. Andromalius remains silent, awaiting a response. His expression is hidden in shadow. Beecher and the other figure walk away from a group of people. Their destination is unknown. The sound of footsteps echoes as they move forward. The tension is palpable. A warning is issued. Do not be deceived. This is the lie of a demon. The stakes are deception. Heavy boots thudded against the stone floor, each step echoing in the silence. Beecher stood amidst a desolate landscape, the air thick with unspoken burdens. Figures cloaked in red surrounded a pale, gaunt form, their presence ominous. He gazed down, a flicker of concern crossing his face. If Set's soul was still there. A wave of emotion washed over the pale figure, a silent scream trapped within its form. Something I can still do for my brother. A masked face emerged from the shadows, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom, promising power and despair. Tears streamed down the man's face, his voice cracking with desperation. Be brother, I'm still alive. Beecher's gaze remained fixed on the scene before him, a complex mix of emotions swirling within. The man's sorrow was palpable, each tear a testament to his inner turmoil. I'm sorry. Internal struggles echoed in his thoughts, selling my soul to the demon. The time I spent being compared to you by father. A woman with long hair looked out at the distant figures, her expression reflecting a difficult past. Was a difficult period for my week. He truly regretted selling his soul to the demon, a decision that haunted him. It was true that all the actions he had taken until now were still his sins. The protagonist begged, pleading for a chance to repent for his past transgressions. But it was too late. The consequences of his actions were already in motion. The ritualistic energy surged, a crimson tide washing over the scene. His face contorted in anguish, the weight of his decisions crushing him. The ritual was set, the final act about to be carried out. He was truly regretful, knowing that this was the only thing left he could do. The ritual site was desolate, a fallen figure lying amidst the gathered figures. His face was stained with blood, a testament to the sacrifices made. The protagonist looked on, his expression a mixture of sorrow and resignation. There was no need to feel guilty, brother, for Set's soul had already been destroyed by the demon's act. He lamented, acknowledging his culpability in providing Set an opening. That opening, he knew, had allowed a demon to exploit. The crisp lines of his suit offered no comfort, no solace for the burden he carried. A memory surfaced, a younger version of himself, walking with Set. He wished he had treated Set better when they were young. He wouldn't be here regretting the corruption of Set's body and his death. He was truly saddened that the children who should be the future of the Baskerville territory were in danger. They were victimized like this, he thought, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. Beecher felt ashamed that he was unaware of these happenings as the Vice clan head. His expression was grim. He realized he'd been played by the demon, his naivete a tool in a larger game. Elsewhere, two figures stood in the distance, their forms obscured by the shadows and the looming presence of a red-hooded observer. The red-hooded figure cried out, a desperate warning hanging in the air. Wait, the head. Beecher and the other figure watched as something flew away, a sense of urgency gripping them. A voice echoed, filled with cruel amusement. Ha! You stupid dogs. A monstrous creature revealed itself, its form a grotesque mockery of life. The monstrous figure declared that the gate would be delayed, but couldn't be helped. He continued, confident that his brothers would deal with the situation for him. Elsewhere, Beecher stated that after his body regenerated, he would return to kill them all, laughing maniacally. He thought to himself, frustrated that he didn't have a way to attack at that range. Andromalius declared that he taught that a swordsman should never show his back. The man with white hair spoke a single word, addressing someone as son. Andromalius's face contorted, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He wondered what this feeling was that he was experiencing. Andromalius thought that Set should have been completely destroyed, questioning how Set's fear of Hugo was still within him. The man with white hair stood amidst swirling red energy. The man with white hair paused, realizing what was happening. Andromalius realized it was the pure fear one has toward a stronger being. A hand clenches around the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. Andromalius's gaze hardens, his red eyes narrowed in determination. Beecher's expression mirrors his opponent's, a fierce resolve etched on his face. A blinding flash of energy erupts, tearing through the air with immense power. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards, distorting the very space around it. Far below, a group of figures watches from atop a towering cliff, dwarfed by the scale of the battle. Glowing purple eyes pierce the darkness, their gaze intense and unwavering as they observe the unfolding conflict. Andromalius lets out a chilling laugh, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. A winged creature cackles, confident in its assessment. Even a sword master cannot reach the sky. The air explodes with raw power, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations of the world. A figure stands amidst the chaos, surrounded by a vortex of swirling energy and destruction. Red energy slashes cut through the air, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The clash of energy blades left streaks of crimson light. The attack left Andromalius visibly stunned, his expression a mix of disbelief and pain. He struggled to comprehend the power before him, muttering about a mere human. The sky above crackled with residual energy, a testament to the battle's intensity. Elsewhere, a man with long gray hair watched with glowing red eyes. Beecher's eyes widened as he realized the truth. He was the sword Saint Hugo Le Baskerville. The energy surged around him, a beacon of power against the dark sky. Another figure, with long white hair, stood on a precipice, his sword ready. The sky pulsed with light, a testament to the might of a sword master's swordsmanship. A few days later, a notice was disseminated throughout all territories under the Baskerville clan's jurisdiction, informing the populace of important developments. The notice detailed how the Baskerville clan had thoroughly investigated all events related to the missing children's case. A new policy for compensating the victims would soon be enacted. The information concerned the investigation and compensation regarding the missing children case within the territories of the Baskerville clan. The notice revealed the truth of the missing children case between the imperial calendar 10 BC to 19 AC and the compensation that would follow. This was under the Beecher Special Law Section 1, Clause 4. The people were shocked by the revelations. Whispers spread through the crowd as they digested the implications of the notice. Although it wasn't made known that a demon, king-rank demon, had appeared, it was revealed to the entire nation that the second son of the Baskerville clan had committed a horrible crime. Not long after, public sentencing for Set's mother, Nut, was initiated. The crowd gathered to witness the judgment. The figure of Nut, cloaked and bound, was led to the execution site. Her face was obscured, but her posture betrayed a sense of resignation. The charges against her were grave, letting loose poisonous snakes into the children's room, and one charge of poisoning her first husband. Further accusations included suspicion of plotting to kidnap the eldest daughter of the clan and aiding Set in kidnapping children, among other charges. The judgment was delivered. With 1,642 crimes attributed to her, she faced immediate execution. Unexpectedly, Nut showed no signs of demonic influence, no trace of mind control. Her screams echoed as she met her end, her cries a final act of defiance. Following Nut's execution, Set's subordinates faced the same grim fate. Osiris oversaw the entire process, his authority absolute, his command unquestioned. But there was another figure involved in the unfolding events. He had received a portion of Osiris's power, a sign of great trust. The man's actions began to resonate with the people. That man was Beecher Van Baskerville. News of his exploits in the war against the barbarians spread far and wide. The hearts of the discontented began to soften, filled with reverence for Beecher. Osiris and Beecher completed the task in less than a week. High-ranking members of the Baskerville clan were being executed publicly. Even members of the clan couldn't ignore Baskerville's laws. The executions circulated in the people's minds, reminding them of the strict laws. A girl wonders which part of her grandpa she thinks changed. The girl is held by a man in a suit. The girl gasps, her eyes wide with surprise. The girl exclaims that her grandpa's mustache disappeared. A hand points towards a man's face. Someone asks how her grandpa looks without a mustache. Two men in suits stand in a room. One of them says that it's missing. One of the men thinks it's unbelievable that this scene is happening right after that whole debacle. The work of purging the people connected to Set is coming to an end. With the remnants of the purge coming to an end, he considered the implications. Since he also asked Cinderwendy for information about the other demons, he should see some results if he waits. A figure cloaked in darkness questioned the order. Track down demon, king-rank demons? How many lives do they think he has? One brother acknowledged the other's hard work. The other brother returned the sentiment, acknowledging his brother's efforts as well. The brother was warned that he'd be late for the academy if he tried to deal with every related case. The internal atmosphere of the clan was still unsettled, but one brother told the other not to worry about the clan. The protagonist, Beecher, realized this was their father's decision as well. Was he sending him to the academy in this situation? It would be better, one brother thought, in Hugo's position to use him, who has a good public image, to deal with the remaining problems. The brother wondered just what the other was planning. Beecher's expression remained unreadable as he considered the situation. Father is just worried you'll be swept up in the power conflict between the clan factions, one brother thought. One brother felt that he'd only recently learned about their father. He is just clumsy with the way he expresses himself, he thought. But father worries for him. The man, who claims to be the most like his father, tells Beecher to believe him. A subtle rustling sound fills the air as the conversation continues. The man reminds the clan head that he needs to tie it in. The old man finds the opposite direction difficult as he stands behind a young girl. A pair of hands grasp at long strands of hair. The young girl smiles, declaring that it is done. A sinister chuckle rumbles from the shadows. The man asks if he likes it, calling him Pomeranian. The young girl stands before the man, bathed in light. He was looking. He reflects on seeing everything through the eyes of his past again, a life before regressing that was a life in chains. The path was dictated, each step predetermined by the weight of the chains. Each link, a burden, a connection to something unseen, something inescapable. The chains stretched behind him as Hugo continued forward, unaware of their true extent. A face, etched with a lifetime of burdens, stared into the abyss of the past. The eye, a window to his soul, reflected a truth long hidden, a reason for ignorance. Hugo, bound by his own constraints, stood in stark contrast to the figure before him. The chains were held in a monstrous grip, a symbol of inescapable fate. The world shifted, the familiar becoming alien as the things he knew began to change. Memories surfaced, fragmented and distorted, reflecting the weight of past experiences. Relationships strained and broken, echoes of connections lost in the labyrinth of time. Endings approached, a culmination of choices and consequences, a finality looming in the shadows. A twisted visage of serpents, their fangs bared, hints at a venomous past. And shattered reflections, broken pieces of a life once lived, now scattered and lost. A memory surfaces, a man with glasses, his expression unreadable, watches over a scene from long ago. A child embraces the man, a moment of innocent affection amidst the fractured recollections. Hugo, a single red eye pierces through the darkness, a spark of recognition. Tears stream down a face etched with sorrow, a glimpse of the pain that lingers beneath the surface. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face, a chilling contrast to the tears as he holds the child close. A disembodied voice echoes, a taunt from the past. So that's how you look without your chains. Footsteps, deliberate and measured, mark a path forward, away from the haunting memories. The voice continues, a declaration of change. The Hugo I needed to take revenge against no longer exists. Chains, once binding, now hang broken, a symbol of a past self left behind. Now free, the chains are gone, the past is severed, and a new path lies ahead. He saw the memory, a weeping elder holding a child, their faces etched with sorrow. The protagonist stood, a crimson tie against his dark suit, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. A figure walked away, fading into the distance, a symbol of what he left behind. The protagonist's expression remained unreadable as the figure receded, chains hanging loosely from his suit. He spoke, a plan forming in his mind. "Brother, I'll go to the academy." He thought, "Okay, good thinking." The chains lay broken on the ground, a testament to a freedom hard won, but incomplete. However, the broken links did not signify true liberation. They were merely a pause in the struggle. He fell, the weight of the past dragging him down, the echoes of his former life resounding. The chains stretched, still connected, still binding him to something he couldn't escape. A fist clenched, determination warring with despair. "I am not free yet." The chains remained, coiled tightly around his neck, a constant reminder of his captivity. He stood beneath a single chain, hanging from an unseen source. The chains tightened around him, a cold reminder of his past. Elsewhere, another figure was similarly bound, trapped in a web of heavy chains. The links glowed with a malevolent energy, pulsing with dark intent. Hugo's red eyes burned with determination as he gripped the heavy chains. The words echoed in his mind, "Because my true revenge begins here." Meanwhile, a city lay in wait, shrouded in a perpetual twilight. Its buildings stood tall and silent, bearing witness to countless untold stories. The iconic clock tower loomed over the landscape, a symbol of time's relentless march. But something was amiss, the tower distorted, fractured, and ready to shatter. The chained figure roared, its power threatening to break free. It lunged forward, a monstrous silhouette against the crumbling cityscape, facing Hugo. He advanced, his dark shoes clicking against the stone floor, the sound echoing in the vast space. The blue-skinned monster stumbled back, its massive foot dragging against the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Andromalius, his face contorted in rage, cursed under his breath, his one visible eye burning with fury. The monster demanded to know who he was facing, his voice a guttural roar that shook the very foundations. Hugo adjusted his coat, his expression unreadable as he prepared to meet the challenge head-on. Andromalius sneered, calling him insignificant, ready to crush the protagonist under his immense power. The protagonist advanced again, his footsteps measured and deliberate, closing the distance between them. A crimson blade materialized in his hand, glowing with an ominous light, ready to strike. A question echoed in his mind, a desperate plea for identity in the face of overwhelming odds. Who am I? The crimson energy crackled around the blade, a visual testament to the power he now wielded. Andromalius roared in pain as the blade found its mark, blood splattering against the stone. The monster's face was a mask of agony, his glowing eye wide with shock as the crimson energy burned. He plummeted through the air, a crimson blade extended before him. The crimson blade found its mark, tearing through flesh and sinew. Beecher Van Baskerville drove the blade deeper, a whirlwind of red energy surrounding him. The ground trembled beneath them as the force of the blow reverberated. Andromalius's hand reached out, desperation etched into every line of his form. The protagonist stood over his fallen foe, the crimson blade dripping with dark blood. Meanwhile, a lone figure stood on a rooftop, bathed in the pale light of the moon. The man's face was obscured by a strange mask, his eyes gleaming with an unknown purpose. There comes a day when people flock to Benicio, the capital of the great Empire Lock. It is the day when the greatest school in the world holds its entrance ceremony. The Colossio Academy holds its entrance ceremony, welcoming a new class of students. The Academy's clubs are eager to recruit new members. One student tries to entice others to join the meditation club. A student encourages the new students to take a survey and sign the club application form. The new students for the Hot Weapons Department and the Cold Weapons Department are said to be crazy this year. There were two classes in the Academy. The Cold Weapons Department typically used swords, bows, and spears. The Cold Weapons Department focused on traditional weaponry. The Hot Weapons Department mostly used magic. Even outside their majors, Academy students would need to build general knowledge about everything during their 4 years of study. The new students were drawing a lot of attention, with many eyes on them. Tudor, from the Don Quixote clan, was known for their skill with spears, and Bianca, from the Usher clan, was famous for their bows. They had tied for first place during the Cold Weapons practical test, a feat that spoke volumes about their talent. Following them, in third, fourth, and fifth place were the triplets of the swordsman clan of Blood and Iron, the Baskervilles. No explanation was needed for their fame. The person receiving the most attention from the Hot Weapons Department was this one. Sinclair, this monstrous new kid, got first place in practical and second place in theory. And one more. The person who received first place in theory for both departments. The student adjusted his glasses, observing the academy grounds. The sunlight glinted off his dark hair as he surveyed the scene. His red eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. He overheard the other students, who didn't think they needed a bookworm in their club. The students felt that bringing in someone like him would only drop the club's mood. More than 10 new kids shared the name Beecher, making him harder to find. He had dropped the Baskerville surname and joined as a commoner to avoid standing out at the academy. He heard it was more difficult for a commoner to enter the academy, so he tried harder on the written test, hoping to draw less attention than the practical, but it backfired. He needed to avoid drawing people's attention to make moving around easier. A student begged his senior to look at him. The crowd of students professed their love for the senior, saying they entered the academy just to see her. The students commented on how pious and holy she was, declaring her beautiful. The senior asked everyone to calm down. The sign identified her as Dolores Lewin Quavades, the student council president and head of the newspaper club. Dolores asked if everyone was interested in the newspaper club, but the students admitted they were more interested in her. He realized that Dolores Lewin Quavades was the student council president of the academy. Dolores Lewin Quavades was someone he'd rather avoid, if possible. He walked through the academy gates, trying to keep a low profile amidst the crowd. He stopped before a large, imposing door. It was here. Another student stood nearby, looking down at him. Huh? Are you in that room as well? He looked up at the other student. If they were in the same room. The other student grinned, introducing himself. Then you're my roommate. Huh? I'm PG. PG seemed enthusiastic. Let's do this, be sure. He heard the name, PG, echoing in his mind, a name that stirred a faint memory. The bowl-cut student was a kind kid, one who had reached out to him in the past. He had cared about him, even though Beecher was only there to look after the triplets. During that period, PG was bullied by his roommates, who were a bad bunch, marking the start of his misfortune. The protagonist hoped the same thing wouldn't happen in this life, a life where he was now stuck with PG. The beds were bunks, and PG cheerfully told him that he could choose which one he wanted first. Another student asked Beecher if he was attending the new student's welcome ceremony this afternoon. The student wondered if that was a stupid question, adding that it wasn't mandatory, but he was pretty sure all the new students were going. PG warned him that if he didn't get closer to his peers or seniors there, he'd have a hard time for the next 4 years, but Beecher stated he wasn't going. PG asked if he wasn't going to the welcome ceremony, but Beecher repeated that he was not. PG insisted that he needed to go, or else. He warned that he'd be outcast by his peers, too. Word spread that many distinguished seniors would be joining the party. The student council president, Saintus Dolores, was said to be attending, along with other amazing peers. Everyone seemed so skilled, including Sancho from the Northern Mercenary Guild and Sinclair from the Hot Weapons Department. Even before regressing, this guy had impressive information gathering and analysis skills. How's that? Do you want to go now? PG, excited, clenches his fists, eager to convince Beecher to attend the party. But he is still not going, his expression firm despite PG's enthusiasm. The intensity of the moment is palpable as PG tries to change his mind. He stands firm, his body language indicating his reluctance to attend. PG's expression shifts, a hint of desperation creeping in as he pleads. He is awestruck, wanting to be as cool as the people attending the party. Beecher remains resolute, standing before the academy with a stoic expression. He simply doesn't want to go, suggesting PG can go and enjoy it. A crescent moon hangs high in the sky, partially obscured by clouds. The moon casts an eerie glow over the rooftops of the city below. The camera pans down, revealing the warehouse district, a maze of shadows and stacked crates. The warehouses stand in silent rows, their roofs riddled with holes, hinting at neglect and decay. Around a makeshift fire, one of the men remarks that it feels great not having to listen to the kids whine and make a fuss. Another man wonders where the children went, noting the warehouse was filled with them for so long. The camera focuses on the ground as one of the men explains that a carriage came through this morning and took them all somewhere. From behind, a man warns Arthur that he'll die if he keeps getting curious about useless things, adding that they went to an orphanage run by Quo Vadis. Meanwhile, a stern figure orders someone to stop talking and properly stand guard. The man wonders where they went, adding that if they want to take home the few. A man with long, dark hair and glowing eyes stares intently forward, his expression unreadable. A voice booms out, declaring him to be a meat grinder, Ron Batson. The mercenaries surrounding the fire are dismissed as trash, lacking guts, and being low-ranking. The speaker considers himself a graduate, far above the rabble. The man with glasses asks if anyone strong is around, stating he wants to slice some meat, and then asks, "Are you Ron Batson?" A voice filled with fury questions how a mere mercenary dares to speak his name. The scarred man's face contorts in rage, his eyes blazing with fury at the challenge. The man with glasses stands amidst the fallen mercenaries, a testament to his skill. A hand grips a sword tightly, the question mark in the bubble hinting at the wielder's surprise. The eye widens in shock, the speaker uttering, "WH, what is this?" Tears stream down his face as Ron Humbart Batson's name is revealed. Ron Humbart Batson stands, sword in hand, ready to face his past. For years ago, Ron Humbart Batson killed his neighboring family and sacrificed them to form a contract with a demon, after which he joined the Northern. He stood, twin blades glinting in the dim light, as accusations echoed around him. The voice accused him of being a demon. Ron Humbart Batson was accused of stealing the plans of the human allied forces. The voice demanded that he stop talking nonsense and come out already. The voice continued, stating that the allied forces were annihilated. Behind Ron Humbart Batson, two figures stood silently. In the end, the voice concluded. A hand gripped a curved blade, ready to strike. The blade sliced through the air. The attack came swiftly. Ron Humbart Batson seemed surprised. He claimed he didn't feel any slicing. Red lines appeared around Ron Humbart Batson as he spoke. He felt a sharp pain, as if his arm had been sliced open. The cuts continued, appearing as if from nowhere, slicing through his flesh. A figure in a long trench coat stood over him, wreathed in red energy. A guttural scream echoed through the alleyway. Ron Humbart Batson cried out, feeling the pain in his arms. He insisted he knew nothing of the allied human forces, begging to know why this was happening to him. The figure's glowing red eye narrowed, scrutinizing him. The attacker stated that this was only natural and that it hadn't happened yet. The figure knew that Ron Humbart Batson had already formed a contract with a demon, demanding to know about it. Ron Humbart Batson stammered, tears streaming down his face. He admitted it was something like that, his face contorted in pain and fear. His face was a mask of agony, the unseen tormentor continuing their assault. The force of the impact sent blood splattering against the walls. Crimson droplets hung in the air, a testament to the brutal exchange. Beecher and Baskerville stood amidst the carnage, the scene marked by another death. The victim's head had exploded, a gruesome display of power. A book filled with arcane symbols lay open, its pages stained with blood. The text revealed that the book was created using memories from before his regression and information obtained by Cinderwendy. He held the book aloft, the words Black List emblazoned on its cover. Demons, even before the era of ruination, and the demon worshippers who must be killed were detailed within. Chains seemed to bind the very essence of the scene, a dark ritual unfolding. He recalled, all 3 demon worshippers he killed today had their heads explode before he could kill them himself. If this was the demon's ability, what other horrors lay in wait? The hunter stood firm, his resolve unwavering in the face of such power. The cracked ground bore witness to a silent decree, a secret hidden within the capital's heart. Veins pulsed beneath the skin, a roadmap of power etched onto the back of a hand. The sleeve, trimmed with gold, hinted at a rank, a position of authority. The hand clenched, fingers tightening as if grasping at something unseen, something vital. The knuckles, pale against the shadowed skin, betrayed the tension held within. A masked figure stood, shrouded in shadow, power crackling around him like a storm. Dark tendrils snaked from the figure's feet, a visual echo of the power he commanded. The bell tower stands silent, a grim sentinel overlooking the scene of carnage below. The grand building looms in the night, unaware of the horrors that have transpired within its walls. Moonlight spills through shattered windows, illuminating the blood-soaked floor. Limbs lay strewn across the cold stone, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the attack. Bathed in crimson light, Andromalius surveys the scene, his masked face unreadable. The victims all died or had their heads explode as soon as they talked about the demon. It seems that was a condition in the demon's contract. Andromalius reflects on his failure to obtain any information about the upper 10 corpses' location, realizing this will be a long and arduous battle. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Andromalius admits he didn't expect to find anything on the first day. So, it is decided, they will return to the academy for now. He landed silently on the building's edge, a shadow against the night. With a graceful leap, Andromalius descended towards the academy grounds. His cloak billowed behind him as he approached the towering structure. The red glow of his eye pierced the darkness, an ominous sign. Inside the academy, the new students' welcome ceremony continued, unaware of the approaching danger. He landed softly, his presence barely disturbing the forest floor. Andromalius stood motionless, observing the academy from the shadows. The path ahead was dark, but his purpose was clear. Beecher Van Baskerville considered his options, wondering if he should reveal his face. The banquet hall buzzed with quiet conversation, the clinking of silverware audible. A lavish spread of food lay before the assembled guests, ready to be enjoyed. The attendees raised their glasses, ready to toast to an unknown occasion. A sudden announcement cut through the murmur. President Dolores is here. A blond man laughed, holding a glass of red wine, seemingly amused by the announcement. A woman offered to pour a cup for a senior member, her expression respectful. The halls were grand, the architecture imposing, as the banquet continued. A man with glasses observed the scene, his expression unreadable as he muttered, "Those two." A man in the crowd expressed surprise at seeing certain individuals in the same year as him. Meanwhile, images of great heroes who led humanity to victory in the era of ruination flashed in someone's mind. The one who led at the front line of the battlefield was remembered in a flashback. The genius of Don Quixote, of the Spear clan of the expansive ocean, was also remembered as the blond man toasted. Tutor La Mancha, Don Quixote, and the Divine Bow were known for piercing countless demons. The genius of Usher, another of the 7 great clans, belonged to the Divine Secret Bow clan. Dolores Lune Quavades held her drink aloft, as Bianca Pa Usher was introduced. There were others present whom she remembered seeing on the battlefield. She never expected to reunite with them like this. The man with glasses seemed lost in thought, a slight smile playing on his lips. Someone wondered aloud if Camus Morgue had also enrolled in the academy, before asking if he could sing something. The man seemed hesitant, barely able to utter a sound. Someone urged him to sing, reminding him that his senior was asking and shouldn't be kept waiting. The man with glasses watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. Someone offered a comforting sentiment. "Hey, don't cry and drink this." He was encouraged to drink it in one go, with the promise that nothing more would be asked of him. Beecher stared into the massive mug, tears welling in his eyes. How could he possibly drink all of this? 2 figures watched him from above, their faces alight with amusement. They seemed to be enjoying his predicament. A voice boomed, simply commanding him to drink. The pressure mounted, and Beecher's resolve wavered. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape. "Don't you trust us?" the voice pressed, adding to his anxiety. With a resigned sigh, Beecher lifted the massive mug. He tilted it back, the liquid threatening to spill over. The 2 figures cheered him on, shouting, "All right, good work," as Beecher continued to drink. Suddenly, Beecher gagged, his face contorting in disgust. He could no longer hold it down. Beecher collapsed to the ground, vomiting. The other figures erupted in laughter, pointing and jeering at his misery. Tears streamed down Beecher's face as he continued to vomit. A voice declared, "Nickname is Vomit from now on. Vomit PG." The laughter continued as Beecher, now known as Vomit PG, remained on the floor, humiliated and defeated. The servants fussed over Vomit PG, their hands patting him down with cloths. Another servant stood nearby, watching the scene unfold with a stoic expression. Beecher, now wearing glasses, watched the servants. He wondered what they were doing. PG's name echoed in his mind. Beecher recalled PG's difficult life, supporting his parents as a low-ranking civil servant. He remembered being one of those PG supported. Beecher recalled meeting PG again during the recruitment period after the era of ruination began. Before he regressed, PG couldn't endure the bullying in the academy and dropped out of his own accord. Using his incredible strategies and information analysis skills, PG saved a lot of people. He was one of the few who volunteered to enter the battle. PG is a comrade who deserves Beecher's respect. Vomit PG would clean up here, so he should go back to the dorm and rest. It didn't feel great to see a comrade like that being disrespected like this. He is confronted by a taller student who demands to know who he is. The taller student questions if he is a friend and comments on his class. Another student observes Beecher's rude behavior and remarks on his confidence. Several students glare menacingly, their red eyes filled with anger. One of the students angrily warns Beecher not to touch their master. Beecher's eyes widen behind his glasses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He thinks to himself, revealing that he is a commoner in the academy. Surrounded, Beecher threatens to kill them all if his identity is revealed. A woman tells the others not to bully the new kids so much. The woman suggests they should show their good graces as his seniors, thinking this might be good. The woman smiles, clasping her hands together. One of the students offers that if Beecher drinks all that, he'll let both of them go back. He is reassured by another student, but his expression betrays his anxiety. The challenge is set. A massive quantity of liquid awaits. The oversized mug is presented, filled to the brim with a questionable concoction. The other students watch with anticipation, some kneeling to get a better view. A student with a ponytail explains that it's a deadly cocktail of vodka and rum. Another student remarks that no one could possibly drink over a liter of that stuff. The mug is raised to his lips, the liquid sloshing precariously close to the rim. The student with the ponytail is shocked as Beecher begins to drink. He grimaces, but continues to drink the foul concoction. Then, the crowd watches as he continues to drink. The student who is supporting him looks on with concern as he continues to drink. Another student yells for him to stop, seemingly worried about his well-being. He reels back, his eyes wide with surprise as the alcohol hits him hard. A woman with crimson hair watches with a stern expression, her gaze unwavering. Crimson eyes glow with an unnatural light as a man wonders what to do next. A man with short, dark hair demands to know what else they want from him. His hand reaches out, as if to stop something, his face etched with concern. The man with short dark hair is questioned by Dolores, who asks why he is making such a fuss. Dolores states that one of the new students threw up and promises to clean up after them. Dolores declares that she won't let anyone mistreat the new students, addressing a group of onlookers. A student reminds everyone that they need to maintain their dignity as students of the academy. He is thanked by Beecher. Dolores is admired by another student, who thinks she is so cool. Two students cover their mouths, seemingly impressed by Dolores' actions. He wonders if he made a mistake, observing the scene with a confused expression. A wide smile stretches across the white-haired character's face. Whoa! Eyes wide with excitement, the character brings a hand to their mouth. The tag reads, Hot Weapons Department Rank 1, Theory Test Rank 2. This must be Sinclair. In the distance, two figures stand together, one declaring, I found someone good. Within the academy, the Hot Weapons Department and the Cold Weapons Department took most of their lessons together, igniting competition between the ego-filled elites. Participation in the lessons was key, as the professor gave a general overview of the culture of the barbarians. The battle theory head professor, Banshee Morg, stood ready to test the students. Using the locations where the barbarians have been discovered until now, the professor sought to increase participation in the lessons. To increase participation in the lessons, Banshee Morg asked, anyone want to estimate where their base lies? Tutor Don Quixote thought to himself, Firstly, the places where Baroque and the Empire clashed are points 1, 8, and 75 of the Western Front. What else? Bianca Usher pondered, maybe the barbarians have settled in the low plains. Both Tutor Don Quixote and Bianca Usher eagerly raised their hands, exclaiming, I'll answer. Documents lay open on the table, detailing the ranks within the department. The question hangs in the air. Was Sinclair truly the best in the Hot Weapons Department? Sinclair, standing tall, is prompted to continue with the briefing. The places where the barbarians clashed with the Empire were identified by the Academy and the military. The points of interest are listed, including one situated at the peak of a tall mountain. Considering all the information, the woman with white hair stands alongside Sinclair. Sinclair reflects on the information, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. 29 were eliminated yesterday, all naturally stained with the characteristic stench of demons. The stench of demons permeates the air, a skull floating amidst the darkness. Their faces exploded right before they died, a gruesome end for the fallen. Sinclair suspects that this is the ability of an upper 10 corpse hiding within the imperial capital. He resolves to inform Cinderwendy to pay closer attention and investigate the matter. The boy with brown hair calls out to protagonist Beecher Van Baskerville, who seems lost in thought. The classroom is filled with students, all seemingly focused on the lecture. A voice muses that the cold weapons department isn't doing as well as the hot weapons department. The instructor, with a stern expression, remarks that he didn't expect a student to fall asleep on the first day. Beecher insists that he wasn't sleeping, as the boy with brown hair calls out his name in disbelief. The instructor's words hang in the air, a silent accusation. The instructor, eyes narrowed, demands to know his name. Beecher, adjusting his glasses, is met with the instructor's sarcastic remark about everyone seeing him close his eyes. Beecher stammers, trying to explain that he closed his eyes but wasn't sleeping. The instructor, with a menacing glare, says that it seems it was his misunderstanding, but his expression suggests otherwise. The instructor wonders what kind of crazy bastard enrolled this year. The instructor says, sure, with a dubious tone. Just then, Sinclair, the rank one of the hot weapons department, answered the question. She received 10 points for herself. The instructor stated that if one could answer his question, he would award them in the cold weapons department. However, if they could not answer him, he made it clear that the entire cold weapons department would have points deducted if they failed to answer correctly. One student thought that was a bit unreasonable. The instructor, undeterred, announced, all right, here's the question. A student, looking frustrated, was told to reveal where the barbarian tribe Baroque clashed with the Imperial Army. The student was further instructed to use that information to estimate where their hideout might be. The difficulty of the question was too high. 2 students reacted with concern. One wondered why the entire cold weapons department had to get points deducted just because of one guy. Another student, wearing glasses, seemed to be deep in thought, considering the question's implications. A glimpse into the past revealed the Baroque tribe, fierce warriors engaged in battle. A student smirked, seemingly knowing the answer. He thought about the points of contact between Baroque and the Empire. The instructor and other students reacted with shock, perhaps realizing the difficulty or implications of the question. A student with white hair looked surprised, possibly understanding the gravity of the situation. After the incident with Ahiman, the people of Baroque moved their homes, so it doesn't matter if the original information is revealed here, one student thought. The instructor's question had been answered correctly. The instructor looked surprised, his eyes widening slightly as he processed the answer. How did he use information that hasn't even been verified by academia? One student wondered, thinking, wait, if his name is Beecher. Another student realized that he was the one who obtained full marks in the written test. The instructor announced, 10 points to Beecher for answering the question, and 1 point to everyone in the cold weapons department. The instructor added. However, even if you ranked first in the theory test, the instructor thought, I cannot overlook the fact that you closed your eyes during my lesson. I will deduct 10 points from you, the instructor stated, as the student replied that he will be mindful next time. The student with white hair didn't realize because of how common the name Beecher is. So that Beecher, is that Beecher? The student with glasses thought. The crisp lines of the academy uniform hinted at the day's expectations. Whispers rippled through the classroom, some students acknowledging that Beecher ranked first in theory. The student mused, considering Beecher's academic prowess, a genius, excellent with theory. A smirk played on the student's lips, a hint of doubt in his expression. A question hung in the air. Could that impressive mind keep up during the physical class? Meanwhile, the name of the game echoed, Naphtali. A field stretched out, marked with lines and numbers, ready for the coming contest. Naphtali, a ball sport with 40 people on each side, where points are awarded by passing the ball through the opposing team's goal. The rules were simple. The only things banned were the use of mana and weapons. In this game, any other method could be used to put the ball into the goal. The players moved with speed and force, each vying for control of the ball. Naphtali was the sport he excelled at, one player declared with confidence. He held the Naphtali ball aloft, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The ball was just for him, it seemed. From the stands, a fan cheered. Kia, Tutor Don Quixote, you're so cool, she exclaimed, while another scoffed at the display. The sport of Naphtali was considered barbaric by some. The players charged forward, a blur of motion and determination. One of the players moved to intercept. Where do you think you're going? He demanded. The player's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with focus. The speaker mused about the infamous triplets of the Sword Clan of Blood and Iron. Beecher Van Baskerville's blue eyes sparkled with anticipation as he prepared to make his move. The players collided, a chaotic scramble for possession of the ball. His face contorted with determination. The player refused to yield. He glared, his red eyes burning with defiance. You dare. The blonde-haired player extended his hand, a demand hanging in the air. Hand over the ball. Golden mana crackled around him, a visible manifestation of his power. With a grunt, he prepared to unleash his mana, his eyes focused on the task ahead. A blinding flash of blue mana erupted, illuminating the field with its intense light. The mana coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier as he moved forward. The concentrated mana crackled with energy, ready to be unleashed upon his opponents. Tutor smirked, declaring that he could face his opponents head-on, despite any perceived disadvantage. His hand reached out, ready to seize victory with the power of his mana. From the sidelines, observers marveled at Tutor Don Quixote's strength, noting his prowess even without mana or weapons, a true naphthalite genius of the Don Quixote clan. Tutor's gaze intensified, a glint of determination in his eyes as he prepared to execute his theory. The figure in the distance was being watched, someone muttering about him. Elsewhere, a blond man with a blue headband turned, his eyes locked on his target. Beecher clicked his tongue, annoyed. He overheard someone saying that the triplets shouldn't draw him this way. A massive foot descended, the owner contemplating whether to let him pass or mess with him a little. A voice echoed, urging someone to use this opportunity to focus on exercise, not just studying. The blond man and Beecher clashed, a burst of energy erupting between them. Beecher's expression was grim as he faced his opponent. The blond man's attack slammed into Beecher, sending him flying. The foot descended further, threatening to crush its target. The blond man's face was visible, his expression intense. Two girls watched in shock, their faces filled with alarm. The girls' expressions conveyed their fear and disbelief at the unfolding events. He is sent hurtling through the air, the force of the kick immense. The attacker, wearing glasses and a red headband, watches with a calculating gaze. The man with glasses wonders why he was targeted despite trying to dodge. Beecher crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his senses. A muffled ouch escapes as he hits the turf. The attacker looms over Beecher, an unreadable expression on his face as the protagonist lies prone. The attacker intends to feign injury, for now. Lying on the ground, sweat beads on his brow. He remains still, eyes shut. Suddenly, Beecher's eyes snapped open, wide with shock. He found himself sprawled on the ground, other figures looming over him. Beecher, disoriented, wondered what he was doing there. He questioned if he had fallen asleep, and how he could have done so in the middle of the match. Beecher thought to himself that it was all just theory. He recalled tackling him to mess with him, but then suddenly blacked out. He realized he had lost in a physical battle against that bookworm, and was actually knocked out, even though he was the one who initiated it. He wondered if it was Tutor Don Quixote. The man with black hair stood with his back turned. Beecher resolved that he would need to test him again. The team crouched low, a unified wall of black and white, ready to spring into action on the gridiron. Beecher Van Baskerville, brow furrowed, knew something had gone wrong before. He urged them to do it properly this time. A player held the ball, its surface gleaming with embedded lights, ready to make a play. The team surged forward, a determined pack of athletes focused on their objective. Two figures watched the practice, one with long purple hair, the other with short white hair, both looking confused. The goal was that way, but what were they doing? The question hung in the air as the team continued their drills. The team moved with practice precision, each member a cog in a well-oiled machine. Beecher shouted, demanding the triplets get out of the way, his frustration evident. The triplets stood firm, declaring that no one could pass here, their faces set with determination. The team collided in a flurry of motion, bodies flying as they fought for every inch. He had told them to never let him through, so why was this guy coming toward him again? Beecher wondered. He charges forward, the man with blonde hair focused on his target. His foot comes down hard, the figure in the black suit believing there won't be any coincidences. Beecher's eyes narrow, the secret naphthalite technique of the Spear clan of the expansive ocean about to be unleashed. The Saint Spear tackle is initiated, a powerful technique. The force of the tackle is immense, a surge of energy erupting. The figure in the black suit is sent flying, the man with glasses watching intently. The impact reverberates, a visual representation of the force. The world blurs as the force of the tackle takes its toll. Tutor Don Quixote is asked if he is awake. Tutor lies prone on the ground, the figure in the black suit standing over him with a sign of alarm. The man with glasses watches as Tutor wonders why he fell unconscious again, Beecher standing nearby. It's noted that Tutor tackled the guy at an impressive speed and got flung away after colliding with him. A figure with white hair and a prominent scar stares intensely ahead. Someone realizes why another is so fixated on the scarred man. The blonde-haired man suspects that he is hiding something significant. He resolves to try again, his expression determined. The man with white hair declares he can't stand idly by while his friend is defeated. The text introduces Sancho Barataria, a scholarship student recommended by numerous mercenary guilds of the North. Due to his overwhelming physical affinity, he decided not to play naftally with people of the same age. In a land of the North, children are born to elders until the day they die. Sancho Barataria, holding a ball, states that everyone faces their own battles. A group of people declares that they won't let him pass this time. The group advances, their eyes filled with determination. Power surged through his body, a visible aura emanating from within. His eyes glowed with an intense light, a sign of the strength he now wielded. He stood tall amidst the fallen, a testament to his overwhelming power. A chilling question hung in the air. Do you want to die? Tears streamed down their face, a silent plea for forgiveness. We're sorry. He unleashed a devastating punch, the force of it creating a shockwave. The man looked up, fear etched on his face as the blow descended. His eyes widened, reflecting the impending impact. Sancho Barataria watched with a mix of concern and apprehension. The attacker declared, "Let's see if you can take my full power," as he fell. He crashed down, his full power unleashed upon his opponent. The arena floor, once smooth, now lay fractured and broken. A dark wall loomed, a silent testament to the battle's intensity. The blue-haired character gripped the wall, his expression unreadable. A mountain. Beecher adjusted his glasses, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. He thought, I should play along a little, right? With a burst of speed, the defender was sent flying. The world spun as the defender was flung through the air, a helpless projectile. Beecher watched as the defender hurtled towards the ground, a grim satisfaction on his face. The impact reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the arena. The defender crashed into the ground, a cloud of dust obscuring the aftermath. Sancho Barataria's voice boomed across the arena. Oh! Sancho flung away all the defenders. The crowd murmured, questioning the defender's fate. Hey, but the guy Sancho just pushed, he's not dead, right? Another voice responded. Who cares? Class A wins now, if he keeps going. The blue-haired character watched the scene unfold, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He felt a strange sensation, as if he hadn't hit a person. Sancho looks at the ball in his hand, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Another player stands ready, his arms raised in anticipation of the next play. A player is sent flying through the air, shouting in surprise. The whistle is blown, signaling a stop to the game. The team erupts in cheers, celebrating their victory. The players' feet pound the ground as they rush to congratulate each other. The player with glasses stands at the forefront, his teammates behind him. Water is poured over the player with glasses' head in celebration. A voice booms, declaring him the unsung hero of Class B. Sancho stands beside the player with glasses, a proud look on his face. The player with blonde hair tells the player with glasses to cheer a bit, admitting he won because he retired him. He realized how weak he was and apologized for the disappointing outcome. The man with silver hair remarked that Beecher's body was quite sturdy. He had assumed he was using mana or something. Beecher explained that he was a commoner, so he couldn't use mana at all. The silver-haired man said that it was a shame. With that blessed body, if he had gotten an early education, he could have become an expert like him. 3 female students approached, offering towels to Tutor and his friends, asking them to use them to wipe their sweat. The students offered the towels. The silver-haired man accepted the towel with a smile. The students thanked them, exclaiming that their class was the best. The hero of the Spear clan of the expansive ocean, and the genius of the mercenary guilds, Sancho. Sancho and the blonde-haired man are the heroes who will hunt countless demons to save humanity during the era of ruination in the future. Even ahead of time like this, Beecher thought, feeling a little weird about it. Beecher adjusted his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses. Sancho looked on, a slight smile on his face as he watched the students. 2 female students watched with surprised expressions. He wipes the sweat from his brow, taking a moment to collect himself. The man's physique is on full display, his toned muscles glistening with sweat. His red eyes gleam, reflecting an inner intensity that borders on obsession. The towel hangs loosely around his neck, barely concealing the powerful lines of his chest. On this day, Beecher could have never known that his academy life would become quite annoying. The darkness looms, a silent promise of troubles yet to come. Meanwhile, the imposing academy building stands tall against the night sky, a beacon of knowledge and secrets. Lloyd Doxell, age 52, appears to be in distress, his face contorted in a mask of fear. Reported as the head of the district and the principal of an orphanage, he sits amidst carnage. The voice accuses him of joining hands with a demon and selling children with the blood of high-ranking clans. The masked figure looms, a crimson blade glinting in the dim light, asking if he thinks he'll be free forever. A voice calls out, recognizing the solid aura emanating from the scene. He stood, a figure looming over him, a massive red sword held high. The sword master was a sight to behold. Although his aura solidified quite a bit, it was closer to a liquid than a solid. Lloyd Doxell listened to the terms, cooperate in the hunt for the demon, and receive suitable compensation. The sword master's mask hid his true face. The air cracked as the sword master moved. Lloyd Doxell watched as the sword master approached. The sword master's strike echoed. The force of the blow shattered the ground. The sword master lunged forward, his red blade ablur. The impact reverberated through the night. The sword master's hand glowed with power. He grimaced, the overwhelming stench of corpses assaulting his senses even from a distance. A gloved hand emerged from the shadows, its purpose yet unknown. A figure stood tall, clad in a suit, a bandaged face obscuring any discernible features, leaning on a cane. At the figure's feet lay a grotesque creation, a corpse stitched together from disparate parts. Under the cold light of the moon, a hooded figure stood atop a high structure. A hand clad in red gauntlets clenched, the metal gleaming ominously in the dim light. Red eyes narrowed, a cold and calculating gaze fixed on some unseen target. The man's voice echoed, cutting through the silence. He demanded, "Are you an upper 10 corpse?" The hooded figure stood over a grotesque corpse, its stitched together form a mockery of life. The corpse's face was a patchwork of mismatched skin, a silent testament to some dark experiment. The sound of stones shattering echoed as something impacted the ground with tremendous force. Beecher Van Baskerville gripped his weapon, his red eyes burning with determination as he prepared to strike. The hooded figure raised a massive, bladed weapon, preparing to meet Beecher's attack head-on. The air crackled with energy as the weapons collided, a deafening clang ringing out. He clashed against the hooded figure, the force of the impact explosive. The hooded figure swung a blunt weapon, the attack carrying immense power. The hooded figure's foot slammed down, pulverizing the ground beneath. The hooded figure landed, the impact sending tremors through the area. The hooded figure stood over the grotesque corpse, an ominous presence. The hooded figure seemed surprised by something. The hooded figure's grip tightened on their weapon. He was struck by the hooded figure's attack, the force sending him flying. The impact reverberated through the surroundings. He glared at the hooded figure, his expression intense. The hooded figure's aura was at the level of a high-rank graduate, and they even used the blunt weapon techniques of the divine holy clan Quavadis. The hooded figure was not one of the upper 10 corpse. A figure stands over a large stone block, gripping a massive hammer with both hands. He observes the scene with crimson eyes, muttering that they aren't free of rot, just like the rest of them. The figure is likely a servant working under the upper 10 corpse, a dangerous foe. A hand drips with a dark substance, the figure musing that it's about time, as cleaning up the trash was getting boring. The figure with the hammer prepares to strike, noting it's been a while since they've had to make an effort. The figure in the suit stands ready, the angle obscuring their features. The hammer descends with incredible force, a red glow emanating from the point of impact. The ground shatters as the hammer connects, sending shockwaves through the area. A grotesque face, stitched together, contorts in a silent snarl. The figure in the suit remains poised, a red aura surrounding them. The stitched face is bombarded with a series of blows, each impact echoing with brutal force. The hammer continues its relentless assault, a crimson light illuminating the scene. An explosion rips through the scene, sending debris flying in all directions. He moves with unnatural speed, a blur against the ruined landscape. The force of his passage shatters the ground beneath him. He continues his relentless pursuit, closing in on his target. His foot strikes the ground, propelling him forward with terrifying momentum. He crouches low, ready to strike, his eyes fixed on the figure ahead. The stitch-faced figure raises a crude hammer, preparing to defend himself. Blood splatters as the hammer connects, a desperate attempt to ward off the attacker. Beecher closes the distance, his movements a whirlwind of deadly intent. The hammer falls again, but it's too late. The attacker is already upon him. He strikes, a swift and brutal blow that sends the stitch-face figure reeling. The stitch-face figure is sent flying backwards, crashing into the debris-strewn floor. He stands over his fallen opponent, the impact of the blow still echoing. The figure lies prone, unmoving after the attack. The stitch-face figure is still, the sound of the attack lingering in the air. Blood pools around the figure, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. The stitch-face figure is sent crashing through a window, the glass shattering around him. He slams against the wall, the impact sending tremors through the structure. Scrawled across the figure's back is a single word. Ephibo, is it your name? A voice booms out, demanding answers. Who is your master? Who made you like this? The speaker looms over the fallen figure, his presence imposing. Ephibo groans, struggling to speak. With the way you are, I don't know whether you can even talk. Well, the figure with the glowing red eye stands over Ephibo, a weapon in hand. Interrogations needn't only be done with words. A promise of pain hangs in the air as a dismantling is threatened. The status of his organs, the placement of his bones, his wounds, all would speak volumes. Ephibo hangs suspended as a voice declares the start of their interrogation. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness. Save me. The sounds of crumbling stone fill the air as the interrogation begins. A masked figure looms, their glowing red eyes piercing the gloom. He is asked if he claimed to be a doxeler as the interrogator presses him. The interrogator states that Ephibo is lucky, expecting him to understand the situation. Terror grips Ephibo's face, sweat beading on his brow as he anticipates the coming pain. The demand is simple. Everything he knows must be revealed. He asks if he will be spared if he tells everything, but the response is conditional. He stared ahead, his expression unreadable beneath the dim light. Ifibo, desperate, promised to reveal everything he knew to his captor. He claimed the information was locked away, secure within the director's room. A strange, glowing symbol burned within an eye, bloodshot and strained. Something moved in the shadows, unseen but felt. A figure blurred through the darkness, moving with impossible speed. The man in uniform turned his head, sensing the disturbance. Just then, a masked figure appeared beside Ifibo, looming over him. A strangled cry escaped Ifibo's throat as he was attacked. His face contorted in terror, eyes wide with shock and pain. A surge of green energy erupted, filling the space with raw power. The air crackled with the force of the attack, the room vibrating. A blinding green explosion erupts, sending shards of debris scattering outwards. The force of the blast intensifies, consuming everything in its immediate vicinity. High above, the sound of the explosion reverberates through the heavy, silent bells. The surrounding buildings crumble, unable to withstand the sheer power of the detonation. The streets are now littered with debris, a testament to the destructive force unleashed. Alerted by the explosion, armored soldiers rush to the scene, their faces grim with concern. Smoke billows into the sky, obscuring the already dim light and casting long shadows. More soldiers stand guard at the city gates, their spears held ready, watchful for any further threat. Surrounded by guards, the Saintess looks alarmed, questioning the source of the devastation. The Saintess states that they are still investigating, but the traces of the explosion are evident. From above, the extent of the damage is clear. Buildings reduced to rubble, streets torn apart. The entire town bears the scars of the explosion, its people left to pick up the pieces. A heavy boot crunches down on the debris-strewn ground. The explosion was anything but ordinary, judging by the damage. She surveys the scene, wondering what evil befell this place. The Saintess and her retinue tread carefully through the ruined city. Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A figure lies prone amidst the shattered stone. A soldier rushes to her side. "Saintess, are you all right?" Light-headed, it seems. The Saintess clutches her head, kneeling on the broken ground. She admits she hit it because she got flustered. Her gaze falls upon a mask, and recognition dawns. "Night Hound!" The Saintess's gaze is stern, a hint of anger etched onto his face. The Saintess wonders aloud who wrote the report, only to realize it was Betrayal. The massive Venampian lies on the table, awaiting inspection. The Saintess questions the claim that the Venampian has a second stinger that hasn't been discovered yet. The Venampian's segmented abdomen is displayed, its dark claws and armored plates gleaming under the dim light. The Saintess demands to know if Beecher understands his rank 1 theory. Beecher, holding a red book, admits to making a mistake that hasn't been discovered yet. The Saintess, holding a knife, proposes to see if the second stinger is hidden in its abdomen. The Venampian's underside is exposed, its legs twitching slightly as the Saintess looms over it. With a sharp shick, a hand plunges the knife into the Venampian's flesh. The blade cuts deeper, drawing blood as it slices through the creature's tough hide. The knife continues its brutal work, tearing through the Venampian's abdomen with savage force. The dissected Venampian lay open, its secrets about to be revealed. A wave of shock rippled through the observing students. Professor Banshee stared, his expression a mix of disbelief and dawning understanding. The professor recoiled, seemingly overwhelmed by the implications of the discovery. Beecher held up his notebook, the Venampian's stinger impaled within its pages. Professor Banshee, still reeling, questioned if the evidence was sufficient. The text box emphasized the significance of the discovery, highlighting its potential to solve mysterious incidents. The professor cleared his throat, announcing a point awarded to the Cold Weapons Department and requesting Beecher to elaborate after class. Beecher, standing before the class, simply acknowledged the professor's request with a quiet understood. Meanwhile, students whispered amongst themselves, marveling at Beecher's research and his unexpected talent for both sports and academics. Another student approached Beecher, congratulating him on his work, but hinting at something even more important. He considered the face hidden behind those glasses and that hair the real gem. The face was framed by dark hair and glasses with red lenses. His red eyes narrowed, reflecting on the events of the recent past. The explosion from yesterday replayed in his mind's eye. The devastation was widespread, the buildings reduced to rubble and ash. A monstrous figure emerged from the chaos, its form twisted and grotesque. He clenched his fist, remembering the struggle and the sacrifices made. The man's expression was grim, his eyes reflecting the weight of his responsibilities. Right after that explosion, Ifibo hid his traces, disappearing into the shadows. His only gain was the orphanage director's ledger in the safe, a grim prize indeed. The ledger detailed where the children used as food for the demons were sent, a horrifying revelation. Considering how the places had no relation to each other, He couldn't ignore the possibility that multiple upper 10 corpses were the imperial capital right now. He recalled the figure he had seen, a fleeting glimpse that now seemed significant. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the moon, a silent sentinel under the night sky. A sinister smile played across his lips, a hint of the darkness within. The red glint in his eyes betrayed a burning intensity, a mind consumed by purpose. The thought echoed in his mind, an upper 10 corpse, a chilling possibility that haunted his every step. Students diligently worked, their focus unwavering as they prepared for their next edition. The words hung in the air, might be in the academy, a dangerous secret lurking within the halls. Within the academy, a newspaper held sway, its influence reaching every corner of the imperial capital. A stack of newspapers sat ready, each page filled with information and intrigue. The influence they possessed was immense, and every day, the newspaper always sold like hotcakes. Students immersed themselves in the news, eager to uncover the latest happenings within the academy and beyond. The newspaper club of the academy, known as Lyceum, stood as a pillar of information and insight. A voice booms, welcoming everyone to Lyceum. None other than Dolores Lynn Quavades, Academy 3 third year and head of Lyceum, stands ready to greet the new recruits. Dolores Lynn Quavades believes the fact that they applied for Lyceum, even though they're infamous for being tough, makes them tenacious. Dolores Lynn Quavades announces that it is time to introduce themselves. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, Academy 1 first year, declares that everything is well. Sancho Barataria doesn't want people to think he's an idiot who's only strong. Sancho Barataria, Academy 1 first year, joined the newspaper club to become a more knowledgeable person. Sinclair believes information holds the most influence over money and power, so he joined the newspaper club. Bianca Pa-Usher chose the club that showed the most vision and will do her best. PG has always liked gathering and analyzing information. PG, Academy 1 first year, believes the newspaper club is the best fit for him. Since they needed to join a club, Beecher followed PG here. The newspaper club was famous both inside and outside the academy, Lyceum. He thought if he was here, he'd be able to gather information easily. Dolores asked if his name was Beecher, and stated that he couldn't become a reporter of Lyceum with a half-boiled determination like that. Another member of the newspaper club recognized him. She wondered where she recognized him from, never thinking someone as famous as him would join their club. The woman with blonde hair and the woman with glasses held up a newspaper with his picture on it. Dolores told her to wait. The newspaper article asked who this handsome genius of the 1 first year cold weapons department was, who appeared in the Naphtali game. The woman with glasses laughed, pointing at Beecher and exclaiming that it was him. Anna wondered when this article was published. She thought she couldn't call herself a reporter if she didn't publish this after receiving information about a handsome new student. Anna, the Academy 3 third year Lyceum deputy head, was surprised. Dolores stated that the other 2 second and 3 third years have. Dolores told the group that they were gone out to collect news. A newspaper article reported that on X day of X month, last night at dawn, a mysterious person appeared and completely destroyed XX orphanage. Someone stated that they went outside the academy that day and reported for this. The group sat around table. They were theorizing that the culprit of this incident is related to the murder spree that's happening in the imperial capital right now. A document details the shocking discovery. The bodies of dead young children were recovered from the orphanage. Beecher and another student sit at a table, reviewing the document. The other students seem surprised by the news. A speech bubble indicates that the corpses are believed to be those of demons. Dolores Lynn Quavades suggests that the club members come up with a headline for the article together. The document lists several potential headlines, including the birth of a terrible villain. More headlines are listed, such as monster terrorizing capital appears and mysterious death of children. Who is behind this? The text indicates that none of the headlines are really sticking with the speaker. Another student suggests that the reason the headlines aren't working is because the villain doesn't. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote is praised for being on the right track, and then asked about Deathside Shadow Master. Tutor seems to be pondering the question, wondering what the hell that is. One of the club members suggests the explosive demon who carries misfortune, but another finds it too long, suggesting orphanage killer instead. The panel shows a close-up of a man with dark hair and glasses, possibly related to the discussion. Dolores sits at the table, lost in thought, the weight of the orphanage case pressing down on her. Her expression is unreadable, a mask of concentration as she considers the evidence before her. The mask of a night hound lies on a cold stone surface, an ominous symbol of the tragedy. She knew the mask was definitely the night hound's, but its presence at the scene raised troubling questions. Images flash through her mind, memories of sacrifices made for the suffering, acts of kindness amidst the slums. The sacrifices shown for those suffering people were genuine, a testament to someone's compassion. Dolores wonders why he was at the scene of the crime, and if he really killed the orphanage director and all the children. She trusts her instincts, believing that he is not an evil person, even if Mr. Nighthound is. The blonde woman thinks that Nighthound is a pretty good name, a fitting title for someone shrouded in mystery. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise, or perhaps a dawning realization flickering within them. The name itself, she muses, is barbarian-like. The aggressiveness really stands out. That's what Beecher thinks as well. It sounds ominous and discomforting, a sentiment echoed by the other members of the newspaper club. A man with silver hair declares that they should decide on Nighthound. Dolores wonders if she ended up mumbling out loud. Dolores's colleague suggests a headline: The Villain Who Infused Fear. Dolores insists that the articles of Lyceum must only contain facts, as they don't have any proof that the person is a criminal. A man with blonde hair asks his friend what he thinks about something. The man asks if the other thinks the Nighthound guy is a villain or not. The man says he doesn't really care and didn't expect the saintess to say Nighthound here. The man asks if he had to choose, which would it be. The man with blonde hair puts his arm around his friend. A close-up of the man with black hair and glasses. It's clear he's not a good person, so he must be a villain. The man with black hair and glasses looks up, agreeing with the blonde man's assessment. He seems to share the same sentiment. Dolores states firmly that it's clear the Nighthound isn't a good person, her expression serious. The blonde man stands tall, while Beecher looks up at him, his expression unreadable from this angle. Dolores' eyes narrow, her gaze intense as she questions how sure they can be. Beecher's expression is questioning, his brow furrowed as he considers Dolores' words. The question hung in the air: was Nighthound truly not a good person? Four figures stood together, their expressions unreadable as they contemplated the implications of the question. A close-up on an eye, reflecting a complex mix of emotions and hidden knowledge. Someone demanded confirmation. Did you say your name was Beecher? Answer me. A figure sat at a table, surrounded by others, emphasizing the importance of declaring something only when sure. The warning echoed. You can ruin the life of someone innocent. Never forget that. The testimony from the guards was still there, claiming Nighthound destroyed the building and killed the director. The speaker connected the dots, revealing the reason for the old bodies of young boys and girls. Hands reached up from a dark hole, a desperate plea for help from the abyss. Too many holes existed to definitively say Nighthound was the one who hurt those kids. Dolores, the name hung in the air as the three figures looked on with concern. She considered her position, maintaining neutrality even though the incident occurred at the orphanage overseen by her clan. Her expression hardened, a storm brewing behind her eyes as she weighed the implications. Dolores stood with a colleague, discussing the need to edit the article. They needed to be more objective and remove the bias, but that would leave them with nothing to write about. The reason for the article criticizing Nighthound after their reason for this becomes clear. If they're really a villain, Dolores thought, her gaze intense and unwavering. The sentiment was clear. They would provide all the biting criticisms, no matter the cost. Dolores glanced down at the man with glasses, his expression unreadable as he listened intently. His eyes, magnified by the lenses, seemed to pierce through the surface, searching for answers. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room, shouting about the club president. A table laden with documents sat in the center of the room, each paper holding a piece of the puzzle, a question mark hanging in the air. Professor Banshee, the club advisor, was calling for him, the man with glasses explained. He wanted the article to clearly paint Nighthound as a villain, a request that seemed to amuse him. He would talk to him himself later, the man with glasses decided, turning towards the door. He listened intently as the blond man shared his observation. The club president, it seemed, had a surprising past. Before her regression, she looked the same, leading the paladins. She stood at the forefront of the battlefield of ruination. The armored figure stood tall, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Her voice boomed across the battlefield, urging her paladins to push the line harder. You people's faith these days is lacking. She commanded them to save one more person if they had time to rest. Beecher recalled a time when demons appeared, and they would have simply gone up and killed them. He expected his actions to be perceived as villainous, but it didn't feel bad knowing someone was trying to learn the truth. The saintess received thanks from the bottom of someone's heart. Elsewhere, a city stood silent, the only sound the distant echo of horns. A figure slept soundly, oblivious to the events unfolding around them. Beecher stirred, a slight groan escaping his lips as he awoke. He awoke in his bed, greeted by a cheerful voice. Beecher stretched, the academy day beginning. The academy awakens at 6 a.m., the students stirred by the morning horns. After gathering, they would copy the instructor's exercises to wake up fully. The students began the day with a light run around the academy grounds. After morning exercise, the students would go on their way, some returning to sleep. While others went to the bath, some would go to the cafeteria for breakfast. He looked weary, sweat beading on his brow after the morning exercise. The student with glasses stated he spent the time in morning exercise just sleeping. Beecher countered that moving the body helps with refreshing the mind. The student with the scar suggested that he use PG to try and develop his empathy, lest he be unpopular with the girls. The student with glasses declared he would refuse that from his side. The student with glasses listened as his companions discussed weekend plans. One suggested they all go out to the city and have some fun together. He quietly stated that he needed to do volunteering on the weekends. The others questioned his need to volunteer, noting he got a lot of minus points this time. One of the students asked if it was Professor Banshee again, stating that he was too eye-catching. Another student suggested that the others could go to the city themselves. They responded that volunteering might be fun, and they couldn't let their friend be alone, so they would come with Beecher. They insisted that everything is fun if they do it together. One of the students found it interesting, but the other asked what was so interesting. The student explained that if you stay with Beecher, you naturally start to stand beside him, like looking at an older brother. He continued, saying that when he was a mercenary, there were people like him who were naturally good at leading. The student concluded that Beecher is amazing. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, part of the high-status Don Quixote clan, and Sancho Barataria, a scholarship student, approached him first. He was also kind enough to help when they had trouble during the welcome party, and he's perfect at both study and sports. For some reason, Beecher Van Baskerville has a feeling that if he stays with Beecher, he'll be able to do well. The student with glasses stares intently, his red eye glowing ominously. The student with glasses looms closer, his expression unreadable. A single eye widens in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down. The air crackles with an unseen energy, the sound of something tearing apart. Figures plummet through a dark, smoky abyss, their forms indistinct. A figure is carried through the smoky darkness, their body limp. Tutor and Sancho stand below, looking up at the falling figure. Someone asks PG if he knows every student here and if he knows anything about that student. The student with glasses and Beecher look surprised, Beecher stuttering a response. The handsome senior, Bane Kudjak, is known throughout the school. His expression is intense, his red eyes gleaming behind his glasses. An unseen observer remarks that Bane is acting more overtly than expected. A disturbing image surfaces, the upper 10 corpse, a collection of grotesque, screaming faces. Two students stand together, dwarfed by the looming presence of the monstrous faces above them. One of the students wonders if they should attack Bane Kudjak. The other cautions against it, fearing too many casualties. Another student declares that they cannot bring harm to the heroes of the future. Bane Kudjak, surrounded by other students, says he is not feeling well and will go rest. Someone, unseen, thinks that they need to gather more information for now, noting a Silent Hill debuff. A blonde student declares that she will follow after him. The silver-haired student calls out to Beecher, who is removing his glasses. The blonde student gasps, while Beecher looks surprised. The blonde and silver-haired students, along with another student, look on with expressions of shock and concern. He held the blonde woman's hand as she stumbled, letting out a small cry. Several students rushed over, concern etched on their faces. President, are you all right? One of them exclaimed. The blonde woman lay sprawled on the floor, seemingly unharmed, but clearly shaken by the sudden fall. One of the students glared at Beecher Van Baskerville. What are you doing? Apologize to her, Beecher, he demanded. Beecher mumbled, I'm sorry. The blonde woman looked up, a slight frown on her face. No, I should have paid more attention to my surroundings, she admitted. The blonde woman stared at Beecher, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he adjusted his glasses. She thought, just who is this guy? Beecher removed his glasses, his red eyes gleaming. He thought, there are too many eyes on me. I'll have to postpone tailing him. He stood alone on the staircase, the shadows concealing his expression as he descended. The stairs stretched downwards, disappearing into the darkness below. Bane Kudjak stood between two figures in a dimly lit place. One of them remarked, Bane, why are we in such a dark place? For how you look, you're pretty sneaky. Three figures stand together, the one in the center delivering somber news to the others. The news hangs heavy in the air, the gravity of the situation palpable between the three figures. The figure with dark hair explains that someone has appeared recently and is causing trouble. The figure with auburn hair looks concerned, asking if someone is hurting the figure with dark hair. The figure with auburn hair vows not to forgive those responsible for the situation. The figure with green hair declares that they will deal with the person if they come to the academy. The two figures reassure Bane Kudjak that they will always be on his side, their hearts as beautiful as they are. The two figures affirm that they will always be together, standing united. The eyes of the figures with auburn and green hair reflect a shared determination, a bond forged in loyalty. A figure in a mask is mentioned, someone who is considered damned. The figure in the cloak is said to have the skills of a high-rank graduate, implying that he wouldn't have died from an explosion of that strength. The monster seems to be calling out to Bane Kudjak, noticing that he's only attacked the food stations affiliated with him. The man with green hair looked up, his expression grim. A thought formed, heavy with implication, which means... Elsewhere, another figure, this one with hair of deep purple, also gazed skyward. The connection was unseen, yet palpable. The man with green hair's eye glowed with an eerie light. Overcome with terror, He pleaded for salvation, his voice cracking with fear. The title card revealed the demon's identity, Dantalion, the ninth corpse of the upper ten. The student with the bowl cut and glasses stared intently, his red eyes narrowed in thought. He sighed, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. We've had so many reports of incidents recently. Dolores Quavades explained that she and the protagonist had organized all the incidents that occurred inside and outside the academy. She hoped the first-year students would help the club. The table was covered with reports, each detailing a disturbing event. The sheer volume of paperwork was overwhelming. Dolores instructed, choose an incident, collect more information on it, and return with an article. Another student remarked that this was his first article since joining Lyceum. He then noted that there really were a lot of incidents. The gravity of the situation hung in the air. What exactly was going on in the imperial capital? One notice detailed an act of terrorism, with poison being spread in the river. Another described a missing male actor, likely the victim of a stalker. Other reports included a mysterious murder incident where an entire family was decapitated and a roadside motiveless murder where the perpetrator claimed their face had changed. A rapid increase in missing persons cases in Benicio was also noted, with the culprit still a mystery. Perhaps it was the work of Nighthound? A hand delivered a fresh report, adding to the growing pile of incidents plaguing the imperial capital. Behold a document labeled Missing Persons Case, the details blurred and ominous. Within the academy, 3 students have vanished, their disappearances fueling speculation and unease. Crimson eyes glow with an unnatural intensity, framed by dark hair and an unsettling gaze. A student's photograph, a face now associated with absence and unanswered questions. Elsewhere, the town lies under the cloak of night, its buildings huddled together beneath a watchful sky. The quiet streets are dimly lit, the windows of the houses glowing with a soft, internal light. Under heavy covers, a couple sleeps soundly, unaware of the mysteries unfolding beyond their window. The ornate bed frame and patterned rug hint at a life of comfort and security. The man's face is relaxed in sleep, his dark hair tousled against the pillow. The woman lies nestled beside him, her pink hair a soft contrast to his darker features. Outside, the window frames a view of the night sky, a silent witness to the town's secrets. He sat in the ornate chair, the shadows playing across his face. A single eye, glowing with an unnatural light, observed the scene. A figure demanded, "Did you find out anything about that plague mask getting in our way?" The plague mask loomed over fallen bodies, the scene a tableau of violence. A gloved hand reached out, the scene viewed from a low angle. One of Dantalion's servants, Ephibo, stood ready. Another servant, Geronto, awaited orders. A servant stood with an axe, ready to strike. Hebe, another of Dantalion's servants, remained silent. Pedo, a further servant of Dantalion, stood with a grim expression. Dantalion considered, they haven't been seen since that day either. It seems they are quite careful as well. Dantalion, the ninth corpse, remains seated. He considers their next move, stating that they will need to expand their area of activity a little further. Figures descend upon a seated individual, the sounds of impact echoing through the room. The seated figure is struck, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. A masked figure declares that he will grant them their faces. Dantalion commands his subordinates to go into the light and find that plague mask. The sound of a door opening echoes in the distance. A woman sits in a chair, observed by a figure standing in the doorway. The woman asks what the figure is doing so early in the morning. Fear evident in her eyes, the woman wonders who these people are. Dantalion stares intently, his gaze unwavering. Dantalion reflects that he wanted to enjoy a more lively face, but can't be helped. Dantalion orders Pedo to deal with her without injuring her face, prompting a confused response from Pedo. A woman's eyes widen in terror as a blade presses against her throat. Crimson splatters across the floor, a testament to the brutal act. The lifeless eyes of the woman stare blankly, her blood pooling around her head. The masked man seethes, his frustration palpable. "It's pissing me off." The masked man's shoulders tense, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Antagonist Dantalion addresses neutral Ephibo, his tone commanding. "Ephibo, you'll follow me. We'll have to meet with her." The masked man's eyes gleam with a sinister intent, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He rubs his temples, a gesture of suppressed rage. "Let's go relieve some stress." A chandelier hangs above, casting an ominous light on the scene below. The masked man's expression hardens, his resolve firming. The masked man's hands clench into fists, his knuckles white with tension. Meanwhile, neutral Ephibo stands on a balcony, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Why are you smiling? How can I not smile?" The saintess offers a greeting, her expression unreadable as she stands in the grand hall. Her face is set with a serious expression, the weight of her responsibilities evident. Quilty Indulgentia notes that her visits have become less frequent. The saintess explains she has been busy with recent murder and missing persons cases. Quilty reflects on the state of the world, seeing wickedness growing in the Academy's club activities. Quilty's expression hardens as he recalls the saintess's earlier statement. The saintess listens intently, her gaze unwavering as she awaits Quilty's true purpose. Quilty Luan Indulgentia, the clan head of the Indulgentia clan, one of the branch houses of Quo Vadis, stands firm. He uses the resources of Quo Vadis to outwardly operate orphanages, monasteries, hospitals, and other charities. The narrator observes that he is a two-faced man, definitely hiding something from the saintess. The saintess asks Quilty for the reason he came to see her, her expression questioning. Quilty states that he came to request that she abolish the indulgence system, his gaze intense. Meanwhile, the narrator reflects on the injustice of the indulgence system, where the rich can become exempt from sin simply because they have money. How could that be? The man wondered how indulgences are a policy the church upholds even now. He questioned if donating a considerable sum of money wasn't punishment enough for sin. The saintess believed that one confesses to the gods and receives just punishment. The saintess declared that indulgences can never bring salvation to anyone. The saintess's robes shimmered with golden light as she spoke with conviction. Quilty stated that sin is something that can be forgiven, but did not elaborate further. The saintess stood firm, stating that she only follows the teachings of the church. Quilty suggested that it may be best for her to talk with her father, the cardinal, and the saintess. The saintess requested that he leave for now, her expression unreadable. Quilty mentioned that he heard students of the academy would be coming to volunteer. He added that they needn't discuss the Quo Vadis clan's business with her juniors present. The saintess stated that she would return later to talk about this topic once more, her tone firm. Ephibo covered his face, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He found her beautiful. The multiple eyes of Ephibo fixated on the saintess, each whispering the same sentiment. Beautiful. He nearly lost control, but managed to restrain himself and collect her. Ephibo knew he must be patient, for the saintess was the highest prize he discovered in this world. The vision of the saintess was pure and radiant, a stark contrast to his dark intentions. When the world falls to chaos, and her expression is that of absolute despair, that's when he wants to collect her. He needed to open the gate even a day sooner. Ephibo turned away, his plans solidifying in his mind. The age of chaos was coming quickly. Meanwhile, far away, the protagonist stood before a grand gate, seemingly unaware of the impending chaos. This orphanage, discovered by Cinderwendy, was found after analyzing Andromalius's ledgers. A high chance exists that it's related to the Upper Ten Corpses. It seems this place is also a property of the Quo Vadis clan. After the swordsman clan of blood and iron, even the divine Holy Clan has been contaminated by demons. It is highly likely that demons have also infiltrated the other clans. After the explosion, Nighthound became known to the world. The orphanage they'll be volunteering at. You know, you're pretty lucky to have all these friends come here and volunteer with you, one of Beecher's companions remarked. I don't think I asked you to. So, with the volunteer work as a pretext, he wanted to slowly investigate the area using his student identity. Beecher thought, oh, so this is troublesome. A 10-day break began at the academy. The Golden Break was created by the overlapping of weekends, the founding day, and the Easter of the Luan Church. The students of the academy either went to the imperial capital with their friends or visited family, spending time enjoying the break. However, not every student could enjoy the break. Beecher is told to be thankful, as he is here after also giving up his break. One student remarks that they need to fill up their volunteering hours anyway. Another suggests it's not a bad idea to fill them up using this opportunity. Beecher states that he is fine since he already likes going around doing volunteer work. So this is the Indulgentia orphanage. One of the students supposes it is the largest orphanage. In the imperial capital, things really are different. One of the students heard the director of this orphanage is also the founder of a charity organization and an external lecturer of the academy. Another asks who the director is. It's that person in the portrait there, Quilty Luan Indulgentia. Two students stand before a portrait, discussing the man depicted within. He is the clan head, a figure of importance. The man in the portrait is of the Indulgentia clan, a branch family of the Quo Vadis clan. He is also said to have influence in the Luan Church. The conversation continues, now focused specifically on the Luan Church and its connection to the Indulgentia clan. The woman is also quite famous, even in the secular world. She is known for opposing Saintess Dolores due to differences in religious views. Beecher thinks to himself, expressing his reluctance to get swept up in family drama. The protagonist's expression hardens, a silent determination forming in his eyes. He considers the orphanage director, wondering about his true character. He vows to see what he's really like when he cracks him open. The portrait of the clan head looms, a silent observer to the unfolding events. A nun expresses her hope that the volunteers who have come today can stay with the children as their teachers in charge for the next 10 days. Volunteers stand before a group of children, ready to begin their service at the orphanage. The nun speaks, saying that the children will remember their diligence and care for the rest of their lives. The man with gray hair instructed them to treat the children as they would their own. But the students wondered why Bianca and Sinclair were also present. The girl with white hair seemed annoyed by the situation, letting out a frustrated ugh. The man with blonde hair questioned why they were there, and the girl with white hair retorted, asking if a hero needed a reason to do good work. Someone called him a Don Quixote. The girl with white hair stood with the man with dark hair and glasses, surrounded by other students. The girl with white hair smiled brightly. Hands were clasped together. The girl with white hair expressed regret for not being able to talk normally, but promised to be in their care for the next 10 days. A sense of surprise filled the air. The handshake sealed the agreement, as the other party agreed to be in their care as well. The girl with white hair jumped for joy as the man with dark hair and glasses told Beecher he had some information for him. A speech bubble simply asks for information, the context of which is not yet clear. The woman with white hair explains that she saw Sinclair go to the volunteering advisor to ask for something. She also asked to be assigned to the same place as him. The woman continues, implying that her actions were guided by fate, and asks if the listener understands the meaning. Beecher, his expression serious, thinks to himself that he'll need to be wary of Sinclair. The mention of Sinclair seems to have put Beecher on edge, his eyes narrowed. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where several figures stand before a large doorway. A voice declares that the director isn't here for this. A voice announces that they will take some time for the children to select their teachers. A large group of children are running around. The man with gray hair is surrounded by children, who seem to be quite sociable with him. He seems pleased by the attention. The woman with purple hair looks on with a slight blush as the children swarm the man with gray hair. The man with gray hair pats one of the children on the head, thinking that they are cute. The woman with white hair kneels, reading from a book as two children stand beside her, listening intently. Beecher's eyes glow red, his expression one of shock and horror as he sees something. The figure in the dark red jacket addresses someone, though who remains unseen. 3 children, looking up, are asked the question, what are their names? The children approach Beecher Van Baskerville, one of them urging him to smile a little. He reflects on his experience with children, realizing that dealing with them properly is difficult. A child reaches out to the protagonist, her expression open and inviting. The protagonist turns away, a slight frown creasing his brow as he walks. Elsewhere, a blonde girl walks toward a brightly lit doorway. The protagonist watches the blonde girl leave, a question mark appearing in a speech bubble. The girl's feet carry her forward, her destination still unseen. The hallway is lined with arched windows, sunlight streaming through. The blonde girl stands in a long hallway, bathed in sunlight. The blonde girl looks out at the building, her expression unreadable. He felt a growing unease, as if the very air was suffocating him. Beecher knew that if he lost focus, others would think poorly of him. His voice echoed, demanding an answer. Why did you run away? The blonde girl stood frozen, her expression a mix of fear and apprehension. The girl's attempt to hide had failed, leaving her dejected. Now that he thought about it, something felt off about the situation. The woman's words dripped with a sinister sweetness, a veiled threat beneath the surface. A nameplate gleamed, revealing the girl's name, Perry. Perry stood before him, awaiting his next words with bated breath. He wondered if that was truly her name, a question hanging in the air. Beecher's expression was unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a composed facade. A single tear traced a path down Perry's cheek, betraying her inner turmoil. She fled down the hallway, her footsteps echoing against the stone floor. Beecher remained kneeling, watching her go. Does my smile not look good either? He wondered. Dolores watched Perry disappear. She probably didn't run away because she doesn't like you, she stated. I saw everything. Dolores continued. I didn't know because you're always so reserved, but you're kinder than you seem, Beecher. Dolores explained. Perry is a child who has closed her heart out of pain. That's why she cannot talk anymore. Dolores added, I don't know the details either, but Perry was born short-lived relationships that inevitably never last. In the orphanage, she has met countless volunteers who have come here over the past 13 years. Although everyone approaches her with kindness and friendship, they become busy after some point and stop. Perhaps she's already sick of. Beecher listened intently, his expression unreadable. Beecher remained silent, lost in thought. Footsteps echoed through the halls, the sound bouncing off the stone floor. A close-up revealed a pair of eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and shock. A man's face appeared, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek as he spoke. The man continued, stating that he wanted to leave Perry to someone, if possible. A blonde woman covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with concern. 2 figures walked through a grand hall, their voices echoing in the vast space. The man lamented how busy he was, making it difficult to even see the other's face. Quiltilun Indulgentia noted that more people had applied to repent for their sins these days. The 2 men continued their conversation, their figures framed by the architecture. Quiltilun Indulgentia expressed his desire to buy an indulgence, asking how much his brother needed. A close-up of Quilty Lewin Indulgentia revealed a slight smile playing on his lips. The man responded, stating that he needed around 1 billion gold's worth. The blonde girl, Perry, lies prone as Quilty Lewin Indulgentia inquires if someone has been killed recently. He mentions buying a barbarian slave. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia explains that the barbarian slave ran away not long ago. He continues, detailing how he was teaching the slave a lesson. The lesson ended with the slave dying. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia states that his anger didn't subside, so he ended up burning down an entire farming village. He tells Perry to be quiet. A close-up reveals the intensity in Quilty Lewin Indulgentia's eyes, a hint of madness lurking beneath the surface. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia's expression hardens as he recognizes a familiar scent, one that triggers a dark memory. The same one he smelled at the academy. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia believes 500 million gold will be enough for that. My sin. The smell of death hangs heavy in the air, a palpable presence that speaks of past transgressions. Of an upper 10 corpse. A tip for God is blasphemy, brother, the man thinks, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Of course, the man thinks, his mind already calculating the cost of his actions and the price of forgiveness. Perry's eyes widen in terror, her mouth covered by a hand, her fear palpable as she realizes the depth of Quilty Lewin Indulgentia's depravity. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia is always learning something new about faith from Quilty, the man says. Quilty tells him not to mention it. Wait if you move now. The air crackles with unspoken threats, a silent warning hanging heavy between them. A desperate struggle unfolds. Someone is being forcibly restrained. Their muffled cries echo in the confined space. A man with glasses looks on with wide, fearful eyes. Looming over him, another man's face is twisted into a menacing sneer. Perry covers her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. The title, Revenge of the Sword Clan's Hound, looms ominously. Beecher and Quilty are caught in what appears to be a compromising situation. The blonde woman's eyes widen in surprise. A stern voice echoes through the hall. The man's words betray his suspicion. They've been caught. Beecher's eyes dart to the side, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He whispers, wait. Another man, his face obscured by shadow, seems to be analyzing the situation. He notes a distinct smell coming from Beecher. The first man addresses Quilty, his tone laced with surprise. Mama, I didn't expect to see you here, Saintess. Beecher stands beside Quilty, his expression unreadable. The Saintess appears flustered by the accusation. Quilty's thoughts betray her unease. Was she perhaps enjoying a secret affair with this male student? Quilty turns to the man, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. Sir Quilty. Quilty's inner monologue reveals her growing panic. This totally makes it look like she got caught listening to his conversation. The situation's gotten awkward. She thinks, her eyes wide with worry. The man's gaze intensifies, his expression unreadable as he stares at Quilty. The man with gray hair observes Beecher, noting his academy uniform. He wonders if he is there to volunteer at the orphanage. He admits he hadn't noticed Beecher due to his glasses. But now, seeing him more clearly, he finds him quite handsome. Beecher thinks to himself that this would put him around the higher ranks of the collection. He admits he's starting to want him. The man with gray hair stands with a slight smile, his intentions unclear as he looks down at Beecher. The man with gray hair tells someone, presumably his brother, that he is making him wait. He then tells the Saintess that he is busy and must take his leave. 3 figures lie prone on the floor, their conditions unknown. The scene suggests a recent, unseen conflict. Beecher stands silently, his expression unreadable as the man with gray hair looks at him expectantly. The Saintess's face is shown in close-up, her expression conveying frustration at the situation. The Saintess reflects on seeing him openly sell his indulgences and hearing his blasphemous words. She couldn't say anything and calls out to Beecher. The Saintess looks at Beecher with a surprised expression, while the man with gray hair looks on. Someone apologizes if they flustered the other person by their sudden actions. She admitted that she'll be more careful in the future. The Saintess realized she had been out for too long. It was confirmed that he's been at the orphanage for around 2 hours every day. His main business is selling indulgences to nobles and merchants. He sometimes mails things like the donation report and a ledger of indulgence sales to the Quavades clan. After confirming the mail himself, they're sent to the clan head of the Quavades clan, Cardinal Humber Lin Quavades. Also, when Quilty is moving around outside, he always has bodyguards with him. It's been confirmed the guards are in a 4-person rotation between 3 males and 1 female. It was confirmed that one of the guards was a masked figure. He was met during the orphanage explosion incident. The masked figure stood with the other guards, their faces obscured by shadow and grim determination. With that, he suspected the other 3 were as strong as or stronger than high-rank graduates like Ephibo. Facing 4 high-rank graduates and an upper 10 corpse alone was too dangerous, he realized. In conclusion, he thought the situation demanded careful planning and execution. To eliminate Quilty, the 4 guards must be dealt with first, he knew, steeling his resolve. Meanwhile, Beecher scrubbed clothes with a grimace, the mundane task a stark contrast to his deadly thoughts. He was starting to get ashamed of himself for just trying to fill in the volunteer hours doing whatever to get the points. The man with gray hair reminded him that he was working hard for the sake of the kids. He knew he must follow his ways and work even harder to become a true hero. Beecher clenched his fists, the resolve hardening within him as he continued his volunteer work. He realized he was too deep in thought and refocused on the task at hand. It was difficult to act during the day, he thought, waiting for night. For now, he would remain diligent during the day, he resolved. Meanwhile, a golden ball soared through the air, arcing high above the ground. Children reached for it, their faces alight with joy and anticipation. The game continued, a small group of children chasing the ball. Elsewhere, a girl sat beneath a tree, her expression thoughtful and distant. A foot tapped restlessly against the stone, a sign of contained energy. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. The stone skittered away, propelled by a sudden kick. Another stone was sent flying, echoing the girl's inner turmoil. The girl remained seated, the sounds of the stone kicks punctuating the air. She looked up, a silent question hanging in the air. The children of Baroque also enjoyed playing with these dark spheres. They were called eggs of Madame, but showed no signs of hatching. He kept them on hand, just in case. But he never expected to actually use them like this. The grip wasn't bad. A blonde girl's eyes widened, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension as a hand reached toward her. A sharp sound echoed, the girl's reaction intensifying as whatever was happening continued to unfold. Her face contorted in a grimace, her eyes darting around as if searching for an escape from the situation. The blonde girl held the dark sphere, her expression now a mixture of curiosity and slight nervousness. A close-up of a young man's face, his gaze fixed on the blonde girl, a small heart floating nearby. He observed her, noting that she was warming up to the task. He thought to himself, kind as always, Beecher. Beecher stood on the steps, looking up at Sinclair, who was standing above him. Sinclair smiled, a slight blush on his cheeks. He said, though, you're a bit stiff as well. The two stood near a fountain, Sinclair looking down at Beecher, who asked, what is it? A close-up of a speech bubble, the unseen speaker asking, what else? He listened as Sinclair stated his desire to be more friendly. The white-haired man added that he was a year younger. Beecher's expression remained unreadable, his gaze distant as he considered the offer. Sinclair smiled, stating that Beecher could do as he wished, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Sinclair asked if he could call Beecher Big Brother. Beecher responded that it was a bit uncomfortable, but agreed to another nickname. Elsewhere, a blonde girl looked up in alarm as something fell towards her. The object hurtled downwards, the blonde girl's eyes widening in shock as it approached. She fell backwards, the object nearly striking her as it plummeted towards the ground. The falling object, a sphere marked with a clover-like symbol, continued its descent. The sphere crashed into the ground, creating a visible impact. Beecher and Sinclair turned their heads, seemingly alerted by the commotion. The blonde girl stood with Beecher and Sinclair, as Sinclair remarked that they couldn't do much since. Beecher looked on, seemingly concerned by the situation. He reassured the blonde girl, telling her not to worry if it was about the ball. But the girl still looked worried, her expression conveying her unease. Beecher adjusted his collar, a subtle gesture that betrayed a hint of nervousness. He seemed resigned to the situation, muttering that it couldn't be helped. Someone in a white robe walked forward, their destination unknown. The blonde girl gasped, her eyes widening in shock at some unseen event. The person in the white robe stood tall, their presence imposing. The blonde girl thought about Beecher, something about him bugging her. Her first impression of him was that he made decisions based on prejudice. The blonde girl recalled a memory with Beecher and Sinclair, but she also knew he was enough of a troublemaker to get minus points and need volunteer work. It was still, but the girl thought about Beecher, who volunteered to help the kitchen staff. The man with gray hair explained that the hot water wasn't coming out. He added that Beecher hadn't eaten yet because he was busy. Someone mentioned that the president was probably doing the laundry now, taking care of other tasks. A young boy expressed his gratitude, explaining that thanks to someone fixing the pipes, they were able to wash the clothes. The woman with long dark hair seemed surprised. She stated that Beecher was hanging up the laundry with her until just now. It was a common sentiment. Everyone thought of Beecher as a good person, always willing to lend a hand. Dolores Lewin Quavades reflected on her past judgment. She realized that she was wrong about him, very wrong at that. Dolores Lewin Quavades knew that it was actually her who held on to prejudices against him. She recalled them hiding both herself and him after noticing Quilty's presence. A wave of regret washed over her. Dolores Lynn Quavades knew she needed to apologize to him. Elsewhere, Dolores Lynn Quavades stood with another woman and a child, looking out at something in the distance. Dolores Lynn Quavades' eyes widened in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and realization. Dolores Lynn Quavades voiced her confusion, simply uttering, huh, as she processed what she was seeing. Dolores Lynn Quavades looked down, her expression now filled with worry and concern. The woman beside her covered her own eyes, perhaps shielding her from the sight. A figure plummets from above, their descent a blur against the sky. Bare feet kick against the air as the individual falls from the building. A viscous, black substance explodes outward, its formless mass expanding rapidly. Dolores Lynn Quavades' eyes widen in alarm as she witnesses the strange phenomenon. The white-haired character's expression mirrors Dolores' shock as the black liquid continues to spread. A single drop of the black liquid falls, suspended in the air. The dark substance clings to a hand, dripping like thick, black blood. Beecher Van Baskerville, covered in grime, clutches a sphere. I got it. Beecher's expression is resolute. You don't have to feel sorry about this anymore. The black liquid streaks across his skin, a stark contrast against his pale flesh. The white-haired character gasps, their hand flying to their mouth in disbelief. Dolores' face is a mask of shock and concern as she looks at Beecher. Her eyes wide, Perry's expression is one of utter shock and disbelief. The final day of volunteering found the group playing soccer, enjoying the last moments together. The man wiped the sweat from his brow, a small smile gracing his lips as he watched the others. It's already the final day of volunteering, the boy said, looking up at the older man. Yeah, time sure flew by quickly, the man replied. Beecher sat with Perry near a tree. He balled his fist, declaring, then, let's play all day today until we collapse. Perry responded with an enthusiastic, yeah. The camera focused on a leg. Perry and Beecher sat together, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Perry blushed, holding something behind her back. Beecher looked off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Perry placed a flower crown on Beecher's head. Beecher looked surprised. A flower crown? He wondered. Perry looked flustered, her hands raised in surprise. A hand reaches out, seeking connection, a silent question hanging in the air. Beecher, adorned with the flower crown, gently takes the offered hand. Thank you. Beecher expresses his gratitude. Thank you for always being with me. And thank you for finding the ball as well. He continues, a soft smile gracing his lips. I'm also glad I spent time with you like this. A gentle squeeze, a silent promise, hangs in the air between them. The girl looks up, her expression a mixture of sadness and longing. Beecher's red eye reflects a somber truth. Although everyone approaches her with kindness and friendship, he knows that their time is limited. They become busy after some point and stop visiting. The girl sits alone, contemplating the fleeting nature of their bond. Will I see you again? Stillness settles around her, a heavy silence that speaks volumes. Hope flickers in her eyes, a fragile ember against the encroaching darkness. We will meet again. Beecher's voice echoes with a promise. As long as I have it tomorrow, I promise I will come back. He sat next to Perry, the sunlight catching the edges of her blonde hair as they rested on the bench. Perry smiled, her expression bright and hopeful as she looked at him. Perry told him that she would wait for him, but Beecher corrected her, telling her to call him Mr. The two sat together near a large tree, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Meanwhile, the Indulgentia Orphanage Auditorium stood tall, a place where many children had found solace. The narrator reflected on the children living in the orphanage, separated from their parents, and how these times would be priceless. The children wept, their faces etched with sadness and longing. The narrator explained that by meeting him, the children had felt a connection to a parental figure and had filled the void they held in their hearts. A man spoke, saying that if the children grew to be great, it would all be thanks to the volunteers' efforts and grace. The narrator concluded that with the love they felt for the children of the orphanage for the last 10 days, these times will be priceless. A man gestures toward an ornate box, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Beecher covers his eyes, a look of discomfort etched on his face. Quilty Lynn Indulgentia is addressed directly, her presence acknowledged with a hint of accusation. The man explains that he is stimulating the students' respect for their parents and their sense of debt to them. He brought all 4 of his guards to try and get the students to donate to him. The guards stand silently, their presence a subtle threat. It might be too difficult to ambush him today. A close-up of an eye reveals a burning intensity. But he can't just let him go about as he pleases anymore. The man smiles, stating that he has finished the preparations. As planned, he will hunt this upper 10 corpse today. Coins rain down, symbolizing the donations being collected. The student is asked if he is not donating, and he replies that he doesn't have any money. Another student remarks that it's natural that he doesn't have any money to give to a demon bastard. Quilty said she'd think of what to call him, adding that he can do what he wants. Beecher wonders if she's being too heartless, as those who are better off should help the children here. He thinks that she doesn't particularly need parents. The world, he muses, is a place one must travel through alone anyway. Parents are only needed during childhood, when one is dependent on others. Otherwise, they are unnecessary. Quilty, looking surprised, simply says, "Bro." Quilty holds Beecher's hand, remarking that it seems he's gone through a lot. Through a lot. Quilty invites him to come play at her house sometime. She then suggests they eat dinner. He thinks that she's gone with her family during a holiday or break or something. Beecher says he'll be going now, as he's going to see the kids, and asks her to make time when volunteering is over. He thinks to himself that she is a strange girl. It's clear that the identity she used to enroll at the academy is a disguise, Sinclair. Quilty stands tall, a faint smile gracing her lips as she towers over Beecher. She was the ultimate genius, always ranking first in both written and physical tests. A booming voice echoes, announcing that the children will now have time to thank the parents who stayed with them for the last 10 days. A group of children, dressed in matching white outfits, beam with joy as they walk down a hallway, their faces alight with excitement. One of the children, Tudor, vows to visit every week until the day he becomes a great hero, his voice filled with determination. Beecher and Quilty stand close, their figures framed by the doorway. He assures her that he will visit after that as well. An instructor figure kneels before a child, emphasizing that children are like saplings that will lead the future, and the future of the empire is in their hands. Another child promises to come back, bringing a ton of food next time, his voice echoing with the sound of suppressed emotion. Quilty embraces a child, her expression a mix of sadness and affection. She thinks that 10 days is a long, but also short time, and that she has grown so close to them all. The scene shifts to a grand hall, sunlight streaming through arched windows, illuminating the figures within. Quilty stands among the children, her presence a comforting beacon in the vast hall. A man with glasses observes the scene, his expression unreadable as he watches Quilty and the children. The other students murmur around him, but Beecher seems lost in thought, his expression unreadable. Quilty Indulgentia stands before a large window, the light illuminating her blonde hair. The students address her as Ms. Dolores, but she seems preoccupied, her mind elsewhere. Dolores is startled by something, turning her head to look at Beecher with a questioning expression. Her eyes widen, a hint of worry creasing her brow as she thinks of something. This morning, Beecher is haunted by a question, his face etched with concern. He asks Dolores if she has seen Perry anywhere, his voice laced with urgency. Dolores looks at him, a thoughtful expression on her face as she considers his question. Dolores admits that now that Beecher mentions it, she doesn't see Perry anywhere either, a hint of unease in her voice. Beecher's eyes glow red, his expression hardening as he realizes something is amiss. Dolores says that she is sure she saw Perry, excusing herself as she walks away from Beecher. Perry smiles, her name tag visible on her shirt. Perry hadn't come out? Something felt wrong, a sense of foreboding. Beecher's eyes glowed crimson, a sign of his heightened senses and inner turmoil. Elsewhere, a lone figure stood bathed in an eerie spotlight, their presence unsettling. A dark presence loomed, unseen but felt, a silent threat hanging in the air. A sinister smile spread across a weathered face, hinting at cruel intentions. Beecher's gaze intensified, his glowing eyes reflecting a growing sense of dread and determination. A heavy silence blanketed the scene, amplifying the feeling of impending doom. Under the watchful eye of the moon, the imposing structure stood silent, its secrets guarded by the night. The building's dark silhouette against the moonlit sky hinted at hidden depths and unknown dangers. Even in sleep, the sinister man seemed to exude an aura of malice, his words a chilling promise. This isn't our last goodbye." The empty bed offered no comfort, only a stark reminder of what was missing. The silence stretched, heavy with unspoken fears and unanswered questions. Indulgentia Orphanage, children's dormitories, 4th building, stood silent in the night. He moved through the halls, accompanied by a figure with striking red hair. The man in the suit continued forward, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Their footsteps echoed softly as they made their way deeper into the building. The pair continued their descent, the air growing colder with each step. The two figures walked on, their destination still unknown. Beecher Van Baskerville paused, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His gaze was sharp, alert to any sign of danger in the shadows. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes appeared behind him, an ominous presence. He stood alone in the long corridor, the hooded figure watching from behind. He seemed lost in thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. He faced a looming figure, a question hanging in the air. Where were the children locked away? The figure raised a heavy hammer, glinting ominously in the dim light. The hammer swung down with tremendous force, a blur of motion and impending impact. The hooded figure watched, its glowing red eyes fixed on the protagonist's every move. Beecher's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face as the hammer descended. The hooded figure's gaze intensified, a crimson aura surrounding its form. Right, you can't talk, the hooded figure stated, its voice a low growl. A hand gripped Beecher's hair, yanking his head back with brutal force. The hooded figure loomed, a bloody blade held ready. I don't have time to play with you. A body lies prone on the cold stone floor, unmoving. A figure in a dark, beaked mask looms over the fallen form, their gloved hand reaching down. A silent question hangs in the air, an unspoken mystery. The red eyes of the mask glint ominously, betraying nothing. The fallen man's face is contorted in a silent scream, his features frozen in a grotesque parody of life. An unseen force emanates from the figure, a silent wave of power. The sound of footsteps echoes in the chamber, a grim march towards the inevitable. The masked figure holds up a dark cloth. It seems it was transformed into a false face. The figure in the mask stands tall, the red lenses of their mask gleaming in the dim light. Also this. The victim's face is revealed, prompting a whispered question. Peter? A man in a white hood watches from the shadows, his expression unreadable. The body lies still, but something is amiss. He didn't have a mole like that, a voice observes. The camera focuses on the corpse, the details stark against the cold stone. Before he regressed, Peter often spoke of his brother. The man in the black suit recalls a brother who had vanished. The man by the fire reflects, thinking he went missing after entering closed-door training. It looks like the reason he disappeared wasn't closed-door training, a thought lingers. But because he instead became an undead toy of the demons, the truth reveals itself. The figure stands over the body, a grim realization dawning. You all could have also been. People I knew, a voice echoes in the darkness. Two figures stand ready, their swords glinting in the dim light. The pair stand shoulder to shoulder, their expressions grim and determined. The camera focuses on the sword, its blade gleaming, the grip wrapped in bandages. The figure lunges forward, sword raised, ready to strike. He lunges forward, a crimson blade extended, ready to strike with deadly force. The blade flashes, a red aura surrounding the figure as the attack intensifies. The figure descends, blade aimed downward, poised to deliver a devastating blow. Elsewhere, a figure with long blonde hair stands ready, a gleaming blade reflecting the light. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy as the attack commences. The impact sends shockwaves outward, a blinding flash illuminating the darkness. Meanwhile, a stone angel statue stands in silent vigil, its face obscured in shadow, a symbol of hope or despair. Hands clasped in prayer, a plea rises to the heavens. Great Lun, high above in the heavens. The prayer continues, echoing through the halls. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. The figure with long blonde hair stands before a stone altar, bathed in an ethereal light. The prayer culminates, a desperate hope woven into the words. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Peter, covered in grime, clutches a small, round object, whispering, and forgive our sins. He continued his prayer, asking for forgiveness from those he has wronged. The antagonist held a sphere in his hand, his expression unreadable. A strange energy emanated from him as he finished his plea. Dolores's eyes widened, her face flushed with a mix of shock and embarrassment. She tried to calm herself, but the memories were too strong. Footsteps echoed through the halls as someone descended the stairs. Dolores started to say something, her expression conflicted. The sound of footsteps grew louder, closer. A sudden impact reverberated through the structure. Dolores's eyes widened further as she clasped her hands together. A figure plummeted down the stairwell, disappearing into the darkness below. The sound of the fall echoed, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. A figure in a plague, Dr. Mask looms, a strange aura emanating from a mask. Dolores's eyes widen in shock. Mr. Nighthound? She whispers, her voice laced with disbelief. Nighthound engages in a fierce battle with Quilty's bodyguards. He wonders why he is fighting Quilty's bodyguards. Dolores stares in disbelief, exclaiming, Nighthound, as she watches the fight unfold. The figure in the plague Dr. Mask remains stoic, his glowing red eyes piercing through the shadows. The figure in the plague Dr. Mask continues to fight. Saintis, he mutters. A swift, brutal attack lands, the sound echoing through the chamber. One of Quilty's bodyguards is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Dolores's expression is a mix of fear and confusion as she witnesses the violent scene. Dolores stands between Nighthound and another of Quilty's bodyguards, her arms outstretched. I don't know, she cries out. What happened? But if we talk it out, someone shouts, trying to de-escalate the situation. One of Quilty's bodyguards prepares to strike, his sword raised high. He lunged forward, blade extended, aiming to strike Dolores. The bodyguard's eyes were cold, his movements precise. Dolores recoiled, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she braced for the attack. The blade descended with lethal speed, a crimson light flashing along its edge. Nighthound's arm intercepted the blow, the force of the impact visible in his strained grip. The bodyguard pressed his attack, his glowing red eyes betraying a relentless focus. Dolores watched in horror as the bodyguard's blade clashed against Night Hound's defense. Her eyes widened, a silent scream building in her throat as she witnessed the brutal exchange. Night Hound, despite the evident pain, insisted, "I'm fine." The bodyguard's arm shattered, the sound echoing as his attack faltered. His grip loosened, the weapon slipping as agony contorted his face. The bodyguard's face was a mask of pain, his eyes wide with shock as his arm was destroyed. The figure lunges, a blur of motion and lethal intent, striking with practiced precision. Dolores's eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in her throat as she witnesses the brutal attack. The attacker continues their assault, a crimson aura surrounding their movements as they strike again. Blood splatters across the cold stone, painting a grim tableau of violence and desperation. Dolores stands frozen, her face a mask of horror as the scene unfolds before her helpless eyes. Night Hound, cloaked in shadow and stained with blood, stands defiant amidst the carnage. He looms over a fallen figure, the battle's toll etched into every line of his posture. The ground is slick with blood, reflecting the grim reality of the fight's brutal conclusion. Dolores's breath hitches, her hand flying to her mouth as she struggles to process the violence. "Night Hound, are you all right? We need to heal your arm, quickly." Dolores cries out, her voice laced with panic. Night Hound replies, "Don't worry about it. I didn't expect to meet the Saintess here." His crimson eyes gleam in the dim light, a silent question hanging in the air. What's she doing here in the middle of the night? He wonders aloud why Quilty's guards would target him as well. They should know who he is, the masked figure thinks. Dolores, her expression a mix of shock and concern, directs his attention downward. She urges him to look at something on the ground. A muffled sound emanates from the ground, accompanied by a visual exclamation. The defeated figure is still alive or undead. Dolores and Night Hound stand over the defeated foe. Dolores notes that these are undead who usually wear human faces. Dolores wonders how this could happen to people of the Quo Vadis clan. Night Hound reminds her that she should know better since she is part of Quo Vadis' Saintess. Dolores looks down, her expression troubled. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on her. The defeated figure lies prone. The narration box indicates that Quilty is also involved in this situation. A close-up of Night Hound reveals the intensity in his glowing red eyes. He is focused and determined. The defeated figure's face is visible, contorted in pain and shock. He recognizes his attackers. The defeated figure identifies himself as Staffordshire Baskerville of the Pitbull Night Order. Information is revealed about Staffordshire Baskerville's past. He disappeared into the dense forest and avoided responsibility thanks to Adolf Morg's defense. It is also revealed that he volunteered to go into closed-door training. Night Hound's red eyes glow intensely as he listens. From the marking on the last guy's neck, it's clear he's a member of the Don Quixote clan. Peter was also in closed-door training, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. These are all people of noble houses who have cut off communication with the outside world. Closed-door training? She's in closed-door training right now, the woman's expression a mix of concern and determination. She withdrew from Uncle Adolf's care, entered death court, and is fully focused on researching magic. A hand, wrapped in bandages, holds a swirling ball of fire, the energy crackling with immense power. Two figures clash amidst a fiery explosion, their silhouettes barely visible through the inferno. The explosion intensifies, consuming everything in its path with searing heat and destructive force. Debris and flames fill the air, a chaotic display of raw magical power unleashed. The inferno rages, consuming structures and leaving nothing but ash in its wake. The two figures continue their battle, their movements blurred by the intense heat and smoke. A lone figure kneels amidst the devastation, their head bowed in defeat or exhaustion. Feet tread through a landscape consumed by flames, the heat intense. A blonde woman's eyes widen in terror as a masked figure looms ominously behind her. The relentless march continues, each step echoing through the fiery expanse. She stands tall, her crimson hair flowing as she surveys the devastation around her. The air crackles with heat, the flames dancing in a chaotic ballet. A voice echoes, laced with disappointment. 0 points. What kind of attitude is that to your future wife? Her expression is cold as she declares, "You're 0 points out of 100. A disembodied voice declares, "You are." The red-haired woman's eyes glow with power as she holds a ball of fire in her hand. Bandages wrap tightly around legs, hinting at battles fought and wounds endured. A voice echoes, seeking validation. "How was the performance?" it asks, hanging in the air like a question mark. A close-up reveals a figure in dark armor, one eye glowing ominously red, awaiting judgment. The camera focuses on the figure's face, revealing a grotesque visage, bloodshot eyes, and a grim expression. The glowing green eye pierces through the darkness, an unnatural light emanating from within. The figure's glowing eyes narrow as a demand is made. Call me Sir Dantalian. Sir Dantalian's face contorts into a wide, unsettling grin, the glowing eyes intensifying the effect. The voice seethes with anger, denouncing someone as a damned, method-acting brat. A woman's eye widens in shock, a single tear escaping as she stares at something unseen. The woman watches as Sir Dantalian's head was pierced, but he's not dead. Sir Dantalian's glowing red eyes burn with unnatural intensity, a testament to his unnatural resilience. He grinned, revealing sharp teeth. This Dantalian was not just a corpse for show. A voice echoed from the darkness, accusing someone of killing Andromalius. Sir Dantalian, face contorted, admitted that obtaining the face of a holy man wasn't easy. Visage confiscation. A figure's face is being stolen, leaving them screaming in agony. The voice continued, revealing that he collects faces to gain the life force and memories they possess. A woman with long blonde hair spoke, stating that the thing they killed was an entity named Quilty Lun Indulgentia. Sir Dantalian declared that he is just one of many faces and cannot be killed until all are gone. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes appeared, a plague doctor of death. The woman with blonde hair looked back, fear etched on her face. Sharp claws extended, ready to strike. The claws slashed through the air, a deadly red aura surrounding them. The woman, terrified, pleaded for someone to save her. The woman with blonde hair, cornered, desperately wishes to avoid her demise. Her eyes widen, pleading for someone, anyone, to come to her rescue. The hooded figure sends her spiraling downward into the darkness below. The hooded figure watches as the woman falls into the abyss. The woman lies prone on the ground, defeated and still. Her body is now bound and constricted, a macabre puppet. Meanwhile, Beecher, on his way home, is unaware of the woman's fate. The woman, now reanimated, wonders where she is. He recalls buying his daughter's favorite meat pie on the way. The hooded figure declares the situation shameless. The hooded figure stands over the woman's body. A child cries, overwhelmed by the situation. A figure looms over a fallen body, the scene awash in a sinister blue light and splattered with crimson. Tears stream down his face as Beecher insists he's done nothing wrong. He asks why he is being bullied. Wiping his eyes, the boy is told to stop acting. A voice declares that he is already immune, thanks to his friend. He is told to save himself. The hooded figure, eyes glowing red, advances with a crimson blade, muttering that he wants to see. A sinister smile spreads across a face, the eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. A hand holds a pulsating red object, a question hanging in the air. Really? Then are you immune to this as well? A hand contorts, forming a sharp, pointed blade, ready to strike. The hooded figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, the red blade slicing through the air. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if pleading or desperately grasping for something. The boy smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes, declaring it's a gift for his big brother. The red blade descends, poised to strike a final, decisive blow. He stood over the fallen child, the red blade poised to strike. The boy looked up, his expression a mix of fear and defiance. A surge of energy erupted, a vortex of power swirling around them. The air crackled with unseen forces, a prelude to the coming devastation. The energy intensified, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the unseen power. The air grew heavy, charged with an ominous presence. A chilling laugh echoed through the space, the sound laced with madness. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sign of the transformation taking hold. A wave of psychic energy washed over the scene, distorting reality. The very air seemed to vibrate with unseen forces. The glowing eyes narrowed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He reveled in the chaos, embracing the madness that consumed him. A desperate cry pierced the air, a warning lost in the storm of psychic energy. The figure stood defiant, facing the encroaching darkness. The transformation was complete, his face now a grotesque mask of madness. Visage transplant, he declared, his voice a distorted echo. The transplanted face carried the weight of its former life, a life of paranoia and schizophrenia. It was a face that had ended in tragedy, a family destroyed by its own hand. How did it feel to have two sets of memories clashing within one body? The trauma of the dead man was now mixing with his own, a toxic cocktail of madness. The transplanted face writhed in agony, the memories tearing at his mind, and it would begin to destroy his ego, consuming him from the inside out. A single, all-seeing eye watched, a silent observer of the unfolding horror. The end was near, the destruction inevitable. A surge of purple energy crackled through the air, a palpable sign of the ongoing battle. The air vibrated with the force of the unseen blows, the sound echoing through the space. Beecher, his green eyes wide, touched his chin, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Oh, Elsewhere, Dolores watched with wide eyes as Peter, his own eyes glowing red, stood before her. He gripped a red, demonic-looking sword, its energy radiating outwards like a malevolent aura. Dolores, covering her mouth, stammered, "Why your arm?" She insisted, "I'm fine." He spoke, his voice echoing with a strange detachment. "Although I'm fighting demons." A swirling vortex of dark energy crackled around him, a tangible manifestation of his power. The ground trembled, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the weight of unseen forces. Peter declared, his red eyes burning, "I'm not an ordinary human either." Betrayal, his green eyes narrowed, realized, "I now understand how Andromalius was defeated." The narration box stated, "A sword that exudes demonic energy. It's probably Beelzebub." The demonic sword, Beelzebub, pulsed with dark energy, its aura intense. Then, a grotesque hand, covered in eyes, reached out with sinister intent. The hand lunged forward as Peter Quavades stood with the demonic sword, Beelzebub, at the ready. Dolores Lune Quavades watched with growing alarm. Dolores gasped, her eyes wide with terror as the monstrous hand approached. The grotesque hand stretched towards Dolores, intent on seizing her. A wave of crimson energy erupted, a destructive force aimed at the saintess. The hand, now glowing with malevolent green eyes, continued its advance. The voice echoed, revealing the enemy's strategy. Dolores was the weakness he intended to exploit. Dolores pleaded, urging someone to ignore her and fight Peter directly. The monstrous hand loomed closer, its grotesque form filling her vision. Dolores' expression was a mask of desperation, knowing she couldn't afford to lose. Terror gripped Dolores as the attack closed in, her face contorted in fear. The battle raged with a terrifying, unrestrained ferocity. Nighthound had fought like this before, and it seemed he would need to again, alone. A resolve began to form, a determination to overcome the fear that gripped her. Dolores steeled herself, whispering that she needed to help Nighthound. Her hands clasped together, Dolores fought against the fear threatening to consume her. Dolores clenched her hands, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Tears welled in Dolores' eyes, a testament to the terror she felt, yet a spark of defiance remained. A grotesque figure emerged, its form twisted and unsettling, its presence a chilling omen. The light flickered, casting long shadows that danced with the unseen horrors. Dolores' eyes widened in terror as the monstrous visage loomed over her, its presence suffocating. She clutched at her chest, her breath catching in her throat as the weight of fear threatened to crush her. Despite the overwhelming fear, Dolores stammered, her resolve flickering to life. She had to act. He grinned, the tentacles writhing around him. It was all so easy. The monstrous appendages pulsed, reacting to some unseen force. The tentacles writhed, their surfaces slick and alien. Then, what would happen to a human when it's 100 at once? Elsewhere, the hooded figure emerged from the shadows, a red blade in hand. The hooded figure gripped the sword tightly. They just needed to cut them all. The air crackled with crimson energy as the hooded figure prepared to strike. The hooded figure lunged forward, the red blade a blur of motion. He turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Do you think you can cut through all the thousands of faces?" The hooded figure pressed the attack, the red glow intensifying. The hooded figure's eye glowed with determination as they swung the blade. The red blade sliced through the air, aimed true. He stared up, a blade descending towards him, the world a fractured nightmare. A lone figure stood silhouetted against a distant, blurred landscape. Under the shade of a tree, a person sat, seemingly lost in contemplation. A close-up revealed the face of Perry, a faint smile playing on her lips. The distorted face stared blankly, a sense of dread permeating the air. A crimson eye widened, a question hanging in the air. "Perry?" The sound of something breaking echoed through the void. A serpentine form writhed, its scales shimmering with an eerie light. The shattering sound intensified, a cacophony of destruction. The serpentine figure continued its dance, a mesmerizing display of power. The sound of impact reverberated, shaking the very foundations of reality. The serpentine form faded, leaving only echoes of its presence. The air hangs heavy, a suffocating blanket woven from dread and uncertainty. His crimson eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition igniting within their depths. The chain around his neck feels cold, a stark reminder of his captivity. He stands amidst a sea of bowed heads, the weight of their despair palpable. He recalls the sensation, the sickening feeling of being consumed. "I remember being swallowed up by Dantalian's ability." The protagonist realizes the grim truth. Then this must be inside his ability. His expression hardens, a grim understanding settling upon his features. The red in his eyes intensifies, burning with a fierce determination. They stand ankle-deep in a viscous, glowing green liquid. The tunnel stretches before them, an ominous path into the unknown. He felt the same revolting sensation as when Dantalian's face was grafted to him. The air thrummed with a sickening energy. The trauma of the consumed people was being mixed into him. A wave of agony washed over an unseen figure. A cacophony of screams echoed as the faces of the damned contorted in silent torment. The air crackled with dark energy. He recoiled, clutching his head. The pain was unbearable, a chorus of suffering assaulting his senses. No, it hurts. Don't. Cracks spread across his hand, a physical manifestation of the psychic assault. The strain threatened to shatter him. Beecher reached out, his touch a silent plea for solace amidst the encroaching darkness. He sought to ground himself in the presence of others. If people consumed by Dantalian were here, then this place was a prison built of souls. The implications were horrifying. A grotesque figure loomed, its form twisted and nightmarish. The very air seemed to writhe around it. His face was a fractured mask, the red of his eyes burning with a desperate intensity. He was on the verge of breaking. A figure stood before a silent, kneeling crowd, radiating an unsettling authority. The air hung heavy with despair. That child must be here as well. The figure's words carried an ominous weight, a promise of further torment. He felt the crushing weight of despair, the fear a tangible presence. The exhaustion was bone deep, a weariness that settled into his very soul. The boy's heart twisted with hatred, a venomous feeling directed at an unseen tormentor. He wished for oblivion, a release from the endless suffering. Whispers of anguish filled the air, a chorus of misery echoing through the psychic space. Each word a shard of pain, a testament to their torment. A figure stood among them, her long blonde hair cascading down her back. Even she seemed weary, burdened by the collective sorrow. The woman's voice echoed, revealing the grim truth. These were the vengeful spirits of those consumed by the demon, trapped in eternal torment. A grotesque form descended, a shadowy figure looming over the trapped souls. The air crackled with malevolent energy, a palpable sense of dread. The monstrous figure boasted of his refined palate, claiming he had carefully selected only the most palatable souls for his consumption. A pale hand reached out, a gesture of either comfort or capture. The woman remained still, seemingly resigned to her fate within this psychic prison. The monstrous figure was revealed to be Sir Dantalian, the ninth upper corpse, an enemy of humanity, incomprehensible and immortal, one of the 10 calamities. Dantalian questioned how even the children of the orphanage could commit such sins, his words dripping with false piety and cruel irony. The monster sneered, asking what reason he needed to eat, declaring his innocence with chilling conviction. He believed himself beyond reproach. Sir Dantalian's eyes gleamed with predatory hunger, his twisted logic justifying his actions. He had this indulgence, and he would savor it. He held up a document, its contents a testament to twisted desires. Dantalian mused that selling sin with money was a uniquely human concept. The thoughts of humans, he admitted, always excited him. Even using the idea of an orphanage to gather food was just an alteration of how humans grow and kill livestock, Dantalian thought. The saintess considered that if she had a sin, it was that she'd learned too much from humans. Dantalian called the saintess one of those harmful and evil humans. He continued, stating she was lucky to be born with holy power, but her core was that of a weakling. Dantalian loomed over the saintess, his expression predatory as he spoke of trapping the swordsman. He reveled in the fact that it was thanks to her that he was dragging him down. Dantalian explained that his inner world consumes one's ego using the negativity of the dead. He looked forward to seeing the saintess's expression as she got tainted by negativity, adding that she hadn't said anything wrong. He mused that it was not the indulgences, nor the harming of other life for your own convenience. He considered the nature of humanity, its inherent flaws laid bare for all to see. Such despair, he mused, must be cultivated, nurtured to reach its full potential. That's right, he thought, humans truly are, as he says, capable of both great weakness and surprising strength. However, tears streamed down the saintess's face, her expression a mixture of anguish and realization. It is also the strength of humans to have faith, even in that despair, that we can walk the path of righteousness. The monstrous figure loomed over her, but the saintess's eyes widened in understanding. She realized she wasn't being tainted. Through this torment, she had learned something clearly, her eyes glowing with newfound resolve. The man realized just how indecisive he had been, his face etched with regret. He couldn't help Night Hound when he was fighting by himself, because he was afraid of demons. The saintess knew well how useless she was, but he told her this. Why did God select a weak one like her? As the saintess, she wondered, standing on precipice. There are many others with more faith than her, even though they weren't born with holy power. Why was she given such a generous title as the saintess? She listened to the figure in the mask, his words suggesting her agonizing was a reason for her selection. Dolores Lewin Quavades knew this world needed someone who could shine brightly, even in the lowest and cruelest places. He had fought against these demons so fiercely, and she could no longer stand idly by. She couldn't let him fight alone anymore. She needed to do everything she could. Holy power began to emanate from Dolores, a radiant aura surrounding her form. A monstrous demon grimaced, realizing Dolores was about to unleash her holy power. The humans here could still be brought back to life, but souls exorcised by holy power could not be revived. The light intensified around Dolores, her resolve hardening with each passing moment. Dolores wouldn't be shaken by the demon's words anymore. Her eyes narrowed with determination. Her eyes widened slightly, a surge of power coursing through her veins as she prepared to act. Dolores stood beside a child, her holy aura casting a protective glow around them both. The holy power surged, ready to be unleashed against the encroaching darkness. A memory surfaces, a vision of simpler times before the battles began. She is overcome with grief, tears streaming down her face as she relives the past. Dolores sobs, overwhelmed by regret. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." A flashback shows her in the midst of a fierce battle, holy power radiating from her. Golden energy crackles around her, a testament to her strength and resolve. The faces of those she failed to protect haunt her, a constant reminder of her perceived failures. Lost in sorrow, Dolores curls up, her blonde hair veiling her face as she weeps. Her eyes, filled with anguish, reflect the weight of her past burdens. Her expression is a mask of despair, the pain of loss etched deeply within. A figure approaches, wading through the murky water. "Perry, finally found you." The man's face is marred with cuts and bruises, his expression grim. "I thought on my way here." He kneels before her, his gaze intense. "Why I want to see you again." He had something he wanted to say, his red eyes burning with intensity. Going forward, Beecher's life would be one of revenge against demons. He only visited the orphanage to hunt demons as well. He hadn't even thought about what he would do after that, the chains dragging behind him. During that time, he met Dolores Lewin Quavades, a memory of a tree in the distance. He had seen her smile, a bright spot in the darkness that surrounded him. If there was one meaningful thing about this revenge, it was her. It was that he could create a world for seedlings like her to live with a smile on their face. He was thankful for her giving meaning to his journey, a bright light shining down. And he was sorry he couldn't protect her, a deep regret etched in his heart. She had really come back to see him again, a flicker of hope in his eyes. A silent promise hung in the air, a vow to protect her at all costs. Beecher and Dolores, together once more, a fragile bond forged in the fires of their shared past. A blinding light fills the space, memories flashing before his eyes. Dolores Lynn Quavades' face is etched with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I was so scared." Beecher Van Baskerville's expression hardens, his red eyes filled with a burning resolve. A surge of power emanates from him, a silent promise forming in his heart. He embraces Dolores Lynn Quavades tightly, seeking to shield her from the terrors she faced. A moment of quiet, a breath held between them in the golden light. Beecher Van Baskerville vows to her, his voice a low rumble. "I promise you." His resolve hardens into an unbreakable oath. "I'll never forgive the one who made you cry." Dolores Lynn Quavades leans into him, finding solace in his embrace. "Yeah." The sound of shattering echoes, a promise etched in the air. Elsewhere, a towering structure looms, bathed in an ominous golden light. A masked figure stands defiant, arms crossed, a silent guardian or looming threat. The Saintess's power was far greater than anticipated. A wave of disbelief washed over the observers. A blinding light emanated, centered on a single, piercing green eye. The Saintess purified the inner world, cleansing the souls within. Bathed in golden light, the Saintess stood tall, her presence commanding. The holy power surged, radiating outward in waves of pure energy. The Saintess's form shimmered, almost ethereal in the radiant glow. Her hands moved, channeling the divine energy with practiced grace. He felt his own aura building, an overwhelming surge of power. The Saintess's holy power amplified his aura, pushing him further. He believed he could reach it, that elusive next stage of power. That stage, the one he'd been striving for, was now within reach. His aura overflowed, a visible manifestation of his ascendant power. A crimson aura blazes, coalescing into a tangible, destructive force. The solid aura takes shape as the figure mutters in disbelief. He says no. The air crackles with energy as the figure realizes the truth. "Swordmaster?" he exclaims. The crimson aura intensifies, revealing the armored figure within, Dantalian. Dantalian's eyes burn with intensity, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Don't even think about dying easily," he threatens. The saintess could feel it, the sorrow over the deaths of countless children. She could feel the emotions of Nighthound. In the past, the Pope told her that the saintess can awaken upon meeting a true soul's companion. The saintess decided to give all the holy power she had. The saintess focused her power to Nighthound, a blessing where the saintess imparts her holy power to a soul's companion she acknowledges. This was resonance of the soul, and greatly increases the target's power. When Nighthound, a figure stands in a blaze, hands clasped in prayer, within a supreme territory. A crimson warrior grips a blade, its edge glowing with ominous power. The monstrous figure embodies the essence of a sword master. The man in the suit, a sword master, is he? Among humans, only a select few can reach that level of sword mastery. The only people to be wary of were the clan heads of the prestigious clans. The qualifications to reach the level of sword master. A question hangs in the air as the monstrous figure looms. Why is it upside down? The Crimson Warrior stands amidst a storm of red energy. The red energy intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The figure in red descends, claws reaching, a blur of motion and intent. The monstrous entity pulsed with crimson light, the souls it had consumed swirling within. The monster declared, its voice echoing, that its collected faces were now purified. The multi-faced horror continued, confident that its opponent had no more tricks to play. A single, glowing eye opened, a silent admission that the protagonist was unseen. The monster's duty, it proclaimed, was to gather mana and open the gate to the demon world. Crimson energy crackled around the monster, a display of raw, overwhelming power. The monster admitted it never expected a human to interfere with its plans, its tone laced with frustration. The monster's gaze intensified, a burning desire to eliminate the protagonist at any cost. The monster questioned why it seemed to lack any faces, its many eyes narrowed in anger. A voice declared, resolute and unwavering, that it still had one more. The protagonist, bathed in red light, stood defiant before the monstrous entity, ready to unleash their final gambit. The blonde woman declared her dark intentions, a threat hanging in the air. A dangerous aura emanated from her, making the skin tingle with unease. Panic began to set in. What do we do, Nighthound? She asked, fear evident in her voice. At this rate, this entire place will. Her eyes widened, reflecting the growing dread that threatened to consume her. A monstrous entity spoke, its voice a chilling reassurance. You don't need to worry. The entity's form pulsed with dark energy, a promise of destruction and chaos. Beecher Van Baskerville's eyes burned with determination. He thought, because at this moment, I am now certain I can reach that point. He remembered, that sword Hugo showed me, a vision of power and hope. The protagonist stood before a gateway of light, ready to face the darkness. The monstrous entity commanded, brothers, I implore you to complete your duty and bring upon the era of ruination upon the human world. The entity's power continued to grow, a terrifying force ready to be unleashed. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent, promising destruction on a grand scale. A crimson beam of energy descends from the heavens, a harbinger of destruction. The beam intensifies, a blinding light that promises devastation on an unimaginable scale. The energy continues its descent, a force of nature unleashed upon the unsuspecting world. The light explodes outward, an all-consuming wave of raw power and destructive potential. The beam strikes its target, the impact sending tremors through the very foundations of the land. The structure crumbles under the force, the once imposing building now reduced to rubble and dust. The shockwave rips through the surrounding area, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The building is consumed by the blast, the echoes of its destruction reverberating through the world. Meanwhile, in a nearby home, a couple is thrown from their bed, the sudden tremor shaking them awake. Elsewhere, a group of people huddle together, fear etched on their faces as they try to understand the source of the quake. What? An earthquake? The people look up, their eyes wide with terror as they witness the aftermath of the devastating attack. Dolores Lewin Quavades clasps her hands together, offering a silent prayer for salvation in the face of such destruction. She stares upward, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief at the devastation before her. A beam of pure energy has carved a path of destruction through the city's towering structures. Dust and debris rain down as the city reels from the sudden, violent impact. Beecher Van Baskerville can only utter a stunned, "Whoa, just what?" as he witnesses the destruction. He peers out from a window, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief. The devastation stretches far and wide, a testament to the power of the attack. The incident at the Indulgentia orphanage sent a wave of fear across the imperial capital. Another terrorist attack has struck an orphanage affiliated with the Quavades clan. In line with the previous incident, Nighthound has been deemed to be the culprit, and many people gathered around the scene. A woman with purple hair stands before a group, surprised, as she says she didn't expect Nighthound to appear here. Dolores Lewin Quavades and others express their fear and anger, lamenting the attack on their former place of safety. One individual believes this is their opportunity to prove they have what it takes to become a great hero. The protagonist is approached by a young boy, who calls out to him. Beecher is being summoned by the boy, who seems to have news. The news is grim. Mr. Quilty, the director of the orphanage, has gone missing. The disappearance casts a shadow over the already troubled orphanage. Whispers spread, linking the disappearance to the recent terror attack. The name Nighthound hangs heavy in the air, a symbol of fear and destruction. Dolores must be shocked by the news. The revelation hits her hard, her expression reflecting the weight of the situation. Beecher observes Dolores, noting her reaction to the unsettling news. He reflects on Mr. Quilty, recalling him as an uncomfortable man. The speaker suggests that Quilty was more than just uncomfortable, hinting at a darker nature. He implies that Quilty was a demon, and someone dealt with him. A man in a suit speaks, deeming it unforgivable that Quilty attacked a branch of the clan. He is personally glad that Quilty was removed, calling him a tumor. The man acknowledges that even if the truth is known, the world may not believe it. A group of people stand nearby, listening intently to the conversation. Dolores listens intently, her expression unreadable. She's processing the information and trying to understand the implications of what she's hearing. The man in the suit apologizes to Sir Peter in advance for what he will be doing. Dolores looks at him, questioning what he means. Footsteps echo as someone walks away, the sound emphasizing the tension in the air. The departure leaves a sense of unease and anticipation. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers, their attention focused on an unseen event. The word everyone suggests a widespread awareness and concern about the unfolding situation. She declared it to all those present. It was Saintess Dolores who stood before them. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, noting that the Saintess had something to say about the incident. Dolores Lewin Quavades' expression hardened, a barely audible sound escaping her lips. The book in her hands revealed a name, Nighthound. This was the truth about the Quavades clan she had been holding on to. A figure offered Dolores the book, telling her she could decide how she wanted to use it. The book slammed shut, the sound echoing in the silent chamber. An indulgent sales record was displayed within the book, alongside a stern-looking man. The book accused Quilty Lewin Quavades of being an oppressor. The book also named an addressee, Cardinal Humber Lewin Quavades. The book detailed how Viscount Vacoin murdered his parents to inherit their wealth, and had his sins forgiven by donating 1.5 billion gold. The book revealed that Baron Legesso committed unspeakable acts to his servant girl, killed her, and secretly buried her in the sewers. Sir Pynigus murdered his business partner to monopolize the investment money, and had his sins forgiven by donating 200 million gold. The declaration rings out. All sins forgiven by donating 800 million gold. The man wonders if demons were able to buy indulgences from someone. His companion argues that even indulgences should have their limits. The man states that there's no way Cardinal Humber and clan head Quilty would have done such a wicked thing. The woman replies that the Saintess is personally declaring this out loud. Another passage is revealed. All sins forgiven by only donating 300 million gold. A voice declares that they won't stay still just because they're afraid of their father. Not anymore. Dolores Lewin Quavades, holding the book, proclaims that sins cannot be bought and sold with gold, and that the act itself is blasphemy against God. The text reveals that acts are being committed within the Quavades clan. Beecher sits alone, thinking of the Saintess. Even after regressing, her righteous heart hasn't changed. With this, the speaker guesses the 10 upper corpses are down at 8. Beecher stands, his expression unreadable. He stared ahead, his red eyes reflecting a deep resolve. His hand rested on a rough, cold surface, fingers spread. A promise hung in the air, unspoken yet absolute. A lone figure walked toward the distant gazebo, the path stretching before them. A simple wooden cross stood adorned with white flowers, a silent vigil. A group of students stand together in the academy, their expressions unreadable. The man with silver hair crosses his arms, observing the others. The student with purple hair stands with his back to the others, seemingly unconcerned with the conversation. The purple-haired student smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He enjoys seeing others hang around commoners. The blonde student speaks, his tone challenging. He knows Tutor's level as well. The blonde student, Grenouille, looks up, his expression hardening. One of the students reminds the others of the academy's lesson. They should not discriminate between nobles and commoners. Another student scoffs, questioning what the others intend to do about it. He reminds them that they couldn't do anything at the site. The purple-haired student explains that he was asleep when Nighthound attacked. The group stands together, discussing the situation. 2 masked figures stand in the shadows. One declares that losers always make excuses. The purple-haired student smiles cruelly, stating that if he had been there, he would have caught Nighthound. Suddenly, Grenouille is attacked from behind, a look of shock on his face. 3 students lay incapacitated on the ground, surrounded by a cloud of green poison. One of the affected students struggles to rise, recognizing the danger. This scent, it's a paralyzing poison. A small, fluffy creature with multiple eyes peers out, seemingly curious about the poison. Another student, struggling against the poison's effects, declares, "I'm educating you on the difference between you lot and me." A voice booms, seemingly from nowhere, declaring, "Understand our difference in despair, you ignorant fools." The student who spoke earlier grits his teeth, fighting against the paralysis creeping through his limbs. The small creature opens its mouth wide, emitting a strange sound as it prepares to act. Granui stands amidst the swirling poison cloud, seemingly unaffected as the creature begins its work. The blonde student struggles, his expression one of intense effort against the encroaching paralysis. One of the affected students cries out, "Baby madam," seemingly in distress. The small creature absorbs the poison cloud, a voice exclaiming, "It's absorbing the poison cloud?" Granui observes the creature, thinking, "I didn't expect its primary food source to be poison." Woof. The blonde student's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He muttered in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the situation. The blonde student, along with several others, looked up at the dark-haired student with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. The dark-haired student stood above them, an air of authority surrounding her. 2 students walked away, one of them expressing relief. He was thankful that Granui seemed to have some common sense as well. The dark-haired student watched the others leave, a hint of disdain in her eyes. She seemed to question their intelligence. The dark-haired student's eyes widened slightly, a subtle shift in her usually stoic expression. She seemed taken aback by something. Another student observed Granui, noting that the cloud seemed to be drawn towards him. He wondered if he was mistaken. The dark-haired student declared that she had shown them mercy in her grand generosity, her tone laced with arrogance. The blonde student and the dark-haired student faced each other, tension hanging heavy in the air. The blonde student seemed to bristle at her words. The blonde student, his eyes narrowed, challenged her. His voice dripped with barely suppressed anger. The dark-haired student stared back, her expression unyielding. Her fist clenched slightly, a subtle sign of her own rising anger. The dark-haired student revealed the stakes, the midterms group assessment. Whoever scored lower would face a humiliating consequence. The blonde student proposed a particularly humiliating punishment, to run a lap around the academy naked. He challenged her to accept the bet. The student with purple hair narrowed her eyes, a glint of challenge in their depths. She saw no reason to refuse the proposed competition. The other student agreed to the competition, a smug smile playing on his lips. It would be entertaining to watch them make fools of themselves. The student with brown hair looked down, a shadow of guilt crossing his face. He apologized, feeling responsible for the situation. One of the students declared that this was for the best. They should use this opportunity to crush the other guy's ego, he insisted. Tears welled in Granui's eyes as he wondered if he would be of any help in the group assessment. He barely considered himself a low-rank sword expert. The blonde-haired student placed a hand on Granui's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. He told Tutor that he was smart and observant. The student with glasses explained the group roles. Since the group assessments were done in groups of 4, Sancho and he would take the vanguard. PG would take the command position in the middle. The student with silver hair agreed, adding that with Beecher at the back with his bow, they were bound to get high marks. The group seemed confident in their strategy. Granui, his face flushed with determination, declared that they wouldn't lose to someone like him. He pumped his fist, ready to face the challenge. Tutor reacted with surprise, his eyes widening. Someone had already asked him to join their group for the group assessment. The student declined the offer, stating that he would pass on joining their group for the assessment. He had other plans. One of the students expressed his disappointment, asking why he couldn't just join their group. The student with silver hair stood nearby, listening intently. He was reminded to keep his promises. The weight of the words hung heavy. The faces around him were grim, the atmosphere thick with unspoken expectations. Beecher's expression was questioning, unsure of what was to come next. Elsewhere, the Colosio Academy stood as a testament to the pride of the imperial capital. A wave of excitement rippled through the student body. The students cheered, their voices echoing with enthusiasm. "Dolores, you're so cool this year, too. Go hard. Colosio." The pride of the imperial capital was palpable as the students prepared for their assessments. Dolores Lynn Quavades looked on, her expression thoughtful as the cheers continued. Colosio Academy's midterms were carried out open to the public, with a total of 3 subjects tested. A group assessment that tested the students' capabilities was underway. The midterms tested their defensive and offensive capabilities alongside a written exam. The defense test is underway, set in a stadium dungeon created with hologram magic. A battle will be carried out against dummy monsters created by covering mud golems with hologram magic. Holographic ants swarm, ready to test the students' defenses in the arena. The shield magic covering all the students' bodies will record damage on a dashboard when it exceeds a threshold. The students form a 4-man party and defend against the incoming monster waves. Their test scores depend on their defense contribution and endurance. Each student's hit points decrease with damage from the monsters, and the test ends when their HP reaches 0. A student leaps into action, staff raised, ready to defend against the holographic onslaught. There are 3 waves total, each lasting 20 minutes. A full mark is given if they endure for 60 minutes. And this year's best score was produced by the 3rd years, as the crowd cheers. The party of the student council president, Dolores Lewin Quavades, regretfully lasted 58 minutes, 2 minutes short of the record. Beecher stands with his shield, while other students look on, murmuring about the 3rd year's impressive record. A student takes notes, commenting that the 4th years are next to try and beat the record. The graduating class doesn't take this test, so Dolores Lewin Quavades' group is expected to set a new record. Dolores observes that 3rd-year students usually reach the 3rd wave, and 2nd-year students reach the 2nd wave. As 1st years, lasting 20 minutes on the 1st wave should get them a good mark. Granui states that with him in the group, that shouldn't be a problem at all. He adds that they can't be satisfied with just that. Dolores states that if they want to crush Granui, they'll need to get at least halfway through the 2nd wave. Granui confidently asserts that with him in the group, the defense test shouldn't be a problem at all. Bianca Pa-Usher tells the others that they should just tank properly so the monsters don't reach her. Dolores retorts that she'll hunt them all for her. He then tells Bianca that teamwork doesn't mean she gets to be the princess with 3 servants following her. Tutor La Mancha, Don Quixote states that he's putting his nude body on the line for this, so they should take this seriously. Bianca responds that she also doesn't want to see his naked body, and it might make her eyes rot. She tells Tutor to worry about his own performance. Bianca Pa-Usher smirks, unimpressed by Tutor's bravado. Dolores tells both of them that fighting should be done on the battlefield against their opponents. Sancho Barreteria of the 1 first-year Cold Weapons Department ranked 6th in practical assessments. Tutor and Bianca, however, don't seem to get along for some reason, their expressions tight. PG of the 1 first-year Cold Weapons Department ranked 3rd in written assessments. Beecher is asked why he went to a different group. The student looks up at the sky, lost in thought. His eyes narrow, a plan forming. He doesn't really like drawing others' attention, but he ended up catching some attention somehow. He thinks any more will be a problem, and his group should go wild, so he won't have to make a move. Beecher of the 1 first-year Cold Weapons Department ranked 1st in written assessments. He is told that they will protect him like an iron wall, so that he won't have to act at all. 3 students stand ready, their backs to the viewer. Highbrow Luke Baskerville of the 1 first-year Cold Weapons Department ranked 3rd in practical assessments. Midbrow Luke Baskerville and Lowbrow Luke Baskerville of the 1 first-year Cold Weapons Department also ranked in practical assessments. The student is determined to do well on the first mission given to them by the Lord. The 2 figures stood close, their expressions unreadable. They seemed to share a silent understanding, a bond forged in competition. Tutor stood with his arms crossed, observing the arena. A younger boy stood beside him, while another figure stood with a spear. Tutor scoffed, looking down at the others. He muttered, unimpressed by their efforts, that Tutor. The voice echoed, stating a simple truth. It's natural to make that decision if he wants to win. Dolores Lynn Quavades smirked, her eyes gleaming with ambition. But that doesn't mean it'll be possible for them to defeat us. The unseen speaker declared that they had recruited an ace as well, hinting at a hidden advantage. Dolores addressed the girl with white hair. Mr. Granuru, could you stop laughing like a pervert? The girl corrected her. It's Granui. Granui thanked Kim for accepting her, despite her being a commoner. She seemed genuinely grateful for the opportunity. The speaker dismissed the commoner status, focusing on the competition. Well, I don't really care about that. But as teammates, let's do our best for our marks. Granui seemed flustered by the correction, putting a finger to her lips. She whispered, Mr. Gururu, it's Granui. The group was identified as Group 69. The speaker declared that first place among the first years would be theirs, no matter what. Dolores's eyes glowed with an intense, almost predatory focus. She was determined to win, no matter the cost. The group stood together, weapons at the ready, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. The polished wood of their bows gleamed, reflecting the bright sky above as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Group 109 was ready to make their mark. He called out, his voice filled with determination. All right, let's get ready. The time had come. First-year midterms were about to begin. A large group of students stand together, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension as they prepare for the upcoming test. The arena awaits, its ancient stone walls bearing silent witness to countless trials. The air crackles with anticipation. A virtual reality magic circle hums with power, ready to transform the arena into a deadly dungeon. Among the students, Beecher listens intently, his red eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation as he prepares for the test. He reflects on his lack of experience with academy tests, but trusts in his fighting abilities. One of the students asks if their lord has any information about the test, seeking any advantage they can find. The test is explained. A virtual reality magic circle will activate, turning their surroundings into a dungeon where monsters will attack. The monsters lurk, their forms grotesque and menacing. They must endure the attacks until the monster's HP falls to 0. The students are warned to be careful about continual HP loss, even when not being physically attacked, hinting at unseen dangers. Beecher learns that the monsters are using real poison, and the instructors will intervene if an incident occurs, raising the stakes. A student asks if another has practice for this, revealing that some have trained in the family training grounds while away from the clan. He smirked, a glint in his red eyes. He thought to himself he would leave it to them, and they should go wild. The Baskerville triplets declare they would protect him like an iron fortress, their expressions determined. One of the triplets thought to himself that this was their first mission from their lord, and they must do well. A student noticed the group. He wondered if they were here, too. Another student asked Beecher if he was ready for the test, his expression serious. The Baskerville triplets stood together, ready for the upcoming challenge. One of the students expressed surprise that Beecher had grouped with the Baskerville triplets, wondering if he was all right. Another student admitted he was coerced into it, explaining that they had asked him to form a group with them first. The student with silver hair said that they needed information about the monsters, so they had been talking for a few weeks now. He asked Beecher if he was being bullied. Beecher insisted that he was not, and that he was really fine. Beecher looked up, his expression unreadable as he prepared for the test. It was announced that first-year Group 68 had finished their test, as they stood among the wreckage. The announcement echoed. First-year Group 69, enter the arena. A smug grin spread across his face. It was their turn to show off a little. The group of 4 advanced, ready to face whatever challenge awaited them in the arena. The arena floor trembled as monstrous ants emerged, their mandibles clicking menacingly. The sound of skittering legs and snapping jaws filled the air, a prelude to the coming battle. The students moved with practiced coordination, dodging the giant ants' attacks. One student unleashed a torrent of energy, while another prepared a defensive spell. Beecher, surrounded by green energy, demanded if they were still not ready. The student with silver hair, eyes glowing, declared that they were done. Intense focus burned in the silver-haired student's eyes. A surge of power erupted, obliterating the giant ants in a blinding flash. The arena floor still crackled with residual energy. The students of Group 69 erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the arena. A student with glasses observed the scene, his expression unreadable. Bianca stood amidst the fading light, a testament to her skill. Someone mused on Bianca's talent, wondering why she hadn't made a name for herself. The announcement boomed. First-year Group 69 had finished their test. Bianca wiped her brow, admitting that the test was tough. Group 69's final time was announced. 19 minutes, 55 seconds, a new first-year record. The other students reacted with a mix of shock and awe at the announcement. One student's eyes widened in disbelief. Another student, a sinister grin on their face, told someone to get ready to run naked. The student's face contorted in rage as they screamed the name Granui. A student's face contorts with rage, his knuckles white as he clenches his fist. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes across the stone floor. Group 108 advances, their expressions grim as they move forward as a unit. From stands, a group cheers, Beecher. We're rooting for you, my friend. Go for it. Beecher Van Baskerville stands ready, his glasses glinting in the arena light. The members of Group 108 are determined to obtain first place for their lord. He steps forward, the ground crunching beneath his feet as he approaches a cluster of insect-like creatures. A woman watches with a puzzled expression, a question mark floating above her head. She wonders what Beecher is doing, surprised to see that he uses a bow. The man with glasses stands ready with his bow, confident that he registered for the cold weapons department. Someone observes, curious to see just how good he is with the weapon. Arrows fly through the air, striking their targets with deadly accuracy. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. The woman with purple hair gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fast! Her brow furrowed, trying to comprehend the display. What was with that firing speed? He loosed another arrow, his form precise. Of course, speed is the only thing going for it. The observer noted the projectile's trajectory, and it's not accurate either. But a strange pressure emanated from the archer, unsettling the woman. What's this pressure I'm feeling from him? The archer's red eyes narrowed as he focused on his target, drawing back the string. The arrow, a silver glint in the dim light, was imbued with a crimson aura. The arrow struck its mark, exploding in a burst of raw power. The archer's thoughts drifted, a hint of hidden strength revealed. That's what would happen if I wasn't hiding my skill. The archer stood with the blonde-haired man, a smirk playing on his lips. But I'm getting itchy having a hold. The woman with glasses watched, a predatory glint in her eyes. If you lose to someone else with a bow, I won't let you off easy. A voice echoes, filled with regret. He apologizes, unable to fulfill a promise. Beecher, adjusting his glasses, acknowledges an opportunity. He addresses someone as Baby Madam. A grotesque creature launches a spiky projectile. The attack is swift and deadly. The projectile hurtles forward, surrounded by a pink, heart-filled aura. It strikes with considerable force. The creature's poison proves effective. Beecher reflects on his earlier assessment, confirming his suspicions. Beecher smiles, issuing a chilling command. He tells someone to enjoy the moment until the test concludes. A hexagonal barrier shimmers into existence. It protects the area from further attacks. The test for Group 108 concludes. A figure stands victorious over fallen opponents. The defeated students kneel, heads bowed in shame. Their failure is recorded for posterity. A woman with blue hair grins maniacally. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated glee. A man, identified as Mr. Crew, declares that commoners cannot defeat him. He demands they understand the difference between them. Beecher, looking distressed, plead for someone to stop. The situation appears to be escalating rapidly. The announcement echoed, summoning first-year Group 109 to the arena. The others noted that Beecher got second place. They considered congratulating him, while another mentioned Grenouille's record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Two figures prepared, determined to clear the first wave of enemies. The group stood ready, weapons drawn, facing the unseen threat. The number 109 marked their group. A monstrous figure emerged, ready to attack. A figure unleashed a powerful strike, the force of the blow evident. Another figure stood their ground, weapon poised to strike. Two warriors clashed, their determination etched on their faces. A man with glasses looked on, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. Tudor and Sancho fought side by side against the monsters in the vanguard. Bianca supported the team with attacks from the rear, while another gave orders, observing the entire battlefield. She watched the other groups, their teamwork a testament to diligent preparation. It seemed they had prepared a lot. The protagonist considered their chances. It might be possible for them to achieve first place. But more importantly, something fell amiss. A prickling sensation crawled up the back of his neck. What did it feel like he'd missed? A growing sense of dread washed over him. His red eyes widened behind his glasses, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he scanned the surroundings. A monstrous eye, blood red and filled with malice, stared back at him. The protagonist looked down to see the creature lurking beneath the surface. The monster's form was grotesque, a bulbous mass of flesh and shadow. Its tendrils reached out, grasping at the air with unnatural speed. But then, the creature transformed into something unexpectedly cute. A voice echoed, filled with surprise. When did Baby Madam get there? The small creature was surrounded by miasma of thick, green smoke. A voice called out, referring to someone as Baby Madam. Beecher recalled putting something back in his pocket after the test. He never expected it to jump out and eat the poison. The creature even shed its skin and grew in that short amount of time. Its growth rate definitely proved it was Madam's child. Since the test was ongoing, Beecher knew he couldn't do anything about Baby Madam. He could only hope that nothing happened until the test ended. The protagonist gripped his staff tightly. The creature was struck by a powerful blow. He swung his staff with practiced ease. Beecher smiled, holding his staff across his shoulders. He is told that he's wasting strength he doesn't need to use. The blonde-haired character asks if there's a reason to dice up every one of those ants. Bianca Pasher, with a smug look, declares how restrained she is. She tells him to watch how efficient she is. The hunter fires an arrow, the shot echoing as it flies towards its target. The arrow is aimed at one of the ant-like creatures. The arrow strikes the ant-like creature, eliciting a pained screech. The creature recoils from the impact. Beecher states that she is pretty good, but he won't lose. Bianca retorts, telling him to try if he can. A powerful impact resonates, shaking the very ground. A blinding light erupts, signaling a devastating blow. Tudor La Mancha, Don Quixote, stands ready, weapon in hand, amidst the chaos of battle. An observer notes that they can't tell if their relationship is good or bad. They also point out that their formation is weakened. A young man shouts, urging everyone to regroup for A. Bianca is instructed not to kill them herself, but to aim for the joints on their front legs. Tudor is told it'll be more efficient to attack when the ants break away from their groups. A voice urged the team to push further rather than blocking the enemy. One of the men complimented another, saying he was more observant than expected. He added that PG was a warrior of his own. He thought it was worth studying up a little to not let his teammates down. The protagonist looked surprised, a slight blush on his cheeks. Bianca believed that with this team, it was possible to get the top record. The team stood together, a mix of determination and anticipation on their faces. The camera focused on their feet, ready to move. The ant-like creatures lay defeated on the ground. The hexagonal grid shimmered, indicating the arena's layout. The Group 109 test was over. Their record was 19 minutes and 55 seconds, earning them a joint first rank among first years. Bianca and another teammate expressed their frustration at having the same record as commoners. The protagonist lamented how close they were to holding on for one more second. He looks on, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. Beecher thinks to himself that he almost had to run naked. The silver-haired man points out that if their shields had dropped to 0 in a real battle, they would be dead. Beecher declares that one day he will become a great warrior and survive for an hour like President Dolores. Another voice agrees, suggesting they get even better. Bianca smiles, thinking that the juniors in their department are all amazing. The HP shields blocked damage, and Bianca looks forward to their growth. A message indicates that Phase 1 has ended and Phase 2 has begun. Bianca's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. The ant monsters return, their chitinous bodies clicking and scraping against the stone floor. A man with glasses looks shocked, his eyes wide with alarm. A group of students react with surprise and concern. The team is surprised by the return of the ants. The ants are coming out again, and someone wonders if the test wasn't over. He looked on with wide eyes, the situation clearly spiraling out of control. The ant monsters swarmed, a desperate defense the only option until help arrived. The men in suits observed the monitors. They were all at 0 HP, but the test wasn't ending. One of them thought it was an error. The anomaly occurred because a strong life force, besides the students, was detected within the testing grounds. The machine was detecting a life force when the suits reached 0 HP. No life force should be detected. Professors were being summoned, as a problem had occurred in the testing area. A desperate plea echoed, "Save the students inside the test." The professors murmured amongst themselves, the situation growing more dire. Even if they were the phase management department, the situation was beyond their control. They were checking the machine. The woman in the magic control room stated it would be quicker to stop the golems. The creation and movement of the golems were automated starting this year. A magic formation code, connected to a mana stone, requires authorization to be disabled, along with the magic barrier itself. Bianca Usher's expression is fraught with worry. She possesses a key for the magic barrier, but there's a problem. It's impossible to open the barrier with just one key, complicating the already dire situation. Professor Suddy, the one with the B key, is unreachable, having stepped away to the bathroom. Someone is furious that Professor Suddy has left her post again, especially at such a critical moment. Beecher Van Baskerville is perched on a ledge, observing the unfolding crisis with growing concern. An error has occurred with the magic device, compounding the problems. There is no other life detected. A force was detected during the test, meaning Baby Madam has grown large enough from the poison to be detected by the Mana Stone. It may be due to the error, but a poison cloud has begun to cover the inside of the barrier, endangering those within. He knows that if he doesn't hurry, he won't be able to save them from the encroaching poison. Those are the holes used for air circulation, a detail that might prove useful in a desperate situation. The entryway is small, but he believes that if he uses it, he might be able to make a difference. He looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the commotion began. Whispers spread through the crowd. Had another group managed to outscore them? What was all the fuss about? A blur of fur and frantic paws. A dog darted through the scene, adding to the chaos. Suddenly, Beecher cried out, caught off guard by a swift, unseen attack. The force of the blow sent him sprawling, another figure tumbling to the ground nearby. Beecher's expression hardened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he tried to understand the situation. Amidst the confusion, someone wondered aloud why a dog was running off with someone's pants. The person who had been attacked was sent sprawling to the ground. A crystalline structure shimmered, reflecting the chaotic scene. Two men watched with wide eyes, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. A student exclaimed in shock, recognizing the figure as student president. The woman with blonde hair stood tall, a gleaming sword held firmly in her grasp. The student president brandished the ancient artifact, ignoring the protests of the other students. Her threat hung in the air. Breaking the artifact would be more than just an expulsion. The student president, eyes narrowed, declared that a compensation order would be sent to Quavades. A voice echoed, promising help no matter the cost. The force of the blow sent him flying, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and shock. A hand reached out, as if to help, or perhaps to stop the fall. Two onlookers stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He lay on the ground, someone desperately calling out, "PG, wake up!" One of the concerned characters cursed under their breath, witnessing the aftermath. Another character lamented his inability to become a hero. A voice questioned if dying like this wasn't too lame. He is pinned beneath the student president's weapon, the weight crushing him. The weapon's sharp edges press closer, threatening to pierce his skin. Kuru, face contorted in rage, shouts commands, "Tutor! Sancho!" He struggles beneath the weapon, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. "I don't want this." Tears stream down Beecher's face, his expression a mix of fear and resignation. The words, "to be my end," hang in the air as a dark energy envelopes him. The student president's face is twisted in a cruel sneer, relishing the moment. A surge of red energy erupts, accompanied by a deafening crack. The red energy intensifies, consuming everything in its path. He is caught in the blast, his body contorted in agony as the energy burns him. The student president watches with cold satisfaction as the attack connects. The force of the impact sends him flying backward, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Bianca's expression is fraught with worry, her hands clasped tightly at her chest. Her brow furrows, her voice barely a whisper. "Why are you?" she asks, her eyes filled with concern. He stands, back to the viewer, the muscles in his shoulders tense with suppressed power. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with building rage. Crimson light flares in his eyes, a promise of retribution burning within. Someone shouts, questioning the student council president's sanity and forbidding them from breaking something. Bianca struggles against the men holding her back, desperate to save the children. A man studies a holographic globe, seemingly unconcerned with the commotion behind him. The men continue to restrain Bianca, ignoring her pleas as she struggles against them. A system message reports the detection of a new life force within the arena. One of the men exclaims in disbelief that a flesh ant has been destroyed, realizing someone has broken into the arena. The man with the tablet wonders how they broke through the magic barrier, questioning what is happening inside. A close-up view of the holographic globe shows several points of light within a grid. A figure lies face down on the ground, seemingly defeated. Two figures lay defeated on the ground, their bodies still. The dust settles around them. He stands over the fallen, his red eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. The battle's end is near. Bare feet tread on the cracked earth, approaching the scene of devastation. Beecher's red eyes glow intensely, a sign of the power he wields. He recalls a teaching from his clan. The end of an untamed beast is death. A small creature looks up at Beecher, seemingly surprised. He stands tall, ready to discipline it. Beecher instructs the creature to consume all the nearby poison and keep the students safe. The sound of something approaching echoes through the area. The small creature is surrounded by the sounds of the encroaching threat. Beecher observes the approaching threat, unimpressed. He thinks, what a? The approaching figure is dismissed as a shameless kid. The small creature is struck by a powerful blow. A massive flesh ant towers, its segmented body gleaming ominously in the dim light. The flesh ant lunges, its razor-sharp mandibles snapping shut as Beecher narrowly dodges the attack. He realizes this place can detect his life energy, making stealth difficult. Considering the base level of an 18-year-old is a medium-rank sword expert, Beecher knows revealing his true strength would cause too big of a fuss. He moves cautiously through the monster's territory, his bare feet padding softly on the uneven ground. He recalls that these dummy golems were made to be the same as the real monsters. The protagonist prepares to use the strategy from his past life for dealing with flesh ants. Beecher knows he can take them out even when only using the level of a high-rank sword expert. He grips his weapon, ready to strike, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The ant's weak point is the segment that connects their head and thorax. The flesh ant's armored head and chest came into sharp focus. Its grotesque features were highlighted by the crimson glow. He drew back his weapon, preparing to strike with precision. The text indicated where the ant's body compass was located. The spear descended, aimed directly at the vulnerable point. The narration box explained that breaking this point would cause disorientation. He knew another weakness, and prepared to exploit it. Their skulls were split in two, the text declared. The text revealed a connection the size of a pinky finger in the lower middle part of their head. He moved with speed and precision, targeting that exact spot. The strike landed with brutal force, shattering the ant's defenses. He leaped through the air, spear aimed to deliver the final blow. The blade flashes, a crimson streak against the dim light, cleaving through the air. The flesh ant's carapace shatters under the force of the blow, its segmented body falling apart. He pivots, the spear a blur as it finds its next target, another ant falling to the ground. His red eye reflects the carnage, a cold determination burning within. He stands amidst the fallen, the air thick with the stench of ichor. "All right," he mutters. The flesh ant, a general ant, is rated as danger rating A. He surveys the scene, the bodies of the ants scattered around him. "You guys," he says. The blade drips with crimson, reflecting the sinister glint in his eyes. His muscles tense, ready for the next wave, the next challenge. Meanwhile, outside the dome, the students murmur, their voices a low hum of anxiety. The protective barrier shimmers, a fragile shield against the unknown horrors within. Fearful whispers spread among the students. They can't see anything because of the poison clouds. They wonder if something happened inside, noting that the time's already at the third wave. They doubt that a group of first years can endure what even the third years can't. The man reels back, eyes wide with disbelief at what he's witnessing. The other men look on, equally stunned by the unfolding events before them. The announcement rings out. A general ant has been defeated, and the student's life force remains stable. The man shouts, relieved that the students are stable, for now at least. A general ant, but the general ants aren't supposed to be put into the test for the academy students to defeat. It's a gimmick to make it difficult for the students to endure for an hour. What's happening inside the barrier? Meanwhile, the man announces that he's found Professor Suddy with her B key for the magic barrier. He found her because the alley barkeep reported her for destruction of property and obstruction of business. What the really this woman? Bianca stands triumphantly as the man behind her look on in shock. The magic barrier shimmers, holding strong. A magical barrier shimmers, its energy signature fading into the environment. The incident during the academy midterms was resolved as the magic barrier opened. 42 minutes and 13 seconds remained until rescue, a countdown hanging over the scene. Soldiers stood guard, their presence a silent promise of protection amidst the chaos. The aftermath revealed the extent of the battle. All the ants were defeated. Bianca ran through the battlefield, her expression a mix of urgency and determination. Her eyes widened, reflecting a sudden realization or a looming threat. Beecher lay prone, his body battered but seemingly alive amidst the debris. Bianca's long blonde hair swayed as she moved, her gaze fixed on something ahead. The protagonist remained on the ground, his eyes closed, his fate uncertain. He thought to himself that it was a little awkward, but he needed to make it look like he collapsed while fighting together with the other students. Bianca considered that a lot of bothersome things will happen going forward, but she should be content with not losing these future heroes. A camera flashes, capturing a moment in the whirlwind of Beecher's newfound fame. Academy Colosseo midterms marked the birth of a hero, one who jumped in to save his endangered peers. The truth about Beecher, whose heroic deeds it caught a glimpse of while collapsed, was now being revealed. The words of a humble hero continued praise of his deeds, stating it was only possible because they all worked together. First year, student Beecher's handsomeness was revealed, and his mana rank reevaluated to high-rank sword expert. The head of the monster research station questioned how he defeated a general ant, something impossible for just a high-rank sword expert. Beecher revealed he knows of a weak point that exists on the flesh ant skull, a secret now exposed. With the secret of the flesh ants revealed by Beecher, the estimated death rate of Imperial soldiers is expected to decrease. His Imperial Majesty awards Beecher the rising star of this year. Just who is he? Fabric tears, a symbol of the unraveling truth and the end of an era. The threads separate, revealing what lies beneath the surface. He sighs, gazing at the night sky, perhaps contemplating the weight of his newfound fame. He perched on the rooftop, the cool night air swirling around him. Beecher had wanted a quiet school life, but it had become troublesome. A small, muffled bark echoed nearby. The spider-like creature spoke, its voice a strange, clicking sound. It stated that the news wasn't something to celebrate. An eagle landed nearby, bringing a small sense of relief. At least the others were safe, it seemed. A question hung in the air, a silent prompt for more information. An owl landed gracefully, its movements precise. It seemed she was being careful with her approach. The messages spoke of upper 10 corpses, Nighthound copycats, and Baskerville clan's Osiris leaving the clan. The information would take time to parse. Another message indicated that someone of royal blood was hiding among the Academy's first years. Beecher examined the document, seeing how she was asking for a month's time. He recalled being able to win easily last time with the help of the Sainus' power. But he would need to train hard for this 1 month before the next task. He had been wary of it, but it seemed 2 Nighthound copycats had appeared. He considered the implications, knowing trouble would arise if they raised the palace's alertness. Beecher needed to investigate the news that Osiris Luke Baskerville left home. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure wondered if someone of royal blood was hiding in the academy, their form obscured by darkness and a floating question mark. Beecher, annoyed, questioned why Bianca Usher wrote, "Because it's fun," when he didn't even ask for a 4th point, his expression a mix of exasperation and curiosity. He reasoned that there was nothing bad with knowing, his expression thoughtful as he considered the information at hand. Red energy crackled around his hand, a display of power ready to be unleashed. He released shards of darkness from his open palm, the fragments scattering into the environment. A sharp sound echoed as something was impacted. Someone stepped forward, crushing the scattered shards underfoot. Beecher, now wearing glasses, maintained a composed expression, his gaze steady and observant. Bianca stood under the moonlight, thinking she never expected to meet the hero of the academy at this time. Bianca smiled serenely, wondering if this was what they called fate, her expression filled with a sense of acceptance. The woman with short, white hair stands on a ledge, her expression unreadable. She is known as Sinclair. Sinclair has been assessed to be excellent in both diligence and talent. She holds the highest rank in the hot weapons department with her impressive results. The man with glasses wonders why such a person is out here at this time. He seems concerned. He didn't expect to see her out here. This is his The man and Sinclair sit on a ledge, looking out at the scenery. He states that he sees. Sinclair's eyes are soft, and her expression is thoughtful. She seems to be considering something deeply. She wonders if she keeps coming here, will she be able to see him again? The man with glasses seems to be in deep thought. He needs to change his contact point with Cinderwendy. The man asks Sinclair if she knows how much the entire academy has been talking about her. Sinclair says she doesn't really want to. The man tells Sinclair not to be shy. It's only natural for a great person to draw others' attention. He notes she placed first in the written exams. Despite being a commoner, someone has their aura stage at high-rank expert. They're a pretty difficult person to compete with. The young man peered down, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. The words hung in the air. Grades aren't everything, so you don't need to worry about them so much. Money, authority, honor. Sinclair sat perched on structure, a thoughtful expression on their face. But aren't grades everything at school? As soon as the era of ruination begins, order will crumble. And an era where only survival is necessary will begin. A smile played on Sinclair's lips. They spoke as if they had already lived their life. Beecher looked up surprised. He thought Sinclair sometimes sounded like an old guy bro. He mused that Sinclair was pretty perceptive. Beecher then asked what they were doing after midterms were over, back and legs. Did you just reject me? Sinclair thought about it. There's someone who, like Beecher, also seems to be hiding a lot. Before Beecher regressed, Sinclair ranked first in the grade every year until graduation despite being a commoner. But after that, Sinclair disappeared from history, with all contact with them getting cut off. Sinclair's a commoner is actually a disguise. Perhaps the royal Cinderwendy spoke of new who was concealing themselves within the academy. Stretching, Beecher didn't expect the test period to feel this long. The man with gray hair noted that after their attack test, their midterms were over. One of the students remarked that it couldn't be helped that the tests felt long, since they postponed them due to the accident during the defense. The student with dark hair clicked her tongue, lamenting that the bet with Granui ended in a draw. Beecher knew who he should really be treating as his rival. The student with glasses seemed to be thinking about something. One student admitted it was true they weren't as injured thanks to Beecher, but found it annoying that he hid his strength. Another student accused him of keeping secrets from his friends. He mentioned that he didn't do it alone, prompting the other student to remark on his humility. The student then asked if Beecher had heard about the latest terror attack by Nighthound. The student noted that the students at the Varangian Training Center were injured by Nighthound this time. The report stated that they encountered Nighthound and were injured when they tried to restrain him. The news article detailed Nighthound's sudden act of violence, mentioning the students of Varangian who were ambushed and severely wounded. The student observed that even Varangian was affected, and Nighthound was increasing his area of activity. The student with blonde hair mentioned that people had begun to support Nighthound recently, wondering what his goal was. The image showed two figures, labeled as two copycats. One of the copycats seemed to have ceased activity, but the other was slowly appearing more frequently. The student with blonde hair stated that the problem now was that people's vigilance against Nighthound was continuing to increase. The student with black hair noted that if this continued, it could also get in the way of his assassination work. He decided that he should deal with the copycats after the tests were over. He walked with other students toward the Academy Colosseo, the designated attack testing grounds. The Academy uniform, a dark jacket with gold trim, was visible. The Academy Colosseo loomed, a complex structure designed for attack testing. Unlike the defense test, which emphasized teamwork, the attack test focused on individual skill. Marks were awarded based on attacks landed and dodges performed against professor-controlled golems. The golems, built in the professor's image, allowed students to gain experience against stronger opponents. The critical flaw of this test: each professor could only test 50 students. Testing criteria could vary depending on the professor and their fighting style. With a shout, the student clashed against the golem, the impact echoing through the arena. The student's blue eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The student thought to himself that this much was easy. The professor with dark hair observes the fight, a calculating look on his face as he considers the student's moves. The student with blonde hair is surrounded by vines, struggling to break free from their constricting grip. The student realizes the vines are feints, but the professor has become faster, possibly through body enhancement. The student raises his weapon, preparing to strike, but the professor is already moving in for an attack. The professor's punch connects with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the air. The professor's attack is also a feint, leaving the student vulnerable to further strikes. The professor's fist clenches, ready to deliver another blow with calculated precision. The professor asks if the student didn't expect him to use his fists and legs because he is a magician. The student lies defeated on the ground, his weapon cast aside, the fight clearly over. The professor recalls that the goal of fighting is solely to win, and even a magician will use everything they have to win a fight. The professor states, "Thank you for the lesson," as the student's points are calculated. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote receives a score of 35 from testing Professor Banshee Morgue, leaving him in disbelief. Tutor couldn't believe it. 35 points? How could he have lost to Tutor? It didn't make any sense to him. Professor Suddy stood calmly, a smug look on her face as she listened to the students' complaints about the results. The professor believed it was all because of the test structure, and that duels were disadvantageous for archers. Professor Suddy pointed at Tutor, emphasizing her point as the students sat on the steps, listening intently. The professor reminded Tutor that he hadn't complained about balance when he soaked up those individual points during their defense test. The two locked eyes, tension building between them as they continued their argument about the fairness of the test. Professor Suddy declared that it had been proven that she was better than Tutor, emphasizing her superiority. The details of the test results were displayed, showing Grenouille de Leviathan's score breakdown, totaling 35 points. Tutor questioned what the professor was talking about, pointing out that they both got 35 points in both the test and the defense test. Professor Suddy revealed that with her higher written test score, it meant it was her victory over Tutor. Professor Suddy's face was filled with manic glee as she emphasized her victory over the student. Tutor was slumped on the ground, defeated. He wondered how he let his combined rank be lower than Grenouille's. Well, on the bright side, our testing professor is Professor Banshee Morgue. One of them said, they got lucky. The woman with purple hair explained that the others were being tested by Professor Suddy. Tutor recalled that she was the pathetic professor who disappeared with the B key. From what he heard from his seniors, Professor Suddy was a force to be reckoned with. Professor Suddy's weird personality and terrible work ethic made her the professor you most needed to avoid, they said. Tutor wondered how someone like that could become a professor at the academy. The woman with purple hair responded that she was very skilled, even while being a professor at the academy. The woman with purple hair had heard that she also helped the military track down criminals, even dangerous criminals like Nighthound. A cloaked figure stood with a red sword, ready for action. Tutor hoped their guys would be okay, right? They were all impressive kids with good talent, he thought. The students looked on with concern. The woman with purple hair said that's why she was even more worried about them. The last person of a fallen Baron clan, she had heard that Professor Suddy was irritated by students who were from good clans or were talented. The problem was because of that irritation, she crushed those talented students to destroy them, they said. She pressed her heel down, the sound echoing in the training hall as the student lay defeated. The crowd of onlookers watched as the professor continued her brutal assessment. Another one had fainted, succumbing to the pressure. The other students looked on in disbelief, wondering if this was truly the test. Panic set in as the students realized the danger, some calling for help from the other professors. Professor Suddy raised a finger to her lips, a silent command for order. She mused that this cohort was filled with only cowards and insects. The professor stood over another fallen student, the results of the Cold Weapons Department Class B Cadet PG displayed. Another student lay defeated, the Hot Weapons Department Class A Cadet Sinclair having failed. The scene was repeated with another student, the Cold Weapons Department Class A Cadet Sancho Berteria, now out of the fight. The results of the Cold Weapons Department Class A Cadet Sancho Berteria were displayed. Professor Suddy declared that it would only be a waste of time if they kept this up. He stood at the base of the stairs, steeling himself for what was to come. Beecher steeled himself, muttering an all right then. The red glint in his eyes betrayed the intensity of his focus. Beecher knew what he had to do. From above, Professor Suddy called out, her voice echoing with a chilling authority. Next student, come up. A manic grin stretched across Professor Suddy's face, her glowing eyes promising pain. She was clearly enjoying this. The plaque on her chest identified her as Donatien Alphonse Francois Suddy de Sade, also known as Professor Suddy. The professor awaited her next victim. 30 minutes prior to the attack test, the tension was already palpable in the air. Professor Banshee Morgue clasped his hands together, a wide grin plastered across his face. He exclaimed that it was finally the attack test. Mr. Sancho seemed confident about the test, as a duel was a warrior's virtue. The students looked on, awaiting the start of the attack test. One student wondered how he could not look forward to the test, as he had heard something. Tutor had said before that if one were to fight one-on-one without using aura, Sancho was the strongest in the Cold Weapons Department. The student with glasses stood with his arms crossed, listening to the conversation. The boy with brown hair looked on in shock, questioning what the professor was doing. The student questioned how the professor could be drinking in the middle of a test that could determine the outcome of the students' lives. But it wasn't alcohol. The purple-haired woman told him to shut up, as he was annoying. She continued to drink from the bottle. The sound of slurping filled the air as the woman continued to drink. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman grabbed the student by the collar. She had been drinking something that wasn't alcohol, or so she claimed. The professor thought to herself that 76 standard drinks barely qualified as a beverage. Professor Banshee Morgue licked her lips, a predatory glint in her eyes. A student realized that this was the infamous Professor Suddy. The student with glasses confirmed that she was in charge of them, and the student with white hair agreed that she was as odd as the rumor suggested. The professor held a card bearing the Colossio Academy emblem. Professor Banshee Morgue scanned the list, her gaze settling on one name. For our first one, this guy looks nice. Sancho Barataria. Another student warns Sancho to be careful, saying that many who cross Professor Suddy never return to school. The gray-haired student responded, "Worry about me, PG." Sancho stood ready, weapon in hand, determined to never break. He declared that he would be in the teacher's care. The test was about to begin, and Sancho was ready. He is sent flying through the air by a powerful blow. The warrior's attack continues, relentless and unforgiving. The observers watch, a sense of grim determination settling in. The will of a warrior will never break. Shock registers on their faces as the battle intensifies. Their expressions reflect the brutal reality of the fight. The warrior stands over Sancho, the fight seemingly concluded as the observers look on. Lying on the ground, Sancho looks up dazed. He notices the damage to his armor, a look of disbelief on his face. It broke? The observer's eyes glow with power, a cruel smile spreading across her face. Then I guess you aren't a warrior, are you? Magic circles begin to form around the fallen warrior. Sancho lies defeated as the observers rush to his side. Sancho, he is carried, unconscious, by two figures, as another watches with concern. A close-up reveals the distinctive uniform of a professor at the academy. One of the figures states that assaulting a student until they pass out is part of the test. A character with purple hair remarks that this is what the academy's first president said. The professor hopes that the student isn't planning to complain like that in a real battle. The professor addresses the crowd, stating that they will see how skilled the best among the hot weapons department is. The professor walks away from the two figures, reiterating that the goal of the test is, in fact, a test. One character supports another, stating that the professor's actions are unjustified and suggesting that a complaint might allow another test. Sancho expresses his gratitude for the other's concern. Sancho's expression hardens with resolve. Sancho declares that he doesn't want to run away from fighting someone who hurt his friend. The professor stands, back turned, as Sancho makes his declaration. The white-haired individual stares intensely, a silent challenge in their gaze. The purple-eyed individual mocks Beecher Van Baskerville's expression, a cruel smile playing on their lips. The teacher's smile widens, promising pain. As your teacher, I'll straighten out for you. The teacher initiates the test, summoning glowing circles of energy around Beecher Van Baskerville. Beecher Van Baskerville is shocked by the teacher's power. The teacher notes that he can use three third-class spells. The purple-haired individual smirks, looking down at Beecher Van Baskerville. He says that Beecher is different, a top student. The energy circles converge, slamming into Beecher Van Baskerville with tremendous force. The teacher's eyes glow with malicious intent as he watches the attack connect. Beecher Van Baskerville is sent flying backward, his body contorted in pain. The impact is severe. The teacher says that it hurts pretty bad. Beecher Van Baskerville crashes to the ground, the force of the blow evident in his posture. The sound of the impact echoes, a testament to the teacher's overwhelming power. He was down, blood trickling from his head, the electric blue energy fading. The figure loomed over Beecher, a cruel smile playing on their lips. It hurts more than you expected, doesn't it? Professor Banshee Morg's eyes glowed with malicious intent. If you get unlucky, mana reversal might render you unable to use magic for the rest of your life. Banshee Morg continued, her voice dripping with disdain. It'd be pretty funny if the top student in the hot weapons department couldn't use magic anymore. Beecher, lying defeated, could only think, pray that doesn't happen. You would have had to work pretty hard to get top grades as a commoner. A voice cried out in the distance, Sinclair. The student with glasses looked on with a stoic expression. Beecher, sword in hand, trembled slightly. He gripped this sword tightly, remembering the insult. What? Who is this trash who doesn't even know how to hold a sword? Beecher stood his ground, facing his attacker, sword raised. His face contorted with determination. He thought, I'm not a coward. I can't back down here. Professor Banshee Morg watched him, thinking, yeah, hardship like this will let me shed my weak shell. A figure in dark armor stands tall, seemingly gathering resolve. He seeks the opportunity to unleash his courage. Suddenly, a blade descends with incredible speed. The attack catches him completely off guard. Another figure sprints forward, weapon in hand. The situation is rapidly escalating. Fear widens the eyes of an unseen combatant. The intensity of the battle is overwhelming. He can only utter a confused, as the events unfold around him with terrifying speed. A woman is sent flying backwards, defeated. The force of the blow is evident in her uncontrolled descent. A high-heeled boot descends, the speaker declaring that trash is trash no matter how much it struggles. The hand of the victor hangs limply, a sign of the power they wield and the ease with which they defeat their opponents. A man with glasses watches with a grim expression. He is clearly concerned about the unfolding events. The woman lies defeated, a heavy boot pressing down on her. Her struggle has come to an end. Two men react in shock, one exclaiming that another one fainted, and questioning the reality of the situation. Panic spreads as the others realize the door is locked, and desperately call for help from the other professors. Chaos erupts as a figure lies defeated on the ground, desperately calling for help. The fallen figure is motionless, a pool of blood forming around their head. The camera focuses on the fallen figure's face, revealing a grimace of pain. A shadowy figure looms, its features obscured, radiating an ominous presence. A voice declares that this cohort is filled with only. The woman with purple hair, hands on her hips, announces that she will choose the next one. The woman's expression is smug as she surveys the remaining students. The woman stands before the remaining students, her presence commanding and intimidating. A man with glasses steps forward, declaring that he will go. The woman with purple hair remarks on the passionate student, noting that the main dish is already here. The other students recognize the man with glasses as Betrayal, the hero who's famous these days, a high-ranked sword expert. Even so, Professor Suddy is at least a graduate. He held the bow, considering it the worst possible weapon for a duel. Beginning the test. It was always fun ruining prodigies, the unseen figure mused, seeing Betrayal as the Academy's most precious gemstone. The figure considered turning that gemstone into a vegetable. What level of joy will I feel then? The figure wondered, planning to break his arm first. The man with the bowl cut stood ready, the unseen figure's malice hanging in the air. Arrows stood ready to be drawn. The bow was drawn, a red glow emanating from the string. The purple-eyed figure watched with anticipation. The arrow flew, a streak of red energy cutting through the air. The arrow found its mark. He watched, his expression unreadable. A figure collapses, the sound of impact echoing through the training grounds. He faces a towering golem, bow drawn and ready, the air thick with anticipation. Two students observe the scene. One wonders if Professor Suddy's golem has stopped. The other questions when he fired the arrow. An arrow pierces through a banner, the impact causing a violent tremor. The purple-haired figure screams in agony, blood streaming from their face. The figure cries out, clutching at their eye in disbelief and pain. The injured figure stumbles backward, their vision obscured by the sudden assault. He watches the chaos unfold, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. He admits he tried to shoot the golem, but doesn't know how the arrow got there. A close-up reveals the injured figure to be Professor Suddy, her eye glowing with an ominous red light. The figure lies motionless, their purple hair matted with crimson. The scene is one of brutal finality. A scream pierces the air. The blue-haired figure turns, eyes wide with terror at the unfolding horror. A scream echoes as hands activate a complex, glowing blue circle. What is being summoned? The dark-haired professor's face contorts in anger, his brow furrowed and eyes narrowed. Something has gone terribly wrong. The students recoil in horror, hands flying to their mouths. The scene before them is clearly unexpected and deeply disturbing. A figure stands in the distance, framed by the archway. The sound of stone grinding against stone fills the air. Professor Suddy's expression is one of fury. "Just what are you doing? Locking the doors?" he demands. The blonde-haired student raises his hands defensively, his face a mask of shock. "Are you being rough with the students again?" The fallen figure lies amidst a pool of blood, an exclamation mark hovering above. The situation has escalated to a critical point. Professor Suddy's eyes widen in disbelief. Professor Suddy is the one bleeding. Then what's really going on here? The blonde student stares in disbelief, muttering, God. The situation is clearly more complex than it initially appeared. The scene was gruesome. Several students lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling around them. Beecher and others stood over a kneeling figure, the air thick with tension. Someone asked, "What happened here?" A voice echoed, explaining, "I aimed at the golem when it..." But the arrow, meant for the golem, struck Professor Suddy directly in the eye. The professor's face contorted in pain and disbelief. He thought, "I've seen many students get injured, but this is my first time seeing a professor." A voice mused, "Get injured, and for that professor to be Professor Suddy. This may just be karma." Blood streamed down Professor Banshee Morg's face, his expression a mix of agony and fury. A notification appeared. Point calculation has been completed. A figure with glasses stood nearby. Beecher stood, his stance suggesting readiness for further action. A display showed Beecher's stats. Cold Weapons Department Class B, Cadet 256 Beecher. His total points were 11. The kneeling figure with purple hair remained on the ground, surrounded by an ethereal glow. The scene was grim. Several students lay prone, clearly injured. Others stood nearby, assessing the damage and trying to understand what had just occurred. Sinclair suffered internal injuries, the result of mana reversal. The damage was severe, a testament to the power unleashed during the test. Sancho was covered in bruises, while PG was in shock, his chin shattered. The extent of the injuries was beyond what anyone expected. These were not the kinds of injuries students should sustain during a simple test. A hand glowed, using magic to heal the wounded. A concerned student asked, Senior Dolores, are they all right? The situation was dire, and the student's well-being was paramount. The woman with purple hair responded, Thanks to your quick response, they should recover without any lasting damage. The blonde-haired man sighed. That's a relief. The tension in the air eased slightly, but the gravity of the situation remained. The blonde-haired man addressed Professor Suddy, who sat nearby. He asked her to show him something, his expression serious. A voice declared that when she recovered, the student council would make a report to the disciplinary committee. Accountability was paramount. Professor Suddy looked distressed, her hand covering her face. The arrow wound was clearly causing her significant pain and discomfort. The blonde-haired man, the saintess of the great Quavades clan, urged her to show him her injury. His concern was evident in his voice. A hand reached out, perhaps to reveal the extent of the injury. The tension was palpable as the scene unfolded. The blonde woman's eyes widened, her expression one of shock and pain as blood splatters around her. A voice echoes, dripping with disdain. I don't need help from someone like you. The purple-haired figure grins, a manic energy radiating from their glowing eyes. Nearby, onlookers react with stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. The purple-haired figure strides away, leaving the injured woman behind. If I'll punish for this incident, so be it. The figure's thoughts drift to the future. My punishment ends. Many things have been exciting me recently. Blood drips from the figure's face, obscuring one eye, including that person who's been going around the imperial capital at night. The figure walks alongside Beecher Van Baskerville, the sunlight glinting off his glasses. A voice calls out, questioning the bespectacled young man. Did you say you're Beecher? Beecher Van Baskerville's red eyes narrow behind his glasses, a hint of menace in his gaze. I'll remember you. I'll see you later. With that, the long and arduous midterms came to an end. Meanwhile, students gather around a notice board, their expressions a mix of relief and anticipation as they check their scores. A list of names meticulously inscribed hints at a hierarchy, a ranking of some kind. Beecher's name is among them, though not at the top. The students who faced Professor Suddy during the attack test saw their scores plummet. Thankfully, the faculty allowed them to retake their tests. After recovering her scores, Sinclair took the top position among the first years. She stand with a smug look on her face. However, everyone's attention wasn't on rank 1, but on someone else. Two students whisper about the one who landed a blow on Professor Suddy. The whispers continue, focusing on the one who dared to strike Professor Suddy. Not just any blow, but one that damaged one of her eyes. One student thinks that Professor Suddy deserved it, feeling like all the trauma that Demon gave her was just washed away. She thinks Beecher is cool. The words Hero Beecher sound nice to him. He looks down, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. He reflects on his actions, admitting to himself that this is what he gets for acting emotionally. He seems to be regretting his actions. He thinks that his life during the day was only so he could continue his life at night. He didn't want to intervene either. He recalls that he couldn't hold back when he saw them get hurt like that. A figure in a cloak stands behind him. A voice calls out to him, stuttering his name. Beecher. From now on, He is confronted by someone who seems to be attacking him. He is knocked to the ground, looking up in surprise. He found himself pinned, a blade pressed against his throat. The blonde-haired assailant's red eyes glowed menacingly. Three figures blocked his path, their voices laced with hostility. Who are you to get in our way in the corridor? The students recognized the threat. They whispered, fear evident in their voices, teach the Baskerville triplets. A crowd of students looked on, their expressions a mix of fear and morbid curiosity. One asked, Commoner, do you want? The threat was clear, a demand for submission. To die? Piss off already. The Baskerville triplets stood their ground, radiating an aura of smug confidence. We've dealt with them X3. Good work. Elsewhere, a sign marked the entrance to a specific place. Newspaper club. Beecher, despite the danger, maintained a stoic facade. He thought, I must be careful not to be affected too much by day. His red eye narrowed, a flicker of determination within its depths. A blonde-haired individual sat at a desk, engrossed in reading a newspaper. Her expression was unreadable. The newspaper was held with a delicate grip, the pages slightly creased from repeated reading. Beecher watched her, a question forming in his mind. What are you looking at so intensely? He had arrived just now. A blonde woman, seated at the table, seemed surprised by his sudden appearance, noting that she hadn't sensed him enter the room. The woman wondered aloud if there were any new articles on Nighthound, her tone suggesting a keen interest in the topic. Beecher examined a document detailing the destruction of the Central Clock Tower, a landmark of the imperial capital, and the royal memorial being implicated. The blonde woman read from a newspaper, noting that Nighthound was being blamed for the incidents despite a lack of proof. The woman found the way people were thinking about everything very odd, her brow furrowed in concern. Beecher found it comforting that someone had faith in him, admitting it was more comforting than he expected. He considered the clock tower, a symbol of order and peace seen multiple times a day by the people of the imperial capital. The woman wondered if the destruction of a city landmark indicated someone greatly dissatisfied with society, or if they were not trying to copy her. Beecher considered the royal memorial and the implications of its destruction alongside the clock tower. He recalled the suspicious region Cinderwendy reported to him yesterday, where two of her informants had gone silent. The woman resolved to start cleaning up these copycats as well, deciding to investigate a little. Elsewhere, the city stood silent, unaware of the plots and investigations brewing within its walls. He approached the royal memorial, his boots clicking softly on the stone path. The royal memorial was a cemetery where heroes who protected the empire were laid to rest. He continued deeper into the memorial, the air growing heavy with the scent of decay. Now that he looked at it, it was close to the Indulgentia orphanage where the 9/4 corpse Dantalian was hiding. He thought, I'll be able to confirm if that's a coincidence when I enter. The architecture of the memorial was imposing, a testament to a bygone era. His eyes narrowed, a sense of unease settling over him as he scanned the area. He could immediately tell something was amiss, a palpable wrongness in the air. He wondered why Cinderwendy's informants disappeared. A guttural moan echoed through the memorial, signaling the presence of something undead. A zombie, danger rating C, size 1.7 m, locations all over the continent, also called unrotted ones. Found in graveyards, battlefields, ruins, sewage, etc., a common walking corpse that could be seen anywhere. He thought, I don't know what they did in life before they became zombies. The grotesque creature's jaw hangs open, a silent scream frozen in time. It's clear some are Cinderwendy's informants. He stands cloaked in shadow, red eyes gleaming. He's let it rest for far too long. He takes a step forward, boots clicking on the stone floor. So let's use Anubis this time. The weapon is convenient to carry since it's dismantleable. His hands tighten around the bow's components, assembling the weapon. But that Ayin, he didn't expect her to add something like this. This as well. The bow is fully assembled, a crimson energy flowing through its frame. He prepares to fire. The air crackles with power as the arrow is released. The arrow pierces through the air, leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. The arrow strikes its target, sending the body flying backwards. The cloaked figure watches, impassive. He reflects on the weapon's capabilities. Really, this is on a different level from the mass-produced bow he used during the midterms. It's definitely a lie that gear doesn't matter to masters. A surge of purple energy emanates from the fallen foe. He senses something is amiss, a strange energy permeating the air. The air crackles with unseen power, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He advances cautiously, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. The air is thick with the unmistakable scent of demons, though strangely faint. The demonic energy feels diluted, not as potent as it should be for an ordinary demon. It's a strange sensation, as if something is masking or weakening their specific odor. The scent's origin points towards the Indulgentia orphanage, a place of dark secrets. Something is definitely there, a source of this strange, diluted, demonic presence. A figure emerges from the shadows, her presence radiating an unsettling aura. A complex magic circle lies etched into the floor, pulsing with dark energy. The air vibrates with power, the demonic energy intensifying around the woman. The woman's expression is twisted in a sinister grin, her eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Dark energy crackled around the woman with pink hair, her rage palpable. Her red eyes narrowed. The woman with pink hair spat, Dantalian, how dare that rotten thief steal you from me? A figure with white hair and a skull mask embraced her, whispering, I'm sorry, Rose. Your older sister ended up losing you again. The masked figure held her close, promising, I promise. The red eye of the figure with the skull mask glowed with fierce resolve. Sarah vowed, I won't have anyone precious to me be taken from me ever again. A lone figure stood amidst the ruins, the fractured stone a testament to unseen forces. The scale of the destruction became clear, buildings reduced to rubble and dust. The ability to find the person you want to find was now in play. The woman with red hair listened intently. Sarah was certainly proving useful. Sarah considered their options. The other they wanted to find was nowhere to be found. The red-haired woman touched her face, considering the situation. She may have no choice but to go all the way. Footsteps echoed through the desolate landscape. The red-haired woman commanded, Don't move. A sudden, intense presence filled the air, a silent question hanging heavy. Sarah sensed something amiss. Someone was watching, powerful enough to evade detection. A chilling voice declared, Only answer the questions I ask. They made their demands clear, a threat hanging heavy in the air. Compliance was the only option. The masked figure towered over their captive, scrutinizing them. Sarah questioned their very essence, human or demon. The captive declared they were both. Another voice chimed in, identifying the woman with silver hair as Dantalian's servant, Geronto. The voice questioned how Geronto could still be alive. They stated, This child is. The unseen speaker accused Antalion's servant of stealing what was theirs. They demanded a final question. The unseen speaker asked if Ser was the name of the demon contracted with one of the upper 10 corpses. Ser simply responded, and if it is? A surge of power emanated from Ser, the air crackling with unseen energy. The tension reached a breaking point, the interrogation poised to escalate. Elsewhere, a hooded figure, eyes glowing with righteous fury, clutched a staff. Their purpose was clear. The hooded figure's resolve hardened, their mission etched into their very soul. Demons must die. The masked figure stood amidst a field of undead, their forms illuminated by an eerie purple glow. Skeletal hands reached out, their bony fingers grasping at the air as they sought a target. Ser's eyes widened behind the mask. Even the bodies of children had been raised as undead. The mask hid their true expression, but the horror was evident in the set of their shoulders. Ser clenched a fist, the red glow intensifying around their hand. "I'm sorry," they whispered. Red energy blades erupted from Ser's hands, cleaving through the skeletons with brutal efficiency. A blinding explosion of light and force ripped through the battlefield. Skeletons were blasted apart, their bones scattering across the ruined landscape. The force of the blast sent figures hurtling through the air. Ser fell, their cloak billowing around them as they plummeted towards the ground. A figure with long red hair reached out, catching Ser in a desperate embrace. "Don't even think of dying." The red-haired figure cradled Ser, their expression a mix of desperation and fierce determination. Mie rose. She was caught in the blast, the force of it throwing her back. The silver-haired antagonist landed hard, scrambling to regain her footing. A figure in a hooded cloak moved with purpose, bow drawn and ready. The word archery hung in the air, a silent promise of deadly precision. Ser demanded, her voice laced with suspicion, what is your relationship with the Baroque tribe?" A single, crimson eye narrowed, a silent threat in the darkness. The figure spat out, "Then you would have been there on that night as well." Hatred burned in her voice as Ser vowed, "I'll kill you." The word barbarian echoed, a harsh judgment hanging in the air. The cloaked figure unleashed a swirling orb of purple energy. A voice mused, "I can sense it better the closer I get to her." The voice continued, noting, "Her scent contains that of a living human." She floated in the air, recalling the upper 10 corpses' demon, lord-level demons. Arcs of purple energy erupted around the cloaked figure, who stood their ground. The cloaked figure was struck by the blast, sending them crashing to the ground. The figure landed hard, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. The cloaked figure recovered, leaping back into the fray with surprising speed. The figure was struck again, blood splattering as they cried out in pain. The cloaked figure gripped a weapon, their stance suggesting a desperate defense. The cloaked figure's hand was bloodied, as Ser stood in the background. Ser, looking down at the cloaked figure, called them a lowly barbarian. The cloaked figure's discarded weapons lay scattered on the ground. Ser's expression was one of intense anger, her eyes burning with rage. Ser wondered what happened after all that talk. He wondered if his opponent was even human after exchanging blows. Something felt off about this fight. His hands clenched, ready to continue the fight. He knew he was weaker than other upper corpses. Ser turned away, dismissing the man. There was no point in talking further with him. The fight was inevitable. The masked figure's eyes glowed red. Ser decided it was time for the man to die. A monstrous golem appeared, its form radiating raw power. It roared, ready to crush its enemies. The tattered flesh golem, a dirty and unholy creation, was known to be very strong. It was created from chunks of flesh taken from the living. The golem's fist clenched, ready to strike. Magic crackled around it, amplifying its strength. The golem's flesh was stitched together, a grotesque parody of life. A single red eye glowed with malevolent intent. The golem was merely a distraction. Ser had other plans, more sinister methods in mind. Ser prepared to unleash a torrent of fire magic. He would blast him with his fire. Crimson magic crackled around Ser's hand, ready to incinerate anything in its path. The blast of fire magic struck the man, engulfing him in flames. The attack was swift and merciless. He stood defiantly as the summoned golem loomed, ready to defend its master. The masked figure of Ser narrowed its glowing red eyes, preparing for the next attack. Ser paused, a flicker of surprise crossing its face. It muttered, sensing something. The red aura flared around Betrayal, a visible manifestation of the Baskerville's power, as Ser unleashed a blast of purple energy. The name Baskerville echoed, a legacy of power and conflict. Ser's 7/4 fawn technique was ready to strike. The purple energy surged forward, a destructive force aimed at Betrayal. Ser's red eyes widened, a mix of anticipation and calculation in their depths. The energy blast collided, a blinding flash of light and power. The impact reverberated, shaking the very ground. Debris flew in all directions, a testament to the force unleashed. The aftermath was a scene of destruction, the air thick with residual energy. The force of the blast radiates outward, a wave of raw power unleashed. Dark energy splinters and cracks the air, the very atmosphere buckling under the strain. The energy continues to surge, a chaotic display of destructive potential. The blast reaches its peak, a cataclysmic eruption of dark mana. His eyes wide with terror, Beecher's face is illuminated by the ominous glow. Sayre stands firm, the aftermath of the attack swirling around him. He muses, the mask obscuring his expression, that the shot from the failed casting's mana reversal is intense, perhaps because he is half human. The pink-haired character lies on the ground, struggling to speak. Sayre observes the girl, thinking she lost concentration for a moment. A close-up reveals the pink-haired character's face, her expression strained. She pleads, begging him not to leave her behind. Sayre states that it looks like she had a reason to make that contract with a demon. A crimson blade pierces the light, an omen of what's to come. He raises a hand wreathed in crimson energy above a fallen figure. But everyone who dies has a story. The crimson blade reappears, a symbol of the story about to unfold. The clash of unseen forces tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The unseen battle continues to rage, the very air crackling with displaced energy. A figure stands amidst the devastation, the ground around them shattered and broken. A hand grips a crimson blade, the light reflecting ominously off its sharpened edge. Standing over a fallen figure, the victor radiates a menacing aura, their eyes burning with intensity. Crimson energy surges, a visual manifestation of raw power and destructive intent. A figure with flowing red hair brandishes a blade, their expression a mixture of surprise and fury. Turning away from the carnage, a figure strides forward, leaving the defeated in their wake. Usually, undead and phantoms tended to blindly rip apart and take from the living, because they felt intense envy over what they did not have, although this wasn't the case when a master controlled them with strong willpower. He stares intently, his red eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity behind his glasses. Undead typically couldn't be controlled and rampaged when their master lost consciousness. Something was different about her, though. An unusual will seem to be driving her actions. Why did both she and the Corpse Queen lose the will to fight? What had changed in this battle? Ho ho ho, this way, the masked figure called out, beckoning to unseen allies. A voice echoed, announcing the arrival of Professor Suddy's patrol. Reinforcements had arrived. The masked figure's red eye narrowed, focusing on the approaching threat. The masked figure lunged forward, a burst of blue energy erupting around him as he attacked the red-haired woman. The air crackled with energy as the two forces collided, the impact shaking the very ground. No, the masked figure exclaimed, his expression a mix of fury and desperation. The red-haired woman braced herself, preparing for the incoming attack with a determined look. The masked figure struck, his attack connecting with the red-haired woman, the force of the blow evident. The red-haired woman reeled from the impact, blood trickling from her mouth as she struggled to maintain her balance. A beam of light pierces the darkness, illuminating the assembled soldiers below. They stood on the precipice, overlooking the search area, clicking their tongue in annoyance. A polished boot crunches down on the uneven stone, the sound echoing in the cavern. The armored soldiers stood at attention as Sayre demanded their quarry reveal themselves. A sigh escaped from somewhere in the distance, the sound barely audible. The soldiers reported that the area was clear, their search having yielded nothing of value. Frustration mounted as the search proved fruitless. The target was proving elusive. Sayre spoke to one of the armored soldiers, their tone laced with annoyance and suspicion. The soldiers were reprimanded for their tardiness, their slow pace hindering the search. Sayre's gaze narrowed, their one visible eye filled with a mixture of anger and determination. A discarded plague Dr. Mask lay on the ground, a silent testament to a past encounter. Meanwhile, the target had vanished into the night, swallowed by the shadows of the town. He bounded forward, his paws striking the cold, cracked flagstones. The student with glasses mentioned the big event at the academy following the tests. The student with glasses exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation, that the festival season was fast approaching. The student with glasses began to explain the concept of their lyceum for the festival, gesturing towards the assembled students. The rustling of fabric filled the air as hands reached for the various costumes hanging on the rack. The student with glasses mentioned a shop with a haunted house theme, her expression suggesting excitement. One of the students remarked that it happened to be Halloween season, and it would be a refreshing atmosphere after the tests. One student suggested that ghost costumes would be fun, while the other wondered if the academy had that tradition regarding the festival. One of the students acknowledged that tradition, the other explaining that it was an ancient tradition not even the instructors could avoid. The two students continued their conversation, their expressions suggesting a mix of excitement and apprehension. Tradition held significant weight, its importance echoing in the air. A woman with glasses, holding a blue and a red box, declared it time to draw lots. The goal, to determine the costume types. 3 students stood together, their uniforms crisp and gold-trimmed. The upcoming festival was clearly on their minds. He gazed downward, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. The student's thoughts were elsewhere. The student's hands were clasped, his mind racing. He was thinking about the 8th corpse, Corpse Queen Serre. Letting the 8th corpse, who could only use half her power, go. It was a grave mistake. For Andromalius, he had borrowed the strength of the Baskerville clan's night orders. The power surged within him. And for Dantalion, the Saintess Dolores was with him. The combined power was immense, a force to be reckoned with. Corpse regains her full power. How much can he, a highest-rank graduate, do against her? Doubt crept into his mind. In the end, to hunt a demon in single combat, he must perfectly learn the incomplete Baskerville swordsmanship 7/4 Fang. Lurking embedded teeth's 10th technique calls the 6/4 and 7/4 fangs the ambushing horizontal dual wisdom teeth. This is the ultimate assassination technique, which he can only perform if he understands the profound secret between the 6/4 and 7/4 Fang. To overcome the wall of the 6/4 Fang, he had to let go of all human emotions. To achieve the 7/4 Fang, he must regain those human emotions again. He still can't understand what it meant by reviving emotions that he went out of his way to kill in the first place. He needs a different approach than the hunting dog training methods used for the mass-produced graduate army, where he was also told to kill his emotions. How did Hugo reach the stage of Swordmaster? Dolores approaches Betrayal, a small box in her hands. She seems to have something to say. Dolores reads a note, her expression shifting slightly. Night Hound, she murmurs. Dolores apologizes, explaining that the Quavades clan's orphanage was recently attacked by Night Hound. Sorry, Dolores. That's my mistake. Beecher stands silently, observing Dolores' reaction to the news. Dolores seems flustered, her cheeks flushed as she holds the box close to her chest. Dolores invites Beecher to participate in the festival game. All right, then it's your turn, Beecher. Put your hand in the box. You're the main attraction. Seeing how they're still enjoying things like this, someone observes the scene from afar. He figured they were still young children, as a hand reached into the container. A sudden shock rippled through the air as one student's eyes widened behind his glasses. A figure in academy uniform held a folded piece of paper, a question forming on his lips. A group of students crowded around, eager to see what he had gotten from the lottery. What is it? What did you get? They asked. Forgotten, one little thing from his past memories. It was the tradition handed down during the academy festivals. On the day of the festival, all members of the academy participated in the tradition. The academy festival was in full swing, with attendees milling about the grounds, enjoying the festivities. Lanterns and banners decorated the festival grounds, creating a festive atmosphere for all who attended. A sign advertised one of the many attractions at the festival, promising fun and entertainment. The crowd cheered with excitement, their hands raised in the air as they enjoyed the festival's offerings. Wow, they exclaimed. Groups of students gathered together, their camaraderie evident as they celebrated the academy festival. A character with horns and muscular physique asked, "Beautiful lady, won't you drink and discuss poetry with me at the Lyceum restaurant?" A boisterous vendor beckoned, offering a taste of his signature dish. He promised the blood stew was as hot as the blood of warriors. A voice echoed, declaring that someone would bring light to their shop. He clasped his hands together, a faint smile playing on his lips. He requested that they come, promising to be waiting. A fairy fluttered, offering a note with a shy request to please take it. Someone wondered aloud if someone so cute was part of Lyceum. 2 men in brown uniforms looked on, one nervously suggesting they get her name. A figure with horns and bandages warned, in a sing-song voice, that they couldn't hit on their members, making sure they understood. The figure's warning hung in the air, leaving the 2 men looking confused. A woman in red heels walked past a group of seated people, the sound of her heels echoing. A voice declared the presence of President Dolores. President Dolores, with long blonde hair and a mask, held a cup, her expression hidden. A close-up revealed President Dolores's eye, a cross-shaped pupil staring intently. She addressed the woman before her, a hint of disapproval in her tone. Professor Banshee, what's with that costume? The professor in the red outfit listened, arms crossed. She knew this was a festival, but the social repercussions of the costume should be known, correct? The angle shifted, showing the professor's back as she walked. How could she dress herself like that? The woman in the mask paused, considering the question. How could she dress herself as that evil and uncontrollable criminal? The masked woman's eyes narrowed, a hint of defiance in her gaze. The professor's expression hardened, her gaze intense. Well, she alone was responsible for her actions. Professor Banshee gestured emphatically, defending her choice. Even as her advisory teacher, she had no right to alter a student's costume. So do as you wish. A student looked on in surprise. What's this? Professor Banshee is here? During the festival, professors visit each club's and classes' shops to increase sales. The professor in the red outfit frowned. If it weren't the custom, she wouldn't be here either. On top of the prices being too expensive, the professor thought, observing the students. Dolores received a tray from the professor. Here's the stir-fried potato and chicken dish you ordered. The ingredients, it said, are distributed by workers lacking health certifications. Hygiene is not up to standard. Dolores has nothing more to say about the food's appearance. It will probably taste like trash, just like the others. Meanwhile, one of their club members stands in the kitchen, the source of the food now being consumed. Dolores's eyes widen in shock. The taste is unexpected. Why is it delicious? This combination of heat and texture flows straight from the chicken. The soothing taste of the Moore clan's special potatoes melts in her mouth. Who made this? The man in red demands to know if Dolores brought in a professional chef from the outside. The woman with the plague doctor mask says it's not at all an outside chef. One of their club members is working in the kitchen. The woman in the plague mask says that Dolores should know him as well. The camera focuses on the legs of the person in the kitchen. Dolores's expression is unreadable. Ethan is given one last chance, but he is currently on the verge of expulsion from the Magic Academy. Ethan Dora Cherison, currently repeating the first year, is the untalented heir of a prestigious magic family. To graduate from the academy safely, one must be recognized as a wizard. And above all, to survive, he now uses Terra's dark magic. The academy held an old tradition where men wore women's clothes and women wore men's clothes, meaning a male student in the kitchen was currently wearing a sensual witch outfit and the identity of that male student. An order came in for 3 servings of Beecher's special chicken fry. The fairy looked at the order with a worried expression. Beecher, dressed in a witch outfit, received an order for 2 servings of sausages. The witch outfit was indeed quite sensual. The maid's outfit was also quite revealing. The man exclaimed that male guests had been swarming them since they opened up a view of the kitchen. The woman added that now the women were swarming as well. They needed to get more orders through. He reminisced about the dishes he ate during his time on the field. As the era of ruination persisted, finding proper food became impossible. That's why, for survival, they had to make normally inedible things edible. For the warriors on the front line, a method to prepare anything deliciously was needed. He considered ways to prepare normally inedible ingredients, like poisonous plants. He also considered how to make rotten meat regain its freshness. His comrades had to go through a lot of experiments during that process. The potatoes produced by the Moore clan smelled strongly of dirt and didn't taste good either. The texture also felt like chewing sand, making the potatoes even less appealing. But if you finally dice the potato, season it with salt and vinegar. The potatoes were seasoned with salt and vinegar, and fried all in a wok with mandrake leaf and the fruit of the sabak tree. The taste of dirt vanishes, and the texture and sweetness of the potato are revived by the preparation. Quilty Lun Indulgentia stares with wide eyes, while another woman looks on with a surprised expression. The woman with the bun seems to lose focus for a moment, thinking about the witch's sinful outfit. Another woman wonders why Beecher is in the kitchen, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Someone declares that he's not someone who should be rotting in here, and orders them to greet the guests outside. The woman with the witch hat extends her hand, greeting someone off panel. Someone insists that the kitchen will fail without Beecher's cooking as guests arrive. The woman with the bun yells, her expression frantic, as the woman with the witch hat looks on. It's necessary to keep Beecher in the kitchen, as so many people have already fallen in love with his cooking. Ethan Dora Cherison wonders if it was right to keep Beecher in the kitchen, as it would double the customers. The masked man, Ethan Dora Cherison, smirks, his red eyes gleaming. Then, a hand grips a knife, surrounded by a dark, ominous aura. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat appears amidst swirling red energy, a silent question hanging in the air. Crimson eyes widen, reflecting a mixture of shock and dawning realization as events unfold. The figure stands silhouetted against the light, his presence commanding attention as he descends. With a sinister smile, Osiris Luke Baskerville wonders aloud why he is here. It has been a while since someone was last here. The man in the top hat recalls wearing women's clothes during his time at the academy, though he doesn't think he was as pretty as her. The woman in the witch outfit asks what his business is here, elder brother, and suggests he call her big bro while in that outfit. It's only right the elder brother comes to help his younger sibling. Someone wanted to see you so much. A foot stomps down. He holds Beecher Van Baskerville tightly, the sound of their embrace echoing. Beecher calls him uncle. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia also embraces Beecher, correcting his address. Uncle. No, and it. Osiris Luke Baskerville watches the reunion. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia explains that Pomeranian wanted to see him and wondered why he didn't come home. Osiris recalls that his father gave him a special vacation to take Pomeranian to the academy. So, the Vice Clan head were sent as their bodyguard. The narrative shifts to an explanation. These days, the one who holds the true authority within the clan is Pomeranian. Quilty Lun Indulgentia mentions that last month, Pomeranian said she liked blood and chocolate. Osiris recalls that his father turned the Western Front's monster region into a flat field. Osiris's father built a cacao farm on it. He also recalls that Pomeranian threw a tantrum, saying she wanted to see him. The memory continues. After a hunger strike lasting 2 meals, his father gave her permission to visit him. The man with long white hair looks on with a stern expression. Quilty Indulgentia asks if Osiris knows how sad Pomeranian was after he was gone. She notes it's been a while since she's seen their princess smile like this. Osiris seems surprised. He wonders if he can make expressions like that. The man with long white hair thinks that if regaining one's emotions is necessary to reach the stage of Swordmaster, Osiris may not realize it, but he is on the right path, according to an unseen observer. Since they arrived, the man's expression remains unreadable, his eyes closed in thought. Someone looked for them as soon as they arrived at the academy, suggesting she must be tired from the journey. Quilty suggests that Osiris spend some time with Pomeranian while they are at the academy, a sentiment echoed by others. The elder brother acknowledges the information, and the conversation shifts to the trade deal Osiris worked on. Osiris listens intently, his gaze fixed on the speaker, absorbing every detail of the discussion. The cooperation with the Mesmadreno merchants is progressing well, a fact that Osiris has already heard. Before enrolling at the academy, Osiris formed the Past Truth Investigations Committee, a detail that highlights his dedication to uncovering the truth. The trade deal revealed misunderstandings and mistakes between the Baskerville and Mesmadreno clans, leading to an official apology from the Baskerville clan. A figure stands before another, the power dynamic evident in their posture and the setting. During that process, the old members of Baskerville who oversaw that wicked plan were killed, a grim consequence of their actions. The man in charge of the whole organization, Osiris Lou Baskerville, faced the ultimate price for his decisions. He stood with Quilty Indulgentia as the woman with the red hat explained that Cinderwindy seemed to have resolved her feelings. She had begun working properly with the Baskerville clan. Beecher and Baskerville admitted that the Pomeranian wasn't the only reason he came to see her. He had other matters to discuss with Quilty Lewin Indulgentia. A gloved hand extended, offering an envelope sealed with red wax and a ring resting atop it. Take this. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia presented the ring and letter to Beecher Van Baskerville. She watched him carefully, her expression unreadable as he accepted the items. The woman with the red hat explained that the ring was found near Set's body. It was discovered near the corpse of the demon who stole Set's body. The ring, held delicately between her fingers, seemed to possess some special ability. Its power was palpable, even from a distance. Quilty Indulgentia continued, stating that his father deemed he should have it since he contributed the most to the cause. The ring, known as the Ring of Sacrosanctity, allowed its wearer to use the barriers Andromalius once used. Its ability was to turn barriers on and off. Beecher Van Baskerville looked down, a troubled expression on his face. He wondered about the other thing Quilty Lewin Indulgentia wanted to discuss. The woman with the red hat revealed that there was also a handwritten letter from his father. It contained the words he wanted to tell him. Beecher Van Baskerville's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, barely able to get the words out. The clan head? Quilty Lewin Indulgentia acknowledged his surprise, but reassured him that she had received one as well. She seemed unconcerned by the revelation. A figure under the festive lights announces that they will be going now. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia stands amidst the crowd, a letter clutched in her hand. The letter hints at a hidden truth. Hugo has something he wants to reveal. Sealed with a crimson emblem, the letter awaits its opening. The inscription reveals the sender, Hugo Lou Baskerville, writing to his son. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia's expression is unreadable as she holds the letter, a message from the past. The letter speaks of a shared ambition, comparing him to Osiris in the stage of Swordmaster. The letter is torn open, revealing its secrets. A sense of urgency fills the air. A figure with piercing red eyes contemplates his own progress, wondering if his stage has been noticed. The letter details the power of the strongest Fong and the path to becoming a swordmaster. Hugo, seated at his desk, commits his knowledge to paper, hoping to guide his son's journey to swordmaster. The letter unfolds, promising to reveal the secrets of reaching the stage of swordmaster. With rough, gloved hands, the material is torn apart with a ripping sound. A woman with piercing red eyes peers out from under a pointed hat. A gloved hand clenches tightly, as a voice wonders if this is the process. Meanwhile, under the festive lights of a carnival, people mill about, enjoying the atmosphere. Quilty Lewin Indulgentia sits pensively, wondering if she will need to invite guests all by herself. She rests her head on her hand, lost in thought, as the sounds of the carnival swirl around her. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she continues to ponder the task before her. A voice expresses surprise, noting that she has a mask. Two women walk together, one with silver hair and the other with red, seemingly covering her face. A man observes the woman with red hair, thinking that she is definitely a beauty. The woman with the silver and red hair stands tall, her face obscured by a mask. The festival bustled with activity, laughter echoing through the crowded stalls. Lanterns cast a warm glow on the revelers, their shadows dancing on the cobblestone streets. Costumed figures mingled, their joyous shouts adding to the festive atmosphere. Dolores's eyes sparkled as she held a crepe filled with strawberries and cream. Dolores paused, offering the treat to someone nearby, wondering if it tasted good. A masked figure's red eye narrowed, remembering a past that never happened. Dolores considered what would have happened if she hadn't formed a contract with a demon. Beecher, standing beside Dolores, wondered if he would have attended the academy as well. The pair stood together, their shared past a silent bond between them. The masked figure resolved to confirm something, their gaze intense. The masked figure considered the demon Ser, one of the upper 10 corpses. He wondered, could he truly be the villain he was imagining? Dolores, amidst the festival, admitted she didn't know why she was so obsessed with the demon inside of Beecher. He knew Beecher should appear, since he had made himself known in such a bustling place. The swordsmanship he possessed was formidable. That swordsmanship, covered in a red aura, was similar to what he had seen before. Dolores recalled that night's battle, needing to check if her intuition was correct. Dolores wondered what he would say if he saw her now, and how much he had changed. A longing filled her. She really wanted to see him. No more thoughts. He resolved to stop thinking those painful thoughts, deciding he'd do it for her. A surge of power emanated from him. A transformation began. Dolores stands tall, her wings partially unfurled, a silent sentinel. The air hangs heavy as the conversation is about to begin. The masked figure stands opposite Dolores, the two locked in a tense exchange. The masked figure questions if this is a violation of their contract. The terms of their agreement are laid bare. Power in exchange for a body. Dolores offers her body for exactly 1 hour of the masked figure's choosing. The masked figure demands that Dolores undo the reversed world and leave. The masked figure warns Dolores not to think they can be controlled. A monstrous visage grins, teeth bared in a predatory display. The masked figure's form shifts, power radiating from their transformed body. Dolores remains still, observing the transformation with a stoic expression. The masked figure challenges Dolores, questioning what she can possibly do alone. She is reminded that she couldn't do anything as her loved ones disappeared. The memory of stabbing a dagger into her uncle's heart haunts her. The only thing she's done is mess everything up. The voice echoes, a constant reminder of her failures. But thanks to the voice, she was able to find her younger sister, right? It reminds her that it uses its ability to meet the people you wish to meet. The memory of the woman with horns and the contract she made resurfaces, a reminder of the price she paid for this power. Dolores thinks to herself that she hasn't found her most important person yet. The reason she even took the contract was so that she could find at least someone. A close-up of Dolores's face shows a flicker of determination, a refusal to give up despite the pain and the past. But in the end, she couldn't find him, even though she spent the last 2 years searching the entirety of Mt. Rouge et Le Noir's dense forest. Dolores's expression hardens, a resolve forming in her eyes. She demands to stop getting in her way, because she's found a clue to potentially meet him once more. The scene shows her walking through a crowd of people. The narration states that she has strong mental fortitude and hasn't fully crumbled yet. The woman with horns watches her. A close-up of Dolores shows her determination, a silent promise to herself that she will not fail this time. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light, a silent warning in the darkness. A palpable tension hung over the town, thick with the unmistakable scent of demon blood. An ominous feeling emanated from a shop, drawing unwanted attention from those nearby. Dolores warned, her skeletal face a mask of urgency. You need to get away from here. If that's the case, no. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to chaos. She bolted, driven by an unseen force toward a specific location. A voice echoed, laced with fury. Human, where are you running? The ground trembled as something massive approached. The figure continued to flee, desperate to escape the encroaching danger. Explosions of light erupted, marking the location of their target. Dolores's expression shifted to surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. The figure's dark attire, accented with crimson, hints at a sinister purpose. Beneath the vibrant fireworks, the woman in dark clothing stands out. 2 figures watch from the doorway. The woman with the skull-like mask wonders if Night Hound is a woman. Quilty Lun Indulgentia warns someone to follow the rules or face expulsion, wishing them a pleasant stay. A firm denial echoes, cutting through the tension. The woman realizes she is dressed up as Night Hound. The woman, surrounded by swirling purple energy, is clearly annoyed. The purple energy crackles around her outstretched hand. The energy intensifies, focusing on her hand. The woman unleashes her power, the purple energy surging around her. The air crackles with raw, untamed power. The unleashed energy forms intricate, arcane patterns. She calls forth her power, skeletal hands erupting from the ground. The undead soldiers surround a man in robes and a fairy-like being. A horde of skeletons advances. Their bony forms a terrifying sight. Panic sets in as people scream, "Run away!" The armored figure wonders if that woman just raised these undead soldiers. It is stated that dark magic is illegal and strictly suppressed in the Empire, so she's a villain. The skeleton's bones rattle ominously. The skeleton's head turns as someone calls for a professor. The skeleton's empty eye sockets glow with eerie light. A man calls out to the members of the Lyceum. The man urges everyone to put the safety of the guests first and help them evacuate. One woman asks about Dolores, but the other tells her not to worry. The blonde woman stands, her expression obscured by a mask. An unseen power seems to emanate from her. The woman's voice echoes, declaring that dealing with undead is her specialty. She finds holy power to be an annoying thing. Elsewhere, the woman with pink-tipped hair shouts in anger. She demands to meet the real Nighthound. The blonde woman faces her, questioning why she is trying to meet Mr. Nighthound. The blonde woman seems surprised that the pink-haired woman called Nighthound Mr. She then asks about her relationship with Nighthound. A vision of a wedding appears, declaring that they are companions in soul. The pink-haired woman's expression turns menacing. The pink-haired woman expresses disbelief, then threatens to rip apart the blonde woman's soul. The woman stands among skeletons, declaring she will turn her into an undead soldier. The blonde woman declares that she won't lose to undead, her eyes blazing with determination. The blonde woman engages the skeletons in combat, her movements swift and precise. Meanwhile, Beecher appears, wielding a scythe, ready to join the fray. A voice calls out, questioning if Sinclair is present. Quilty Lune Indulgentia assures someone that everything is fine, addressing them as Senior Dolores. Dolores admits she doesn't know why, as she stands alongside the white-haired woman. The white-haired woman declares that she feels the need to fight here as well. The white-haired woman finds the situation annoying, as she and Dolores stand before a swirling vortex of purple energy. A sudden, unspoken realization dawns on someone present. The two women are engulfed in a surge of violet magic, the air crackling with arcane power. The white-haired woman begins to speak, her expression intense. A desperate plea urges someone to meet with Nighthound, warning of death if they don't call him. Dolores observes the level of fire magic combined with the summoning of the undead, marveling at the immense mana the white-haired woman possesses. The two women stare at each other, a shared sense of bewilderment etched on their faces. Massive, looming footsteps approach, the source unseen. Arcane energy crackles, the air thick with unseen power. A blinding flash erupts, illuminating the chaotic scene. A figure descends amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. The woman's eyes glow with an ominous, crimson light. The skeletal figure grins, its expression a horrifying mockery. Streams of crimson energy surge, cutting through the darkness. A cloaked figure moves with unnatural speed, a blur of motion. A voice echoes, filled with malice. "You're here." The skeletal figure's grin widens, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The cloaked figure declares, "Nighthound." Explosions rock the area, the ground trembling from the force. Debris flies through the air as the battle intensifies. The city lay in ruins, a silent testament to the battle that had passed. The devastation stretched as far as the eye could see, buildings reduced to rubble. Even the stone itself seemed fractured, the very foundations of the city broken. Quilty Lune Indulgentia surveyed the scene, her long blonde braid swaying slightly in the breeze. Whispers rippled through the crowd. They spoke of Nighthound's terrifying speed. The crowd's murmurs faded as Quilty Lune Indulgentia moved away from the group, her expression unreadable. Her eyes widened in shock. She muttered, "Mr. Nighthound." She realized he had moved her away from danger, protecting the others. Her hands clasped together. Quilty Lune Indulgentia offered a silent prayer. A desperate plea echoed in her heart. "Please be safe." The path ahead was fraught with peril, the air thick with the scent of destruction. She stands tall, her masked face betraying nothing as she speaks, her tone laced with a hint of challenge. Nighthound's presence looms, a silent sentinel shrouded in mystery and ominous intent. Quilty Lune Indulgentia questions Nighthound's haste, recalling a past encounter with the Upper Ten Corpse. Nighthound, bathed in the eerie glow of his red blade, remains silent, his intentions unclear. Nighthound reveals he possesses a gift left behind by their ally, his words hanging heavy in the air. The ring glows with an ominous power as Nighthound holds it aloft, its significance yet unknown. Nighthound prepares to unleash the power of the ring, as Quilty Lune Indulgentia watches with a mixture of concern and anticipation. A strange, distorted landscape stretches into the distance, lines blurring the horizon. A figure stands amidst the desolation, the air thick with an unsettling energy. Massive statues loom, their stone faces weathered and silent, swords littering the ground. The statues stand in pairs, their forms imposing against the crimson sky. A voice echoes, speaking of a young Hugo and a young Osiris, their significance unknown. Meanwhile, this place reflects the mindscape of Set Luke Baskerville, whom Andromalius possessed, a barrier erected. The statue of the Baskerville clan head stands tall, a silent sentinel in this strange realm. A figure with glowing red eyes declares, "As I thought." Nighthound is asked to remove their mask, the speaker stating there is something they need to confirm. He refuses, explaining that he cannot take off his mask or reveal his identity because of his contract with the demon. The figure emphasizes the severity of the contract, stating he cannot even say the other's name to reveal who he is. The hooded figure expresses confusion, their single visible eye wide with surprise. The masked figure is struck by a barrage of red energy, crying out. The red energy intensifies, pummeling the figure with skull-like mask. The assault continues, the masked figure unable to retaliate against the onslaught. The figure's skull mask is stained with what appears to be blood. The masked figure realizes that the opponent is too powerful to handle alone. The masked figure notes that the attacker has become much stronger. The masked figure is surrounded by the intense, red energy. More blood splatters across the skull mask as the assault continues. The masked figure calls out to Ser, proposing a trade of power. The request is for half of Ser's power. A close-up reveals a determined expression. Ser agrees to the exchange, offering half of their day. They offer the terms, a deal struck in a shadowed arena. Sure, take it. Then, that's a contract. A towering figure looms, dwarfing Ser in the eerie, purple-tinged light. The air crackles with unseen energy. From above, the scene unfolds, a silent agreement, a power exchange about to take place in the heart of the arena. Nighthound's voice echoes, laced with menace. If you want to take off your mask, I'll have to pry it off myself. Ser stands defiant, their expression unreadable behind the mask, but their posture speaks of unwavering resolve. A monstrous visage fills the frame, its features twisted in a silent scream, a testament to the chaos unleashed. The creature's agony intensifies, its form contorted further as an unseen force tears through its being. A crimson blade flashes, slicing through the monster with brutal efficiency, a silent dance of death in the shadows. Muscles and sinew are torn asunder, the monster's body rendered into a grotesque display of power. The red blade continues its work, reducing the monstrous horde to scattered fragments, a testament to its deadly precision. The crimson edge gleams, a beacon of destruction amidst the carnage, its purpose unwavering, its hunger insatiable. Nighthound crouches low, their forms silhouetted against the blood-red light, a predator poised to strike. Ser stands amidst a field of swords, her expression intense as she prepares for battle. She demands more power, willing to sacrifice almost an entire day to obtain it. Ser agrees to the terms, a surge of energy emanating from her skeletal form. A skeletal dragon descends, crackling with purple energy. The skeletal dragon's jaws open wide, ready to strike. Nighthound watches from the shadows, his glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. Ser declares that she only needs 4 hours, her expression unreadable behind her mask. The skeletal dragon continues its assault, its form glowing with red energy. Nighthound unleashes a barrage of red energy attacks. He wonders if Ser is trying to restrain him instead of attacking. Ser's eyes narrow, a hint of frustration in her gaze as she wonders why Nighthound isn't attacking. She descends amidst a storm of red energy, demanding more power. Nighthound watches as Ser demands, more than all but 3 hours. The demand echoes, as Ser's masked face contorts with intensity, craving more. Her monstrous visage fills the space, teeth bared, as she declares, then all but 2 hours. A swirling vortex of energy surrounds her, a testament to her growing power. Power gathers, ready to be unleashed. The energy explodes outward, a blinding display of raw force. Nighthound watches as Ser's power grows, a concerned expression on their face. The vortex tightens around Ser, trapping her within its swirling depths. The vortex imprisons her. Confined, Ser hears Nighthound's words, "Now that you're stuck, let's get that mask." The vortex of dark energy pulsed around Nighthound, power crackling in the air. Nighthound landed heavily, the force of his arrival sending tremors through the ground. He lets out a pain cry. Ser's eyes widened, her skull mask stark against her pale face, a silent scream frozen on her lips. "Why are you trying to kill me?" Ser demanded, her voice echoing in the confined space as she faced Nighthound. A memory surfaces, a haunting reminder of a past stained with blood and sacrifice. A voice echoes from the past, questioning what experiences could lead someone to hate demons so much. Ser pleaded, a desperate hope in her voice. "Please, if you're really who I think you are." A desperate plea echoes from the depths of her being. "Please find me." Ser stood, her silver hair flowing, a figure of defiance against the encroaching darkness. She knelt, broken and defeated, the weight of her past crushing her spirit. The figure remained hunched over, the silence amplifying her despair. Sayer, in a moment of clarity, asked, "I'll ask you one thing. The reason you're not trying to harm me, but restrain me." She wonders if the reason he is trying to remove her mask is because her eyes look so sad. The masked figure stands amidst a field of bones, questioning Nighthound's motives. Sayer asks if it's because there's something he wants to tell her, but can't. Nighthound simply states, "I see." The skull-masked face of Sayer is shown in detail, the mask seeming to mock her expression. Nighthound stands over Sayer, his hand reaching out as she looks up at him. His hand reaches for the mask, about to shatter it. Meanwhile, Beecher thought about it back then as well, wondering what would be the best course of action. He wonders what the point of going around it would be. Nighthound's hand continues to reach for Sayer's mask, stating that it's been. The hand is inches away from the mask as Sayer's eyes begin to tear up, a red-haired girl standing behind her. The armored figure stood amidst the Camu morgue. Elsewhere, a man in a suit strained against a massive stone pillar. A red-haired woman knelt nearby, watching his efforts. Deep within the Moore clan's death court, a Gothic structure looms, its purpose as grim as its architecture. Somewhere beyond the Empire's gaze and the Moore clan's attention, a space exists, known only to the death court's high representative. A vast underground space stretched for over 600 floors, a testament to hidden power. Empowered darkness resides on floor 666, a level steeped in forbidden knowledge and arcane practices. A swirling vortex of energy crackles, a sign of dark magic being unleashed within the chamber. Camu stands amidst a ritual circle, her power coalescing into the form of an undead soldier. The undead soldier looms, its skeletal frame a testament to Camu's necromantic abilities. She asks, "How's that?" Camu's success is evident as she remarks, "I didn't expect you to be able to create an undead soldier already." Adolphe Morgue observes the scene, his expression a mix of surprise and contemplation. "I can only say I am surprised," he admits. He wonders how she can produce such results so quickly. All sorts of emotions roil in Adolphe's heart. Pride, jealousy, fear, love, and sadness wash over neutral Adolphe Morgue as he watches antagonist Camu. Adolphe questions what he is looking for in that face that matches hers. He wonders why he allowed this child to enter the death court. Of course, this is much too lacking. Neutral Adolphe Morgue's red eyes narrow as he contemplates the situation before him. Camu thinks that this isn't enough to completely bring the dead back to life. Adolphe realizes that she is truly planning on using the total resurrection spell. Learning the spell itself is difficult, but its success rate is also grim. Even if she miraculously succeeds in bringing them back from the dead, there's a possibility they will become corrupted or go berserk, Adolphe thinks. Antagonist Camu doesn't need to worry about what she'll do after she succeeds. The soul of the one she's trying to resurrect is stronger than anyone else's, Camu believes. If she can just succeed, Adolphe watches her intently. She is determined to go through with it, but Adolphe's concern is evident as he shouts, questioning if they should stop her. The woman with red hair strides away, her destination clear, to leave the life court and join the death court. Camu's reflection stares back at her, a silent acknowledgement that she hasn't fully committed yet. A voice echoes, revealing that she was given the right to freely choose between the life and death courts. Adolphe watches her go, knowing that there is someone who will help Camu if she wishes, but he is not one to harm her. The woman with red hair pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing her face, but she says nothing. Adolphe's expression hardens, a silent command for more information on the situation. Meanwhile, Camu walks through a dark corridor, her footsteps echoing in the dimly lit space. The Vice Clan head asks Adolphe if he knows the origin of Morgue, but he does not. Camu walks alongside the man with silver hair, her expression unreadable in the flickering light of the lantern. The lantern casts long shadows, illuminating the path ahead. She stood with Adolphe in the courtyard, the aged stones looming around them. The Moore clan, it was said, began with a mortuary, a place for storing corpses. Morgue was an ancient bloodline, predating codified concepts like clans and nations. Their business involved collecting unidentified corpses and finding their relatives, a grim task. The morgues began to produce people who could speak with the dead, and they continue to appear today. Adolphe stated that Camu was just like them, a Vice Clan head. Dark magic has been a part of the clan since its birth, and dark magicians sought truth beyond death's doors. Spending so much time among the dead, she realized she'd need to become familiar with death. Adolphe listened intently, his expression unreadable. Adolphe warned that she must first guard herself from death, keeping in mind that dark magicians appear to keep death close, but in truth, they stay further away from it than anyone else. The lantern cast long shadows as Adolphe spoke, his words heavy with meaning. Before understanding and becoming familiar with death, Camu knew she must first understand and become familiar with life. A true dark magician, it was said, loves the living more than anyone else. Camus considered the words. Unlike what the world thinks, dark magicians are closer to sages or saints. She turned back to Adolphe Morgue, a question forming on her lips. Camus asked, her gaze intense, why Master Snake had joined the death court. Adolphe Morgue listened intently, his expression unreadable. He paused, considering his response. Adolphe Morgue began to explain, his face etched with the weight of his words. Light and shadow, he said, the balance will be broken if either of the two is not present. Camus tilted her head, finding his words confusing once more. Elsewhere, in the empowered darkness floor 666, Camus called out. Master, she exclaimed. She presents the magic circle, a confident smile gracing her lips. Adolphe's red eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the intricate design before him. He recognized the magic circle as the result of her research, designed for true resurrection. The model was far more advanced than any information he currently possessed. Adolphe could find nothing wrong with the perfection before him, even after multiple examinations. Dark magic, he mused, was an exploration deep into the abyss. How deep did she look to create this? Camus stood beside him, presenting the circle with a hopeful expression. Adolphe hoped she could help him conduct the spell, but he also noted her fondness for Betrayal. He thought that she was different from him, her heart reflecting her own light instead of being consumed by the abyss. Camus' face lit up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she responded with a cheerful yes. Adolphe admitted to himself that she was much better than he was. He agreed to work together, his resolve hardening. Adolphe stands with Camus, who explains that they currently lack the remains of the one they wish to resurrect. She asks what he intends to do about it. The scene shifts to a collection of barrels and containers, hinting at the materials gathered for the resurrection ritual. Camus states that with the Baskerville clan's help, she has gathered some of his blood and hair. She continues, explaining that she has collected all the spirits she could from the dense forest. Camus kneels on the ground, as she asks if Adolphe knows the story of the ship of Theseus. Adolphe replies that they can think about those philosophical problems after they succeed, master. A close-up shows a hand drawing intricate patterns, presumably related to the resurrection ritual. The patterns are being drawn on a stone floor, with the sound of scratching filling the air. Camus, standing within the magic circle, declares that she will begin the ritual. Adolphe expresses his worry that she is rushing things, as Camus prepares to start straight away. The camera zooms out to show Camus standing within the completed magic circle, ready to perform the resurrection. Camus, glowing with power, prepares to cast the spell, her eyes shining with determination. She continues the ritual, and Adolphe watches her, addressing her as master. A surge of magical energy emanates from her outstretched hand. The air crackles with unseen power. Tendrils of dark energy writhe and twist around her. The energy intensifies, swirling around the woman with red hair. Camus stands within a complex magic circle, channeling the dark energies. She thinks to herself that there is no flaw with the magic circle. Adolphe observes, realizing that with this, she's truly made her mark in the world of dark magic. The ritual reaches a fever pitch, the air thick with magical power. The dark energy coalesces into a swirling vortex of crimson and black. Camus looks on, muttering Beecher's name in anticipation. She calls out to him, her voice filled with a desperate hope. Beachy. Raw power erupts, a surge of chaotic energy unleashed into the world. The force of the ritual spirals out of control, and Camus cries out. The mana reverses, a violent backlash of crimson energy exploding outward. The shockwave rips through the surroundings, scattering debris and distorting the air. Bathed in crackling blue energy, Camus is thrown backwards by the backlash. Adolphe, witnessing the catastrophic reversal, shouts in alarm at the unfolding disaster. The red-haired woman is sent flying, her body twisting unnaturally through the air. A disembodied voice explains that this is a mana reversal caused by the rebound. Her eyes wide with shock, Camus gasps as the mana reversal takes hold. Her expression shifts, a flicker of understanding and acceptance in her eyes. Standing in a doorway of light, Camus accepts her fate. In the end, she died as well. She wondered if the spell failed, questioning if her calculations were perfect. Was it because of Beecher's fragments, or was his spirit not intact? Was all this struggling she put herself through for nothing? Yeah, just dying like this. The red-haired woman's eyes widened, a flicker of regret crossing her face. Dying would be better for her, she thought, tears welling in her eyes. Her expression was filled with sorrow as tears streamed down her face. The reason she entered the death court, she reflected, was not by choice. Adolphe Morgue stood nearby. In truth, it wasn't because she wanted to, she admitted to herself. The woman with red hair explained that her existence couldn't mix with her sister's because she couldn't live in the light. She had no choice but to live as a shadow. However, after seeing how clear Adolf's heart is, she had a thought. Adolf Morg listened intently, his expression unreadable as he gazed at Camus. Maybe, if she was honest, if she'd had the courage to attempt the impossible. Adolf placed a hand on her shoulder. She thought that she would be in a different place from where she was. A voice urged the Vice Clan head not to lose hope, praying that she might reunite with the one she loved. Adolf and Camus were caught in a swirling vortex of blue energy, their fates intertwined. Hands reached out, grasping at something just beyond their reach, a desperate plea for salvation. The scene shifted to a shattered landscape, where Adolf lay dead amidst the debris, his lifeblood staining the ground. A close-up revealed the gruesome reality of Adolf's demise, his face marred by blood and the cold grip of death. She lay injured amidst the rubble, her eyes wide with shock as she muttered, "Master." Adolf's lifeless body remained, a stark reminder of the brutal events that had transpired. A bloodied hand rests on the cold stone floor, fingers splayed and unmoving. The hand twitches slightly, a final, feeble attempt at movement. The fingers fall still once more, the last vestiges of life fading away. The cracked floor stretches out, a web of fractures beneath the fallen figure. The cracks radiate outwards, a visual echo of the damage done. How much time has passed? All her nerve endings burn off, her body refusing to move. This is the price of attempting the forbidden spell to bring someone back from the dead. No one will come to this secret area within the death court either. Maybe dying like this was the best outcome, she muses. She reflects that she'll have no excuses left for her master, who died in her stead, but maybe because she's attempted everything she could, she doesn't feel any attachment left to life. If there is one thing Camus regrets, it's that, in the end, she wasn't able to meet him one last time. Well, maybe she'll see him after she dies, she thinks, as her vision fades to black. Strange symbols fill the air, an ominous presence permeating the scene. A voice echoes in her mind, questioning why she can hear it, wondering if she's hallucinating. The voice assures her that she is not hallucinating, that it only arrived after sensing her yearning. The voice comments on her face of deep regret, a sight it has only read about in books. The entity proposes a simple deal. It will save her with its power, asking if she wants to make a deal. Camus responds that she no longer cares about living anymore. The voice, revealing itself as something real, asks her to tell it what she wants. The entity asks if she thinks it is like those demons, stating that it just so happens to be an expert in that endeavor. The entity declares itself as the demon of the dead and rot. The entity offers to help her meet the one she tried to resurrect, proposing they form a contract. The entity prays that she may reunite with the one she loves. A swirling vortex of energy surrounds Camus and a mysterious figure, hinting at a potential resurrection. She lay broken, tears streaming down her face, blood staining her clothes. A monstrous entity of blue flame offered a sinister deal. "Yeah, let's do it. A contract." She considered the offer, desperate for any solution. "I thought I'd attempted everything I could, but if there's still a way left." The red-haired woman's eyes burned with a renewed resolve. "I can't give up here." From within a looming castle, a desperate plea echoed. "Camus, help her inside." The castle loomed, a dark silhouette against the stormy sky. 3 figures stood guard, their faces obscured by hoods, their expressions grim. The figures remained vigilant, their concern palpable. "Camus," one of them muttered. The red-haired woman walked away, her back turned to the castle. A figure with silver hair peered from behind a wall, their red eyes filled with worry. "Do you know how worried I was about you?" The silver-haired figure's voice was laced with concern. "And what's with your hair? Just what were you doing for the past 10 days? Adolf Moore questions if she noticed the snake, his expression unreadable as he looks at Camus. Surrounded by hooded figures, Camus apologizes to her uncle, claiming she is tired. A disembodied voice calls her pitiful, questioning if it is right for her to ignore her uncle after so long. Camus, accompanied by the demonic entity Ser, tells it to be quiet, her expression cold. The voice warns that if she doesn't prove her usefulness, their contract will become null as Camus walks down a long hallway. A voice replies with a simple "fine," as Camus reflects that this was how her contract with Ser began. The terms of the contract are laid out. Ser will grant a portion of her power to Camus Morg and help her reunite with Betrayal Van Baskerville. In return, Camus will grant Ser complete control over her body for 1 hour every day and fall completely unconscious during that period. Additionally, Camus is forbidden to utter anything relating to Ser and demons. Camus reflects that she obtained 2 abilities from Ser, the dark forest around her a testament to their power. In the forest, Camus walks alongside Ser, the demonic entity towering over her. One of the abilities granted was the power to find what she wants, a power that has already proven useful. A hand descends, connected to Ser, as Camus stands below, ready to receive the power. The other ability granted was the power to resurrect corpses, a dark and potent skill. She stood, a vision of conflicted resolve, as memories of Rose flickered through her mind. The echoes of the past reminded Camus that she was able to find her cousin, who had died to the barbarians. A voice, laced with surprise, admitted that this situation was a first for them as well. From a distance, a figure stood amidst the candles, declaring that they couldn't sense the soul of the Betrayal she sought. Her crimson eyes narrowed, a storm of determination brewing within Camus' gaze. During the day, she used clothes training as an excuse to take care of Rose, and during the night, Camus moved around to look for Betrayal. Two figures stood silhouetted against a blinding light, their purpose shrouded in mystery. As time passed, she began to drift from her mother, uncle, and the people of the clan, but Camus didn't have time to think about them. She was meeting Betrayal. That was the only thought Camus had as she manipulated the arcane circle before her. The weight of her decisions pressed down on her, etched in the lines of Camus' face. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, one figure questioned another's sudden appearance, demanding to know how they arrived. A masked figure declared that their business was not with the human before them, their intentions veiled in shadow. A monstrous entity looms, its presence heavy with unseen power. The creature demands that they bring out Sarah. After that day, Rose disappeared without a trace. The character with white hair explains that Ninth Corpse needed a servant and took her away, concealing himself afterward. Dantalion, Sarah's ally and a demon, took Rose and disappeared. Elsewhere, Camus is seen with another figure, who says they will fix her up if she gets broken, so she shouldn't be so angry. She clenches her fist, her red eyes burning with fury. The character reflects on the day they went to look for Rose. A lone figure stands amidst a scene of utter destruction. Camus stands with the figure from the destroyed area. Encountered a miracle. A cloaked figure appears, their fist glowing with an ominous red light. A pale expanse fills the view, hinting at a figure just out of sight. She speaks, her voice tinged with a mix of longing and accusation. It has been a while, Camus Morgue says. A figure emerges from the shadows, framed by a stone archway. He watches her, his expression unreadable. He observes Camus, a faint smile playing on his lips. You've changed a lot, he remarks. Tears stream down Camus' face, her eyes filled with a deep sorrow. The words she'd buried resurface. Camus' voice rises, laced with hurt and disbelief. Why are you acting so cool when we haven't seen each other in so long? She asks. A memory surfaces, a testament to her struggle. I struggled so much to try and meet you again. He looks down at her, his expression softening slightly. But I can't say them, he thinks, his gaze distant. Camus' voice trembles, her words filled with a desperate longing. I want to look great in your memories of me in my final moments. She continues, her voice laced with a hint of bitterness. Unlike me, who ruined everything, you grew up to be amazing. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Camus Morgue Beecher asks, his voice soft. A dark energy crackles around her, a sinister power taking hold. Looks like you formed a contract with a demon. The inscription on the tombstone spoke of a nearing end. She stood before Beecher, resolute. The last thing she could do was help him not fight alone. Despite everything, they had managed to meet once more. Beecher expressed his gratitude. He thanked her for recognizing him and for searching for him. Camus achieved a perfect score, a testament to her power. A surge of energy emanated from her, a dark and ominous power. She wished for him to live happily, enough for both of them. The sound of impact echoed through the scene. Blood splattered on the ground, a grim reminder of the stakes. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the blood. They embraced, a desperate and bloody reunion. Camus questioned why. Beecher understood she couldn't tell him everything because of her contract with the demon. The message was clear, no critical attacks and a suicide attempt. He held her close, both of them drenched in crimson. Camus questioned why again. The protagonist reassured her, telling Camus to leave everything to him. A crimson gaze burned with intensity, a promise of power. Camus declared that she would never lose to a demon. A hand clenched, ready to fight. Two figures stood in the distance, their forms obscured by the crimson haze. A figure stood before a grave, the stone etched with grotesque carvings. A voice echoed, a simple greeting hanging in the air. Hello. The figure embraced Beecher, a sinister smile playing on his lips. So, you that Beecher? I've heard a lot about you from my roommate. Camus was embraced, her expression unreadable. What happened to Camus? A bloody blade rested against armor, a silent testament to violence. Why? Are you worried? A close-up of a face, eyes glowing with an eerie light. Camus is in a deep slumber inside me. A figure stood bathed in ethereal light, radiating power. The control of the day is with me now. So, how long are you going to hug me? The figure continued to embrace Beecher, the sound of something breaking echoing in the air. The air crackled with energy. He stood within the crimson forest, the air thick with unseen menace. The tall woman declared that this was inside of Andromalius's unique barrier. She stated that he was the demon hunter killing her kin. The woman with white hair admitted she never expected the man Camus was looking for to be the same person. The tall woman tilted her head, finding it odd that a human knew about the existence of the upper 10 corpses. Beecher remained silent, as the woman noted that he even had a soul that couldn't be tracked by her demon eye. She questioned if he was really someone of this world. The woman with white hair remarked on his silence, calling him a quiet man. A close-up of the woman's sharp teeth filled the space as she spoke. She offered to tell him a tear-jerking story about Camus Morgue to get him to give her some answers. The story was of a pitiful girl who touched the forbidden spell, true resurrection, just to meet that one man again. Beecher stared back, his expression unreadable. The woman continued, explaining that, of course, the spell failed and Camus couldn't move her body properly. For several days, she was stuck lying in the ruined research room. The woman with white hair stated that Camus said she no longer had any desire to live because she tried everything. The woman's glowing eyes narrowed as she asked if he knew what was really funny. She bared her teeth, claws extended, a manic grin stretched across her face. She felt used, a mere pawn in a larger game. She treated me, a demon, as her new hope. His red eyes glowed with intensity. Beecher listened to the echoes of the past. He heard what she thought of him after their contract, the desperation in her feelings. Camus clutched at her head, her expression a mask of anguish. The voice echoed, laced with pity. So pitiful. Tears streamed down Camus's face, her voice filled with regret. Beecher, I'm sorry you had to go alone. If only I hadn't been captured by the barbarians. I should have died in your stead. Camus stood amidst a shattered landscape, her voice laced with sorrow and confusion. What if Beecher is somehow still alive? Then why didn't he come and look for me? No, don't leave me alone. A desperate plea echoed in the void, a singular desire cutting through the darkness. I want to see you. A mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp, predatory teeth. The expression was predatory, promising pain. A figure with horns and flowing white hair stood tall, a sinister smile playing on her lips. Red energy crackled around her. He grimaced, his face contorted in pain. The red energy intensified, a palpable threat in the air. The sound of impact reverberated, a sharp, violent burst that echoed through the scene. The horned woman's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. The red energy pulsed around her, a sign of her power. The horned woman issued a chilling warning, her words laced with malice. You know well about demon contracts. If you kill me, Camus dies as well. A massive skeletal creature looms, a dark figure visible within its maw. The figure bursts free, launching an attack against the monstrous form. Beecher's eyes glow red as he prepares to strike, his expression intense. Red energy crackles around him, a sign of his powers surging. He cries out, unleashing his attack on the skeletal beast. The skeletal creature reels from the force of the blow. Camus watches with a smug expression, confident in her creation's power. Did you think you could cut through these just like the spells Camus fired off before? She continues, certain of victory. There's no way a graduate brat can withstand my power. Beecher's assault continues, shattering the creature's defenses. The skeletal monster begins to crumble under the relentless barrage. Each blow lands with devastating force, shaking the very ground. The skeletal creature is reduced to fragments, defeated by Beecher's power. The voice echoed, taunting that he was the one who needed saving. He sat amidst the rubble, blood staining his clothes, lost in thought. A memory surfaced, Camus Morgue making a contract with a demon to save him. His actions in the dense forest had caused Camus's heroic future to become that of a demon contractor. The grim rule echoed in his mind. To kill a demon contracted with a human, you must kill the contracted human. He had known this from the start, so why did he say that to her? His resolve hardened. He would never lose to a demon. Was he just trying to give Camus some final comfort? Had he made a promise he couldn't keep? A voice cut through his thoughts, observing that he thought a lot while he fought. He remained seated, the weight of his choices pressing down on him. A monstrous figure with flowing blue hair descends, claws extended, ready to strike in the crimson abyss. Darkness coalesces into a sharp, menacing claw, poised to tear through anything in its path. A figure is consumed by a blinding surge of power, energy radiating outwards in a destructive burst. The blue-haired woman raises a hand, seemingly controlling the chaotic energy around her. A seated figure, surrounded by shattered ground, declares with grim resolve, I know. The text ominously states that if the upper 10 corpses are not killed, humanity will be forced into the era of ruination. Camus Morgue is shown on the scale. The scales of fate weigh Camus Morgue against the entire human race, the text making it clear what the answer should be. The faces of those who believe there is still a chance are shown, hope flickering in their eyes. A group of figures is shown, with a central figure seemingly in distress, surrounded by monstrous visages. Beecher Van Baskerville's eyes glow with a fierce, red determination, his face marred with dirt and blood. The 10th and 9th corpses are shown, felled with skill, their skeletal remains a testament to the power unleashed. The name Beecher Van Baskerville is declared as a figure is struck by a surge of energy. The monstrous figure sneers, wondering how much longer it will take to open the gate of the demon world. The unseen speaker declares that the end will come because of someone. The monstrous figure looms, a terrifying presence against the dark landscape. Elsewhere, Beecher lies bleeding, his body battered, as Camus stands over him. Camus towers over the fallen Beecher, her expression unreadable as she gazes down at him. A hand reaches out, fingers twitching, seemingly in desperation. The monstrous figure's words echo. Was he still thinking of saving Camus? A mere graduate rank brat who can't even defeat him? The monstrous figure laughs, declaring that in the end, Beecher still possesses the trait of a foolish human, hoping for a miracle. A voice whispers, clinging to the hope of a miracle. Beecher's face is a mask of pain, blood streaking his skin, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve. Hands clenched tightly, knuckles white, a silent promise of defiance. Camus' gaze is intense, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. He held the blade to her neck, the metal glinting in the dim light. Camus found his words surprisingly agreeable. His expression was grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. Her face was a mask of conflicted emotions, a mix of fear and defiance. The demon's features twisted in disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. A palpable tension filled the space between them, a silent scream. Beecher called out, hoping she could hear him, wherever she was. Camus Morgue, if you can hear me. He was determined to cut the demon down and save her, no matter the cost. The words echoed in her mind, a desperate plea. It's too much for me to do alone. Resist the contract. Camus was trapped, her soul on the line. With the demon isn't absolute, even if you put your soul on the line. A portion of her soul would burn as the price for breaking the contract. But in that moment, he would cut this demon down for her. Beecher's face contorted in a desperate cry, his eyes bloodshot. Let's make a miracle together. The demon's eyes glowed with an eerie light, a silent battle raging within her. Your contract. She unleashes a torrent of fury, her voice echoing with venomous rage. The air crackles with unseen energy as the demon's power intensifies. A blade pierces the ground, a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. A disembodied voice promises servitude in exchange for killing the 10th and 9th corpses. Camus vows to make him the instrument of humanity's extinction. The demon looms, her words a chilling promise of destruction to come. He stands amidst the carnage, wounded but resolute, contemplating the gravity of the situation. He reflects on the letter's contents, once dismissed as nonsense, now taking on a sinister meaning. It feels like his only hope at this moment, something he could never have imagined. The wounded man faces the towering demon, a desperate alliance forming in the face of annihilation. This is a strange thing. In this lifetime, Hugo Le Baskerville is told that he can die now. A figure clad in ornate armor stands, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The name echoes in the void. Beecher Van Baskerville, a promise or a threat? To reach the Swordmaster stage, a path paved with blood and iron must be walked. Entrapped, a figure is bound by unseen forces, a puppet dancing to a silent tune. A woman stands defiant, her gaze piercing through the veil of illusion and deceit. A symbol of power, a mark of destiny, etched into the fabric of reality itself. The letter begins, the writer's hand moving swiftly across the parchment. The letter speaks of drawing the strongest Fong, a broken 7th Fong, and the stage of Swordmaster. Beecher intends to write down the process of reaching the stage of Swordmaster in this letter. He reached the stage of Swordmaster, his younger self standing tall with a blade. Not long after he was born, the sword was already in his grasp. He had talked about this in the past, but after losing Roxana and Penelope, he fell into deep despair. At that time, he was consumed by an obsession with the sword. His stage was highest-rank graduate, and he trained relentlessly. The sword techniques became his sole focus. With a singular will to reach the stage of Swordmaster, Beecher swung his sword every day and night. He gripped the sword tightly, the cold steel a stark contrast to his burning ambition. However, to reach the graduate stage, he had to let go of all human emotions, or so he was told. No matter how much Beecher swung his sword, he couldn't reach the Swordmaster stage. In that state, to grasp any straws he could find, Beecher delved into the books of the 10,000-book library. There, he found the words of a Swordmaster ancestor left behind for his descendants. However, to reach the stage of Swordmaster, he must reclaim those emotions once more. Following these words, Beecher tried his utmost to understand these emotions of joy, rage, sadness, and delight. He forced himself to be happy, got angry on purpose, and experienced sadness, but these emotions couldn't be solved by his sword. Beecher even tried to enjoy things, but the waves resulting from those forced emotions had a devastating side effect. At some point, he began to smile when he was angry and frown when he was happy. His mechanism of expressing emotion had broken. And so, Beecher gradually fell deeper and deeper into this maze on the path of becoming a sword master. To sate the worries that couldn't be solved by his sword, he put great effort into the revival of the clan and began having many children to increase their power. Then, under the laws of the clan, he forced those young children into the cradle of swords. However, enlightenment came to him, a stark realization of his actions. That enlightenment came from an entirely unexpected place, shaking him to his core. How could one young life that didn't know anything endure such pain? Why did he struggle so fiercely to gain what it desired? He wondered, looking at the others. Why did it endure the pain of water flooding its body? He wondered, seeing that scene. His heart began to beat, a strange sensation washing over him as he remembered. The delight of having found a genius warred with rage at himself for pushing young souls into such a horrific environment. Sadness washed over him toward the wounded young soul and himself, an enjoyment at looking forward to this child's future. In that torrent of emotions, he found what he was looking for, a sense of purpose amidst the chaos. Looking for something in the darkness, the man realized that he had reached the stage of Swordmaster. Both Pomeranian and his Swordmaster stage seemed to have all been gifted to him by his son. The path to reaching the stage of Swordmaster lies within the moment of feeling the combination of all human emotions. It is believed that he will be able to reach the Swordmaster stage, becoming someone's lovely son. Power surges around him, a blinding light emanating from his very being as he ascends to a new level. The transformation echoes with a sentiment, a whispered promise to a lovely son. He's become a completely different man than in his past life, a new power coursing through him. To break through Sayre's magic, he must reach the Swordmaster stage, pushing beyond his limits. Without the power of the Saintess, he must reach enlightenment on his own, a daunting task ahead. A figure plummets from above, a consequence of the protagonist's unleashed power. What Hugo Le Baskerville talked about, rage, and maybe sadness also exist within him. His face contorted in pain and determination, the weight of his emotions etched into every line. The impact sends debris flying, a testament to the sheer force unleashed in this transformation. Cammy watches with a knowing smile, her plans perhaps already in motion. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light, a silent question hanging in the air. He stood, bloodied and defiant, the words echoing in his mind. I can't feel delight and enjoyment in this situation at all. The red blade pulsed with power, its edge glinting as he wondered what was with her expression. A surge of energy crackled around her as Camus demanded to know what he was doing. She unleashed a torrent of blue energy, a sweeping arc aimed to cut him down. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features as he prepared to meet her attack. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the area. Her form shifted, becoming more monstrous as the battle intensified. He was sent flying, the force of her blow staggering him. Blood trickled down his face, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. He channeled his power, unleashing the Baskerville swordsmanship 7/4 Fong. With a surge of power, he lunged forward, his blade aimed directly at her. He lunges forward, a crimson blade of pure energy extending from his hand. The red glow intensifies as the blade is brought down with lethal intent. The attack connects, but Camus remains unfazed, her armor deflecting the blow with ease. Camus's expression twists into a cruel smile. You don't learn it all, you mutt. Beecher grits his teeth, realizing the futility of his current offensive. The blade scrapes uselessly against the white armor, unable to find purchase. Camus's voice echoes with smug confidence. Can't break through my armor. Blue energy crackles around Camus as she prepares her own assault. The air grows heavy with anticipation as the blue energy intensifies. Camus's smile widens, a hint of madness in her eyes. I don't know what you're aiming for. She continues, her voice dripping with disdain. But you don't honestly believe that Camus will actually wake up and resist her contract with me? The blue energy coalesces into a devastating attack, poised to strike. His eyes widen, a silent scream escaping as the dark energy surges forth. Tendrils of dark energy erupt, a voice echoing. Try surviving this as well. The dark energy surrounds Beecher, a swirling vortex of impending doom. Chains of dark energy lash out, binding and constricting. The dark energy intensifies, forming a cage of impenetrable shadows. A shadowy hand reaches out, grasping at the trapped figure. The force of the attack slams into him, a devastating blow. The impact sends shockwaves through the area, a deafening roar echoing. The ground cracks and splinters, a crater forming where he once stood. Beecher lies broken and bleeding, defeated amidst the destruction. She watches, her expression unreadable as the dust settles. He stood amidst the destruction, bloodied and battered, questioning his own humanity. Muddy Bog Salamander's ability was failing him. His body wouldn't recover any longer. Still locked in place, she seemed to be reliving a painful memory, asking why it had to happen again. Despite the pain, he knew he needed to get up and move forward, no matter the cost. It was taking all of his strength to try standing up, no matter how much it takes. Her face contorted in anguish, a silent scream building within her. She muttered, calling someone a dummy, lamenting that she didn't meet them after all this time to see them make that face. He pushed himself up, his body screaming in protest, his resolve unwavering. Her expression shifted to shock and disbelief, questioning how it was possible. Her eyes widened, a mix of horror and understanding dawning within them. He declared that he did what she asked him to do, his voice strained with effort. Camille Morgue's face twisted in agony as she realized the consequences of resisting the contract. Her soul would shatter into pieces. She could not hold on for much longer, the strain evident in her expression. Blood trickled down her face, but her gaze remained defiant. She found the strength to make light of the dire situation. She mused that she was born to be a hero, sarcastically noting the 100 points. Camille Morgue wondered if they had only just noticed. A dark energy began to emanate, shaking the very air around them. She demanded that he show her the man she fell for all that time ago. The power surged, a dark and intricate pattern forming around his central figure. The energy cut through armor, a testament to its immense power. The unleashed power manifested as sharp, crimson blades. The blades multiplied, surrounding the source of the power. Camu's expression hardened, questioning if this would be enough. His heart roiling with a tempest of emotions, Beecher felt sensations he had long been unable to access. Elsewhere, shrouded in darkness, she remained seated, her expression unreadable in the gloom. Camu's voice echoed, tinged with a strange delight. "I'm happy you didn't forget about me." Her tone shifted, a hint of self-reproach coloring her words. "I'm angry at my judgment for having injured a future hero." Tears welled in Camu's eyes, a stark contrast to her earlier amusement. "I'm sad to see you suffer so much." Yet, a sinister anticipation laced her words. "But I'm looking forward to our perfect reunion soon." Back in the fray, Beecher stood bloodied but resolute. His voice echoed with newfound conviction. "I am here." The air crackled with energy as Beecher prepared to unleash his power, the name, Baskerville, emblazoned in crimson. A crimson blade materialized, crackling with raw power. 7/4 Fong. Beecher's face contorted with determination as he swung the blade, a blinding light emanating from the point of impact. The attack tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake, a testament to its immense power. The energy surged forward, a tangible force of destruction aimed at an unseen target. Camu's face was a mask of conflicted emotions, tears streaming down her face. A blinding surge of energy erupted, a chaotic mix of crimson and violet. The energy intensified, streaks of light blurring into an incandescent haze. The light faded, leaving behind trails of shimmering particles in the air. Ordinary people cannot perceive the world as it truly is, but sword masters can cut through the veil. They see the world with clarity. Beecher, wounded and bleeding, faces a distant figure. Camu is shocked by what she sees. He must open the gate. He felt as though he had been wearing a filthy robe his entire life. This was beyond what he could feel from the mana of the saintess. Strength, sight, logic, and sensations beyond human. "It is Camu Morgue. Are you?" He stood over Camu, who pleaded weakly from the ground. The hunter stood firm, his gaze fixed on something beyond the fallen woman. He took another step, the sound echoing in the cavernous space. The air crackled with energy as he moved, the source unseen. A ring of power began to materialize, glowing with an intense purple light. The beam of energy intensified, bathing the area in an otherworldly glow as Camu remained prone. The energy pulsed, the air thick with anticipation. The gate fully activated, its power resonating through the chamber. He lay on the ground, defeated, the sounds of battle echoing around him. The protagonist's eyes were closed, his face streaked with dirt and blood. He remained motionless, the aftermath of the fierce fight weighing heavily upon him. A small, strange creature with multiple eyes observed the scene with curiosity. Camu stood tall, her red eyes glowing with an eerie light. Her gaze was fixed on the fallen Beecher, a mix of concern and determination in her expression. The small creature made a strange, crackling sound as it watched Camu approach. Camu reached out a hand, her fingers outstretched towards the injured protagonist. Camu stood over Beecher, her expression unreadable as she looked down at him. She knelt beside him, her hand hovering just above his wounded body. Camu paused, a conflicted look on her face as she spoke. "Wait." Camu thought to herself, relieved, the fact that you're moving means Camu is fine. That's a relief. He clutched his injured arm, gazing into the distance. It was a shame he couldn't see her right now. The best course of action, he thought, was to quickly get away from this place for both of them. An unknown figure extended a hand, their voice resonating with purpose. They had a request to make. Camu, her expression resolute, held out her hand. She commanded someone to hand this to her. Beecher smiled, blood staining his chest and face. He would do it if she wanted. Camu's gaze hardened, her resolve unwavering. To meet her, he just needed to go there. She grabbed him, pulling him close. The world spun as Beecher began to fall. Camu carried Beecher through the forest, her steps swift and determined. The rough texture of a rock wall blurred past, a testament to their desperate flight. A voice booms out, filled with astonishment at the recent turn of events. The students murmur, gossiping about the villain who dared to attack the academy. The speaker downplays the damage inflicted during the assault. Camu crosses her arms, listening to the report. It seems Beecher fought against Nighthound. One admits they wouldn't be able to fight either of them, still reeling from the shock. The students express their agreement, admitting they were too scared to even breathe. The group expresses their worry, relieved to see Beecher is safe. Camu calls out to Beecher, her expression unreadable. One questions where Beecher was during the search, implying he might have been hiding. The speaker suggests Beecher ran off to hide, given his personality. Camu scolds Beecher for fighting alone, towering over him. She emphasizes the importance of teamwork, warning him not to repeat his actions. The maids' faces contorted in fury, their voices rising in unison. Camu watched, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she heard the news. The maids seemed to reconsider, almost getting the wrong idea. A sky painted with hues of pink and purple stretched endlessly above. The witch-like figure gazed upward, hoping for the best possible outcome. The sky shimmered, promising a future reunion under its watchful gaze. A group of travelers stood silhouetted against the setting sun, their journey far from over. The landscape faded into twilight, the world holding its breath. Before the swirling portal, a lone figure stood, ready to step into the unknown. A soft sigh echoed, carrying with it a weight of unspoken emotions. Water trickled between bare toes, a cleansing ritual before the next step. The woman with red hair emerged, stepping into a new chapter of her life. The contract's penalty, combined with Sayre's rampage, has ravaged her body, she reflects. Even in this state, Camu laments that she couldn't even give him a proper greeting. Why did she foolishly believe that Beecher was dead? She wonders, her expression softening. Even injured, Beecher tried his best not to harm her. She recalls, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. A blush creeps across Camu's face as she thinks about his consideration. Does this mean he cares for her at least a little bit? She wonders hopefully. The fact that he didn't leave her behind this time resonates deeply within her. And she fought by his side. She remembers, a sense of pride washing over her. How's that? She asks rhetorically, recalling what she told herself. Beecher is a man worth putting her life on the line for. A chibi version of Camu bursts into tears, overwhelmed by the situation. How could he break the contract like that? The chibi Camu wails, declaring it cheating. She has complete control over her body, Camu thinks, so Beecher really did sever the demon contract within her. But then why hasn't she disintegrated? She states that the reason for her condition is because the contract was broken. The chibi demon expresses that it barely survived thanks to the penalty. Camu believes she can kill the chibi demon with a little bit of magic. The chibi demon cries out in pain, promising to do whatever Camu asks to save its life. The chibi demon asks if she'll do everything Camu asks. Camu demands that the chibi demon hand over all its power and authority to her, clarifying that this is now a master-slave relationship. The chibi demon seems to be in pain. Camu groans, standing next to a red-haired woman and the chibi demon. The red-haired woman states that she was able to meet Beecher thanks to Camu, then asks what they're going to do now. The red-haired woman asks if she should open the gate, and the chibi demon asks if she is serious and will really do that for it. Camu stands with the red-haired woman and the chibi demon. She says she was joking and asks if she looks crazy, stating that recovering her body is of the utmost priority and that she'll need to return to the Moore clan first. Since he is alive and well, the older man spoke with relief. She knew she needed to mend everything she'd broken, Camu thought, a grim determination settling on her face. She also needed to disclose her master's identity, a task that weighed heavily on her mind. The older man looked on, his expression unreadable as he extended his hand. Camu expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that she was able to meet him again thanks to her master. A golden coin rested in the palm of her hand, its surface gleaming in the light. She resolved to be his junior when she enrolled, a new goal forming in her mind. A smile played on Camu's lips, a hint of mischief in her eyes as she considered the possibilities. The name Beecher echoed in the air, a whisper carried on the wind. The day they would meet again was approaching, she thought, her gaze distant and hopeful. Her eyes shone with determination, a silent promise to herself and to someone else. Even after the Academy Festival concluded, its echoes lingered, casting long shadows over the student body. Whispers circulated among the students, questioning the events that unfolded during the festival. Rumors of a night hound appearance spread like wildfire. Professors intervened, attempting to quell the rising tide of speculation and fear among the students. The students wondered if a dark magician was involved in the recent events. The ignorant students continued to chatter with bright tones, unaware of the true danger. The night hound incident could have ended as a terrible disaster. The rumors began to fade as just a spooky topic of gossip among the students. The students questioned who wrote the article about the incident. Someone was bound tightly to a chair, their fate hanging in the balance. An exclusive article declared night hound's crimes had crossed the line, attacking the Imperial Academy. The article listed the Imperial Bank, the Imperial Capitol Clock Tower, and other major facilities destroyed during the festival. The president stated that night hound didn't cause any commotion during the festival, but an unidentified dark magician did. A rustling sound filled the air as the article continued to circulate. The article claimed night hound came and killed students during the festival, but urged readers not to let preconceptions cloud their objectivity. The students gathered around the table, eager to know who had written the controversial piece. The president realized it was Betrayal again, the article constructed under Professor Banshee's guidance. The president questioned why he had to do that while she was away. The president was busy during the festival season due to her work with the student council, leaving room for such an article to be written. Someone argued that one couldn't just write an article without fact-checking it first. The president seemed exasperated by the situation, unsure how to proceed. He examines the documents, the official report from the Imperial Guard released this morning. The report states Night Hound wasn't responsible for damaging the Imperial capital's major facilities this time. It also notes Night Hound's primary weapon is a sword, but no sword marks were found at the recent terror attack locations. Only tracks of what seemed to be a huge snake slithering were found at the scene. The official villain name is Ms. Ouroboros, a monstrous individual suspected to be a woman. Her goals are unclear, and her power is suspected to be around the graduate level, but her primary weapon is unknown. Because all witnesses have died, the investigation has stalled. So be sure not to frame all villainous incidents on Night Hound in the future, since are there 3 villains? Shouldn't we make sure to attribute the correct crimes to each of them? It doesn't particularly matter with him. Beecher thinks his expression unreadable. He says he's criticizing Night Hound just in case he's suspected in the future, so he was just trying to create an antagonistic image between them. By the way, what's up with this Ms. Ouroboros villain? The man with blonde hair listened intently. The only thing they knew about her was that she leaves marks that look like a giant snake passed through. The group gathered around the table discussed the reports. One asked how they knew Ms. Ouroboros was a woman. The answer was simple. She left a lipstick mark at all her crime scenes. It seems she wanted everyone to know she committed them. The men continued to discuss the details of the case, poring over the evidence and witness statements. He didn't know if she idolized or resented Night Hound, lost in thought about the mysterious Ms. Ouroboros. No matter her goal, he would need to eliminate her if she got in the way of his demon hunting. The sound of scattering papers filled the air. The woman with long blonde hair kicked a stack of documents, scattering them across the floor, exclaiming her presence. The woman with long blonde hair announced her arrival. Anna questioned the documents, as they had just received a lot of reports after the festival concluded. The documents lay scattered across the table, a testament to the workload. Anna informed Beecher that there was a letter for him as well, handing him the envelope. He looked at the letter, wondering who it could be from. He reels back, a visible wave of shock washing over him. The crisp paper of the tuition bill crinkles slightly in his trembling hands. A fellow student approaches, concern etched on his face. "Bro, what's up?" The tuition payment notice looms, a stark reminder of his financial predicament. A man sits with a child, a stark contrast to Beecher's current worries. "I can provide you with money for your tuition." Beecher sits alone, lost in thought. He reflects, "As I stated before, I want to hide that I'm a Baskerville while at the academy." He continues, the weight of his secret pressing down. "I don't want my day life to get messy after it's discovered I used Baskerville's money." The deadline looms ever closer. I only have 1 week until the tuition deadline. He resolves, determined to find a solution that aligns with his goals. "But I don't want to take on any of the work the other kids suggested." He knew that not being able to receive the full scholarship due to his behavior had caused him trouble. The man in uniform held a cup, his expression unreadable. Why was he trying to hide his skills so much? The man's eyes widened slightly. Something had caught his attention. Wait, did he perhaps wish to become the powerhouse who hides his strength? There was a time when he yearned to be someone like that as well. Hiding your strength and living among the weaklings before revealing your true power at the right moment. If that's what he wishes for. The man in uniform suggested, "How about taking up part-time monster hunting?" The child looked on with a questioning expression. The man continued, "Go to the Scout Guild and hire a scout to go monster hunting with you. It'll give you more opportunities to realize your dream." Beecher thought, "I don't know if that'll help with my dream." The Scout Guild. Now that he thought about it, there was a scout he was interested in. He's one of the heroes who made a great contribution to the human coalition when the era of ruination arrived. Most of the demonic creatures' field guides he knew of were created through him. Later on, the school of monsterography was based on his research as well. He was a wild man, the narration stated, one who didn't belong to any group. During the final battle against the demons, he ended up dying early without support. The narrator knew about him very well. Beecher considered recruiting him now for his future self. A smirk played on his lips as he considered the possibilities. Another man, holding a cup, thanked his brother and said he would try that. He seemed unsure. He had been of help to his brother, the memory echoed. The word Scout Guild Sherpa hung in the air. Meanwhile, the guild master had returned, the announcement declared. The building bustled with activity. A large figure strode forward, the guild master's return causing a stir. He asked how their hunt was today. As they could see, the results were evident. The guild master stood tall, a massive beast slung over his shoulder. The crowd looked on in awe. Successful once again, the text declared. A miniature pincher, nicknamed Mini Pin, was also mentioned. As expected of the guild master, one hunter thought. Another noted that a graduate skill was on an entirely different level. He would go in and take his rest. The guild master sat at his desk, a low growl escaping his lips as he contemplated his situation. With only this salary, he thought, he could forget about his dreams. Even the guild members' pay wasn't guaranteed. He couldn't do as he wished, either, because he needed to be careful of the large-scale mercenary guilds. Maybe it was to be expected that he couldn't do much without support. He thought, realizing this was all his fault. If only he hadn't gotten scammed when he was young. Just because he wanted to chase his dream, he wouldn't be in such a pinch right now. What a fool, he thought, clenching his fist. If he could get an opportunity to run toward that dream, even now, the guild master's expression hardened as he remembered his past. The dream. He clasped his hands together, the memory of his ambition burning bright. Whispers carried on the wind spoke of entering the Baskerville clan. He approached, his footsteps echoing on the worn stone path. The hooded figure inquired, seeking information. Is this Sherpa, where the one called Mini Pin is at? A woman looked back at him, confusion etched on her face. Huh. A voice boomed, laced with disdain. The man declared, I can tell you're a young kid, and you dare to call our guild master by his name? The hooded figure stood before the man, unfazed by the hostility. He stated, I'm a customer who came to make a request. The man's expression shifted to surprise, his eyes widening as he stared at the hooded figure. The man's tone hardened, his muscles tensing. I don't want to deal with you, he spat. Rage contorted the man's face as he roared, preparing to attack. With a furious yell, the man lunged forward, intent on striking the hooded figure. The man cried out as he was suddenly overwhelmed, a red aura flaring around his attacker. The hooded figure's eyes glowed with an ominous red light. We can't catch him at all, a voice exclaimed. The table splintered as a foot crashed through it with incredible force. The man behind the desk looked up, a question forming on his lips. He saw the cloaked figure standing before him, having apparently just arrived in the guildmaster's office. The figure spoke, their voice low. Size, looks like your mini pin. The cloaked figure continued, their tone accusatory. Are you? With a swift motion, he launched a kick at the man behind the desk. The man, caught off guard, stammered. I'm a customer, here to make a request. A customer? He quickly offered a form, saying, Here, this is the request form. The cloaked figure loomed over him, radiating a dangerous aura. The man thought, so quick that I couldn't react. He must be pretty powerful. The man looked at the form, thinking, customer, but still if you come here like this instead of making an official request. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realized the gravity of the situation. A scout, cloaked and hooded, spoke to someone just outside of view. He identified himself, stating that he wished to request Mini Pin. Before the era of ruination, there was a man known for his frequent visits to the Baskerville clan. He desired to become a vassal of the house. The man looked down at the document in his hands, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stammered, asking what the hooded figure thought about working with him. The words seemed to explode from the document, revealing the shocking truth. Lord Beecher Van Baskerville. Bathed in the light, Beecher Van Baskerville stood, his red eyes gleaming with an unknown intensity. The document clearly stated the requester, Beecher Van Baskerville, the Hound of the Sword Clan. The man with blonde hair states the obvious. Below him, Beecher listens intently, his gaze fixed on the speaker. A cloaked figure stands amidst a hoard of gold, the source of their wealth a mystery. Deep within a tunnel, figures move with purpose, their destination unknown but seemingly important. A disembodied voice declares that someone is strong enough to kill all the gnolls and take their gold. The man with blonde hair wonders if all the gold is the result of someone looting a bank, concluding that it's the only explanation. Beecher recalls recent news of a bank being looted, stating that he personally wrote the article, so he remembers it well. An armored figure clutches a smaller, unarmored figure, surrounded by documents, perhaps related to the bank robbery. An unknown criminal is framing the Night Hound and copying the Night Hound's criminal activities, destroying the capital's surrounding facilities. One of those facilities was a bank, and all the witnesses were murdered as a snake-like creature slithers below. A chaotic fight scene unfolds, with figures clashing amidst debris and destruction, the sound of impact echoing. The man with blonde hair looks on with wide eyes, his expression a mix of shock and concern. He gripped the makeshift whip, his red eyes narrowed in concentration. Footsteps echoed as the masked woman advanced, her own whip crackling with energy. Ouroboros stood tall, flanked by two figures as she mused, "It seems some rats have crawled." The whip tightened in Ouroboros' hand. "Into my safe. MS, Ouroboros." The woman's armored form shifted, her whip ready to strike. He realized the mark wasn't from a snake, but from a whip. Ouroboros considered the situation, using magic to alter her voice. "To think people found my treasure room." Her eyes narrowed behind the mask, a hint of a predatory grin visible. Ouroboros wondered, How is he here?" The masked woman stood her ground, the other man watching intently. He sensed her growing unease. She suddenly started to become wary of me. Ouroboros questioned, "Do I know her?" "One thing I do know, though, is that I'm lucky." She stands, a figure of immense power, her gaze intense and unwavering. Ouroboros' voice echoes, laced with a chilling confidence. "You crawled into my safe yourself." Beecher stands ready, his sword glinting in the dim light, prepared to face whatever comes next. The assessment rings in his mind. Ouroboros' aura is incredibly dense, a top-rank graduate. Minnie Pin, barely a graduate, wouldn't stand a chance. He wonders if he is the only one who can fight her, knowing the risk will be higher if he shows his true skills and loses. Beecher's expression hardens, his red eyes narrowed in determination. What should he do? Sir Vakir seems to be deep in thought, his face etched with concern as he watches Beecher. The assessment continues, noting that he is a genius who is deemed a hero. But he must be scared to fight Ms. Ouroboros when she's a top-rank graduate, the voice concludes. Then, he listened intently, absorbing the information. The man in the dark cloak learned that the Imperial garrison was patrolling the base of the mountain. A heavily armored man stood ready, a massive sword held firmly in his gauntlet hands. The armored man vowed to do everything in his power to get her away from the entrance, urging someone to use the chance to escape and join the garrison. A voice spoke, declaring that although their meeting was short, it was an honor. The man with the beard spoke with conviction, his expression earnest. The armored man launched himself forward, his sword a blur of motion. The armored man stood tall, his massive sword held high, ready to strike. The sound of impact echoed through the air. The armored man's sword crashed down, the force of the blow sending debris flying. The bearded man cried out in pain, his face contorted in agony. His vision blurred, the world fading around him. He was sent flying, the force of the blow staggering him. The woman with black hair laughed, her voice dripping with disdain. "Huh, it looks like you went crazy and lost your mind." Her grip tightened on the whip, the weapon a blur of violet energy. The air crackled with power as she prepared to strike again. The whip danced in her hand, a deadly extension of her will. His face contorted in pain, blood trickling from a fresh wound. Her boots crunched on the rocky ground, each step deliberate and menacing. She planted her foot, the impact sending tremors through the earth. He thought, dazed, that he had lost consciousness for a moment from one hit. And that one hit cut through his skin and broke a bone. The woman with black hair stood over him, her sword lying discarded nearby. He wheezed, thinking that the skill gap was this big when they're both graduators. He gasped for air, his eyes narrowed in pain and frustration. He stood, battered but unbroken, the glow around him defiant. The air crackled with energy as the masked woman's attack landed. The woman's blade sliced through the air, aimed at Sir Vakir. He knew he was destined to be a sword master, but was it all a waste? He thought, his face bloodied, a grim smile forming. The masked woman, Ouroboros, stared intently, her expression unreadable. The force of the blow reverberated through his body. He was going to die protecting him. It was his calling. The masked woman's attack was interrupted. Ouroboros recoiled, surprised by something unexpected. She declared that she needed to remove something, her expression intense. Her fist clenched, ready to strike with immense power. The force of the blow sent blood flying from her opponent's mouth. The injured man's eyes widened in shock, blood dripping down his face. The sound of impact echoed through the battlefield. Ouroboros stood amidst the destruction, her power evident. Elsewhere, a dark mountain range loomed under a sky filled with birds. Minnie Pin, supporting Vakir, complimented his strength, prompting a confused response. Ouroboros, observing their interaction, found Vakir's power to be insane and questioned how he could be so strong. The injured man struggled to support Vakir, calling out his name. Vikir knew Ouroboros wouldn't collapse from that attack, and he couldn't reveal his swordmaster skills to Mini Pin, so he decided to use this chance to run away. He carried the wounded man on his back, Mini Pin floating above. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind them. Vikir pressed onward, seeking refuge within the dark mouth of a nearby cave. Mini Pin's red eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he glanced back. Mini Pin thought it would be best for Ouroboros to escape as well. Ouroboros knelt, her gaze fixed on the cave's entrance. Ouroboros warned that they should prepare themselves if they planned on touching her treasure room. A sinister grin stretched across Mini Pin's face, his red eyes gleaming with malice. Ouroboros declared that she would see them later. Ouroboros watched as they disappeared into the cave, vowing that they would come back. Her expression twisted with rage. Ouroboros cursed them. Vikir's face was marred with cuts and bruises, but his determination remained unbroken. Meanwhile, the forest waited, silent and watchful, as the wounded man rested on Vikir's back. He carried Vikir through the dark forest, the weight of his companion a heavy burden. A close-up revealed a face scarred and worn, a grimace etched into the skin. I thought I've lived enough, but I'm still learning a lot about myself. A figure with clown-like makeup seemed agitated, exclaiming, "You crazy bastard! What are you doing? Relax." The armored figure declared that there is no compromise with injustice, and that they would rather die than hold their superior back. A lone figure stood with a sword, their cloak billowing in the wind. Under a starlit sky, a lone figure walked towards the horizon. Two soldiers stood guard, their masked faces betraying nothing of their thoughts. One of the soldiers surveyed the cave, a question forming in his mind. The soldier continued to survey the cave, his gaze sweeping over the scene. The Imperial garrison confiscated everything within the cave, but Ms. Ouroboros hid herself and left behind a large amount of gold. Everything within that cave was confiscated by the Imperial garrison. The confiscated goods were carted away, the spoils of a subjugated foe. However, the bandaged man looked on, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. The man holding money explained that it was the reward he received from the Knoll subjugation. The bandaged man listened intently, his expression unreadable. The man holding money continued, explaining that they lost the leather because of the fire and smoke, but still received quite a bit for the bones, teeth, and toenails. The bandaged man lies in bed, as Beecher asks how he is feeling. The bandaged man admits his whole body hurts, but he's been told he will make a full recovery. The bandaged man is told that he didn't reach the level of graduator for nothing, as a bag is placed before him. The bandaged man is told that this is a gift. The bandaged man exclaims over the amount of gold, stating it's more than enough to cover his assistance and hospital fees. The bandaged man corrects himself, saying, "Why I mean, sir." The bandaged man asks Beecher if he's heading back to the academy now. Beecher replies, "I see." The bandaged man says that although it was only 4. The bandaged man asks if he is well versed in monster ecology. The bandaged man says that in his youth, he traveled around the continent. Beecher states that he studied their habits and habitats, and is able to distinguish between subspecies, variants, weaker species, and stronger species. He places a hand on the back of the chair, looking down at the bandaged man. The man looks up at him, stating that he understands. The bandaged man's eyes widen, pleading with him to wait. Beecher tells the bandaged man that he will ask for him again soon. He removes his hand from the chair, preparing to leave. Meanwhile, a sign indicates the location of Professor Morg's office. The professor sits at his desk, surrounded by papers. He mutters that he feels like he is doing all the work for the academy. A woman with long blonde hair stands outside the professor's door, a stack of papers in her hand. She hears him say to come in. The woman's face is partially visible as she is asked if she is there to nag him again. The woman with long blonde hair states that she is there to talk to him about something. She is there to talk about her fellow students who are in need of scholarships. The man explained that the petition was written by students unable to attend the academy due to financial hardship. Appeals were also written by students who couldn't maintain their grades because they had to work part-time jobs. On the other hand, there are scholarship students who are in need of a reevaluation. The student council president began to speak about the scholarship students. She explained that there's a significant number of students who are wealthy. The man added that some students pretend to be from low-income families to fraudulently receive scholarships. The scholarships are given to students according to the academy's rules. The student council president stated that the very rules that she must protect and uphold. As the student council president, she has a duty to be the voice of the students who are in distress. The man asked who was going to take responsibility for making him do twice the amount of work and if they would double his salary. He demanded to know if they would double his salary. The student council president looked enraged. The blonde woman stands beside the door, declaring that they are discussing the future of the students. The woman stands tall, her back to the viewer as she addresses someone seated at a desk. The woman speaks to the man seated at the desk, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Beecher stands with a bag in his hand, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. He is confronted, accused of entering the offices of professors without knocking. The question is posed, was he not educated properly by his father? The implication hangs heavy in the air. Beecher's red eyes glint behind his glasses as the Baskerville family motto is invoked. Respect the strong. Weakness is a sin. Beecher simply states, no. The blonde woman is surprised by his response. Vakir sighs, asking why Beecher is here, wondering if he is also appealing for the scholarship he couldn't obtain. The blonde woman and Beecher both react to the mention of an appeal. Beecher's hand clenches into a fist. A large sack overflows with gold coins, presented to the man with long dark hair. He states his purpose. I came to pay for my tuition fees. A hand plunges into the bag, grasping a fistful of the gleaming coins. The man with long dark hair stares at the bag, muttering, this is... The man questions, where did you get all this money? He explains, subjugate a few gnolls, and, while I was taking a break, the firewood I lit up just so happened to fall into the gnolls' lair, thereby killing them all. The man with long dark hair stares, unconvinced. That doesn't make any sense. He continues, I went with, will this be enough to cover my tuition fees for the next term? The man with long dark hair remains skeptical, his expression unreadable. A close-up shows a hand sorting through the pile of gold coins. He concludes, it's enough to cover 4 years in one down payment, actually. He listened as the remaining money was allocated for tuition fees. The woman with blonde hair looked on with concern. The man with long dark hair stated that there was too much money to use just for tuition fees. The man continued, asking if they were planning to buy out a whole lecture hall, implying that would only be necessary if Beecher intended to become a professor. The text bubble stated that the rest of the money should go to students who are unable to pay for their tuition. Beecher and the woman with blonde hair looked up at the man with long dark hair, listening intently to his suggestion. The woman with blonde hair wondered if she had heard him correctly. The man with long dark hair confirmed that they would be donating all of the money to a scholarship, but under one condition. The text explained that in order to receive the money, the students must reach a certain amount of volunteering hours at the orphanage. Beecher stood nearby, listening. The man with long dark hair asked if Beecher was doing this because he wanted to name the scholarship the Vakir Award. Beecher requested that the donor's name be written down as anonymous. He added that he would like to name the scholarship something else. The text bubble revealed the name he wanted to use, Perry. The woman with blonde hair covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with tears. He stood, his expression unreadable behind his glasses, as the implications of his donation rippled through the academy. Whispers spread among the students. The news of the anonymous sponsor and the full scholarship for orphanage volunteers was the only thing anyone could talk about. The question hung in the air, who was this anonymous benefactor, supporting both nobles and commoner families alike? At a desk piled high with papers, a woman clasped her hands together, her expression a mix of hope and apprehension. Vakir's face was etched with worry, her gaze distant as she considered the implications of the scholarship. The students who excelled in both theory and practice were recognized, their achievements now amplified by the promise of financial aid. The diligent student was also flawless, with no issues with his peers, but his cold demeanor hid something more. Although his cold eyes were hidden behind his glasses, they looked cruel, and it was impossible to discern what he was thinking. A desperate plea echoed in Vakir's mind. Please make the award's name be Perry. Perry, a poor child, was sacrificed in the battle against Dantalion, a tragic loss that continued to haunt Vakir. A smiling face, bathed in light, lingers in someone's memory. Vakir still remembers Perry. If that's true, then he definitely has a warm heart underneath that cold exterior of his, she muses. The woman with blonde hair looks off to the side, a slight blush gracing her cheeks as she thinks of Vakir. She stands before a large, ornate door, her expression thoughtful as she considers her next words. A message hangs in the air. I want to talk to Vakir about something. As someone who witnessed Perry's last moments during my and the Nighthound's fight against Dantalion, she feels a sense of responsibility. A young boy looks up, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity as he listens to the woman speak. The blonde-haired woman's back is to the viewer as she speaks to the boy, her wings glinting in the light. The boy asks, his voice tinged with worry, Senior Dollars? The boy looks up at the woman, concern etched on his face. Where's Vakir? He asks. The woman responds, I don't know where he is. Vakir always wanders around during the night. The woman with blonde hair looks off to the side, a question mark floating above her head as she ponders Vakir's whereabouts. The bottom bunk appeared mostly bare, a stark contrast to the space above. He observed the sparse belongings, a growing unease settling in his stomach. Her eyes reflected a deep, unspoken question. Leave at any moment? He thought that Vakir seemed to have a story of his own. As his roommate, Beecher couldn't help but worry that he'd just get up and leave one day. Beecher's expression was one of concern, his eyes wide with worry. Vakir thanked him, saying he'd see him tomorrow, but Beecher called out to him, using a respectful title. He was confused, thinking that just now, Senior Dollar was... The light caught her hair as she walked away. He wondered if she liked Vikir. The interior of Imperial Central Station was a marvel of engineering and design. Passengers moved along the platforms, seemingly unaware of the dangers that lurked nearby. The sign read Imperial Central Station. The platform was marked with the number 999. Vikir hummed a tune, seemingly carefree. Beecher remarked that it had been a long time since he'd gone on a trip. Minnie Pin added that people would think they were on vacation. Minnie Pin reminded Vikir that they were on their way to fight. Vikir asked if he was telling her to be on guard right now. Vikir pointed, emphasizing her point. The group continued to walk through the station. Vikir stated that the Academy would come first in the Olympiad survival competition anyway. She questioned what the problem was. To signal the start of the Olympiad survival competition, a golden trophy gleams. The four institutions that represent the Empire gather in one place. Colosio Academy guarantees the best education in all areas. Boot Camp Varangian specializes in fighting in the cold climate with a blade, spear, axe, and bow and arrow. A warrior from Boot Camp Varangian stands ready, axe in hand. Themyscira Women's University shares the same education system as Colosio Academy. Themyscira Women's University is another of the four institutions. This year's hosting institution is the Eastern Mage Training School, the Magic Tower. A figure holds a glowing orb, perhaps a student of the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower stands tall, a beacon of magical learning. She confirms that the hosting institution is the Magic Tower. Beecher agrees, noting the continent's southeastern city is famous for being a tourist destination where the Magic Tower resides. The Continental train is stopping at this station now. They approach the station, the signpost a blur in their periphery. The next stop, the Imperial Capital's Imperial Central Station. The group had finally arrived. A surge of magical energy crackled in the air. Arcane symbols shimmered, a testament to the train's power. The child marveled at the sight. It was his first time seeing a magic train. One of the older students boasted that he had ridden this train before. The gray-haired man cautioned them to remain composed. He warned them not to show awestruck expressions. The girl with purple hair added that students from Varangian and Themyscira would be on the train. They couldn't afford to appear weak in front of their rivals. The pressure was on. The two men looked grim, ready for the challenges ahead. Two figures in matching uniforms walk, unaware of the eyes that watch them from a distance. A man with bandages covering his face stands, overlooking the scene below. A boy peers from below, surprised. He mutters that they were caught off guard, wondering if they went to the convenience store. Another student notes the tense atmosphere, his expression serious. The blond man states that they will be angry when they see Sancho. Another asks why. The gray-haired man explains that Sancho came first on Varangian's entrance exam, but ended up in Colosio anyway, adding that he welcomes fights anytime. Sinclair's name is spoken. The group stands together, the tension palpable as they are observed. Vikir smiles, explaining that she came first at the entrance exam of both the Magic Tower and Themyscira. Her feet are shown as she walks, stating that it'd be great if she does well, but if she doesn't, then it's her loss. She tells someone not to worry about it too much, as the true aces are the third years. The students walk together, the air thick with anticipation and unspoken rivalries. The topic of conversation turned to the distribution of power, the ratio of students across different years. The student wondered if all four institutions could truly manage the situation equally. It would have been great if she could have come, one of them thought, a hint of disappointment in his voice. One of the students expressed disbelief that he had abandoned them again to join another team. Another student countered, explaining that he didn't have a choice, as he had promised them something. Someone remarked that Vikir was on another carriage, a statement tinged with curiosity. One student voiced concern, hoping that he wouldn't get into fights with the other schools. A student questioned what was happening, hoping that nothing bad would happen to him. The group continued their journey, the weight of their concerns settling upon them. One of them admitted to being more worried about his group members. The student gazed out the window, lost in thought about the challenges ahead. Seated, the man emanates an aura of quiet menace, Granui de Leviathan. The symbol of his house, a viper coiled around a lunar crescent, pulses with dark energy. He is the third son of the deadly poison Leviathan family, one of the Empire's 7 great families. The viper's fangs drip venom, its eyes promising swift and silent death to any who dare defy him. Or so the story goes, until he entered Colosio Academy, where he ranked second in the entrance exam. The one who outranked Granui was Sinclair, a commoner with no last name. His first ever loss was against the commoner, Sinclair. But why? As time passed, Granui started to develop strange feelings. No, these feelings might have developed the moment he saw her. Granui realized he was cheering her on. Her eye-catching platinum hair, her smooth skin, her big doe eyes, and her delicate nose and mouth. Although he tried to deny it, saying it was impossible, it was nonetheless the truth. Granui watches as Vikir addresses someone, calling them a commoner. She notes that they don't have a group yet. The woman with white hair stands beside her. He tries to get closer to her. even while berating himself. He can only call her commoner, a derogatory word to address her, but Vikir extends an invitation. You can join ours, she says. Granui seems surprised by her offer. The man with blonde hair stands behind Vikir. Vikir continues to wave, a cheerful expression on her face. Granui looks on, a mix of surprise and contemplation on his face. He tried little by little, but the situation is not improving. Granui's expression is pained as he thinks about Sinclair. Meanwhile, a man with glasses stands with Vikir. Vikir stands close to the man with glasses, their shoulders nearly touching. Meanwhile, Granui stands before a group of people, his expression unreadable. The man with glasses' foot is shown. The man with glasses looks off into the distance. The man with glasses' foot is shown again. Granui wonders what Sinclair sees in this lowly commoner. He wondered aloud if it was because they were both commoners. Vikir's name hung in the air, a silent question. Granui's expression hardened. He was going to crush him, using this opportunity. That's why he joined his group. Vikir, seated, casually declared that he was going to be this group's leader. He challenged anyone to voice complaints. The blonde-haired woman stated that she didn't care as long as he was capable. She then questioned what was with the feet. The three men looked on with varying degrees of annoyance. One of them declared he needed a foot rest since he wanted to stretch his legs. Granui asked if he had any complaints about being a foot rest for a noble when he was a mere commoner. The man's eyes narrowed, a red glint in their depths. If he did, then did he want to fight? Granui's face contorted in rage. He didn't know if he'd ever experienced the pain of being poisoned, though. The purple-haired man warned Vikir not to act tough in front of him. He might plant a poisonous bug inside his body if he did. Granui's finger jabbed accusingly. He told him, "You got that, you lowly commoner bastard." The man's face was twisted in anger, his hand outstretched, covered in a sickly green substance. He seemed ready to strike. The camera focused on Vikir's leg, the fabric of his pants stained with the same ominous green. He looked down at the spreading stain blooming across his chest, a sickly green that promised pain. Vikir calmly announced, "Okay, I'm going to the bathroom." He paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he turned his head. A crash echoed as Granui the Leviathan shouted, "Why, you crazy bastard?" Vikir glanced down, his expression unreadable as he wondered aloud, "What do you think you're doing, Dash?" He raised a finger to his lips, silencing someone with a sharp shoo. Granui was surrounded, his face contorted in rage as shadowy figures loomed behind him, their eyes glowing red. The focus returned to Vikir, his gaze intense as he stared directly at Granui. A strangled cry escaped Granui as hands reached out, grabbing at his face. A gag was forced into Granui's mouth, stifling his protests. Vikir's expression hardened as he declared, "Sorry, but I can't forgive you if you get in my way." He thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination, "I need to get good scores in this year's Olympiad survival competition." From above, the treasure room gleamed, promising untold riches and power. The right to claim an artifact was reserved for the elite, the top contenders. The treasure room was within reach, but only for those who could ascend. A surge of power emanated from him, a silent promise of dominance. He knew what he had to do. The demon in an inanimate form would rise. The air crackled with energy, a fiery aura surrounding the figure. The power intensified, a blinding light emanating from the center. Before him stood the 7th Elite Corpse, Decoravia, a formidable challenge. The 7th Elite Corpse, Decoravia. It is a demon with the form of an inanimate object. Before he regressed, Decoravia was one of the few elite corpses that weren't discovered. It existed as an artifact that was stored inside the treasure room that his school used. It awakened soon after because of the other demons and helped the demons immensely during the time of the fall. The man with glasses thinks to himself, he would have a chance to end the source of trouble in the near future. He thinks he's lucky. He must enter that treasure room. So to do that, the door creaks open. He walks through the door. Someone is kneeling on the ground. The two-headed figure strains against an unseen force, their faces contorted in agony. The man with glasses grits his teeth, a surge of power emanating from him. Beecher's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying as he prepares for what's to come. A group of figures in matching uniforms give a thumbs up, their faces beaming with confidence. He acknowledges that he had to eliminate one variable to move forward. A train car rumbles along the tracks, a magical aura surrounding it. The train continues its journey, the wheels churning and the engine roaring. The group of uniformed figures stands before a grand building, their voices echoing in anticipation. One of the uniformed figures speaks, their words unheard but their intent clear. Beecher stands among the uniformed figures, his presence adding to the sense of purpose. A close-up reveals the intensity in Beecher's eyes, reflecting his unwavering determination. A structure pierces the sky, its design both alien and awe-inspiring. The city sprawls beneath it, identified as Dortsmile City, in the southeastern region of the empire. The magic tower stands tall, radiating an otherworldly power. Its height and width defy comprehension. Its magic beyond the understanding of even the current mages. A ring shimmers with power, its nature prompting the question, is it similar to Andromelius's immortal barrier? Figures stand with banners, their faces obscured, hinting at a formal gathering. A man in a suit extends a hand, stating, "It's been a while, everyone." Vikir smiles warmly, her expression suggesting a reunion of familiar faces. Dollars Lewin Quo Vadis, Colossio Academy's representative, stands with an air of quiet authority. Jurassico Bacaraga, Boot Camp Orangian's representative, crosses his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Lovegood simply states her name, Lovegood. Lovegood Malini, Themyscira Women's University's representative, asks if everyone has been well, noting that they haven't changed. Lovegood Malini stood with the other representatives. It had been less than a year since they last met each other. To be precise, it had been 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds. Another representative, wearing a wolf's head, remarked that Smarty Pants' name was still as funny as ever. He added that it was a difficult name for a musclehead to comprehend. The Magic Tower's representative, Arrogant Smarty Pants, stood silently. One of the representatives groaned, explaining that there was a tradition in the Magic Tower where the seniors named their juniors. Another representative stated the reason he gave up on entering the Magic Tower was because they wanted to name him Soft Cotton. He was certain his real name was Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast. Someone thought that Arrogant Smarty Pants was better. That aside, all of the representatives were unbelievably strong. Varangian's representative, Jurassico Bacaraga, destroyed all the fourth years when he was but a first year and dominated the school. There was a rumor that Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast's grandparents were barbarians who lived in Le Rouge et Lune Warmountain. Their great school president, Dollars, wasn't able to win once against Hohenheim during the Uni League. With talent that will get him appointed as a Magic Tower professor after graduation, his goal is to become the youngest ever Magic Tower master. Themyscira's representative, Lovegood, is said to be skilled, possessing a charm that influences others. It's why she's called Themyscira's Zenith. Plus, she's a dancer for the famous theater dance group. It is believed that in this year's tournament, Hohenheim and Bacaraga will fight for first and second places. President Dollars will place third, and Themyscira's Lovegood will be fourth. The group listened intently to the predictions for the upcoming tournament, absorbing the details of each academy's strengths. Someone asked, surprised, where all this intel came from. Now, Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast gestures towards a magic tower, informing them that they have all traveled a long way. He offers to guide them to their rooms. He turned, leading the way. The night sky stretched above. The group looked up, their expressions a mix of awe and anticipation as they approached their destination. This is where we're staying? The lodging was a whimsical structure, its architecture defying gravity with its playful design. A dazzling array of food was laid out before them, a feast for the eyes and stomach. The spread included cakes, fruits, and meats, all glistening under the light. Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast, eyes wide, marveled at the buffet in their room. Whoa, to think there's a buffet in our room. A voice wondered if anyone had seen Vikir, expressing worry about him. Someone pointed out that he was at the table diagonal to them. Another voice dismissed the worry, saying it was overkill. The group considered the competition, noting that each school had 100 students, and they needed a place in the top 10. The goal was clear, so that they can get an artifact. Vikir listened, a slight frown creasing her brow as she considered the implications of the upcoming competition. Steam rose from a pot, the sounds of cooking filling the air. A man carried a plate piled high with food, his expression unreadable. Two men discussed sharing the same accommodation as the students of Orangian, surprised by the arrangement. Someone expressed their dislike for how unrefined they were, their gaze fixed on the food. The buffet was a battlefield, where the number of refills mattered most. Quantity trumped quality as the competitors swarmed the food, plates piled high. Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast seemed surprised by something he saw. A woman, relieved, offered a quiet "thank you," to the man behind her. The muscular men wondered what the others would eat if they took all the food. Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast accused someone of skipping the queue, calling it rude. He gestured with his hand, emphasizing his point about proper buffet etiquette. A woman exclaimed in surprise, recognizing someone. Sancho? The blond man looked shocked, perhaps at being recognized so suddenly. Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast retorted that buffets don't have lines. The muscular men continued their march toward the buffet, unfazed by the commotion. The annoyed woman complained about the Colossio guys dawdling around, fearing she might lose muscle mass if she got angry. He stares, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as if caught off guard by an unexpected accusation. A voice booms, questioning his identity. What's this? You're Sancho Barataria, aren't you? The man with the ponytail and glasses stands firm, his expression unreadable as he continues his interrogation. The man accuses Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast of cowardice, claiming he ran away after Varangian's entrance exam. Philippus reflects on his decision, thinking he had more to learn in Colosio. The two men stand face to face, tension hanging heavy in the air between them as they prepare for a confrontation. The man with the ponytail reveals himself. Forgotten me, Bolison, the one you contested with during the test. Meanwhile, a group discusses Philippus's choice, noting that he said he had more to learn at Colosio, despite placing first at Varangian's entrance exam. A hand reaches out, perhaps to stop the making fun of the weak. A hand wraps a bandage, preparing for a fight. Bali Bolison, Varangian's top first-year student, requests a duel against the first years of Colosio. The sound of something breaking echoes. He demanded that their strongest warrior reveal himself immediately. The man with gray hair questioned who their strongest warrior might be. The challenger's voice carried across the room, even to where Beecher sat eating. Beecher glanced up, a flicker of curiosity in his red eyes. He continued to eat, seemingly unfazed by the interruption. An intense aura began to emanate from the man eating. The air around him seemed to crackle with unseen energy. The man with the gray hair's face contorted in anger, demanding to know if he was the strongest first year. The man eating simply stared back, his expression unreadable. He continued to manipulate the food on his plate, seemingly unconcerned. He picked up a piece of food with his spoon, his gaze unwavering. The air crackled with unspoken tension as the group watched the confrontation unfold. The muscular man leaned in, his voice a low growl. "Are you Colossio's?" The man with glasses met his gaze, unflinching. "Strongest first year." Muscles flexed, veins bulging, as the challenge hung in the air. A palpable sense of anticipation filled the room. The muscular man proposed a test of strength. "How about an arm wrestle without mana?" The man with glasses narrowed his eyes. "What, you scared? You can tell me if you are." A sinister smile crept across the muscular man's face, a glint in his eye. Two onlookers reacted with surprise, realizing the intensity of the challenge. A trio of concerned faces watched the confrontation, sensing the potential for conflict. A plea echoed through the room, cutting through the tension. "Please stop." Lun Quo Vadis states that creating disturbances between schools before the tournament is not permitted. The announcement echoes, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Lun Quo Vadis suggests stopping the taunting, believing turning in early for the tournament is best, but Bolison interrupts, telling her to wait. Bolison considers the situation a small problem between energetic freshmen, finding it amusing. Bolison's expression is one of sinister amusement. The focus shifts to the hand of Mr. Bacaraga. It's Jurassico Bacaraga. The school presidents of both Colosio and Varangian are present, wondering what is going on. Bolison put his name in honor of being a Varangian freshman on the line and requested a duel, so they asked what the strongest first-year Colosio will do. Lun Quo Vadis understands what Mr. Bacaraga is saying, but a no is a no. Jurassico's junior is hyped up so that he can prove his strength. Bolison's associate gestures, drawing his attention to something across the way. The man with cotton stuffed in his nose follows the gesture, his expression unreadable. The students stand together, a united front. One declares that the same consideration should be extended to Colossio's students, their safety being paramount. The blonde woman looks on with concern, her brow furrowed. The students stand behind her, their expressions a mix of determination and worry. The woman considers the potential consequences of using her authority to stop the challenge. She fears that the first year's morale might suffer before the competition even begins. The woman's expression hardens, her resolve firming. The student's safety remains her top priority, a responsibility she takes seriously. The man with glasses wonders if the challenger will get hurt. He seems worried about the potential outcome of the arm wrestling match. The red-haired man assures him that the challenger will take it easy. He seems confident in the challenger's abilities and control. The name Jurassico Bacaraga is displayed prominently, highlighting his significance in the unfolding events. Before his regression, he was one of the great heroes of mankind's allied forces. His imposing figure stands as a testament to his past glory. During his time in Varangian, Jurassico Bacaraga fought with the fourth years because they bullied him for his parents being born in the forest. That was how he conquered his school and became a famous anecdote. Solidarity with Bacaraga is shown as a group of men stand together, their arms crossed. They show their support for him. Since then, he wasn't looked down on, but acknowledged instead. His reputation had changed. The blonde woman proposes a challenge. Beecher Van Baskerville agrees, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. Bolison stands behind another man, his muscular frame casting a long shadow over the table. A voice booms with laughter, relishing the choice made by the challenger. The man being grabbed cries out. Vikir watches with concern as Bolison's hand tightens. Beecher Van Baskerville anticipates the attention he will gain from this contest. He knows that focusing on the small things will make him miss the big picture. Beecher's expression remains calm, betraying none of his inner thoughts. Jurassico Bakuraga's voice rings out, declaring that he and Vikir will be. The arm wrestling match intensifies, the pressure mounting on the participants. Vikir cries out in disbelief, her face contorted in shock. The scene descends into chaos, with bodies sprawled on the ground in disarray. Jurassico Bakuraga roars, accusing someone of trickery and declaring himself the true opponent. He extends his hand, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. The man with red hair looks on as Jurassico Bakuraga is asked if he is serious. Judging from his expression, the man with glasses doesn't believe this is a joke. The man with red hair declares that he will accept his opponent's vigor. The victor will be decided either by forfeit or a clear victory as the arm wrestling match begins. The man with glasses states that if any risk of injury arises, the match will end immediately. The hands grip tighter, ready to begin the contest of strength. The man with red hair seems surprised by something. The man with glasses seems to be thinking as the match begins. The hands lock together, the muscles straining with effort. Ballison shouts as the arm wrestling match intensifies. The pressure mounts. The two men strain against each other, their muscles bulging with effort. Their hands lock, the tension palpable as each tries to force the other down. The man with black hair struggles, his body contorted with the effort of resisting. Ballison observes that the man with black hair is enduring the president's strength. He wonders if the president is going easy on him. Vikir shouts, urging the president not to go easy on his opponent and to defeat him. Vikir asks if the man with black hair is okay, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation. Someone thinks that the man with black hair was on another level, but they didn't realize he was this strong. Jurassico Bakuraga watches the match intently, his expression unreadable. Someone comments that if Jurassico Bakuraga is being serious, then the man with black hair might have a chance at winning. The arm wrestling match continues, the outcome still uncertain as the two men struggle for dominance. The sound of straining muscles fills the air as the match reaches its climax. Ballison watches as Beecher, Van Baskerville, and the red-haired man continue their arm wrestling match, locked in a test of strength. Vikir observes the intense competition. The red-haired man grits his teeth, struggling against the freshman's surprising power. He is clearly exerting himself to the limit. The freshman's strength is unbelievably strong, a force that seems to defy explanation. His opponent is struggling to comprehend it. The red-haired man reflects, admitting he had planned to end this after controlling his power. But he changed his mind as soon as he grabbed Beecher's hand. Beecher is putting weight on his triceps and shoulders, maximizing his forearm strength. He focuses intently on the match. Even though he has a bigger physique, the red-haired man acknowledges that in terms of technique, Beecher is on a whole other level. Lightning crackles around him. Even if they put his technique aside, it still feels like he's doing something stupid. The image of a massive boulder looms in his mind. The red-haired man feels like he's forcibly trying to pull a massive boulder. He strains against the immense weight. The red-haired man is asked if he is a seasoned veteran who's experienced everything. His opponent seems to recognize his skill. The red-haired man is told that he seems to have as much dignity as his father. He wonders how that is possible. Beecher, focused on the match, wonders who the hell his opponent is. He is clearly curious about the man's identity. The red-haired man is revealed to be Timidon, a hunter. His identity is finally revealed. His face contorted, the red-haired man's intensity reached a fever pitch. Timidon declared, his voice resonating with power, that he was a Balak hunter. The strain on the table grew, the wood groaning under immense pressure. With a resounding crack, the table splintered, sending debris flying in all directions. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, carrying dust and fragments of the shattered table. Vikir shielded her eyes, exclaiming that she couldn't see anything amidst the chaos. Beecher questioned the sudden wind. Amidst the swirling debris, Beecher and Timidon stood their ground, the man with glasses questioning if the table broke. The red-haired man began to speak, his expression unreadable in the aftermath. Beecher remained seated, observing the unfolding events with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Splintered wood lay scattered, the remnants of a table shattered by immense force. The crowd roared its approval, declaring it a great match, even in defeat. They couldn't believe he lasted so long against Varangian's president, now seeing Colossio in a new light. A fist clenched tight, the knuckles bone white from the sheer force. The man with black hair and glasses knelt, a voice questioning if he lost on purpose. A hand reached out, offering support after the intense battle. Runes glowed around the hand, declaring him the pride of the forest. The runes swirled around the man with red hair as he offered a hand to Beecher Van Baskerville. Laughter erupted as the man with red hair declared it a great match, Colossio. The crowd continued to cheer, one voice calling the Bakuraga guy cool, like a true man. Looking forward to tomorrow's match, despite the burning passion of the men. The towering structure stood against the night sky, its lights glowing. The night before the competition came to a peaceful end. Finally, The day had arrived, the magic tower looming in the distance. The official day of the University League had come, the tower beacon. The magic tower stood tall, ready to host the year's competition. The voice echoed, stating it was an honor to have this. The master of the magic tower, long white-bearded whale, declared the competition would be held at their tower. A stern figure sat in a high-backed chair, observing the proceedings. The sign identified him as Deputy Principal of Colossio Academy, Vinci Morgue. From above, a figure addressed the crowd, expressing gratitude to all. No matter how many times he sees the magic tower's spare eye, Beecher remains fascinated. With the spare eye's power, the instructors can observe every student participating in the University League competition. The instructor confirms that they can see what all 400 students are doing. The map of this year's survival competition is revealed, showcasing a treacherous landscape. The competition will take place in Isle Rouge et Le Noir Mountain. The instructors wonder how the students will survive in such a hellish map like this one. The mountain looms, a dark forest filled with unseen dangers lurking in the shadows. A student, armed with a bow, stands ready to face the challenges ahead, his expression unreadable. A voice wonders if the students are curious as well. The day of the Olympiad survival competition had arrived, and a magic tower loomed large. The magic tower, a place of wonder, held countless secrets within its interiors. The tower contained numerous spaces that transcended reality itself. The Olympiad survival competition would take place on Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain, a volcano of immense height and width. The mountain loomed, a silent sentinel against the darkened sky. Students from each school were summoned in random locations with their respective teams. They needed to adjust to the harsh environment of the forest, as well as survive and prevent their HP shield from reaching zero. That was the most important rule of this tournament, to keep your HP above zero. A monstrous foot crashed through the undergrowth, shaking the very ground. A student's eyes widened in terror, a silent scream building in her throat. A guttural roar echoed through the forest as a hulking monster emerged from the shadows. The students had a choice: flee from the monstrous threat or stand their ground. The monster roared, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent as it prepared to strike. Muscles rippled beneath its thick hide, a testament to its raw power. The ground trembled as the monster gathered its strength for a devastating blow. The students steeled their resolve, preparing to face the monstrous challenge together. The rules of the Olympiad survival competition were clear: hunt the monsters and increase your points. Tutor instructed, let's distract the monster until the next attack. Sancho added, after your shield goes down, guard Bianca and Sinclair. Sinclair shouted, Bianca, while Tutor and I distract the monster, aim for its fatal points. The students prepared to execute their plan, their faces a mixture of determination and fear. With a mighty roar, the monster charged forward. Let's go, someone yelled. The battle commenced, the students engaging the monster in a desperate fight for survival. The blonde-haired student braced, leveling the spear toward the hulking monster. With a burst of speed, she lunged forward, the spear aimed at the monster's eye. The purple-haired student unleashed a barrage of arrows, while Vikir pressed the attack with her spear. Bianca, her face contorted in determination, shouted, Bianca, you ready? Sinclair, bow drawn, focused intently, preparing to unleash another volley of arrows. Sinclair confirmed, yeah. The combined assault of spear and arrows tore into the monster's flesh. The blonde-haired student and a white-haired student stood back to back, narrowly avoiding the monster's counterattack. That was really close. Sinclair, looking down at the others, remarked, I just saved you, you know? Maybe I should have taken my time with it. The white-haired student urged, run. Sinclair, confused, responded, huh? The white-haired student looked on with worry. The blonde-haired student shouted, Tutor, PG, run. She questioned what was happening as the fiery vortex swirled around them. The flames erupted with a deafening roar. A voice chuckled, regarding them as mere insects in a coliseum. A message appeared, stating that points could be gained by praying. The man with glasses mused that it didn't make sense for them to rank higher than a magic tower. On people. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a blue-haired man found himself in a dense forest. He cursed under his breath, his stamina already depleting from simply walking. He wondered if such a hellish forest could truly exist. He questioned where the others had gone. The woman with blue hair grits her teeth, a vein throbbing in her forehead. The man with blue hair considered their situation. Had they been teleported back to the lobby for elimination? He lamented that he would have scolded them if he hadn't let his guard down back then. Vikir's nostrils flared, her eyes narrowing as she inhaled deeply. Food, she exclaimed, recognizing the enticing aroma. This is the smell of food. The man with blue hair was spreading the smell of food in this huge forest. It was basically like saying, come here and get me. He planned to paralyze them with his poison magic and steal their food. Elsewhere, a crude trap lay in wait near a campfire. Vikir's eyes widened in alarm as she noticed something amiss. Too late. The man with blue hair was already falling headfirst into the pit. "What is this?" he shouted. "Who made this trap? Let me." The man with blue hair plummeted downwards, someone asking what he was doing there. He looks up from the bottom of the pit, clearly confused. The view from below shows the dark blue hair of the fallen man. The group above stares down at him, their HP stats displayed above their heads. One of them stammers, "Oh, it was just you guys." The camera pans out, showing the group sitting around the campfire, the pit barely visible in the background. Silence hangs in the air as the group processes the situation. One of the group members asks, "You guys have shelter and food? Who set all of this up?" Another member replies, "Vicky. The commoner did everything. Did everything." The group around the campfire seems surprised. "The commoner did all of this?" one asks. One of the members, clearly agitated, thinks, "Don't lie to me. How can such a lowlife do something like this?" The agitated member continues, "Wait, I was just asking how." The man's internal monologue intensifies. "Why do I, someone from one of the 7 great families, need to tiptoe around this commoner?" The man's face contorts in anger as he fumes, questioning why he has to be so careful around the commoner. The words hung in the air, a challenge to the Baskerville name. Around the campfire, the group settled in, the flames casting dancing shadows. One of the members felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could disappear. Vikir's expression softened, a hint of concern flickering across her face. The group was cooking monster meat as bait, but they offered it to her, stating they had already eaten. Vikir looked up, surprised by the offer, questioning why they were giving it to her. Beecher smiled, explaining it was because she was their leader, Granui's poison being useful in the forest. The woman with purple hair teared up, thinking that he might come in handy later. Even though she looked down on this commoner so much, who would have thought he'd be? The man with glasses' HP increased. The group remained seated around the campfire. Meanwhile, silence descended, broken only by the crackling fire. An arrow flew, piercing the quiet with deadly intent. A monstrous roar echoes as the beast's massive form is struck. A group of students stand victorious over their fallen prey. The monster's face contorts in pain, its glowing red eyes filled with rage. Blades flash as the students deliver the final blows. The monster collapses, its massive body crashing to the ground. Blood splatters as the monster breathes its last. The students remark on how easy the fight was, noting that it was monster number 30. The student with glasses considers their strategy. If they want to stay in the top 10, they need to catch more. Another student questions why they are hunting monsters when other students are worth more points. The student with glasses wonders what the commoner is planning. He recognizes the feeling as familiar. The practical evaluation was underway, points awarded for survival and monster hunting. He had come first by avoiding the others and hunting monsters instead. The rumor was right. This exam location made him feel like he was back home, a familiar feeling. But ever since entering Le Noir Mountain, something felt off. Inside the magic tower, he had been feeling anxious for some reason. It was like his sword master senses were warning him, a feeling he couldn't ignore. An archer advanced through the forest, bow in hand, ready for what was to come. The air crackled with energy. Something was approaching, and it was close. In the distance, other students moved through the forest, unaware of the impending threat. The sounds of rustling leaves and snapping twigs filled the air, masking the true danger. A group of students prepared for battle, energy crackling around them as they readied their weapons. One student's eyes widened in alarm, the approaching threat now undeniable. He paused, his breath catching in his throat as he looked up. Beecher's eyes darted around, searching for the source of the disturbance. "By Kir?" he questioned, his voice barely a whisper. The Olympiad survival competition continues, with the number of survivors dwindling to 149 out of 400 participants. Despite Colosseo having the fewest students, Hohenheim has eliminated a significant number of their freshmen. The woman with short hair finds the situation amusing, calling it gallant. The speaker believes the arrogant smarty pants has finally shown his true colors. Vinci Morg seems to be in deep thought, his expression unreadable. It appears that Colosseo is having a particularly unlucky year. The man with the beard is asked what he is thinking about. Vinci Morg is addressed directly, his name hanging in the air. He gestures over the map, a complex web of glowing lines. An apology hangs in the air, thick with unspoken concerns. Vinci Morg, responsible for the tournament location, speaks with a grave tone. The map shimmers as he questions its true safety for the students. Doubts linger about the map's safety for the upcoming competition. The Magic Tower's creation is no ordinary forest, adding to the unease. Vinci Morg elaborates on the restricted area deep within the forest. Monsters lurk, their presence a growing threat to the students. The monstrous forms hint at the dangers that lie in wait. Years ago, the Morg family reported an S-rank monster in the restricted area. The report detailed the large amounts of casualties caused by the monster. Vinci Morg wonders if the Magic Tower system will act appropriately. Does the system have countermeasures prepared for the worst-case scenario should arise? Vinci Morg, his brow furrowed, admitted he had also heard of such contingencies. However, no one had witnessed such a monster after that incident, he explained, and the rumors were spread by the Morg family, who opposed the Magic Tower. Fundamentally, Vinci Morg confessed he did not trust what they said about the system. Additionally, all the monsters who appear in the competition grounds have had their skill levels adjusted to match the students. The current levels of the students range from low-ranking sword experts and fourth circle mages to low-ranking graduators, a level the system cannot handle. However, the system's limitations were not fully understood. If there is a student of the seventh circle or higher, or a student who is a sword master, the system will begin to summon monsters the students cannot handle. The person with glowing red eyes stated that theoretically speaking, that should be impossible. Even if something were to happen, two students stood over their defeated opponents. They wondered if they had been eliminated too. Now that the HP of their shields had reached 0, the system will automatically teleport them to the competition lobby, it seems. A deep frown creases the man's brow as he considers the implications. Vice Principal Vinci Morg stands firm, but someone finds his statement absurd. This is where the Empire's best mages gather, it is said. Their class is different from the reputable Morg family and Colossio Academy. The man believes that someone is wasting their time with these concerns. The old man with glasses seems to be speaking about delusions that will not happen. The man with the furrowed brow thinks of the stubborn old man. So, it has come to this, the scene seems to imply. Tutor, PG, Bianca, and Sancho have all been eliminated, the Archer states. The white-haired character seems to agree with the Archer statement. The white-haired character is surprised by something, questioning what is happening. While Bianca and Sancho were occupied elsewhere, other matters unfolded. For figures stood together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Vinci Morg seemed pleased. He was glad to have met them, but questioned how their HP remained the same. The man with glasses' HP was 100. The man with glasses noted that his HP depleted quickly just by running a little in the forest. The character with white hair exclaimed that the man with blue hair was amazing. The man with blue hair knew it. He couldn't stand those two being together. The man with blue hair has been hiding and hunting monsters deep inside the forest, so his HP will remain the same. He thought it was amazing and that he could do that too. The man with blue hair's red eye narrowed. He readied his bow and arrows. An arrow flew towards the character with white hair, who exclaimed in surprise. Vikir was lost in thought, musing over something when he was suddenly interrupted. A figure dashed forward, a blade glinting as it cut through the air with deadly intent. The blade found its mark, and Vikir cried out in pain as the attack landed. Someone muted the noise of their approach with silencing magic, confident in their ambush. A group approached Vikir, smugly remarking that they had found him despite his attempts to hide. The group's health points were displayed, showing their relative strength and preparedness for battle. Another figure with a higher health point count held a glowing orb, their instincts proving to be sharp. Someone scoffed at the situation, finding the arrogance of their opponent to be quite amusing. Elsewhere, deep within a forest, a voice called out, demanding that someone wait. The individual with white hair was questioned, their name, Sinclair, hanging in the air. Two figures discussed Sinclair, one asking if the other knew her, hinting at a shared history or reputation. Sinclair was labeled a traitor for choosing Colossio, despite her past success in Themyscirus entrance exam. One woman is shocked by what was just said. The other seems to be apologizing for the statement. The woman with pink hair calls out to someone with white hair. She questions why they arrogantly went to Colossio instead of Themyscira. She demands not to be told that the reason they went to Colossio was for lowly reasons. The woman with pink hair asks if it has something to do with dating someone. The woman with pink hair seems flustered. The woman with pink hair is blushing and says, "Guys." The man with glasses is shown with a serious expression. The man with glasses wonders why she is looking at him, and how one face can look nerdy, cute, sexy, and handsome all at the same time. The woman with pink hair thinks that he is her fucking type. The man with glasses adjusts his glasses. The man with glasses is told not to stare at Vikir like that. She is addressed with a formal title, but the tone suggests mockery. Someone turns away, perhaps in response to the perceived disrespect. The air crackles with building tension, a prelude to violence. The woman questions the use of ma'am, her tone laced with disbelief and anger. Another woman, standing at a distance, hurls an insult, escalating the conflict. The woman's rage boils over, a direct threat escaping her lips. A figure is ensnared, dark tendrils rising to bind and constrict. The sound of impact echoes, signaling a blow landed or a barrier broken. Fiery energy erupts, scorching the earth and illuminating the battlefield. A combatant, wounded but defiant, demands their opponent surrender. Vikir grits her teeth, her expression a mask of determination amidst the chaos. A hand crackles with fiery power, ready to unleash a devastating attack. She continued to move forward, each step echoing in the tense atmosphere. The blonde-haired woman found herself surrounded by a raging inferno. A voice echoed, taunting Vikir, stating she had nowhere left to run. Saintus. Heavy footsteps approached, the sound growing louder with each step. The man with glasses grinned, confident that eliminating Vikir would make defeating the rest of Colosio easy. He declared that the Magic Tower would undoubtedly win this year's survival competition. Vikir gasped, her eyes wide with desperation, as she thought, I can't get eliminated here. The man with glasses stood opposite Vikir, a sinister aura surrounding him. A monstrous wolf-like creature erupted in laughter, its menacing presence filling the air. The wolf creature, showing an HP of 87, was told not to be so conceited. The wolf creature lunged forward, initiating a fierce attack. The man with glasses observed the scene, noting the high level of mana being used. Are you a graduate? The disembodied voice questioned, laced with concentration. The wolf creature snarled, its eyes gleaming with manic energy. There was no way it would fall behind. The wolf creature lunged forward, claws extended, ready to strike with lethal force. She raised her hand, a glowing shield of energy forming to meet the oncoming assault. The impact reverberated, the air crackling with magical energy as the two forces collided. The wolf creature pressed its attack, red energy blades slicing through the air towards her. The hunter barely managed to block the attack, the force of the blow staggering her slightly. She readied her bow, preparing a counter. This magic was the same skill that the Morg's triplets, the three flowers, use, but this one is made up of 3 different types of magic. The archer focused, her red eyes glowing with determination as she drew back the string. Her fingers tightened around the arrow, the tip aimed directly at her opponent. The archer's expression hardened, her resolve unwavering as she prepared to unleash her counterattack. The forest was filled with an unsettling sound as birds scattered. An ominous energy permeated the air, a palpable sense of dread. The group stood together, alert to the growing disturbance in the forest. The ground began to crack, the forest floor splitting apart with violent force. The wolf-headed man frowned. He stated that he hadn't heard anything about earthquakes in the forest. The tremors intensified, shaking the very foundations of the forest. The woman with blonde hair looked back, startled by the sudden shift in the environment. Support Vikir ran, her eyes wide with fear as the forest floor continued to rupture. The wolf-headed man and Support Vikir moved with haste, trying to escape the escalating chaos. The man with glasses watched with concern as Support Vikir and the wolf-headed man fled. The earth continued to split, the tremors growing stronger with each passing moment. A colossal insect emerged from the depths, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding trees. She stared ahead, her dark eyes reflecting the monstrous form looming before her. The insect's multifaceted eye glinted, a crimson orb filled with ancient malice. The colossal insect hovered, its segmented body ringed with bands of blue and gold. Vikir's gaze lifted, her expression a mixture of shock and dawning recognition. A wave of dread washed over her as the insect's identity was revealed. The Madam, a monstrous form bursts forth, its grotesque features filling the space. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread emanating from the creature. The ground erupts as the monster's power intensifies. A shockwave of force rips through the area, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast throws several figures into the air. Their screams are cut short as they are tossed about like rag dolls, completely at the mercy of the monster's power. A desperate plea echoes amidst the chaos. President Lovegood, please get a grip. The situation spirals further out of control. A group of onlookers can only stare in stunned disbelief. Their faces are masks of terror as they witness the horrifying display of power before them. She gazes up at the monstrous form, a chilling realization dawning on her. So, the reason behind the ominous feeling I got the moment I entered this place was because of the Madam. Before regression, stories about the Madam were merely fragments of a legend passed down through the generations. After countless investigations and several revisions, the Madam was recorded in the Dictionary of the Empire's Monsters. She stares, mouth agape, at the horrifying entity. What the hell is that? In other words, no one has properly seen the Madam before, including everyone inside the Magic Tower. The Madam looms, a terrifying presence. I know this variable happened because of my influence. The aftermath of the Madam's emergence leaves a lingering sense of dread. The world has changed, and the consequences are yet to be fully understood. She and the others reacted to the unseen force, a wave of energy washing over them. The air crackled with an ominous power. Her legs refused to respond, locked in place by an unknown paralysis. Panic began to set in. Vikir wondered if this was the end, if she was about to be eliminated. The monstrous presence loomed closer. A desperate cry rang out, warning the president to dodge. The attack was imminent, a wave of purple energy surging forward. The purple energy continued its destructive path, leaving devastation in its wake. Her eyes widened in terror as the force approached, the realization of her helplessness sinking in. Amidst the chaos, a voice cried out, "Anna!" The figure sat slumped against a tree, seemingly defeated. The monstrous entity roared, its form shifting and growing more grotesque. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Its glowing eyes pierced the darkness, searching for its next target. The air was thick with dread. Elsewhere, the landscape was scarred with glowing red lights, a testament to the destruction wrought by the madam. The monstrous entity continued its rampage, its massive form crushing everything in its path. The survivors scattered. Beecher, observing the chaos, wondered where it was going. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. The student breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly avoided elimination. He wondered if they were being moved to a new area. Another student considered the situation with a grim expression. There was no way they'd allow an irregularity in the competition, he thought. In the distance, two students called out, their voices echoing through the environment. "Anna!" they shouted, their faces etched with concern. A student lay prone, his health points registering 0. He remained in the arena, unmoving, awaiting some kind of response. One of the students with pink hair expressed her confusion. She wondered why the student with 0 HP wasn't being teleported to the waiting room. Another student wondered how they were supposed to get out of there. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and escape seemed impossible. One student questioned what the other meant. Was she saying that they wouldn't be sent to the waiting room even if they were eliminated? One student expressed disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. He questioned why the tournament wasn't being stopped after a monster had appeared. Panic began to set in as the students wondered what the control room was even doing. The situation was spiraling out of control. Despair washed over them as they realized the control room had lost control and was simply leaving them to die. The gravity of their situation became clear. One student, overwhelmed by fear, cried out, expressing his desperate desire to survive. The reality of their predicament was terrifying. A group of students stood together, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. They knew they had to find a way to survive, even if the odds were stacked against them. A voice cuts through the chaos, checking if everyone is all right. Inside the Mage Tower control room, a grim discovery is made. The students aren't teleporting back. Panic rises as it's revealed someone has already been hurt, a desperate plea to get the students out echoes. The Tower Master, face contorted in rage, demands the tournament be halted immediately. An old man with glasses expresses disbelief, muttering about something that shouldn't exist in the jungle. A thought surfaces, a regret that that thing had appeared. The old man laments that the Mage Tower could have won the tournament. The Tower Master's face is a mask of fury, teeth bared in a snarl. Feet stomp down with force, the sound echoing with suppressed rage. Two figures argue, the tension palpable as one demands the competition be stopped, accusing the other of intending to kill all the students. The old man with glasses, defeated, whispers that he can't. A hand gestures, seemingly resigned. Even if he tries, it won't work. The man with purple hair questions the old man's statement, seeking clarification. He believes that when an entity, they can't go in there, and their students can't come out, the old man explains, his face etched with worry. The man with purple hair asks if there is a solution, his hand gesturing in anticipation. A red barrier pulses with energy, its presence a stark reminder of the danger. The old man raises a finger towards the barrier, stating that if they can kill that monster, he's sure she'll be fine. A grotesque monster looms, its multiple mouths a terrifying sight. The magic tower system will return to normal. A student lies prone, attended to by unseen hands, their fate uncertain. Fortunately, it seems like the impact was neutralized when the HP shield went down. She just fainted. If she keeps resting, the students are relieved to see their comrade is all right. What a relief. The situation here is now under control, but the place where that monster is headed is... Anna looks on, concerned. She hopes the other students are okay, her expression filled with worry. She stares ahead, her expression a mix of shock and concern as the gravity of the situation settles in. Vikir's gaze hardens, his red eyes gleaming behind his glasses as he considers the enemy. Her mere existence, he muses, can break a person's will. But this madam, he thinks, is different from the one he encountered outside the magic tower. The monstrous entity looms, its form grotesque, its eyes glowing with an unnatural, menacing light. Analyzing the foe, Vikir notes her weaknesses. She doesn't use poison, and her blind spots are plentiful, with holes riddling her sturdy body. It seems, he speculates, that this madam was summoned by the magic tower as an imitation of the dead madam, the madam of the past. Vikir's expression remains grim, his mind racing as he formulates a plan. Elsewhere, a woman kneels beside a fallen comrade, the scene a stark reminder of the stakes. They won't be able to win against this weak version of the madam, Vikir thinks, his resolve hardening. But perhaps he considers he should prioritize helping them overcome their fear and find the will to fight back first. If he wants to achieve his goal and avoid more casualties, then he needs power, he realizes, clenching his fist. Vikir declares, his eyes resolute, that he is going to go. She reflects on a past failure, one born of complacency. The pink-haired woman vows to avenge someone. Vikir's expression hardens, her resolve solidifying. She will stop the monster from hurting anyone else. From a distance, the president of Themyscira stands firm. Her presence commands attention. A voice declares that Lovegood's spirit suits Varangian more. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The white-haired man with the wolf pelt declares he is going too. He mutters the name Bakaraga. Vikir stands alongside the blonde woman. They agree that they cannot let the students be sacrificed. The man with the wolf pelt is asked what he thinks. The man with glasses awaits his response. The blonde woman admits that they need Vikir's power, despite not wanting to admit it. The stakes are high. A voice concedes that there is no choice. The speaker's tone suggests resignation. A close-up reveals the face of the man with glasses. His expression is unreadable. Though annoyed, the man with glasses agrees to a truce. He adjusts his glasses, his gaze intense. The man with glasses declares that everything is for the sake of the Magic Tower's victory. His words carry a heavy weight. A voice mused that they had underestimated their foes, those heroes at the forefront during the fall. A sinister smile spread across a face, a low laugh escaping their lips. The triplets stood together, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Anna instructed them to listen carefully and relay the information to others. A man with glasses declared his intention to reveal the method to attack the madam. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to chaos. A monstrous figure loomed, its claws extended as people screamed and fled in terror. Screams echoed as the unseen attacker struck with brutal force. A man desperately sprinted away, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A girl in a school uniform screamed, her face contorted in fear as she was attacked. She was sent flying, the impact throwing her through the air. The girl cried out for help, clutching her ankle, convinced it was twisted. He could only stare, a bead of sweat trickling down his pale face. Beecher Van Baskerville stood frozen, facing a monstrous insect that towered over him. The insect-like monster emitted a strange, sorrowful cry. "I'm sorry." Anna, overwhelmed by terror, could only manage a choked, "And no," as tears streamed down her face. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a fiery inferno. Deep within the inferno, the monster's multiple eyes glowed with an eerie, purple light. The creature remained standing amidst the flames, its glowing eyes piercing through the smoke. A figure with glasses gripped a golden, trident-like weapon, preparing for another attack. Vikir observed, noting that bug-type monsters should be weak against fire magic, yet it had no effect. The monstrous form writhed, engulfed in a torrent of flame. Beecher leapt into the fray, his blade glinting as he descended towards the fiery beast. The blade flashed, poised to strike the monster. Vikir expressed her surprise. Her flame magic had no effect on it. It was a bug-type monster. The figure dodged a sweeping attack, narrowly avoiding the monster's wrath. Vikir grimaced, realizing their attacks were useless against the creature's defenses. She explained that its exoskeleton was too tough for them to penetrate. Vikir continued, revealing that the monster multiplies when cut, but its only weakness is the cracks across its exoskeleton. Another character explained that while it won't do much damage, distracting it with flame magic could help. The group prepared to get close and attack its weak points. Anna appreciated the information and strategy being provided. She wonders how he knows so much about the creature. Beecher, with a bead of sweat running down his face, claims he's encountered it before. He assures them that if they follow his plan, they should be able to defeat it. The monster's grotesque hand, riddled with glowing purple cracks, looms large. Its cracked exoskeleton seems to pulse with dark energy. The group advances through a forest of massive, thorny vines, the monster's presence looming ahead. The air crackles with unseen power. Beecher, looking strained, admits that they can't distract it for much longer. Vikir stands ready, her staff glowing with potent magic. The blonde woman raises her staff, channeling arcane energy. Vikir's eyes glow with power as she prepares to unleash her attack. The magic surges, and she declares that it's more than enough. The magical energy crackles around the monster. The monstrous spider pulsed with dark energy, its chitinous leg a study in alien geometry. Multiple eyes glinted with predatory hunger, promising a swift and brutal end. Thick, bristly hairs covered its grotesque form, a testament to its savage nature. The spider's head, a cluster of glowing eyes, focused on its prey. A guttural roar ripped from its throat, a challenge and a promise of violence. Streaks of crimson energy tore through the air, harbingers of a coordinated assault. A voice echoed, full of determination, It was Vikir declaring, "It's your guy's turn." The spider monster reeled as red and blue energies slammed into its armored body. Two figures, blades flashing, pressed the attack in a blaze of red light. A figure with wolfish features surged forward, crackling with blue power. The wolf-like figure roared, a primal scream of fury and unleashed power. Raw energy coursed through the figure's arm, ready to be unleashed. Streaks of residual energy faded, the echoes of the recent clash still lingering. The impact of the attacks had left its mark, the air thick with dust and debris. Figures tumbled through the air, the aftermath of the battle scattering the combatants. She wondered aloud if their victory was due to skill or merely obscured by smoke. The blonde-haired character watched, his expression unreadable amidst the chaos. "I definitely felt my sword cutting through her, thou dash," he thought, his grip tightening on the weapon. Vikir looked down at the others, her expression a mix of concern and uncertainty. The group of soldiers looked on with wide eyes, their faces etched with worry. The assembled group stood together, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. A woman's eyes widened in shock, her face a mask of disbelief and fear. Energy surged once more, a sign that the battle was far from over. A monstrous, mechanical spider descends, its multiple eyes glowing ominously. The mechanical horror looms, its presence casting a dark shadow. The mechanical spider lets out a monstrous roar, shaking the very ground. Energy crackles, building to a crescendo of destructive force. The energy intensifies, a prelude to the impending devastation. A wave of pure energy explodes outward, consuming everything in its path. She's caught in the blast, the force threatening to overwhelm her and her companions. The energy continues to surge, an unstoppable torrent of destruction. The group struggles against the onslaught, desperately trying to withstand the blast. The energy rips through the environment, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Vikir grits her teeth, her expression a mask of determination amidst the chaos. The aftermath is a scene of destruction, the air thick with the scent of ozone. A small group of soldiers trudged through the forest, their mission weighing heavily on their minds. Could they truly defeat the madam? The soldiers questioned the possibility of success. The gravity of their task hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. The soldier with glasses remained silent, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought, contemplating the odds. One of the soldiers declared it impossible, his voice laced with despair. Another asked him to repeat what he said, confused. The soldier with glasses stated that they already knew what it meant to fight against the madam, his tone grim. The soldier with the wolf headdress stood resolute, his gaze intense. He seemed prepared for the inevitable struggle. Another soldier clasped his hands, a somber expression on his face. He knew that everybody fears death. But what they feared more than death was doing nothing and watching their friends die, the narration stated. Elsewhere, injured soldiers lay scattered on the ground, a testament to the madam's power. They still had the strength to fight back. They may not win, or maybe they knew that it was impossible for them to win, but that's why they'd still fight. Anna pleaded with someone to take care of her. Her expression was filled with worry and desperation. But they would still fight until the end, the narration stated. Their resolve remained unbroken, despite the odds. A barrage of purple energy descends, aimed directly at the woman below. The energy intensifies, engulfing her in a blinding light. The impact sends shockwaves through the area, the force of the blow palpable. The energy continues to explode outward, a cataclysm of destructive power. The world is briefly consumed by the blinding flash. More explosions ripple through the air, each one a hammer blow. The monstrous spider-like figure is caught in the blast, its carapace cracking. The man with blonde hair watches the display, as the wolf-like figure wonders if it is an aura explosion. Anna's expression is grim, her eyes narrowed with determination. Elsewhere, the man with dark hair and glasses orders his troops, tell them to launch an attack in unison. He emphasizes that they should wait for a signal. The man declares that this is how they will defeat the madam. He opened his mouth, preparing to shout the order that would decide everything. The command echoed out, everyone to their positions. This was their only opportunity. The bespectacled man urged his group to use everything they had, leaving nothing in reserve. The woman was told to run toward her target like she meant it, with every ounce of her being. He bellowed the order to attack, his voice raw with urgency and determination. The monstrous spider descended, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent as it prepared to strike. The man with glasses stood ready, arrows nocked, his expression grim as he prepared to unleash his attack. Red energy crackled around his hand, a visible manifestation of the power he was about to unleash. The man with glasses already knew what was coming, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. The figure with the staff believed that these guys were bound to become true heroes one day. The roots of the ancient trees pulsed with power, ready to ensnare any who dared to trespass. They may not be as strong yet, but the group stood ready, their determination unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. Glowing hands crackle with energy, but they will never back down from the fight. A figure leaps toward a monstrous enemy, sword raised high, ready to strike. Energy streaks across the sky, as a voice declares they will be the ones to end this fight. A hand crackles with dark energy, ready to unleash its power. A figure, surrounded by energy, vows to make a way forward, no matter the cost. A burst of raw energy explodes outward, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. A voice echoes, declaring that heroes aren't born, but chosen, offering to show the way. Beecher Van Baskerville stands firm, determination etched on his face, ready to face the challenges ahead. A voice booms, declaring that all are ultimately responsible for the path they walk. A lone figure stands in a beam of light, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Energy crackles and surges, a sign of the immense power being unleashed. The monster roars in pain as it is struck by a powerful blow, the battle reaching its climax. A blinding flash of crimson energy erupts, shaking the very foundations. Agony contorts their faces as the unseen force slams into them. A chorus of screams echoes as the heroes are overwhelmed by the assault. A blade, once a symbol of hope, now reflects the encroaching darkness. The monstrous entity looms, its power radiating in waves of heat and destruction. They are sent hurtling through the air, their bodies battered and broken. A figure plummets from above, the ground rushing up to meet them. The descent continues, a blur of motion against the bright sky. Below, a group watches the falling figure, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Beecher Van Baskerville watches the scene unfold, a smug smirk playing on his lips. The falling figure continues their rapid descent, seemingly without end. Another figure, adorned with a wolf's head, stares upward, equally stunned by the sight. Beecher's red eyes glint with amusement as he observes the chaos from below. A hand, clad in ornate armor, clenches into a fist, knuckles white with anticipation. Still falling, the figure hurtles towards the earth, their fate uncertain. A monstrous figure looms, its massive form casting a long, ominous shadow. The calamitous madam has died, and the magic tower system has returned to normal. He looked around, taking in the scene with wide, terrified eyes. The system's restoration had brought an end to the tournament. All the students were teleported back to the lobby, where they reunited with their peers and professors. Fortunately, no one was severely injured during the chaos. Beecher's face was buried in someone's shoulder, tears streaming down his face. The events of the tournament had clearly taken a toll. That they survived it all was a miracle, given the circumstances they faced. It was all thanks to the 10 heroes who made it possible for the students to survive. Several first-year students even managed to make it into the top 10 rankings. Not to mention, they were all Colosseo Academy students who fought against the madam, a feat in itself. The revelation of the truth shocked everyone who had participated in the tournament. The results of the investigation deemed the madam an S-rank threat. Even the extra eyes that could see the tournament area were cut off due to system overload. The details of the investigation were laid out on a document, the implications of which were still sinking in. The strongest person was barely a 4/4 circle mage, and with all 10 students being low-ranking graduates, they were hunting an S-rank monster. The recent events brought about many doubts, casting a shadow over the tournament. The floor exploded, creating an opening for the students' attacks to land cleanly. The students said that in the end, the madam's appearance was an error. It was concluded that her defeat was ultimately an accident, a stroke of luck. Owing up to his mistakes, the long white-bearded whale prepared to address the crowd. The person in charge of this year's tournament and the master of the magic tower stood before the assembly. A hush fell over the crowd as the students awaited the tournament director's official statement. Beecher Van Baskerville vowed to do his best until the competition was over. He would step down from his position once it ended, taking responsibility for the incident. The director made an official apology, putting an end to the incident and its immediate fallout. A toast was raised to Sinclair and Vakir, who ranked within the top 10 competitors. The celebration continued, tankards raised high in a toast to recent victories. The man with blonde hair seemed particularly enthusiastic, his voice booming across the room. Elsewhere in the tavern, 2 men bore the marks of battle. Scars crisscrossed their faces, a testament to the dangers they had faced and overcome together. The woman with purple hair frowned, her expression stern. "Now's not the time to be doing this," she said to Tudor, gesturing for him to sit down and be quiet. A voice piped up, seemingly agreeing with the sentiment. "Oh, right? I thought so too." The man with gray hair reflected on the events that had transpired. Even though everyone was able to safely leave, a chaotic situation had endangered their lives. The fact that they encountered an S-rank monster still weighed heavily on the 2 girls. The memory of the encounter still haunted them. The man with gray hair wore a slight smile, his eyes closed in contemplation. He seemed to be at peace with the situation. With that said, he agreed that they should raise their tankards to the heroes who were able to stand their ground and fight. A toast was in order. Vikir and the girl with white hair raised a large tankard together. The brew sloshed dangerously close to the rim. The sound of tankards clinking together filled the air. "Congrats, Vikir, Sinclair," someone shouted, the cheers echoing through the tavern. Someone exclaimed, "I can't believe our first years were able to rank 8th and ninth. That's amazing." The pride was palpable. The girl with white hair tugged at Vikir's sleeve. Excuse me," she said, her expression hesitant. Two figures approached Beecher, Van Baskerville, and another, inquiring if they were Sinclair and Vikir. One of the figures expressed their gratitude, thanking them for saving them back there. Vikir waved off the thanks, stating that there was no need to worry and that she was glad they were both okay. Another voice chimed in, expressing surprise that commoners who hadn't received a proper education could save them. The man emphasized the importance of a proper education for saving lives. The air crackled with tension as the implications of the statement hung heavy. A hand clenched tightly, the unspoken anger palpable. The woman with purple hair glared, her face contorted with rage at the blatant disrespect. Vikir demanded to know what he had just said, her voice laced with fury. She questioned his values. The man stammered, attempting to explain that he was simply stating a fact. He continued, saying it must have been hard for commoners to do what they did, prompting the woman with purple hair to demand to be let go and for Bianca to calm down. The man with brown hair exclaimed that they shouldn't have been saved, his face twisted in anger. She seemed troubled, her expression hinting at unspoken concerns as the conversation continued around her. Beecher didn't expect Sinclair to be upset about their comments on commoners, a surprising reaction given the circumstances. Usually, someone would shift the atmosphere by changing the topic, a common tactic to diffuse tension. Someone suggested, "All right, everyone, should we talk about something else instead? Since the first tournament has ended. The top 10 from that will participate in the second tournament, a highly anticipated event. The second tournament is about how you adapt to the apprentice system, a crucial skill for advancement. From what I know, the 10 students will visit the palace, as well as the Empire's 7 great families, and complete a quest, and be awarded an artifact that is managed by the 4 universities, a prestigious honor. Also, it's customary not to choose the family you belong to in order to avoid controversy on objectivity. For example, I can't receive a task from the Mystical Archer family, and Tudor can't receive a task from the Azure Spearman family. But since both of you aren't affiliated to any family, none of that matters, a point of clarification. However, you need to stick to this one thing, a crucial reminder." He stood alongside Vikir, both clad in uniforms, as the gravity of the upcoming decision settled upon them. The stories echoed in their minds. Students who chose poorly often failed, some never returning from their quests. The woman pressed them, her expression unreadable. She wanted to know which family they would choose. All eyes turned to Beecher. He was to make the first choice, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. The uniform, a symbol of their ambition, felt like a shroud in the face of such a daunting task. He hesitated, the enormity of the choice paralyzing him for a moment. The weight of expectation pressed down, a silent demand for a decision. The iron-blooded sword family's train thundered through the landscape, a symbol of their power and legacy. Beecher sat alone, contemplating the choice before him, the train's rhythmic motion a backdrop to his thoughts. The train hurtled onward, carrying him closer to a destiny he was about to define. The document detailed the iron-blooded sword family's task instructions, a challenge of the highest difficulty. Beecher's expression was a mixture of apprehension and determination, ready to face whatever lay ahead. He held the document, the paper crisp between his fingers. The weight of his decision still resonated within him. The faces of those he told flashed in his memory. Whispers followed the Baskervilles, rumors of madness and bloodlust. The Baskervilles were known for being crazy and bloodthirsty. The memory of the meal was still fresh in his mind. He considered the second assignment, the final gateway to facing the 7th Elite Corps, Decoravia. Though the parchment promised Hugo's acknowledgement, something else needed confirmation first. He needed to be sure. The fabric of his sleeve brushed against his side as he considered the implications of his actions. The letter from Hugo contained the secrets to becoming a sword master. The seal was unbroken, the message clear. It didn't matter that his powers were revealed. The letter held more significance than any display of strength. Had he fooled him? It was harder to tell than he initially thought. He considered Hugo's thoughts, realizing Hugo was now a completely different person compared to before he regressed. Thanks to the letter, he was able to reach the level of supremacy. The power was undeniable, but he needed to meet Hugo to find out what his motive was. Understanding Hugo was paramount. The room is silent, save for the unspoken question hanging in the air. He stares, a mix of shock and confusion etched across his face. A voice breaks the silence. Hugo says, "It has been a while, my son." Beecher stammers, barely able to get the name out. "H. Hugo." Beecher continues, questioning Hugo's changed appearance with due respect. Hugo gestures to a knot on his person. He explains, "Oh, do you see this knot? Pomerian made it for me." Hugo thinks to himself that Pomerian could make an elaborate knot like this. He is certain that the Baskerville family has another child prodigy. Hugo reflects on various places in his office that show off traces of Pomerian. Hugo states that Pomerian was waiting for him, but Hugo thinks that Pomerian is past the age where she should be enjoying these things. Hugo says that he wanted to do these things for her as her grandfather. Hugo concludes that it is because she wasn't able to enjoy the basic things. He stared ahead, his expression unreadable behind the thick lenses of his glasses. The character with braided hair sat calmly, hands folded neatly on the desk. "I received the letter that you gave to my brother Osiris." A pristine white envelope lay sealed, a crimson wax stamp the only mark upon its surface. Beecher's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern in his red eyes. "Did you find out that I was hiding my powers?" The lines of his uniform, black and white trimmed with gold, seemed to sharpen in the dim light. The braided character's voice echoed, a promise and a warning intertwined. "Once you reach the supreme level," a hand, pale and slender, stretched out, as if reaching for something just beyond grasp. "You become able to see things that normal people can't see and feel things with your—" He stood bathed in a soft light, his expression thoughtful. Beecher muttered, "I'm sure you know that by now, though." Images flashed through his mind. Hatred, disgust, revenge. Emotions that had shaped him, driven him. Beecher's gaze intensified, a question forming in his mind. Is he just observing how strong I will become and everything else along the way? He blinked, a realization dawning. "Oh, I only noticed now because I was preoccupied." A voice echoed, distant but clear. "That uniform you're wearing?" He stood, clad in his uniform, the gold trim glinting softly. The words echoed, a silent appraisal of his appearance. "Suits you very well." The older woman, her expression unreadable, inquired if he was enjoying his school life. The glasses framed his face, obscuring his expression as he listened. His gaze was fixed, the red of his eyes a stark contrast behind the lenses. He reflected on his role within the family, always conversing with him as the patriarch. The moon hung high above the building, casting long shadows across the stone walls. A shift in perspective, a newfound ability to see him as his son. "It's good." The sentiment hung in the air, unspoken but understood. The imposing architecture of the Baskerville family looms under the night sky. Vikir is summoned. The patriarch states that he has good news. The pair walk side by side through the halls. Vikir confirms that he is listening. The patriarch reveals that he has appointed Vikir as a senator. Vikir questions the appointment. Isn't a senator on the same rank as the seven counts? The patriarch confirms that a senator is an influential person within the family. Only he and the vice-patriarch are above them in rank. The patriarch's gaze drifts off, lost in thought. He suggests Vikir look through the last 100 years of their family's history. The patriarch awaits Vikir's response, his expression unreadable. Vikir thanks the patriarch, stating that he'll do his best in this new role. He thinks to himself that he is a senator now and will have a lot of power. He can appoint aides at will. Vikir already has a few people in mind, a woman with green hair, a man with silver hair, and a muscular man with a scar. Word had spread that everyone was having a hard time lately. It was all because of Pomerian's tantrums. Hugo stood, listening to the unseen person. The man's hand rested on his shoulder. The happiness that Pomerian gives was not what it used to be. The grandfather told her to go and play by herself. But for him to play with her had decreased as of late. She was holed up in the 10,000 epistle library alone. The grandfather's expression was unreadable, his face etched with concern. Pomerian's grandfather asked if she wanted to play with him. She responded that she needed to read, Pops. The happiness that Pomerian gives was not what it used to be. She seemed to be pushing everyone away. Her requests had decreased as of late, and she was holed up in the 10,000 epistle library alone. To be honest, she did this to his hair a while ago. He didn't fix it because he didn't want to. If he didn't tell her Hugo was coming, she wouldn't have left the room. She was avoiding him. Hugo's face was filled with concern as he heard his name. Pomerian's grandfather sighed, saying she's not going through puberty already, is she? He seemed worried. A sudden, sharp cry echoed through the halls, the sound bouncing off the ornate doors. The source of the noise remained unseen, but the urgency was palpable. Beecher Van Baskerville was grabbed roughly, the suddenness of the action clear. A frantic question cut through the air. What's wrong? Where is Pomerian? Elsewhere, a wide, joyful grin spread across a child's face. The child held the book aloft, exclaiming, I finally found. The world tilted as the silver-haired man and Beecher fell into view. The child, engrossed in the book, seemed oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. The silver-haired man announced, Your grandpa's here. He wondered what the child had found to be so excited. The child, Vikir, was embraced tightly, a wave of relief washing over them. A voice, filled with longing, asked, Why didn't you get here sooner? I missed you. Vikir explained that his uncle was running a little late, but the silver-haired man assured him that he waits for him every day. She beams, eyes wide with excitement. The young girl declares she has finally found what she wants. The book lies open, revealing an illustration of a gnarled tree. Strange symbols surround the image. Her expression is resolute. Pomeranian declares, with unwavering certainty, that she wants this. The book describes the tree of departed souls. It details its origins in the White Salt Desert and its connection to mages. The text explains that the tree grants the power of souls. It is a tree of the mind realm that only appears in myths. A man with glasses pores over the book. He wonders if she found this after going through so many books and information. The man thinks that she is not simply obsessed with the artifact. He believes Pomeranian has prodigal talent in black magic. Pomeranian holds the book close, her eyes reflecting the image of the tree. She seems captivated by it. The man with glasses stands with another man. He addresses him as son, though he is unsure. A close-up reveals a sinister expression. The man declares that since Pomeranian wants it, they must definitely get it. The man's face is obscured, but his words are clear. He states that it will be someone's task. The man with glasses adjusts his glasses. He thinks to himself that this is ridiculous. The Iron-Blooded Sword family receives their task: acquire the Tree of Departed Souls. The quest is listed as the highest difficulty, 5 stars. He stands in the forest of Le Rouge, E.T. Le Noir Mountain, Western Front Hill, 207. According to the book, the Tree of Departed Souls is only found in certain places. Before he regressed, there wasn't much information on the tree. The Tree of Departed Souls was only regarded as a legendary tree planted by an unknown mythical figure. He thinks that, if that logic applies, the same could be said for Beelzebub, so it's possible that it does exist. The man in the cowl looks up, considering the possibilities. He speaks, his expression unreadable in the shadows. He asks how much longer she's going to be pissed, calling her baby madam. He growls, his face still obscured. He reflects on past actions, remembering being told that his actions in the past exam put other people in danger. A voice echoed, stating there was no other choice. The ring barrier pulsed with a strange, contained energy. That said, Beecher glanced upward, a flicker of unease in his red eyes. A figure admitted that the recent commotion was their fault. Boots crunched on the arid ground, each step deliberate. A voice wondered if this was the place they sought. The figure continued onward through the Malater Desert. Meanwhile, the sign read, Malater Salt Desert. A hand with elongated nails gripped the rough terrain. The sound of impact echoed. The large hand stretched out, fingers splayed wide. He felt the energy rapidly draining from him, just as he expected. The Malater Desert stretched before him, an endless expanse of sand and desolation. Long ago, this desert was said to have been created from the dried-up tears of an evil god. The earth itself drained the moisture from everything it touched, claiming countless lives and turning them into mummies. That explained why there were no reports of anyone finding anything here. He realized normal humans and monsters wouldn't dare cross this desert, as they would dry up and die the moment they took a step. However, he possessed certain advantages that allowed him to endure. With the river Styx's blessing and the swamp marsh salamander's regeneration, he could persevere. He steeled his resolve, whispering to himself that he could do it. 2 hours later, he continued his relentless march across the desolate landscape. Each step was a struggle, but he pressed on, determined to reach his destination. He felt the shift in the air, a subtle change that spoke of danger. Beecher knew it. Something was amiss, the desert holding a hidden threat. He chided himself for trusting the words of a book, realizing the situation was dire. His eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing his face as he sensed the approaching danger. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming storm. A sandstorm? He realized, the wind picking up as the desert itself seemed to awaken. Damn it, where did it come from? He hadn't felt it approaching at all, a grave oversight. He warned someone to stay hidden until it was safe, knowing this was bad. If he didn't want to be turned into dust, leaving no traces behind, he needed to act. He prepared to neutralize the storm with a stronger force, gathering his power. He channeled his energy, ready to unleash the Baskerville 7th technique. The technique erupted, a surge of power unleashed against the approaching storm. His face contorted in a grimace. Beecher's teeth bared as he faced an unseen threat. A small, tearful creature cowered, trapped within a dark, enclosed space. He moved through the cavernous space, the air thick with an unknown tension. He thought, this is what he must face before seeing the Tree of Departed Souls. Beecher's expression was grave as he muttered, wondering what the hell he was going to do. He called out, asking if baby madam was still alive. He reassured the creature that it was all done and it could come out now. A massive, clawed foot descended, the threat looming ever closer. He stood his ground, bracing himself against the impending danger. The looming foot threatened to crush him, the danger palpable. Beecher's eyes widened in alarm, baby madam clinging to his shoulder. Spikes emerged from the darkness, the situation turning dire. A colossal dragon head, teeth bared, rises from the snow-covered earth. Two small figures stand before the looming beast. The landscape was barren, the ground scarred with deep fissures and sharp, jutting rocks. Jagged formations of obsidian-like material spread across the ground, remnants of some ancient cataclysm. The basilisk, a creature of immense size, dominated the horizon, its presence a palpable weight. It cannot be killed with a sword or magic. Clutched in his arms, the small creature trembled, its large eyes wide with fear. Beecher held the creature close, offering a measure of comfort in the face of such overwhelming dread. There's no need to be scared. Before he regressed, the basilisk was one of the three disasters of the outer world. But to think it died a horrific death like this. Of the fall, the basilisk was a terrifying hybrid between a dragon and a demon. Since it doesn't leave any traces of its existence unless it exposes itself, he thought it was hiding somewhere. The basilisk loomed, a monstrous silhouette against the desolate landscape, its presence a suffocating weight. The basilisk has better regenerative abilities than the swamp marsh salamander. The fact that it died when it's so overpowered means... He walked toward the looming structure, a sense of foreboding washing over him. There was a being that... The appearance of this place alone was enough to give him the creeps. This place had a higher level of space-time distortion magic. It was stronger than the magic tower and Andromalius's barrier. A heterogeneous black tower loomed. Above the white salt desert, he continued his advance, his expression grim. His footsteps echoed softly across the barren landscape as he approached the ominous structure. He had a feeling that the tree of departed souls was inside there, a chilling realization. A low rumble echoed, a sign of immense power gathering. He stood before the entrance, a sliver of light revealing a path forward. His eyes narrowed, a crimson glow beginning to emanate from within as he prepared himself. The crimson light intensified, his gaze sharpening with newfound resolve. Purple energy crackled around him as he unleashed his power, ready to face whatever lay ahead. He senses it, a negative dimensional aura. Beecher knows he is in the right place. Dark energy swirls around the entrance, a silent invitation into the unknown. The path stretches before him, lined with countless blades pointing skyward. At the path's end, a figure sits upon a throne, framed by the gnarled branches of the tree of departed souls. A legend whispers of consuming the tree's fruit to gain the power of the souls that fed it. The air crackles with unseen energy as Beecher advances, the ground vibrating with each step. He muses that this place feels like the cradle of swords, a place of beginnings and endings. Dust motes dance around his boots as he continues his advance toward the throne. The throne looms closer, its occupant still and silent, shrouded in shadow. He wonders if this is the master of this tower, the one he seeks. The figure emanates neither mana nor life. It seems only a shell remains, long since departed. He considered the armored figure, its presence radiating an immense power. If this person killed the basilisk, they must have been incredibly strong. The protagonist reached out a hand, as if to touch this silent guardian. The air crackled with unseen energy. He decided to prioritize his objectives. Beecher would take the tree of departed souls first, and ask Hugo for information about this place later. His fingers brushed against a cold, rough surface. The air grew heavy, charged with an unknown energy. The armored figure sat motionless on the throne, framed by the ominous branches of the tree of departed souls. The air thrummed with unseen power. The roots of the tree pulsed with a faint, ethereal light. The very air seemed to vibrate with an otherworldly energy. Torches blazed with an unnatural pink flame. The sound of something skittering echoed through the chamber. A grotesque, spider-like creature emerged from the shadows. Its many eyes blinked in the unnatural light. The armored figure remained still, its helmet obscuring any expression. The sword rested in its gauntlet hands. The armored figure's grip tightened on the sword's hilt. The metal gleamed in the torchlight. The armored figure's gauntlet flexed, its power barely contained. The air crackled with anticipation. The armored figure's hand rested on the sword, ready to be drawn. The silence was broken only by the crackling torches. He knew getting to the tree wouldn't be easy, as the armored knight stood ready. The knight shifted his weight, preparing to strike. The armored figure swung his massive blade, a gust of wind preceding the blow. He narrowly dodged the attack, the force of it still buffeting him. The knight recovered quickly, already preparing another swing. Beecher flipped away from the descending blade, narrowly avoiding being crushed. The knight's relentless assault continued, each swing carrying immense power. Beecher observed, his attack patterns are really monotonous. He noted the knight's lack of awareness, just swinging the sword at his enemy in a series of meaningless movements. Beecher, dodging another blow, thought to himself, I'm disappointed. He had expectations for a knight protecting an extraordinary location, and couldn't believe he was being let down. Beecher was curious to know how the knight would fight with no mana or life, but he didn't have time for this right now. The armored knight gripped the glowing red blade tightly in his gauntlet. The knight declared his intent, promising a swift end to the battle. Red energy swirled around the armored figure, coalescing into a vortex of power. The knight stood firm, bracing himself as the energy intensified around him. A red glow emanated from the knight's visor, the name Baskerville appearing below. The knight raised the blade, channeling the swirling energy into a focused beam. The words "first technique" materialized beside the blade, signaling the attack. The energy surged outward, a blinding flash of crimson light erupting from the knight. The armored knight unleashed the technique, his form radiating intense power. Beecher's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if that was their first technique. The knight swung the blade downwards, completing the execution of the first technique. He noted that his opponent had been hiding his abilities. Beecher told the baby madam to hide, realizing he couldn't half-ass this fight. Red energy crackled around the armored knight's fist. The knight swung his blade, the force behind it immense. The armored knight advanced, his footfalls heavy on the ground as he closed the distance. Red energy coalesced around the knight's hand, focusing into a point of power. The knight's attack bore the name of Baskerville. The knight lunged forward, the red energy blade extended before him. The technique was identified as the Baskerville 7th and 8th technique. The blade, now massive, descended with incredible speed. The red energy radiated outward as the attack connected. He cried out as the force of the blow struck him. The armored knight stood, his silhouette imposing. The helmeted figure stood, its armor cracked and weathered from countless battles. A single, crimson eye glowed from within the damaged helm, burning with intensity. The figure remained still, the air around him thick with anticipation of the next strike. Bandages obscured most of his face, save for the single, piercing red eye. Panting, Beecher recognized the swordsmanship. Was that the lurking ambush swordsmanship? The bandaged figure spoke, his voice a low growl. "Who in the hell are you?" The red eye narrowed, its gaze intense and unwavering, promising pain. The figure's name echoed in the air. King Corso, Lou Baskerville. King Corso stood tall, his massive sword glinting in the dim light, ready to strike. He was the Undertaker of the Grave of Swords, a title that spoke of death and destruction. The Baskerville sword techniques were anything but simple slices or thrusts. Like fangs, they shredded tissues and broke bones with brutal efficiency. The attack left a gaping, bloody wound. Crimson stained his hands, a testament to the battle's ferocity. Kneeling, he considered the 8th technique, just one step away from the 7th. He couldn't believe the regeneration skill from the basilisk outside the tower was this slow. He thought to himself, surprised by the strength of his opponent. The figure stood silhouetted against the fading light. The one who turned his back on the world after pursuing power stood with his sword at the ready. King Corso Lou Baskerville's red eyes glowed with menacing intent. The words hang in the air, a declaration of identity and challenge. He stands over Vikir, the question hanging in the air. King Corso Lou Baskerville receives a simple confirmation. Canacorso's single red eye pierces through the bandages, regarding the boy with cold curiosity. "Who the hell are you, little one?" he asks. Vikir's crimson eyes glare back, meeting the gaze of the imposing figure before him. The boy declares his name, a name that echoes with history, Vikir van Baskerville. King Corso muses, recognizing the significance of the van in Vikir's name. He wonders if the boy has reached the highest domain before maturing. Vikir stands firm, revealing that he also possesses the demon sword Beelzebub, thought to be lost. He notes Canacorso's ability to regenerate after being hit by the 8th technique, calling him absurd. Vikir's expression hardens, his red eyes blazing with defiance as he returns the insult. The Baskerville 8th technique, a move so swift, its presence is imperceptible at its inception. The intensity rises, the air crackling with unseen power. King Corso admits he couldn't even sense Vikir's life force. But the moment King Corso reveals himself, the aura he exudes is palpable, a force to be reckoned with. It felt like his skin was ripping off, and he was certain of one thing. There was no way he could win right now. The energy around Vikir intensified as he steeled himself, his expression hardening with resolve. King Corso spoke, his voice laced with challenge. He demanded, "One who made the lurking ambush. Then what level have you?" The armored hands tightened their grip on the sword. "My level? Very well. I will tell you." The knight stood tall, his armor radiating power, a silent declaration of his strength. The armored figure recalled a key moment. Becoming able to accept the emotions joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure in a complex manner. He continued, remembering the past. "When I was on the brink of death during my fight with the basilisk, the memory sharpened, revealing the source of his power. I was able to acquire the 8th technique because of my extreme yearning to live." Vikir's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he recalled. "And right before I died." The armored figure's past continued to unfold. "I crossed death's door after entering the tower. A horrifying visage appeared, half-skull and burning red eyes, a glimpse into a dark transformation. The knight's transformation was complete. After acquiring the ninth technique, I became a Death Knight, one who wears death. A Death Knight, also known as a Knight of Death, is the result of a knight consumed by the abyss. After crossing death's door, they fall for eternity. The young King Corso wondered if the ninth technique was the highest level a sword master could reach. He trained relentlessly, pushing his body and mind to their limits, striving for something more. Years passed, and the once youthful King Corso aged, his face etched with the marks of time and struggle. He accepted death, believing it was the only way to reach the next level of power. But the old man lamented that he couldn't acquire the 10th technique, even in death. He recalled the inscription: "In order to acquire the 10th technique, you must die once and come back to life." He died, but he couldn't revive himself, his efforts ultimately failing. No, because he couldn't revive himself, his body turned into that of a Death Knight. King Corso realized he had become trapped in this state, unable to escape his fate. A dark, ominous presence loomed, a symbol of his eternal imprisonment. The young Beecher asked if King Corso was trapped, like someone else he knew. He wondered where this place was and who imprisoned him. The armored figure declared that the other party knows nothing of the truth. Well, there would be no way for him to know, since nobody knows of this place. The Baskerville patriarchs are entwined with a place known as the Cradle of Swords. And this was where he met his death, a place of no return. This is the fateful place where those who pursue the truth of the sword end up, a graveyard of ambition. The grave where a true Baskerville meets their demise, a final resting place. The fact that he came here is proof that fate has brought him here. Vikir wonders about fate. King Corso reveals that Vikir asked to imprison him here. The tower is restraining him so that he can't escape, a prison of unbreakable chains. The Grave of Swords entrusted him with the role of being its undertaker and greeting the true Baskervilles. He realized this as time passed. A true Baskerville, one who is fated, will come and find him. He grips the hilt of his sword, the metal gleaming in the dim light. King Corso stands in a doorway, bathed in light, declaring that only a specific person can liberate him. Beecher, eyes narrowed, asks if King Corso is saying that he is this fated person. The old warrior states that if it is Beecher, he could acquire the Baskerville 10th technique. King Corso clarifies that to do so, Beecher needs to experience death through their fight. The Undertaker of the Grave of Swords asserts that Beecher cannot leave this place. King Corso's sword gleams, the threat hanging heavy in the air, until Beecher does. Beecher declares that he will kill King Corso, and King Corso will kill him, in order to acquire the 10th technique. The old warrior states that this is how Beecher will liberate him. King Corso grimaces, stating that this is the destiny the tower has chosen for him. Beecher dismisses the idea of destiny as ridiculous. The young Baskerville, eyes glowing red, declares that fate is boring and he will only trust his own decisions. The crimson energy pulsed, a prelude to the coming storm. King Corso looped Baskerville descended, blade raised high. "Kill you." The impact reverberated through the chamber. "And leave this place." Beecher was sent flying, the force of the blow staggering him. The white-haired man stood his ground, his red eyes burning into Beecher. The armored warrior held his sword at the ready, prepared to strike again. King Corso's expression was one of disbelief. "Do you believe fate is that trivial?" The force of the blow sent Beecher reeling, a gasp escaping his lips. The white-haired man's face contorted in rage, his eyes blazing with fury. He realized he was being overpowered. "He overpowered me with his bare hands?" The armored figure prepared to strike the final blow, his sword raised high. King Corso questioned his foe's resolve. "Do you think you can escape fate?" He narrowly avoids the incoming attack, the force of it shaking the ground. Beecher curses under his breath, realizing that ambushes don't work either. To think he's trying to catch his breath in a fight to the death. King Corso's blade descends with terrifying speed and power. Beecher narrowly dodges the attack, feeling the pressure of the blade as it passes him. He grits his teeth, preparing for his next move. Beecher is shocked by King Corso's speed, realizing the gap between them is immense. He steels himself, resolving to break through the pressure with the skill he trusts most. Beecher prepares the Baskerville 4th technique. The white-haired warrior watches, his expression unreadable. King Corso notes the density and level of completion, stating that such depth cannot be achieved at Beecher's age. He smirks, declaring that he knew Beecher was chosen. He initiated the Baskerville 5th technique, declaring that even fate could not be escaped. The red energy slashed downwards, impacting King Corso, Luke Baskerville, with tremendous force. The sound of the impact echoed. King Corso roared in pain, his face contorted in agony. Beecher's eyes glowed with intensity as he pressed his attack. The Baskerville 6th technique was initiated, targeting King Corso. The Baskerville 7th technique followed in rapid succession. King Corso gripped his weapon, struggling to defend himself. Another powerful blow landed, shaking the very air around them. The force of the attack sent blood spraying outwards. He was sent flying backwards from the combined assault. Debris scattered as the impact cratered the ground. He coughed, blood splattering from his mouth, the force of the previous attack still echoing through his body. Nothing seemed to work against the onslaught. King Corso realized Beecher's attacks now surpassed his own in both speed and power. He was more than just a formidable opponent. He was a force of nature, embodied in a single vial. Clutching the vial tightly, King Corso prepared to unleash a power he had been saving for the direst of circumstances. A monstrous energy began to emanate from Beecher, crackling with destructive intent. The air vibrated with the force of his next attack, a crimson aura enveloping him. King Corso, teeth bared, challenged him to withstand the coming onslaught, his eyes burning with determination. He vowed to stop the monster, the force of his will manifesting as raw power. Beecher unleashed the Baskerville's seventh technique, a surge of energy focused and deadly. The name of the technique echoed through the battlefield, a promise of devastation. Crimson energy intensified, converging into a single, unstoppable point. Beecher prepared to unleash the ninth technique, the culmination of his training and resolve. Crimson blades of energy descend, poised to strike with deadly force. The red light intensifies, promising a devastating impact. He screams, unleashing the full power of his technique. The energy surges outward, a blinding wave of destruction. Beecher's face contorts with effort as he pushes his abilities to their limit. The attack accelerates, a torrent of force aimed at King Corso. A blinding light fills the area, obscuring the immediate aftermath. The dust settles, revealing King Corso, battered and bleeding, but still standing. He lies prone, blood pooling around him in the dim light. His armor is rent and torn, bearing witness to the ferocity of the assault. Amidst the devastation, King Corso rises, defiant against the odds, as Beecher looks on. King Corso grits his teeth, his resolve unbroken despite the grievous wounds he has sustained. He lay defeated, blood pooling around him on the cracked earth. His face was partially obscured, but the severity of his injuries was clear. Even in defeat, a flicker of defiance remained in his expression. His red eyes, usually burning with rage, were now dull with pain. The light seemed to fade around him, mirroring his fading strength. Red energy swirled around him, a visual echo of the battle he had just endured. His chest heaved, each breath a ragged reminder of the toll the fight had taken. He remembered the clash, the brutal exchange against King Corso, Lou Baskerville. His ninth technique had been shattered by an opposing force, leaving him vulnerable. He lay prone, the red energy a suffocating blanket around his failing body. His eyes widened, a flicker of fear in their red depths. He gasped for air, blood staining his chest as he struggled to sit up. His vision blurred, his legs trembling beneath him as the chilling thoughts surfaced. Was this the end? He panted, his red eyes reflecting a desperate struggle for survival. His face contorted in disbelief, the question echoing in his mind. Am I dead? A blinding light emanates from a rectangular doorway, reflecting off the crimson water. He sits in the strange, red liquid, the glowing portal before him sparking curiosity. What is this glowing door? The bowl-cut man's eyes widen, realization dawning. Could this be the brink of death King Corso spoke of? He remembers his extreme yearning to live, the drive that allowed him to acquire the eighth technique. A faint sound echoes, barely audible in this strange place. He rises, the red liquid swirling around his legs as he takes a tentative step forward. The water ripples and splashes as he moves, the sound amplified in the silent expanse. If this door symbolizes death, what does that mean for him? Then does that mean he's still alive, since he hasn't walked through it? He extends a hand, palm open, towards the light. The man with the bowl cut recalls the Baskerville's 10th technique, being fate. It refers to him coming. He had been fighting him, teetering on the very edge of death itself. King Corso had said that if it was him, he could acquire the Baskerville 10th technique. To do so, he needed to experience death through their fight, or so King Corso had claimed. Was this what King Corso had meant? The question echoed in his mind. The realization began to dawn on him, his fist clenching in understanding. If it was as he said, then he had met the condition for the 9th technique, death, when he was beheaded in his previous life. And by regressing, he came back to life and went through the 10th technique's condition. He was the only person chosen by fate, a grim smile spreading across his face. Shit, you gotta be kidding, he thought, disbelief warring with understanding. A surge of power emanated from him, the realization solidifying. His death and life, everything he struggled to accomplish. Was he chosen by fate? The question lingered as he stood, ready to face whatever came next. His hands, slick with crimson, trembled as the weight of his past crashed down. The crimson liquid swirled around him, a constant reminder of battles fought and choices made. He recalled the fight with the madam, a turning point where he vowed to control his own destiny. His face contorted with the strain of memory, the weight of his past decisions pressing down. A fresh spray of blood punctuated his thoughts, a stark reminder of the cost of his choices. A multitude of hands seemed to reach for him, a visual representation of his inner turmoil and doubt. His profile, stained with blood, reflected the harsh reality of his path, a life lived on the edge. He questioned if everything he had accomplished by fighting with his life on the line was worth it. Flashes of past battles and training filled his mind, a montage of violence and sacrifice. The question of meaninglessness hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his lifelong pursuit of power. He clung to the hope that learning the Baskerville 10th technique would bring him happiness, a light in the darkness. He wondered if everything he had worked for his entire life was worth it, a question echoing in the silence. He wondered if his current strength was truly enough to face what lay ahead. Canacorso's words echoed in his mind, trapped, learning the technique in endless time until he could liberate him. That was the destiny the tower had chosen for him. How meaningful would that be? If it resulted in protecting the people he needed to protect, he would do anything. The people he wanted to protect fueled his resolve, burning in his heart. He thought of those he swore to defend, their faces a beacon in the darkness. Their smiles were a promise, a reason to keep fighting, to keep pushing forward. Being put in the face of danger was a small price to pay for their safety. If his power created his fate, then he would accept it without hesitation. The very essence of his being pulsed with a newfound determination. He would use that fate, not for the tower, but for their sake. His eyes burned with a fierce resolve, ready to face any challenge. He would not be deterred, because he would liberate them. He would liberate them all, no matter the cost. His eyes burned with resolve. The place he needed to be was not here. He needed to live and leave this place. Crimson energy swirled around him, a vortex of power. The red energy intensified, crackling with raw potential. The energy coalesced into a weapon, a conduit for his will. The weapon pulsed with power, ready to be unleashed. On the brink of death, he could wield such power. The blade glowed, a beacon of hope and destruction. The 8th technique, the key to opening death's door, was at hand. This was what he could do right now, his only option. He gripped the sword tightly, his red eyes burning with determination. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the unleashed power. Beecher steeled himself, muttering that this was what he must do. The fate of everything rested on this moment, on this technique. The sword began to glow with an intense, crimson light. Energy surged around him, distorting the very air. His face contorted with effort, the power of the 8th technique straining his body to its limit. A wave of pure energy erupted from the blade, a destructive force unleashed upon the world. He knew what he had to do. He needed to open this. The technique was the key to unlocking the path forward. The sword pulsed, drawing upon every ounce of his strength. The air shimmered, ready to tear apart. With a final surge, Beecher unleashed the full force of the 8th technique. The energy exploded outward, a shockwave of power that ripped through the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, the aftermath revealed a scene of devastation, the landscape scarred by the unleashed power. He stood amidst the destruction. The defeated figure lay broken, a testament to the overwhelming force of the 8th technique. The rocky ground lay still, disturbed by the recent clash. King Corso stood over his fallen opponent, the crimson cape billowing behind him. He recalled, with certainty, that the boy was an extraordinary child. The realization dawned on King Corso. Being awakened was more than he could bear. A surge of power erupted as the 8th technique took hold. The force of the technique reverberated through the battlefield. King Corso recognized the aura. It was the 8th technique. He realized that the boy had done it. King Corso was visibly shocked by the power unleashed. The energy crackled, a testament to the technique's potency. The young Baskerville stood, the red glow of the technique emanating from his hand. King Corso questioned how he could have been pushed back. Even after acquiring the 8th technique, he was still being underestimated. Canacorso's crimson eyes narrowed, his expression a mask of disdain. He believed Beecher was still lacking. Beecher grinned, his teeth bared. His fate, he declared, was to acquire the Baskerville 10th technique. But he needed to leave this tower now, he thought. Clutching his crimson blade, Beecher stood firm, his gaze unwavering. There were things he needed to do while he was still alive, he thought. Canacorso's aged face was etched with a grim understanding. Things he needed to do. King Corso wondered if Beecher had something to live for, and didn't simply want to live. The white-haired antagonist dismissed the thought. No, that was insignificant. As long as the tower had him trapped inside, he could not leave, King Corso knew. The young man's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. Canacorso's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable as he watched Beecher. A surge of power emanates as the armored figure stands firm. The warrior grips his massive sword, bracing for an unknown threat. Canacorso's eyes widen as he realizes something is amiss. The tower doors opened on their own. The stoic warrior's expression shifts to disbelief. Impossible, he mutters. Beecher's brow furrows, his red eyes narrowed with suspicion. What's the meaning of this? The young man's gaze intensifies, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade. He denies any attempt at deception. The youth stands ready to fight. King Corso believes the tower itself is manipulating events. I think the tower wants to end the fight here. The white-haired warrior urges him to leave. Go. King Corso wonders if he is being distracted. He believes the tower wants him to let the child leave. Beecher questions his freedom, asking if King Corso wants him dead. The white-haired warrior speaks of the Baskerville 10th technique. He states that once he learns the 10th technique, he will free the other with his sword. Beecher, wounded and desperate, cries out for King Corso to wait. King Corso acknowledges fate's unyielding flow, no matter what happens. He understands and will be waiting. Despite his pain, Beecher declares that he has something he wants. He grits his teeth, determined. A guttural cry escapes his throat. He wonders if that may have been what the tower wanted. Beecher's resolve hardens. He continues to struggle. Elsewhere, the desolate landscape stretches out before him. The wind howls through the barren land. He trudged forward, his back to the unseen observer, the desolate landscape stretching before him. The small spider perched on his shoulder, a silent companion in this barren place. He held the branches in his hand, their texture rough and unfamiliar, a question forming in his mind. Were these branches of the tree of departed souls? He wondered if his goal was known. The branches were from the departed. Even though there were plenty of complications, he would see this through. The quest instructions detailed the task: acquire the tree of departed souls, a mission of the highest difficulty. King Corso Luke Baskerville addressed the 10 students who passed the assignment given to them by each family. He congratulated them, stating that the final 10 students, including the freshmen, had surprised him. The students had passed the second stage of the apprenticeship system, each of the U.S. Academy passing. King Corso Luke Baskerville, his voice booming, explained that he would now explain the rules on how they would receive their respective artifacts. Beyond the treasure room's gate, King Corso Luke Baskerville said, lie countless dormant artifacts, and today, on the only day of the year, the doors will remain open for 5 hours. King Corso Luke Baskerville watched as the doors opened. The unseen authority declared the treasure room would close, not to reopen until next year. The students, standing shoulder to shoulder, delivered a grim warning. They would not be able to save them. The disembodied voice commanded them to keep that in mind, reinforcing the gravity of the situation. The old man with a long white beard addressed Fakir, acknowledging his completion of the Baskerville family's assignment. Beecher, peering intently, was told that he must heed the words being spoken to him. The voice boomed, explaining that the others had been waiting and almost couldn't enter because of their tardiness. The towering figure, eyes glowing with power, loomed over the students as the lecture continued. The unseen instructor warned that with their current time management skills, they'd be locked up inside, demanding they listen well. Beecher was reprimanded for not informing them he would be late and for causing them to almost report him missing. A woman with white hair declared she had put her position on the line to end the competition without issues. Beecher listened intently, his expression unreadable as the warnings continued to mount. He reflected on his time in the Grave of Swords, and how the floor where he fought King Corso was the lowest. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackles, hinting at time-space distortions on the upper levels. He adjusts his glasses, a glint of determination in his red eyes, focused on the task at hand. The figure stands amidst a red haze, the air thick with an unknown energy. A glowing, ornate object pulses with power, its intricate designs radiating outwards. A voice echoes, declaring that they've gotten one step closer to the 10 elite corpses. A portal shimmers with blue light, a timer counting down the remaining time, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. An ornate ceiling looms above, hinting at the grandeur of the location. Statues stand guard, their expressions unreadable, as someone muses that it's about time. An overseer watches, stating that the students return. A woman wonders aloud which artifacts the students have chosen. The academy staff prepared for the students' return. King Corso Luke Baskerville stood with another staff member, discussing the artifact selection process. The staff member explained that the students don't choose their artifacts, it's the other way around. The staff member continued, explaining that this is how they can bring them through the gate. No matter which artifact they receive, the students' qualifications have already been acknowledged. Other staff members looked on. One commented that it would be great if they could congratulate them wholeheartedly. For someone who wanted the magic, the staff member with the beard spoke of the magic tower. He accused King Corso of pretending to look after the students, calling it hypocritical. King Corso considered the students' qualifications. He wondered how many students would be selected this year. Footsteps echoed. The students were coming out. The sound of their arrival filled the hall. The students who had received an artifact were asked to report what skill their artifact held. The student held aloft a wand, its tip glowing with pink energy. He explained that it increased his mana. Another student presented a heart-shaped hairpin. It could block psychic-type magic, but only with her true love nearby. The hairpin glowed with a soft, pink light as the student held it up, demonstrating its potential. A student with crimson hair displayed a menacing gauntlet. He declared that the Demon King's hand increased his strength. The next student held a golden mirror, its surface gleaming. She announced that the artifact she obtained was the Mirror of Truth. Another student clasped their hands together, a faint light emanating from between them. It showed a person's true colors, but only within the holder's skill level. A triplet sword appeared, its 3 blades crossed. It was called the Three-Branch Sword, growing stronger when the blades were together. A student with white hair grinned, pointing to a hat atop her head. The artifact that chose her was the Hat of Wealth. The student presented a purple artifact. It had the ability to increase mana in proportion to how much money it devoured. 2 figures watched the proceedings. One mused on the unusual phenomenon of the artifacts choosing the students. It seemed the artifacts acknowledged their talent, one of the figures observed. They then inquired if all the students had returned. The figure muttered about 25 seconds, the words barely audible. The assembled group watched with bated breath, the tension palpable. King Corso Luke Baskerville's brow furrowed as he overheard a question about their unease. The man with white hair and bandages could only exclaim in disbelief, his eyes widening. King Corso Luke Baskerville realized that a student from his academy, Vikir, was still missing. Only 20 seconds remained, and King Corso Luke Baskerville adjusted his monocle, his expression grim. King Corso Luke Baskerville's thoughts raced as he remembered that no student had ever failed to emerge from the treasure room before. The portal shimmered, and King Corso Luke Baskerville knew Vikir needed to emerge if he wanted to live, especially given the unprecedented situation. One of the students wondered where Vikir could be, his expression a mix of concern and confusion. Another student called out Vikir's name, the countdown continuing, 15 seconds. The students grew more frantic, shouting Vikir's name as the seconds ticked away. 12, then 10. The countdown continued, the numbers echoing the growing dread. 8, 7. The students' faces were etched with worry, their eyes wide with fear as the situation grew dire. The tension reached its peak as someone desperately asked where Vikir was, only 5 seconds remaining. A fist clenches, ready to strike as the final moments tick away. 3 seconds. A figure plummets through a portal, feet first. 2 seconds. The falling figure's face is grim, teeth gritted. 1 second. A foot descends, ready to make impact. The golden portal flares with light as the final second arrives. He falls, arms outstretched, hurtling toward the ground. The falling figure's expression is obscured, but the impact is imminent. The woman with short silver hair huffs, stating that the protagonist always arrives last. He lands heavily, kicking up dust as he braces for impact. The woman with white hair and the woman with blonde hair stare with wide, shocked eyes. 3 men with blonde hair share the same wide-eyed, stunned expression. He stands in the center of the room, the other students watching him with a mix of shock and relief. An aged man stares ahead, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and recognition. The question hangs in the air, a whispered echo. Vi, Kir. The figure with glasses narrows his eyes, his expression unreadable as he drops from above. Finally, he thinks, plummeting through the air towards the unknown depths below. He lands with practiced grace, the impact absorbed by his stance. Before the 7th corpse starts scheming, he thinks, his red eyes gleaming behind his glasses. I'm going to kill it inside the gate while no one's around, he resolves. The problem is, he muses, I need to find a 7th corpse here. The floor crumbles beneath him, sending him plummeting once more. I can smell it, he thinks, his senses heightened. A dark aura surrounds him, his red eyes glowing with intensity. This is the scent of a demon, he realizes, his expression hardening. Rows of potions line the shelves, their colors vibrant, yet none seem to catch his eye. He passed by racks of weapons, each gleaming, but none of them were what he sought. A man with black hair and glasses spoke of artifacts, saying that one knows right away when an artifact chooses them. Is light the proof? He continued down the hallway, his footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. He dismissed the items, stating he wasn't interested in any of them. His feet stopped, planted firmly on the ground. What he was looking for was here. A man with red eyes and glasses spoke of the only inanimate demon among the 10 elite corpses. His hand reached out toward a golden artifact, its intricate design radiating power. He stood in the center of the room, the golden artifact dominating the space. It takes the form of a flashy and beautiful artifact, because the deepest darkness always hides behind the brightest of lights. The crimson blade sang as it cut through the air. The man's eyes glowed with menacing intent. Hide and seek is over. The red sword continued its deadly arc. A star-shaped object pulsed with radiant energy. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of white and gold. The star-shaped object seemed to vibrate with power. A single, all-seeing eye burned with an inner light. The star-shaped object crackled with energy, ready to unleash its force. The energy surged, a blinding flash of light. He stood amidst the ruins, his sword held ready. The eye pulsed, a disembodied voice echoing, "Weak and foolish human." Decoravia's voice boomed, shaking the very foundations. "Did you wake me?" Two armored figures stood, their forms wreathed in shadow and crackling energy, as if something ancient had been disturbed. A weapon materialized, glowing with an ominous red light, focused on a single, all-seeing eye. The eye pulsed with power, a malevolent presence awakening from a long slumber. Had it grown to such immense size by absorbing the mana of the artifacts around it? Beecher considered cutting it while it was still on the shelf, but it had been hiding its true power. The entity, overflowing with incredible power, declared its intent to open the gate of the abyss and destroy humanity. The eye, burning with hatred, commanded the humans to fall into despair. The text described the entity as Seventh Corpse Decoravia, a natural enemy of humans and one of the 10 disasters. The time had finally come for the demon who woke it. The entity questioned who stood before it. Beecher declared that he was the human who woke it up. The formless entity seemed taken aback. It questioned if Beecher was truly human, given the demonic energy he possessed. Beecher held a blade, its edge glowing with crimson light. The weapon pulsed with contained power. The entity wondered if the power came from Beelzebub. The light intensified around Beecher's hand. A surge of energy crackled around the entity. It questioned how a human could wield the power of an ancient demon constellation. Beecher's fist clenched, the light around his hand growing brighter. He seemed to be channeling the energy. The energy erupted from Beecher's hand in a blinding flash. The air crackled with raw power. The entity laughed, seemingly amused by the display. It acknowledged Beecher, the human, with a hint of intrigue. The entity declared it had settled its contract with the demons. Now, it would forge a new contract with a human. Beecher looked down at his hand, a mixture of confusion and concern on his face. He wondered what was happening. The entity's form solidified into a star-shaped figure with a single, glowing eye. It offered a contract. Decoravia stood in the distance, questioning if he had been awakened without knowing what he was. He declares that he knows what Decoravia is, his expression serious behind his glasses. A shift in perspective reveals a monstrous eye, a past life as a demon. The demonic figure recalls a deep sleep lasting 1,000 years, and the one who awakens him. The awakening determines his disposition, a power beyond comprehension. Beecher's expression hardens, his disposition dependent on who awakens it. The eye commands attention, demanding that they listen up. Beecher, now holding a blade, questions why it's being pointed at him. With a burst of speed, he lunges forward, blade extended. The blade cuts through the air, a crimson streak of intent. The eye cries out, questioning the human's actions and motivations. His face contorted in rage, Beecher is asked if he has tried to harm him. Demons must die, he thinks, his resolve hardening. Red energy crackled around the demon, a silent declaration hanging in the air. The speed of his regeneration couldn't keep up, Beecher realized, and at this rate, he was really going to die. Decoravia's voice echoed, a desperate plea against the accusation. He was no longer a demon. The glowing eyes of the demon narrowed, a declaration of distrust hanging in the air. If he couldn't be trusted, Decoravia suggested, then Beecher should check his mana. Beecher's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, detecting the scent of a demon. The demon insisted he had vanished, calling Beecher a crazy bastard for not believing him. The demon's form pulsed with energy as he declared that he didn't trust demons. Decoravia insisted he was with the humans for the next 1,000 years, and really useful. He could make shields too, especially shields like shields. Beecher watched him, the demon's words echoing in his mind. During the time of the fall, the shield absorbed the mana of the 9 demons. It was literally the weeping wall, the demon claimed, a shield against all attacks from the allied forces of mankind. He considered the implications. If that skill could be used for the humans, it would be very useful. It would also be a huge loss for the demons, he thought, wondering if there was a need to destroy it. He demanded that everything be spilled, that all secrets be revealed without hesitation. Beecher, eyes wide with fear, demanded to know everything about the 10 elite corpses. He threatened to destroy him to the point where his form would be unrecognizable. Beecher, terrified, quickly agreed to cooperate, hoping to avoid a gruesome fate. He asked to be excused for a moment, his intentions unclear. Beecher watched him, a worried expression etched on his face, as he prepared to do something. The transformation began, the details of his form shifting and changing. His form shifted into a strange shape, a star with a single eye in the center. Beecher, confused by the sudden change, asked what he was doing. He explained that he couldn't go floating around, so he changed into a necklace to look like an artifact. The group was trapped, staring up at the intricate ceiling above. He slammed his fists against the golden gate, the sound echoing in the chamber. Beecher strained against the unyielding metal, desperate to open the gate. A man demanded that the door be opened, his voice filled with urgency. His face contorted with worry, the man's eyes darted around anxiously. He continued to pound on the door, his frustration growing with each strike. Vice Principal Vinci spoke, his voice barely a whisper. A man with glasses questioned Bacaraga about his actions. The muscular man stood firm, his expression unreadable. Bacaraga suggested they try something, his tone laced with concern. Two soldiers kneel, vowing to do whatever it takes to save their liege. The soldiers stand tall, their resolve unwavering as they await further instructions. The blonde woman looks on with concern, while Beecher Van Baskerville appears terrified. The old man with glasses states that breaking the gate down is impossible, his expression grim. A figure lies prone before the gate, seemingly exhausted from their efforts. Another figure calls out Vikir's name, their expression a mix of desperation and concern. The old man's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his weathered face. A figure raises a sword, preparing to strike the gate with all their might. The figure stands before the gate, the inscription declaring it unbreakable. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence, a question hanging in the air. A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the gate. The group stared upward, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. A man with glasses gaped, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unexpected event. The air hung thick with tension as everyone awaited an explanation for the sudden destruction. A voice echoed through the space, offering a simple, yet inadequate, apology. The figure stood bathed in light, the word late hanging in the air. He looked up, the destruction of the door now laid bare before him. He chuckled, admitting he had intended only a small dent, but instead obliterated the entire door. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to process the explanation. The emblem on his uniform glinted, a symbol of the academy he represented. He held up the artifact, explaining its ability to destroy barriers, though it was meant for one-time use. Suddenly, Vikir was seized, a cry of his name echoing through the hall. Someone grabbed him, and they both began to run. He was embraced tightly by Sinclair, who was overjoyed at his return. Sinclair exclaimed that he thought Vikir couldn't come back. The gauntlet, a symbol of power, rested still. A man with red hair looked on, muttering, "Vikir no." Another man, muscular and imposing, simply stated, "Chief." The tension hung heavy in the air. Three figures, overcome with emotion, declared their belief in their liege. Others expressed their relief at the return of Vikir. A man with glasses wondered why no one bothered about how he opened the gate. The weight of the situation settled upon him. An older man with long gray hair offered a simple, "Well done." The man with glasses offered a quiet, "Thank you." Vikir stood with the older man, the weight of his return settling upon the room. He held the other person close, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Meanwhile, Beecher, wearing glasses and a towel on his head, seemed lost in thought. Tears welled in his eyes, a silent question hanging in the air. He clutched at the towel, his expression a mixture of confusion and distress. What had happened to cause such turmoil? He stood in a room, the scene bathed in a warm, golden light. The world around him seemed to press in, amplifying his uncertainty. Papers littered a nearby table, hinting at a mock investment competition. The power of the human economy was depreciated, or so the document claimed. The poster detailed the rules for the upcoming mock investment competition. The student wondered if the survival competition was still ongoing, musing that there really is a competition for everything. Fresh from the shower, Vikir heard someone calling his name. He turned, the pendant around his neck swaying slightly. PG held up the pendant. "This necklace is yours, right?" He replied that he must have forgotten it and left it in the shower. Vikir thanked PG, accepting the necklace. Someone observed that they had wondered if the dorms weren't separated by gender because of his appearance, but they were wrong, though it was an interesting sight nonetheless. Decoravia, eyes glowing red, threatened to destroy him if he did something stupid. Vikir was asked what he had said. He replied that it was nothing, and then asked what the poster on the desk was. The student ominously stated that soon, the mock investment competition would begin. The poster declared the beginning of the investment competition, promising wealth to the victor. The organizers, it was said, belonged to the famous bourgeois family, known for their influence. He stood, a towel draped over his head, as the promise of benefits echoed in his mind. Since he lacked combat skills, he knew he needed another way to gain an advantage. The protagonist chuckled, admitting he had no choice but to apply to these competitions to get extra points. Although he lacked talent in combat, he possessed a knack for every other area, making him a valuable asset. The benefits of winning included absorbing, collecting, and analyzing information, skills he desperately needed. He glanced down at the small creature munching on him, questioning its very existence. The glowing-eyed man declared his intention to scout him, eager to secure his talents. The small creature protested, confused by the sudden attention and unwanted munching. The glowing-eyed man insisted that they bring him to him before someone else takes him, mentioning Sinclair this time. He admitted that he had always lost to her in previous competitions, fueling his determination to succeed this time. He spoke with conviction, stating that he heard she's really good. He knew she was good at economics and investing, so he didn't want to lose to her. But the time was right now, or was it? He realized he was late, exclaiming that he had a meeting with the professor and was going ahead. The man scrambled, trying to get dressed as quickly as possible. He chuckled to himself, a strange glint in his eyes as he continued to rush. He was told to remove this beast, Fakir. Elsewhere, the moon hung high over the city, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets. The narrow alleyways were dimly lit, the silence broken only by the occasional drip of water. A puddle reflected the moon's pale light, creating an ethereal glow on the damp stone. Footsteps echoed through the night as someone walked with purpose. A figure emerges from a pool of water, the surface rippling around them. Heavy breaths escape him, his mouth agape in what seems like a silent scream. The cloaked figure strides forward, their coat billowing behind them with each step. The figure pauses beneath a street lamp, casting long shadows on the cobblestone street. His brow furrows, the tension evident in the set of his jaw. Sweat beads on his face as he grits his teeth, a deep-seated rage simmering within. He curses Ouroboros, lamenting that he could have conquered the capital if it weren't for her. The man's face contorts in fury as he is identified as Bourbon Jr. His hands clench into fists, knuckles white with suppressed anger. Bourbon Jr. demands to know who the cloaked figure is and how long they have been following him. The cloaked figure remains silent, their presence undetectable to Bourbon Jr. Bourbon Jr.'s frustration mounts as he wonders if Ouroboros is responsible. He is asked if he is the knight hound Ouroboros is chasing. Saint Bourbon claims ignorance, questioning if he should be addressed as Edward or by his priest name. The cloaked figure wonders why Saint Bourbon looked into him, stating that he is a mid-rank graduator. The cloaked figure accuses Saint Bourbon of being a high-ranking priest in a new pseudo-cult in the north called the Ohm cult. The cloaked figure continues, stating that Saint Bourbon sacrificed a woman after sexually assaulting her for his first demon contract. The cloaked figure adds that in his latter years, Saint Bourbon joined the demon army to go against Quo Vadis. The cloaked figure says that Saint Bourbon used his extensive knowledge of scriptures as a weapon, infiltrating the temple as a spy. The cloaked figure reveals that 25 years ago, Saint Bourbon killed his cousin and used her as a sacrifice. Saint Bourbon admits that the cloaked figure is right about him being a priest and the thing with his cousin, but Saint Bourbon claims he has no idea what the rest was about. The cloaked figure moves forward. The cloaked figure strikes, killing Saint Bourbon. He stood over the body, a red glow emanating from his mask. The cloaked figure towered over the corpse, a crimson blade still in hand. Blood splattered as the cloaked figure stood over the body, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. The scent of a demon lingered. Bourbon Jr. detected something hidden in the victim's pocket. The cloaked figure reached into the pocket, his expression hidden by the mask. An exemption. The document bore ornate lettering and a wax seal. The exemption absolved the believer of all sins, issued by the Old Testament faction. Forgery would result in punishment. The selling of exemptions should have stopped with Dantalion's death, Bourbon Jr. thought, examining the document. The scent was dense, a lingering trace of something sinister. The cloaked figure held the exemption, the red glow intensifying. The scent belonged to the sixth corpse, a friend of the ninth. Bourbon Jr. realized he needed to visit the Quo Vadis family again. The scent of the sixth corpse still reeked, a clue leading to the Quo Vadis family. A body lies sprawled on the stone floor, blood pooling around the head. A man's face appears, shadowed and serious. He thinks Ouroboros never bothered him before. Bourbon Jr.'s severed head lies on the ground, bloodied and lifeless. Someone reflects that they thought she was just a psycho. A woman with silver hair stands tall, a whip coiled at her side. The man thinks she's a scheming psycho. The woman's legs are shown as she walks. The sound of her heels clicking echoes through the stone halls. She stands over the body, noting that he was already here. Bourbon Jr.'s severed head is held up. The woman with silver hair smiles, a manic glint in her eyes. She thinks she should have brought a knife. The hooded figure walked through the city, the buildings towering over him. The streets bustled with people going about their day, unaware of the figure moving among them. He paused at a mask stand, the vendor gesturing toward her wares. The vendor seemed eager to make a sale, her hands moving quickly as she presented the masks. He thought to himself, a realization dawning. I knew it. The streets of the imperial capital were crowded on the weekends, a fact that did not escape him. His eyes widened behind his glasses, a hint of surprise in his expression. The Quo Vadis church stood tall, its architecture imposing against the sky. The church beckoned, its message clear. All right, Please repent. A special discount was being offered, a golden chance to write off sins at half the price. The city bustled with activity, its inhabitants going about their daily lives. A voice mused, admitting to past troubles and expressing a feeling of refreshment. The man in the brown cloak walked alongside a woman in a brown jacket as she inquired about the reason for his good mood. The woman laughed, recalling a time when someone hit a child with their carriage while drunk. Another man stated that he heard the child died. Beecher Van Baskerville was told that he was kind for caring, as the man explained he came to repent because he couldn't sleep properly. The man continued, stating he bought a really expensive item so he wouldn't need to compensate the victim's family, asking if it wasn't amazing. A sinister laughter echoed. A voice questioned if that was how humans actually were. Another voice stated that appearances aside, they're basically the same as demons. Ahem, what is the world becoming? The city teemed with people, a seemingly endless stream of individuals. The sky stretches out, a building visible in the distance. He stands at the doorway, holding papers in his hand. A voice calls out, "May the next person come in." A voice responds, "Thank you for waiting." The man sits behind a desk, papers spread before him, awaiting the next arrival. The hooded figure stands before the man, who asks, "What sin have you committed?" The figure thinks, "If I can repent for the sins I've committed in the past." The hooded figure wonders, "Then am I able to repent for the sins I'll commit in the future?" The man smiles, inquiring, "What sin do you predict you'll commit?" The man's expression remains unchanged, a slight smile playing on his lips. The hooded figure responds, "To be honest, it'll be a grave and extreme." A sharp sound echoes. The scene focuses on legs. He clasped his hands together, the man with the bowl-cut face beaming. He had come to the right place, it seemed. The priest-like figure leaned forward, his glasses reflecting the light. He wondered just how big this crime was. The priest-like figure tilted his head, his expression unreadable. He asked if Beecher was willing to buy an expensive exemption. A bubble appeared, revealing the crime. He was going to kill one of his neighbor's pigs. The priest-like figure sat at his desk, listening intently. Beecher wondered if that was an extreme crime. The priest-like figure leaned in, his expression serious. He questioned if taking the life of a pig was a sin. The priest-like figure's face contorted in what seemed like amusement. His eyes widened, and his mouth twisted into a grin. The priest-like figure asked if Beecher thought he wasn't busy just because he was talking to him while smiling. He had seen his fair share of people, but this was a first. Elsewhere, a long line of people waited outside, presumably for their turn to confess their sins or seek exemptions. The priest-like figure stamped a document, a look of pride on his face. He was proud that Beecher came all the way here because of a mere pig. He stared ahead, his expression unreadable. What was he planning to do with that pig? He was told to cough up 1 gold and get lost, to not sin again. A voice called out, requesting the next person in line to step forward. The document stated that the faithful believer was absolved from all their sins. Forging this will result in punishment. Beecher detected a faint demonic smell coming from the church and the exemption. The voice declared that he may not be in the church, but they can't write off his involvement. The voice continued, certain that he was somewhere in the capital. A woman in white robes walked along the outer wall of the church. Beecher wondered why she was there, detecting the scent of the 6th corpse. The woman in white robes wondered when she should be at the school. The woman in white robes called out the name, Dolores. A group of people gathered in a courtyard, their expressions unreadable. She moved through the crowd, her white robes a stark contrast to the commoners. The woman in white robes paused, her expression hidden behind a mask. She wondered if she was simply walking in with confidence to look around. It might be more suspicious for the saintess to secretly come inside a church like this. The woman in white robes continued, confident that no one would recognize her. She wondered if all of these people were at the Old Testament faction's church to buy exemptions. After Quilty of the Indulgentia family died with the log, records of exemptions and indulgences were revealed. The Old Testament faction's indulgent exemptions were exposed to the world, and these acts are popular with the public. Right now, the internal affairs of Cudvatis are in chaos, and all attention is focused on the conflict between the New and Old Testament factions. Because of this, pseudo-cults are running rampant in multiple places within the empire. The source of the Indulgentia family's funds has disappeared. So how is the Old Testament faction, the cause of this conflict, maintaining its wealth? By selling exemptions. He kept his gaze fixed, the lower half of his face obscured. Had they found another source of funds? He had infiltrated this place to find out. The man's eyes widened, a silent exclamation escaping him. A crowd gathered, their voices rising in excitement as they looked toward the entrance. Someone had arrived, drawing the attention of those assembled. Cardinal Humbert stood tall, his presence commanding the attention of the crowd. Cardinal Humbert gestured, his voice booming, "Please look this way." The man in white robes' eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The crowd surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the cardinal. Cardinal Humbert, surrounded by his followers, seemed to notice something. The procession continued, Cardinal Humbert leading the way through the throng. The man in white robes spoke. Adeka, there's something I need to take care of. Let's walk around before entering the. He listens intently as the other priest speaks of the church. A crowd gathers, their voices rising in a plea for blessings. Cardinal Humbert stands tall, his presence commanding attention. The cardinal surveys the scene from a high vantage point. A hooded figure clutches their cloak, a storm brewing within. Internal conflict rages as the hooded figure questions Humbert's motives. The figure's hand clenches into a fist, fueled by a revelation about their father. The feud between the hooded figure and their father, the cardinal, intensifies. The hooded figure seems to be steeling themselves for something. The sound of a collision echoes. The hooded figure apologizes, surprised by the impact of running into someone. Guards call out, noticing suspicious individuals nearby. Capture them. The order rang out as the hooded figure turned, startled. A hand seized the hooded figure, the suddenness of the attack leaving them momentarily stunned. Guards intercepted the hooded figure's escape, their spears glinting under the dim light. Stop, they commanded. A hand reached out, desperately trying to grasp something, anything to break the fall. Wait. The guards advanced, their voices echoing through the halls as they pursued their quarry. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting long shadows across the stone floor as the chase continued. The guards moved with practiced efficiency, their footsteps barely audible on the ancient steps. From above, the guards appeared as a unified force, their movements synchronized as they closed in. The guards cornered someone, their spears leveled. Don't move, they barked, their faces grim. Cardinal Humbert stood framed by the doorway, flanked by more guards, his expression unreadable. The guards addressed the hooded figures directly. Remove your hoods and reveal yourselves. A close-up revealed a hooded figure's face, a slight smirk playing on their lips as they considered the order. A man in dark clothing grabs neutral Humbert by the collar, his face contorted in anger. Another man stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he stammers. Why you're... The man in dark clothing, Cardinal Humbert, smiles menacingly as he holds neutral Humbert. He says it has been a while. Meanwhile, two hooded figures tumble down a flight of stairs, their escape attempt taking a dangerous turn. The hooded figures brace for impact, their expressions a mix of fear and determination as they fall. The lower half of one of the hooded figures is shown, their white clothing billowing around them as they descend. A collage of faces shows the intensity of the situation, with expressions ranging from shock to anger to fear. The dog-masked figure held up a finger, silencing the other figure in the white mask. The dog-masked figure seemed to recognize the voice, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. The cloaked figure's hands tightened, their identity seemingly revealed. The Night Hound? From above, a figure in white robes spoke, noting that it had been some time. The speaker was revealed to be Cardinal Martin Luther, his expression unreadable. The title card confirmed the man's identity, Cardinal Martin Luther, Luan Quo Vadis. Cardinal Martin Luther apologized for his impudence, explaining he was pursuing suspicious rats crawling around the church. The taller figure, standing beside Cardinal Martin Luther, questioned the mention of rats. He hoped the question wasn't directed at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man in dark robes assured the cardinal that was not the case. Cardinal Martin Luther inquired about the reason for Beecher Van Baskerville's visit to the Church of the Old Testament. Beecher admitted he came to snoop around, prompting the cardinal to ask him to repeat himself. The panel shows a crowd of people filling the Old Testament's churches, while the New Testament's churches are swarming with only flies. Beecher confirmed that he came to snoop around and gather some know-hows, a sly grin on his face. Cardinal Martin Luther gestured with his hands, mentioning the Pope's value of harmony between. The cardinal paused, leaving the question of harmony between what hanging in the air, before asking about the factions. Beecher stated that there was a particular reason, elaborating that the church is in a great location with a large population. The cardinal responded with a chuckle, indicating he understood the explanation. The two men stood together, the cardinal in his white robes and Beecher in his dark attire, engaged in their conversation. Beecher announced he would be taking his leave for a meeting, musing to himself that the old man seems like he has taken. Cardinal Martin Luther listened as he was told it was time for an important figure. The cardinal instructed that they be escorted safely out of the church. The soldiers responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir," ready to carry out the order. Cardinal Martin Luther smiled, seemingly content with the arrangements being made. Though this ground is crawling with demons who are trying to swallow us all up, he was told not to be afraid and stand tall, for the truth will always prevail. Even if your family members, wealth, honor, and life are all taken away from you, the truth will still live on and make the empire everlasting. His eyes glowed with an intense, furious light. His teeth were bared, a snarl twisting his lips. He thought this was good. The city receded behind them, bathed in the fading light. A cloaked figure descended the steps, their destination unknown. Beecher adjusted his scarf, a small smile gracing his lips. The cloaked figure stood beside Beecher, awaiting further instruction. Beecher found the disguise rather obvious, surprised others hadn't noticed. The cloaked figure seemed to understand, listening intently to Beecher. The cloaked figure tilted their head, confused by Beecher's sudden laughter. Beecher apologized, explaining that he didn't mean to offend. Beecher noted that the cloaked figure now knew how to make jokes, and that their aura had changed. A flicker of sadness crossed Beecher's face, a memory surfacing. Beecher recalled mistaking the cloaked figure for Vakir, remembering past encounters on the academy stairs. He acknowledged the question about recent killings and their need to hide from Quilty. The cloaked figure wondered if the recent incidents shared a common thread. The woman with long blonde hair brushed the topic aside, her expression serious. She questioned why the saintess of the New Testament faction was at a church of the Old Testament. The cloaked figure was reminded that she was wearing a disguise. The woman with long blonde hair admitted the truth. To be honest, she began, her expression troubled by the internal conflict of the Quo Vadis family's Old and New Testament factions. Cults and pseudo-religions had gone rampant, she explained, revealing the reason she secretly infiltrated the church. The cloaked figure, wearing a bear-like hood, was there to investigate the flow of the Old Testament faction's funds. The woman with long blonde hair realized that the Pope was currently displaying symptoms. She continued, explaining that there was no way of knowing if he was aware of the situation due to dementia. The woman with long blonde hair lamented that she was the saintess, yet her position was only superficial. Because she had no power, she felt she had no choice but to act as she did. He considered the matter, the weight of it settling heavily on his shoulders. It was a difficult issue for the saintess to take on alone, a burden that seemed almost too great to bear. She commanded respect and a large amount of power as a hero, but as things stood, she was simply a young girl whose adoptive father was a demon's informant. She barely had anyone she could trust, a lonely figure amidst the swirling chaos. Also, it's clearer after hearing what the saintess said. The man in the hood thought, his red eyes narrowed. Funds, cults, and pseudo-religions swirled together, a dangerous mix of power and corruption. The exemptions, a loophole that could be exploited for nefarious purposes. All the puzzle pieces were coming together, forming a clearer, yet more disturbing, picture. Humbert's voice echoed. I think the Old Testament faction is fighting the New Testament faction to show that they're superior. In order to do that, they're selling the right to own one's religion to cults and pseudo-religions in the form of exemptions, at a very steep price at that. Because the New Testament faction has caught wind of it, Cardinal Martin Luther paid a visit. The saintess gasped, a sudden realization dawning on her face. She gasps, surprised by Cardinal Martin Luther's extensive knowledge. It seems he knows more than she initially thought. Beecher, cloaked and hooded, stands nearby, retorting that he didn't expect her to figure it out, Nighthound. Cardinal Martin Luther pauses, a realization dawning on her. If he knows that much, what could it mean? The hooded figure suggests a darker truth. A demon might be involved in the unfolding events. The focus tightens on the clasp of Beecher's cloak, a subtle detail hinting at hidden depths. The hooded figure continues, explaining that the cults and pseudo-religions are emerging forces, but if a demon is involved, they would be hiding. Someone or something is pulling the strings from behind the scenes, orchestrating the chaos. Beecher confirms that there's a mastermind at play, manipulating events from the shadows. The hooded figure knew it all along. The Nighthound is caught in the middle of a fight. The figure reflects on the painful loneliness of their position, always isolated. But now, something is changing. The sound of approaching footsteps breaks the silence. Cardinal Martin Luther is visibly shaken by a sudden, dawning realization as Beecher looks on. He is entreated to accept help from an unseen figure. The woman with blonde hair insists that, though she may be weak, she will definitely be of help. She then asks if she can give him buffs like she did when they fought Dantalion. Cardinal Martin Luther seems confused by the request. The woman states that it's fine for now. She continues, stating that she has a way to round them all up and arrest them, before asking what's that. The woman's hand reaches out. The woman in the cloak declares that she needs his body. She says that first she's going to need. The woman's expression is intense. Her hand continues to reach out. Cardinal Martin Luther is shocked by the statement. Quo Vadis Church, a New Testament faction, stood on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The leader of the Manson Church addressed the assembled members. It had been a while since they had all gathered. Charles Ohm, the leader of the Ohm Church, was told that he looked younger. He was also said to have a great presence. The leader of the Ohm Church was told that it felt like he possessed more of God's power. He countered that he had lost weight. The leader of the Manson Church was asked about his new concubine. He chuckled, stating that she was a young woman who had a husband. The leader of the Manson Church continued, explaining that as he spoke of the doctrine and whispered about the soul's liberation, she came to him on her own. Charles Ohm laughed, remarking that they give offerings of gold or grain with just one word. The leader of the Ohm Church stated that there wasn't even a need for him to move. Elmani, the leader of the New World Church, listened intently. In any case, the New Testament faction of Quo Vadis had sent the leader of the New World Church an invitation to their sacred ceremony, which meant they finally acknowledged them as official branches. A sinister grin spread across his face, his tongue darting out as if tasting a forbidden secret. The image of the saintess radiated serenity, her hands gently cradling bread and wine. The wine in the glass symbolized the sharing of the saintess's body and blood, a potential alliance. Cardinal Martin Luther remarked on the New Testament faction finally coming to their senses and asking to join them. Charles Ohm, leaning on his cane, declared that he finally understood the situation. They couldn't defeat the Old Testament faction without funds, the text proclaimed. A sudden, violent impact shook the scene. The man with the sinister grin was struck, his eyes wide with shock. Charles Ohm and Cardinal Martin Luther reacted with stunned disbelief. The fallen man lay prone, a large will looming ominously nearby as a voice chuckled, observing the scene. A woman with a snake-like weapon stood revealed, a cruel smile playing on her lips. The armored figure wonders aloud why there is so much trash present. A woman with long, braided hair stands before a group of armed figures. The blonde-haired man states that, as promised, she has arrived. The blonde-haired man peers from beneath his hood, his expression unreadable. The masked woman stands with her back to the blonde-haired man, facing the group. The masked woman speaks, saying she heard the night hound had made an appearance, but she only sees smelly trash. The masked woman smiles, revealing sharp teeth. One of the men in the group calls the masked woman arrogant. Someone shouts, demanding that the others kill her. Swords are drawn, and the fight begins. The clash of steel echoes as the battle intensifies. The masked woman's blade slashed through the air, a violet energy trailing its path. The sword pressed forward, the violet energy intensifying around the point of impact. The strike landed with brutal force, the air crackling with violet energy. The masked woman continued her assault, her movements a blur of violet light and steel. The man with face paint watched the fight, his expression unreadable as he stood alongside his subordinates. Blood splattered across a white coat, evidence of the brutal conflict. The masked woman stood amidst the carnage, her gaze fixed on her opponents. "Leaders?" she questioned. The bald man raised his hand, a look of desperation on his face. One of the men exclaimed, "How dare you make a scene in front of us?" The man with face paint declared, his eyes wide, "I am the god of the Manson Church." He pointed a finger, stating, "Luckily you're my type, so if—" The bald man, kneeling, was told, "You become my 21 first wife, I won't punish you." The figures stood silently, their lower half draped in ornate fabric. The masked figure tilted their head, a mocking tone lacing their words. "You're a god, but you couldn't even block that." Beecher Van Baskerville's face contorted in anger. He declared, "I'm not scared of someone like you." Beecher's voice boomed with false bravado. "I will never surrender, because I am a true god who has descended into this world." The self-proclaimed god stood tall, cane in hand, as he proclaimed his divine status to the world. Suddenly, his face began to crack and shatter, as if struck by an unseen force. The sound of splintering bone echoed. The masked figure smirked, holding up a bottle. "If you really are a god, then nothing will happen when you make contact with holy water, right?" Beecher's face was now a horrifying mask of pain, his eyes wide with terror as a blue aura emanated from him. He screamed, a tortured sound that ripped through the air as the poison took hold. A voice dripped with false innocence. "Oopsies, I threw poison by accident." The masked figure held the bottle aloft, the skull-shaped label glinting in the dim light as the poison dripped. The masked figure sneered, "You're the only piece of trash left." He groveled, insisting he was not a god, not even a priest. The masked figure loomed over Beecher, who begged for his life. Terror etched itself across Beecher's face as he realized his pleas were falling on deaf ears. The masked figure responded with cold indifference. "So what?" The masked figure stood over him, as Beecher gasped in pain. Blood splattered across the ground. The attack continued, each strike a crimson burst. The sounds of pain echoed through the scene. Beecher lay defeated, as the masked figure mused about using him. The masked figure smiled, expressing a desire to meet someone one day. The masked figure's excitement was palpable, declaring that only one person could excite them this much. The masked figure revealed their target. "Is you, Night Hound." Screams echoed through the forest, drawing the attention of a woman with silver hair. Her expression hardened, determined to find the source of the disturbance. The woman gritted her teeth, her resolve unwavering as she pressed forward. The air crackled with unseen energy as she moved with purpose. Meanwhile, a wounded man sat slumped against a wall, blood staining his robes. A hooded figure loomed over him, issuing a cold command: interrogate him and find the papers. The woman with silver hair continued her pursuit, her expression a mix of concern and determination. The hooded figure demanded to know everything about their funding. The hooded figure dangled a glowing pendant before the wounded man, its power palpable. The pendant pulsed with red light, the hooded figure stating that silence was meaningless. The hooded figure pressed for everything he knew, specifically about the ledger. Under duress, the wounded man revealed the funds were located on the floor of the carriage, highly confidential. A frantic order echoes. Capture them all in front of the church. The blonde woman in a tracksuit is cornered, clutching something tightly. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a single tear escaping as she thinks. Already, armored guards advance, their footsteps heavy and menacing. A spear strikes the ground, vibrations signaling the guards' relentless pursuit. The armored figures move, with coordinated precision, their spears at the ready. The woman navigates the courtyard, dodging the advancing guards and their spears. Damn it, she mutters. She clutches her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she continues to flee. The hooded figure waits in the shadows, relieved. Phew, we almost got caught. The woman approaches the hooded figure, their meeting shrouded in secrecy. The hooded figure asks, their voice muffled, "Did you find the ledger?" The hooded figure holds up a book, the red glow from their eyes reflecting off its cover. She considered the dead, those lost before the church, a somber weight settling in her mind. Three figures, masked with sinister smiles, radiated an aura of unforgiving malice, declaring their evil nature. They were manipulators, the kind who preyed on the emotions of others, twisting them for their own gain. Though brutal, the method proved efficient. This was the meaning of wiping them all out. Beecher, her brow furrowed, questioned how it was known that Ouroboros would reappear at that specific location. The ledger, marked with the stark word night, held secrets within its pages, waiting to be revealed. The camera panned up to show the exterior of a grand building, bathed in the cool light of the night. It was the estate of the conglomerate bourgeois family, a name whispered with both respect and fear. The hooded figure, standing beside her, peered at the ledger. "Pardon," he asked, his voice muffled. The hooded figure was the ringleader of all these incidents, a revelation that sparked shock and disbelief. Examining the transactions within the ledger, Beecher discovered that the pseudo-cults had received enormous donations from the bourgeois family. They had been purchasing the Old Testament faction's exemptions with that money, deepening the... He considered the conflict between the Old and New Testament factions. Why were they doing this? He wondered, his brow furrowed in thought. The hooded figure held a book, its pages filled with arcane symbols. The most annoying power against the demons, he thought, was divine power. A massive, golden tree dominated the landscape, its branches reaching towards the heavens. They've been planning to destroy it, the hooded figure stated. The hooded figure's red eye glowed ominously in the darkness. They're probably trying to get rid of all annoyances before the time of the fall begins. Beecher's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He asked if they were planning to assassinate someone, his voice barely a whisper. The hooded figure's glowing red eyes narrowed. Were they planning to target the key figures of the bourgeois family? He wondered, his expression unreadable. The hooded figure confirmed their plans with a simple yes. Beecher considered the implications, realizing the bourgeois family's key figures probably lived in grand mansions with strict security. Beecher's brow furrowed, his expression troubled. He wondered if it would even be possible to infiltrate those places, not to mention assassinate them. Beecher's expression hardened with resolve. He declared that they would make them come to them, a plan forming in his mind. The hooded figure's mask gleamed in the dim light. Money attracts money, he stated. Wealth attracts wealth, his voice a low growl. The hooded figure raised a hand, emphasizing his point. They just needed to have a lot of money that would make the bourgeois family approach them first. The hooded figure's red eye stared intently, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The plan was set in motion. The plan hinged on a single, fortunate detail. Beecher's red eyes glinted behind his thick glasses. A woman with crimson eyes cooed, expressing how much she missed her little brother. The woman pinched Beecher's cheek, eliciting a pained grimace from him. He cursed under his breath. The man with the bowl cut and red eyes peers forward, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. The blonde woman's cheeks flush, her green eyes wide as she looks expectantly at someone off-panel. She hesitates, as if correcting herself. It seems she meant to say Vikir. The blonde woman gathers her courage, a slight smile gracing her lips. She has something to tell him. Vikir stands before her, waiting patiently. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Vikir begins to speak, but is cut off before he can get a word out. The blonde woman interrupts, her voice soft but firm. "Excuse me." Vikir's eyes widen slightly. He pleads with her, asking her not to move for a second. The blonde woman's thoughts race. Why is he standing right in front of her? The blonde woman's face is flushed, her expression a mix of surprise and anticipation. She hasn't said anything yet. A hand twitches, fingers flexing slightly in the dim light. The blonde woman's face flushes crimson, her expression a mix of surprise and embarrassment. She wonders what is going on. The hand clenches tightly around a thin, metallic chain. The spider-like creature dangles from the chain, its many eyes wide with what seems to be perverse interest. He demands to know what the hell the two of them are doing there. The spider-like creature speaks, calling someone Decoravia, baby madam. The spider-like creature continues, stating that it wanted to see the pretty people walking through the hallway. The spider-like creature says that it doesn't know why it's acting like this already, and that he'll see them both in the room later. Vikir is called out by name, his expression one of anger and disbelief. The blonde woman explains that there was a bug in his hair and apologizes if she bothered him. The blonde woman, flustered, asks what he was going to tell her. She stammers, denying that she was going to say anything weird. The blonde woman held up her hands, a nervous expression on her face. Dalor struggled to remember what she was going to say to Vikir, berating herself to get a grip. Dalor explained that she created a group with PG and Sinclair, wondering if he was interested in joining them. He appreciated the offer, but stated that he would not be joining the group. He explained that he didn't have time for another club except for the newspaper club. Dalor seemed disappointed as she said goodbye. He stated that he took up too much of her time, wishing her good work for the day. The two walked away from each other. Their conversation concluded. Dalor's expression shifted as she heard someone call her president. Vikir's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression unreadable. He wished her good. Dalor blushed, seemingly flustered by his words. She offered a quiet thanks, her expression unreadable as she looked away. 2 weeks prior, a grand building stood tall, its architecture a testament to wealth and power. The team had amassed a fortune, stacks of gold reaching towards the sky. The sheer volume of their earnings was staggering, a testament to their success. Her teammates praised Dalor, marveling at the amount of money they had acquired. Dalor was shocked by their success, unable to believe how much they had gained in such a short time. She admitted to following the Night Hound strategy, still surprised by the outcome. A cloaked figure spoke to Dalor, promising to reveal how to make money. The first step, identify investors who have listed their names in the business world, a vast pool of potential targets. Then, narrow them down to 960 people who are gullible, and send half of them a forecast predicting an increase in investment rights. Tell the remaining 480 that they will decrease. This divides the group, creating a sense of exclusivity and competition. Naturally, half of the predictions will be right, reinforcing the perception of accuracy and insight. Among those who trusted the forecast, split them in half again, repeating the process for 5 days. The ones who received the wrong forecast will no longer be interested, leaving only the ones who trusted them remaining. Only 30 people will completely believe the forecasts of the Oracle Club, a select group of dedicated followers. When that happens, you will no longer need to do anything, as the strategy reaches its final stage. And the investors who are left will naturally come and give you their money, convinced of your prophetic abilities. Their forecasts were correct 5 times in a row. They begged to invest their life savings, even selling their houses to participate. Lastly, with all the seed money I gave you and the investments, you can move on to the final step. Invest in a head merchant named Cindy Wendy, who trades with the Western jungle, completing the cycle. She questioned the wisdom of investing such a large sum in an unfamiliar business. The investors, she feared, would complain if things went south. The unseen figure assured her that even if something happened and they lost a large amount of money, he could vouch for her business skills. The masked figure stated with confidence that she would be able to acquire an impossible sum of money. Dalor considered the situation, thinking that it would all result in such an absurd amount. The image of swimming on top of money filled her mind. A bed of money, a bed of money. A question lingered. Just how skilled is the Night Hound? Elsewhere, under the light of the moon, a large building stood silhouetted against the night sky. A hand pressed against the stone door, the symbol etched into it glowing faintly. A voice, barely a whisper, questioned if it was the Night Hound. Dalor, dressed in white, looked up from the depths of the stairwell. She acknowledged their arrival. She looked up, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. The Night Hound arrived, the moonlight reflecting off his masked face. The Night Hound stated that she was a little late. She apologized, explaining that she was avoiding the head resident. Dalor smiled, seemingly relieved by the Night Hound's presence. The Night Hound asked if it was easy finding her way there, commenting that all the dorms looked similar. The Night Hound replied that it wasn't hard, implying he waited on the correct dorm roof. Dalor's eyes narrowed, a question forming in her mind. She wondered if the mirror would show the Night Hound's reflection. The Night Hound held up the mirror of truth, which would show the person's true face. Dalor seemed nervous, hoping the Night Hound would tell her the outcome. The Night Hound stated that it was a huge success, implying he wasn't just good at fighting. The Night Hound's investment skills were apparently on another level, something Dalor hadn't realized. The pair stood on a high precipice, the city lights twinkling below as they discussed their next move. The Night Hound believed they were entering the last stage of their plan. The goal, to win over one of the inner people, a task represented by a locked, ornate chest. To raid the bourgeois family, who were covered in secrets, they needed a key. The Night Hound explained that they needed a key figure within the bourgeois family, someone who didn't like the current family head. The Night Hound's suit shifted as he moved, the fabric whispering in the night air. Dalor considered the implications. Key figures were usually treated well and favored by the family head. The Night Hound's companion wondered if such a person really existed. The Night Hound presented Dalor with a rolled document, a subtle rustling accompanying the gesture. The hooded figure stated that the answer was within the document, an economics paper from a certain year. The economics paper held the key to discovering who was going to be the head of the family. He scanned the document, the text detailing the fierce competition for the head of the bourgeois family. Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois, the eldest son, was most likely to take the lead. Along with... He blinked, a strange cross-shaped reflection appearing in his eye. He was after the throne of the bourgeois family. The cloaked figure stood, his red eyes gleaming ominously from within the shadows of his hood. But he became the Game of Thrones silver medalist, the current director of the National Mint. The image focused on a hand holding a golden key, identifying the second son, Damien Jew Bourgeois. Ever since he lost in the political fight, his influence within the family decreased. But he'll still make a good spy. He knew this person. He was in charge of the bourgeois family quest at the Uni League's second stage. Beecher looked up, surprised. He didn't know Damien fought to become family head. How are you going to approach Director Damien? He sat, the dark armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. A voice mused, well, as the night sky erupted in a dazzling display. Fireworks exploded over the city, painting the darkness with vibrant colors. A carriage, illuminated by a warm glow, waited patiently below. The sound of footsteps echoed softly on the polished floor. A woman in a pristine white dress and delicate shoes walked gracefully. With a clink, wine glasses were raised in a toast, laughter filling the air. Meanwhile, a woman in a green dress laughed with others, enjoying the festivities from a balcony. Two men, one in a brown suit and the other in a green military uniform, shared a quiet moment. The woman in the blue dress rested her gloved hands on the railing, observing the scene. A wave of excitement washed over her as she looked down at the celebration below. Her cheeks flushed. The woman in blue seemed both nervous and thrilled by the spectacle. The woman with blonde hair and flower crown begins, expressing her sincere gratitude to everyone. It is announced that Dalor, the club president, will now give her welcome speech to the attendees. A grand chandelier hangs over the gathered crowd, illuminating the formal occasion. Attendees stand, listening attentively as the event gets underway. Dalor expresses her gratitude, once again, her expression sincere. She places a hand over her chest, her words carrying the weight of the occasion. The event is described as an important one, a sentiment echoed in the atmosphere. The event is for seniors in the business community, whom they deeply respect. Dalor believes it is a valuable opportunity for them to meet and know everyone. She hopes their relationship is not merely a passing one, her hands clasped in front of her. The hope is for a relationship that continues on, even after this party. The attendees listen intently, as they have arranged this gathering as they have. A radiant light filled the room, prompting hushed whispers of divine intervention. The pair gazed upward, utterly captivated by the dazzling spectacle unfolding before them. A masked man stood, holding a tray of wine glasses, observing the scene. Dalor's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and apprehension etched on her face. She questioned the idea of a party, her expression a mix of shock and curiosity. The figure in dark clothing proposed a glamorous party, suggesting they invite the Empire's tycoons, including Damien. The figure explained that rumors about the Oracle Club had spread throughout the business community, ensuring status wouldn't be an issue. Dalor hesitated, pointing out their lack of funds to host such an event, a moment of doubt clouding her features. But then, she paused, a new idea sparking in her mind, and she agreed to the proposition. The figure assured her that the money she had accumulated would be sufficient to host the party, revealing piles of gold. Even if one returns the principal and dividends to all investors, a party filled with the business community's tycoons is still needed. She sat, hands clasped tightly in her lap, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. Will she be able to pull it off? The masked figure stood beside Dalor, a silent presence. He seemed to be waiting for her answer, his glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. A plan was forming. Someone intended to sneak in, their eyes narrowed with determination. Since they needed to approach Damien, a new strategy was required. The pressure was mounting. Dalor sat, the weight of the task pressing down on her. The percentage of success felt slim. The masked figure spoke, his voice a low rasp. If that's the case, if you're joining me. Dalor's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. Then I'll do my best, she declared, her hands clasped in front of her. Her hands trembled slightly, a subtle hint of the anxiety she still carried. She had been so worried back then, a flashback revealed. But she seems to be doing just fine now. Anyway, it seemed like all the famous figures from the business community around the Empire had gathered. But the important question is, did Damien accept the invitation? The waiter continued to serve drinks. A masked figure peers from the shadows, his gaze intense and unwavering. There he is, the object of their attention, now revealed. Damien Ju Bourgeois raises a glass of wine, his expression unreadable behind the crystal. He is the director of the Empire's currency manufacturing factory, a position of immense power. Damien Ju Bourgeois, his name whispered with a mix of awe and apprehension. The rumors were true, his influence extending far beyond mere wealth. The men discussed Damien's success, noting that he not only achieved outstanding results in the mock investment competition, but also invested real money and gained a lot of wealth in the process. The largest and most extravagant party says it all, a testament to his power. The director's influence is everything with this experience, they firmly believe. They understood that they could do anything with money, such as Damien's reach. Damien Ju Bourgeois smiles knowingly, the wine reflecting in his eyes. He muses that there are many things that money can't solve in this world, a hint of something darker beneath the surface. He raised his glass, a dark pronouncement escaping his lips about bringing the dead back to life. The sound of the wine glass echoed in the room as Damien Ju Bourgeois held it aloft, his expression unreadable. A close-up on the glass revealed the deep red liquid swirling within, catching the light as it moved. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension, the silence punctuated only by the clinking of glass. One of the men present questioned Damien Ju Bourgeois' intentions, concern etched on his face as he asked where he was going. Damien Ju Bourgeois turned away, stating that he was going to cool down, his back to the concerned onlookers. Footsteps echoed as he began to walk away, the sound reverberating through the opulent hall. The director's sour look did not go unnoticed, as one of the men wondered aloud if they had hit a nerve. Elsewhere, a figure wearing a mask observed the scene, their expression hidden from view. A waiter held a tray laden with glasses of red wine, ready to serve the guests at the gathering. The night sky was visible through a window, the moon hanging high above the scene. Damien Ju Bourgeois stood on a balcony, gazing out at the night, his long coat billowing in the breeze. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Antagonist Damien Ju Bourgeois' face is partially obscured by shadow. His expression is unreadable, a mask of composure. He poses a question, his tone measured and deliberate. Do you think? The masked figure stands tall, his red eyes gleaming behind a mask. The masked figure continues his thought, waiting for an answer. Antagonist Damien Ju Bourgeois stands on the balcony, the masked figure's shadow looming over him. Is there a reason why you're asking me that question now? The masked figure apologizes for disturbing him, explaining that their conversation piqued his interest. The masked figure's red eye gleams with intensity as he awaits the answer. Antagonist Damien Ju Bourgeois looks down at the masked figure. There definitely are. In fact, there are a lot. Antagonist Damien Ju Bourgeois states that money is simply a means to achieve one's goal. Antagonist Damien Ju Bourgeois clenches his fist, his expression unreadable. He spoke, his voice echoing slightly in the dimly lit room, hinting at the limits of wealth. The stars twinkled above, indifferent to the conversation unfolding below. The masked figure mused on the vastness of the night sky, equating it to the essence of humanity. A palpable tension filled the air. Damien Ju Bourgeois warned him to choose his words carefully, valuing a long life. The masked figure pressed on, posing one last question, his focus shifting to a daughter. He inquired about the most distant and brightest star, his words hanging in the air. The masked figure's question lingered, unanswered. The masked figure's red eye glinted ominously as he spoke of meeting one's end. Damien's face contorted, a flicker of fear crossing his features as the word daughter echoed. The masked figure's tone hardened, implying Damien had failed to grasp his meaning. The masked figure gripped the hilt of his sword, a silent threat hanging in the air. He looked up, the masked figure looming over him, a massive sword held high. The sword gleamed, its edge promising pain for Damien's loose tongue. The masked figure declared he'd gladly take one of Damien's arms. Damien held the sword, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The air crackled with anticipation as the sword began to move. The sword swung down, a crimson arc aimed directly at Beecher. Damien held the glowing red blade, his expression intense. The masked figure's eyes glowed red as he asked if Damien wanted to see his daughter. Beecher's face contorted in a grimace, his teeth bared. Damien, bathed in golden light, demanded to know if Beecher valued his life. The golden sword flashed, poised to strike. He raised his sword high, the red light reflecting off the polished steel. Beecher's eyes widened, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief. A blade fell through the air, glinting in the dim light as a voice questioned, "Are you?" Beneath the moonlight, Beecher, now masked, declared, "I am the Night Hound." Damien's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with anticipation. The sword gleamed as Damien declared, "I have come to strike a deal with you." Under the light of the moon, Damien Ju Bourgeois has come to strike a deal. Damien offers a glimpse of what he can provide, a chance to see a dead daughter. The name hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Juliet. Damien wonders how the Night Hound could possibly let him meet a person who's dead. Damien walks forward, stating that the other party is mistaken about one thing. Tears well in his eyes as Damien declares that his daughter isn't dead. According to Cindy Wendy's intel, she died in a carriage accident when she was young. The masked man assures her you exist, but you have no presence. Damien is well aware that he can't get out of this by lying. Damien declares that there's no need to hide this anymore, so he'll tell story. The man with white hair states that this sentence is the creed of the heir to the bourgeois family. And so, the stage was set for a tragedy to unfold. The true heir to the bourgeois family was sealed within their castle. To prove themselves, they needed to succeed as a commoner. In the capital, they could only rely on their own abilities. This was to prevent them from becoming spoiled and entitled. Damien continued his tale. Both his older brother and he had a daughter, and they were currently living among society while hiding their identities. She had immense talent and skill. When she returned to the family after proving she was the heir, he was going to gain back everything his older brother took and become the most powerful person in the family. Damien's expression darkened. He had trusted his daughter, Juliet. However, that expectation was destroyed. "Father, please give me money to treat Romeo's illness." She fell in love with a lowly soldier she met while volunteering, and in order to treat his illness, she gave up her right to become heir and came back to him. He considered the man's origins, talent, and future, realizing he had nothing going on for him. His only redeeming trait, Damien thought, was that he didn't judge anyone, but he was furious. Damien believed the man ruined his daughter, the daughter he raised and cherished, so she could recover her honor. He overheard that Romeo was going to die if they didn't treat him soon, fueling his anger. A man on the ground begged, "Please, father, take him away." Chaos erupted as people fought, the scene a blur of motion and desperation. Someone cried out, "No, let him go." Damien beat up the man his daughter loved until he was on the brink of death. It was raining that day. The rain fell as the man stood over the beaten figure, a woman kneeling beside him. Damien thought Juliet would come to her senses if he did that, but she told him to stop being a child. Because of her irresponsible actions, she gave up becoming the heir, Damien explained. So now she'll be called a failure her whole life, and he asked if she had any idea how much they lost because of that man, because he's precious to her. He stood in the rain, the downpour mirroring the turmoil within him. Two figures lay prone on the ground, defeated. His memory echoed with her words. She had lived her whole life for him to regain his honor, yet he had been crushed. The woman's face was a mask of sorrow, tears streaming from her glowing eyes as she uttered those damning words. That was the last time Damien saw Juliet like that, her expression a scream of true hatred and contempt. While he was stunned that he, her father, was her target, she left with Romeo on a carriage. It looked as if she would never come back, the sound of the carriage wheels fading into the distance. He barely got a grip and chased after her with the garrison, the horses galloping furiously through the rain-soaked streets. That was when the accident happened. A horse got spooked by the thunder, its eyes wide with terror. And then there was the slippery road, the rain turning the cobblestones into a treacherous surface. Unstoppable velocity, the carriage hurtling forward with a terrifying momentum, destined for disaster. Thankfully, his daughter was unharmed and in Romeo's arms, safe from chaos. But he died, the man lying broken amidst the wreckage of the carriage, a casualty of the storm and the chase. He remembered protecting his daughter. After the accident, Juliet awoke only to learn of Romeo's death. The shock was too much. She fainted, unable to regain consciousness in the face of such grief. Even though he had done everything he could, she still wouldn't wake up, the man thought, despair gripping him. Be it different types of medicine, poisons, or divine power, nothing ever worked to rouse her from her slumber. If only he could see her smiling face one more time, if he could apologize sincerely to her, Damien thought with anguish. A dark, viscous liquid swirled, promising a solution, a way out of this endless torment. Damien would give everything he had to give, anything to undo the tragedy that had befallen his family. If he could convey his apology to his daughter, he would gladly pay any price, no matter how steep. Tears streamed down Damien's face, a testament to his unending grief and desperate longing. A masked figure loomed, their gaze intense, a silent question hanging in the air. "Will you give me your everything?" the figure demanded, their voice a chilling whisper. 1 month later, at Damien Ju Bourgeois' estate, a sense of anticipation filled the air. "She's here." He stood with another figure before a coffin, the air thick with unspoken tension. A woman lay in repose, surrounded by a sea of white flowers, her expression serene. The masked figure's identity was revealed. Juliet Ju Bourgeois, her gaze intense. The woman's face was peaceful, her long white hair cascading around her. Her features seemed familiar, stirring a sense of recognition. The man with gray hair admitted he had been eager to know more since earlier. He stood with his arms crossed, a silent question hanging in the air. Damien Ju Bourgeois questioned why the child had been brought along. The girl in the witch's hat reminded him that their agreement was highly confidential. Her small boots stood firmly on the ground, ready for what was to come. He vouched for her skills, explaining that she was a skilled mage who could call out to his daughter's soul. Damien Ju Bourgeois reassured Pomerian, praising her ability to sense souls and urging her to show her skills. She declares that she can do something with the tree branch he gave her. Pomerian stands, holding the branch, as Juliette Ju Bourgeois watches from behind. Her eyes glow with an intense pink light. Candles flicker, their purple flames dancing in the darkness. The candles burn brighter, the air thick with magical energy. A man is struck by a surge of purple energy. The man is sent flying through the air, surrounded by the magical force. The air crackles with power. The energy swirls, coalescing into a vortex of raw magic. The man is engulfed in the purple light, his expression one of shock and pain. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Julie, he whispers. Bathed in ethereal purple light, two figures stand together, their expressions unreadable. The figures seem to echo his thoughts. And Romeo, is that you? A surge of purple energy crackles around them, the air thick with unspoken words. He collapses to his knees, his hands outstretched as if pleading for forgiveness. The memory of the two figures lingers, a painful reminder of what went wrong. Tears stream down Damien Ju Bourgeois' face, his expression a mask of anguish and regret. He clutches at his chest, the words echoing in his mind. You can hate and despise me. His voice cracks with emotion. But Juliette, you must live. His grief intensifies, the weight of his past actions crushing him. I have to wake you up. Pomerian stands firm, her gaze unwavering. She can come back on her own. Damien Ju Bourgeois looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and desperate hope. WH, what did you say? He stood with Pomerian, spectral figures looming behind them, as the gravity of the situation settled in. The witch-like figure declared Juliette's intentions. She would not return on purpose. Damien's expression shifted, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He questioned the witch-like figure's words, asking if it was true that she was going to find that guy and die. Tears welled in Damien's eyes, the weight of Juliette's decision crushing him. The reality of her choice was etched on his face. His grief was palpable, tears streaming down his face as he contemplated the consequences of his actions and Juliette's path. The memory of Romeo's sacrifice resurfaced, a stark reminder of the price paid. Juliette almost died because of his wrongdoing, and Romeo sacrificed himself to save her. The scene of Romeo's demise played out, a tragic tableau of love and loss. To see Romeo, Juliette chose death. He knew time could not be reversed, no matter what he said or if he had regrets. The weight of his past actions pressed down on him. Damien realized he couldn't change anything that had already happened. He had to think of what he could do now in the present. He steeled himself, resolving to act for his daughter now, knowing there wasn't much time left. His focus shifted to the present. The witch-like figure stood before him, stating that Juliette's soul was outside, but that the guy she sought was dead. The situation was dire. The dead must find their way to the afterlife, a journey they must undertake. That is the law, the only way, an immutable truth governing existence itself. The man declared this was the last thing he could do for his daughter, a union of souls unchangeable by time. The figure in the mask watched, a silent observer of the unfolding events. The vow was to do both, to unite the bride and the groom in their shared destiny. They must accept their eternal destiny, vowing to sincerely love and embrace one another. The man with white hair looked on, a faint smile playing on his lips as he considered the union. Each other's soul? The question hung in the air, unanswered and profound. Their hands clasped together, a bond forged in destiny and sealed with love. The couple stood together, bathed in light, their faces radiant with hope and affection. The woman whispered a name, her eyes filled with longing. Romeo. Tears welled in the man's eyes, a soft smile gracing his lips. The man's expression softened as he declared, I love you too, Juliette. A voice declared them husband and wife, sealing their union with divine approval. Juliette Ju Bourgeois called out to her father, her voice filled with emotion. Juliette embraced her father, apologizing and thanking him with heartfelt sincerity. The words hung in the air, a testament to her choice. The father held his daughter close, tears streaming down his face as he embraced her. Their hands clasped together, a silent promise exchanged between them. The scene unfolded, a poignant farewell between father and daughter. He urged her to stay happy, his voice thick with emotion as he held her close. The father's words echoed, a heartfelt wish for their happiness on the other side. Tears streamed down the father's face as he whispered, I love you, Juliette. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced someone tightly. Juliet whispered, her voice thick with emotion, declaring her love. The delicate lace and shimmering fabric hinted at the significance of the occasion. A wedding dress, bathed in golden light, suggested a new beginning. His back was turned, but the word hung in the air. Damien stood before a grand window, the light casting long shadows around him. Her eyes closed. A serene smile graced Juliet's lips. She was surrounded by a sea of white roses, their petals soft and inviting. The intricate details of the wedding dress were on full display. Delicate embroidery and flowing lines accentuated her form, a symbol of commitment. The girl's voice is soft as she calls out to her uncle. She clutches her staff, her red eyes wide with concern. Why is that Mr. crying? She wonders. The cloaked figure tilts his masked head, considering her question. The girl wonders why. If he loves her and is thankful, he isn't smiling. Why is he crying? The cloaked figure hesitates, searching for the right words. Damien Ju Bourgeois stands by the bed, lost in thought. As you grow up, you'll experience many things and understand why. The cloaked figure sighs, knowing that it's going to be hard for her. Damien Ju Bourgeois looks up, a sad smile on his face. The two of you. He reflected on his past actions. Damien Ju Bourgeois had been able to do everything, he thought, even act as a father to his daughter. There was no need for thanks, a voice echoed. Instead, the voice continued. Wasn't there something he needed to give? A cloaked figure extended a hand, their form obscured by shadow, their eyes glowing ominously red. The cloaked figure loomed over Damien, a silent demand hanging in the air between them. Damien Ju Bourgeois swore to give them everything, a promise echoing in the dimly lit space. Damien asked the figure to tell him what it was they sought, his expression a mixture of fear and desperation. The answer hung in the air, a single, chilling word, the head. The bourgeois family's patriarch was about to make a terrible demand, the cloaked figure's red eyes gleaming. The cloaked figure held a sword, its surface glowing with an ominous red light. The demand echoed. The cloaked figure wanted Bartholomew's head, a chilling request made without hesitation. Elsewhere, a voice declared that she would help with this case, the speaker standing in a gazebo bathed in moonlight. He listened as the saintess with blonde hair greeted someone, saying it was nice to meet them, Saintus Quo Vadis. The saintess stood on a balcony with Damien Ju Bourgeois and a cloaked figure. The saintess mentioned seeing him during the Uni League and after the last party. The saintess with blonde hair stated that it was a great honor to be present. The conversation seemed to be of great importance. The saintess held hands with Damien. He had apparently made Director Damien their insider, a valuable asset. Damien Ju Bourgeois looked concerned, wondering what on earth had happened. The situation seemed dire. A close-up showed Damien's hand being held. The alliance between them seemed strong, despite the unknown circumstances. The cloaked figure with the glowing red, I wanted to get to the main point. Time was of the essence. The group was there to create a plan to assassinate the patriarch of the bourgeois family, Bartholomew. The stakes were incredibly high. Damien Ju Bourgeois stood beside the saintess, who confirmed that was why he set it up. The plan was in motion. He was mobilizing his trusted followers within the family. Damien spread rumors about the Oracle Club. As for the details, the plan was still being formulated. The assassination plot was complex and dangerous. Damien Ju Bourgeois seemed determined, his expression serious as he considered the task ahead. The assassination was his priority. One of them had secured a dinner with the patriarch. Juliet Ju Bourgeois seemed surprised. She asked if it was the bourgeois family's patriarch, as the rumors say. Damien Ju Bourgeois confirmed it. It was the famous dinner that all influential figures in the capital experienced once. The Vault Dinner, a meal surrounded by mountains of gold and expensive items. To provide more details, the bourgeois family has a mysterious vault. It's a cube structure that's 50 meters long, wide, and high, its walls reinforced by mithril and orichalcum. It's an iron fortress that's completely cut off from the outside world with heavily concentrated anti-teleportation magic. Inside are mountains of gold and expensive items. If Bartholomew has an important meeting or dinner, he always hosts it by himself inside of that vault. However, it only goes on for 1 hour. No one can see or hear anything from the outside, in an uninterrupted hour of time. Juliet Ju Bourgeois' expression betrayed her worry. She spoke, even if the person's identity is solid. Damien crossed his arms. Well, it's only normal to think that. But strangely, Damien had never seen his brother concern himself with that. The hooded figure thought that meant the patriarch of the bourgeois family really is. I'm sure he isn't because he's a demon who possesses absolute power. What? Damien said not to worry about it. This is what you should be concerned about. While we're meeting with the patriarch inside the vault, you need to help us with this on the outside. Juliet asked, why is it so important? A look of shock. A sudden realization hit them. Damien stated this won't stop with just the bourgeois family. The hooded figure walked away. A declaration echoes. This will end the entire empire. The wheels of a large carriage turn, kicking up dust. A figure sits atop the laden carriage, guiding it forward. The driver can't quite believe what's happening. Meanwhile, news arrives that their club came in first in the mock investment competition. The woman with white hair is surprised that they're also having dinner with the patriarch of the bourgeois family. The blonde woman expresses her excitement. Looking forward to this, Sinclair is asked if he isn't excited all of a sudden. Sinclair stammers, admitting that he is. The woman with white hair replies that it would have been great. She wishes Vikir could come. Sinclair is asked why she is bringing him up all of a sudden. She mentioned that someone was going to come over to her house. The character with dark hair questioned if it was her house. Sinclair dismissed it, saying it was nothing, just a shame. She added that he seemed to have been really busy recently. The character with dark hair realized that was what Sinclair meant. She agreed that it was now even difficult for them to eat together. Juliette Ju Bourgeois stood with the other two, listening to their conversation about the difficulties of sharing a meal. The character with dark hair held up a list, stating that he wrote a list of questions to ask the bourgeois family's patriarch. The list included questions about the future flow of the empire's economy, financial statements, the criteria for discovering new businesses, and the merger and acquisition of small and medium merchant and mercenary guilds. Sinclair seemed to agree with the questions. Juliette Ju Bourgeois remained stoic, listening to the conversation. The character with dark hair wondered if the wealthy also ate chicken. Juliette Ju Bourgeois looked down slightly, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the group approached a large, imposing building, its many windows glowing with light. The carriage pulled up to the gates. They had arrived at their destination. A hand gripped the bars of the gate, ready to announce their arrival. The reception area exuded an aura of extreme wealth, the furniture ornate and extravagant. Sinclair gazed around, clearly impressed by the sheer opulence of the bourgeois estate. A disembodied voice echoed, requesting that they wait a moment. A man in a suit informed them that the patriarch would be informed of their arrival. Sinclair acknowledged the message. Another voice prompted them to take a seat, emphasizing the luxury of the reception area. The brown-haired man sank into the sofa, marveling at its softness. Sinclair agreed, impressed by the comfort. The white-haired woman asked Sinclair what kind of question she planned to ask when they met the patriarch. The woman with white hair admitted she couldn't tell what it was about. Sinclair wondered if there was one thing she wanted to know. The brown-haired man exclaimed that they were meeting the wealthiest person in the empire, and she only had one question. He urged her to leech off his knowledge. Sinclair seemed lost in thought. A hand poured liquid from a vial. Before the dinner starts, she intends to put them to sleep with this. The liquid pours from the vial, a silent promise of slumber. Sinclair wonders if he will like the gifts they've prepared. A voice suggests they should check if they're undamaged. Someone shouts, "W8." The room stretches upwards, sunlight streaming through the high windows. The architecture is imposing, a testament to wealth and power. A surprised character questions, "P. President?" A voice suggests looking inside the trunks, and that they should rest while drinking the tea. Sinclair holds the tray of tea, her expression unreadable. "Okay," a voice asks, followed by a hesitant, "Oh." 2 cups of tea sit waiting, their contents steaming gently. She giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. It seemed her plan was working, and it would soon be dinner time. Yes, it was working. Sinclair smiled, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction at her success. Sinclair clenched her fist, determined to wake herself up by drinking some cold water. Sinclair sat, her expression thoughtful as she considered the next step in her plan. Sinclair announced that she was opening the door, inquiring if everyone had rested well. The club members were already asleep, one commenting on the blanket before succumbing to the sleeping draft. Meanwhile, a voice declared that the patriarch was waiting, the words hanging heavy in the air. The man in the suit stated that he would be escorting someone to him, his expression unreadable. The club members were sprawled out on the furniture, fast asleep. Sinclair stood over them, a conflicted expression on her face. It seemed like the club members were exhausted because they were so nervous. They had a cup of tea and fell straight to sleep. Sinclair apologized, stating that what she was doing was for their sake, her eyes filled with regret. The man in the suit stated that he would meet the patriarch alone as the club's representative, indicating that he understood the situation. A voice echoes, promising immediate action. Sunlight streams down a grand staircase, illuminating the path ahead. Figures pull carts down a long hallway, their footsteps echoing in the distance. Light dances across the tiled floor, creating an ethereal glow. Footsteps approach, the sound crisp and distinct on the stone floor. Towering doors loom ahead, their intricate designs hinting at the secrets within. This is it. Sinclair's eyes widen, a sense of foreboding washing over her. This is the vault. The massive doors seem to speak, their presence overwhelming. Standing before the entrance, Sinclair senses that these doors were not made for humans. A chilling thought crosses her mind. The person she's about to meet is as inhuman as these doors. The figures instruct her to head inside alone, leaving the prepared gifts behind. Sinclair's eyes gleam with a mix of apprehension and determination. She hopes she enjoys her dinner. She continued to descend into the darkness, a sense of unease growing. The darkness seemed to press in, the air thick and heavy around her. The vault was so dark, she could barely see her hand in front of her face. A voice echoed from the darkness, polite yet unsettling. Excuse me, sir? Her foot struck something solid, scattering objects across the floor. A startled cry escaped her lips as she lost her balance. She tumbled forward, landing hard amidst a shower of metallic objects. Sitting up, Sinclair rubbed her backside, wondering what she had tripped on. Golden light erupted around her, illuminating the source of her fall. The coins shimmered, reflecting the light in a dazzling display. The vault floor was covered in a sea of gold, stretching as far as the eye could see. Sinclair stared in disbelief, picking up one of the coins. What is this? She sat amidst the glittering hoard, the sheer volume of gold almost overwhelming. The voice echoed around her, yet its source remained unseen. A figure emerged from the shadows, his features slowly resolving in the dim light. He offered a courteous greeting. Welcome, Saintess. The man held a glass filled with a dark red liquid, its surface catching the light. His expression was unreadable, hidden behind a veil of polite interest. He swirled the liquid in his glass, the movement slow and deliberate. President of the... The man's identity was revealed. Bartholomew Ju Bourgeois, patriarch of the Bourgeois family. The Oracle Club was his domain. Wax dripped down the sides of the candles, illuminating piles of gold. A king's ransom lay stacked high, overshadowed by a jeweled crown. The gleam of gold filled every corner, an endless bounty. Even the furniture seemed crafted from solid gold, reflecting the light. Chests overflowed with precious gems, their facets catching the light. Fingers steepled, a silent gesture amidst such opulence. The woman with blonde hair considered the implications. This person is the wealthiest man in the capital, no, the whole world, Bartholomew Ju Bourgeois. A feast lay prepared, candles casting long shadows. However, his real identity is... The scene shifts, an overhead view of the table, hinting at something sinister. A figure sits at the table, their true nature still concealed. The spread before them was a feast, but Bartholomew Ju Bourgeois focused on the person across the table. Bianca tilted her head, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Pardon, she asked, taken aback by the sudden compliment. Bartholomew delicately arranged a portion of food on his plate. He continued, explaining his reasoning. He noted that most people would have hesitated on such a decision, implying Bianca's boldness. The man with the blonde hair lifted a morsel to his mouth. Honestly, I was impressed, he admitted, chewing thoughtfully. Bianca's eyes widened slightly, a blush rising on her cheeks. She realized the person she needed to learn from was right here. A small "oh" escaped her lips, followed by a soft thank you. The compliment seemed to fluster Bianca, who was clearly not used to such direct praise. From the shadows, a cloaked figure watched. He thought to himself that Bartholomew was very good at talking. The cloaked figure warned Bianca internally, reminding her to stay focused and not get swept up by the conversation. Bianca stammered, "Why, you're over-exaggerating." Bartholomew's gaze intensified, his expression unreadable as he continued to observe Bianca's reaction. He revealed that Cardinal Humbert had recently paid him a visit. Bianca stared ahead, her expression unreadable as she listened intently. She had been meeting key figures of the Quo Vadis family lately, Bartholomew explained. But now, Humbert had added the Bourgeois family to the list. He continued, his gaze intense. Are you perhaps uncomfortable? Bianca admitted that she was affiliated with the New Testament faction. Bartholomew revealed he had a deep relationship with the priest from the Old Testament faction. He was upset that was the reason she kept her distance. The table between them was laden with food, but the atmosphere was far from celebratory. Bartholomew expressed his desire to become closer to the priests of the New Testament faction as well. The New Testament faction treated his relationship with the Old Testament faction poorly. The wealth they had accumulated was something inhumane, wicked, and horrific. That's why their good deeds were not acknowledged, Bartholomew concluded, his gaze fixed on Bianca. She is urged to consider the implications of Bartholomew's words, to truly think about what he is suggesting. Bartholomew elaborates, stating that he is using a large sum of money for a large cause. He swirls the wine in his glass, musing that the money is not meaningful in and of itself. The focus shifts to his hands, emphasizing the act of using a large sum. Bianca repeats his words, questioning the idea of using money for a large cause. The question hangs in the air as simple, what? Expressing her confusion. Bartholomew sits calmly, the wine glass still in his hand, as he continues his explanation. His hands rest on the table, perhaps indicating a gesture of openness or control. A vision appears, showing a monstrous figure in the words, guilty? No, that's not right. The vision continues, revealing a document about indulgences and the claim that someone created a ridiculous exemption system that infected Quo Vadis. The vision intensifies, showing shadowy figures and the accusation that they controlled countless heretics and cults to create an internal divide. Bianca reacts with shock and horror, her expression conveying her disbelief at the accusations. She states the reason he can say all of that is because Bartholomew's face looms as Bianca declares him a demon. The demon Bartholomew lets out a soft, mocking ho. A cacophony of laughter erupts, shaking the very foundations of the room. The city outside warps and distorts, the sound of destruction echoing in the distance. Bianca clutches her head, Bartholomew's laughter piercing through her skull. The taunting voice questions if she isn't scared of the person who's come to spite knowing his identity. Bartholomew's sinister smile widens, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Ah, of course. Bianca, despite the terror, defiantly states, not. The disembodied voice declares that she is not scared of him, terrifying her. Bianca recoils in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bartholomew's eyes glow with an eerie purple light, a silent question hanging in the air. He sat at the head of the table, the opulent spread laid out before him. A sudden pressure filled the room, accompanied by a sharp, echoing sound. Bartholomew's eyes widened, a silent question forming on his face. Bartholomew, feeling the shift in the atmosphere, questioned the sudden pressure. A strange, almost animalistic sound echoed through the space. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, spoke of the human that should be feared. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. A hand hovered over a pile of gold, declaring its presence. Bartholomew considered the power Bianca was now emitting, surprised a human could possess such an aura. He noticed something else, a scent of demon blood clinging to her, a fact he kept to himself. The glowing red eyes narrowed, posing a question. Was she the Night Hound, the one causing chaos? The figure, shrouded in crimson, questioned their location. In the capital, they mused, their voice a low growl. A hand, wreathed in malevolent red energy, clenched into a fist. I've come to kill you, Bartholomew declared, his intent clear. The ground cracked beneath the weight of Bartholomew, head of the bourgeois family, as he prepared to strike. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, piercing the darkness. Or should I call you? Bartholomew taunted. Bartholomew stood poised, a menacing figure bathed in crimson light, ready to unleash his power. The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. The sixth corpse? Bartholomew questioned, his tone laced with suspicion. A burst of golden energy erupted, illuminating the scene with blinding light and raw power. Sinclair was surrounded by the radiant energy, her form shimmering with an otherworldly glow as she prepared to defend herself. Sinclair's eyes narrowed, a flicker of amusement crossing her face. Oh, I see you can use a blade. The plague doctor mask obscured Bartholomew's expression, but his intent was clear as he drew his blade. Bartholomew gripped the crimson blade, its edge gleaming menacingly. I also happen to be proficient with it. With a swift motion, Bartholomew lunged forward, the red blade arcing through the air towards Sinclair. Bartholomew moved with unnatural speed, a crimson blade extending from his grasp. A close-up revealed the intensity in the eyes of a younger man. The sword, Bamong, was so sharp it could cut through steel by simply being placed on top of it. It was a weapon of the Baskerville family, meant to be stored in the deepest floor of the estate. The legendary sword, Bamong, pulsed with ominous energy. The man wondered why it was in a demon's hands. However, the sword corrupted the wielder and turned them into a tyrant as a price. This man was a promising swordsman during his youth. The former Baskerville patriarch was so entranced by his skills. He asked this man to be his disciple and gifted him this sword as a reward, but Bartholomew now wields it. He was unlucky. The swordsman's fate was sealed the moment he accepted the blade. A blade flashes, arcing through the air with deadly precision. The strike connects, sending sparks and debris flying outwards. The figure wielding the sword presses the attack, relentless and swift. Another blow lands, the force of it echoing through the surroundings. The blade continues its dance, a whirlwind of steel and death. Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois, his face contorted in rage, demands, "Do pray tell, how does a mere human?" A voice booms, declaring the arrival of powerful adversaries. Know about us, the 10 elite corpses? The hooded figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light, their gaze intense. The hooded figure and the figure with the sword stand ready, poised for battle. The figure with the sword unleashes another powerful strike, the air crackling with energy. Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois snarls, "But your arrogance ends here." The sound of impact reverberates, signaling a clash of immense power. Blood glistened on the blade, the metal reflecting a sinister light. A woman watched, her face a mask of terror as the bloody sword loomed. He gripped the hilt, his knuckles white with suppressed rage. Crimson splatters stained the floor, a macabre tableau of violence. Bartholomew, upside down, declared he would store the skull until it decomposed. The light glinted off the blade as Bartholomew held it, proclaiming it a great honor. Bartholomew's expression hardened, his voice dripping with disdain as he called it pathetic. His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he questioned what he heard. Bartholomew sneered, denouncing the swordsmanship and the patriarch who gifted the sword. A hooded figure declared both of them pathetic, their red eyes glowing menacingly. The bloody sword steamed, a testament to its recent use. A voice echoes, laced with disdain. Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois' eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The sword gleams, stained with fresh blood. A disembodied voice continues, its words dripping with contempt for both the wielder and the weapon. The cloaked figure grips the sword tightly, its form obscured by shadow. The blade, etched with intricate designs, remains unyielding. The cloaked figure scoffs, dismissing his opponent's skill. The hand tightens its grip, knuckles white with strain. Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois strains against the unmoving blade, his face contorted in effort. A question hangs in the air, heavy with anticipation. He faced his hooded opponent, the tension palpable between them. The hooded figure challenged him, asking if he still thought he was all talk. The hooded figure's eyes glowed ominously from within the shadows of his hood. A solid aura emanated from the hooded figure, surprising even himself as he realized he was facing a swordmaster. The air crackled with energy as the Baskerville Seventh technique was invoked. The hooded figure and Bartholomew were engulfed in a surge of red energy as Bianca watched from a distance. A surge of power erupted, causing a visible shockwave. The force of the impact reverberated outwards. The energy exploded outwards in a blinding flash. Sinclair's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. Sinclair muttered the words, "Nighthound," under her breath. Sinclair realized that he's gotten so much stronger than when he fought Dantalion. She stands, seemingly unaffected by the previous attack. A question hangs in the air. What on earth happened to him? The hooded figure's eye glows with an ominous red light, piercing the shadows. The hooded figure grips the hilt of their sword, a purple gem glinting within its design. The air crackles with unseen energy as the battle continues, the sound echoing through the chamber. Bartholomew Jew Bourgeois kneels, blood staining the ground around him, his sword plunged uselessly into the earth. The hooded figure observes him, stating that he may have endured the attack. The hooded figure continues, assessing that continuing the fight will be difficult for Bartholomew. Bloodied and enraged, Bartholomew spits out that it wasn't pure luck that they were able to kill his comrades. Bianca looks down at the scene, asking if he still thinks he's safe. Bianca and the hooded figure stand over the fallen Bartholomew, explaining that the safe cannot be opened from the inside and will only open after a certain period of time. Bartholomew, face contorted in rage, shouts that soldiers will flood the safe instantly, and he'll be able to report them to the Imperial garrison, invoking holy light. Bartholomew's face is a mask of fury as he unleashes a primal scream. Bianca extends her hand, a golden light emanating from her palm. She holds aloft the mirror of truth, ready to reveal what lies beneath. The mirror reflects a blinding light as a voice cries out in pain. The light intensifies, accompanied by a surge of raw power. Dark energy erupts, a sign of the entity's true nature surfacing. A monstrous visage grins, amused by the turn of events. The transformation continues, the entity's form becoming more grotesque. Its body contorts, muscles bulging as it breaks free from its disguise. A massive hand slams down, shaking the very ground beneath them. Bianca, visibly shaken, is watched by a cloaked figure. She hadn't expected things to get so messy. The Saintess observes the unfolding chaos, finding the situation increasingly interesting. The entity's true form is revealed, a horrifying sight to behold. Its massive form, revealed by the mirror of truth, filled the space. The monstrous entity stood over a pile of gold, its back rippling with unnatural muscle. The creature's immense size was now fully apparent, towering over everything. A crimson blade materialized, pulsing with dark energy. The red glow intensified, promising swift and brutal retribution. Bianca lunged forward, the crimson blade arcing towards the monstrous form. The creature recoiled, a guttural cry escaping its throat as the blade struck. Its glowing yellow eyes widened in pain and surprise. The monster's teeth were bared in a silent roar of agony. A burst of red energy erupted, engulfing the creature. The energy tore through its flesh, searing and burning with intense heat. Bianca watched as the monstrous form was consumed by the blast. A guttural sound echoes through the chamber. She recoils in horror. Bianca realizes that this is the true form of the Bourgeois family's head. A monstrous visage looms, teeth bared and horns gleaming. The monstrous figure roars, and Bianca recognizes him. Bartholomew? The gold coins begin to flow. They are gathering to the demon, drawn by an unseen force. The torrent of gold intensifies. The wound the night hound inflicted is healing, the demon's form shimmering with golden light. Bartholomew's eyes burn with avarice. This ability is called Gold Bloodline. In a world ruled by plutocracy, money is power. All the wealth in this safe is Bartholomew's life and power. The monstrous pig creature snorted, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Its cavernous mouth opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It declared that as long as his wealth held value, he could not die. The creature boasted that its power could infinitely increase. Meanwhile, Bianca stood, her back turned, a sense of dread washing over her as a cloaked figure loomed nearby. The cloaked figure moved closer, the sound of its approach rumbling through the air. Bianca's face betrayed her worry, her expression a mixture of fear and uncertainty. She stammered, barely able to get out a yes. The cloaked figure's glowing red eyes peered out from the darkness of its hood, reassuring her that there was no need to be scared. A disembodied voice echoed, stating that to overcome negativity, one must feel fear and believe in oneself. Bianca, looking at the cloaked figure, asked if they could do that buff again. The figure responded hesitantly. The panel described a soul resonance with the night hound, showing an image of Bianca. Bianca revealed that she had tried to do it herself after that incident, but it didn't work. She clasped her hands together, a deep worry etched on her face. Will she be able to do it? Images flashed through Bianca's mind, a desperate battle raging. He was fighting the demons fiercely by himself, and she couldn't let him fight alone anymore. No, Bianca had pledged to herself that she wouldn't let him face this alone. Her resolve hardened, a cross-shaped glint appearing in her eye. Bianca declared to herself that she'll do what she can. A surge of determination washed over her. A cloaked figure with glowing red eyes loomed, its bird-like mask glinting in the dim light. Altoid hissed. The cloaked figure was a castle, becoming the shield and sword who saves them from great hardship. Who will it be? This holy name. Bianca extended her hand, a golden glow emanating from her palm. She knew she would fail if she relied on her strength alone. Bianca needed someone who's strong to fight in her stead, relying on her strength alone. The cloaked figure's hands glowed with power, ready to assist. Who will it be? This holy name is... The name is... Bianca steeled herself, preparing to reveal the truth. Bianca hesitated, then spoke to the cloaked figure. She excused herself, saying she thought the buff would work if they told her their real name. My name? The cloaked figure refused. I can't tell you my nod dash. A monstrous figure towers over the cloaked individual, its shadow engulfing him. He peers out from under his hood, his eyes widening. He's already recovered. The monster's attack crashes down with earth-shattering force. Debris explodes outward as the monster continues its assault. Dust and smoke fill the air, obscuring the aftermath of the blow. The cloaked figure lies on the ground, bloodied and defeated. He is the night hound. The monster raises a massive, grotesque claw. Its form is unnatural, riddled with holes and pulsing with dark energy. The monster looms over Bianca, who kneels in terror before it. The monster snarls, its fangs bared. Die, Saintus. The hulking monster, eyes glowing with malevolent energy, declares its intent. Tears well in the eyes of the Saintus as she is confronted by the looming threat. A gasp escapes her lips, a silent prayer against the encroaching darkness. A blade descends, a flash of steel against the encroaching darkness. The Saintus cries out, a desperate plea against the inevitable. Arcane symbols flare with crimson light, a ritual taking shape. The monster is bathed in the red glow of the summoning circle, its power growing. The circle pulses, a surge of energy building to a crescendo. A voice echoes, a declaration of time past and a connection reforged. The eye of Belial opens, a gateway to unimaginable power. The monster, transformed and empowered, recognizes a familiar presence. A complex ritual circle glows with power, bathing the Saintus in crimson light. The light intensifies as the monster, visible only from the neck down, is asked a question. Decoravia? The monstrous face of Night Hound fills the frame, the question hanging in the air. Decoravia? The Saintus stands within the circle, her expression unreadable as she is asked, have you forgotten our grand mission of opening the gate? The speaker continues, accusing her. Did you betray us and side with that lowly human? Night Hound's eye narrows, the ritual circle reflected in its depths. Betray? That's the wrong word. I was originally on no one's side. The monster elaborates, its words echoing with a cold detachment. However, now I'm in a contract with this human. My vocation changes depending on my contractor's needs. Sinclair's expression remains unchanged, her gaze steady as Night Hound continues. For the next millennia, I'll be the shield for the pretty womb, I mean, all humans. The monster's face contorts in anger, its voice dripping with venom. You dirty rat. Are you confident you can handle the anger of your people? Night Hound's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I'm asking if you can handle the endless anger that will come out of the gate of destruction. Sinclair's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in her gaze. I can think about that when the time comes. The 10 elite corpses are decreasing in power, so you're actually the one who's acting tough. A voice echoes, asking if he feels the tingles at the back of his neck. Nighthound's eyes glow with a fierce intensity, his expression a mix of surprise and anger. A figure descends rapidly, a red blade aimed directly at Nighthound. The strike lands, a close-up revealing the intensity of the attack. Nighthound reels from the blow, a guttural sound escaping his throat. The figure with the red blade stands poised, ready for another strike. The figure, eyes glowing red, admits he was planning to behead him. Nighthound scoffs, declaring that the strike was too shallow, wondering how he is still alive. Golden energy crackles around Nighthound, his form seemingly unharmed. The figure with the red blade stands his ground, unfazed by Nighthound's resilience. A screen displays the figure's abilities, revealing deadly poison and immortality, as he realizes Nighthound is no ordinary human. Elsewhere, a woman stands within a glowing circle, seemingly preparing for a ritual under the night sky. She offers her thanks, explaining that she is grateful for being saved. But Sinclair states that she needs to leave. The figure within the shield apologizes, explaining that they are under orders to protect her, referring to her as both beautiful and saintess. They cannot act on their own accord. Confusion hangs in the air as she questions what they mean. Sinclair pauses, a look of realization spreading across her face. She can feel Nighthound's mana. The mana seems to be coming from the strange shield. Nighthound, masked and cloaked, watches with glowing eyes. Sinclair's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of fear and understanding. The magic circle beneath her feet hums with power, its purpose now becoming clear. It is for Nighthound. The realization dawns on her. The ritual is for the Nighthound. Sinclair looks up, surrounded by the energy of the ritual, now understanding her role in the events unfolding. Red energy crackled around Nighthound, the monstrous figure seemingly unfazed. A figure clad in darkness moved with blinding speed, a crimson aura surrounding them. The masked figure's single visible eye burned with intensity, blood splattered across their mask. The force of the blow left the attacker's fist slick with blood. The red energy continued to assault Nighthound, tearing at its flesh. The monster roared in defiance, its massive jaws wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The figure in dark clothing held their crimson blade aloft, ready for another strike. The force of the attack sent shockwaves through the area. The impact point exploded with light, sending debris scattering in all directions. The figure plummeted downwards, their red sword glinting in the fading light. The masked figure's face came into sharp focus, the name Belial echoing in the air. Nighthound, battered but unbroken, seemed to muse on the turn of events. He, someone who has reached the intermediate level of swordmaster and surpassed the threshold of supremacy, is struggling. Out of all the elite corpses he's fought, none compare to the current threat. Belial is the toughest foe he has ever faced. When Belial attacks, he absorbs more wealth and becomes stronger. The amount of gold inside the safe doesn't look like it's decreased at all either. The longer this fight goes on, the more unfavorable this situation is to him. He needs to end this quickly. But Belial's power is undeniable. Compared to King Corso, Luke Baskerville, the Undertaker of the Grave of Swords, Belial is definitely beatable. He just needs to endure this a little longer. Time is on his side. Despite the demons who swarm this land, a figure in golden armor declares, "Don't be afraid and stand your ground. Truth will prevail. The truth will live on, and this land shall be eternal." A wall of divine fire erupts. A blade glows with intense light, ready to strike against the darkness. Belial's monstrous face fills the void, his eyes burning with malevolent power. "It's useless, Saintess." Belial booms, confident in his overwhelming strength. The demon lord looms, a terrifying figure of immense power and dark intent. The blonde woman, surrounded by a glowing aura, prepares her next move. The wall of divine fire broke, but she refuses to surrender to despair. Despite the demons swarming this land, she urges others to stand their ground, for truth will prevail. Belial's monstrous visage twists in fury. "You annoying bitch," he snarls. The demon's rage intensifies, promising a swift death to those who oppose him. Sinclair, despite the odds, stands firm, her resolve unwavering in the face of Belial's wrath. "Your opponent is me, Belial," the demon declares, his eyes burning with dark energy. The demon's power surges, a terrifying display of overwhelming force and malice. He unleashes a barrage of golden constructs, each strike carrying immense force. The golden tendrils lash out, a furious assault against an unseen target. The masked figure grimaces, feeling the impact of the attacks. "Cook, my body." The golden energy intensifies, the air crackling with destructive power. A massive hand, wreathed in gold, reaches out, ready to crush its target. The golden constructs twist and writhe, forming a cage of inescapable power. Belial stands amidst the chaos, his arm raised, orchestrating the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Sinclair stands within a protective circle, seemingly unharmed by the onslaught. Do you see this, Saintess? Sinclair's expression is one of shock, as she realizes the extent of Belial's power. Even the Night Hound. A dark voice echoes, filled with disdain. Regret the days you didn't accept the corrupted wealth created through human greed. The monstrous visage of Belial looms, his teeth bared in a predatory grin. Belial stands triumphant amidst the golden constructs, a symbol of overwhelming power. Golden blades descend, promising a swift and violent end. The constructs accelerate, their forms blurring with lethal speed. The golden energy intensifies, focused on a single point within the magic circle. Sinclair is at the center of the assault, the magic circle her only defense. Blood splatters across her face as the golden blades tear through her defenses. Her shoulder is ripped open, the fabric of her clothing shredded by the attack. Tears stream down Sinclair's face, her expression a mix of pain and desperation. The air is thick with a metallic scent of blood. Despite her injuries, Sinclair's eyes burn with defiance. The golden constructs stand ready, their faceless masks radiating cold menace. She is pinned, helpless, as the constructs tower over her. Blood drips, a crimson testament to a brutal exchange. A golden light flares, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Bathed in golden light, Nighthound looks up, questioning. The blonde-haired woman stares, fear etched on her face as Nighthound looms over her. Her voice trembles, confessing, "He got injured again while protecting me." A hand, encased in crimson armor, clenches into a fist, ready to strike. Another hand extends, fingers splayed, as if reaching for something. The air crackles with unseen energy. Nighthound's fist connects, a devastating blow. Desperation colors her tone as she thinks, "I need to quickly cast healing magic." Arcane symbols flare as she begins to cast her healing spell. He hovered above, trapped within the glowing red barrier. Why was the shield up again? Nighthound wondered, as Sinclair offered to help him take it down. A voice echoed, declaring that they had imbued denser mana than before. It continued, stating that the shield wouldn't break easily this time. A crimson, star-shaped object pulsed with power, the source of the shield's renewed strength. The disembodied voice commanded someone to stay put, their tone brooking no argument. Sinclair, standing within the shield, looked up at a looming dark figure. She asked what was happening, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Golden blades of energy began to materialize around the shield, crackling with dangerous power. The Saintess stood within a glowing circle, the star-shaped object hovering above her. The blades of energy intensified. Tears welled in Sinclair's eyes, her face etched with worry as the situation escalated. Nighthound was now completely surrounded by the golden blades, a deadly cage forming around him. The energy blades pulsed with immense power, their edges razor-sharp and ready to strike. He braced himself as the golden blades closed in, the threat of annihilation imminent. He stood over his fallen foe, the red sword held firmly in his grasp. Suddenly, crimson energy blades materialized, surrounding Nighthound on all sides. The blade struck, sending him plummeting downwards through a sea of golden orbs. A single, crimson eye watched his descent, surrounded by the radiant glow of the golden spheres. A monstrous figure loomed, its glowing blue eyes piercing the golden light. The monstrous figure stood behind Nighthound, an ominous presence in the chaotic space. A colossal blade descended, poised to strike a devastating blow. Nighthound continued to fall, helpless against the impending attack. He crashed onto the ground, battered and bruised, his armor torn. A grimace of pain contorted his face, blood staining his teeth. A massive, golden fist hurtled towards him, promising further devastation. The monstrous figure stood triumphant, its glowing eye fixed on its prey, sword in hand. A fist of pure, radiant energy hurtles forward with incredible force. Glowing eyes widen, pupils constricting as the attack closes in. The figure braces, a desperate attempt to withstand the incoming blow. The fist connects, a devastating impact that sends shockwaves outward. The force of the blow throws the figure's arm back, momentum overwhelming her defenses. The Saintess is surrounded by a protective circle, but it seems to be failing. Blood splatters on the ground, a grim testament to the attack's severity. The Saintess is sent flying backwards, her protective circle shattered. Her armor buckles and cracks under the immense pressure. She crashes to the ground, landing hard on her knees. Her head hangs low, her expression hidden in shadow. The Saintess kneels, defeated, lamenting her helplessness in the face of such power. She held onto her pure faith in God, seeking justice, significance, and charity. Her divine power, she believed, stemmed from absolute goodness and fairness. The monstrous forms of her enemies loomed, a stark contrast to her ideals. It was truly pathetic to face a demon who used the power of mammonism, born from endless greed, in the fight against Dantalion. She had believed that she surpassed her limit and awakened to a new potential. That was why she thought this time would be different, that she could stand confidently before a demon and aid the Night Hound with her powers. A voice echoed, telling her to just stay there, but she could not. A surge of energy crackled around her, and she wondered what was happening, sensing the danger. Power surged, but it felt hollow, a mockery of her former confidence. She was surrounded by arcane symbols, a testament to her failing abilities. Tears welled as she realized she was just a burden, unable to help even if she wanted to. She hated her pathetic powers, the very source of her faith now a source of shame. Tears streamed down her face, each drop a testament to her despair. The Saintess's arm was marred with blood, a stark reminder of her powerlessness. A close-up revealed a button on her uniform, a small detail amidst the chaos. It was a symbol of order in a world consumed by darkness. Blood dripped on the ground, each drop echoing the Saintess's internal turmoil. The crimson liquid spread, staining the earth with her pain. A foot stepped into the pool of blood, further desecrating the scene. The act felt like a violation, a further deepening of her despair. Meanwhile, a red energy blade slashed through the air, a beacon of violence. The air crackled with power as the weapon cut through the darkness. The Night Hound battled a large monster, their movements a blur of fury. Each strike was a desperate attempt to survive the onslaught. A close-up revealed the intensity of the fight, the Night Hound's determination etched on their face. The monster loomed, a terrifying force of nature. The Night Hound's hand gripped the red energy blade, their knuckles white with strain. The weapon pulsed with power, ready to strike. Red glowing eyes pierced the darkness, revealing the Night Hound's unwavering resolve. They were a predator, hunting their prey with deadly precision. A speech bubble containing revealed the Night Hound's surprise. Something unexpected had occurred, shifting the balance of the fight. The Night Hound's face was a mask of determination, their features hardened by battle. They were a warrior, forged in the fires of conflict. The Night Hound faced the large monster, their stance unwavering. The battle was far from over, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. He is struck, the force of the blow sending tremors through his body. The impact echoes, a deafening roar that threatens to overwhelm him. The monster looms above, a towering figure of destruction and death. The force of the attack explodes outward, a shockwave of pure energy. The Night Hound struggles, the sustained activation of his solid aura taking its toll. He grits his teeth, a single word escaping his lips. Shit. He realizes he's consuming mana more rapidly than he initially thought. The strain is visible, a red glow emanating from his core as he fights to maintain control. The sustained activation of his solid aura, in addition to consuming so much mana because of Decoravia, is taking a toll on him. The Basilisk's regeneration speed is slowly decreasing, too, but the Night Hound is still struggling. His body screamed in protest, the damage dealt by Belial already taking its toll. The Night Hound steeled his resolve. He couldn't afford to worry about lasting until the promised time. If Belial couldn't land a critical hit, everything would have been for nothing. The Night Hound knew he needed to squeeze out every last drop of mana and use this last technique. He wondered if it would work, knowing he hadn't perfected this technique yet. The Night Hound focused, preparing to unleash his power. The Saintess stood ready, a magic circle forming around her. She declared that she was going to fight too, unable to bear watching him get injured protecting her any longer. The Night Hound looked down at her, hearing her words. The Saintess insisted that she was in the way. The Night Hound looked down, hearing her say she was weak and helpless. He thought to himself that she was an idiot, never thinking about the pros and cons of joining a battle that endangers her. He stood, weighing his options, feeling like an idiot for even hesitating. He had no choice but to overcome anything and everything thrown his way. That also included protecting the Saintess, no matter the cost. His resolve hardened, a grim determination settling over him. Since she had awakened with him, she was a valuable companion, one he had to protect. Meanwhile, the Saintess's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing her face. The word Pope echoed in the halls, a chilling reminder of her duty. She stood alone in the grand hall, a small figure dwarfed by the imposing architecture. She trembled, her fear palpable in the silent sanctuary. Dolores was shaken. She had a nightmare. In her nightmare, a great evil swallowed up the whole world, and everyone was trapped in misery. Tears streamed down her face. What should she do if it comes true? She lamented that her divine power was too weak to save everyone from misery. Tears welled in her eyes as she was told she was upset because she feared her inability to help others in her nightmare. Nighthound placed a hand on Saintis' head, reassuring her that she may be weak now. He continued, explaining that divine power grows from faith in God and oneself, and that it can be lonely and painful at times. Nighthound spoke of a day when faith would come across her true trust in others. He added that when she met a companion who would walk that path with her, her power would reach heights she couldn't even imagine. Elsewhere, gold coins rained down, glittering against a dark backdrop. The deluge of gold intensified, the coins seeming to multiply exponentially. A monstrous, pig-like entity with glowing eyes and sharp teeth declared that there had been enough talking. A blinding flash of golden light erupted, obscuring everything in its path. A figure was thrown against a red, runic circle as a voice demanded if they saw this endless power. The wave of gold crashed down as a voice declared that their pathetic powers could no longer go against its flow. A figure stands within a glowing red circle, its form obscured by a dark, tattered cloak. A voice echoes, declaring the power of a deity. God Loon is strong. The hooded figure's single visible eye glows with an intense, otherworldly light. The Saintess speaks, explaining that Loon is both a shield and a weapon, descending to save them from massive disasters. She clasps her hands together, wishing to share the burden he carries and become someone he can rely on. The Saintess stands with Nighthound, a powerful general who fights alongside her, if she believes in him. A voice declares that if she thinks of him as her true ally, she merely needs to protect him. The Saintess, desperate, pleads for his name, any identifier to solidify their bond. Tears welling, the Saintess cries out, asking what this general's holy name is. Nighthound finally speaks, revealing a fragment of his identity, Van. The Saintess looks on, her expression a mixture of hope and anticipation. Nighthound gazes back, his red eyes hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. The tattered edges of his cloak shifted in the dim light. It's Van, the speech bubble declared, the name echoing in the air.